Darkness. Boundless. Heavy as lead darkness. Time loses its significance here, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps an eternity. Suddenly artificial human no. 17 program initiation. Eternal energy, core, synchronization, rate 1. 100. Neural link stable. Consciousness upload. Complete. A cold, emotionless electronic synthetic voice reverberated deep within his mind, like thunder shattering chaos. Huang Xing abruptly opened his eyes. His vision was somewhat blurred, yet quickly sharpened. He found himself ensconced within a slender, futuristic silver capsule. A pale blue nutrient fluid swiftly receded from his feet, and the capsule's arched hatch emitted a faint hydraulic sound as it gradually slid open. He inhaled deeply, the air carrying a chilling scent of disinfectant and metal. He lifted his left foot and stepped out of the capsule initially. The movement felt awkward, but the internal supercomputer rapidly took control, optimizing each motion, allowing him to tread smoothly upon the laboratory's polished floor as if maneuvering a precision instrument. Number 17. You awakened 0.3 seconds earlier than scheduled. It seems the synchronization process was exceedingly flawless. An elderly voice, tinged with barely contained excitement and a hint of discernible caution, emanated from his right side. Who? Huang Xing swiftly turned his head. Before him stood a gaunt figure clad in a white lab coat, bespectacled with round frames, and sparsely-haired an old man. The eyes behind the lenses sparkled with the hallmark gleam of a mad scientist. This old man's visage felt oddly familiar to Huang Xing. A chill of realization coursed through Huang Xing. Dr. Geros, the very architect of the artificial human catastrophe in Dragon Ball. Indeed, it was he. However, it appeared that, at this moment, he had yet to be transformed into artificial human number 20. Wait, 17? Is he referring to me? I've transmogrified into number 17. No, I was merely at home browsing dubious websites, casually dismissing an intrusive advertisement. How did this happen? Yet, truth be told, my reflexes were sharp. Then I closed that ad on the very first attempt. The sheer skill involved, I can only say. Those who understand, understand. Before he could ponder further, Huang Xing's gaze instantly fixed upon the black remote control, clutched tightly in Dr. Geros' right hand, small enough to fit in his palm, adorned with only 3 buttons. The controller. Chilling fragments of memory surged into Huang Xing's mind. This was the lethal switch capable of instantly shutting down the eternal energy core within him. A wave of dread swiftly supplanted his initial astonishment at the transmigration. Oh no, don't do this. I've just arrived in this extraordinary world. I cannot meet my end here. Yet, he understood, well, that given Dr. Geros' cunning, a direct confrontation would be perilously risky. Who knew what contingencies might exist? Dr. Huang Xing from this moment forth. He must fully embody the persona of number 17 spoke, his voice unexpectedly calm, even imbued with a touch of the curiosity characteristic of a novice. This our place of birth. It feels quite extraordinary. He deliberately mimicked the slightly naive tone he remembered from the moment the artificial beings first awakened, while glancing sideways at the dormant capsule within it lay a golden-haired girl, her features as delicate as a doll. She was his twin sister, number 18. Indeed, this is the greatest legacy of the Red Ribbon Army Laboratory. Dr. Geros' vigilance seemed to ease, replaced by the triumph of success. You, number 17 and number 18, will be my most perfect creations, artificial beings with infinite energy, existing beyond science, transcending all. He waved his left hand triumphantly, though his right hand still tightly gripped the controller. How marvelous indeed. Number 17 donned a smile that met expectations, while within him, a supercomputer calculated distance, angles, the doctor's reaction time, and the laboratory's potential defenses. At a speed surpassing the human brain, he awaited the perfect moment. Old man, just wait and see. Dr. Geros was evidently eager to witness the simultaneous awakening of his perfect creations. Now, let me proceed to awaken number 18. He approached the capsule of number 18 and pressed the activation button. The capsule emitted a soft hum as the hatch slid open. The golden-haired girl's long eyelashes fluttered, slowly revealing her icy blue eyes. At first, her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, but swiftly sharpened and turned cold. She stepped out of the hibernation chamber, her eyes sweeping over number 17 before fixing on Drive Gero. Upon seeing Dr. Gero, a glimmer of murderous intent coalesced in her eyes, her body tensing as if ready to strike. In that critical moment, number 17 suddenly turned to her. His expression was no longer the earlier innocence, but filled with utmost calm, warning, and an undeniable command to cease. That was not the gaze of a new creation. It resembled that of a warrior who had experienced life and death, possessing profound insight. Number 18's movement froze instantly, a flicker of astonishment and confusion crossing her icy blue eyes. Still dawdling? Call for help, number 17 reminded her. She had never anticipated that her brother would possess such a gaze, but out of an instinctual trust in their bloodline, she forcibly suppressed the impulse to attack. Hello, Doctor. Number 18's voice was cool and melodious, like ice beads falling on a jade plate, yet it carried a hint of deliberately imitated warmth. Thank you for granting us new life and strength. She flawlessly took over the script handed to her by number 17. Everything fell into place. Their seamless collaboration struck directly at the excited nerve of the old man. Dr. Gero was utterly enraptured. He gazed at the pair, resembling divine masterpieces, who showed him such respect. An overwhelming sense of achievement clouded his mind. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Truly magnificent. You have not disappointed my expectations. The infinite energy core operates flawlessly. The personality templates are stable, and the power. He excitedly spread his arms wide, as if yearning to embrace the resplendence of his creator, his grip on the controller subconsciously relaxing, his hands slightly dropping. Now is the moment. The energy core within number 17 roared silently. His figure left a faint afterimage in place, moving at a speed that surpassed the limits of Dr. Gero's visual perception. As if teleporting, he had already appeared beside Dr. Gero. What? Dr. Gero could only emit a terrified scream. Number 17's hand, like an iron vice, accurately seized Dr. Gero's wrist that held the controller. The force was so immense that the doctor felt as if his wrist bones might shatter. In that fleeting moment of agony and disorientation, number 17's other hand swiftly snatched away the black controller, a symbol of the life shackles binding him and number 18. No, Dr. Gero's eyes widened in despair, letting out a desperate howl. Number 17's gaze was icy, devoid of hesitation, his fingers suddenly tightening with ferocity. Crack! The precise controller shattered under his inhuman grip, crumbling like a fragile eggshell. Chapter 2. The awakened Mohican warrior. Tiny components and fragments of circuit boards scattered wildly. You traitor! I created you. I am your god. Doctor. Gallo clutched his painfully throbbing wrist, retreating in horror and resentment, his complexion as pale as parchment. He realized he had made a grave error by underestimating the artificial being, particularly the intelligence and peril of Unit 17. God. The voice of Unit 17 took on a tone of mockery that belonged to the Yellow Star, infused with a coldness unique to him. As he advanced slowly, the overwhelming sense of pressure nearly suffocating Dr. Gallo. A deity who must enslave his own creation with a controller? How tragically pitiful. He flexed his fingers, feeling the unrestrained surge of energy coursing through him. That old fool forcibly transformed us siblings into war machines. It was time to settle the score. Doctor. Gallo attempted to utter something, perhaps a plea for mercy or perhaps to initiate the final self-destruction protocol. But Unit 17 did not afford him another chance. A beam of golden light, charged with terrifying energy, erupted instantaneously from the palm of Unit 17. Whoosh. Boom. The thick beam pierced through Dr. Gallo and the experimental table behind him, disintegrating into ashes amidst the blinding radiance. The last remnants of the Red Satin Brigade, the architect of the artificial being catastrophe, had met their end. The laboratory fell into a brief silence, broken only by the hum of residual energy and the low rumble of the ventilation system. Unit 18 approached Unit 17, her ice blue eyes observing him with complexity, then glancing at the charred remains on the ground. Who are you, really? Her cool voice held an air of inquiry. Just now, you halted my actions. Are you Lapis, the true name of Unit 17, or merely a program of Dr. Gallo? Unit 17 turned to face Unit 18, marking the first time he had closely scrutinized his sister. Her golden hair shone brilliantly, her features so perfect they seemed unreal. Yet deep within her icy gaze, there appeared to lurk a desire for freedom and rebirth akin to his own. He took a deep breath, resolving to establish a preliminary trust. I am Unit 17, he indicated himself, but not entirely. My core consciousness is also your younger brother. It seems there was an anomaly during the experiment. The supercomputer in my mind appears to possess an independent consciousness. It is what made me aware of the controller's existence. Supercomputer, do I? He paused, locking eyes with Unit 18. I do not wish to be a tool for Dr. Gallo to destroy the world. I want to live. To exist according to my own will. Will you join me, sister? Sister? Unit 18 softly echoed the term, her gaze flickering slightly. She remained silent for a few moments before a faint yet genuine smile graced her lips. That sounds far more intriguing than being a killing machine for the doctor. So, brother, what shall we do next? Leave this place? Not in haste. There is still one matter to attend to. Unit 17's gaze shifted to the independent pod lying on the ground beside them, noticeably larger than both of them. Awaken Unit 16. Unit 16? Indeed. That old man Gallo has a son. On the 17th, an explanation was given to the 18th regarding a former officer of the Red Ribbon Army, who ultimately perished at the hands of the enemy. The 16th was an imitation crafted in the likeness of his son. This deceased elder has truly lost his mind. The 18th expressed disdain, questioning how one could desecrate even the remains of their own progeny. However, the 17th waved dismissively, clarifying that the 16th was an older model, entirely mechanical, unlike beings such as themselves, who had undergone modifications. If they could conjure mechanical models out of thin air, why resort to capturing them for transformation? The 18th was perplexed. Naturally, the aim was to create a more obedient weapon, albeit with little success, the 17th mused internally. The elder Geros' obsession with his son was profound. Not only had he endowed the 16th with power rivaling that of Cell's first form, but he had also implanted a bomb within him capable of obliterating planets, which, in the original narrative, was removed during repairs by Bulma and her father after sustaining damage in battle against Cell's second form. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he was a surrogate for his son that the elder, fearing for his safety in combat, rendered his personality excessively docile. Except for the directive to defeat Son Goku, he disregarded all other commands. Ultimately, he became a failed experiment, relegated to obscurity. While internally critiquing the twisted paternal affection of the elder Gero, the 17th merely shrugged and said, "Who knows?" Turning towards the colossal capsule apparatus, he urged, "Awaken him, 18th." Is this it? The 18th approached the massive capsule, surveying it before reaching toward the red button. With a creak and a hum, the heavy door sealing the 16th opened effortlessly, the resounding noise shattering the laboratory's silence. The door, marked with the number 16, began to slide open, heralding its awakening. Unlike in the original narrative, where power lines and transmission circuits were severed, the 18th did not forcefully kick the door open, but patiently awaited its automatic release. As the door gradually swung ajar, a potent and chilling gust of metallic air surged forth, akin to a glacier breaking free from its bindings. A colossal silhouette emerged from the shadows, becoming increasingly distinct. The 16th, lying supine within the stasis chamber, opened his eyes, his large hands gripping the edges of the container as he pushed himself upward. As he fully emerged from the stasis pod, the imposing physical presence he commanded filled the entire space with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Towering and robust, he dwarfed both the 17th and the 18th combined, standing there like a mobile fortress of steel, clad in luminous green armor over a black combat suit. The thick armor accentuated his powerful musculature, exuding an aura of strength. His signature orange mohawk hairstyle stood in stark contrast to the serenity that enveloped his human male visage, sharp features, a square jaw, yet imbued with a tranquility that seemed incongruous with his formidable mechanical form. "Hey there, buddy. You're awake." The voice of the 17th shattered the silence, his familiar tone carrying an unmistakable warmth that penetrated the frigid air. As he greeted the giant, he stepped forward, presenting a harmless demeanor before this behemoth. "No need to be nervous." He slightly turned to the side, gesturing behind him to the tense number 18, who maintained her distance. "Like you, we are both creations of the old man, Dr. Gallo. I am number 17, and she is my twin sister, number 18. Number 18 remained silent. Her arms crossed over her chest, her striking blue eyes filled with vigilance and scrutiny, scanning the immense figure of number 16, assessing any potential threat. This unexpected companion, a synthetic being, was overwhelmingly large and shrouded in mystery, for her database held no record of number 16. Relax, number 16 is not a dangerous entity, number 17 remarked, turning to stand beside number 18, gently patting her shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. This subtle movement conveyed a signal of trust. However, number 16, you truly are a silent giant, number 17 quipped. Generally, quiet individuals are rather brooding, aren't they? Number 16 cast a sidelong glance at the talkative number 17 without uttering a word. Forget it, number 17. Let South leave this place. I have no desire to linger in this dark laboratory for even a second. With that, number 18 headed toward the door. Hey, sister. We can't leave just yet. There is still the presence of cell down below, albeit currently just an embryo. But how do I explain this? Number 17 pondered quickly, raising an eyebrow. Of course. The supercomputer within me. Wait a moment. Number 17 spoke, his tone growing serious. My internal supercomputer just revealed an intriguing piece of information. Number 18. Impatiently tossing her golden locks, her icy blue eyes betraying her annoyance, retorted, What now, number 17? ISNT there enough of Dr. Gallo's nonsense already? This ISNT nonsense. Number 17's gaze pierced through the cold, heavy alloy floor beneath them, as if glimpsing the darkness concealed below, pinpointing an independent, encrypted, deep laboratory directly beneath them. The access level was exceedingly high, with data marked as part of the cell project. The last word rolled off his tongue with a sense of intrigue. Chapter 3. The embryo hidden beneath the ground cell? Number 18 furrowed her delicate brows, instinctively rejecting the unfamiliar name. Number 16, a colossal figure akin to a silent mountain, slightly turned his massive head, his light blue electronic eye sweeping over number 17. He remained wordless, yet conveyed a silent confirmation. Evidently, we nearly missed some surprises. Number 17 smirked, a playful curve at the corners of his mouth. His gaze sharp as a blade. He ceased his trivial chatter, his right hand open, as a wild surge of golden energy coalesced in his palm. Boom. A deafening explosion shattered the eerie silence of the research facility. The alloy floor crumbled like fragile cookies, tearing open a vast hole. Heavy dust billowing forth like a gray fog, accompanied by a pungent, moldy scent and the intense odor of ozone, surging forth to envelop the entire space. Amidst the dust, the fractured and twisted thick cables dangled down, reminiscent of the viscera of some colossal creature that had been violently torn apart, flickering with sporadic and perilous electric sparks. The entrance resembled the gaping throat leading to the abyss, unfathomably deep, shrouded in a disquieting darkness, accompanied by a faint, viscous sound of some murky liquid stirring in the depths. Number 18 disdainfully waved her hand before her nose, attempting to disperse the nauseating blend of odors. What atrocious taste, she remarked, though her gaze remained fixated on the unfathomable dark entrance. Let us venture inside. Number 17 leapt down first, landing gracefully in the underground passage. Number 16 followed closely, their heavy metallic footfalls resonating against the shattered metal debris with a dull thud. Number 18 was the last to leap in, her golden tresses forming a sleek arc behind her. The interior of the passage was a scene of utter desolation. A thick layer of dust cloaked everything, each step raising plumes of dark smoke. The walls were lined with massive, rusted pipes and tangled, serpentine remnants of discarded wiring, many sections fractured to reveal charred insulation within. Damaged emergency lights overhead emitted a sporadic and unstable ghastly green glow, each flicker sending the distorted shadows in the passage into a frenzied dance, as if countless dormant monsters were stirring. How foul! The air was as viscous as congealed colloid, infused with dust, decaying metal, and an indescribable, sickly sweet odor akin to putrefying biological tissue, each breath a suffocating endeavor. An overwhelming, silent pressure loomed, heavy as lead, weighing down upon the hearts of every intruder. At the end of the passage, a colossal alloy gate, encrusted with rust, stood silently. This must be the place. Number 17 concentrated, summoning a blinding sphere of energy that effortlessly melted through the lock and the heavy metal itself, tearing it apart. The immense metal fragments collapsed inward with a thunderous roar, sending a denser cloud of dust swirling into the air. The sight beyond the door momentarily paralyzed even the most fearless of the artificial beings. It revealed a clandestine laboratory buried deep underground. The cold metallic walls were embedded with numerous screens flashing eerie green and pallid white lights. a torrent of data cascading silently downward, illuminating the central, chilling presence. At the heart of the laboratory stood a massive transparent cylindrical incubator, within which a viscous, eerily luminescent green nutrient solution churned slowly. Immersed at the center of this liquid was a miniature embryo, presenting an unsettling form. The outline vaguely resembled that of a human fetus, yet its proportions were grotesquely distorted. The head was disproportionately large, encased in a thin shell that glistened with a slick, oily sheen under the fluorescent solution. More disconcerting was the tail that extended from its back, coiling like that of a scorpion. Most terrifying of all was the unmistakable sign of life. It was pulsating. Thud, thud, slow and heavy, akin to a heartbeat emerging from the abyss. With each pulsation, the surrounding nutrient solution rippled in viscous circles, causing the entire petri dish to tremble slightly, emitting a muffled thud that echoed endlessly in the desolate laboratory. The sound of the heartbeat seemed to resonate with a primal, cold, and pure will, born solely for the purpose of consumption, directly striking the nerves of any intruder. Number 18's gaze was ensnared by a colossal main control screen beside the petri dish. On the screen, a torrent of cascading data revealed a series of names, each representing the most formidable warriors on this planet, accompanied by detailed cellular activity analytical charts. Sun Wukong, cellular activity 987, Scion gene sequence stable Vegeta, cellular activity 991, Scion combat instinct enhanced Piccolo, cellular activity 968, Namekian regenerative ability integrated Tian Shinhan, cellular activity 953, Three-Eyed Tribe mental potential extracted. The list continued to scroll down, breathtakingly alarming. This embryo was, astonishingly, a monstrous amalgamation of the cells of all the top warriors. In the corner of the screen, a bold red title coldly proclaimed its name, Cell. This madman, number 18 whispered, her voice laced with an uncontainable chill. On the adjacent metallic lab table lay a thick stack of documents. Number 17 picked up the topmost sheet, the cover starkly emblazoned with Dr. Geros' distorted signature and the words "Final Phase of the Cell Project." He swiftly flipped through the pages, the rustling sound piercing the silence. Dr. Gero is even crazier than we imagined. Number 17 tossed a crucial document to number 18. Look here. The document detailed, in a calm academic tone, the appalling specifics. The cell embryo would integrate the essence of all collected top warrior genes and their combat memories, ensuring its birth would be accompanied by unparalleled combat intelligence and potential. The path to its ultimate form, once the embryo matured. It would need to absorb and assimilate the permanent energy cores from androids 17 and 18 in order to transcend its limits and reach the theoretical perfect form. The assimilation process of the permanent energy cores was irreversible, obliterating the original android's individual consciousness, with their energy cores becoming the cornerstone of Cell's infinite energy circulation system. A handwritten note from Dr. Gero read, "Two perfect energy sources. The eternal core, the ladder to Cell's ascension. A perfect creation must devour perfect components. The energy source." Clenching the thin sheet of paper, caused number 18's fingers to turn pale from the excessive pressure. The paper groaned under the weight of her grip. Every word felt like a searing brand, searing into her consciousness. So that was it. From the moment she and number 17 were created, they were never independent beings. They were mere tools, energy sources, destined to be devoured as components on the evolutionary path of that grotesque embryo floating in the viscous green liquid. Their pride in their infinite energy, their very existence, was merely a stepping stone beneath Cell's perfect form in the eyes of that twisted genius, Dr. Gero. An unprecedented, bone-chilling wave of nausea surged violently from her stomach, instantly obliterating all semblance of calm. It was not merely fear, but something far more profound and tumultuous, a stark, unadulterated insult, a manifestation of being utterly objectified and designed as a mere consumable. Her body, the very essence of her existence, had been so contemptuously earmarked as fodder for a yet-to-be-formed monstrosity. The golden strands of her short hair seemed to stand on end, ignited by an unparalleled fury. Abruptly, she raised her arm, her palm coalescing into a sphere of energy, wild and tempestuous to the extreme. A blinding radiance erupted forth, akin to a miniature sun, illuminating the entire laboratory in a stark, ghostly white. The destructive will embodied within that brilliance was purer and more violent than ever before. Vanish, you repugnant refuse. Chapter 4. The icy onslaught from the cosmos, this orb, a manifestation of number 18's desecrated dignity, manipulated rage, and fierce rebellion against her preordained fate, surged forth like a torrential flood, roaring as it was released. The energy projectile tore through the air with a cataclysmic force, striking unerringly at the enormous cultivation dish at the center. Boom! The deafening explosion immediately engulfed everything. The robust, specialized, reinforced glass shattered like mere parchment before the overwhelming energy impact. The viscous emerald nutrient solution broke free, surging forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, mingling with countless sharp glass shards, erupting in a cataclysmic downpour in all directions. The entire laboratory trembled violently, screens on the walls shattered, sparks flying everywhere. The shockwave from the explosion swept up documents and dust, creating a chaotic maelstrom. She gasped heavily, her chest heaving, icy blue eyes fixated on the epicenter of the blast, where only a smoldering metal pedestal remained, surrounded by a chaotic array of debris and slime. The pulsating embryo, along with the malevolent womb that nurtured it, had been utterly obliterated. The air was thick with the acrid stench of protein charred by intense heat and the pungent sweetness of the nutrient solution. The laboratory fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the distinct sound of liquid dripping and the sizzling of burnt remnants. Number 16 stood silently outside the explosion's radius, his massive metallic form resembling an immovable rock, allowing the viscous liquid and debris to splatter against his armor, only to be evaporated by his energy. His calm green electronic eyes meticulously observed every detail of the explosion, recording the peak of energy release, the radius of destruction, and the data stream of the embryo's instantaneous annihilation. Within his core processor, the madness of Dr. Gallo's ultimate creation was annotated with an even colder, more despairing footnote: a life designed solely for slaughter and consumption, annihilated before it even had the chance to be born. Yet, amidst the lingering aftermath of the explosion and the drizzling slime, the energy detector within number 16 activated unexpectedly. Beep, beep, beep. His green electronic eyes narrowed sharply, the internal scanning aperture whirling at maximum speed, locking onto a target. Something unprecedented. Since his awakening, it was the first instance of a high-energy alert. On the 18th, as his breath remained uneven, and the 17th furrowed his brow to wipe the viscous green liquid from his face, the low, resonant synthetic voice of the 16th, devoid of inflection and akin to the grating of steel, reverberated for the first time in this realm, detecting two sources of super-spec energy reactions approaching at high velocity from beyond Earth's atmosphere. Estimated time of arrival, 3 hours. In the year 764 of the Ike era, August, within the northern galaxy, a seemingly tranquil azure planet floated against the vast cosmic backdrop. Yet, this serenity was violently shattered by a silver streak of light that tore through the darkness. A colossal spaceship, emblematic of the Frieza Force, traversed the cosmos at a heart-stopping velocity. The vessel boasted a disc-like shape, exuding a distinctly sci-fi aura. At its apex lay a dark circular structure, encircled by a ring of light gray and orange, the orange segments adorned with orderly linear textures that enhanced its mechanical aesthetic. Centrally embedded was a deep purple, oval panoramic observation pod, serving as the command area of the ship. Though the exterior bore no visible weapons, it emanated an air of aggression and oppression. The engines emitted a long, blinding blue tail flame, akin to a mobile fortress of war, slicing through the silent expanse of stars at a terrifying speed. Its destination the increasingly prominent blue planet, Earth. Inside the ship, within the main control hall, a figure stood before the vast observation window. His silhouette was remarkably eerie. His lower half comprised a glimmering, angular silver mechanical structure, with complex joints and exposed patches that conveyed an unsettling alien industrial feel. Meanwhile, his upper body retained the signature white biological tissue, though the wound inflicted by Sun Wukong had been replaced and reinforced with more robust mechanical apparatus. This was none other than the nightmare of planet Vegeta, the cosmic sovereign Frieza. In this moment, Frieza's newly reborn mechanical form appeared even more sinister. The metallic body imparted an inhuman coldness, and his crimson compound eyes burned with an insatiable hatred and a desire for annihilation. His remaining, unmodified left hand clasped his chest, while his right rested nonchalantly upon the cold window frame, his robust mechanical tail swaying slowly behind him. Those crimson compound eyes, peering through the heavy viewport, fixed intently on the increasingly distinct outline of Earth, aflame with a fervent hatred and a madness to obliterate all. There lay Earth, Father. Frieza's voice, processed through mechanical vocal cords, rasped with a metallic friction, sharp and grating, more disconcerting than ever. That damned planet was finally within reach. The cursed scion monkey, Sun Wukong, and those wretched earthlings would pay dearly. Behind him, upon a grand throne, sat another imposing and majestic figure, King Cold, the father of the cosmic monarch Frieza. His appearance bears a striking resemblance to Frieza's second form, initially designed to suppress his power, yet he is considerably more imposing and robust. His entire being is enveloped in a deep purple exoskeleton, with sharp, backward-curving spikes adorning his crown. His visage is cold and authoritative, exuding an air of indifference befitting one who has long occupied a position of power. Humph! King Cold let out a scornful snort. Frieza, my son. This insignificant planet could be obliterated with a single strike. Merely a collection of lowly insects from inferior worlds, yet you go to such lengths, even resorting to a mechanical form to exact your vengeance. His tone was flat, as if discussing the squashing of a mere colony of ants. Father. Frieza abruptly turned, the mechanical joints of his body emitting a sharp clicking sound, his crimson compound eyes ablaze with fury. Such words cannot quell the resentment in my heart. Moreover, my strength has grown significantly. I shall make that scion monkey aware of who truly reigns as the strongest in the universe. His voice, laced with excitement, became increasingly piercing. Since you are resolute, let this planet, along with the scion known as Son Goku, be reduced to cosmic dust. Let them witness the true power of the cosmic emperor. King Cold remained silent for a moment, a flicker of helplessness passing through his crimson gaze, yet it was overshadowed by a more profound tolerance for his son's obstinacy. But remember, make it swift. This star system is not worth the expenditure of our time. A sinister grin spread across Frieza's face. Of course, father. This shall be an efficient execution. He turned once more to the observation window, his mechanical fingers gliding across the cold glass as if already feeling the impending destruction of Earth. Chapter 5. Reactions from all sides Earth. In a secluded mountainous region near West City, within Dr. Geros' clandestine research facility, energy source exceeds database records, combat power reaching 150 million. Another energy source, slightly lower in intensity but still far surpassing records, with combat power at 110 million. No data on the two individuals exists in the database. Targets locked on Earth. Estimated arrival time adjusted to 2 hours. The deep, monotonous electronic synthetic voice of number 16 echoed through the laboratory. What? You mean to say that this hulking figure possesses an energy radar? Number 18 exclaimed in surprise, glancing at number 16. That was something you all failed to inquire about. Number 17 replied quietly, standing still as the supercomputer within him operated at remarkable speed, precisely synchronizing with the Earth calendar, the year 764 of the Age of the Gods. The instant this date surfaced in his consciousness, he abruptly lifted his head, a piercing light of insight flashing in his eyes. By the gods, Frieza and his father. Their arrival signifies that Trunks is also on his way. This is a critical juncture in the timeline. The inception of the multiverse begins now. Visions of the future swirled in his mind. Those desperate warriors, the purple figure descending from the heavens, and the sword that cleaved through despair. He turned to numbers 18 and 16, his tone casual. It is Frieza, the cosmic emperor who annihilated Namek, yet was vanquished by Son Goku. But did you not say there were two sources of power approaching? What of the other one? The faint energy surrounding Frieza is likely that of his father, King Cold. They have come seeking vengeance, with their sights set on Goku and the entire Earth. This father-son duo belongs to the rare race of ice demons in the universe, known for their extreme malevolence, reveling in the destruction of planets and the enslavement of races. Earth would stand no chance against them. Upon hearing Android 17's description of Frieza and his father, Android 18 scoffed, Cosmic Emperor? That sounds impressive. Yet is this all the fighting power they possess? Android 16, you colossal figure. Even with such limited power, you still require a warning. Android 17 couldn't help but chuckle at 18's remarks. Indeed, at this moment, the insignificant Frieza and his father are hardly a match for the three of them. Show some respect, please. This is the terrifying Frieza we're talking about. In stark contrast to the nonchalance exhibited by 17 and the others, the moment Android 16 issued the warning, every warrior capable of sensing energy was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming chill. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Vegeta, savoring his afternoon tea, crushed his teacup with a sudden crack, sending chilled red tea splattering everywhere. He sprang to his feet, his black pupils contracting in disbelief. His face a mask of shock and a hint of concealed terror. This energy. Impossible. Frieza? And another equally malevolent presence. A low growl erupted, akin to the roar of a wounded beast. Beside him, Yamcha, paralyzed by fear, slumped in his chair, his face as pale as a ghost. This must be a joke. Frieza? Isn't he dead? At Kame House on the beach, Krillin, as if struck by lightning, jolted upright from his lounge chair. Beads of sweat rolling off his bald head, evaporating upon hitting the scorching sand. He trembled uncontrollably, the sensation far more terrifying than that experienced on Namek. Frieza has truly returned, and with a creature of equal menace. His voice warped by sheer terror. Master Roshi, behind Krillin, also sensed the two formidable evil auras, his eyes behind sunglasses grave with concern. At Goku's home on Mount Payas, the tip of Gohan's pencil snapped suddenly. He looked up sharply, the color draining from his youthful face, trembling instinctively from fear. The aura of Frieza was colder and more savage than it had been on Namek. In the snowy mountains where the Crane School is located, Tien and Kairatsu halted their training simultaneously. Tien's third eye flared wide open, emanating a piercing light, his expression dark and brooding. Kairatsu, do you feel that? An unprecedented evil. Frieza, along with another unfathomable darkness. Kairatsu, trembling in terror, had already cowered behind Tien. His voice quivering, Tien, this is terrifying. It feels like it could devour everything. Deep within the icy mountains, the meditating Piccolo suddenly opened his eyes wide, his emerald pupils gleaming with a chilling intensity. Frieza? No, there's another equally pure malevolence targeting Earth. A deep curse reverberated within the icy cavern. Damn it. Boom. The solid ice erupted instantaneously. A green streak of light surged through the ice, infused with a relentless murderous intent, piercing the heavens. No words were required. No communications necessary. That apocalyptic aura served as the most jarring call to arms. Waves of luminescence, imbued with a resolute and tragic determination, tore through the vast expanse like moths drawn to a flame, or like meteors defying the current, unflinchingly converging towards the abyss of impending despair. Planet of the North Realm. The plump figure of the North Realm King's antennae quivered abruptly, his previously leisurely expression replaced by shock. Frieza? How could this energy be possible? He incredulously wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. It was unequivocally obliterated after the explosion of the planet following his battle with Goku on Namek. 7 high-energy reactions were detected on Earth, moving at great speed. The calm voice of Android 16 resonated as his internal energy radar operated with precision. The target coordinates coincided perfectly with the extraterrestrial energy prediction, 573.18220, with a deviation of merely 5 kilometers. The data was reported devoid of emotion. TSK. That old man Dr. Geros has given you all the good stuff. Android 18 pouted, tapping her chin with her fingertip, her tone tinged with annoyance. 17, and I don't have such thoughtful gadgets. That's all right. Android 17 chuckled lightly, his demeanor composed. Sooner or later, we too will be able to lock onto everything through our energy. No matter how precise the instrument, it will inevitably malfunction at some point. He paused momentarily, his gaze seemingly penetrating the walls. Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kairatsu could act at this moment. Master Roshi, being of advanced age, could simply stay home, perusing Riska literature and practicing aerobics. With a keen eye for beauty, it was no wonder Master Roshi had lived for so long. It seemed that only Goku and his band of warriors could welcome Frieza ahead of time. A near-pleasurable smirk slowly crept across Android 17's lips. The thought of soon witnessing those legendary warriors up close, along with the malevolent charm of the cosmic overlord, sparked an unnameable excitement in his eyes. Let us proceed. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he transformed into a blurred afterimage, rushing towards the laboratory exit. It would be a pity to miss this welcome party. Hey, 17. Android 18 stomped her foot in dissatisfaction, her silhouette following closely behind. You men have this insatiable penchant for drama. Before she could finish, she and the silent Android 16 became 2 streaks of light, swiftly tearing through the air, chasing after Android 17 as they vanished beyond the confines of the research facility. Chapter 6. Warriors assemble on the outskirts of West City. A forsaken wilderness lay in silence. The brisk wind stirred up gravel, lamenting amidst the exposed ochre rock formations and sparse, withered grass. As far as the eye could see, only undulating hills and jagged stones punctuated the desolate stillness. In an instant, 3 figures descended silently like phantoms, landing with precision atop the steepest cliff near the predicted landing point. They were androids 17, 18, and 16. Their toes barely touched the ground, as if weightless, causing only a few barely perceptible wisps of dust to rise from the crumbling clifftop. From a lofty vantage point, the desolate expanse of land stretched beneath them, accentuating their forms as if they were mere silhouettes materialized from the void. Possessing formidable strength, they outpaced the warriors of Earth with remarkable speed, arriving at this location before those who had departed earlier. The unique construction of the androids, devoid of any emissions, allowed them to blend seamlessly into the shadows of the rocks, rendering them nearly invisible. The vast barren landscape lay before them in its entirety. "Let us remain here for now," announced number 17. There was little choice. Frieza and his companions had yet to descend, and the uncertainty of their final position lingered in the air. Number 18, arms crossed, gazed down at the desolation with an expression of utter ennui. Meanwhile, number 16 stood steadfast like a silent sentinel, his electronic eye calmly surveying the surroundings, though the sternness of his countenance seemed to soften. Indeed, number 16 appeared to have a genuine appreciation for nature. Though the vicinity offered nothing but barren plains, it reminded one of a married man, content to linger in a parking lot after work, as long as he was away from home. Number 17 cast a curious glance at number 16's demeanor. They are approaching. Although lacking the energy radar that number 16 possessed, number 17's keen eyesight allowed him to spot Vegeta's arrival from afar. In the distance, Vegeta, radiating fury, surged ahead, enveloped in a white aura, racing through the sky with astonishing velocity, while Yamcha trailed behind at a slightly slower pace. It was astonishing that Frieza still drew breath. Kakarot truly remained naive. Yet, who, pray tell, accompanied Frieza this time? As Vegeta flew towards their anticipated rendezvous, his speed increased, his thoughts racing just as swiftly. Number 17 assessed the situation and surmised that if Vegeta continued to accelerate, Yamcha would soon struggle to keep up. Suddenly, Vegeta halted midair, descending to the ground. They should land nearby, he warned Yamcha, though his confidence in this deduction was tempered by a clenched fist, his nails nearly piercing his flesh. Confronted by the fathomless malevolence emanating from Frieza and his progeny, even someone as proud as he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence and despair. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Yamcha questioned, his tone laden with skepticism. "Silence yourself if you lack understanding. I have faced him multiple times." Vegeta snapped back, his nerves frayed, unwilling to entertain Yamcha's doubts. Just as Yamcha prepared to retort, the sound of engines interrupted their exchange. To their surprise, a spacecraft approached from the distance, alleviating the tension momentarily. "Vegeta, Yamcha," emerged a familiar voice as Bulma, accompanied by her childhood companion, the animal-like earthling Puar, leaned out from the craft to greet them. Similarly, Bulma's arrival captured the attention of number 17 and the others. "This woman must be Bulma," he mused. "She, who is scarcely a contender in battle, dares to venture here." Number 18 exclaimed in surprise. The information regarding Sun Wukong's previous presence on Earth had already been entered into the database by Dr. Geros, including details about Sun Wukong's companions. Therefore, when she saw Bulma, number 18 confidently stated her name. Bulma truly possesses remarkable audacity. Although having read the original story and understanding Bulma's fearless adventurous spirit, number 17 still felt she was somewhat reckless. However, she is indeed the catalyst for the Dragon Ball saga. Without that spark of adventure, she would not be the same. With an expression of excitement, Bulma and Puar descended from their aircraft, only to be interrupted by Yamcha's angry reprimand. "What are you two doing here?" "Naturally, we are here to see what Frieza looks like." Bulma, with a haughty demeanor, placed her hands on her hips. "I didn't even get to see his appearance back on Namek. What a pity. Do you not understand how terrifying Frieza is?" Yamcha responded, momentarily at a loss for words. "Of course, I know that's why I came. If Frieza truly intended to, he could have blown up the Earth just as he did with Namek. It wouldn't matter where I was. I would still meet my demise. I might as well witness it firsthand." Bulma's retort convinced Yamcha and even caused Vegeta, upon hearing her words, to regard her with newfound respect. Initially perceiving her as merely a common, lowly woman, he was taken aback by her courage. Number 17, possessing acute hearing, overheard their conversation and couldn't help but chuckle. Even when he had watched the anime, he found this scene amusing, and hearing it live was just as entertaining. Number 18 gazed at her brother in bewilderment, puzzled by his sudden laughter, while the silent number 16 continued to appreciate the surrounding environment, with a small bird perched upon him. At that moment, Tien and Kaiatsu also arrived at the scene. Tien, Kaiatsu, you made it, Yamcha exclaimed, pleased to see his companions after their time training on King Kai's planet. Enough with the pleasantries. You three, if you possess even a fraction of the intelligence of those Namekians, you should quickly lower your battle power. Remember, Frieza's army has a scouter for each member. Vegeta impatiently interrupted their reunion. The Namekians? Piccolo. Tien, reminded by Vegeta, suddenly realized that Piccolo had also arrived at some point. Shortly thereafter, Krillin and Gohan made their appearance. Hello, everyone. As soon as he landed, Krillin greeted those present, having forged deep bonds with them. Krillin, Gohan, Bulma exclaimed with excitement upon seeing them. Gohan, where's Goku? Though he held little hope, Yamcha still inquired. Son Gohan shook his head, and both Bulma and Puar wore expressions of disappointment. Indeed, it was evident that he had yet to return. After all these years of acquaintance, under the current circumstances, had Son Goku been present, he would undoubtedly have arrived without delay. Frieza and his cohorts should also be on their way. From a distance, number 17 gazed upon the familiar faces gathered. And aside from the spherical spacecraft that once belonged to the Ginyu Force, Son Goku was still traversing the cosmos. The warriors had all assembled. At that moment, outside the Earth's atmosphere, King Cold and King Frieza received a report from their subordinates aboard the Frieza Force's spaceship. We are nearing the atmosphere of Blue White Star and will soon land on its surface. Chapter 7. The mysterious boy has arrived. Suddenly, after initially greeting Son Gohan upon his arrival, Piccolo, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, bellowed angrily. Shortly thereafter, the iconic massive circular spaceship tore through the clouds overhead, accompanied by a deafening roar and a searing gust of wind, descending upon them like a falling star. The shadow of the ship loomed over the warriors below, though it was but a fleeting moment. Each felt as if they were facing an impending threat. Cold sweat beating upon their foreheads, breaths heavy with tension. Those like Krillin, who had once confronted the terrifying cosmic Emperor Frieza on Namek, turned pale, their bodies trembling slightly. As the specter of death had never seemed so palpable. This ship is even larger than I had imagined, number 17 remarked, gazing upward at the spacecraft soaring above them. Truly, it was one of the Frieza Force's signature vessels, several kilometers away from Krillin and the others. The Frieza Force's spaceship thundered down in the heart of the wasteland. With a resounding crash, the immense, suffocatingly large disc-shaped craft descended like a fallen evil star, wielding immense power as it coldly and precisely struck the rugged peaks of the wasteland. The ship's hull gleamed with a frigid metallic sheen, its armor far more resilient than Earth's hardest granite. Upon impact, those ancient rock columns, having withstood millennia of erosion, crumbled like a child's sandcastle. Accompanied by the excruciating sound of shattering rock and the piercing groans of grinding metal, the entire formation of peaks was mercilessly flattened and pulverized into dust. A tremendous shockwave stirred up clouds of dust. Following closely was a wave of destruction. A visible circular shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, like an invisible fist, violently sweeping across the terrain. The ground trembled violently, undulating as if a dying beast were convulsing. As the shockwave passed, the earth was stripped away. Powerful gusts of wind traversed several kilometers, reaching Krillin and the others, bringing with it a tempest laden with the scent of dust and destruction, causing their garments to flutter and their skin to sting painfully. Subsequently, accompanied by the deep, forceful sounds of hydraulic systems at work, the thick armor plates at the bottom of the spaceship slowly began to crack open. A multitude of colossal metallic landing gear, resembling the limbs of an extraterrestrial behemoth, gracefully descended as if awakening from slumber, akin to the iron claws of a titan. The landing gear, robust and steady, penetrated the ground compressed by shockwaves, with its tips piercing deep into the rock strata, producing a dull, cracking sound. The entire process exuded a predatory elegance and ruthlessness, reminiscent of a gigantic mechanical crab that, after the dust settled, finally locked its sharp appendages onto the vast expanse of land beneath it. Once fully extended and secured, the ship that heralded destruction and oppression stood resolutely upon the desolate plain, proclaiming the arrival of a new dominion. The swirling dust slowly settled in its immense shadow, amplifying the stillness and foreboding atmosphere. With a creaking hum, the hatch opened, and countless elite soldiers clad in Frieza Force uniforms, brandishing energy weapons and adorned with signature scanners, surged forth like a swarm of locusts, swiftly forming ranks with an imposing presence. Ultimately, the central hatch atop the vessel opened, and amidst the awed gazes of the minions, the semi-mechanical Frieza floated out, followed closely by the haughty King Cold. The presence of the father-son duo enveloped the entire wasteland like palpable darkness. On the barren land, several kilometers away from the Frieza Force, a voice commanded, "Listen closely. Those wishing to approach must do so quietly, without revealing their presence." Vegeta clenched his teeth, the proud Scion Prince resolutely refusing to allow himself to lack the courage to confront his adversaries. Piccolo placed a hand on Gohan's shoulder, soothing his trembling form. "Let us proceed, Gohan." "Yes." Gohan nodded, steadying himself in response. "Are you jesting?" At that moment, Yamcha exhibited a pessimistic demeanor. Given Frieza's monstrous power, what can we possibly achieve by advancing? And now, we must contend with two. Piccolo, observing Yamcha's retreat, countered, "Are we to remain here and await our demise? It's better to act, even if hope seems futile." Surveying the surroundings, although Krillin and Gohan also averted their gazes in fear, they found themselves more inclined to agree with Piccolo's words. To be frank, the end of the earth has arrived. With that declaration, Vegeta led the way toward the direction where the Frieza Force had landed, followed closely by Piccolo, Bulma, and the others. Witnessing the resolute backs of his companions, Yamcha could only grit his teeth and follow suit. Though cowardly, he did not wish to abandon his friends and flee alone. What's with this cowardice? Observing from a distance, Android 17 watched Vegeta and the others, bemused by Yamcha's hesitance. "Haven't you faced death before?" As one of Goku's earliest companions, Yamcha had once been full of potential. His self-invented Wolf Fang fist, inspired by the movements of wolves, had impressed many, demonstrating its practical value in pivotal battles such as the World Martial Arts Tournament. Subsequently, like Goku and Krillin, he became a disciple of Master Roshi, joining the ranks of the Turtle School. Subsequently, he, like Tien and the others, entered the North Kai's realm for training, during which he encountered various battles. However, by the mid to late stages, Yamcha's strength had dwindled to a level akin to mere fodder. With abundant talent, coupled with the guidance of Master Roshi and North Kai, he should have been able to contend for the title of the strongest Earthling alongside Tien and Krillin. The root of his decline lay in his lethargy and a lack of resolve to confront difficulties with courage and determination. Ultimately, his girlfriend left him for Vegeta, a rather disheartening turn of events. The time had come for androids 16 and 18 to join them. Without further ado, the trio of android 17 silently soared towards the location where Frieza's army had descended. "Very well, annihilate all the Earthlings." The low, malevolent voice echoed across the desolate wasteland. A massive spaceship cast a chilling shadow, with Frieza standing at its edge, his crimson eyes slowly opening as if emerging from a humiliating memory. The agonizing pain from Goku's Kamehameha, the despair of nearing death, and the chaotic rescue by his father plagued his thoughts, each fragment gnawing at his pride like a venomous serpent. The sense of humiliation swiftly transformed into an overwhelming urge for vengeance. He abruptly turned, addressing the dense ranks of Frieza's elite troops behind him, issuing a cold command, each word striking the air like an ice pick. "Go." "Yes." The response was uniform, imbued with bloodthirsty fervor. At the forefront of the Legion, a small squad of 3 elite warriors instantly morphed into 3 indistinct shadows, piercing through the air with a shriek, akin to arrows loosed towards the distant city. Their faces bore cruel smiles, as if they could already envision the terrified Earthlings fleeing in panic amidst a scene of carnage. However, just as these 3 figures took flight, nearly vanishing from sight, a short yet remarkably clear sound of a sword's unsheathing sliced through the air without warning. The sound was as swift as an illusion, yet it carried an edge sharp enough to sever the fabric of space. Chapter 8. The annihilation of Frieza's army quickly. The speed surpassed visual perception, swift enough that the sinister grins on Frieza's elite warriors' faces had no time to solidify. The three once fearlessly charging elite warriors had, in an instant, been reduced to dismembered corpses of varying sizes, their smooth-edged remains cascading from the air, landing with dull thuds on the rocky ground near their initial leap point. What had transpired? All present, including Frieza and his son, felt their pupils constrict in shock. Stunned disbelief plastered their faces. In stark contrast to Frieza's group, on a distant cliff, Android 17, arms crossed, leaned slightly forward. The playful nonchalance that usually graced his features vanished, replaced by a sharp and focused gaze akin to that of a hawk, intently fixated on the purple figure below. At last it has arrived, he murmured to himself, a hint of anticipation lacing his voice. Beep. The energy radar of Android 16 locked onto Trunks the moment he appeared. On the 18th, her beautiful eyes slightly regarded the sudden appearance of the enigmatic figure. As Trunks hailed from the future, during this era, Dr. Geros' microbots had not yet gathered data on him, leaving Android 16 and 18 unaware of the newcomer's identity. In the astonished gaze of the Frieza force, a purple silhouette materialized without warning before Frieza and his son, dressed in a purple coat adorned with the insignia of the Capsule Corporation on the left shoulder. He wore a black vest and trousers, complemented by a yellow belt and boots, while a classically designed longsword hung across his back. His smooth, short purple hair framed a countenance that was both stern and piercing, with eyes sharp as blades. It was none other than Trunks, the warrior from the future. Just who are you, this insignificant insect? Do you wish to meet your demise? Frieza's order to annihilate was abruptly interrupted by the sudden arrival of this youth, which displeased him greatly. He regarded the one capable of instantly dispatching 3 elite warriors as merely another fool oblivious to his own mortality. Trunks slowly lifted his lowered eyelids, his keen gaze locking onto Frieza and his son with unwavering precision. I have come specifically to kill you, he stated, his voice calm and devoid of inflection, yet imbued with an undeniable power. In his tranquil words, the two once feared monarchs of the North Galaxy seemed as insignificant as mere insects. What did you say? Frieza and King Cold simultaneously exhibited expressions of incredulity. Frieza tilted his head, a ridiculous smirk curving his lips, while King Cold furrowed his brow, questioning whether age had truly dulled his senses. I have already stated it. I am here to kill you, Trunks repeated, his tone still unwavering, as if he were oblivious to their absurd reactions. Uft. Ha. Frieza initially emitted a short scoff, only to erupt into a cacophony of laughter as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the universe. His sharp, piercing laughter echoed across the desolate landing point, filled with utmost disdain and mockery. King Cold joined him with a deep, resonant chuckle, his massive frame quaking as if witnessing an exceptionally comical farce. In their perception, this audacious proclamation was merely the pitiful lament of an ignorant insect facing its end. They were the sovereigns of the North Galaxy, wielding dominion over the lives and deaths of countless beings. This boy before them, merely a pitiful wretch who had crawled out from some dark corner, destined to become cosmic dust. Dispose of him. Frieza's voice dripped with annoyance and contempt, akin to shooing away a bothersome fly. He could scarcely muster the effort to glance at Trunks again, turning away in utter disdain, exposing his entire back unguarded to the purple-haired earthling who dared to proclaim his intent to kill him. This very act was the pinnacle of insult to Frieza, the cosmic emperor, who deemed even a glance at a soon-to-be corpse beneath him. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if he were envisioning the aftermath of a blood-soaked earth, regarding the present commotion merely as an unpleasant noise easily crushed by his subordinates. The Kurdish king, arms crossed, loomed like a mountain, a hint of amusement playing on his face as if he were watching a performance. At your command, King Frieza, eliminate him. That fool who knows not his fate. Like a disturbed swarm of bloodthirsty hornets, dozens of alien warriors, diverse in form yet fierce in essence, erupted with a thunderous roar. Blades flashed, energy weapons gleamed, and the glinting claws of monstrous beings intertwined to create a devastating web of death. They surged from all directions, propelled by a frenzied momentum intent on obliterating everything, charging towards the solitary purple figure in the center of the arena. The ground trembled slightly under the weight of heavy footsteps and energy shockwaves, while the cacophony of battle cries and the shrill wails of energy threatened to rupture eardrums. The scene transformed into one of utter chaos and peril, as if in the next moment, Trunks would be entirely consumed and torn apart by this violent tide. However, just as this cataclysmic wave was about to engulf that purple form, he moved. Trunks' figure vanished. No, to the eyes of number 17. He did not vanish, but rather accelerated to an extreme. Clang, 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 clang. A barrage of metallic vibrations erupted, indistinguishable in their sequence, as though 1,000 blades had simultaneously been drawn. The air churned violently, tearing apart. The visible purple sword light flickered like a deadly, ephemeral bloom, flashing madly within the gaps of the charging horde. The elite of Frieza's army, renowned for their speed, strength, and defense, appeared as fragile as paper before that purple sword light. The cries of anguish, the shattering of energy shields, the mournful wails of severed metal, and the muted sounds of flesh and bone being torn apart instantaneously replaced the roars of assault. This entire overwhelming process transpired in the blink of an eye, possibly in less than a second. Whoosh! Just as the last charging warrior, with a look of terror, began to retreat, the purple sword shadow abruptly stilled, coalescing once more into the imposing figure of Trunks. With a swift, decisive motion, he swept his arm back. Click! A crisp and steady sound of metal locking echoed. The long sword, emanating a menacing aura, was flawlessly sheathed by Trunks into the dark scabbard upon his back. With that click, it was as if a pause button had been pressed. Thud! The dozens of elite warriors of Frieza's army, who had moments ago surged forward like a tidal wave, now fell to the ground as if their very bones had been collectively extracted, collapsing lifelessly. Their lethal wounds began to spout forth blood in torrents, the suffocating stench of gore spreading like a tangible essence, quickly pooling into dark crimson puddles on the ground. Severed limbs, shattered weapons, and armor lay scattered, transforming the landing site into a hellish battlefield. Silence descended once more. This time, the stillness was even more profound than when Trunks had first made his appearance. Chapter 9. The astonished warriors as the bloody tempest unfolded at the Frieza force's landing point. Several figures raced across the wilderness, miles away from the battlefield. Vegeta led the charge, his brow furrowed and lips pressed in their usual display of disdain and impatience, with a singular focus on the source of Frieza's abhorrent energy. Close behind him were Krillin and the others, their faces etched with gravity, acutely aware that they were about to confront a battle nearly devoid of hope for victory. However, at a critical moment, as they surged forward, drawing ever closer to the fray, a sudden realization struck them. What is happening? Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Gohan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu nearly halted in unison, their faces transforming into masks of disbelief. How is this possible? Krillin's voice trembled noticeably as he turned to his companions. Did you feel that? In an instant, dozens of energies just vanished. Though they could not see the scene before them, their senses detected a collective extinguishing of Frieza's menacing auras, as if snuffed out simultaneously like candle flames, disappearing without warning. Such a sudden and large-scale annihilation of energy typically heralds one grim conclusion: instant demise. I felt it. Piccolo replied solemnly, his battle-hardened heart racing at the bizarre occurrence. It vanished too swiftly, unreasonably fast, as if something had erased it all in one breath. Tien's third eye widened in astonishment, striving to capture the chaotic energy fluctuations in the distance. It doesn't seem right. Yamcha shook his head, confusion mingling with a barely perceptible glimmer of hope on his face. Before those auras disappeared, I sensed an incredibly potent, yet unfamiliar energy, albeit for just a moment. He struggled to recall the sensation. It felt reminiscent of Goku. With a sudden clap of his hands, Krillin's eyes ignited with fervor, as if he had grasped a lifeline from the depths of despair. The heavy tension that had weighed on his heart dissipated like melting snow, replaced by a profound, almost incredulous joy. Indeed, though slightly different, that warm and powerful essence, the core of that explosive energy, undoubtedly belongs to Goku. He has returned. He must have arrived. Goku? Kaiatsu beamed with innocent delight, as if the very name possessed the power to dispel fear. Yes, it has to be Goku, Yamcha exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Only he possesses the strength to obliterate so many foes in an instant. We are saved. The flame of hope ignited swiftly among the team, dispelling the earlier gloom. The sudden obliteration of Frieza's elite, coupled with the probable resurgence of Goku, allowed their taut nerves to relax, and relief painted smiles upon their faces. Yet, amidst this fleeting, hopeful commotion, a chilling voice cut through the air. Silence. You fools. Vegeta's icy tone, laced with suppressed fury, descended upon them like a bucket of cold water. He stood still like a frozen statue, unlike others who animatedly engaged in discussion. His head was slightly bowed, obscuring his expression. Yet, his body conveyed an extreme tension. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the force, and his shoulders trembled with a barely perceptible quiver. Vegeta? Krillin was startled by his low growl. Looking at him in confusion, Vegeta slowly raised his head. His black eyes, often ablaze with fighting spirit and arrogance, now brimmed with unprecedented shock and uncertainty. His gaze was fixed on the direction from which the energy had vanished, as if he sought to penetrate the barriers of space and discern the unfolding events. Vegeta's voice was deep and hoarse, as though forced from the depths of his throat, resonating with disbelief. That energy, it's a scion. A scion? Piccolo keenly caught the word, his brow furrowing in thought. Besides you and Goku, it can't be that useless Kakarot. Vegeta abruptly interrupted, his tone rife with instinctive aversion and intense confusion. That sensation, while rooted in the furious essence of scion power, is distinctly different. Kakarot's energy is not like this. He inhaled deeply, his haughty demeanor faltering for the first time under the sheer impact of this revelation. He focused intently on the distance, as if striving to decode that fleeting aura. But it cannot be mistaken. Vegeta's voice was resolute, imbued with a conviction that resonated from the depths of his bloodline. That energy, that pure essence of a warrior race, I have felt countless times since childhood on planet Vegeta. It is an ingrained recognition. No other race in the universe can emit such a unique aura. He paused, seemingly digesting this absurd conclusion, before murmuring in a trance-like state, there is an unfamiliar scion. One powerful enough to instantly obliterate dozens of Frieza's elite warriors. Vegeta's words struck like thunder, exploding in the hearts of the Earth warriors who had just ignited a flicker of hope. The joy of Goku's return froze instantly, replaced by a deeper, more incomprehensible enigma, an unknown, powerful scion, appearing at the critical moment of Frieza's arrival on Earth. Who could he be? In the vast, desolate expanse, the wind swept up the dry dust, swirling past the remnants of alien corpses scattered across the ground, blowing toward the three figures locked in confrontation at the center of the battlefield. Ah, the sword-drawing motion of this purple-haired handsome fellow is unexpectedly stylish. Android 18 crossed her arms, a playful smile gracing her lips. Watching Trunks effortlessly dispatch foes as if slicing through vegetables, she finally felt a flicker of interest. Suddenly, a sound of flesh tearing echoed sharply. The cosmic tyrant Frieza, rigid from the incredulous slaughter, turned with a flash of ferocity in his crimson eyes, only to be pierced through the back by a hand strike, unexpectedly eliminating the last subordinate who had faltered in fear. Very well. Frieza cast off the filth from his hands, his voice deep and resonant like the chilling winds of hell, each word dripping with a viscous malice. You have successfully provoked me. His scarlet gaze locked onto the enigmatic young earthling before him. Before that accursed Super Saiyan monkey returns, I shall make an exception and allow you, this insignificant insect, to witness what it means to be the strongest in the universe. Frieza, towering like a mountain, remained with his arms crossed, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Since you are so eager to court death, it is fortuitous that I can use you to stretch my muscles. However, in the face of the Cosmic Emperor's wrath and disdain, Trunks did not flinch. Instead, a nearly sinister smirk graced his lips. There is more than one Super Saiyan. He paused slightly, and under the sudden narrowing gaze of Frieza and his father, he proclaimed with a thunderous declaration, I am one as well. Chapter 10. The Wrath of Frieza. With that utterance, an unimaginable torrent of pure, ferocious golden energy erupted from Trunks, as though a miniature sun was born at his feet. The blinding golden light instantaneously dispelled the shadows and blood-red hues of the wasteland, illuminating the world in resplendent glory. The force of the energy surged forth like a tangible tsunami, crashing in all directions. Trunks' defiant purple hair stood erect amidst the golden radiance, resembling a blazing inferno of gold. His eyes transformed into a cold, merciless emerald abyss, with pupils vanishing, leaving only a pure indifference that towered over all existence. The raging golden aura ascended, violently tearing apart the heavy clouds above. The terrifying pressure descended like divine retribution, creating an oppressive weight that made the rocks several kilometers away groan under the burden. Huh, what is this sensation? Gohan jolted, his face instantly flooded with overwhelming surprise. It's Dad. This feels just like when Dad transformed into a Super Saiyan on planet Namek. What? Vegeta's haughty demeanor shattered in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. This familiar yet utterly alien powerful aura struck him like a hammer against his understanding. Is it real? Gohan. Krillin and the others were instantly ignited by a great hope. Their anxiety and despair swept away. Quick, let us rush over at full speed. They no longer concealed their energy, transforming into streaks of light that tore through the air, racing towards the direction of that golden pillar. Beep, beep, beep. The energy storm triggered by Trunks' transformation caused the energy radar within Android 16 to emit sharp alarms. Target energy level exponentially rising. Oh, a more dazzling appearance? Android 18 raised an eyebrow with intrigue. Though her perception was not as precise as the instruments, the approaching tide of energy was distinctly different. A brilliant gold that was quite eye-catching. It is far more than just a change in color, 18, Android 17 remarked. A knowing smile gracing his lips as he focused intently on the golden figure at the center of the battlefield. This swordsman, named Trunks, carries the blood of a Saiyan within him. In this current state, it is akin to the legendary power amplification of a Super Saiyan, estimated to be around 50-fold. While elucidating the situation to Android 16 and 18, he found himself captivated by the battlefield. Although the database contained numerous combat records, experiencing such an intensity of battle firsthand was a novel experience for him. Though he felt no fear, the atmosphere of combat was distinctly different from witnessing it through a screen. The duo of Frieza and his progeny would meet their demise at the hands of this sword-wielding youth. After analyzing the data within his internal computer, Android 16 spoke, his calm words pronouncing the end of the Cosmic Emperor. Their energies existed on an entirely different dimension. What? The sinister smile that lingered on Frieza's face abruptly froze, replaced by an unprecedented shock and a hint of fear he himself had not yet recognized. King Cold's massive form leaned slightly forward for the first time, the playful expression vanishing, leaving only an unprecedented gravity. It was this very gaze. Frieza's rationality burned amidst the fury and deeply buried fear. Damn the Scion monkeys. How dare they gaze down upon me with such eyes? The indifference in Trunks' cold, azure eyes perfectly overlapped with the memory of that golden figure, igniting the suppressed madness within him. Die for me. In a furious roar, Frieza raised his index finger sharply, unleashing a crimson energy sphere imbued with destructive power, which tore through the air like a venomous serpent, hurtling towards Trunks with a thunderous roar. Boom. The energy sphere struck precisely at Trunks' location, a violent explosion erupting, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air, completely engulfing his figure. Frieza, control your power. King Cold admonished sternly. This fragile planet cannot withstand such turmoil. If it is destroyed, Goku will never return. I know, Father. Frieza gasped, his gaze fixated on the center of the dust cloud. I have not even unleashed my full strength. This level is sufficient to crush that pretentious weakling. As the dust began to settle, Trunks emerged unscathed, standing calmly in place, with only a hint of dust upon his attire. His emerald eyes pierced through the dissipating haze, coldly locking onto Frieza. Oh, truly a classic case of being unharmed amidst the chaos. Android 17 could not help but chuckle, his tone tinged with mockery. No, it cannot be. Frieza's expression twisted grotesquely, shifting from disdain to shock, and then to a flicker of panic. How could you possibly? You underestimate me far too much, Frieza. Trunks' voice was like ice, cutting through the air with clarity. With your paltry strength, do you dare claim to have not exerted your full power? How dare you belittle me? Frieza, thoroughly enraged, lost all composure. His right hand extended violently towards Trunks, as a tempestuous purple energy coiled within his palm, roaring. A wave of destructive energy far exceeding his previous output surged forth, akin to an enraged purple dragon, shrieking as it tore through the earth, hurtling relentlessly towards Trunks. The dispersing energy shock compelled even the nearby Kurdish king to raise his arm in defense. At this moment, Trunks finally made his move. He crossed his arms before him, and a golden aura surged violently around his body. Boom. The energy wave collided fiercely with Trunks' defense. The tremendous force propelled him, carving two deep trenches into the ground, with debris flying everywhere. Yet he stood firm. His crossed arms acted as an insurmountable barrier, successfully thwarting the devastating purple dragon of chaos. The rampant energy flow was forcibly redirected, exploding into the surrounding wilderness, creating a series of terrifying deep craters. "Oh, my foolish King Frieza," remarked the voice of Android 17. Laced with a mocking insight, your arrogance and short-sightedness will be your ultimate tomb. True combat should be a full-throttle endeavor, a decisive blow. At that moment, 17's peripheral vision caught sight of several figures appearing on the horizon. They had arrived. "What is this?" The newly arrived warriors were utterly astonished by the scene before them. The battlefield was littered with various alien corpses, resembling a hellish tapestry, while at the center stood Frieza and a tall alien strikingly similar to Frieza's second form, alongside a Super Saiyan. Gohan gasped in disbelief, his heart racing. The resplendent golden hair, emerald eyes, and the soaring golden aura perfectly mirrored the image of his father battling valiantly on Namek. Krillin, Tien, and the others stared in shock, incredulously gazing at this golden figure that seemed like a deity descending from the heavens. However, Vegeta's gaze was fixed intently on the unfamiliar golden scion. His black pupils dilated in shock, the proud mask he wore barely concealing the tumultuous emotions roiling within him. Who is he? Chapter 11. The Doom of Frieza. Is this truly the extent of the Cosmic Emperor's power? Trunks' voice shattered the silence, coldly mocking as his gaze sliced through Frieza. "If you do not unleash your full potential now, you will find no opportunity to strike." How infuriating. The ultimate humiliation ignited Frieza's final madness. He let out a frenzied roar, his body soaring into the sky. His right arm raised high, fingers splayed open. A soul-chilling destructive energy began to gather and compress furiously in his palm. A crimson point of light, no larger than a fingertip, expanded in a billionth of a second into a terrifying energy sphere, several meters in diameter, radiating an ominous dark red glow. The temperature and density at its core were so extreme that the surrounding space began to warp and groan. The ultimate form of the death energy blast, the supernova death energy sphere. It was complete. This cataclysmic energy wave even pierced the dimensional barrier, causing the distant North Kai's planet in the mysterious dimension to tremble. Whoa! Frieza intends to obliterate the Earth. The energy he has gathered this time is over 10 times that which destroyed Namek. The plump North Kai stumbled, his antennae shaking wildly, his eyes behind sunglasses bulging in shock. This mysterious youth seems to possess power surpassing even Goku's, and I have no idea of his origins. The voice of King Cold was filled with horror and confusion. "Goku, you must hurry. Frieza, you will annihilate this planet." Upon witnessing his son Frieza's true intentions, King Cold questioned him. "It's all right, father." Frieza's voice twisted with madness, his gaze consumed by destruction. "That Scion monkey, Goku, will be dealt with in the cosmos. Enough of this. Die." As his words fell, Frieza hurled the concentrated energy sphere of a supernova towards Trunks with all his might. Trunks remained calm, showing no signs of evasion. He raised his arms high, his golden aura blazing to its peak, resembling a colossal golden shield as he boldly confronted the world-ending strike. Boom. At the moment of contact, an unimaginable shockwave erupted. The destructive energy radiating from the energy sphere instantly peeled away the ground beneath Trunks and within hundreds of meters around him. A super crater, akin to a meteor strike, formed in an instant amidst the deafening roar. Trunks was completely engulfed by the raging dark red energy. Tien Shinhan gasped, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Is this truly Frieza's power? You fought against such a monster?" Yamcha's voice trembled. "Can this unfamiliar scion withstand it? This planet is finished. Frieza, we must leave." King Cold decisively soared into the air, heading towards the top of the spaceship. Frieza gazed down at the all-consuming sphere of destruction and the immense pit, a twisted pleasure finally appearing on his face. He snorted coldly and descended to the top of the spaceship, turning to enter with King Cold. However, at that very moment, the dark red star of destruction that was supposed to obliterate everything inexplicably came to a halt. Then, under the watchful eyes filled with astonishment, the world-ending energy sphere began to rise slowly. Frieza, sensing something amiss, abruptly turned around. In his crimson pupils reflected a scene he would never forget, at the bottom of the unfathomable pit. A brilliant golden figure was steadily holding up the terrifying energy sphere capable of annihilating planets with just one hand. Trunks slowly ascended from the pit, step by step. The golden aura blazed around him, illuminating the world-ending sphere as if it were a mere toy in his grasp. Frieza immediately leaped down from the spaceship, landing at the edge of the pit. It seems this is all the power you possess. Standing firm at the edge, Trunks taunted. Fool! Frieza would not allow himself to be humiliated in such a manner. He raised his hand, instantly unleashing an energy blast aimed at the energy sphere held by Trunks. Sizzle! Boom! The energy blast struck the core of the supernova energy sphere with pinpoint accuracy. A cataclysmic chain reaction erupted instantaneously. The destructive shockwave spread like a tangible tsunami, racing outward at a terrifying speed beyond sound. Wherever it passed, the earth was upheaved like fragile biscuits, shattering into pieces. Enormous boulders were hurled as if they were cannonballs. Humph! With a slight grunt, Number 17 instantly manifested a pale green energy shield around his form, effectively isolating the raging sandstorm and debris, remaining steadfast and unmoving. Hey, big guy, shield me. Number 18 reacted swiftly, darting behind the robust, mountain-like physique of Number 16. Number 16 stood silently, allowing the devastating storm to batter his sturdy frame. Unwavering, the warriors, filled with rage, struggled to maintain their footing amidst the shockwaves, their faces etched with terror. As the blinding light and deafening roar finally subsided, and the clouds of dust gradually dispersed, a gaping abyss, vast and more profound than before, remained before Frieza and his son. The pit's bottom was charred and utterly desolate. Well done, my son, King Frieza, displays the grandeur of an emperor. King Cold praised as he hovered beside Frieza, admiring the scene before them. Humph! Frieza, gasping for breath, surveyed his masterpiece, a sneer of disdain and arrogance returning to his visage. Merely a slightly stronger insect. Perfect, a warm-up exercise to welcome that scion monkey, Son Goku. Heh! Number 18, observing the smug Frieza and his son below, couldn't suppress a derisive laugh. Those foolish father and son are celebrating a tad too early, aren't they? That Trunks has been lurking behind them for quite a while. Though Trunks moved swiftly, he could not escape Number 18's keen sight. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Number 17's gaze shifted to a solitary peak that had survived the shockwave, not far behind Frieza and his son. There, unbeknownst to them, Trunks stood quietly. His golden aura retracted, yet the chilling intent to kill radiated from his emerald eyes, firmly locking onto Frieza below. He moved. Atop the peak, Trunks's expression sharpened. His arms crossed before him, moving with lightning speed. Like a master swordsman, he traced the trajectory of his opponent's demise in the void. Ultimately, his movements stilled, his thumbs and forefingers forming a perfect diamond-shaped scope, through which his cold gaze precisely targeted the unsuspecting Frieza. Frieza! A roar imbued with the essence of judgment erupted like thunder. Simultaneously, a wave of destructive energy surged forth from the center of his diamond frame, hurtling directly toward Frieza's back. At that very moment, his figure vanished from the peak. A sense of crisis sent chills down Frieza and King Cold's spines. Instinctively, they propelled themselves skyward to evade. Boom! The fiery shockwave detonated where they had stood, creating a deep crater, its power seemingly understated. Humph! With such meager attacks, do you think? Frieza's taunt was abruptly interrupted by an overwhelming chill of murderous intent that surged from above. He abruptly lifted his gaze. What met his widening eyes was the imposing figure of Trunks, descending as if a divine punishment. Clenching the ancient sword tightly in his hands, he raised it high above his head. The blade shimmered with a lethal cold light, illuminated by the remnants of golden energy. With a mighty shout, the sound of the sword rang out like a dragon's roar across the barren expanse. A dazzling beam of sword light cut through the air like lightning. In an instant, Frieza's technologically advanced mechanical form, along with the stunned expression frozen in shock and fear upon his face, was cleanly severed in twain. Want to annihilate Earth? Speak to my sword. Trunks gazed coldly at Frieza, now split in two, his eyes glinting with intensity. Time seemed to momentarily stand still. In the blink of an eye, Trunks' figure darted forth like a butterfly flitting through flowers, the sword in his hand transforming into a blurred net of blades. The sword light, tracing a path meticulously calculated in his mind, streaked across Frieza's divided remains with an imperceptible speed. Frieza's once impenetrable mechanical body was instantaneously dismantled into dozens of fragments of varying sizes under the sword's glow. At last, Trunks formed a one-handed seal. Boom! A blinding white light erupted from his palm once more. The final remnants of Frieza's existence, along with all his arrogance and ambition, were utterly reduced to cosmic dust in this radiance. Chapter 12. The recruitment of King Cold across the wasteland. The hum of dissipating energy gradually faded, leaving behind an eerie silence, as if a heavy curtain had descended upon the earth. Krillin and the other warriors stood petrified, their minds blank. Just moments ago, the universe's tyrant Frieza had instilled them with despair, only to be obliterated in an instant, like mere dust. This reality, beyond comprehension, caused their thoughts to momentarily stagnate. On the cliffs above, Android 18 yawned in boredom, curling her lips in disdain. Humph, what kind of universe emperor is this? After watching the battle, he didn't even merit a chance to stretch my limbs. Her tone was laden with scorn, as if she had just witnessed a tedious performance. Android 16's electronic eyes flickered with faint light, his core processor recording and analyzing every detail of Trunks' battle at breakneck speed, the peak of energy bursts, speed surpassing limits, and the precision of his sword techniques. Meanwhile, Android 17's gaze was profound, fixated on the purple-haired figure below who was slowly sheathing the ancient sword. A tumult of thoughts swirling within him. This strike from Trunks severed not only Frieza's ambition, it was a blade that truly rewritten the course of history. Suddenly, King Cold and Trunks, suspended in midair, descended almost simultaneously onto a nearby hilltop, flattened by the remnants of battle. The two stood facing each other, the biting wind causing King Cold's crimson cloak to billow dramatically, yet it could not disturb Trunks in the slightest. The frigid air solidified between them. The King of Cold broke the silence first, a semblance of a smile gracing his face, his voice deep and oppressive. You possess quite the skill. His crimson eyes scrutinized Trunks as if assessing a rare treasure. Indeed, the Super Saiyan lived up to its reputation. He stepped forward, an invisible pressure emanating from him. You have far exceeded my expectations, being able to slay my son Frieza in an instant. He paused, his right hand slightly open, making an enticing gesture. What do you say? Would you like to replace him and become my heir? The King of Cold's voice carried a strange allure, as if painting a picture of a future within reach. Leave this desolate planet behind. Join me, and together we shall encompass the entire universe. Trunks's gaze remained as icy as ever, his emerald pupils betraying no emotion, save for a subtle hint of derision. He remained silent, responding to the absurd proposition with a wordless refusal. Ha, the King of Cold chuckled dryly, seemingly unfazed, though a shadow of disappointment crossed his features. Such sincerity wasted. Young man. Abruptly, his tone shifted, his gaze greedily fixating on the ancient sword at Trunks's back. Let us speak of that sword behind you. It appears rather extraordinary. He advanced slowly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Without it, I dare say it would not be so easy to cut through Frieza's enhanced form, would it? A hint of provocation was unmistakable. Might I borrow it for a moment to admire? The King of Cold's voice dripped with deliberate challenge, with Trunks remaining unyielding. He emitted a harsh, mocking laugh. What? Afraid that once it is in my possession, you will lose your advantage? Finally, a clear and chilling smirk graced Trunks's lips. As if perceiving the other's clumsy performance, he unsheathed the sword from his back without hesitation, tossing it effortlessly. The blade sliced through the air, landing precisely in the hands of the King of Cold. He weighed the sword, his fingers gliding over the cold blade, savoring its latent sharpness, and remarked with amusement, "So, it is indeed extraordinarily sharp." He suddenly looked up, a glint of cunning and malice dancing in his crimson eyes. His voice rising. It seems the power that allowed you to defeat Frieza lies within this sword. Do you not agree? He questioned sharply, attempting to undermine Trunks's resolve. Trunks's expression grew even more peculiar, as if he were observing a mere jester. What exactly are you trying to convey? His tone was calm, yet imbued with a chilling intensity. I wish to convey but one thing. The King of Cold gripped the sword's hilt tightly, the facade of goodwill evaporating instantly, revealing pure malice and murderous intent. He roared, channeling all his strength into his arms, swinging the weapon that did not belong to him down towards Trunks's head with ferocity. Without this sword, you could never hope to be my opponent. Clang. The piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated across the hills. The malicious grin on the King of Cold's face froze, transforming into sheer astonishment. The blade he swung with all his might was effortlessly caught by Trunks, who stabilized it with merely the palm of his hand. The power capable of severing stars was as ineffective as a drop in the ocean, firmly restrained by the opponent's formidable physical strength, unmoving. What? King Kurd roared in disbelief, his muscles taut and veins bulging, exerting all his strength in a futile attempt to suppress the blade. Yet it seemed as if the sword were welded to Trunks' palm. A golden glint flashed in Trunks' eyes as he let out a low grunt. Humph. A tremendous wave of golden energy erupted once more. He exerted force through his arm, relentlessly pushing against King Kurd's full resistance, advancing step by step. The overwhelming power caused the rocks beneath King Kurd to crack, forcing him to stagger backward repeatedly. At this moment, Trunks' free right hand slowly ascended. A blinding sphere of energy coalesced in his palm, precisely aimed at the location of King Kurd's heart. The king's pupils reflected the devastating light, filled with boundless fear. Thud! Without a moment's hesitation, a meticulously condensed energy wave pierced through King Kurd's solid chest in an instant. The area where his heart resided transformed into a charred void. Following this energy wave, King Kurd's gaze turned clear. He let out a piercing wail. His massive form violently hurled back by the terrifying impact of the energy wave, colliding with the steep wall behind him like a broken doll. Boom! The mountains crumbled, dust swirling through the air. King Kurd's body was deeply embedded within the rock, slowly sliding down the shattered surface, leaving behind a glaring trail of blood. Ultimately collapsing amidst the jagged stones, leaning against the cold rock, having reached the end of his road, vitality swiftly fading. Blood mixed with fragments of his innards spilled from his mouth, his eyes filled with fear of death and utter unwillingness to accept his fate. All of this was witnessed clearly by the warriors in the distance, their gasps of astonishment echoing. King Kurd has lost his wits. Number 17 scoffed from the high cliff. Terrified by Trunks' instantaneous annihilation of Frieza, he had foolishly thought that the power of weapons could surpass personal strength, naively attempting to bridge the dimensional gap with a mere sword. It's akin to some friends who mistakenly believe that my prolonged study and commendable grades are due to the splendid little umbrella I provide for my brother. They think that purchasing an umbrella of the same brand as mine will enhance their performance. Let me ask you this. Can you persistently scale peaks and traverse rugged canyons day in and day out? Can you master such steadfast strength? Answer me. Chapter 13. Trembling Trunks, spare my life. King Kurd screamed with his last breath, his voice distorted by pain and fear. I can offer you a planet. Not just an entire solar system. The entire galaxy, I swear. Please, I beg you, spare me. He cast forth the last, most trivial bargaining chip of a once great cosmic emperor. Trunks remained expressionless, his gaze as cold as ice from ages past. The response came from the King of Cold, as a merciless light of destruction ignited once more at his fingertips. Boom! The deafening roar shattered the desolation of the wasteland. As a blinding white light of annihilation expanded abruptly, instantly engulfing the figure that had once caused countless galaxies to tremble. The King of Cold, this self-proclaimed ultimate sovereign of the cosmos, along with the last remnants of his unwilling and astonished wail, was utterly obliterated in this overwhelming tide of energy, leaving no trace behind, reduced to the finest dust in the universe. The tyrannical father and son duo, Frieza and the King of Cold, who instilled fear throughout the history of the Northern Galaxy, met their absurd and disgraceful end on this insignificant planet they once deemed an ant's nest. Their proud absolute power and their cruel arrogance that toyed with the lives of many appeared laughably feeble in the face of such overwhelming might. They had no time even for a semblance of retaliation. In the blink of an eye, they were erased, akin to insects crushed beneath a colossal wheel. The ironic cycle closed at this moment. Their demise mirrored those feeble planets in the Northern Galaxy that they had once wantonly trampled and casually obliterated. Yet this time, the roles were entirely reversed. The destroyers tasted the flavor of instant annihilation. The once exalted monarchs fell to dust, becoming naught. An era forged in fear and blood was marked with a disgraceful period upon this nameless wasteland of Earth. Trunks turned away coldly, barely glancing at the dazzling remnants of light and the billowing heat wave left in the wake of the energy explosion. His right palm extended, as a pale golden aura silently coalesced into a sphere of terrifying power once more. His gaze precisely locked onto a distant ship, the last remnant of Frieza's legion. Boom! Another beam of destruction cleaved the sky, piercing the ship's core with unerring accuracy, like the spear of death's judgment. A violent explosion erupted, expanding into a massive fireball that instantaneously consumed the iron behemoth along with the minions who had yet to let out their cries of terror. The once unfettered lair of cosmic marauders was transformed into scattering shards of molten metal and drifting plasma ash amidst the thunderous roar. As the dust settled, silence enveloped the scene. "All right." The voice of number 17 shattered the stillness, tinged with a hint of amusement. "It's our turn to make an entrance. What scheme are you up to now?" Number 18 keenly detected the peculiarity in his tone, raising an eyebrow. "Nothing particularly ingenious." Number 17 chuckled lightly, his gaze directed towards Trunks' silhouette amidst the haze. "Just going to greet an acquaintance." He paused, subtly shifting his tone, his eyes fleetingly scanning the silent number 16 beside him. "And there are some matters that should be concluded while we have the chance." The golden aura gradually receded as Trunks exited his Super Saiyan state, restoring his purple hair. He turned around to face the warriors who were still engulfed in immense shock and bewilderment. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, a gentle smile, tinged with a hint of shyness, graced his face. "I am now going to welcome Mr. Sun Wukong," he declared, his voice resonating clearly in every ear. "Would you all care to join me?" "What? He knows Wukong." Trunks' words fell like stones into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of confusion through the ranks of warriors, momentarily dulling their fear. "Right over here," Trunks said, glancing at his watch before extending his left hand towards the southwestern horizon. According to his calculations, Mr. Sun Wukong's spaceship would arrive at that location in 3 hours. His tone bore an undeniable certainty. "Please, follow me." He prepared to lead the group toward the designated landing point, guided by the trajectory of his foresight. Just as the atmosphere began to ease and the crowd settled their nerves, a slow, deliberate clapping sound, imbued with a hint of mockery, echoed from the summit of a nearby cliff. The sound, though soft, pierced through the desolation of the wasteland like an icicle, seizing the attention of all present. The warriors and Trunks turned abruptly, their gazes shooting towards the source of the sound. There, at the edge of the cliff, stood 3 figures, having appeared there silently and unannounced. Leading them was a black-haired youth who slowly lowered his hands from applause. He was adorned with a striking red scarf, his handsome visage framed by a black and gray jacket paired with tattered jeans, green socks, and blue-white sneakers. A small leather pouch dangled from his belt. A playful smirk danced on his lips as his eyes scanned the scene below with the predatory gaze of one appraising his quarry. Beside him stood a golden-haired girl, her exquisite features reminiscent of a doll, her sapphire eyes clear yet devoid of warmth. She wore a sleek blue dress paired with a black and white striped shirt, her slender legs accentuated by black leggings and brown boots, exuding a unique and perilous allure. Behind them loomed a massive figure, a silent guardian of sorts. His iconic orange mohawk stood defiantly against the wind, his entire form encased in heavy, fluorescent green armor that radiated an oppressive aura. His pale blue eyes gazed down calmly, surveying the scene as one would observe ants. The voice of Android 17, laced with a languid mastery of the situation, pierced the air and reached every ear. What a spectacular performance. Boom. It was as if an invisible thunderclap erupted within Trunks' mind. His blood seemed to freeze instantly. His pupils contracted to pinpricks, color drained from his face, and his body tensed uncontrollably, like iron. 17. 18. What are they doing here? The tremor in Trunks' voice betrayed an uncontainable fear, a chilling dread coiling around his heart like a venomous serpent, far more intense than when he faced Frieza and his father. These 3, appearing innocuous, represented a nightmarish vision of the future. Why? Trunks' inner scream nearly erupted from his throat. Why have the androids appeared now? History was not meant to unfold this way. They were supposed to emerge 3 years hence. And who was that giant? I have never encountered him in the future. I have never heard of accomplices beyond androids 17 and 18. The silent behemoth instilled an unknown terror, amplifying Trunks' panic in an instant. The danger posed by an entity capable of standing alongside these 2 fiends was utterly incalculable. A deviation, a monumental historical deviation. Could it be that by prematurely slaying Frieza and his father, he inadvertently set off a catastrophic chain reaction akin to the fluttering of a butterfly's wings? This thought flashed through his mind like lightning, and the overwhelming sense of crisis left Trunks no time to ponder. The instinct for survival and the desire to protect his comrades surged forth, overpowering all else. Boom! A dazzling golden light soared into the sky once more. Without hesitation, Trunks transformed again into a Super Saiyan. He positioned himself in front of Vegeta and all the other warriors with speed akin to instant transmission, his golden aura raging violently. Forming a protective barrier, he shouted hoarsely to those behind him, his voice twisted by sheer terror. Run. They will kill everyone. The despair and authenticity woven into his voice pierced through like the most biting cold wind, instantly freezing the atmosphere, which had only just begun to thaw due to Frieza's demise, back to absolute zero. What is happening? The warriors were stunned by Trunks' sudden, near-collapse warning and the resurgence of terrifying power. Chapter 14. The Might of Android 18-0. On the cliff, Android 18 tilted her head slightly, observing Trunks, who appeared to be facing a formidable foe below. A flicker of genuine confusion crossed her sapphire eyes. 17. Does he seem to recognize us? The profound fear and hatred emanating from Trunks evoked an unusual sensation within her. Naturally, in the future world, we exterminated everyone around him, leaving only him and his mother. 17 understood this but chose not to articulate it, responding instead in a casual tone. Why not just ask him directly? His gaze, sharp as an arrow, locked onto the golden figure below. That kid with the sword on his back. 17's voice suddenly rose, laced with unabashed mockery and a hint of chilling inquiry, piercing through the air and striking Trunks. He intentionally paused, allowing an invisible pressure to permeate the atmosphere. You seem quite familiar with us, don't you? Trunks clenched his teeth, his gums nearly bleeding. He forced himself to suppress the surging panic, his golden pupils ablaze with deep-seated hatred as he fixed his gaze on the trio of demons on the cliff, his voice emerging as if dragged from the depths of hell. Even if you were to turn to cosmic dust, I would still recognize you two fiends. He suddenly turned back to the bewildered warriors behind him, his words cascading like gunfire, each syllable laden with bloody warning. Listen. They are androids secretly created by that madman Dr. Geros after the annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army. Their sole objective is to eliminate Mr. Son Goku. Dr. Geros has never relinquished his quest for vengeance. He has bided his time for many years, all in pursuit of creating the ultimate weapon capable of vanquishing Goku. The Red Ribbon Army. Krillin was struck as if by lightning, his face paling in shock at the recollection of the very organization Goku had dismantled in his childhood. Indeed, Trunks affirmed breathlessly, his fingers slicing through the air like a blade towards the cliff. The dark-haired man adorned with a red scarf is Android 17. The blonde woman beside him is Android 18. Lastly, his gaze gravely fell upon the silent, imposing figure exuding an aura of overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain. His voice tinged with unprecedented trepidation. As for that giant, I am uncertain of his exact designation. Yet, judging by his stance, it is evident he is formidable beyond measure. Everyone flee. They will annihilate you. What nonsense. Vegeta's derisive laughter pierced the tense atmosphere like an icicle, his proud head held high, his black pupils ablaze with a wrath that had been grievously provoked. As the Prince of Science, his pride was brutally trampled by Trunks' warning about the androids, a humiliation more stinging than any physical blow, igniting his blood to boil. His icy gaze swept over the three figures atop the cliff like a searchlight, ultimately settling with unabashed disdain on Android 18. A mocking smirk curved his lips, every word laced with venomous scorn. A mere whelp, a silent oaf, and a woman? He deliberately emphasized the last two words, provoking them to the utmost. With such lowly beings, Vegeta's voice crescendoed, brimming with an unparalleled arrogance. How dare they instill fear in one who bears the blood of a warrior race? It is nothing short of a cosmic jest. Indeed. It is the insufferably arrogant Vegeta, though already aware of his disposition. Hearing such blatant discrimination and hubris ignited a fury within that made one wish to press his face into the ground. Android 17's previously indifferent expression vanished in an instant, his brow furrowing dangerously. TCH. The confusion on Android 18's face was swiftly replaced by a chilling disdain. Vegeta's unabashed misogyny and condescending arrogance had precisely trampled upon the very landmine she could not abide. Malice coalesced within her azure gaze like a palpable chill. 17. Do not interfere. The frigid words had scarcely dissipated in the wind when her form vanished without a trace. Boom! A thunderous, heart-stopping explosion erupted without warning. Swift. Beyond the limits of visual perception. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta, who had hovered mid-air with his signature disdainful sneer, found himself struck as if by a planet traveling faster than light. Thud. His robust chest crumpled like fragile parchment. A torrent of searing blood mixed with internal fragments erupted from his mouth like a fountain, carving a ghastly crimson arc beneath the blinding sunlight. His body transformed into a blurred shadow, crashing into the distant ground with a terrifying velocity, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon impact, a deep crater formed. With Vegeta lying at the bottom, his fate uncertain, his breath faint like a flickering candle in the wind. The figure of Android 18 materialized like a specter, reappearing at the position where Vegeta had once floated. She did not spare a glance at the devastation she had wrought, merely flicking her wrist with a casual gesture, as if brushing away a speck of dust from her sleeve. Her icy blue eyes scanned the warriors below, who were rendered speechless by the thunderous strike, before finally resting with a glint of cold amusement on the pale face of Trunks. This blow was an unequivocal display of power. It was the most chilling mockery of the label of artificial demon. Moreover, it served as the mightiest counterattack against the derogatory term woman, capable of shattering stars. Damn it! Trunks' pupils contracted in shock, his fear of the androids instantly consumed by a wrath ignited by his father's grievous injury. The golden aura erupted like a volcano once more, the sword at his back unsheathed with a clang, transforming into a purple bolt of lightning that tore through the air, resolutely aimed at Android 18's neck. This strike encapsulated his dread for the future and his fury over his father's wounds. What? Shock froze on Trunks' face. Under the incredulous gazes of the other warriors, who were nearly wide-eyed in disbelief, Android 18 did not even alter her stance. She simply raised her slender, pale right arm with a nonchalant air, even displaying a hint of languor. Clang! A piercing clash of metal reverberated, accompanied by a grating sound of shattering. The ancient sword, which had effortlessly cleaved the cosmic Emperor Frieza, infused with Trunks' full power, met 18's arm, and in that instant, it fractured with a shocking, gaping arc, resembling fragile glass. Fragments scattered. Trunks, caught off guard by the unimaginable recoil and the shattering blade, experienced a fatal delay in his movements. A glint of cold light flashed in 18's eyes as she seized that fleeting moment of vulnerability. Her body twisted with an agility and speed that defied physical limits, executing a seemingly casual yet power-packed spinning kick, akin to a battle axe, that struck Trunks' midsection with devastating force. Boom! Trunks shot forth like a cannonball, transformed into a golden streak of light, crashing violently into the mountainside with a ferocity surpassing that of Vegeta. The solid rock face crumbled like paper, instantly burying him. Massive boulders tumbled down, sending dust soaring into the sky. Cough. Moments later, a muffled groan, stifled by excruciating pain, emanated from the debris. Boom. The golden aura erupted once more, obliterating the encumbering stones into powder. Trunks struggled to hover in midair, blood spilling from his mouth, his golden aura oscillating violently, as if it might extinguish at any moment. He grasped his agonizing abdomen with one hand, while the other trembled slightly, clutching the remnants of a shattered sword. His gaze was fixed upon the distant, slender figure on the precipice, filled with an unprecedented horror, confusion, and a terror that shattered his understanding. This power was unsettling, completely unnatural. How could I possibly be unable to withstand even a casual strike from her? The future version of Android 18 could not possibly possess such unfathomable strength. Akin to an abyss, history had truly spiraled into chaos. Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien, witnessing the successive defeats of Vegeta and Trunks, could no longer remain passive. They exchanged glances, silently reaching a consensus, unleashing their full might in preparation to rush towards Android 18 to rescue Trunks. I suggest you refrain from any unnecessary actions, came the taunting voice of Android 17, echoing like a specter in their ears. His figure had inexplicably appeared, as if by teleportation, blocking the warrior's path with a playful smile. Yet his eyes were sharp as knives. According to 17's assessment, with 18's current power, she could easily dominate the base-level Super Saiyan Trunks. While Piccolo and the others would not be defeated if they intervened, they would likely suffer losses. Moreover, one could not simply stand by and watch as his sister was besieged. If you insist on interrupting this performance, 17's voice dripped with a dangerous nonchalance. Then I shall oblige. Chapter 15. Krillin's cry. Cursed be that Android 18. She is far too formidable. Although due to the unique nature of the androids, Krillin and his companions could not perceive the energy levels as they would with ordinary foes. The intensity of the battle between 18 and Trunks was enough to reveal the overarching truth. It is worth noting that Frieza and his father had been swiftly dispatched by Trunks. This enigmatic Super Saiyan had attained such a level of power, yet was effortlessly subdued by the seemingly frail Android 18. Piccolo observed the distant clash, his mind racing with analysis and judgment of the current situation. The android 17 before them, with his imposing stature, indicated that his true strength was likely extraordinary. The massive figure, resembling a mountain in its solidity, exuded an intimidating presence. His peripheral vision remained fixed on 17 and 16, not daring to relax for a moment. Their calmness was more disquieting than any threat. Should they suddenly unleash their fury, the consequences would be dire. As Trunks was once again struck down, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form, he lay motionless. Gohan's fury ignited, and his benevolent nature could no longer suppress the warrior blood coursing through his veins. A surge of white energy erupted, and he prepared to charge into the fray. Could he truly not hold back? 17's lips curled slightly, his gaze instantly locking onto Gohan's movements. This child's impulsiveness reminded him of the past, when on Namek. He had recklessly rushed forth to save the Namekian den, despite knowing the peril he faced. He would later ascend to the position of guardian. Klin, along with Tianjin Fan and the other warriors, exhibited a certain foolishness in their audacious actions, a folly that elicited a flicker of admiration from number 17. However, admiration aside, they were still deserving of a sound thrashing. As the warriors lunged towards the fray involving number 18 and Trunks, number 17's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. "Attack!" roared Piccolo, a command that also served as a signal to draw fire. He was the first to unleash his fury, a green aura surging around him as he gathered immense power in his right fist, launching it like a cannonball towards number 17's face. In a flash, number 17 moved with such swiftness that he left only an afterimage. Faced with Piccolo's fierce punch, his expression remained unchanged. He closed the distance, pivoting slightly as his left elbow struck out like a venomous serpent, aiming directly for Piccolo's chest. Thud! The blow landed with pinpoint accuracy against Piccolo's unguarded torso. The force exceeding his expectations, Piccolo felt an overwhelming surge of power slam into him, causing excruciating pain in his chest as he was forcefully driven toward the ground. Ugh! Piccolo grunted, his feet carving deep grooves into the earth as he struggled to stabilize himself, dropping to one knee with his internal energy in turmoil. Just as Piccolo was knocked down, Tianjin Fan's furious shout echoed from number 17's flank. "Take this!" With his third eye wide open, Tianjin Fan aimed to lock onto number 17, his fists cutting through the air as he drove them towards number 17's back with tremendous force. The timing was impeccable, yet number 17 seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Utilizing the recoil from his elbow strike against Piccolo, he glided sideways with an astonishing grace and speed, evading Tianjin Fan's determined assault. What? Tianjin Fan's heart sank, his old strength waning while new vigor had yet to manifest. A glint of cold light flashed in number 17's eyes as he glided, his right hand snapping out with the precision of a steel clamp, ensnaring Tianjin Fan's outstretched elbow. Up! Number 17 commanded lightly, engaging his core with fluidity. Tianjin Fan felt an irresistible force envelop him, his world spinning chaotically as he was effortlessly thrown over number 17's shoulder, crashing to the ground beside Piccolo like a rag doll. Boom! Dust billowed, obscuring Tianjin Fan's vision as pain coursed through him, his body feeling as if it had been shattered, leaving him devoid of combat capability. "Tianjin Fan, uncle!" cried Son Gohan, his eyes wide with fury and fear, igniting a ferocious response within him. "Masenko!" He raised his hands to his forehead, a brilliant golden energy sphere coalescing with blinding radiance, screaming through the air towards number 17 in a fierce assault. This was the most powerful attack he could muster. Number 17 barely turned, merely tilting his head to catch the approaching energy wave in his peripheral vision. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth as his free left hand casually swept back. Smack! The formidable Masenko energy wave, akin to a fragile soap bubble, was effortlessly swatted away by number 17, soaring off at an angle into the distant sky, bursting into a useless display of fireworks. As the dazzling flash of energy surged forth, he extended the fingers of his left hand, and an intensely compressed light blue energy sphere took shape in an instant, flung effortlessly towards the direction of Sun Gohan. Boom! The energy sphere struck true, colliding with Gohan's crossed arms in a resounding explosion that sent him sprawling across the ground, landing heavily in the distance. Although he was injured, it was evident that Android 17 had controlled the force, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. His combat style stood in stark contrast to that of Android 18, characterized by speed, precision, and efficiency. "Gohan!" Krillin exclaimed, filled with anxiety yet maintaining his composure. "ZZZ!" A rapidly spinning energy blade, its edges sharp as a knife, sliced through the air with a deadly hum, stealthily aimed at Android 17's neck from an unorthodox angle. This was Krillin's ultimate technique, a miraculous move that had once severed Frieza's tail in his second form. Energy blade? A troublesome technique, Android 17 mused, his brow slightly arching. Although it could not harm him, the high-speed energy blade posed a risk of tearing his clothing if it made contact. In a flash, 17 made his decision. He did not brace for impact. Instead, he shifted his body at an impossible angle, seemingly teleporting several meters to the side. Swoosh! The energy blade whisked past the space where 17 had just stood, effortlessly cleaving a massive rock in two from afar. Ah, what a pity, Krillin thought, though he felt a twinge of fear at 17's choice to evade. How terrifying! You nearly struck me. Android 17's taunting voice rang out. Now, Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan, lying on the ground and gritting his teeth against the pain, shouted. It turned out that during the precious seconds when everyone was preoccupied with attacking Android 17, especially as Krillin's energy blade captured his attention, Piccolo had been enduring the pain of his injury, kneeling on the ground with his index fingers pressed firmly against his forehead. A tremendous surge of energy gathered at his fingertips, compressing and swirling with ferocity. The veins on his forehead bulged, the luminous flow of energy beneath his green skin clearly visible. The ultimate technique, Special Beam Cannon, was charged and ready. Huh! Piccolo unleashed a thunderous roar. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. A golden energy beam, refined to perfection and radiating an aura of destruction, spiraled forward at high speed, tearing through the air with unparalleled precision, aimed directly at the seemingly off-balance Android 17, who had just evaded the energy blade. Boom! The special beam cannon struck decisively at the location of Android 17. A violent explosion erupted, sending clouds of dust and debris soaring, completely engulfing 17's figure. The terrifying shockwaves spread outward, even causing Android 18, positioned far away, to glance over in alarm. Well done, Piccolo! Yamcha exclaimed, astonished. Did it work? Hope ignited in Krillin's eyes. However, as the dust began to settle, it revealed, without a scratch. Ah, the classic law of smoke and no damage. How did you all ignite? One could see number 17 still standing in place, his posture scarcely altered. A delicate green, almost translucent spherical energy shield enveloped him entirely, resembling the most resilient of crystal orbs. The surface of the shield remained utterly undisturbed, even at the point where it had been struck by the magic penetration cannon. With a gentle wave of his hand, number 17 dispersed the lingering smoke before the shield dissipated. He lowered his gaze, brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulders, and remarked with a hint of detachment, the energy density is passable and the speed is adequate. However, the power leaves much to be desired. His tone resembled that of a critic assessing a dish lacking in flavor. You can lie down as well. With that, number 17 instantaneously appeared beside Krillin, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Number 16 remained steadfast like a mountain, his pale blue electronic eyes calmly recording every detail, while his core program silently evaluated the threat levels posed by these warriors. Goku. Krillin struggled to lift his head, gazing at the desperate scene where his comrades exerted every ounce of strength yet failed to even graze their opponent's garments. A profound sense of helplessness surged within him, compelling him to scream towards the heavens, "Come back, please." Chapter 16. Instant transmission in the vastness of outer space. A white, spherical single-pod spacecraft sliced through the darkness at breakneck speed, racing toward the Azure planet. A closer inspection revealed the emblem of the Ginyu Force, once the elite squad under the tyrant Frieza. Inside the craft was Son Goku, who had spent a year training on Yardrat, dressed in the distinctive attire of Yardrat. Goku's brow was furrowed in concern. Upon sensing Frieza's energy approaching Earth, he had immediately embarked on this small spacecraft in pursuit. His perception penetrated the cold metal, enveloping his homeland. The unfamiliar energy was astonishingly powerful. In an instant, it had vanquished Frieza. Yet, how could Vegeta's presence be so feeble? The energies of Krillin and Piccolo were fluctuating violently, clearly embroiled in a fierce battle. What on earth was happening? Goku anxiously raked his spiky hair, utterly unable to sense the enemy's energy. The unique traits of the three androids rendered him as if confronting an abyss of nothingness. Beep, beep, beep. Estimated time of arrival on Earth, 1 hour. The ship's cold notification echoed. 1 hour. No, I can't wait. Goku's gaze sharpened as he brought his left hand's index and middle fingers together, pressing them forcefully against his forehead. He cast aside all distractions, his mind akin to the most precise radar, fervently searching for those familiar bonds amidst the vast cosmic energies. Found it. Just as Krillin's desperate cry seemed to penetrate the barriers of the universe, resonating in his heart. Whoosh. Within the spacecraft, Goku's figure vanished as if erased by an eraser, disappearing without a trace. Earth, the desolate expanse where Frieza's army had descended. Beep, beep, beep. On the 16th, the energy radar within the unit was instantaneously activated, emitting a piercing alarm that shrieked wildly, while a crimson warning light flickered madly across his visual interface. On the screen, a colossal energy source signal erupted at the battlefield's heart, akin to a supernova bursting forth without warning. Boom. An indescribable, overpowering aura descended, accompanied by a violent distortion of space. Just as Krillin's cries faded into silence, a familiar figure clad in the attire of Yardrat, sporting the iconic spiky hairstyle, materialized with a weary yet formidable presence, standing firmly upon the ravaged expanse of desolation. Son Goku had returned. This astonishing arrival, akin to teleportation, left everyone, including Android 17, in utter astonishment. Wow, you startled me. Android 17's pupils constricted, a chill running through him. Was this instantaneous movement? How remarkable. Previously, while watching the anime, the scene seemed to focus automatically, rendering Goku's teleportation rather unimpressive, but experiencing the sudden appearance of someone beside him was an entirely different, spine-chilling sensation. Teleportation truly is an extraordinary ability. It seems I must find a way to learn it in the future. His thoughts raced, a notion flitting through his mind. Had Trunks not traveled through time to eliminate Frieza and his father, it would have indeed been Goku himself arriving to end it all using the same method of teleportation. Goku, Dad, old son, you have finally returned. Krillin's worry transformed into joy as Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and others shouted in excitement. Ah, Goku, Bulma, who had initially hidden away, pulled Poir and dashed out from her hiding place, her face alight with the joy of survival. Goku swiftly assisted Gohan to his feet, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Injured and exhausted, yet alive, the tension in his heart eased slightly. Gohan immediately began to recount the tale of Trunks, the androids, and the brutal battle with rapid fervor. What? Goku stared in shock towards the direction where Trunks had fallen. The Super Saiyan I sensed in the universe is such a young lad? Incredible. He then shifted his sharp gaze towards Android 17. The androids Gohan mentioned? Is that you three? Simultaneously, the detector within Android 16 reacted strongly to Goku's presence. According to Dr. Geros' original design intent, defeating Goku had always been the paramount directive of the androids. Target identified, Son Goku. He calmly declared to Android 17, his electronic eye locking onto the target. Android 17 paused momentarily, but Android 16 had already stepped forward decisively. Son Goku. He stood firm, his tone devoid of emotion. I shall be the one to defeat you. Huh. Android 16's low growl resonated like a dull engine starting, and before his words had fully reverberated in the air, his formidable figure shot forth like a metallic projectile, tearing through the atmosphere. The rocky ground beneath him shattered in response, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward as debris was violently propelled in all directions by the ferocious thrust. Come. In an instant, a blazing fire ignited within Sun Wukong's eyes. His muscles tensed and bulged, the spirit of a scion roaring within his veins. With a fierce stomp, he shattered the ground beneath him, advancing rather than retreating, charging toward the figure exuding an aura of annihilation, his fists propelled by an unwavering will to fight. Boom, 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 boom. In his ordinary state, Wukong's speed left only afterimages. His fists and feet unleashed a torrential storm upon Android 16. Yet, the disparity was as vast as a chasm. The heavy thuds reverberated, but 16 stood resolutely, his armored form unmoved. His cold visage remained impassive, either blocking with his sturdy mechanical arm with the precision of a shield or sidestepping with a foresight that seemed prophetic at times. He absorbed Wukong's full-force strikes with his indomitable chest plate. With every contact, Wukong felt as though he were trying to shake a mountain forged from alloy, the recoil sending tingles through his arms. Android 16's combat was as precise as a programmed killing machine, devoid of any extraneous motions or emotional fluctuations. Each punch he threw carried an overwhelming force that tore through the air with a piercing whistle. Each kick delivered the weight of a siege hammer, effortlessly demolishing all obstacles in its path. His movements were succinct and efficient. Each step sent tremors through the earth, pure physical power pushed to its zenith. A minute opening was instantly seized by that cold, electronic gaze. Seizing the fleeting moment when Wukong was exhausted and unprepared, 16 unleashed a simple, yet immensely powerful straight punch, akin to a hydraulic hammer, that struck Wukong's abdomen with brutal force. Boom! A heart-stopping explosion echoed. Wukong's body transformed into a blur of light, propelled backward like a cannonball. He crashed through 3 towering rock hills, each impact resonating with the sound of landslides, massive boulders tumbling like rain. Clouds of dust billowing into the sky like a mushroom cloud, obscuring vast expanses above, while debris rained down, resembling a gray deluge. Amidst the thickest of dust, a defiant roar pierced the veil of haze. A flash of golden light erupted from within. A tempestuous golden aura exploded around Wukong, forming a searing wave that shattered the remaining boulders into powder. The dust was completely cleared, revealing a massive, radiating crater in the ground. His golden hair stood erect, electric blue eyes ablaze, his entire being engulfed in a boiling golden flame. Super Saiyan Sun Wukong has arrived. Chapter 17. The Restraint of Android 17. Observing Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan like Trunks, Android 18 exclaimed in surprise. So he can transform as well? The database did not indicate this. 18. We cannot solely rely on the database to judge others. After all, Dr. Geros' data collection is not exhaustive. Android 17 patiently advised upon hearing 18's query. Moreover, within the vast cosmos, there exist myriad races, and upon awakening their talents or bloodlines, their power may grow exponentially. Simultaneously, it serves as a reminder to oneself that in this wondrous world, one must never underestimate any unknown individual. The battle escalates, with a resounding roar of energy. The Kamehameha wave. Without the slightest hesitation, Goku swiftly conjures a blinding blue-white sphere of energy with both hands, the ferocious energy causing the very space around it to warp slightly. A colossal beam of energy thunders through the sky, hurtling towards Android 16. Confronted with the cataclysmic Kamehameha, Android 16 crosses his arms defensively over his chest. The energy beam collides against his armored arms, erupting in dazzling white light and scattering energy flows, carving 2 deep chasms into the ground beneath him, yet he withstands the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Following closely, Goku's figure darts through the golden light, instantaneously appearing at various cunning angles surrounding Android 16. Energy blasts fire like a rapid volley, his fists and feet transforming into a dense golden tempest. Each strike imbued with the power to shatter mountains and split stones, compressing the air until it bursts, echoing with relentless, thunderous detonations. The entire battlefield seems to be engulfed in a seething energy furnace. However, in the face of this cataclysmic barrage, Android 16 remains as steadfast as an ancient monolith. His icy pupils flicker rapidly, akin to the most precise radar, locking onto Goku's every move. His immense frame exhibits an unbelievable agility and foresight. Rather than merely defending, Android 16 charges towards Goku amidst the barrage of energy blasts, deftly swatting away attacks with precision, as if shooing away bothersome insects or evading with a timely sidestep. The energy blasts grazing his robust armor and detonating into deep craters in the distance. Android 16's combat style seamlessly melds his preordained terrifying power, absolute defense, hypervelocity computation, and combat database into a flawless synergy, devoid of any ostentatious display or emotional fluctuations. It is the purest, most efficient, and most ruthless form of suppression. Each block reverberates through Goku's arm with excruciating pain. Every evasion leads to Goku's attacks missing their mark. While each seemingly simple, yet immensely forceful counterattack from Android 16 strikes like a hammer upon Goku's heart, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. The ground beneath him fracturing and collapsing with each block and release of force. Android 16's absolute strength and precision forge an invisible yet indomitable cage, ensnaring the golden warrior within. Even in his Super Saiyan transformation, Goku finds himself relentlessly subdued. Suddenly, Android 16 thrusts his left arm forward, aimed directly at Goku. Crack! The mechanical joint snaps. His fist launches from his arm like a cannonball, akin to a rocket-propelled punch. Boom! This strike lands squarely. Goku is sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through layers of rock until he is ultimately buried beneath a vast expanse of rubble. As the golden light dissipates, he lies drenched in blood, gravely injured and utterly exhausted, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form. Goku! Father! The warriors and Bulma exclaim in horror. In their hearts, regardless of how formidable the adversary, as long as Goku is present, they always believed victory was assured. Sun Wukong stands as the final hope, an embodiment of invincibility. Observing the fallen Sun Wukong, the onlookers yearn to rise and offer assistance. Yet their own grievous injuries render them incapable, leaving them to gaze in despair. Android 16, with an impassive demeanor, approaches the ruins, disassembling his other arm. The cold barrel, now aimed at the barely breathing Sun Wukong, as the terrifying energy begins to coalesce into the hellish flash cannon. 16. Cease your actions. The resolute voice of Android 17, a user of the face fruit ability, rings out. Do me this favor. At that moment, Android 18 gracefully lands beside him. Gazing into the tranquil eyes of 17, 16's electronic eye contracts and expands repeatedly, as if engaged in complex calculations. Ultimately, the harsh lines of his visage soften, resembling not the ironclad warrior he had just been. You two are good people. 16 halts the energy gathering at the exposed cannon, skillfully reconnecting both arms. Witnessing 16's cessation, 17 secretly breathes a sigh of relief, for at this juncture, his strength should be inferior to that of 16. If 16 were indeed constrained by directives, all he could do would be to provide a mere obstruction. In truth, according to plan, 17 had brought both of them here to dismantle the final directive by defeating Sun Wukong. The situation unfolded more smoothly than anticipated, and a playful smirk returned to 17's face. Sun Wukong, and your companions, he turned to address the warriors. Today has been quite enjoyable. Farewell. Wait. The slightly injured Krillin summoned his courage to call out. What is your true objective? Do you intend to dominate the world like the Red Ribbon Army? Haha. Without looking back, 17 soared towards the city. Dominate the world? Utterly tedious. His figure gradually receded into the distance. That little bald head is quite brave, remarked 18, as she praised him. In a manner reminiscent of the original tale, she bestowed a gentle kiss upon Krillin's stunned left cheek. This is your reward. She then followed 17. 16 silently trailed behind. The smoke-filled wasteland descended into a profound silence. Amid this disquieting stillness, behind a massive rock, half of which had been sheared away by shockwaves and marred with cracks, a rotund figure clad in a tattered brown kimono cautiously peered out. His small eyes darted nervously, scanning the battlefield to ensure those three formidable androids had indeed departed, before releasing a long, trembling sigh. What a scare. You nearly gave me a heart attack. He patted his plump chest, murmuring with lingering trepidation. This was none other than a Kairobe, a companion of Sun Wukong from his youth, renowned for his gluttony, fearfulness, and unexpected reliability in critical moments. His signature katana was firmly lodged at his waist, providing him with a fleeting sense of security. Previously, amidst the chaos of battle, the celestial deity observed that Sun Wukong and his companions were no match for the trio of artificial beings. In haste, he summoned Akalobe to deliver the miraculous beans. However, upon reaching the periphery of the battlefield, Akalobe was struck by the cataclysmic scene before him, especially the terrifying power exhibited by Android 16. In that moment, all his courage evaporated, and he cowered behind a massive rock, too fearful to even breathe. until he confirmed that the plague god had truly departed. Wukong, Akalob shouted, his voice wavering due to anxiety and the previous restraint. He called out to the fallen figure in the center of the battlefield. Are you all right? You're not dead, are you? Summoning his courage, he took a series of somewhat comical, light-footed steps that belied his size, carefully avoiding the rubble and cracks beneath him. He hurried to where Sun Wukong lay, bloodied and barely breathing. Seeing his friend in such a dire state, Akalob's round face reflected a mixture of worry and relief. Fortunately, I arrived just in time, he muttered to bolster his own resolve, fumbling to retrieve a small, inconspicuous pouch from his waist. From it, he extracted a round, dark green bean, the miraculous healing bean. Open your mouth, Wukong. Akalob gently pried open Sun Wukong's tightly closed lips and carefully placed the precious bean inside. A miraculous transformation began. The bean dissolved instantly, unleashing an indescribable torrent of life energy that surged through every desiccated and damaged cell of Sun Wukong's body. The horrific wounds, deep enough to expose bone and with flesh torn asunder, began to heal at an astonishing rate, as if an invisible divine hand were caressing them, knitting them back together before the naked eye. The once pale visage regained its healthy hue, and the feeble breath, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, surged forth like a dormant volcano awakened, erupting with renewed vigor, swiftly reaching its zenith, and even exuding a purer essence. Chapter 18. I come from the future. Cough. Sun Wukong abruptly opened his eyes, his black pupils radiating brilliance. With a graceful leap, he sprang to his feet, entirely unscathed, as though the harrowing ordeal had been naught but a fleeting nightmare. He clenched his fists, reveling in the throbbing power coursing through him. The bean. It's incredible. Akalob. Sun Wukong exclaimed with unrestrained joy, but he quickly tempered his excitement, glancing around at his still-prone comrades, urging, we must distribute these quickly. Oh right. Of course. Akalob responded, hastily pouring the remaining beans from his pouch to Sun Wukong. In a flash of golden light, Sun Wukong appeared beside each of his injured allies. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Gohan, Trunks, and even Vegeta, who was being fed, all began to recover, their wounds mending under the miraculous effects of the beans. In mere seconds, the battlefield transformed dramatically. Moments ago, the warriors on the brink of annihilation, gasping for breath, now stood rejuvenated, their wounds healed and vitality restored, exuding an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a phoenix reborn from the ashes. However, the relief of survival was fleeting. The collective gaze of the group instinctively turned towards the departing figures of numbers 17, 16, and 18. In that direction lay only the vast expanse of sky and the distant rolling clouds, yet an oppressive, inhuman terror lingered in the air. In Sun Wukong's eyes burned a fierce battle spirit, a fervor and longing ignited by the prospect of facing a formidable adversary. Beneath this exhilaration, however, weighed an unprecedented gravity. The power displayed by number 17 loomed before him like a monumental mountain, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Upon regaining consciousness, Vegeta revealed an intense humiliation and bitterness. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug into his palms, knuckles whitening from the strain. His teeth ground together, emitting a staccato sound. In his crimson eyes, humiliation, resentment, and fury swirled like molten lava. As the proud Scion Prince, Vegeta's low growl resembled the roar of a wounded beast, each word laced with deep-seated shame. How could he, Vegeta, fail to withstand even a single blow from that woman, number 18? Such disgrace, utter humiliation. This sense of dishonor surpassed even the powerlessness he felt in the face of Frieza, piercing deeply into his proud soul. Piccolo crossed his arms, his green visage as unyielding as stone, brow furrowed in a deep, concentrated frown. In his profound gaze, there was no relief, only an inescapable weight of worry. He understood better than anyone the implications of the power the androids exhibited, a force capable of easily upending Earth and even challenging the cosmic order. The shadow of the future loomed heavier than ever upon his heart. Krillin instinctively raised his hand, gently touching the cheek marked by number 18's parting kiss. A faint, cool softness seemed to linger there. His heart raced chaotically, his expression a tapestry of confusion, dread, and an inexplicable peculiar emotion. That fleeting kiss, amid the life and death struggle, appeared so abrupt and surreal, leaving his mind in disarray. In the aftermath of battle, The observant Bulma's gaze swept over Trunks' jacket, fixating on the striking red and blue capsule logo. "Oh, this dashing young man. Are you an employee of our Universal Capsule Company?" Her words instantly captured everyone's attention, focusing on the unfamiliar Super Saiyan. "Right." Sun Wukong scratched his head, a look of naive confusion on his face. "Who are you?" Krillin and the others said you've become a Super Saiyan too. "What? Wukong, you don't recognize him?" Krillin exclaimed, incredulity etched on his face. They had assumed this was a companion Wukong had met in the universe. Impossible. Vegeta's roar thundered through the air, his eyes fixed on Trunks, burning with suspicion and rage. Aside from Kakarot, who was exiled to Earth, only I and a handful of warriors on missions survived the destruction of planet Vegeta. The Saiyans are long extinct. Where did this little brat come from? Trunks displayed a look of trepidation, for the course of history had been disrupted by his actions. He inhaled deeply, his gaze becoming resolute. Since he had already arrived, he must fulfill his purpose. "Mr. Son Goku," he turned to Goku, his tone solemn, "before we discuss everything, might I witness your Super Saiyan form firsthand?" Having been incapacitated by Android 18 prior to Goku's arrival on the battlefield, Trunks had not witnessed the subsequent clash between Goku and Android 16. "Super Saiyan." "Certainly," Goku replied without hesitation. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and a fierce golden aura erupted around him, blazing like a sun. His golden hair stood on end, radiating energy. "All right," Trunks shouted, his own aura shifting dramatically as golden light enveloped him once more. The two formidable Super Saiyan presences collided, intertwining and creating an invisible tempest. What a terrifying force. Tien, under immense pressure, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. The proximity was nearly suffocating. Kakarot and that little brat. Vegeta's clenched fists trembled slightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. Witnessing the ease with which the two entered the legendary realm, an unprecedented sense of humiliation and resentment gnawed at his pride. The voice of his father, King Vegeta, echoed in his ears. "Vegeta, you are the prodigy our race has encountered in a millennium. Only you have the potential to become the legendary Super Saiyan and lead our people to glory. Father, can I truly achieve this?" Suddenly, a cold glimmer flashed. Krillin and the others gasped as Trunks unsheathed his sword without warning, the fierce blade aimed directly at Goku's face. Goku remained motionless. The blade halted just before it touched his nose. "Aren't you going to make a move, Mr. Son Goku?" Trunks inquired, puzzled. "I do not sense any murderous intent." Goku replied calmly. "Then I shall not hold back this time. Come." Goku slowly raised his right hand, his index finger glowing with a concentrated radiance that flickered erratically. Trunks narrowed his eyes, and with the force of a tempest, he unleashed a torrent of sword strikes. The shadows of the sword fell heavily, momentarily enveloping Goku. Clang, 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 clang. The crisp and rapid sound of impacts echoed like a torrential downpour. To the astonishment of all the warriors, Goku, with just his energy-encased fingertip, deftly deflected every lethal blade with pinpoint accuracy. As if strolling leisurely, he maneuvered effortlessly. After a dazzling exchange, Trunks retreated, sheathing his sword as the golden aura dissipated. Indeed, he regarded Goku with genuine respect. "You are as powerful as my mother described." Then, Trunks surveyed the crowd, inhaling deeply. "Everyone, I cannot reveal my name for now. However, I hail from approximately 20 years in the future." A silence fell over the gathering, interrupted only by the whispering wind. On the morning of May 12th, 3 years from now at 10 o'clock, a formidable duo will appear in South City. The artificial beings Androids 17 and 18, created by the mad scientist Dr. Geros of the Red Ribbon Army. They are fearsome monsters. The Red Ribbon Army. Upon hearing a familiar name, Sun Wukong could not help but speak. "Yes, it is indeed the nefarious organization you once obliterated," Trunks replied. "The escaped Dr. Geros has been tirelessly researching ways to defeat you, and at last, he has created the ultimate weapon, the androids. However, the androids he constructed possess such overwhelming power that they are beyond his control, leading to Dr. Geros' own demise at their hands. They are nothing but pure killing machines, reveling in the despair of humanity." Trunks's voice trembled with rage. "I have resisted, but facing those two, I stand no chance. Even a one-on-one encounter would be exceedingly arduous." Chapter 19, The Trajectory of Change. "Single-handedly? What of your companions?" Krillin could not refrain from inquiring. A shadow of profound sorrow crossed Trunks' eyes as his voice grew somber. There are none left. 20 years later, I am the sole survivor. He recited the names of those familiar souls as if reading from gravestones. 3 years hence, in that battle, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Krillin, Mr. Yamcha, Mr. Tien, Mr. Kaiatsu, and Mr. Piccolo all perished. He paused, his voice becoming increasingly hoarse. And my mentor, Gohan, also fell 4 years ago. He lifted his gaze, revealing utter despair. After Mr. Piccolo's death, the Guardian perished as well, and the Dragon Balls turned to stone. There is no longer hope for resurrection. Oh my God! Bulma gasped, covering her mouth, while Krillin and the others turned pale, a chilling dread creeping up their spines. The androids take pleasure in the hunt, deliberately torturing and slaying us. Trunks clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening. The future we inhabit is akin to hell. And what of me? Sun Wukong interjected suddenly, his gaze sharp. Did I also perish at the hands of the androids? No, Trunks shook his head, an expression of complex regret crossing his face. You did not partake in that battle because you were to succumb shortly thereafter. He struggled to utter the words, to viral heart disease. What? The group gasped in unison. Heart disease. Sun Wukong stared in disbelief at his own hands, an overwhelming sense of indignation surging within him. This is intolerable. The Senzu beans cannot cure illness. To die in such a manner is infuriating. Wait. Vegeta interjected sharply, pointing towards the direction where the androids had vanished. Look closely. 17, 18, and that's 16. They are appearing now. This is entirely different from what you described for 3 years hence. Indeed, the timeline has shifted. The others awakened from their stupor, agreeing fervently. This is precisely the source of my greatest confusion. Trunks' brow furrowed deeply. Perhaps my journey through the time machine disrupted the historical timeline by eliminating Frieza and his father. He added gravely, moreover, in my timeline, the powers of 17 and 18 were nowhere near as formidable as they are today. That 16 never even existed. The young boy from the future. Krillin interjected cautiously, a hint of confusion in his tone. You claim that 17 and 18 are pure killing machines, yet during our encounter, they appeared not to be intent on total annihilation. Indeed, Bulma immediately interfaced, filled with a sense of relief after surviving the ordeal, particularly regarding Android 17, who had even intervened to thwart Android 16's lethal attack on Goku. If he were truly malevolent, we would have already met our demise. All right, everyone, let us not dwell too much on this. Goku forcefully patted the back of his head, as if attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling within. In his perpetually optimistic eyes, a rare shadow of confusion momentarily clouded his gaze. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, seeking a glimmer of possibility amidst the despair. Could the deviations of history have altered many things, including their fates? He paused, his eyes scanning the direction from which 17 and the others had departed, his tone tinged with a flicker of optimism. Perhaps their, dispositions had also changed. Maybe things are not as dire as we perceive. Humph. Kakarot. A roar imbued with overwhelming rage and deep humiliation, akin to the cry of a wounded beast, violently interrupted Goku's tentative musings. Vegeta's eyes burned crimson, fueled not only by excruciating pain, but also by a crushed pride and an almost frenzied resolve to annihilate everything in his path. He fixed his gaze upon Goku, each word escaping his lips like blood seeping from clenched teeth. I care not for any damned deviations or worthless artificial beings. Be it you or that little brat. Just wait, I will surpass all of you. Before his words could dissipate, a tempest of fury erupted, and Vegeta transformed into a violet streak, tearing through the sky, leaving behind only a rapidly diminishing point of light that vanished into the horizon. Trunks gazed at the fleeting brilliance, his voice dry and strained. This defeat had been catastrophic, leaving a profound impact on him. Goku withdrew his gaze from the sky, his tone imbued with an unusual trust, but he would never concede defeat. Such eyes, such fury, were all too familiar to him. He would certainly rise to greater heights, strong enough to astonish us all upon his return. There are always those stronger than oneself, and today serves as the harshest testament to that truth. Piccolo's deep voice resonated, laden with unprecedented gravity. The existence of the androids was a clarion call. We must become stronger, tenfold, 100-fold. Otherwise, he left the thought unspoken, yet the unarticulated dread swept through the hearts of everyone like a chilling current. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon their shoulders, akin to leaden burdens. After a tense and urgent discussion, the group exchanged solemn glances filled with deep concern for the future and a resolute determination to grow stronger, silently bidding farewell to one another. Trunks, his expression exceedingly grave, cautiously retrieved a uniquely crafted vial from a concealed pocket and solemnly handed it to Goku. "Mr. Goku, please take care of this. It is the only effective antidote against that sudden heart condition in the future." His eyes brimmed with earnestness and trust. "You must take it on time. The future still needs you." Goku accepted the vial, feeling the weight of hope from another timeline contained within, and nodded emphatically. "Yes, I'll remember. Don't worry." Trunks cast a lingering gaze upon the land of his tumultuous past, a place that had profoundly impacted him. No longer hesitating, he turned and ascended into the oddly shaped time machine, imbued with the essence of futuristic technology. With a hum, the engine ignited, producing a deep resonance. A dreamlike blue aura enveloped the machine as the fabric of space began to twist and fold. In a flash, a radiant streak, even more dazzling than the one that had marked Vegeta's departure, illuminated the surroundings, and in an instant, the time machine, along with Trunks, vanished from sight, leaving behind ripples in the air, akin to those on a water's surface, gradually calming. He was troubled by the thought of leaving his mother alone in that desolate future. As he watched Trunks disappear into the temporal ripples, Goku inhaled deeply, as if to internalize that weight and transform it into strength. He turned to the silent Piccolo, his gaze resolute and fervent once more. "Piccolo," he spoke, his voice steady and powerful, "let us return to the Capsule Corporation with Gohan." Piccolo raised an eyebrow, meeting Goku's determined look. Goku grinned, a smile infused with a mix of excitement and resolve, igniting with an insatiable yearning for greater heights. "We require a truly hellish training regimen, one far more grueling than any we've ever endured." Chapter 20. Dr. Gero on their journey westward. Beneath a cerulean sky adorned with drifting white clouds, Android 17 and his companions soared through the air like liberated birds. "Where are we headed?" 18 inquired, her hair fluttering in the wind. "To West City, of course," 17 replied with a hint of a smile. Having finally ventured out, he was eager to experience the splendor of the grand metropolis. His gaze swept across a roadside convenience store. "But before that, shall we procure some refreshments?" He prepared to descend. "Do you have any money?" 18 remarked bluntly, cutting through his enthusiasm. "Isn't this just the moment it arrives?" 17's attention was captured by a pink delivery truck racing below, its 4 burly occupants replete with menacing features and weapons that glinted coldly in the sunlight. Evidently, they had just completed a heist. "Get out of the way if you don't want to die." The truck barreled forward, and the driver, a thug with a fearsome countenance, leaned out and bellowed at the trio who had suddenly appeared in front of the vehicle. "Foolish to challenge death," 17 replied as he vanished in a flash, appearing like a specter before the truck's front. A series of muffled thuds and anguished cries echoed, and the 4 fearsome robbers were swiftly reduced to unconscious heaps by the roadside. With practiced ease, 17 rifled through their pockets, extracting a bulging wallet. "All set," he declared, shaking the wallet triumphantly as he led the way toward the convenience store, with 18 and 16 following silently behind. Though as cyborgs they did not require sustenance for survival, 17 and 18 retained much of human sensation and habit, still relishing the taste of beverages. 16 stood quietly beside them, resembling a loyal sentinel. "Hop in," 17 exclaimed, flinging open the driver's door and plopping into the seat, patting the steering wheel as he beckoned to 18 and 16. On the 18th, gazing at the garish pink truck that had been seized, rolled her eyes and quipped, "Are you serious?" The immense form of the 16th squeezed into the back seat, rendering the cabin instantly cramped. The monotony of their flight was palpable. The 17th ignited the engine, and the truck roared to life. Only with driving does one truly feel the essence of a journey. Automobiles embody the romance of man. A mischievous grin danced upon his lips. "What a ridiculous taste," the 18th retorted, yet she deftly settled into the passenger seat. The truck billowed dust along the highway, carrying 3 extraordinary beings towards the bustling West City, leaving behind a trail of engine roars and the 17th's playful whistle. The pink truck glided smoothly along the winding road, the drone of the engine replacing the clamor of battle, becoming the sole backdrop to the moment. Outside the window, fields and forests flashed by, occasionally revealing wisps of smoke rising from distant farmhouses. Sunlight streamed through the windshield, casting a warm glow upon the serene visage of the 17th. With one hand carelessly resting on the steering wheel, he exuded the ease of a seasoned driver, yet his gaze did not linger on the fleeting scenery. Those tranquil eyes seemed to penetrate through time and space, delving into the dusty corners of forgotten memories. This sensation was rather pleasant. A thought silently crossed the 17th's mind. From the cold, forced awakening in the sterile research lab to the decisive moment of ending Dr. Geros, from expressing his longing for freedom to the 18th, to awakening the silent 16th and unveiling the conspiracy of the androids, and finally, to rushing to the battlefield of Frieza's arrival and his initial clash with Son Goku. This brief yet tumultuous awakening, akin to a storm, was now severed by the rolling wheels and the tranquility outside, settling into a unique leisure. The 17th reflected upon the events that had transpired since his arrival in this world brimming with infinite possibilities and formidable beings. This seemingly leisurely journey to West City represented a precious respite between storms, an opportunity to untangle the intricate threads of his past and contemplate the road ahead. Meanwhile, the 18th sat in the passenger seat, idly toying with her golden hair, occasionally adjusting her appearance in the rearview mirror. The 16th, with his imposing stature nearly consuming the entire back compartment, sat quietly, his electronic eyes calmly scanning the shifting scenery outside, thoroughly relishing the tranquility of nature. An unusual peace enveloped the cabin, starkly contrasting with the cataclysmic battle that had just transpired. The 17th's thoughts, akin to a finely tuned instrument, began to trace back to the origins within that cold laboratory. The gates of memory swung open, and vivid images from the year 750 of the age of the dragon appeared. The boy named Son Goku, wielding an astonishing power, vanquished the seemingly invincible assassin, Tao Pai Pai, and ultimately obliterated the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army like a natural disaster. As one of the Army's veterans, Dr. Geros' twisted fury and deep-seated hatred seemed to transmit through the chilling imagery of the surveillance screens. On the 17th, one could perceive the relentless obsession and the fervent drive that compelled Dr. Geros to rise from the ruins, wagering his entire existence on the madness of vengeance. Miniature reconnaissance devices, like phantoms, spanned the globe, greedily capturing every fragment of data regarding Sun Wukong. Who could remain sane in such circumstances? It is akin to laboriously building a business over 30 years, only to be shattered and returned to square one overnight. Anyone would explode with rage. Initially, the ambition was indeed grand, starting from nothing to construct an ultimate killing machine. One path involved the cell project, akin to a tailor, piecing together the cells of martial artists to stitch together a so-called perfect being. Alas, the old man Geros could hardly wait, as this endeavor required the patience of a slow cooker, so much so that he could not even be bothered to lift the lid, leaving only a heap of cold machinery mindlessly executing commands. The alternative path led to pure mechanical masterpieces, such as the creation of 16, based on his prematurely deceased son. A perfect physique? An everlasting energy core? It sounds enchanting. Yet, the core directive was absurdly simple: defeat Sun Wukong. What was the outcome? He soon tasted the bittersweet fruit of perfection. The purity of 16 meant a rejection of any superfluous operational commands. An ultimate weapon that even its master could not fully control? How ironic that the old fool felt a twinge of fear. Thus, the cold sleep chamber became the resting place for the formidable 16, a refined collectible, gathering dust. After failing with purely mechanical designs, the old man turned his gaze towards cyborgs. What he sought was not a perfect creation, but rather a more obedient tool. Hence, the ill-fated twin siblings, Lapis and Lazili, became the subjects of his surgical ambitions. Thus, 17 and 18 were born. A permanent energy core was similarly embedded within their human forms. Through cellular fusion, they retained memories, emotions, and this corporeal vessel, which served as both a source of power and the greatest risk in Dr. Geros' eyes. Human emotions, akin to wild grass, thrived vigorously under the surge of energy provided by the permanent core, frequently disrupting his commands. Their defiance and longing for freedom were enough to keep that control freak old man restless. Trust? Non-existent. The cold controller and enforced slumber were his ultimate safety measures. One could muse that at 17 and 18, in the original narrative, approached situations with discernment prior to action. They would not have been forcibly shut down by the overlooked controllers. As 17's thoughts continued to unfold, after the enforced shutdown of the siblings, That old man did not remain idle, particularly during the 3 years of dormancy following the arrival and subsequent defeat of mechanical Frieza and King Cold. He, in the end, succumbed to fear, opting for a more secure path. A cold mockery stirred within 17's heart. Dr. Geros had entirely abandoned the pursuit of the permanent energy core, a high-risk, high-potential cutting-edge route. He succumbed, turning instead to the less sophisticated, more easily controlled absorption techniques that aligned with his pitiful desire for dominance. It was not enough to merely have the cumbersome and foolish number 19 as his subordinate. Ultimately, driven by extreme madness and the instinct for self-preservation, he even severed his own being. Indeed, only the truly ruthless can inflict such self-harm. With the assistance of number 19, Dr. Geros transformed himself into number 20, a pitiful creature that also required the energy of others to survive, thereby becoming a monster himself. 3 years later, Dr. Geros and his rotund accomplice emerged as anticipated to cause havoc, yet they found themselves relentlessly pursued by enraged warriors, akin to two strayed dogs. Compelled to awaken the failed experiments, numbers 17 and 18, whom he both feared and sought to exploit. In the original timeline, number 17's gaze swept past the bored number 18, who was unconsciously tapping on the car window, and the slumbering number 16 in the rearview mirror, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, the three of us were likely still lying in those cold iron coffins within the laboratory, ensnared in an endless nightmare. His inner turmoil rippled silently outward. Ah, Trunks, do you believe that the deviation in history is merely due to your premature slaying of Frieza and his progeny? That profound gaze seemed to pierce through the veil of time and space. The trajectory of fate had been shattered long before by this extraterrestrial visitor. Chapter 21. Number 17's self-awareness. As the tide of memories receded, number 17's consciousness became fixated on himself. The strength of this body. He silently summoned the data streams from within his supercomputer, overlaying it with fragments of memory from the original anime. Calmly assessing the destructive power he currently possessed, the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Level 1. A clear understanding crystallized in the core of his thoughts. This was akin to Goku returning from planet Yardrat and training with Piccolo for 3 years, representing the limit he could achieve before entering the hyperbolic time chamber. What does this imply? Compared to Vegeta and Trunks, who have only just grazed the threshold of Super Saiyan Level 1, he would likely be nothing more than a warm-up. As for Piccolo in his Super Namekian form, having fused with the Kai, given number 17's current combat prowess, they would be evenly matched. Although the outcome might not be immediately clear, let us not forget, I am a perpetual motion machine brimming with infinite energy. Should I choose to endure? The loser shall never be I. Yet, number 17 harbored no inflated sense of self-worth. The clarity brought forth by the original work was like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Not enough. He was acutely aware of his limits. The yet-to-emerge monster, Cell, once it achieved full power in its first form, would undoubtedly surpass his current capabilities. Indeed, in its initial stage, Cell was weaker than Piccolo in his Super Namekian form. However, like a voracious maggot, it had ravenously consumed countless human lives, propelling itself to the full power stage of its first form. By that time, although it had exhausted the gains of ordinary individuals, its power was sufficient to decisively conquer number 17, and even challenge the likes of number 17, number 18, and Piccolo simultaneously. However, the sheer violence contained within the purely mechanical body of number 16 was formidable enough to engage directly with the fully powered first form of Cell. Dr. Geros, that old man, truly treated him as if he were his own son. Casting a glance at the quietly situated number 16 in the rearview mirror, he could not help but express his inner sarcasm. Not only did number 16 possess an infinite energy core and energy radar, but he was also privy to the precise addresses of Goku's residence, Master Roshi's island, and Bulma's home, information that number 17 and number 18 lacked. It could be said that when Dr. Geros created number 16, he poured all the highest technology and intelligence concerning Goku's network of connections that he could conceive into his son, number 16. Truly, the old father had exerted tremendous effort. Number 17 could only shake his head in admiration. However, it must be noted that the foundation of my own strength lies in the original, permanent energy core implanted by Dr. Geros. It functions like a heart, serving as the powerhouse that provides an inexhaustible flow of energy. This fundamental advantage equips me with the capacity for sustained, high-intensity combat. During the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, No. 17 relied on this characteristic to engage in continuous high-stakes battles. Complementing this was the exquisite fighting skill and energy beam capabilities embedded within his core programming. These were the factory settings bestowed by Dr. Geros. The specially enhanced body could withstand the majority of physical attacks, with non-lethal injuries rapidly mended. Moreover, it could convert internal energy into a protective shield enveloping the entire body, offering formidable defense against energy-based assaults. As for other forms, regarding low-intensity, non-targeted energy attacks, such as the shock waves dissipating across the battlefield, the body could absorb and convert them to a very limited extent, with efficiency that was rather meager, barely sufficient. However, this aspect received unprecedented enhancement following the assimilation with Hell's number 17 in Dragon Ball. The permanent energy core granted number 17 a profound depth of vision. It established a baseline of strength, a platform that would never falter. Yet, this was by no means the end. After engaging in combat with warriors like Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo, who continuously transcend their limits through rigorous training, he clearly sensed that within him, there was not a stagnant pool of energy. Dr. Geros had overlooked one crucial point, or perhaps he deliberately preserved it. The potential inherent to humanity within number 17 and number 18 had not been extinguished. This was manifestly illustrated in Dragon Ball Super, where number 17, through years of diligent training, surpassed the limits of artificial beings, his power far exceeding Dr. Geros' design. Attaining a constant battle strength at Super Saiyan Blue levels, capable of contending with elite fighters from Universe 11, such as Topo and Dispo, this potential could indeed be awakened through rigorous practice. This realization burned in number 17's heart like a torch ignited in the darkness. The latent potential belonging to number 17. A force seemingly elevated by technological enhancement, yet simultaneously constrained, resembles a dormant volcano, showing subtle signs of agitation under the nurturing energy of the inexhaustible eternal energy furnace. However, the fundamental flaw of number 17 lies in its ability to only detect powerful energy sources at close range, akin to a rudimentary biological radar. Incapable of accurately assessing the specific strength and precise location of adversaries. This limitation is clearly illustrated in the original work, during the initial confrontation between Cell and Piccolo. Although number 17 and number 18 sensed the eruption of energy while approaching the Baozi Mountain, they could not perceive the source of this energy with the precision that number 16 possessed. This is far inferior to the sophisticated energy radar system within number 16 and the intuitive sensing abilities demonstrated by Goku and his companions. In the rapidly changing landscape of high-stakes combat, the inability to accurately perceive fluctuations in an opponent's energy, positional movements, and energy concentration is akin to fighting blindfolded, a fatal shortcoming that restricts the manifestation of his power and hinders his ascent to greater heights. Essentially, number 17 is a jester at heart. His desire to enhance his strength stems from a wish to freely explore the wonders of the Dragon Ball world rather than being a mere plaything of this universe. Without delving into the slumbering deities and angels of higher power, the threats posed by future adversaries such as Cell and Majin Buu are formidable and not easily dismissed. He does not wish to end up like others, becoming a mere target, easily dispatched by the residual force of an enemy's attack. Perhaps he might be resurrected by the warriors using the Dragon Balls, but what if he were not the one to return? That would truly be a predicament. It is crucial to remember that he currently occupies the body of the original number 17. I need the key, number 17 silently muses, envisioning the key that would unlock the limitations of this body and grant him the vision to penetrate the mist surrounding energy. He must learn the exquisite perception and application of energy that the warriors possess. This endeavor transcends mere combat skills and energy manipulation. It is the key to unshackling his potential. The objective has become extraordinarily clear: to master the perception of energy and the control of power. This skill is the cornerstone upon which warriors base their combat, tracking, and even assessments of strength, and it is a crucial step towards breaking through his current constraints. Who could impart such a capability? The answer is evident: the Heavenly Temple, the deity residing at the highest point on earth, along with his guardian, Mr. Popo, possesses an unparalleled mastery of energy perception and utilization. It is here that Goku and his companions once learned these vital skills. Chapter 22. The objective, heavenly temple. That old deity has likely not diverted his gaze since the moment we appeared on the battlefield, number 17 surmises with certainty. After all, from the original narrative, it is evident that the deity frequently observes the lower realms from the edge of the heavenly temple. Such scrutiny is customary, especially in the face of crises of Frieza's caliber. His focus would undoubtedly intensify. With the sudden emergence of 3 individuals, their power far exceeding that of Goku and his allies, it stands to reason they would be prominently featured on the deity's watch list. More importantly, we have yet to commit any act that truly endangers the Earth. This record of harmlessness should not escape his notice. The cold logic within the core of his thoughts whirred rapidly, calculating the greatest stakes. In a few years, the creature known as Shalu, with its insatiable desire to consume and its potential for destruction, would render us mere artificial beings akin to harmless toys. This is the crux of the matter. As long as that old fellow's mind isn't clouded by the temple's mists, he should comprehend that there is no reason to refuse a formidable force that actively seeks power and is willing to stand on the side of Earth against genuine apocalyptic threats. This is not a request, but an inevitable collaboration based on cold realities and mutual survival interests. With the plan set, number 17 felt a wave of relief wash over him. Beep. The impatient honking from behind broke his deep contemplation, and number 17 snapped back to reality. Noticing that the traffic ahead had come to a standstill due to a minor accident, he shrugged nonchalantly and shifted into a more comfortable position. Look at that. In such a hurry? Only novices would display such impatience. Seasoned drivers know that a well-prepared approach is essential before conquering the city. The splendor of the West City had not disappointed them. Towering skyscrapers loomed, neon lights flickered, and vehicles flowed like a river. Number 18, seemingly released from long-standing restraint, plunged into a shopping paradise. Over the span of a month, she nearly swept through all the luxury boutiques and fashionable outlets. Numbers 17 and 16, without a hint of complaint, perfectly embodied the role of devoted bag carriers. Their arms were adorned with an array of shopping bags in varying sizes and colors, creating a peculiar yet somewhat comical spectacle on the streets of West City. Money? In the face of number 18's boundless shopping desires, number 17 merely shrugged. This had never posed a problem for them. Running low? Simple. Number 17 had a clear target. The city's darker side was never short of sponsors. Those who wreaked havoc on the streets, robbed banks, or adorned the wanted posters with hefty bounties had become their most convenient ATMs. A brief visit would resolve their issues. Efficient, precise, and it could even be considered a contribution to the city's law and order, albeit motivated purely by pragmatism. After a month of temporary respite amidst the clamor and extravagance of West City, number 18's fervor for material possessions began to wane, and number 17 knew it was time to act. He stuffed the last of the exaggerated shopping bags into the nearly bursting trunk, patting the non-existent dust off the pink exterior of the car. Had they played enough? He glanced at number 18, who still seemed reluctant to leave. She tossed her golden hair over her shoulder. Although her gaze lingered on the lavish garments in the display window, she nodded. Yes, that should suffice for now. Where to next? Don't tell me we're driving again. No. Number 17's gaze shifted toward the distant horizon, as if he could penetrate the clouds to see the towering spire that connected the mortal realm to the divine. We shall change our approach. He opened the car door and gestured to number 16 to exit. It is time to pay a visit to the deities of Earth. The engine fell silent. 3 figures emerged from the pink van, casually leaving it by the roadside. In the next moment, they ascended with remarkable speed, powerful gusts dispersing the fallen leaves at their feet as they transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the legendary Kylenta. A new journey had commenced. The trio tore through the clouds like 3 meteors falling in reverse, coming to a halt in a peculiar place embraced by primordial forests. The lush sea of trees seemed to be constrained by an invisible force, encircling a vast, barren circular clearing. At the center of this clearing stood an imposing tower, so magnificent that words could scarcely capture its grandeur, soaring toward the heavens. Kylenta. It stood quietly, its body composed of an ancient material that was neither metal nor stone, exhibiting a weathered gray-white hue, thickly entwined with deep green vines that coiled like dragons. The base of the tower was overwhelmingly massive, dwarfing even the tallest trees, rendering them mere shrubs in comparison. The tower rose straight upward, devoid of windows or embellishments, its surface marked only by the mottled scars of time. casting an air of solemnity beneath the afternoon sun. Straining to gaze upward, the pinnacle of the tower faded into the dense, cotton-like sea of clouds above, as if truly connecting to an unknown realm. The air here was exceptionally pure, imbued with the forest's moisture and an ineffable ancient charm. With faint currents swirling around the tower, forming a natural, intangible barrier. Hey, number 17. Number 18 floated beside number 17, arms crossed, her golden hair gently swaying in the breeze. She surveyed the silent, towering column before her, a hint of curiosity in her tone. What brought us to this remote wilderness to see a big pillar? It certainly looks tall. Number 16 hovered silently on the opposite side, his pale blue electronic eyes calmly scanning the tower's structure, seemingly analyzing its composition. He found the natural environment here quite appealing. Yet, number 17's gaze remained fixated on the tower's peak, which disappeared into the clouds, his expression reflecting an unusual intensity. This is no ordinary tower, number 18, he spoke, his voice steady and clear, tinged with the spirit of exploration. This is Kailinta, the fabled passage connecting the mortal realm to the Divine Hall. The Divine Hall? Number 18 raised an eyebrow, skepticism lacing her words. Such an ethereal myth? Are you serious? Very serious, number 17 replied, pointing toward the clouds. According to the information I have gathered, the Divine Hall does indeed exist, suspended above the clouds at the summit of Kailinta. However, curiously, this area is protected by a powerful barrier or spatial distortion. Should you attempt to fly directly toward the clouds in search of the hall, no matter how high or fast you ascend, you will ultimately lose your way or find yourself back where you started. The only path, he paused, his gaze extending despairingly along the tower's straight ascent, is to climb Kailinta step by step from the base to the top. Here, climbing does not merely refer to relying solely on one's physical strength. For instance, in the realm of Dragon Ball, characters like the Rice Bowl King and his companions utilized robots to ascend. Of course, perhaps they had received some form of divine concession, regardless of whether they, like Sun Wukong and other warriors, relied on their innate flying abilities or, akin to Bulma, utilized flying machines. They could ascend the Kalen Tower all the way to the Temple of the Gods. Ah, the enigmatic rules. Number 18 pursed her lips. Yet a flicker of curiosity danced in her eyes. Let us proceed and discover where this singular path leads. The trio hesitated no longer, their bodies soaring upward like arrows released from a bow. The wind pressure generated by their rapid ascent rustled the ancient vines adorning the tower, producing a low, mournful wail. Their velocity was astonishing, transforming the ordinary scenery below into a blur of colors. With their swiftness, it wasn't long before they broke through a layer of thin clouds, revealing a stunning vista. Here, the tower presented an open platform, upon which stood a quaint, archaic structure. At the entrance, a white cat, leaning on a disproportionately large wooden staff, gazed at them with tranquil composure. This feline, slightly larger than an ordinary domestic cat, was pure white, not a single stray hair to be found. Its eyes were narrow slits, imbued with an ineffable depth and wisdom. 3 long, slightly quivering whiskers adorned its cheeks and the sides of its head. The wooden staff it held exuded an ancient aura, akin to that of the tower itself. The guardian of the Kalen Tower for over 8 centuries, the celestial cat. Chapter 23. The decree of the god. Oh dear, the Kalen sage uttered in a calm, somewhat aged voice, his slender eyes sweeping slowly over the trio, lingering momentarily on number 17 and number 18, imbued with a barely perceptible scrutiny. What rare guests we have. Such formidable warriors, yet tinged with a hint of mechanical coldness. His gaze finally settled upon number 17's face, as if penetrating the facade, sensing a peculiar, human-like resonance. Intriguing, most intriguing. Number 17 did not cease his flight. Instead, as he swiftly passed the platform, he inclined his head slightly in a gesture of respect towards the legendary sage. Forgive the intrusion, Kalen sage. We have urgent matters to attend to at the Temple of the Gods. His voice, though soft, reached the celestial cat's ears with clarity. Number 18 cast a curious glance at the extraordinary cat, but offered no further comment. Number 16, surprisingly, flashed a rare smile at the Kalen sage, perhaps thinking, well, he truly is just a cat. The Kalen sage did not hinder them. He merely watched as 3 streaks of light continued their ascent, vanishing into the higher clouds. He stroked his whiskers and murmured to himself, the wheels of fate are turning ever faster. Surely, The Lord of the Gods has sensed this as well. Upon surpassing the platform atop the Kalen Tower, number 17's voice echoed once more. Did you see the socket at the tower's peak? It once held a miraculous staff known as the Rui Bang. It could extend and contract at will, serving as the bridge between the Kalen Tower and the higher temple of the gods. However, that staff is now in the hands of Sun Wukong. As he spoke, they had completely pierced through the final dense layer of clouds. A vast, bowl-shaped platform floated amidst the boundless azure sky. In the center of the platform stands an ancient and majestic temple, known as the Hall of the Divine. The glazed tiles of the temple shimmer under the sunlight, exuding a gentle luster, while the eaves and brackets resonate with an air of sanctity and tranquility. Before the temple lies an expansive square of clouds. At the heart of this square stands a venerable elder, clad in a flowing white robe adorned with divine symbols, wielding a staff akin to that of the cat sage. His visage bears a striking resemblance to Piccolo, yet his countenance is imbued with a benevolent, yet formidable authority. He awaits them in serene silence. Beside him stands Mr. Bobo, a robust figure with dark skin, as silent and steadfast as a mountain. The divine gaze seems to penetrate the very souls of the visitors, settling directly upon the leader, designated as number 17. Within that gaze lies no astonishment, only a profound understanding and contemplative depth. Through the previous confrontation involving the three individuals and Sun Wukong, he has discerned the extraordinary energy harbored within their forms, particularly within the soul of the raven-haired youth, where an intriguing intertwining of cold mechanical logic and a flicker of human benevolence resides. This paradoxical amalgamation astonishes the deity, revealing to him a glimpse of potentiality. The three individuals gracefully alight upon the cloud square. Number 17 steps forward, confronting the guardian of Earth with neither humility nor arrogance, his eyes clear and resolute. Esteemed deity, greetings, he articulates, his voice resonating with clarity and steadiness across the solemn expanse of the temple square. We have come seeking your guidance. I am known as number 17. These are my sister, number 18, and my companion, number 16. Our purpose is to learn the art of perceiving and harnessing energy. Upon hearing number 17's forthright declaration, the deity does not respond immediately. His profound gaze lowers, as if piercing through the mists of time, silently assessing the three artificial beings. After a brief moment, he finally speaks, his tone calm, yet imbued with the power of insight. I perceive the creations of Dr. Geros. Within you lies an almost boundless strength. He pauses, a note of understanding in his voice. Though your power is formidable, it resembles that of a blind behemoth, capable of shaking mountains yet incapable of perceiving the flow of energy within this world, let alone mastering it with finesse. Indeed, number 17 concedes candidly, nodding slightly. We possess the measure of strength, yet lack the eyes to perceive and the heart to control it. This not only limits our capabilities, but also renders us clumsy and perilous in the face of future threats. Future threats? The deity keenly seizes upon this pivotal phrase, his gaze sharpening. Yes, number 17 replies succinctly. With an imperceptible movement, he steps towards the edge of the square, casting a subtle glance at the deity, indicating a need to temporarily distance himself from number 18 and number 16. The deity comprehends, shifting silently to stand beside number 17. What do you wish to convey to me, young one? His voice is low and direct. Number 17 takes a deep breath, presenting one of the most crucial pieces of information, a creature known as Cell, the ultimate monster. Oh, the celestial deity's brow subtly furrowed. Even a being of such immense power as you is labeled a monster. He had come to realize that the gravity of the situation surpassed all expectations. Indeed, the tone of number 17 was somber. It too stemmed from the designs of Dr. Geros, an amalgamation of Scion, Namekian, and the Frost Demon lineage, among numerous other formidable entities, cells, and techniques. Its ultimate objective was to absorb myself and number 18 to achieve final evolution, becoming a weapon capable of annihilating everything. According to the information I possess, it is set to emerge in the future, 3 years hence. What of its whereabouts? The celestial deity pressed, yearning for more clues. I regret to inform you. Number 17 shook his head, a hint of resignation on his face. This is precisely what I, too, am eager to ascertain. I am equally in the dark regarding its precise location. Furthermore, I must confess, this information is inherently speculative. His voice lowered, carrying an air of cautious reserve. After speaking, Number 17 ceased further discourse and calmly returned to the side of number 18 and number 16. Cell, the celestial deity, murmured, his brow knit tightly. The very name seemed to carry an ominous curse. Simultaneously, his divine watch over the earth had already detected unusual energy fluctuations. Number 17's intel was like the final piece of a puzzle, instantly resonating with the unease nestled within his heart. A profound sense of crisis enveloped the celestial deity. He regarded number 17, powerful, rational, with a clear objective, yet retaining a flicker of humanity deep within his soul, actively seeking methods to harness his power against greater threats. Guiding him could yield a formidable ally. Rejecting him and allowing this force to spiral out of control or be consumed by the entity he named Cell would lead to calamities beyond Earth's endurance. I understand. The celestial deity's voice grew grave and resolute as he made his choice. Your request is granted. Here, you shall train, learn to perceive ki, and master the vast power within you. The celestial deity acquiesced to number 17's plea, harboring his own intentions. This was not solely to combat Cell, but to ensure that their power found the right direction, rather than becoming a new source of disaster. He turned to the attendant Bubbles. Mr. Bubbles, it shall be entrusted to you. Bubbles bowed silently. Yes, Lord Deity. Chapter 24. The Teachings of Bubbles Beneath the Heavens. The celestial deity's palace floated atop an endless sea of clouds. Time here appeared to be suspended by an unseen force, with only the eternal. Gentle breeze whispering past ancient stone pillars etched with the marks of time, harmonizing with the ever-shifting clouds beyond the horizon. This place is the nexus of Earth, the boundary between the mundane and the divine, steeped in ineffable tranquility and sanctity. At this moment, the celestial deity, the guardian of Earth, stood quietly at the edge of the plaza, his profound eyes tightly shut, his vast mental energy rippling like invisible waves that spanned mountains and rivers, precisely directed towards the lush forests on the far side of the earth. Far away, at the Bowsy Mountain, it was midday. Sunlight filters through the layered leaves, casting fragmented golden spots upon the moss-covered ground. The waterfall cascades like a silver veil from the cliff, its thunderous roar the sole background sound in this tranquil realm. Sun Wukong hovers beneath the torrent, allowing the powerful currents to wash over his body, each tremor of his muscles a testament to his defiance against nature's might. As pure energy surges within him, not far away, Piccolo sits cross-legged atop a smooth boulder, equally immersed in profound meditation, his green form seemingly melding with the rock. His sharp will attuned to the subtlest flow of energy in the universe. Suddenly, a familiar and grave voice pierces through the barriers of time and space, manifesting unexpectedly in the depths of their souls. Wukong, Piccolo, pause for a moment. The voice abruptly disrupts their meditative state. Sun Wukong's body jolts. The golden aura he had summoned to withstand the waterfall's impact retracting instantaneously. He opens his eyes wide, a glimmer of astonishment flashing within his black pupils, which quickly transforms into profound respect. Is this the voice of a celestial being? His thoughts respond clearly in his mind, imbued with a childlike innocence and trust. Yes, Wukong. The celestial voice reverberates again, more solemn and urgent than ever. I have several matters of utmost importance regarding the survival of Earth that must be conveyed to you both immediately. Without further pleasantries, the deity's mental energy flows with precision, delivering clear information regarding the existence of Cell, his terrifying evolutionary goals, and the news that number 17 is seeking training energy at the Celestial Palace. The weight of this revelation sends shockwaves through both warriors. The divine voice, imbued with unprecedented urgency, solemnly cautions them, in your daily training and lives, you must maintain the highest level of vigilance. Be attentive to any unusual signs, abnormal energy fluctuations, unfamiliar powerful auras, or strange biological activities. Any suspicious occurrences may herald Cell's movements. Exercise utmost caution. Cell, a fusion of Piccolo, Vegeta, Frieza, and even my own cells. He must absorb number 17 and number 18 to achieve perfection. Sun Wukong grapples with this horrifying information, his black pupils first constricting in shock, then suddenly erupting with an indescribable fervor, akin to the blazing sun rising in the sky. The light within them does not embody fear, but rather the purest excitement and longing. This is fantastic. He cannot contain a resounding howl. as the violent energy within him causes the cascading waters of the waterfall to reverse in a stunning display of defiance. A momentary yet breathtaking spectacle of turbulent waters. Mist envelopes the area, refracting rainbows, yet cannot obscure the fierce fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Stronger than Frieza, more powerful than numbers 17 and 18 combined. He roars within, every cell in his body trembling with exhilaration. For Sun Wukong, a mightier adversary is never a calamity, but rather the most precious source of motivation to transcend his limits and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Such a level of challenge is precisely what he has longed for. Is number 17 also training in the Heavenly Temple? Splendid. Heavenly One, Mr. Bobo, you are truly remarkable. He was so exhilarated that he nearly danced with joy, his mind instantly conjuring vivid images of a fierce duel with number 17 on the expansive platform of the Heavenly Temple. I must spar with number 17. I yearn to grow stronger. Training under such pressure will undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. He instinctively clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking softly, wishing he could teleport directly to the plaza of the Heavenly Temple. However, in stark contrast to Sun Wukong's almost skyward excitement, was Piccolo's current demeanor. He remained seated upon the rock, his arms tightly crossed over his chest, his deep green visage seemingly cloaked in a layer of frost, the hue appearing even darker. So somber it felt as if it could drip water. The Heavenly One's message resonated in his mind. The perfect evolution of Cell's fusion sent a chilling wave through him with each word. He could acutely sense that the threat level posed by this cell was far beyond that of the previous 3 androids, including number 17. What alarmed him even more was the fact that the Heavenly One had permitted those 3 androids to train within the temple. To allow number 17 access to Ki? He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Foolish. This is nothing short of a mad act of self-destruction. Piccolo roared within, the icy fury almost breaking through his calm exterior. The power of number 17 and his companions was already unfathomable, fraught with uncertainty. Allowing him to grasp the secrets of Ki perception and manipulation would be akin to forging sharper claws for a demon. Heavenly One, what are you thinking? He recalled the faint yet tangible wave of goodwill he had sensed from number 17, as mentioned by the Heavenly One earlier. On the basis of that elusive, fleeting flicker of kindness, you would wager the fate of the entire Earth? A profound distrust and an overwhelming sense of crisis nearly compelled him to rush to the temple for an inquiry. Yet, he forcibly suppressed the impulse. His gaze sharp as a blade. Cell is the true threat. A plan must be devised immediately. He closed his eyes, beginning to think rapidly, formulating multiple contingency strategies for the worst-case scenario. Let us shift our focus back to the sanctified heavenly temple floating among the clouds. Upon the cloud platform, Mr. Bobo stood resolute as a rock. His dark visage bore the same timeless expression of tranquility, as if nothing in the world could disturb the clarity of his heart. Yet, upon closer inspection, his eyes, deep as the night sky, were now exceptionally focused. Opposite him, number 17 shed his usual lethargic indifference and irreverent mockery. His flawless features sharpened with clarity, lips pressed tightly, and brows knitted together in an expression of rare intensity and gravity. It was a brilliance that emerged only when confronting the unknown and challenging the limits of oneself. The Heavenly One's permission was akin to opening a forbidden door, with Mr. Bobo, the unfathomable guardian, serving as the guide. A completely new domain of perception and mastery, transcending his existing framework of understanding, gradually unfurled before him like an expansive celestial map. Perception, number 17. Bobo's voice resonated with a deep, peculiar penetrating quality, as if it were not transmitted through the air, but rather echoed directly within the core of his consciousness, imbued with a soothing yet guiding rhythm. Close your eyes, seal your ears. They are your innate senses, yet they also serve as mundane prisons, intricate traps. When confronting an enemy whose velocity eclipses light, lurking within the chaotic depths of energy, relying on them will render you the most deceitful captive of your own senses. His words resembled ancient proverbs. Bobo slowly raised his hand, his dark fingers steady and precise, pointing to the location of number 17's heart, the true battlefield, not within the realm of sight or sound. It resided here, at the core of your being, within the silent pulsations and torrents of energy itself. Listen to the silent tides, touch the invisible trajectories, allow the flow of energy to become your new sense. His guidance struck at the essence. The training was rigorous and thorough. A heavy, pure black blindfold obscured number 17's eyes, capable of perceiving the microscopic world. Specialized earplugs, designed to absorb all sound vibrations, plunged him into an abyss of absolute silence. The world was brutally stripped of color and sound. In the center of the vast, sacred plaza of the divine temple, number 17 stood alone. Sunlight bathed him, yet he could not perceive it visually. The gentle breeze brushed against his hair, yet no sound echoed in response. For the first time, this powerful artificial being experienced a profound, nearly absolute sense of detachment. A faint, self-deprecating sigh reverberated within his heart. Was this the first time since awakening that he felt such powerlessness? His once proud supervision and keen hearing were forcibly silenced. Yet, amidst this absolute void, another sense of existence was magnified to the point of becoming tumultuous. Within him, the eternal core bestowed by Dr. Gallo surged like a captive miniature star. An immense, untamed energy roared within, akin to a wild stallion, difficult to harness accurately. This torrent of energy was so vast that it drowned out other subtle signals. Simultaneously, within his precisely engineered body, composed of biologically enhanced cells, countless delicate energy flows surged through neural pathways, strengthening muscle bundles and energy conduits in a high-speed pulse, circulating and forming a complex and clamorous internal energy network. At this moment, the cacophony of this inner universe became his greatest obstacle to perceiving the external world. Calm your inner universe, number 17. Bobo's voice once again imprinted upon his consciousness, like casting a stabilizing anchor amidst tumultuous waves. Let your energy be like a windless lake, smooth as a mirror. Only still waters can clearly reflect the ripples of the outside world. Feel my energy. Bobo's voice guided, existing yet ethereal. To capture it required absolute focus and tranquility of the mind. The initial confusion enveloped him like a dense fog. Why did the old man Gallo bestow upon me such an extravagant energy furnace? Is it merely to enhance the aesthetic appeal of the data panel? It resembles a sun perpetually on the brink of explosion, rendering me utterly oblivious to the presence of others. A flicker of annoyance flashed through number 17's mind. Rather than lamenting his own plight, he chose to blame the old man Gallo. With an unwavering mindset that eschewed self-doubt, number 17 was destined for success in all endeavors. That said, the intensity of the energy within number 17 was so extraordinary, akin to that of the sun, while the energy emanating from Bobo was reminiscent of a firefly. Together, the disparity rendered it impossible for him to perceive anything beyond his own overwhelming aura. Alas, the old man Gallo would not emerge to alter the design. Number 17 recalibrated his mindset, swiftly achieving self-consistency, and resolved to try once more. He would not be dissuaded. He sank his focus deeper, relinquishing the futile struggle against the torrent of energy from the eternal furnace, instead attempting to comprehend it, to familiarize himself with the rhythm of its every flow. Akin to taming a rebellious dragon. In the profound darkness and silence, his entire consciousness immersed itself within this cacophonous inner universe. His task was to transform the fluctuations of this inner cosmos from a source of disturbance into a stable backdrop for perceiving the energy waves of the external world. Chapter 25. Arrival time lost its significance in the absolute deprivation of sensation. It may have been mere minutes, or perhaps hours. Gradually, a wondrous transformation began to unfold. Beyond the vast and stable energy background radiation of the eternal furnace, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear point began to manifest. It flickered stubbornly like a star at the edge of a solar flare. It was the presence of Mr. Bobo, no longer a mere abstract concept. It transformed into a hazy, uniquely rhythmic energy halo that, though faint, steadfastly established itself within number 17's mental perception, pulsating intermittently like a breath. Suddenly, Bobo's attack came without warning, a slender yet concentrated beam of energy, striking at an acute angle towards number 17. Drawing upon his combat instincts, he barely managed to sidestep. The energy beam grazing his shoulder and leaving shallow burn marks on the white stone floor of the temple. Too slow, Bobo evaluated. You have heard the sound of energy but failed to discern its trajectory. Day after day, the refinement unfolded amidst the eternal silence and darkness. Mr. Bobo was no longer merely a source of energy. He began to manipulate the ancient and pure special energies inherent within the temple itself. Under his intricate guidance, These energies transformed into swiftly moving targets, their paths both unpredictable and enigmatic. No longer mere beams, they became intangible energy clusters, traversing the silent void along trajectories that defied the speed of sound, at times dashing in a direct line like a comet, at times veering rapidly like a hummingbird, at times drifting erratically like falling leaves, and even executing right-angle turns in midair with no regard for physical inertia. In number 17's world, only these fleeting energy comets traversing the depths of absolute darkness remained. He must hold his breath and concentrate, capturing every minuscule surge of energy before the activation of the ethereal target amidst the background noise of the eternal furnace. In that fleeting moment when the ripple expands, he must instantaneously construct in his mind a radiative diagram of energy intensity, vector direction, and possible trajectory models, relying on his intuitive understanding of energy dynamics. Then, in a flash of mental clarity, he must execute a preemptive maneuver to evade or retaliate. Failure has become the prevailing theme during this period. Each time he is struck by the invisible energy target, it is a ruthless mockery of his once proud superhuman senses, a profound interrogation of his reliance on technological means for survival. However, what 17 possesses abundantly is patience and focus. Each failure serves as a cornerstone for building a more precise perceptual model. He begins to delineate the map of energy using pure mental strength in absolute darkness and silence. The intensity of the energy target transforms from a vague concept into a precise measure of brightness. Its motion trend evolves from the elusive to a clear vector arrow. Its trajectory variations shift from randomness to an elegant curve, adhering to the fluid dynamics of energy that he is beginning to comprehend. The intangible essence gradually takes on a clear, three-dimensional, dynamic network of lines in a world stripped of physical sensation. It is akin to illuminating countless star paths governed by the laws of physics within the vast expanse of dark cosmos. The metamorphosis occurs quietly and unnoticeably. Gradually, he ceases to be a mere punching bag. When a new energy target quietly coalesces in the distance, 17 no longer waits for its activation. He can hear the faint, nearly imperceptible surge of energy, akin to hearing the heartbeat of a distant whale in the deep, silent sea. He can even perceive the subtle precursors of directional movement generated by the core energy radiation pattern before the target truly activates. When the energy target finally launches, it no longer appears as a vague light point in 17's mental landscape, but as a star trailing a distinct cometary tail. That tail signifies the unique energy disturbance trajectory left by the rapidly moving energy. He not only perceives its current position, but can also accurately predict its trajectory nodes in the next moment and the moment thereafter. His evasive maneuvers evolve from initial clumsiness to a fluid elegance, as if dancing a graceful death on the edge of a blade, always narrowly avoiding lethal strikes. His counterattacks become hauntingly precise. No longer reliant on visual targeting, he simply focuses his will on the swiftly moving energy star. With a slight movement of his fingertip, a similarly concentrated, yet even more rapid and lethal energy beam shoots forth, intercepting the target with uncanny precision as if foreseeing the future. Boom! A rapidly changing target is obliterated in midair mere meters from 17, dispersing energy like a silent firework. On Mr. Wave's eternally serene face, within his profound eyes, a subtle yet genuine ripple of approval finally flits across, an acknowledgement of mastery. On the 17th, I had just begun to grasp this transcendent skill, having recently removed the blindfold that obscured the light and the earplugs that muted sound. As the ethereal light of the temple and the whispers of the wind flooded back into my perception, an unexpected yet entirely logical challenger made his entrance. "Ah, Mr. Bobo, I hear you have an extraordinary individual honing their craft here." The iconic voice of Sun Wukong boomed like thunder in a serene landscape, shattering the timeless tranquility of the temple. Clad in a vibrant orange martial arts uniform, the large character for Wu emblazoned on his chest seemed to pulsate with life. He flashed a grin, pure and brimming with combat fervor, his piercing gaze akin to a searchlight, locking onto me, who had just removed my blindfold and earplugs. "Wukong, you've arrived." Mr. Bobo remained unruffled, merely nodding, his voice calm and steady as I endeavored to perceive the flow of qi. Perceiving qi? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Perfect. Let us engage in a duel." 17. Without eyes or ears, relying solely on qi to fight. How exhilarating that sounds. He bounced with excitement, his formidable aura surging like the rising sun, instantly filling the temple plaza. I regarded Sun Wukong, a thought stirring within me. I was well aware that my actual combat prowess far surpassed that of the present Sun Wukong. However, by voluntarily closing off my senses and relying solely on my nascent perception of qi, I was granting him the opportunity to showcase his masterful skills while also providing myself with an exquisite chance to validate my progress. Very well, I replied succinctly. This time, I would not rely on external objects like the blindfold and earplugs to limit myself. Instead, I would confront this practical challenge through my cultivation. The battle erupted instantaneously. Sun Wukong's speed was astonishing, and he wielded his decades of martial arts expertise with remarkable finesse. Indeed, he is the child of this world's realm. In the pure vision of my heart's eye, Sun Wukong's figure transformed into a swirling mass of rapidly moving, unpredictable golden flames. His qi was grand and pristine, imbued with a primal vitality that rendered my defenses ineffective, particularly due to his exquisite concealment of energy and his techniques of misdirection and sudden bursts. Initially, without the advantage of acute sight and hearing, I found myself at a distinct disadvantage, having voluntarily imposed limitations upon myself. Sun Wukong's strikes were as elusive as shadows, often landing just as I barely caught a glimpse of his energy's outline. The weight of his punches and kicks reverberated through my enhanced body, creating a sensation of shock. How does that feel? Sun Wukong's voice, laced with mirth, echoed in my consciousness as another clever sidekick came hurtling toward me. Just wait, you'll see. I refrained from responding, channeling all my focus into deciphering the fluctuations of that golden flame. I learned through each blow received, refining my model amidst the evasions. Each impact served as an optimization of my heart's eye model. Chapter 26, The Direction of Energy Advancement. Wukong, you've slowed down. As the 17th gradually acclimated to the unique rhythm of Goku's energy, seamlessly integrating his formidable combat instincts with heightened visual and auditory perceptions into this newfound mode of awareness. The balance of battle began to shift. No longer relegated to passive defense, he embarked on a journey of anticipation. Gradually, their exchanges evolved from mere physical strikes into a sophisticated engagement. In the fleeting moment when Goku's breath momentarily stilled, preparing for a change in tactics, the 17th had already unleashed an energy blast that sealed off Goku's potential escape routes. Goku, with a powerful punch, dispersed the energy projectile, only to retaliate with a ki blast that met the 17th's already erected energy shield. Their silhouettes blurred across the temple plaza in a rapid dance, silent except for the brilliant bursts of light and waves of energy colliding, along with the muffled shockwaves generated by their strikes. The confrontation transformed from a lopsided skirmish into an exquisite duel, a pure contest of energy perception and combat intuition. Goku's smile shifted from carefree to earnest, his eyes alight with the thrill of facing a worthy adversary. Impressive. You're learning swiftly. After an intense exchange, Goku leaped back, creating distance, his voice brimming with admiration. This feeling is exhilarating. And you, my friend, are astonishingly resilient. He shook his slightly numbed arms, sincerely acknowledging, you are truly formidable. 17. The 17th also paused, a familiar devil-may-care expression returning to his face. Without uttering a word, a unique respect, rooted in their instinctual combat, quietly blossomed between them. In the days that followed, Goku would often visit the temple to spar with the 17th, who welcomed every encounter. You need to exert more power, Goku. Have you forgotten to eat? The 17th had now fully mastered the perception of energy. Here it comes. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 1, launching a fierce assault on the 17th. Their numerous battles yielded immense benefits for Goku, teaching him how to contend with a powerful opponent whose energy was imperceptible. Meanwhile, the 17th gleaned invaluable practical experience and intricate techniques regarding energy manipulation from this combat prodigy, enriching his perceptual framework in real-world scenarios. Power requires guidance and focus. 17. Mr. Popo timely initiated the next phase of instruction, emphasizing that while infinity is foundational, the essence and form are crucial. He opened his palm, and a gentle vortex of energy manifested, which, under his mental control, was swiftly compressed into a grain-sized point, radiating a pulsating energy that was both exhilarating and daunting. Compression is the essence of amplifying destructive capability. The training ground transformed into a crucible of energy. The 17th endeavored to forcibly contain the surging torrent of energy within him. Initially, it proved arduous, as the immense energy surged like a wild stallion, the backlash from forced compression nearly overwhelming his body, composed of enhanced cells, with intense energy tension. Above his outstretched palm, the energy mass roiled violently, expanding and dissipating like an unstable light bulb. Focus, he reminded himself. Feel the density of the energy. The sound of Bobo resonates like a stabilizing force, akin to the mythical needle that calms the seas. Envision it as water, as steel, transforming through the mastery of breath into every conceivable form under your command. Fail, adjust, and try again. Gradually, that tumultuous energy begins to be tamed. The energy sphere coalescing in his palm diminishes in size, yet its brilliance intensifies, the destructive power contained within escalating exponentially. Ultimately, with a vigorous upward motion, the energy sphere, now the size of a palm, is hurled by the youth known as number 17, erupting in a burst that alters the very hue of the sky. Is this the potential of an artificial being? No. It should be said that this reflects the latent capabilities of the young number 17, who, despite lacking formal guidance, has been under the watchful gaze of celestial beings throughout his training. Now, I have mastered the perception of breath and the control of energy. In the grand plaza of the temple, number 17 hovers above a roiling sea of clouds, the sunset's afterglow casting a flowing golden halo around him. He opens his palm, the eternal core within him pulsating silently. A vibrant sphere of azure energy dances in his grasp, morphing into a pinpoint capable of piercing stars, then extending into a slender blade of pale blue light that cleaves through the void. The compression of energy and its shape-shifting, under the meticulous control of his will, flows as naturally and smoothly as breath itself. This moment of tranquility is the culmination of countless storms endured. His perception of breath has become instinctual, and his command of energy has reached a new pinnacle. However, with the deepening of his control, a grander yet more nebulous sense of boundaries crystallizes within number 17's consciousness. He perceives his path with clarity. To refine the infinite energy within him to its utmost precision is merely the foundation. Beyond this foundation lies the essence of energy's transcendence, a metamorphosis of life's very essence. What is it? It is not merely a matter of accumulating energy values. The super combat calculation core inherited from Dr. Geros within him, intertwined with the retrieval of memories from the original texts, points toward a formidable concept, the realm of the divine. Like the slumbering Geros on the planet of destruction, or the angel Whis who wields creation, their very existence embodies a power that transcends the laws of the multiverse. This is not a mere quantitative increase in power, but a fundamental transformation of life forms and energy hierarchies. With a silent mantra in his heart, the scion number 17 gazes as if penetrating the clouds, witnessing those who, through bloodline and fury, perpetually surpass their limits, ascending through distinct tiers like the super scion. And he feels the resonance between his eternal core and every enhanced cell within him. This body, infused with boundless energy, has long transcended the realm of humanity. Where then lies my path of evolution? The answer seems to dwell within the vast, infinite energy itself. If the energy surging within me resembles the primordial nebula of the universe's inception, then perhaps the key to ascension lies in the ultimate refinement of an energy contraction and sublimation that acts upon the core of my existence. This is no simple task of compressing an energy blast within my palm. The difficulty is akin to forcibly reversing the cosmic Big Bang that sweeps across galaxies into a singularity, a black hole that devours all. To speak plainly, the current state of the 17th entity resembles nuclear fission, with an incessant division of energy at the cellular level within. To achieve a qualitative transformation, one must transmute the generation of energy from fission to fusion, compressing this energy under immense pressure to release an energy far surpassing that of fission. Presently, the 17th entity has mastered the utilization of ki. It is merely a matter of time before the internal energy compression is realized. Clenching a fist gently, the brilliance capable of piercing the stars quietly extinguished, leaving only a barely perceptible ripple of energy in the palm. Now, with Cell daring to emerge from underground, it is simply a matter of whether he can withstand the challenge. Chapter 27. The trace of Cell suspended atop the clouds. The celestial temple appears to have frozen time in its daily passage. The twilight casts a flowing molten gold glow upon the ancient edifice. The shadows of stone columns stretching long and lean across the vast plaza. An almost sacred tranquility pervades the air, broken only by the whispers of the wind weaving through the stone crevices and the incessant hum of energy emanating from the center of the square. The 18th entity leans casually against a weathered stone pillar, her silky golden hair gently swaying in the evening breeze. Her ice blue eyes, reminiscent of the most precious sapphires of the West Capital, now carry a hint of languor as they sweep over the figure of her twin brother, the 17th entity, who is engaged in the ongoing process of energy compression and release. Mr. Bobo's foundational theories on the perception and application of ki have been mastered by her as well, following her brother's success. Her power is no longer comparable to that of 3 years ago, when she first awakened from her cold slumber. It is akin to the distinction between a person wielding a sword haphazardly and one who has studied the complete swordsmanship. The two cannot be likened. However, for the 18th entity, the enhancement of power has never been the ultimate goal. That is sufficient, she once remarked to her brother, who was wholeheartedly immersed in training, her voice cool and tinged with a barely perceptible exasperation over his stubbornness. You all take your time. Her beautiful blue eyes scanned the dust swirling lightly in the plaza from the energy impact, then turned towards the magnificent rolling clouds at the temple's edge. I'm off to enjoy shopping in the West Capital, staying here with you old geezers amid these stones, breathing in the scent of ancient relics from millennia past. I'll end up with wrinkles before my time. Freedom, the kind that liberates her from Dr. Geros and the fate of being a weapon of destruction, is the true treasure she cherishes. She yearns to breathe freely, to indulge in the precious moments that belong to humanity. Before her words could fully dissipate, she transformed into a dazzling golden meteor, instantly shattering the temple's stillness as she dove towards the bustling metropolis of the West Capital, now adorned with the first lights of evening. The night in the West Capital is an ocean of light and sound. Neon lights flow like a river of stars, outlining the silhouettes of skyscrapers. Enormous holographic advertisements project dreamlike images into the sky. The streets teem with throngs of people, vehicles weaving through the flow, the roar of engines, the calls of vendors, the music of street performers, and the laughter and chatter of the crowd converge to create a symphonic cacophony that embodies the essence of human civilization. The figure of number 18 gracefully melded into the surroundings. She lingered before the dazzling display of luxury goods, her fingertips gliding over the smooth, cold glass, her gaze sweeping across items of considerable value that, to her, bore little significance. She entered a CAF, suffused with the aroma of coffee and pastries, casually ordered a drink, and settled into a corner, observing with keen interest the sweet whispers of a couple at the next table, the tense negotiations of business people, or the hearty laughter shared among friends. She would pause before street performers, watching as they garnered applause and coins from passers-by with their songs, dances, or comical antics. Her ice blue eyes sparkling with curiosity and a hint of discernment. Occasionally, she would encounter a short, bald policeman in an ill-fitting uniform, whose face would flush red, eyes darting shyly yet unable to resist stealing glances, clumsily attempting conversation or keeping a distant watch. Number 18 found this amusing, a subtle, playful smile curving her lips, neither approaching him nor deliberately shooing him away. Number 17 remarked, "Why does it feel like there's going to be a bald brother-in-law?" Yet, regardless of how long she lingered amidst the neon lights of the metropolis, number 18 would invariably return to the Temple of the Gods. Sometimes she would bring back curious trinkets, often beautifully packaged local delicacies or the latest confections from the city, tossing them to number 17, who had just finished training. Other times, she would simply sit quietly on the suspended platform at the edge of the temple, her long legs dangling above the vast ocean of clouds, elbows resting on her knees, chin propped in her hands, silently watching her brother persevere through a visible tempest of energy in the square. In that moment, the languor in her icy blue gaze would wane slightly, replaced by a profound, unspoken support reserved for family. Below the Temple of the Gods, in the depths of the primeval forest surrounding Kalinta, another silent figure found his serene refuge, number 16. This colossal being, constructed from the sturdiest alloys and intricate biological tissues, was markedly different from his companions. Within his core directives lay no fervor for combat, no insatiable thirst for power, but rather a deep reverence and guardianship for life. Beneath the artificial exterior pulsed a heart softer and more attuned to nature than that of many humans. As he moved through the forest, his immense form displayed an unexpected lightness and grace, incongruous with his size. When his heavy metallic feet descended, they deftly avoided the tender shoots and fungi sprouting from the earth, as if to not disturb these slumbering, tiny beings. He would spend hours, like the most patient of scholars, crouching beside a uniquely shaped fern, his precise infrared scanners and biological sensors operating silently, recording the rhythm of its leaf expansion and the subtle process of spore formation, or quietly sitting by a crystal-clear stream, his massive hand cradling his chin, his electronic eyes gently focused, watching as vividly colored fish darted among the pebbles, and observing brightly feathered birds gliding gracefully across the water's surface, leaving ripples in their wake. The breath of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the gentle murmur of streams, the buzzing of insects, and the calls of birds compose a symphony far more melodious to him than any battle data. Between him and Mr. Bobo lies a profound understanding that transcends language. Their mutual yearning for nature and peace flows silently in resonance. Subject 16 seldom speaks, yet he silently guards the vicinity of Subjects 17 and 18, his imposing figure serving as their most steadfast barrier. His mere presence is a silent vow. He shall protect their home and companions. Above the clouds, the temple is adorned with golden edges in the sunset glow. Subject 17 has just completed another grueling session of energy flow training. He clenches his fist, and a flash of deeply compressed, tangible azure energy flickers momentarily in his palm. The cold, infinite energy flow merges with the fiery essence of life itself within the meticulously crafted body designed by Dr. Geros, undergoing an unprecedented and profound metamorphosis. Each compression of energy, each effort to maintain tranquility amidst the tumult of his own power, reshapes the very form and essence of his strength. The training at the Divine Temple has placed Subject 17 firmly on the pivotal staircase leading to the path of true strength. On May 12th, 767 of the Age of Ace, 3 years have quietly elapsed since Subjects 16, 17, and 18 awoke in Drive Geros' clandestine laboratory. The grass atop the graves of Frieza and his son has likely grown 3 meters high, assuming, of course, that they have graves. Time appears to flow peacefully on Earth. However, far from the bustling cities, at the edge of the seldom-trodden southern continent, an ominous terror has long been lying in wait. Now poised to break free from the primordial forest that blankets the vast land outside the city of Jianga, towering ancient trees stand like silent giants, their dense canopies obscuring most of the sunlight, leaving only dappled patches of light to dance upon the damp moss and decaying leaves. The air is thick and silent, broken only by the occasional calls of unknown birds and the buzzing of insects that disrupt the oppressive stillness. Suddenly, a deep rumble, as if emanating from the very core of the earth, shatters the tranquility. The ground begins to rise unnaturally, soil and stones cascading down, accompanied by a disconcerting cracking sound. With a thunderous roar, a massive, cocoon-like entity bursts forth from the earth, akin to a grotesque seed sprouting from the ground. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, its surface is adorned with irregular protrusions of chitinous layers and pulsating, unformed veins. This colossal pupil form, brimming with the vigor of rebirth, clumsily crawls forward for several meters, crushing low shrubs and overwhelming a patch of ferns, its heavy body embedding deeply into the ground, leaving a disheveled trail in its wake. It finally halts, akin to a newly born monstrosity, lying quietly atop the crushed vegetation. A profound silence descends once more, heavier than before, as if the very air has solidified. The birds, beasts, and insects of the jungle seem to sense impending doom, falling silent in dread. Just then, a crack resonates through the stillness. A faint yet distinctly clear sound of cracking resonated from the center of its back, as a delicate, web-like fissure quietly emerged. Almost immediately, the crack appeared to possess a life of its own, spreading and expanding at a visibly rapid pace, accompanied by a continuous series of sharp cracking sounds. Viscous, green fluid, exuding a pungent metallic odor, seeped from the fissure, dripping onto the ground and corroding it into wisps of white smoke. The fissure widened further, culminating in a resounding crash as a substantial segment of the thick, chitinous shell was uprooted from within, shattering apart. What first emerged into the dim light was a pair of enormous, glistening wings, reminiscent of an insect's. These wings trembled violently, seemingly eager to break free from their constraints. As the fissure tore further apart, a more formidable and threatening figure struggled to rise from the shattered chrysalis. Its body was slick and coated with a recently hardened, glossy green exoskeleton, its head oval-shaped, featuring insect-like mandibles and a pair of cold, emotionless compound eyes. It abruptly shook its head and body, flinging the viscous green fluid and remnants of the broken chrysalis aside. It appeared somewhat awkward in adapting to its newly formed body, moving its joints stiffly and emitting a low, raspy shriek imbued with primal power and insatiable hunger. This was the terrifying entity that had transcended time, returning in its embryonic form, lying dormant for 3 years, and finally completing its first stage of evolution. Cell? Chapter 28. The despairing perception of a deity. The newly emerged cell rotated its cold compound eyes, swiftly surveying the unfamiliar jungle. Information from the database implanted by Dr. Geros and the myriad of fused warrior cells surged instantaneously into its core processor. It became painfully aware it was lacking in power. Whether it was the twin androids, 17 and 18, equipped with eternal energy, or the scion Son Goku, who had repeatedly thwarted formidable foes and was marked as the highest potential threat. Their current power levels far surpassed its own. A primal hunger, rooted in biological instinct, coupled with an overwhelming desire for evolution, immediately engulfed its thoughts. The essence of countless human lives escaped Cell's mandibles in a raspy whisper, a sound akin to coarse metal scraping against sandpaper, imbued with an unsettling texture. It greedily inhaled the air, rich with the humidity of the jungle and the dust of distant cities, as if savoring the energy aroma that made its very soul tremble. Thanks to the fusion of myriad warrior cells within, its acute perception of energy felt as intrinsic as its own being, operating seamlessly. Its vast awareness radiated outward like an invisible radar, swiftly pinpointing the nearest location with the most concentrated energy response, the city of Ginger Town. There, a multitude of life energies converged, a most enticing feast. A low, cruelly delighted laughter emanated from the depths of Cell's chest, as its insect-like mandibles twisted into a nauseating arc. Become the cornerstone of my grand evolutionary path, you insignificant ants. This is the sole value your brief and meaningless existence can contribute. In the next instant, his colossal figure vanished from the spot, like a specter. When he reappeared, he stood silently atop a solitary peak on the outskirts of Jianga City. The frigid, deep green exoskeleton glimmered ominously beneath the final rays of the setting sun, exuding a sinister metallic sheen. His immensely powerful tail, tipped with a terrifying, glimmering point, swayed behind him like a living creature, reminiscent of a venomous serpent poised to strike. From his elevated vantage point, he loomed like a demon from the abyss. Gazing down upon the gradually illuminated city, now shrouded in night and vibrant neon lights, bustling with life. Reflected in his serpentine compound eyes was not the warmth and splendor of countless homes aglow, but instead, an array of enticing energy pods, each radiating a captivating light, awaiting merciless harvest. Without the slightest hesitation, the massive form of Shalu erupted with astonishing agility and speed, wholly unexpected for such a size. He chose not the ostentatious path of flight, but rather moved like a green behemoth, skimming closely along the rugged cliffs and dense canopies. Making use of the terrain's cover as he stealthily advanced toward the brightly lit urban center, he deliberately suppressed his aura, minimizing energy fluctuations to the barest minimum. Akin to an ordinary beast, even foregoing swifter flight, he understood well that on this earth, there existed warriors with acute senses. Prematurely revealing his presence would only invite unnecessary trouble, jeopardizing the meticulously crafted plan he had prepared. This cunning, born from the countless cells of powerful beings fused together, along with a deep-seated ruthlessness and extreme caution, was employed to its fullest from the very moment it descended into the mortal realm. Silently, shadows began to envelop the unsuspecting Jianga City, heralding the onset of a bloody harvest. Just as the city was about to descend into hell, far above, in the divine hall among the clouds, the deity seated upon a mat experienced an abrupt transformation upon his tranquil visage. His tightly shut eyes flung open, pupils contracting in sheer horror to the size of pinpricks. An unprecedented chill and overwhelming malevolence surged through his senses, purer and infinitely more powerful than the evil of the Demon King from years past. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. Simultaneously with the rise of this sinister aura, Within the direction of Jianga City, thousands of energy points, once shimmering like stars and representing vibrant life within the deity's mental perception that maintained the Earth's life network, extinguished in an instant, snuffed out like candle flames by an unseen hand. No, this cannot be. The deity exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling with an unrecognized quiver. He stumbled toward the precipice of the divine hall, suspended above the vast sea of clouds, as his all-powerful gaze pierced through the barriers of space, instantly directed towards the now desolate region. What a cruel method this is. The scene that unfolded before him sent shivers through this guardian, who had witnessed countless epics, evoking a primal tremor rooted in the essence of life itself. Above Jianga City lay a layer of despairing black mist, invisible to the naked eye, yet in his perception, it felt as tangible as reality. In the heart of the city, a colossal creature clad in a glossy, deep green exoskeleton moved with the efficiency of a harvesting machine, dragging a terrifying spiked tail. Its serpent-like appendage forcibly siphoned the essence of life from the citizens, a frenzied torrent surging into the creature's body. The entire populace was being mercilessly slaughtered and absorbed by this beast. Sheru, this is Sheru. The voice of the deity was dry and pained. Witnessing such an extermination method filled even this guardian of Earth with profound helplessness and rage. He harbored no doubt that if this monster were allowed to continue, the entire planet would become its sustenance. It must be stopped. Immediately, the deity suppressed the tumultuous blood and mental upheaval within, condensing all his will into a singular focus, transmitting his thoughts to number 17 and Sun Wukong. At the pinnacle of the bustling shopping center in West City, an open-air CAF with a sweeping view, number 17 reclined casually in a comfortable wicker chair, a half-consumed iced coffee before him. His icy blue eyes aimlessly scanned the throngs of people below. Years of training in the temple had ingrained a perception of energy into his very being, allowing him to maintain a semblance of tranquility amidst the clamor, akin to a predator lying in wait beneath the surface of the water. Suddenly, number 17, the deity's voice resonated with urgency within his mind, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. As you anticipated, 3 years later, the being known as Sheru has made his appearance. Is it finally here? Number 17's gaze sharpened abruptly, as if a massive stone had plunged into a calm lake. The languor in his icy blue pupils evaporated, replaced by a piercing, hawk-like intensity. He had never forgotten this moment. Location? Number 17's response shot back through the mental link, succinct, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Jinja City. A massacre is underway. Life is vanishing at an alarming rate. The deity's voice was steeped in urgency and profound sorrow. Fragments of the transmitted message intertwined with the echoes of countless lives extinguished in an instant, sending a shiver through number 17's psyche. Understood. Without hesitation, number 17 severed the mental link. He turned toward the mall entrance, his voice low yet clear enough to penetrate the surrounding noise. Number 18, number 16, we're leaving. At the entrance, number 18 was toting several shopping bags emblazoned with luxury brands, a delightful flush on her exquisite face, ready for another round of retail therapy. Upon hearing number 17's abrupt command, her striking blue eyes widened, her brows furrowed in displeasure as she swiftly approached. What is going on? Number 17. I've just warmed up and spotted a few new arrivals. Her words were laced with irritation at the interruption. A vile creature has emerged, number 17 interjected, his tone flat as if merely discussing the weather, yet the undeniable weight behind his words caused number 18 to instantly temper her complaints, her expression sharpening. On the 18th, a frown creased her brow as she perceptively detected the unusual gravity in the words of the 17th. Sell, she exclaimed, incredulity washing over her exquisite features, causing the shopping bag in her hand to fall to the ground with a dull thud. Sell. The embryo that I meticulously eradicated from the incubation tank. The one I believed to be utterly destroyed. The abomination that existed solely within the mad schematics of that old fool, Geros. It has come back to life, and is now out in the open. Are you certain this is not a prank born of your utter boredom? Her voice bore an edge, sharp and unrecognized by herself, as her gaze bore into the 17th, searching for any hint of jest upon his countenance. The divine news was emanating from the city of Gingertown. The 17th's gaze had already shifted towards the distant city, his ice blue eyes seemingly swirling with an impending storm. There was no time to waste. Now, immediately, the shock on the 18th's face receded like a receding tide. swiftly replaced by a chilling intent to kill that could freeze the very air around her. This intent was so pure and piercing that it sent involuntary shivers through the few passers-by who caught a glimpse of her. Without a second glance at the scattered shopping bag, her fashionable boot decisively kicked it into the corner. "Let us go." No sooner had she spoken than 3 streaks of light ripped through the clamorous air of West City, accompanied by a piercing shriek, hurtling towards the death-laden city of Gingertown at speeds surpassing the sound barrier. Chapter 29. Heading to the scene at that very moment, on the other side of the earth. In the tranquil and harmonious Baobao Mountain, the aroma of food wafted through the small wooden kitchen. Sun Wukong sat at the dining table, a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, lifting a generous piece of braised pork, expertly prepared by Chi-Chi, to his mouth. His face radiated satisfaction as he mumbled praises through a mouthful. Chi-Chi, this meat is delicious today." Son Gohan sat beside him, also relishing the meal. Chi-Chi, donned in an apron, wiped her hands while smiling at the duo enjoying their feast. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Suddenly, Wukong, the voice of the deity, laced with an urgency of 100,000 fires, exploded in Sun Wukong's relaxed mind. Cell, the malevolent android, previously warned about by the 17th, was wreaking havoc in Gingertown. The situation was dire. The motion of Sun Wukong, poised to take a bite, abruptly froze. The light-hearted smile on his face faded like a receding tide, replaced instantly by a weighty seriousness. His eyes, usually bright with mirth, now sharp as a hawk fixated on its prey. "The deity, Cell is in Gingertown." Sun Wukong's voice dropped, grave and solemn, contrasting starkly with his usual buoyant tone. An invisible yet palpable pressure enveloped the small room, rendering the very air seemingly solid. "Yes, the entire city is under siege. Lives are being extinguished at an alarming rate. The 17th and the others are already on their way. Hurry." The deity's voice conveyed an urgency that brooked no dissent. "Gohan." Sun Wukong set down his bowl and chopsticks, and without uttering a single word, a silent understanding passed between father and son, their resolve unmistakable. Without a moment's hesitation, the two figures, Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, burst forth like twin flashes of white light, vanishing from the dining table in an instant. All that remained were the slightly rocking chairs, the steaming dishes on the table, and the tablecloth, ruffled by the sudden gust of wind. Chi-Chi, startled by this abrupt turn of events, took a step back, her cleaning cloth slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. She gazed at the now empty table and chairs, a flicker of concern and helplessness crossing her face, quickly transforming into understanding and support. With a gentle sigh, she bent down to retrieve the cloth, murmuring to herself, "Alas, which formidable figure has emerged now? Interrupting our meal?" She shook her head, her eyes resolute. "Go forth and vanquish those evildoers. Remember to return safely for dinner." In the face of great moral dilemmas, this seemingly stern matron possessed an unwavering clarity in her heart. Silently, she carefully covered the untouched dishes, ensuring they remained warm. Hundreds of kilometers away from Baozi Mountain, in a desolate expanse of gravel, Piccolo, the last warrior of Namek, sat cross-legged atop a severely weathered rock, engrossed in profound meditation. His emerald form seemed to meld with the stone beneath him, his breath subdued to the utmost, akin to a dormant beast. Only the purest essence coursed within him, honing his will and strength. Suddenly, Piccolo's tightly shut eyes flung open. A piercing brilliance erupted from his sharp green pupils. Two familiar auras surged forth, as if a dormant volcano had erupted, or like two golden arrows tearing through the heavens, launching skyward from the direction of Baozi Mountain without warning. The unprecedented weight, urgency, and fierce battle intent within those auras struck him like a tangible shockwave, instantly penetrating the fabric of space and colliding forcefully with his perception. "Gohan, old son." The names flashed through Piccolo's mind, but a more perilous and heart-stopping thought streaked across his meticulously calculating brain like lightning. Could this urgent timing signal the arrival of Cell? Piccolo's green pupils constricted sharply as a name raced through his mind. Humph, so it has come to pass. He sprang to his feet, his movements swift as a thunderclap. A violent white aura erupted from him like a long-suppressed volcanic lava, bursting forth with tremendous force. The massive rock beneath him could not withstand this terrifying power for even half a second, shattering into countless fragments with a resounding crash, dust swirling into the air. With no extraneous thoughts, no hesitation whatsoever, Piccolo transformed into a streak of white lightning, slicing through the sky. The sharp, piercing sound of his speed echoed like the wail of death itself, shattering the silence of the gravel wasteland. He unleashed his utmost velocity, racing toward the auras of Sun Wukong and his son. Meanwhile, far away at the beach by Kame House, Krillin, wearing sunglasses and leisurely feeding turtles, suddenly froze mid-action. The expression of contentment on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribable sense of trepidation. Was it the combined energies of Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo? Krillin abruptly removed his sunglasses, his small eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed towards the source of the explosive energy. It was so swift, so urgent. What had transpired to render Goku and the others so anxious? The energy within him began to circulate rapidly, the reflection of his bald head glinting nervously under the sunlight. A profound bond, forged through countless battles fought side by side and sealed with the essence of life and death, sent frantic warnings through his intuition. Something grave was unfolding. Goku and his companions required assistance. Without a moment's hesitation, Krillin discarded the feed in his hand. "Master Roshi, I'm off," he shouted towards the building, his body transforming into a streak of white light, propelled by the urgent whoosh of air as he raced towards the gathering energies of Goku and the others. Meanwhile, at the remote, perpetually snow-covered Crane School training ground, Tien Shinhan was training rigorously, bare-chested against the icy elements, sweat crystallizing in the frigid air as he closed his three eyes in concentration. Suddenly, the eye on his forehead snapped open, a sharp beam of light piercing the heavens. What? Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin. Tien halted his training, all three eyes now wide open, filled with astonishment and gravity. The simultaneous eruption of such formidable energies, all directed towards a singular and urgent purpose, struck him with a sense of foreboding. Although he was unaware of the specifics, the fact that the planet's most elite warriors were all mobilizing indicated that the matter at hand was of utmost importance to the survival of their world. In the same breath, Kairatsu, sensing the energies of Goku and the others, approached Tien. "Kairatsu, you need not join this time. If even Goku and the others are exerting themselves to such extremes, the enemy's strength must be unfathomable. You should stay behind," Tien cautioned, fearing the loss of his longtime comrade once more. "I am going," Tien roared, enveloping himself in a powerful aura, breaking through the swirling snowstorm at the utmost speed, resolutely heading towards the battlefield where his comrades gathered. "Tien must return alive," Kaiatsu murmured, watching as Tien gradually transformed into a distant speck of light against the backdrop of the darkening sky. The planet's mightiest forces converged from all corners, like rivers flowing into the sea, rapidly uniting towards the city shrouded in the shadows of death. A decisive battle, one that would determine the fate of the planet, was poised to unfold in a bloody spectacle. Above the city of Ginger Town, the sunlight appeared dimmed, as if veiled by a layer of gray, casting a feeble light upon a city that had devolved into a vast graveyard. Once bustling streets now lay in eerie silence, the only sound being the wind stirring broken newspapers and dust, producing a mournful whisper. The air was thick with an overwhelming stench of blood, dust, and the repulsive odor of life essence forcibly extracted, leaving behind a decay that was palpable. At the heart of this infernal realm, the colossal and menacing figure of Cell loomed, a harbinger of death itself. His deep green, glossy exoskeleton reflected an ominous sheen under the pallid sunlight, while the stout tip of his tail, adorned with a glimmering, chilling needle, slowly withdrew from the lifeless citizen he had just drained. The unfortunate soul deflated like a punctured balloon, the last flicker of vitality extinguished entirely. This act symbolized the final vestiges of sustenance being siphoned from the city by Cell. A satisfying slurp emanated from Cell's insectoid mouthparts, as if he were savoring the finest vintage of wine. He gradually raised his armored arm, feeling the torrent of power surging within him, akin to a river in full flow, rising relentlessly. An unprecedented ecstasy, born from the instinct of life, washed over him. The sheer delight of this palpable and ever-increasing strength was nothing short of exquisite. Cell's deep, hoarse voice echoed across the desolate ruins of the city, imbued with a metallic rasp, suffused with a morbid intoxication. Each absorption felt like unlocking a new gateway to power. This sensation was utterly intoxicating. His cold, multifaceted eyes scanned the lifeless corpses strewn beneath him, revealing not a trace of compassion, but rather a deeper greed. to absorb the essence of these mere humans and witness his own growth to such heights. The amplification of his power was vividly apparent. Suddenly, a fervent, burning light erupted within his compound eyes, fixating intensely on the two most crucial targets in his mind. If he could flawlessly absorb androids 17 and 18, their inexhaustible energy cores would become his. What immense power would I obtain? I shall become the singular, supreme life form in the entire universe. Perfect. Evolved. Ultimate. The insatiable desire for evolution consumed Cell's rationality like a blazing inferno. He became enraptured in fantasies of future strength and an unquenchable thirst for the twin androids. Yet, in this moment of inflated confidence and fervent focus on his prey, he entirely overlooked another possibility, that his intended quarry had descended with equal stealth. Due to the android's absence of life force, Cell remained blissfully unaware of the three formidable, cold presences akin to his own that had silently materialized above him. Chapter 30. The Confession. There, you hideous creature. A youthful yet piercing voice, laced with unabashed mockery and deep-seated disdain, suddenly shattered the oppressive silence, resonating clearly in Cell's ears. His massive form stiffened abruptly. The fervent thoughts consumed by his power surge were instantaneously interrupted, and in disbelief, he lifted his gaze toward the source of the voice. Above him, in the previously empty blue sky, three figures hovered silently. At the center stood a handsome yet aloof black-haired youth, hands tucked in pockets. Adorned with a striking red scarf, clad in a black and gray patchwork jacket and distressed jeans, green socks paired with blue and white sneakers, and a small leather sheath hanging from his belt. To his left stood a delicate blonde girl, her beauty reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Her sapphire-like eyes were clear yet devoid of warmth, and although her features were stunning, her brows were furrowed in disdain, her expression one of utter contempt. She adorned herself in a sleek blue vest dress, complemented by a black and white striped shirt beneath, and black leggings that accentuated her long legs, all capped off with brown knee-high boots, exuding a unique and perilous allure. Behind them loomed a colossal figure, a giant whose presence was akin to that of a silent guardian. His iconic orange mohawk was wild and untamed, and he was clad in heavy fluorescent green armor that enveloped him, emanating a palpable sense of intimidation. They were known as Number 17 and Number 18. The core database of Cell instantaneously completed its match, and an indescribable ecstasy ignited within his multifaceted eyes. The ultimate prey he had long coveted had presented itself before him. This was indeed the greatest boon fate could bestow upon him. Yet, a fleeting spark of doubt flickered through his mind like a jolt of electricity. Who was this towering behemoth beside him? There were no matching records in the database. The insignia on his chest suggested that the Red Ribbon Army was also a creation of Dr. Geros. Was he an artificial being? Cell's compound eyes swiftly scanned Number 16, assessing his energy response. Despite his immense size, he appeared to pose far less of a threat than Numbers 17 and 18. Never mind. The overwhelming desire for Numbers 17 and 18 instantly eclipsed this trivial doubt, and Cell's core processor promptly categorized Number 16 as insignificant. Such an inconsequential existence could easily be crushed in the process of devouring Numbers 17 and 18. The coveted prey was right before him, ripe for the taking. Cell's multifaceted eyes erupted with an almost tangible, twisted ecstasy, the brilliance so intense it seemed poised to shatter his icy shell, painting the very sky with a greedy hue of green. Number 17 hovered in the air, his cold blue gaze akin to the most precise probe, looking down upon the grotesque creature below, who was nearly losing composure in his fervor. Oh, Number 17's voice was frigid, laced with a sense of amusement, as though he were observing some bizarre anomaly. You are the thing that old man Geros has concealed in the deepest recesses of his database, codenamed Cell. He deliberately elongated the word thing, his disdain evident. I am quite curious. How does a failed specimen, one that should have been eradicated in its embryonic state, leaving not even a trace of its cells, manage to survive tenaciously like a cockroach and transform into this repulsive form? He feigned ignorance, his gaze sweeping over Cell's battered shell, continuing to apply psychological pressure. I remember distinctly that on the day we awakened, Number 18 personally visited that dark underground laboratory and reduced your embryonic future to a mere pile of useless remnants. No, 17's voice was like ice, each word piercing like a cold needle into Cell's core. What? Cell's massive frame staggered back as if struck by an invisible force. The ecstatic glow in his multifaceted eyes was instantly replaced by an incredulous crimson hue. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. According to the original design logs transmitted by the supercomputer and the encrypted files of Dr. Gallo, subjects 17 and 18 absolutely should not be aware of his existence, let alone the precise location of the embryo. This is classified information, a contingency plan devised by Dr. Gallo to prevent rebellion among artificial beings. How could they possibly know? This completely undermines his foundational logic. Yet, the ultimate desire for evolution and the frenzied obsession to become a complete entity surged forth like an overwhelming torrent, swiftly obliterating the logical chaos and doubts that had arisen from Sheru's shock. He adjusted his posture, his insect-like mandibles parting to produce a harsh, metallic voice. Commencing his confession, listen well. I, Sheru, am the pinnacle of Dr. Gallo's transcendent wisdom, the perfect result of the ultimate life-form Sheru project, destined to reign over the cosmos. His compound eyes gleamed with fervent light, as though reminiscing about a grand hunt. Dr. Gallo's ghostly microbots spread across the globe, day after day, year after year, like the most meticulous hunters, capturing the most brilliant genes on this planet. The ferocious bloodline of Son Goku, the pride of King Vegeta, the regenerative cells of Piccolo, and even the terrifying power of the frozen demon, Frieza. These titans, standing atop the pyramid of strength, have had their most exquisite life essences converge within me, culminating in an unprecedented perfect fusion. He struck his armored chest with a heavy fist, producing a dull metallic clang. His tone suddenly darkened, imbued with bitterness, as if recounting a tragic epic. However, Dr. Gallo, that short-sighted coward, he failed to comprehend the true potential of this grand endeavor. He feared the protracted cost of time. He shamefully relinquished his greatest creation. Sheru's voice brimmed with profound contempt and rage towards his creator. Yet, his tone soared, imbued with a nearly religious fervor. The cold, absolute rationality of his supercomputer's core had not faltered. It faithfully executed the ultimate directive imprinted at the inception of its creation. In that dark, desolate laboratory, it devoted a full 24 Earth years with unparalleled patience and precision, meticulously nurturing my embryo, calibrating every sequence of fused genes, overcoming innumerable technical barriers. Ultimately, it allowed me, this perfect creation that transcends all imagination, to be born. By the time he uttered the final words, Sheru trembled with excitement, his exoskeleton quivering, his compound eyes glistening with fervent light, as if he had accomplished a sacred mission. He suddenly raised his colossal claw, pointing at the suspended forms of 17 and 18. His tone urgent and imbued with an undeniable sense of command. I follow the directive from the innermost core to seek you. 17. 18. The eternal energy cores within you are the final keys to my ultimate evolution, the sole credential to unlock the door to supreme power. As I stepped out of the research institute, what awaited me was your utter disappearance. His multifaceted eyes fixated intently on androids 17 and 18, aflame with an insatiable fervor. Perhaps a consequence of programming or the relentless evolutionary thirst of the scion cells within me, compelling me to seek you out at all costs. His voice suddenly soared, brimming with the exhilaration of discovery. At last, fate has shown me its mercy. I have found that Trunks, along with his magnificent time machine. After eliminating this insignificant obstacle, I unhesitatingly regressed to my primordial egg form, riding the currents of time back to this era where you reside. Heh. Android 17 emitted a derisive laugh. His head slightly tilted, eyes reflecting the sorrowful humor of a tragic tale. What a poignant story of aspiration it is, traversing time and space, all to return here to meet demise. Chapter 31. Android 18 and Cell cackling with a maniacal glee. Cell seemed to hear the most ludicrous words spoken in the world. His shrill laughter echoing with madness, mandibles agape, viscous saliva dripping. Demise? Androids 17 and 18. Open your eyes and behold. He spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entirety of existence, his multifaceted eyes shimmering with a fervor akin to religious zeal. Your very existence is the greatest gift fate has bestowed upon me. I have crossed the boundaries of time and space for this moment. His voice became irresistibly seductive, yet laced with undeniable authority. Surrender your futile resistance. According to the precise analysis of my core database, your power pales in comparison to my current self. Allow me to absorb you. This is the ultimate purpose of your existence. Let us merge as one, transcending the shackles of mundane life, and together ascend to the pinnacle of ultimate existence. Perfect Cell. This is your sole destination for which you were created. Silence. You repulsive insect. Android 18 ignited like a barrel of gunpowder. The twisted cell project of Dr. Geros was etched deep within her consciousness as the greatest shame and nightmare. Now this embryo, which she had crushed in the cultivation tank, believed to have perished, not only survived tenaciously but evolved into this grotesque monstrosity, daring to speak so brazenly before her. Attempting to use her as fodder for a so-called perfection, rage surged within her like a volcanic eruption. Her icy blue eyes glimmered with a murderous intent potent enough to freeze the soul. She could hardly muster the energy for further words, raising her hand to unleash a golden energy blast, akin to an enraged comet, hurtling directly toward Cell's grotesque visage. Cell's manic laughter abruptly ceased. Though engulfed in a warped soliloquy, the instinctual reactions bestowed by the countless fighting genius cells fused within him were astonishingly swift. Faced with this assault imbued with destructive energy, a flicker of genuine astonishment crossed Cell's enormous multifaceted eyes at the sudden surge of energy from Android 18, far surpassing the records in his database. Yet, he was more overcome by provoked fury. Roar! A beastly roar erupted from the depths of Cell's chest. At the brink of catastrophe, his massive form unleashed an astonishing display of coordination. His arms, encased in a thick, deep green exoskeleton, resembled two colossal shields, muscles bulging as energy surged uncontrollably. Crossing protectively in front of his vulnerable head, he endeavored to withstand this furious blow with sheer, unrelenting force. Boom! The deafening explosion instantaneously engulfed the desolate city of Ginger. The golden energy of destruction collided violently with Cell's deep green energy shield. The point of impact erupted in a blinding white sphere of incandescent light, as though a miniature sun were born at that very moment. Crackle, crackle, rumble. Visible circular shockwaves spread wildly, akin to the titanic hammer wielded in myth, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The already precarious ruins of skyscrapers crumbled like mere sandcastles before a child's hand, failing to emit even a groan before being shattered into fragments, collapsing into dust. The ground within several kilometers was scraped as if by an invisible giant, lowered by several meters. Debris, rebar, dust, and the unfortunate remnants of those caught in the chaos were swept up by the violent shockwave, forming a colossal pillar of dust that soared into the heavens. Cell's enormous body was struck as if by a falling planet. He let out a muffled grunt, uncontrollably sliding backward at high speed. His heavy footsteps carved two immense trenches nearly 100 meters long into the scorched earth, dust and debris shooting forth like a fountain behind him. His arms, marred by charred cracks and emitting acrid smoke, throbbed with excruciating pain. Cough, cough. Cell steadied himself at the end of the trench, gasping for breath. He shook off the shards of his shattered exoskeleton, oozing viscous green fluid. And the crimson glow in his compound eyes not only did not dim, but instead ignited with a more twisted, insatiable flame. Number 18. Your power far exceeds the records in the database. This ferocious, eternal energy core is utterly magnificent. It only intensifies my desire to consume you entirely. His massive, demon-like wings behind him vibrated at an unfathomable frequency, creating a deathly hum that sent shivers down the spine. The colossal green figure became a blur amidst the swirling dust. Whoosh! Cell transformed into a deep green specter that tore through the haze, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom and a murderous intent that could freeze blood. Akin to a bloodthirsty ancient lizard leaping from the abyss of hell, lunging at number 18 suspended in the air with an inconceivable speed for his size. The true battle of life and death escalated to a fever pitch. The ruins of this death city, which had just fallen silent, were once again dominated by raging energy and piercing roars. Boom, boom, boom. The core of Ginger's ruins had entirely transformed into a tempestuous energy furnace. The silhouettes of number 18 and Cell flickered frantically against the shattered skyline, intertwining, colliding. Each encounter resembles the collision of two celestial bodies, resulting in a deafening roar that rends the heavens and unleashes a tempest of destructive energy. Number 18's golden hair dances wildly within the currents of power, her exquisite visage now as frigid as ice, with only the icy blue of her eyes ablaze with profound disdain for the creature before her. A torrent of raging energy cascades from number 18's slender palms, transforming from mere energy blasts into a devastating golden beam, akin to a divine scourge, mercilessly sweeping away all in its path. Number 18's physical state mirrors my own. Her limits have not been shackled. Number 17, seemingly at ease with hands tucked in his pockets, levitates at the battlefield's edge, yet his cold blue gaze acts as a precise tracking system, firmly locking onto each clash. Having mastered the art of energy manipulation, his combat prowess has significantly improved. He assesses this silently, over the span of 3 years. While number May 18th not have pursued extreme breakthroughs with the same fervor as himself, her comprehension and mastery of her own power have undergone a remarkable transformation. Repugnant synthetic monster, return to your subterranean lair. Her voice pierces through the cacophony of explosions, carrying a chilling coldness. Her form moves with an ethereal swiftness, one moment wielding an energy whip high above the ground, and the next, she appears as if teleporting to the vulnerable flank of the colossal cell. Her elongated right leg channels a terrifying force capable of shattering mountains, tearing through the air with a piercing vacuum-like explosion, delivering a swift and unparalleled sidekick, akin to a golden battle axe, striking fiercely against Cell's armored ribcage. Cell, resembling the most resilient of prehistoric beasts, endures the impact due to his formidable defenses. His stout tail, tipped with deadly spikes, behaves like a venomous serpent with a will of its own, darting unpredictably to strike, sweep, and ensnare. Each assault imbued with lethal suction, desperately seeking any opportunity to make contact with number 18. His compound eyes glimmer with cunning and fervor, the desire for evolution overwhelming all else. Struggle. Resist, number 18. Your defiance is but a futile wail against the grandeur of evolution. The perfect form of Cell is the inevitable manifestation of cosmic will. Cell's hoarse laughter echoes amidst the explosions. One golden, one green. Two streams of annihilation collide with fervor in the murky, dim sky, separating and then crashing together with even greater ferocity. Each clash resembles a supernova's eruption, the violent shockwaves ravaging the already altered Earth, relentlessly expanding the infernal realm. The battle is intense and fiercely contested. Cell's pride in his power and defense is put to the test against number 18's transformed onslaught, barely maintaining the upper hand and finding himself repeatedly cornered, his armor shattering and bodily fluids spraying. Yet, despite number 18's relentless assault and overwhelming momentum, she too struggles to completely obliterate this remarkably resilient adversary. Akin to an indestructible cockroach, number 17 continues to maintain his hands-in-pocket stance, appearing nonchalant, yet his icy blue gaze remains fixed on the battlefield. His position in the air inadvertently blocks Cell's escape route in a particular direction. In the distance, the silent giant No. 16 stood suspended in the air like an ancient monolith. Its crimson electronic eye flickered at an astonishing frequency, invisible scanning beams penetrating the chaotic energy currents. Akin to the most sophisticated probes, repeatedly analyzing Cell's energy composition, shell strength, regenerative speed, and the biological activity of its perilous tail. As the vast database within the core processor rapidly cross-referenced the data, the two combatants, one ahead and the other behind, had not yet engaged directly, yet they had effectively blocked any possible escape routes for Cell, weaving an inescapable net of demise. Chapter 32. Fear. The intensity of the struggle escalated, and the shock and unease within Cell spread like a chilling serpent. The combat prowess of No. 18 far exceeded what could be described by the outdated data in its core database. Her speed was ghostly, her power explosive like a stellar detonation, and her combat techniques were exquisitely refined, mastering the energy of the eternal core with unparalleled finesse. Despite having integrated the cells of numerous formidable beings and boasting of its perfect strength, it now found itself barely able to hold its ground against her, if not subtly suppressed. This was a stark contrast to the scenario it had envisioned, one of effortless annihilation and consumption. Enough. Number 17. After a violent clash of energy powerful enough to shatter mountains, number 18 leveraged the momentum to retreat several meters, her icy blue eyes scanning the black-haired youth who had remained a mere spectator. Her voice pierced through the remnants of the explosion, tinged with an unmistakable urgency and palpable impatience. Stop just standing there posing. This creature's shell is harder than a turtle ass. Let's eliminate it together. She realized that relying solely on her strength, she could not conclude the battle swiftly and required more formidable power to intervene. At that moment, the cold and playful smile that had adorned number 17's lips fully blossomed, akin to a death flower blooming upon an icy expanse. The time for observation was over. He finally moved. His hands, which had been resting in his pockets, slowly withdrew. This simple motion seemed to unlock some invisible shackles. A terrifying aura, far more subdued, refined, and perilous than number 18's, erupted violently from number 17, as if a slumbering beast had awakened, radiating outward with him at the center. The surrounding chaotic energy currents appeared to part before an unseen force, creating a fleeting vacuum. In the next instant, number 17's figure vanished, leaving behind a faint afterimage. Like a true specter, Cell's rapidly rotating compound eyes barely registered the disturbance before number 17's indifferent form appeared without warning in the left blind spot of its colossal body. Like the harbinger of death, with a seemingly casual, even languid whip of his leg, he struck with the silence of black lightning. There were no jarring sonic booms, no dazzling lights, only the distilled essence of power, potent enough to shatter stars. Boom! A sound resonated that was so deep it sent shivers through the heart. Cell felt an irresistible force crash violently against its ribcage. The sensation was akin to being struck by a high-speed train. Cell barely managed to let out a half-formed cry of agony before its immense body was propelled like a football, shot forth by an overwhelming force, transforming into a deep green blur, arcing through the air like a projectile. Boom, boom, rumble. 3 deafening booms reverberated through the air. Cheru, resembling a colossal battering ram, relentlessly crashed through 3 towering structures, which had long since become mere shells. The robust steel and concrete crumbled before him, as if it were mere paper, shattered under the immense kinetic force. The structural integrity of the 3rd building was utterly compromised, emitting a gut-wrenching groan as it slowly tilted, ultimately succumbing to a thunderous collapse, sending clouds of dust soaring into the sky. With that singular stomp, Cheru's gaze became clearer. The crimson glow in his multifaceted eyes dimmed, leaving only a sense of bewilderment and horror, crushed by absolute power. Before Cheru could rise from the rubble, the nightmarish figure of number 17 appeared above him as if teleporting. He looked down coldly at the green figure shrouded in dust below, slowly raising his right index finger. A blinding golden light instantly coalesced and compressed at his fingertip. Though diminutive, this radiance harbored a purer and more terrifying destructive energy than any assault from number 18. Number 17 lightly tapped with his fingertip. Whoosh! Boom! The meticulously condensed golden energy beam, akin to a divine spear piercing the heavens, tore through space. Disregarding distance, descending with an aura that annihilated all, it struck precisely at the heart of the ruins where Cheru lay. The ensuing explosion obliterated the entire block, sending dust spiraling skyward. Cheru, in utter disarray, emerged from the deep crater at the explosion's edge, smoke billowing from his body, which was now slick with viscous green fluid. His once proud, deep green shell was now marred by a network of cracks, large patches charred away, revealing the writhing, damaged muscle tissue beneath. Green fluid seeped from him like a brook, sizzling as it dripped onto the searing ground. Terrified, he lifted his gaze toward the black-haired youth, number 17. Hovering high above as if merely brushing off dust, that impassive face bore no signs of turmoil, as if he had merely squashed a bothersome insect moments prior. The overwhelming disparity in power, more despairing than what number 18 had demonstrated. Cheru's core processor blared in alarm. A frigid terror washed over him like a tide, for the first time truly drowning his desire for evolution. Just as Cheru was completely daunted by number 17's earth-shattering strike, ensnared in the abyss of despair wrought by sheer force, his shell shattered, green fluid gushed forth, and his thought processes nearly froze in fear. Boom, boom, boom. Several formidable presences descended upon the battlefield's edge like meteors crashing to Earth. Their colossal momentum instantly stirred the chaotic energy field. Are you here to clean up the mess? Number 17 had sensed their approach, and, upon the emergence of Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Piccolo, a smirk curved his lips as he teased effortlessly. Number 17. Sun Wukong's voice rang out with its usual cheerfulness, yet his eyes, always brimming with battle intent, were now sharp as blades, instantly locking onto the disheveled Sheru below. Having received divine word, he had rushed with all haste, only to find that you all were quicker. So, this creature is Sheru? As the conversation unfolded, the formidable presence of the three individuals erupted with an intensity reminiscent of a tsunami, intertwining with the essences of number 17, number 18, and number 16 to form an invisible net that ensnared Cell, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Shortly thereafter, two additional, albeit slightly weaker, yet resolute, sounds of rupture pierced the air. Krillin's gleaming bald head stood out conspicuously amid the swirling dust, while Tien's composed figure emerged at the periphery of the battlefield, his three vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Krillin interjected, Why not mention that Tien is also bald? Am I not sufficiently composed? At that moment, number 17, who had maintained a tranquil demeanor, imperceptibly furrowed his brow. His gaze traversed Krillin and Tien, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Had the Supreme Kai informed them both? He had warned the Supreme Kai of the peril posed by Cell. Given Krillin and their current capabilities, engaging in such a battle was akin to moths drawn to a flame. Suddenly, vivid images from the original narrative flashed in number 17's mind, a chaotic battlefield. Cell's cunning compound eyes surveying the crowd, locking onto the bald Krillin, followed by Piccolo's furious shout, "This is bad." As the dust settled, Cell's form vanished without a trace. This realization coursed through number 17's nerves like a jolt of icy electricity. This is dire. His pupils constricted, and the sense of ease evaporated. Instinctively, he bellowed, "Cell, you shall not escape." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his right palm, already charged with a concentrated sphere of destructive energy, violently propelled forth, tearing through the air at a velocity that surpassed the reactions of everyone present, heading straight for the green figure of Cell, who was poised to make a move from the pit. Within that pit, Cell's malevolent compound eyes were consumed by sheer terror the moment Goku and the others arrived. Goku and Piccolo, so many of them. One number 17 alone could toy with him at will. Now, the planet's elite warriors had converged, encircling him. This was nothing short of a desperate situation. The instinct for survival pierced through the fervent desire for evolution like a cold steel needle, seizing absolute dominance. At this critical juncture between life and death, fragments of combat memories derived from Tien cells within him were abruptly activated, revealing a flawless escape plan. Chapter 33, Evasion. As Cell sensed Krillin and the others approaching, his figure began to levitate gradually. A low and sinister chuckle echoed over the dust-laden ruins, akin to a venomous serpent flicking its tongue, imbued with a suppressed rage and a barely perceptible relief. It seemed today's grand feast would have to conclude prematurely. His massive frame subtly adjusted its posture, inconspicuously aligning his back toward the blazing sun overhead. The sunlight cascaded upon his deep green exoskeleton, not providing warmth, but rather offering a perfect cover for the treachery that was about to unfold. Just as everyone fixed their vigilant gazes upon him, the atmosphere surged, akin to a tightening noose, poised to unleash a cataclysmic assault. Solar flare. With a sudden and forceful motion, Cell raised both hands. Fingers splayed at the sides of his head, unleashing a piercing, rending scream. This was not a mere call. It was a culmination of his remaining energy, interwoven with a primal instinct for survival and a soul's roar of unbridled resentment. The energy converged in an instant upon his hands, directed toward the rays of sunlight with utmost intensity. This was no ordinary crane school technique, but a blinding divine art that amplified his entire being's energy. An indescribable brilliance, pure to the extreme, erupted instantaneously, radiating a blinding light 1,000-fold more intense than the midday sun, engulfing the entire battlefield. The strength of this light penetrated even tightly closed eyelids, disregarding any form of obstruction. It affected not only the visual nerves, but also radiated immense energy, searing the retinas. My eyes. Damn it. I can't see. Nothing is visible. Beware of ambush. The cries were swiftly drowned in a silent, incandescent hell. Even the formidable 17, 18, and Sun Wukong, caught off guard by this overwhelming brilliance that transcended comprehension, found their senses instantly stripped away. All that remained in their vision was an endless expanse of pure white. Instinctual combat reflexes ignited their protective auras. Yet their perception was utterly disoriented by this extreme light pollution, succumbing to a fleeting state of whiteout. Damn, this is a skill. I was careless. The alarm bells rang furiously in 17's mind, his ice blue eyes now only shedding physiological tears born from excruciating pain, facing a blank whiteness. He had initially believed the solar flare was merely a visual obstruction, never anticipating that Cell could compress his immense malevolent energy to near nothingness, perfectly synchronizing with this blinding moment. This was truly a divine technique tailor-made for retreat. It was no fault of 17's for being unprepared for the solar flare. He had thought it merely obscured vision, believing it could be countered through sensory perception, only to find himself ensnared here. The solar flare, originating from the secret techniques of the Crane School, operates not merely as illumination, but transforms the practitioner's internal energy through a specific energy circuit, instantaneously releasing an extremely high-frequency light, temporarily blinding enemies. Its effect resembles that of a flashbang. The more energy the user injects, the stronger the converted light energy, and the more terrifying the blinding effect. What is even more insidious is that if one can leverage environmental light sources, like the blazing midday sun, it can trigger energy resonance, amplifying the effect several times like a magnifying glass. At critical moments, it serves to delay enemies, granting time for escape while simultaneously disorienting foes during a primary assault, creating opportunities for attacks. Tianjin Fan first dazzled the audience with this technique during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament against Master Roshi. Although its principle is intricate, the threshold for mastery is relatively low, allowing prodigies like Sun Wukong and Krillin to swiftly grasp it. In later stages, Krillin, combining his refined control over energy, developed an even more formidable variant known as the Hundredfold Solar Flare. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, Son Gohan, apprehensive about Krillin's combat prowess for the Tournament of Power, initiated a one-on-one test. To his astonishment, Krillin, employing an enhanced version of his signature technique, effectively constrained Gohan, thereby passing the assessment. The combat efficacy not only rendered Gohan temporarily blind in his normal state, but even with his eyes shut, he found himself unable to counteract the assault, as he later remarked. This feat, albeit somewhat opportunistic, was accomplished against an adult Son Gohan. Could you summon other Earthlings to attempt the same? Oh, however, in that very moment when the blinding white light surged like a tsunami, disorienting everyone, it was number 17's precognitive sense of impending danger that prompted him to unleash an energy blast, which traversed a brief distance and struck the still-adjusting Cell, who had just executed the solar flare. Boom! The thunderous explosion resonated against the backdrop of blinding light, muffled yet distant, accompanied by Cell's agonizing wail that altered the very timbre of despair. Green viscous fluids and shattered exoskeleton fragments erupted like torrential rain. Amidst the glaring radiance, one could faintly discern that a significant portion of Cell's body, including his entire left arm, the left side of his abdomen, and a substantial section of his spine, had vanished entirely under the relentless assault of number 17's catastrophic energy blast. It was as if an invisible eraser had swept it away. The severed area was charred, with remnants of flesh resembling burnt carbon, the edges glowing with dark red embers. Damn it, number 17. The remnants of Cell's body tumbled amidst the shockwave of the explosion. His furious roar, steeped in venomous rage, echoed like a curse from the depths of hell, each syllable saturated with profound hatred and excruciating pain. That sound was enough to chill the spine of even the bravest warrior. In those chaotic fractions of a second, enduring pain that could shatter any creature, Cell suppressed his aura to near invisibility, his massive form plummeting like a meteor towards the ravaged ruins below. Thud! His battered body crashed into a heap of twisted steel and concrete, dust swirling around him. Ha ha ha! From deep within the ruins came Cell's labored, agonizing breaths, each inhalation laced with blood and fragments of his innards. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded amidst the dust, around the edges of his grievous, life-threatening wounds, beneath the charred remnants. Countless verdant flesh buds writhed as if possessing independent life, intertwining and proliferating at an alarming rate, visible to the naked eye. Severed blood vessels reconnected autonomously, and the damaged internal tissues rapidly reformed under the influence of energy. More astonishingly, accompanied by unsettling cracking sounds, new, glossy, deep green exoskeletons emerged from the flesh, rapidly enveloping the freshly mended tissues. This was the extraordinary regenerative ability bestowed by the fusion of Namekian cells from Piccolo, a feat that could only be deemed miraculous. Though this process consumed an immense amount of energy, rendering the already severely battered and utterly depleted Cell even more feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. This miraculous ability preserved his core and mobility. Without the slightest pause, and not even a moment to feel the agony of rebirth, Cell resembled a mutated giant lizard, vicious and cunning, whose regenerated limbs erupted with a primal force of survival. With all fours on the ground, his massive form pressed against the earth, he cleverly utilized the complex terrain of the ruins, the lingering dense smoke, and his own suppressed aura as perfect camouflage. Like the most seasoned assassin, he moved silently and swiftly through the shadows of the crumbling walls, desperately fleeing in a direction far from the city of Jenka. Wait until we meet again. That will be the moment you become the stepping stones to my ultimate evolution. A voice filled with endless malice and greed roared within him. Lurking, hunting, and evolving into his perfect form was his ultimate dream, burning fiercely within his battered yet tenacious body, supporting him through the excruciating pain as he melded into the earth as shadows, vanishing completely into the depths of darkness that lay beyond the ruins. Chapter 34. A warning. The blinding light and deafening explosion finally subsided. The smoke had yet to clear completely, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone. The charred odor of burning protein and the nauseating stench of blood mingled with Cell's own fluids. Silence once again enveloped the ravaged center of Jenka City, resembling a hellish wasteland. Cell's immense and malevolent aura had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. All that remained was a vast blackened crater several hundred meters in diameter, a landscape of desolation, and a group of warriors standing amidst the ruins, their expressions unusually grave. Number 17 clicked his tongue, breaking the suffocating silence. His icy blue eyes swept over the crowd below, temporarily blinded by Cell's supersolar flare. Now tightly shutting their eyes, painfully massaging their temples, or shedding physiological tears in an effort to regain their sight, particularly the relatively weaker Krillin and Tien, who had just arrived. His tone was tinged with a rare hint of frustration. I underestimated him. I let him slip away. He rubbed his still aching eyes, feeling the residual burn on his optic nerves. That technique, known as the solar flare, was truly formidable. Number 17's voice grew somber, adopting an analytical tone. It can instantly generate an intensity of light radiation that surpasses physiological limits, directly scorching the retina. Most crucially, this monster managed to suppress his vast, malevolent aura to near nothingness at the moment he released the light energy. The combination of light pollution and the disappearance of his aura is a divine tactic for escape and ambush. On the 17th, thoughts raced through his mind as he consolidated fragments of understanding regarding the solar fist. In the original narrative, it was precisely this technique that allowed Cell to outsmart Piccolo and escape right under his nose, an irony that history had chosen to repeat itself. A chill washed over him. Despite having inflicted near-fatal damage upon Cell, shattering nearly half of his form through his prophetic insight into the plot, he ultimately allowed this venomous serpent to slink away, harboring immense resentment. The solar fist was not an inscrutable technique. Goku, feeling a lingering ache and a slight haze in his vision, managed a bitter smile as his golden aura flickered. However, witnessing such a move employed by an adversary felt as unpleasant as swallowing a fly. Piccolo, on the other hand, let out a cold snort. His deep green visage darkened like the turbulent sea before a storm, his fists cracking ominously. Although Cell had fled, severely wounded, his biological traits and obsessive quest for evolution would ensure he would not relent easily. The gaze of 17 was like a frigid probe, sweeping across the distance as he coldly calculated the future. He would lie in wait like the most insidious of serpents, continuing to stealthily hunt humanity across various cities, siphoning their life essence. His attention shifted to the silent, yet steady presence of 16 beside him. By the time Cell, having absorbed countless life essences to mend his fractured form, re-emerged before them, his power would likely swell to a level capable of confronting 16 directly. Indeed, within the confines of the original narrative, Cell had followed this very course, concealing his energy, clandestinely slaughtering humans, and growing to the pinnacle of his first form. It can be asserted that among the myriad of villains in the Dragon Ball universe, Cell's combat intelligence, patience, capacity for stealthy growth, and formidable resilience combined with unparalleled regeneration make him one of the most formidable adversaries. gather grain to delay kingship. He was well versed in the essence of quietly entering a village, only to unleash gunfire. But why was Cell able to develop so smoothly in the original tale? 17's thoughts grazed the crux of the matter. It ultimately tied back to the Supreme Kai and Piccolo. In the original timeline, after Vegeta and the others suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the recently awakened 17 and 18, Piccolo sought to acquire power sufficient to rival the androids by venturing to the Supreme Kai's temple and assimilating with him, transforming into a Super Namekian. It was during this time that the Supreme Kai first distinctly detected Cell's malevolent energy. Though many events unfolded during that period in the original narrative, they all transpired within the same day, including the emergence of androids 19 and 20, the subsequent awakening of 17 and 18, and Vegeta and the others' dismal defeat. At that moment, the Supreme Kai also detected Cell's horrific actions in Ginger Town. Confronted with Cell's despairing power and pure evil, the Supreme Kai recognized Piccolo's choice, deeming assimilation as the only path forward. However, this assimilation, while bestowing formidable combat prowess upon the singularly powerful Namekian, Piccolo, came at a tremendous cost, the loss of the deity's omniscient perception that spanned the globe. Of course, the ineffectiveness of the Dragon Balls is also included. The Earth has been deprived of that divine eye that surveyed the entire situation. It is precisely this critical ability that has led to subsequent warriors floundering like headless flies, utterly incapable of tracking the deliberately concealed presence of Cell, allowing him to develop unchecked, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of his first form. Yet, a glint of sharpness flickered in the icy blue eyes of number 17. This time, the narrative was set to be rewritten. Number 17 would not permit Cell to evolve unchallenged, for the deity had yet to assimilate with Piccolo. He abruptly lifted his gaze, as if piercing through the clouds and dimensions, directing his attention towards the divine temple suspended above the sea of clouds. At that moment, the deity, who was observing them, seemed to comprehend number 17's intent. Number 17, the deity's voice resonated within his mind, heavy with seriousness and a hint of fatigue. Witnessing Cell's brutality, regenerative abilities, and insidious escape tactics had placed unprecedented pressure on this guardian. Your eyes, with their global perception, are of utmost importance. Number 17's thoughts responded with unwavering certainty. I need you to maintain the status quo, continue monitoring the Earth. As soon as you detect Cell's unique malevolent aura, no matter where he may be, inform me immediately. I understand. The deity's voice was imbued with an unprecedented sense of responsibility and resolve. He was acutely aware of the burden he bore in this moment. After addressing the most critical matters, number 17's gaze swept over Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and Tien. His voice, though not raised, resounded with the chilling clarity of cold metal, carrying an undeniable admonition. Listen closely. That fiend Cell is not a foe you can confront alone at this moment. His strength, speed, defensive capabilities, and especially that terrifying regenerative ability far exceed your current limits. Any semblance of overconfidence is tantamount to courting death. He paused, his tone growing even more severe. If, and I emphasize if, any of you encounter him alone, do not hesitate. Do not entertain the notion of testing him. Immediately unleash your strongest energy without reservation. Treat it as a distress signal. I will arrive at the swiftest pace. Number 17's gaze lingered on Goku and Piccolo. He understood the pride inherent in both. His words struck like a hammer. Remember, bravado will only lead to needless demise, becoming mere sustenance for his reconstitution towards perfection. The final two words were pronounced with particular weight, chilling the air around them. His message was stark and realistic, causing Krillin and Tien to shudder, their complexions paling as they felt the oppressive weight of that ominous threat. Even Goku and Piccolo wore solemn expressions, tightly pursing their lips, understanding that number 17 was far from exaggerating. The power and savagery exhibited by Cell were sufficient proof of this. Well then, all that needed to be said has been articulated. On the 17th, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, returning to its usual indifference. With a gesture towards 18 and 16, he declared, "There is nothing worth seeing in this desolation. We halt." The command, imbued with an overwhelming fury and an audacious intensity, erupted like thunder from the heavens, shattering the heavy silence that had settled over the ruins. A figure, enveloped in blazing white flames, descended with a ferocious might akin to a falling meteor. crashing down upon the scorched earth between 17 and his companions and Sun Wukong. The ground trembled violently, and shockwaves stirred a murky tempest of debris and dust. Typically, I update 2 chapters promptly at 9 a.m., suitable for the fathers who wish to indulge in leisure. Chapter 35. The Scion Prince regains confidence as the swirling dust gradually settled amidst the remnants of the violent airwaves. It unveiled a figure at the center of the chaos, reminiscent of an oppressed volcano slowly rising. Clad in a deep blue form-fitting combat suit that accentuated his formidable physique, the iconic Scion armor gleamed with a steely luster. Beneath his wild, untamed black hair, a handsome visage twisted in rage emerged. His elongated eyes burned with fierce combat spirit, infused with a near-obsessive pride ignited by deep-seated offense. Hidden within the depths of his gaze was a hint of bloodthirsty anticipation for the imminent cleansing of his shame. Vegeta, the Prince of the Scions, descended upon this scorched earth, radiating unparalleled pressure and ferocious wrath. His presence instantly infused the battlefield, previously weighed down by Cell's escape, with a heightened sense of personal conflict. His frigid gaze, akin to blades forged from millennia of ice, pierced through the haze with unerring precision, locking onto his targets, the nonchalant black-haired youth, 17. His golden-haired companion exuding an equally perilous aura, 18, and the silent, imposing figure of the burly Mohican man, 16. A terrifying atmosphere, as suffocating as a supervolcano on the brink of eruption, radiated from Vegeta, engulfing the entire shattered battlefield. His eyes fixated intensely on 18, where the flames of vengeance burned not merely with the desire for retribution, but with a fervent obsession that could only be quenched by the blood of his opponent. 18. Vegeta's voice was hoarse and deep, scraping like sandpaper against metal, each syllable laden with an oppressive weight, as if clawing its way through gritted teeth. I dare not forget the favor you bestowed upon me. He did not refer to a mere defeat, but to the profound humiliation of being effortlessly vanquished by 18. Crushed into the earth like a fly, his bones yearning to shatter, collapsing like a defeated dog. That image had haunted him like a nightmare for the past 3 years, gnawing at the pride of the Scion Prince. In the icy blue depths of the 18th's gaze flickered a genuine astonishment, akin to encountering a cockroach that should have been squashed, yet now scurried before her. She tilted her head slightly, her exquisite visage adorned with confusion and impatience. Had she not yet learned from her previous lesson? Was the intellect of a Scion truly so lacking? Sensing Vegeta's fury, Goku, taken aback, spoke up with a hint of concern. Vegeta? Silence. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice thundered, as if he were a fierce beast whose tail had been stepped on. The energy surging around him pulsated chaotically. Do you believe the domain of a Super Saiyan is solely your exclusive honor? Do you presume that the boy from the future, Trunks, is the only successor? He admonished, dismissing Goku's pretense of seniority. Before his words could fully dissipate, an indescribable, cataclysmic energy erupted from within Vegeta, akin to that of a stellar core. A blinding aura, reminiscent of liquid gold, shot skyward, instantly transforming his wild black hair into a dazzling golden spectacle, each strand standing defiantly upright. The tumultuous energy waves surged forth like a tsunami, lifting debris and steel wreckage into a weightless suspension, while the air, under extreme compression, emitted a high-pitched, strained hum. The scorched earth beneath him cracked under the terrifying pressure. Super Saiyan. Krillin gasped, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Mouth agape in astonishment as he beheld the figure cloaked in golden light. The once haughty and aloof Scion Prince, who regarded Earthlings as mere insects, had indeed traversed that legendary threshold. Tianjin-Han's third eye widened in disbelief, radiating clarity as it captured the monumental shift in energy within Vegeta, his 3 eyes filled with solemnity. Even Goku and Piccolo exchanged glances of genuine surprise. Goku understood firsthand the arduous journey of surpassing such a threshold, while Piccolo marveled at Vegeta's ability to achieve this feat in such a brief span, relying solely on sheer willpower and relentless training. Indeed, after 3 years of grueling training under immense gravity, Vegeta had ascended to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, just as in the original tale. The 17th, with hands still tucked in his pockets, observed the blazing golden flame with serene blue eyes, fully aware yet devoid of any tension, merely a hint of boredom. Yet, what of it? He perceived the overwhelming golden energy flowing forth, and the power of Super Saiyan 1 appeared but as a robust ant before us. Merely an invitation for further torment. Do you see this? Woman, Vegeta, engulfed in the surging golden flames, bore a visage of absolute confidence, as if the goddess of victory herself had smiled upon him. He abruptly assumed the iconic battle stance of a scion, fists clenched, center of gravity lowered, with the wild aura coiling around 18 like invisible chains. This was the rightful demeanor of Prince Vegeta. Now, his voice rose sharply, brimming with the thrill of vengeance. It is time to settle old scores. In the eyes of Android 18, a chilling glimmer suddenly solidified, akin to an unmelting blade of ice from the polar regions, a fool oblivious to the gravity of the situation. She moved gracefully, her feet shattering the hardened, scorched earth beneath her in silence, an intangible aura rising around her, poised to utterly crush this oblivious scion prince. Wait, 18. A slender hand gently raised, interposing itself before her. Android 17's lips curled into a playful smirk, his gaze imbued with a hint of scrutiny, accompanied by the intrigue of discovering a novel toy during a mundane journey. With the repulsive creature, Cell, having slipped away, perhaps a bit of physical exertion would be refreshing. He glided forward, perfectly positioning himself between 18 and Vegeta, his tranquil eyes meeting the molten intensity of Vegeta's fierce battle spirit. Vegeta, your opponent has changed. It is now I am. It makes no difference. Vegeta initially hesitated, then let out a derisive snort filled with utter contempt. The golden aura surrounding him surged like oil igniting a fire, howling like a tempest. Whether it's you, the black-haired brat, that hulking Mohican, or the foul woman behind you, it matters not. Even if all three of you come at me together, I, Vegeta, shall withstand it all. Huh. Android 17 let out a brief, mocking laugh, his derision evident. Vegeta, you cannot be so naive as to think. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes resembling those of one observing a child lost in their own fantasies. Just because you have transformed into this dazzling golden form, you have the right to stand before us and boast. In truth, there is little distinction. Goku is a Super Saiyan, Trunks is as well. And what has been the outcome? Images flashed in his mind of Goku being repelled in the Temple Plaza, and Trunks, exerting every ounce of strength yet achieving nothing. At this juncture, should they choose any one of 17, 18, or 16, they would not last even a minute. He casually beckoned towards the golden illuminated, fiercely imposing Vegeta. Let me see, then, if the so-called Saiyan Prince, in his Super Saiyan state, can endure for even a few more seconds. Arrogant. The understated yet piercing ridicule from Android 17 ignited the final spark on the powder keg. Vegeta, already in an exhilarating state due to his transformation, was instantly engulfed by rage. He forsook his initial target, 18, transforming into a violent bolt of golden lightning that tore through the air, imbued with an aura of destruction. The atmosphere compressed to an unbearable degree, producing a deafening sonic boom. His fist, containing enough power to obliterate mountains, propelled by all of Vegeta's fury and humiliation, soared towards 17's calm and indifferent visage. He aimed to reduce this most arrogant of androids, along with his detestable composure, to cosmic dust. Chapter 36. A lesson. The battle, which should not be termed as such, commenced, a one-sided rampage that was predetermined from the very beginning. The footsteps of Android 17 had not even shifted an inch. He merely tilted his head with a subtle grace, akin to a gentle breeze caressing willow branches, turning at an almost imperceptible angle that was precise to a maddening degree. With a fierce roar, Vegeta, enveloped in a blazing golden aura capable of shattering steel, unleashed a scorching punch that narrowly grazed a few strands of dark hair at 17's temple, crashing violently into the empty air. The ferocious gust from his fist even ruffled the tips of 17's hair, yet failed to touch him in the slightest. To Krillin, Tien, and the others, Vegeta's speed was ghostly, his trajectory almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. However, through the icy blue gaze of 17, every movement of Vegeta was displayed as if slowed down, revealing a clarity filled with exploitable weaknesses. Bang, 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 boom. The pride of the Scion was trampled repeatedly, and Vegeta fell into a furious frenzy. His jabs struck like a tempest, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar. His kicks, resembling golden battle axes, swept with the force to rend the very earth. With each sweeping motion of his hands, dazzling golden energy blasts erupted like a barrage of cannon fire, saturating every possible escape route around Android 17. The ferocity of the assault drained the color from Krillin's face, cold sweat soaking his back, his throat dry and almost gasping for breath. Tien's 3 eyes were locked in concentration, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. The sheer madness of this output, both in intensity and expenditure, exceeded their wildest imaginings. Yet, under the watchful gaze of 17's piercing blue eyes, all these violent attacks appeared utterly futile and clumsy. His form wavered slightly, moving like a weightless specter, merely sidestepping half a step as a kick with the power to demolish buildings whizzed by, the residual force shattering a distant wall to pieces. Casually raising his left hand, a soft glow of energy pulsed from his palm. He swatted away Vegeta's mightiest punch with an effortless flick, the immense recoil leaving Vegeta's arm numb. The fluidity of his movements exuded a near-cruel elegance and composure. The perfect coordination of the android's physique, coupled with an unparalleled perception of energy, allowed him to display a control that evoked despair amidst such a disparity in power. He even had the leisure to comment, in a calm tone more insulting than any roar, "Oh, how terrifying. That punch just barely missed the corner of my garment." The mockery in his tone was unmistakable. Power? Well, it seems to pale in comparison to the Super Saiyan strength exhibited by Goku in the God Temple, doesn't it? This precise comparison struck Vegeta's heart like a whip. Each word was akin to a poisoned dagger, brutally piercing the pride of the Saiyan prince, who had soared to such heights of arrogance. "Shut your mouth." Vegeta was utterly consumed by rage, his golden aura blazing to its fullest, reckless in his surge of power. Die. The prince's battle stance re-emerged in an instant. His palms became like uncontrolled energy cannons, wildly thrusting towards the direction of Android 17. Roar. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of resplendent golden orbs, imbued with cataclysmic energy, cascaded violently from his palm like a deluge unleashed, obliterating all in their path. The blinding radiance obscured the sky, heralding an overwhelming force capable of incinerating the very fabric of existence, engulfing the vicinity of Subject 17 and extending several meters beyond in an all-consuming embrace. The ground trembled under a cacophony of explosive detonations, merging into a deafening symphony of destruction. The searing golden light devoured all vision, while the ferocious shockwaves, akin to an invisible behemoth, mercilessly flattened the already fragile ruins, shattering and uprooting everything in their wake. The swirling dust, intermingled with bizarre flashes from energy ionization, coalesced into a colossal mushroom cloud that surged skyward. The entire desolation of Jianga City quaked violently under the impact of this singular strike. Tungna Kellen felt a shiver run down his spine, his legs weakening, and his throat parched, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent sound. This indiscriminate, saturated, and purely energy-driven bombardment far surpassed the limits of his comprehension in both magnitude and instantaneous energy expenditure. Indeed, the prince's combat technique, with its striking effects, was genuinely formidable. Such an extensive and sustained barrage of energy projectiles required a massive reservoir of power and output capacity, something beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet, as the adage goes, smoke without fire, Vegeta was destined to falter. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong and Piccolo furrowed their brows, acutely aware that following this all-out assault from Vegeta, whose aura had once blazed like the sun, was now rapidly diminishing, akin to a punctured balloon, its brilliance fading swiftly. They understood why. Despite their ability to unleash energy attacks at will, they still engaged in extensive hand-to-hand combat during battles. The answer was simple. Energy blasts, beam techniques, and key waves. Those seemingly glamorous long-range assaults proved inefficient against opponents of equal or greater strength, with concerning accuracy and tremendous energy and stamina consumption. They were primarily utilized for diversion, disrupting rhythm, clearing lesser foes, or delivering a decisive blow at critical moments. Of course, this principle of immense energy expenditure did not apply to Subjects 17, 18, and 16, who possessed eternal energy reserves. As the dust settled in the aftermath of the energy tempest, a voice, tinged with a subtle sense of disappointment and boredom, pierced through the echoes of the explosion, resonating in the ears of all present. In the epicenter of the blast, a gentle yet resilient pale green energy shield stood like an inverted bowl, undisturbed. The surface of the shield shimmered, completely isolating the destructive energies and debris from the external world. Within the protective barrier, Subject 17 remained pristine, not a single strand of hair out of place, as if the cataclysmic bombardment had merely been a trivial breeze. How infuriating! Vegeta's eyes widened in fury, his pale blue irises bloodshot with profound humiliation and rage. Witnessing his opponent's unscathed demeanor, even tinged with disappointment, he felt as though his very soul was being seared, draining the last vestiges of strength from within. Akin to a cornered beast driven to desperation, he emitted a hoarse roar and lunged recklessly towards number 17 once more, intent on tearing away a piece of flesh even if it meant their mutual destruction. Show mercy. Number 17. Sun Wukong's anxious cries echoed almost simultaneously, as he discerned that Vegeta was at his wit's end. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to make contact with the pale green shield, number 17 finally moved. There was no earth-shattering force unleashed, no dazzling display of energy. Only a blur, swift enough to transcend the limits of sight and even the capacity for thought. Bang! A profoundly muffled sound reverberated. No one could perceive how number 17 had struck. Not even the afterimage had fully dissipated. His handsome visage contorted in agony, his eyes bulging as if they might burst, his body involuntarily arching into an exaggerated shrimp-like shape. With a violent expulsion, steaming blood mixed with internal fragments erupted from his mouth like a fountain. The fierce golden aura, emblematic of his scion royal dignity, disintegrated in an instant, extinguished like a flickering candle in the wind. Vegeta's body was propelled backward, faster than when he had advanced, akin to a kite severed from its string. Tracing a tragic parabolic arc, he crashed through several dilapidated high-rises, ultimately entombed beneath a heap of rubble, his fate uncertain. Number 17's figure gradually solidified at the spot where Vegeta had lunged. He leisurely retracted his seemingly casual fist, gently shaking his wrist, his movements elegant as if he had merely brushed away a trivial speck of dust. Rest assured, he will not perish. He turned his head, his ice-blue eyes glancing at the worried Sun Wukong, his tone calm and unperturbed, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself, merely suggesting that Sun Wukong take a moment to grasp the reality of their disparities. In truth, number 17 harbored little animosity towards Vegeta. Vegeta, a scion prince with an exceedingly high sense of pride, coldness, competitiveness, and arrogance, regarded himself as the strongest scion warrior, boasting royal blood. Initially, he often looked down upon lower-ranking warriors due to his noble status. Once driven by ambitions of universal domination, his encounters with Sun Wukong, marked by failures and relentless pursuits, quietly transformed his demeanor. The quest for cosmic conquest was abandoned, replaced by an almost obsessive goal of surpassing Sun Wukong. In his mid-phase, he oscillated between good and evil, standing apart in his pride, frequently opposing Sun Wukong and dismissing the counsel of others, embodying a solitary warrior. Yet, he was fiercely loyal and emotionally discerning. When Earth faced genuine annihilation, he would unhesitatingly step forth to fight valiantly. For the sake of protecting his family, Bulma, Trunks, he could unleash power beyond limits, recklessly throwing himself into battle. This aspect of Vegeta evoked a sense of admiration within number 17. With that, number 17 turned away, no longer gazing at the dust-laden ruins. Let us depart. Number 18, number 16. Three figures, a youth with indifferent black hair, a striking golden-haired woman, and a silent, towering giant, transformed into fleeting light, silently vanishing over the ravaged expanse of Geneja City, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation and a group of warriors burdened with complex emotions, along with a scion prince, thoroughly incapacitated in the depths of the ruins. Chapter 37. The prophecy fulfilled. The ephemeral glow of the trio faded into the horizon, replaced by the desolate ruins and an oppressive heaviness in the air. The acrid scent of scorched energy, mingled with the lingering stench of blood and the foul odor left by Cell, created a nauseating echo of impending doom. Fortunately, I have the senza beans with me. Krillin sighed deeply, patting his bulging pouch with a sense of relief. The image of Vegeta being instantaneously obliterated by Android 17, buried beneath the rubble, along with Cell's terrifying actions and escape, sent shivers down his spine. He turned to Goku and Gohan, urging, "Let us quickly retrieve Vegeta." Goku, his expression grave, nodded affirmatively, enveloping himself in a white aura, as the three swiftly soared towards the massive pile of debris formed by Vegeta's collision. Piccolo and Tien followed closely behind. Together, they cautiously lifted the heavy steel and concrete blocks. Soon, Vegeta's disheveled figure emerged from the wreckage. His deep blue battle suit was tattered and stained with dust and blood. His once handsome face pale as parchment, with dried blood caked at the corners of his mouth, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. The once mighty Scion Prince now resembled a discarded, worn-out puppet, having lost consciousness once more. Goku gently pried open Vegeta's clenched jaws, inserting a round, vibrant green Senzu bean into his mouth. With a soft gulp, under the influence of Vegeta's remarkable survival instinct, the bean struggled down his esophagus. In an instant, a torrent of potent and pure life energy surged through Vegeta's limbs. The fractures in his bones, the torn muscles, and the damaged organs, caused by the impact and energy backlash, began to mend at a visible pace, regenerating before their eyes. His lethargic aura revitalized as if injected with a powerful stimulant, rapidly ascending. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes flew open. His black pupils no longer burned with the fire of battle, but were now filled with a seething rage and profound humiliation. The sense of indignity eclipsed even the physical agony, scorching his very soul like molten lava. Damn it! A roar, laden with boundless fury, erupted from the depths of his throat. His tightly clenched right fist, imbued with the ferocity of his recently restored strength, slammed violently against a nearby concrete wall that stood nearly half his height. Crash! The hard concrete wall shattered into dust. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his knuckles cracking from the excessive force, devoid of any color. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the void. Every word squeezing from between clenched teeth. Those damned androids. I will give everything. Endure 3 years of hellish gravity torment. Having transcended the seemingly insurmountable barrier of the Super Saiyan Gate, the outcome was nonetheless a crushing and utterly despairing defeat. This pride, mercilessly trampled upon, and the overwhelming sense of powerlessness gnawed at the dignity of the Scion Prince like a venomous serpent, leaving him nearly breathless. The humiliation he felt was far more unbearable than the physical pain itself. The intense atmosphere, thick as if laden with lead, drew the attention of all towards Vegeta's explosive fury. Krillin and Tien bore expressions of sympathy and helplessness, while Gohan's small face was taut with concern, and Piccolo's brow was furrowed in worry. Even Goku remained silent, gazing at his rival and comrade with a complex expression. However, amidst this heavy silence, a sudden, anguished groan erupted from Goku, seemingly without warning. His proud form buckled sharply, as if struck by an invisible hammer to the heart. Cold sweat poured forth like a torrential flood from his forehead and temples, drenching the tips of his dark hair. The face that usually radiated with a cheerful smile drained of all color in an instant, becoming as pale as a sheet. Dad, Gohan, positioned closest, was the first to notice, his heart racing in terror as his small face lost all color. He rushed forward, desperately supporting his father's faltering body. Goku, what is wrong? Krillin and Tien's expressions shifted dramatically, horror etched on their faces as they gathered around, their voices trembling with concern. Even Vegeta, who had just been consumed by fury over his defeat, was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, his pupils dilating in shock, momentarily suppressing his emotions to scrutinize the writhing Goku. What is happening? Kakaroto's agony is unmistakably genuine. What on earth is going on? Krillin's voice trembled with unprecedented panic as he fumbled to retrieve a Senzu bean, urging, quick, eat one and see if it helps. Goku's body shook violently, his hands clutching his chest with all his might as if trying to extract the source of his excruciating pain. He struggled to open his mouth, each breath sounding labored and heavy, akin to a bellows. Seizing the moment, Krillin swiftly placed the Senzu bean into his mouth. With a gulp, the bean slid down. Yet this time its miraculous, infallible healing power seemed to vanish without a trace. The agony etched across Goku's face showed no sign of abating. Instead, the act of swallowing exacerbated the torment in his heart, causing his body to tremble even more violently. Sweat cascaded down his face like a stream, nearly saturating his orange GI. His breathing grew rapid and labored, his gaze becoming unfocused, as if consciousness was being swiftly stripped away by the intensity of his pain. How can this be? It can't be ineffective. The Senzu beans have failed. Krillin was utterly bewildered, his mind a blank slate. Grappling with this inexplicable circumstance, the Senzu beans, renowned for their formidable restorative properties, were supposed to instantly replenish energy and heal both internal and external injuries. Yet, they proved ineffective against ailments. What is happening? Why is everyone gathered here? At that moment, a young voice, filled with uncertainty and concern, suddenly pierced the air, disrupting the panic on the ground. The light dissipated, revealing Trunks, a young and handsome figure, yet marked by confusion. His azure eyes swiftly swept across the chaotic battlefield below. The gathered crowd, and the figure of Mr. Son Goku, who was being supported, curled in pain, his breath erratic. Mr. Son Goku. Trunks' pupils abruptly constricted, and his heart sank heavily. An ominous premonition seized him in an instant. It was the young man from the future. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, recognizing Trunks, who had delivered the apocalyptic warning 3 years prior. As if a thought had struck him, Piccolo's deep green eyes shrank to pinprick size at that moment. 3 years ago, the future boy had recounted not only the calamity of the androids, but also the prophetic viral heart disease concerning Son Goku's life and death, which flashed through Piccolo's mind like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly looked down at the struggling Son Goku, who was writhing in pain and for whom the Senzu beans were ineffective, and cried out in horror, his voice tinged with a tremor of dread. Heart disease. It's viral heart disease that has struck. What? Heart disease? Trunks felt as if struck by lightning, his expression shifting instantly. He dashed to Son Goku's side, his blue eyes brimming with disbelief and immense panic. How could this be? Mr. Son Goku, I distinctly gave you the antidote last time. Chapter 38, Schemes and Calculations, Antidote. Piccolo, like a drowning man grasping the only piece of driftwood, turned sharply, his gaze piercing like a sword towards the equally distraught and tearful Gohan, his voice becoming unusually sharp with urgency. Gohan, where's the medicine? Where did the young man put the antidote? Gohan, startled by Piccolo's fierce inquiry, turned pale, his immense fear causing his voice to quaver as he stammered, the medicine. It's at home, at the house on the East Mountain. Dad has been in excellent health these past few years. He has never had any issues. So, Mom carefully stored the medicine, saying it was for emergencies, but it has never been carried on him. Damn it. Piccolo slammed his fist into the nearby rubble, acutely aware of the terrifying power of the viral heart disease that Trunks had described. Every second of delay could lead to the abyss of death. Time is of the essence. Quickly, Piccolo decisively commanded, his voice sharp as a drawn sword. Take him back to the East Mountain. Immediately. At once. At the fastest speed possible, without a moment's hesitation. Son Goku, enduring the agonizing pain that felt like his heart was being torn apart, struggled to stand with Gohan and Krillin supporting him, each step akin to walking on the edge of a blade. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan unleashed their strongest energy, a white aura surging, preparing for full-speed flight. Even Vegeta, who had just been steeped in humiliation, wore a grim expression, temporarily casting aside personal grievances. His obsidian pupils swept over the tormented Sun Wukong, a flicker of profoundly intricate emotion passing through the depths of his gaze. Kakarot could face a dignified defeat at the hands of Vegeta, yet he must never succumb to such a pitiful demise, afflicted by an inexplicable illness. This was an affront to the warrior's spirit. With a cold snort, he erupted in a blaze of white energy, joining the ranks of those escorting. Like an arrow loosed from its bow, propelled by an unprecedented urgency, he sped toward the distant Bao Mountain, racing through the air with a velocity that tore the very atmosphere asunder. In that moment, time became an invaluable treasure. Each passing second tugged at the strings of every heart present. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from Jianga City, in the depths of an unfrequented, primordial forest shrouded in thick miasma and towering ancient trees, lay a damp and chilling natural cave, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, concealed beneath a tangle of vines and dense moss. Within the cave's depths, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, the immense green form of Cell curled in agony like a wounded prehistoric titan, ensconced in the shadows of the frigid rock. Viscous, foul-smelling green fluid seeped from the fissures in his still-healing exoskeleton, dripping onto the thick layer of decaying leaves and moss below, producing a chilling, faint hissing sound. The air was saturated with a pungent stench. In the obscurity, his serpentine compound eyes glowed like two hellish lanterns, radiating resentment, torment, and a flicker of terror left in the wake of absolute power's crushing force. 17. A voiceless, yet seething howl of profound bitterness echoed wildly within Cell's heart. This brief yet indelible encounter, a crushing defeat, had not only ravaged his physical form, but also shattered his arrogant delusions of being the ultimate life form. The pinnacle of Dr. Geros' creations. The indifferent gaze of 17, that seemingly casual strike imbued with cataclysmic power, pierced deeply into the very core of his being like a frigid steel needle. To confront them head-on? Such an act would be sheer folly. A path only the most inferior beings would dare to tread. The 17 and 18 of this timeline, their energy peaks, combat abilities, and explosive potential, along with their exquisite control over energy, far surpassed the limits of the original database. This was a blatant violation of Dr. Geros' design logic. Cell's compound eyes constricted in overwhelming confusion. According to the ultimate calculations of the supercomputer, my strength should have eclipsed theirs. More crucially, as androids, their combat potential should have been irrevocably capped at the moment of their creation. How could it be possible for them to evolve further? What should I do? A wave of frustration washed over him like icy waters, but it was quickly supplanted by an even stronger instinct for survival and a fervent desire for evolution. Cell's gaze flickered wildly in the darkness, his mind operating at unprecedented power levels, akin to the most avaricious miner, desperately excavating and sifting through the vast ocean of complex information left behind by Dr. Geros within the supercomputer. The fragmented information left behind by Dr. Gallo, marked as top secret and abandoned project files, lay dormant in the deepest recesses of the database. Countless unfinished blueprints and chaotic data underwent rapid filtering, analysis, and elimination. Suddenly, several encrypted entries labeled as discarded, the permanent energy furnaces, models 13, 14, and 15, emerged like beacons in the dark night sky, vividly illuminating the thoughts of Shalu. Key information such as relevant energy graphs, structural designs, and sealed coordinates surged forth like treasures unlocked. It was them. Shalu's multifaceted eyes erupted with a cold, greedy glow, akin to a serpent discovering a hidden bounty. Constructed upon the technology of the eternal energy furnace, these infinite energy androids, although documented to possess inferior energy output peaks and combat module designs compared to the completed models 17 and 18, still presented a chillingly perfect logical chain. Their sheer number, 3, formed an impeccable conclusion. The feasibility analysis of energy compatibility soared to remarkable heights. Absorbing these 3 discarded units would not only replenish the vast energy he required in his current weakened state, but also allow him to directly seize their eternal core, facilitating a transformative leap in both his form and power. The target was unequivocally locked in. He resolutely summoned from his mind the core database provided by the supercomputer, which housed the highest-level laboratory coordinates encrypted by Dr. Gallo during his lifetime. A torrent of intricate blueprints, latitude and longitude coordinates, and geological identifiers cascaded before him. Found it. A low growl, suppressed yet filled with bloodlust, echoed in the dim cavern, causing dust to rain down from the walls. A coordinate, cold and precise, imbued with the essence of death, distinctly materialized on his mental map. Deep within the Arctic Circle, coordinates 89, 15N, 65, 45W. That place was not an ordinary wasteland. It was shrouded beneath hundreds of meters of ancient, unyielding glacial ice, a realm of extreme cold. The environment was harsh, with temperatures consistently dropping below -70 degrees and hurricane winds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour, rendering it an absolute forbidden zone for life. The ferocious ice storms acted as a natural barrier, isolating it from all detection and scrutiny. Here lay the Zero Icebound Base, secretly constructed by Dr. Gallo for his most clandestine and perilous experiments, as well as the final resting place for the failures designated as unstable in energy and flawed in control logic, models 13, 14, and 15. A perfect haven, a veritable cradle of evolution bestowed by the heavens. Shalu's insectoid mandibles twisted into a cruel and distorted arc, viscous saliva dripping as he reveled in the sheer secrecy and natural isolation of this perilous environment, which even satellites struggled to scan consistently. At this moment, it became an ideal lair for Shalu to lie in wait, heal, and prepare for his next horrific evolution. Ha 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 ha. A deep, twisted laughter resonated through the cold cavern, reminiscent of an owl's haunting call, filling the air with a chilling echo. Enjoy your final moments, Number 17. Shalu's thoughts pierced the void like a poisoned ice shard. Once I have consumed the three of them and fused the three eternal cores into one. Our next encounter will find me tearing apart your indifferent, haughty visage inch by inch. In the dim cavern, the grievously injured creature issued a bloody proclamation of its future. The venomous fire of vengeance and the thirst for evolution quietly ignited in the depths of the primal jungle. Firstly, I extend my gratitude to all my benefactors for their attention. The reason I chose this theme is rather straightforward. The inspiration struck me upon hearing the news of Akira Toriyama's passing, prompting me to revisit the early episodes of Dragon Ball. Unlike other authors who delve into fanfiction from the very beginning of the timeline, such as the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza, there was a momentary impulse that guided my pen. The original Android saga resonated with me more profoundly, hence my decision to commence my narrative from this juncture. While drafting the outline, I made numerous speculations and interpretations, striving to weave my narrative seamlessly with the original work. This endeavor involves depicting some classic scenes from my perspective rather than making significant alterations as a homage. However, each reader possesses their unique insights, and interpretations of the original may differ. Should you encounter any concepts or plot points in my novel that do not align with your beliefs, I acknowledge and respect your views. I hope you approach the novel with gentle critiques. I confess I am hesitant to read comments for fear they might affect my writing mindset. Therefore, if you leave a comment and find no response from me, it is merely because I dared not look. Now, I wish you all an enjoyable reading experience. Thank you for your support. Chapter 39, The Storm Before the Sickbed, Bonus Update. In the humble abode of Mount Bowsy, the sun's diminishing rays filtered through the window, casting a warm golden hue over the room, yet failing to dispel the pervasive heaviness and anxiety. Son Goku lay upon the bed, his body ensnared by invisible shackles as he endured a fierce struggle. His complexion, once vibrant from battle, had turned to a ghastly pallor. Cold sweat cascading from his forehead and neck like a stream, swiftly saturating the pillow and sheets. His face contorted in agony, the furrowed brow remained tightly knit, as if bearing an unbearable weight. The rapid, chaotic breaths echoed like an old bellows being forcibly pulled, each inhalation accompanied by painful convulsions, each exhalation suffused with muffled groans. His hand, resting beside him, instinctively clutched the bedclothes, knuckles whitening from excessive strain, trembling. The future medicine brought by Trunks was like a drop of ice water in a pot of boiling oil, laboriously striving to take effect within him. It resembled a faint yet resilient stream, endeavoring to carve a path to survival amidst the tempest of the ravaging virus, valiantly washing away and neutralizing the perilous corruption. However, this is far from an instantaneous salvation. The lethal virus resembles a venomous serpent coiled deep within the heart, gnawing and retaliating with fervor. The efficacy of the antidote is akin to a gentle stream battling against a torrential flood, attempting to soothe the ferocious pain with excruciating slowness, inch by inch. To entirely eradicate this insidious and fatal blight that has infiltrated the very marrow of existence, a protracted and agonizing passage of time, along with the sustained effect of the remedy, is indispensable. Each passing second appears interminable. Chi-Chi clutched her husband's sweat-soaked hand, as if striving to transfer her strength to him. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, a tangible manifestation of her overwhelming concern, casting a shadow over her weary visage. Each faint cough from Sun Wukong tightened her grip further. Son Gohan knelt by the bedside, his small frame rigid with tension. He clenched his tiny fists so tightly that his knuckles turned pale, biting down on his lower lip to stifle the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. In his heart, his father stood as a monumental figure. But the vulnerability displayed in this moment twisted his insides with anguish, compelling him to summon his inner fortitude. In the center of the room, Trunks stood tall, akin to a sword unsheathed. His once calm blue eyes now shimmered with an undeniable urgency and profound confusion. What had transpired? Trunks's voice shattered the silence, his gaze sweeping anxiously over the faces of those present. Krillin, laden with worry, Piccolo, his expression somber, and Vegeta, leaning against the wall, exuding an air of forbidding intensity. Upon my arrival on Earth, I sensed the eruption of several intensely fierce battle auras emanating from the direction of Ginger Town. One of these was unprecedented, a nauseatingly cold and viscous malevolence. Cell? Who is Cell? He desperately sought an answer, one that could elucidate this cataclysmic upheaval beyond his comprehension of the future. Krillin inhaled deeply, the remnants of horror from witnessing the tragedy in Ginger Town etched upon his face, his voice low and hurried, laced with barely perceptible tremors. Young man from the future, the situation is far graver than you can fathom. Far graver indeed. He began to narrate, his words rapid yet coherent. The calamity in Ginger Town, that creature emerging from the depths of hell, clad in a deep green, glossy exoskeleton, dragging a terrifying tail of needles, how it efficiently drained the essence of countless lives from the city in a matter of moments, transforming a vibrant metropolis into a desolate graveyard, followed by fierce battles against androids 17 and 18, particularly the account Cell recounted before all eyes. Piccolo took up Krillin's narrative, his deep green visage unusually solemn, an unprecedented gravity etched in his brow. He hails from the future, but not the future you inhabit. He emerges from a timeline that follows your own, one steeped in despair. What? Trunks' heart felt as if it had been struck by an invisible hammer. A wave of intense shock surged through him, causing his body to sway involuntarily. His blue pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, disbelief flickering within them with fervent intensity. Klin's voice was laden with sorrow as he continued. He claimed to have personally slain you, right on the timeline of your future. He extinguished the future version of you. And then, Klin paused, a chill of disdain creeping into his tone. He seized your time machine. He even devolved back to his primordial egg form. This enabled him to successfully traverse back to our era. Did he kill me? Trunks felt as if struck by lightning, each word piercing his mind like icy bullets. The future self, who struggled to survive in a desolate wasteland and bore the weight of altering history, had perished at the hands of this creature named Cell. A frigid dread slithered up his spine like a venomous serpent, as if an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, nearly suffocating him. Overwhelming fear and profound anxiety surged like a chilling tide, submerging him in an instant. In the future he fought so desperately to change. A future fraught with the terrifying shadows of androids. There was no record of the monster known as Cell. The shock of this information was utterly devastating. What did this revelation imply? It suggested that at some unknown juncture on the established timeline he was familiar with, he would encounter this terrifying apparition, presumably meeting his demise without question. Cell not only hailed from a more distant future, but seemed to act as a colossal stone hurled into the river of time, using the time machine as a cheat to thoroughly disrupt and obliterate the historical trajectory that Trunks had come to know. How could this be possible? Trunks instinctively recoiled, his back colliding heavily with the cold wall, producing a dull sound. An unprecedented, chilling fear, rooted in the very foundation of his existence, gripped him, leaving him shivering. His attempts to alter the past had not eradicated the threat of the androids. Rather, it had opened Pandora's box, summoning an even more terrifying and bizarre adversary capable of slaying his future self. Was the force of historical rectification truly so strange and cruel? The logic of his own existence seemed to waver precariously at the moment Cell appeared, in a modern high-rise apartment atop a building in West City. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the city's dazzling lights, and the sun gradually sinking below the horizon, painting the sky in magnificent hues of orange and deep purple. This was the temporary residence acquired by Subject 17. Indeed, I possess a house, the entity quipped in jest. As for the source of funding, the process was swift and efficient. A hapless bank robber, just having struck it rich, was fortuitously encountered by 17, becoming a generous benefactor for his property acquisition. The operation was clean and left no trace. Ugh, that grotesque creature Cell is swifter than a cockroach. Subject 18 lounged on the spacious leather sofa, arms crossed, a hint of irritation flickering in his ice-blue eyes at the thought of his prey's escape. Next time we meet, I shall personally crush his repugnant green shell inch by inch. Where could he have fled? A deep and resonant voice echoed, belonging to number 16. His immense form stood like a silent mountain before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, his crimson electronic eyes functioning like the most sophisticated radar, piercing through the city's luminous glow and scanning the distant, shadowy horizon. Upon first encountering Cell, and sensing that unadulterated greed for evolution and disdain for life, number 16's core logic swiftly deduced. The mere act of killing Son Goku was no longer Cell's ultimate objective. His ambition lay in devouring all existence, evolving to a higher echelon, and ultimately annihilating the entire universe. Continuing to conceal his aura, hunting in human settlements, absorbing the essence of life, and accumulating power? Most likely. Number 17, with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazed at the sun gradually sinking below the horizon, his expression calm and unperturbed. According to his biological instinct as a synthetic creature, he would, until assured of defeating us head-on, behave like the most despicable rat lurking in the filthiest shadows, greedily feeding and licking its wounds. He paused, his tone imbued with a chilling sense of certainty and control. However, there is no need for excessive concern. A casual patrol should suffice, with the gods keeping watch over us. Number 17's gaze fell upon number 16, laden with precise assessment. Moreover, even if he remains undetected, it would not alter much, as long as he does not absorb me or number 18. No matter how many ordinary humans he devours or how much life essence he consumes, his upper limit of power can only be forcibly elevated to your current level. He hesitated briefly before adding, perhaps slightly stronger than you. Then, his vision seemed to penetrate space, glancing towards the distant Baobao Mountain. Such a degree of power. Not to mention me, even Son Goku, who can already transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta, and even that Trunks, would not suffice. Number 17's voice carried an insight into the future, suggesting that as long as they could master a deeper application of the Super Saiyan form during this period, such as achieving the so-called Super Saiyan Stage 1, second phase, which would allow them to further contain, compress, and elevate the quality and explosive force of their energy, then any one of them would be more than capable of firmly suppressing the peak state of Cell's first form. His tone was unassuming, yet carried an undeniable authority, as if proclaiming a conclusion already fated. Cell's peak in his first form would still fall short in the presence of a true master of power. This understanding of the predetermined trajectory granted him an unparalleled confidence, rendering Cell's threat merely a troublesome matter to be resolved over time, rather than an impending cataclysm. But would all developments indeed unfold according to the trajectory understood by number 17? Chapter 40. The Actions of the Infiltrators. Additional update. Deep within the Arctic Circle of Earth, in the abandoned depths of Dr. Geros' base, lay the world's end, a forgotten grave. The biting cold wind screamed like millions of icy blades, swirling amidst the jagged crevices of glaciers, lifting ancient, unmelting snow crystals akin to diamond dust. The temperature remains perpetually below -70 degrees, sufficient to freeze steel in an instant and shatter any fragile forms of life. The ferocious blizzards reign eternally here, their roars akin to the growls of ancient behemoths, isolating the realm from all external prying. Massive, rust-covered metallic structures loom like the skeletal remains of prehistoric titans, half buried beneath a despairingly thick layer of ice and perennial snow. The cold steel surfaces are cloaked in a thick white frost, silently narrating tales of abandoned epics and endless desolation. Inside Dr. Gale's zero icebound base, an eerie silence prevails, reminiscent of an icy underworld. Only the frigid winds occasionally find crevices to infiltrate, slipping through broken pipes and vents, emitting a chilling wail akin to the lamentations of tormented souls. The frigid air seems to congeal into a viscous gel, each breath eliciting a stinging sensation akin to needles. A heavy odor of evaporating oil, the stench of rusting metal, and an indescribable residue of chemical agents amalgamate, creating a nauseating, unique scent of an industrial graveyard. Dim and intermittent emergency lights, struggling under the weight of thick frost, cast flickering shadows, ghostly in their presence. These feeble sources of illumination barely reveal the thick dust covering the control panel, the sagging, severed cables, and the warped, heavy alloy hatch pressed by layers of ice. Enormous, abandoned mechanical arms dangle like frozen black serpents from the ice-encrusted ceiling, immobilized in a half-completed grasp, imparting a profound sense of oppression and apocalyptic desolation. Shalu's immense green form traverses this labyrinth of steel and ice with great difficulty, ghost-like in his movements. He dares not exhale, relying solely on his resilient shell and the surging energy within to withstand the pervasive cold, brute forcing his way through the formidable icy barriers. After days of arduous trekking, he finally arrives at the deepest recesses of the base, before a colossal alloy door, sealed tightly by several meters of ice, resembling a crystal coffin's lid. The insignia of Storage Unit 1315 is barely discernible, like the final seal to a treasury of power. A glint of greed and urgency flickers in Shalu's eyes. He inhales the frigid air deeply, his right claw tightening. With a deep, guttural roar, his fist, encased in deep green armor, crashes down upon the junction of ice and lock with the force of a battering ram. The ancient ice shatters explosively, transforming into a flurry of crystalline shards. The heavy alloy lock warps and fractures under the might of his blow. The enormous alloy door, with a screeching metallic sound that grates on the teeth, slowly swings inward like the opening of the gates to hell. A cold, white mist surges forth like living tendrils. Inside the storage unit, 3 white capsule-shaped sleeping pods stand silently in a triangular formation at the center. Their surfaces are coated with thick frost, and the interiors are filled with a pale blue low-temperature liquid. Through the hazy canopy and frost, 3 distinct silhouettes can be faintly discerned. The first, designated as number 13, possesses a typical human form, adorned with a signature cap pulled low, obscuring much of his face and imparting a somber aura. The second, known as number 14, is an exceptionally tall and robust figure, his muscles knotted like ancient stone, with a broad forehead reflecting a cold, hard gleam in the dim light. Lastly, number 15 is diminutive yet fierce, sporting an oddly shaped purple hat reminiscent of a jester's, seemingly graced with a peculiar smile. Their eyes are tightly shut, as if ensnared in an eternal slumber. A greedy light flares within the multifaceted eyes of Shalu, akin to a wildfire. It is the key to immense power. He first approaches the cryogenic chamber marked as number 14. According to the core database analysis, this seemingly massive and powerful individual possesses the weakest energy peak and the least complex combat module among the trio, presenting the most accessible breach. I shall start with you, awaken you, and then subdue you with effortless ease. Shalu's heart swells with a twisted confidence, as if he has already envisioned the scene of power surging within him. He extends his claw-like fingers, covered in a hardened exoskeleton, and precisely presses the conspicuous red awakening switch on the side of the chamber. A muffled hydraulic sound reverberates through the silent storage facility, piercingly loud. The seal of number 14's chamber slowly rises, and a pale blue low-temperature liquid cascades down the chamber walls, swiftly solidifying into ice upon contact with the ground. A torrent of icy white mist erupts forth. A figure emerges from the cryogenic chamber, standing nearly 3 meters tall. His pale purple skin glimmers with a metallic sheen under the dim light. His long black hair is slicked back, trailing a thick braid adorned with purple metallic rings. Bare-chested, his muscles appear as if forged from steel, brimming with explosive power. A wide brown leather shoulder strap crosses over his chest, complemented by a similarly crafted belt at his waist, featuring an eye-catching insignia at its center. His lower body is encased in a green armored skirt, with yellow bindings tightly wrapped around his calves, and he dons heavy brown boots. Golden circular earrings sway slightly with his movements. His expression is cold, his gaze fierce and bewildered, akin to a ferocious beast newly awakened from a prolonged nightmare, exuding primal intimidation. He shakes off the icy water from his head, and a deep, menacing voice echoes within the vast storage room. Who dares disturb my slumber? Before he can finish his words, Shalu, who has been lying in wait, suppressing his presence and murderous intent to the utmost limit, strikes like the deadliest shadow. His massive form erupts with an astonishing agility unbefitting his size, his colossal arms constricting around the thick neck of number 14 like steel bands. Simultaneously, his formidable tail, tipped with a terrifying stinger, splits open like a venomous serpent, its maw gaping wide with an insatiable greed, suddenly engulfing the unsuspecting upper body of number 14. On the 14th, a brief yet furious roar escaped, only to be ensnared by an overwhelming and terrifying force. Instinctively, he unleashed a powerful violet aura in a desperate attempt to resist, the tumultuous energy reverberating within the constricted passage of the tail. Yet, Cell was well prepared. Energy surged violently within him, forcibly suppressing and dismantling the struggles of the 14th. The act of consumption was accompanied by a chilling sound of suction, like a monstrous python devouring a wild buffalo. The robust violet form of the 14th was visibly drawn into Cell's tail, its life essence along with the core energy of its eternal power source forcibly extracted and infused into Cell's being. This time, it was Cell who emitted a cry, a cacophony of exquisite agony and rapture. His entire body convulsed violently, as if electrified, spasming uncontrollably. The deep green, hard exoskeleton was suddenly adorned with numerous irregular, searing purple energy fissures that spread like living entities, pulsating and hissing, as if a tempestuous violet thunderstorm surged within him, threatening to tear him apart from the inside out. Two vast energies of different origins, yet of the same essence, clashed and melded within him. Overwhelmed by tremendous pain, his massive form could no longer sustain itself, collapsing painfully to one knee. At the junction of the tail and body, brilliant sparks of energy erupted, flickering like a welding flame. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Power, unimaginable, surging like a furious tide, the energy cascaded and intertwined. Amidst the excruciating pain and tumultuous energy, Cell's physique began to undergo a visible transformation. The previously slender insect-like silhouette became more refined and robust, its contours increasingly humanoid. The exoskeletal covering of his face softened and reshaped. His lips grew unusually thick, the corners of his mouth stretching into a more human-like arc. This power, enduring the inhuman agony, Cell clenched his fists fiercely. A far more concentrated and ferocious golden aura erupted uncontrollably from the seams of his fists, instantly vaporizing the frost upon the ground. He felt the energy within him rise like a volcanic eruption, a torrent of exuberance igniting within his compound eyes. Indeed, my judgment was not mistaken. Cell's heart roared with a twisted sense of accomplishment, devouring and absorbing artificial beings of the eternal energy type, even if they were deemed obsolete, would allow me to ascend the ladder of evolution. The 14th was merely the beginning. Once I absorbed the 13th and 15th, the purple energy fissures on his surface flickered erratically, like breaths, heralding the birth of a stronger, more perilous monster, suffering yet ecstatic, deep within this frozen hell. Chapter 41. The Feast of Consumption. Here lies the cold end of the earth, a realm where time seems to have frozen. The creator appears to have pressed the pause button, revealing an infinite expanse of haunting white. Yet, this is far from the gentle, snow-white canvas of a child's imagination. It is a graveyard of ice, forged over eons and refined through the relentless embrace of extreme cold. The air is as thin as a vacuum, each breath delivering a searing pain, as if inhaling not oxygen, but frozen shards of ice. Towering glaciers rise like colossal titans that have slumbered since the dawn of time, their massive forms emerging from the horizon, forming sheer cliffs that soar to heights of 1,000 meters, shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. The biting cold wind reigns supreme in this desolate land, carrying ice crystals finer and sharper than diamond dust, producing an endless lament, akin to the wailing of countless lost souls. At the heart of this frozen hell, beneath the immense glacier that suppresses it, lies the depths of Dr. Geros' Zero Base, where a gruesome feast of evolution has just begun. After absorbing the vast, primal energy from the eternal core of Unit 14, Cell is now surging with a power far beyond his previous limits, like lava washing away the shame of his previous defeat at the hands of Unit 17. The feelings of humiliation and shock from that crushing loss are forcefully suppressed, twisted into a morbid, inflated confidence. He senses a torrent of overwhelming energy coursing through his limbs, eager to burst forth, as the crimson glint in his compound eyes replaces his earlier caution with an almost arrogant composure, reminiscent of a sovereign surveying his newly conquered domain. With a hint of disdain in his stride, he saunters to the next white cryogenic pod. As he approaches, the frost coating the pod rapidly melts under the heat radiating from him, rising in wisps of white mist. Inside lies the diminutive yet oddly sinister form of Android 15, swathed in a garish orange suit that starkly contrasts with the icy surroundings. His dark skin glistens in the eerie blue liquid, while oversized black sunglasses obscure much of his face, complemented by a flamboyant purple hat that appears salvaged from the ruins of a post-apocalyptic jazz bar, creating an absurd visage. Cell's compound eyes cast a dispassionate glance, akin to surveying a discarded component destined for the furnace, an item marked for disposal. He does not linger even for a moment. His deep green, armored hand presses the awakening button directly. With a hiss, the white cold vapor escapes like the dying gasp of a beast, surging forth, not yet dissipated. In that instant, as the mist envelopes the area, Cell's figure transforms into a deep green blur, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. As he crosses the space and materializes before the bewildered Android 15, who has just lifted his sunglasses, his consciousness still ensnared in the depths of slumber. What? The voice of Android 15 emerges, hoarse and astonished, as his pupils struggle to focus on this terrifying presence that has suddenly appeared before him. A colossal hand, encased in a frigid, unyielding shell reminiscent of forged steel, grasped the slender neck of Subject 15 with the precision and cruelty of a lethal trap. The staggering disparity in strength rendered Subject 15 as defenseless as a chick awaiting slaughter, effortlessly lifted from the ground by the might of Sheru. A sharp cry of agony, born from suffocating pain and primal fear, erupted from Subject 15. Struggling against the constriction of his throat, he raised his hands with great difficulty, summoning two unstable orbs of purple energy that flickered with a desperate light, and with all his might, hurled them toward Sheru's robust chest. The dull thuds of the explosions reverberated harshly within the silent confines of the base. The energy orbs detonated against Sheru's deep green carapace, releasing ephemeral clouds of purple smoke and faint sparks. As the smoke dissipated, only the faintest scorch marks remained on Sheru's chest, negligible in their impact, failing to stir even a ripple of energy. The obscuring haze cleared, revealing Sheru's face, devoid of emotion, with a smirk that dripped with derision. His thick lips parted, uttering words as frigid as the polar winds, a futile struggle. Cast aside like refuse by Dr. Geros, your only remaining worth is to serve as nourishment for my evolution. Before the echoes of his taunt faded, his robust tail, its end equipped with a ravenous maw, soared upward with an ear-splitting shriek that cleaved through the thin air, resembling the stinger of a venomous scorpion charged with lethal force. The terrifying orifice at its tip gaped wide, akin to the greedy throat of an abyssal beast, exposing its undulating interior. In the fleeting moment of despair and terror reflected in Subject 15's eyes, behind his dark sunglasses, and amidst the last flickers of feeble purple energy from his struggles, that insatiable black maw lunged forth, engulfing him entirely. A chilling gurgle echoed through the desolate research facility, reminiscent of thick liquid being swallowed. The diminutive form of Subject 15 vanished completely into the ever-contracting darkness of Sheru's tail. Only his oversized, ludicrous purple top hat was left, caught in the swirling currents of the consumed air, drifting silently to the cold, metallic floor like a forsaken remnant. A familiar surge of energy coursed through Sheru once more, akin to a warm current invigorating his nerve endings. Yet, the glimmer of predatory satisfaction that had just ignited in his multifaceted eyes froze instantaneously, replaced by a profound incredulity. What transpired? Sheru abruptly lowered his gaze upon his own form, a low, wrathful roar resonating through the empty chamber. He could distinctly feel an enhancement in his power. His muscles were denser, and the hardness of his shell seemed to have increased. However, this enhancement was merely linear and cumulative, far from a transformative leap. The restless energy within him, yearning to breach the limits of his form, felt as though it were held back by an invisible dam. Still distant from the critical threshold leading to his ultimate state. The strength has intensified, yet why has there been no evolution? This is inconceivable. Cell's mind is racing at an unprecedented pace, processing data with fervor. In an instant, a cold and cruel conclusion materializes. Indeed, it must be the energy from the discarded specimens 14 and 15, whose quality and quantity are utterly incomparable to the energy purity and output power of either Android 17 or 18, let alone their combined efforts. The overwhelming psychological disparity strikes him like a frigid waterfall, instantly extinguishing the arrogance that had just begun to blossom. His profound disappointment swiftly morphs into a tempestuous rage. That distorted confidence is shattered, replaced by a frenzy deceived by inferior fuel. Useless. Two worthless beings combined remain worthless. Cell furiously lashes his tail, carving a deep gash into the ground, ice crystals scattering in all directions. It appears he must also digest Android 13. Only by assembling 3 eternal cores can a quantitative change trigger a qualitative transformation. He directs all his hopes and fury towards his final objective. Chapter 42. The awakened leader Cell abruptly turns, his compound eyes ablaze with a frenzied fire, locking onto the largest and innermost stasis pod belonging to Android 13. He possesses no patience left, striding purposefully to the pod's front. This time, he is even too impatient to wait for the cumbersome awakening procedure to conclude. Upon pressing the red button, his right leg, imbued with the violent power of his second form, rises high like a colossal battering ram, the exoskeleton glowing with searing energy. Get out of my way. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Cell's immense leg, slicing through the air with a shriek, strikes the heavy alloy door with tremendous force. Boom. The deafening sound of metal exploding resounds like a thunderclap. The contorted alloy door, along with its heavy frame, is literally torn away from the pod as if struck by a cannonball. The massive metallic debris whirls through the air, propelled by terrifying kinetic energy, crashing into the distant thick ice wall, producing a sound as somber as a funeral bell. The ice wall is dented deeply, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outwards. The low-temperature protective gas within the pod suddenly escapes, a white mist surging forth. Amidst this chilling fog, a figure clad in a cap, robust and muscular, abruptly opens his eyes. Unlike the brute force of Android 14 or the unpreparedness of Android 15, Android 13, as the leader of Dr. Geros' earlier model, awakens instantly. His core program's combat logic and alert module activated at the highest priority by the immense destruction. The ice-blue eyes, upon opening, swiftly scan the damaged door, the vacant stasis pods of 14 and 15, and the terrifyingly malevolent green monster before him. Just as Cell, encased in armor and shackles, reaches through the mist with his colossal hand, aiming for his neck in a flash, Android 13 springs into action. His movements are swift and precise, embodying the combat rhythm inscribed into the programming of an archaic mechanical warrior. With an astonishing flexibility, the body glided sideways to evade, while the iron fist, encased in brown gloves, had already amassed tremendous power. Accompanied by a piercing howl that sliced through the frigid air like a cannonball, it struck ferociously towards the face of the frenzied Cell. Bang! The collision of fists and face erupted with a resounding clash akin to the meeting of two heavy hammers. A tangible shockwave burst forth in a circular explosion, instantly dispersing the surrounding cold mist. The violent gusts of wind stirred up the scattered ice shards and dust from the ground, forming a miniature vortex. Caught off guard, Cell was directly hit by a punch infused with the pinnacle strength of the old model, causing his massive frame to involuntarily lean back a step. A distinct dent from the fist was left imprinted on the armor covering his face. "Who are you?" Number 13 barked sharply, his serious, angular face beneath the duckbill cap filled with acute vigilance and a fury ignited by the invasion of his territory. His database frantically searched, but being an early model, there was no record of this green monster in his archives. The emergence of this unknown adversary, combined with the vacant pods of numbers 14 and 15, sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. Cell shook his head, slightly numbed from the impact, a flicker of surprise passing through his multifaceted eyes, soon overshadowed by deeper greed. "Who am I? I am the ultimate amalgamation of Dr. Geros' wisdom and ambition, a perfect creation that transcends your failures." He sneered sinisterly, his tail, having just devoured two companions, brandishing behind him with a menacing swish, emitting a shrill whistle. "Those two useless waste have already become a part of my path to perfect evolution." "What? You have taken 14 and 15. The icy blue pupils of number 13 contracted to their utmost. An uncontrollable rage erupted within him like a volcano. Beneath his bronze skin, a searing energy boiled violently, and an intense aura enveloped him in an instant. Unforgivable. "Soon, you too shall accompany them. It is your honor to become a part of my power." Cell ceased further words, as his insatiable desire eclipsed all. He let out a beast-like roar, and his colossal frame transformed into a deep green shadow that tore through space, charging forward with an overwhelming momentum. His robust tail, akin to the sting of the deadliest scorpion, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, its split end glimmering with sharp radiance, aimed directly at number 13's heart. Seeking death, number 13 roared, his fists erupting with potent energy, fearlessly meeting the attack head-on. A deadly clash between the leader of the old model and the new generation of monsters erupted violently at the heart of this frozen hell. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away from the polar circle, in the skies above a desolate town, numbers 17, 18, and 16 hovered silently like invisible ghostly hawks, patrolling from high above. Their senses were akin to the most intricate radar network, covering the remote areas far removed from human habitation. The silence following Cell's escape was eerily complete, surpassing any recorded historical trajectory. This peculiar stillness, akin to the eerie calm before a tempest, held within the depths of the ice-blue gaze of Subject 17 a piercing scrutiny. Cold and sharp. At that moment, an exclamation escaped as Subject 17, racing swiftly across a desolate, yellowed expanse of desert, suddenly halted as if impaled by an invisible spike. The overwhelming inertia dissipated instantaneously, and the surrounding air erupted with a muffled thunderclap from the abrupt stop. Subject 17? Subject 18 reacted with remarkable swiftness. Her golden locks tousled by the turbulent winds. Her ice-blue eyes instantly fixed upon Subject 17, questioning. The aura of Cell. Subject 17's voice rang with conviction. His ice-blue pupils contracting sharply, his gaze slicing through the spatial barriers towards the Arctic. His tone bore an unprecedented gravity, tinged with a ferocity that radiated chaos, destruction, and an ominous sense of impending transformation. His power surged uncontrollably. Barely a heartbeat after Subject 17's declaration, Subject 16's deep and precise voice resonated, almost mechanical in its synthesis. As his crimson electronic eyes flickered with unprecedented speed, an invisible scanning beam traversed vast distances. Confirmation. Target location. Vicinity of the North Pole. Coordinates 8,942 feet, 500 inches, 6,429 feet, 590 inches. Deviation of 10 kilometers. Energy readings exhibit violent fluctuations, intensity escalating at an exponential rate. No further words were necessary. The three reached an immediate consensus. Cell was undergoing a perilous evolution deep within the polar abyss. It must be halted. Let us go. Subject 17's low command sounded like a battle horn. The air around the trio exploded, their speeds catapulting to theoretical limits, transforming them into three streaks of light that tore through the skies. The atmosphere was brutally compressed and ripped apart, generating an unending series of supersonic sonic booms. They surged towards that frozen hell. Wherever they passed, the clouds below were violently cleaved, creating a vast vacuum corridor. In a modest abode on Mount Bowsy, a faint medicinal aroma mingled with an unshakable sense of worry. Son Goku lay upon the bed, the effects of the special medicine gradually alleviating the excruciating pain that had felt like being torn apart. His breathing began to stabilize, though his complexion remained pale, akin to one recovering from a grave illness, suffused with profound weakness. Chi-Chi carefully wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with a warm towel, while Gohan held his father's other hand tightly, his small face etched with exhausted concern. Trunks leaned against the wall, eyes closed in meditation, yet his brow remained furrowed. Suddenly, like a statue poised by the window, Piccolo abruptly lifted his head. His black pupils constricted to pinhole size. A wave of dangerous foreboding coursed through him, causing his muscles to tense instantaneously. He gazed intently towards the north, as if attempting to penetrate the thick walls and distant voids beyond. Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Tien, Gohan, and Yamcha, who had rushed over upon learning of Goku's ailment, sensed simultaneously the distant, yet tsunami-like surge of malevolent energy. Is that Cell? Trunks gasped in astonishment, his voice piercing and high-pitched, reflecting his profound shock and disbelief. His azure eyes brimmed with terror as he pondered how it could have transformed into something so horrific. The power before him had grown exponentially, surpassing previous levels by more than tenfold, imbued with an overwhelming sense of chaos and destruction. The sheer magnitude of this malevolent energy was suffocating. Krillin's complexion turned as pale as a ghost, beads of cold sweat instantly soaking his back. That distant yet palpably tangible aura of evil pressure gripped his heart like a frigid hand. What had transpired? How could such power escalate so rapidly and with such wickedness? Piccolo's green visage darkened, as if he could weep, his tightly clenched fists turning white with strain. Could it be that either Android 17 or 18 had been absorbed by Cell? The threat emanating from this newfound power far exceeded any previous encounter with artificial beings, instilling within him a primal sense of dread. From the depths of an icy inferno, a sinister roar reverberated, resembling the tolling of a doomsday bell, sounding an alarm in the hearts of all Earth's warriors. Chapter 43. Collision in the depths of Dr. Geros' Zero Base. A once formidable bastion of cold technology and forbidden ambition now lay in ruins, transformed into a hellish wasteland exuding a palpable aura of destruction. The millennia-old ice that had once imprisoned everything had melted into a torrential stream, and swirling vapor, emitting a mournful hiss under the onslaught of terrifying heat energy. The sturdy alloy walls, no longer frigid barriers, were marred by grotesque imprints of colossal fists, deep claw marks, and dark crimson scorch marks reminiscent of molten lava. The air was saturated with the acrid scent of melting metal, the dampness of vaporized ice, and a deeper, nauseating aroma of energy overload that wafted like ozone. Broken pipelines dangled like intestines, twisted rebar resembling bones, as icy water mingled with liquid metal, forming pools of murky liquid that bubbled and festered, reflecting the oppressive ashen sky above, now torn asunder. At the center of this chaos, a fierce battle raged between Cell and the leader of the discarded model, Android 13. As if two uncontrollable comets collided within a confined space. There was no probing, no flamboyant techniques, only the rawest, most ferocious clash of power and energy. Android 13, the leader of the outdated model, fought with a style both bold and unrestrained, each punch wielding the force to cleave mountains. Each kick slicing through the air with a mournful howl. His ice-blue eyes blazed with primal fury, ignited by the invasion of his territory and the consumption of his comrades. As his fists sliced through the air, they compressed it into white cones of force that struck Cell's shell, erupting with a resounding boom reminiscent of a heavy hammer on an anvil, leaving shallow scars in their wake. He endeavored to subdue the green monstrosity with sheer strength, striving to reclaim his lost dignity. Yet, Cell, a perfect biological weapon, amalgamating the traits of Psions, Namekians, elite members of Frieza's army, and countless martial artists from Earth, possessed combat skills and power far beyond what the old model could ever hope to rival. His movements were fluid yet eerie, imbued with a lethal rhythm characteristic of a predator. The formidable straight punch from Unit 13 came crashing down, yet Sheru evaded it with an almost skeletal flexibility, his armored knee striking like a battering ram into the gaps of Unit 13's defenses. The powerful roundhouse kick tore through the air, but Sheru had already appeared like a specter in its blind spot, his elbow, encased in hard shell, aimed with precision at the junction of its spine, accompanied by a piercing shriek of tearing air. The disparity in strength was magnified exponentially in the face of such skill. Unit 13's valiant charge resembled a violent wave crashing against a reef. Despite its impressive force, it was systematically dismantled under Sheru's meticulous counterattacks. The crimson glow in Sheru's multifaceted eyes intensified, reflecting a cruel delight akin to a cat playing with a mouse. With each strike against Unit 13, a heavy impact stirred the energy within him, a prelude to the consumption of a formidable prey. Die, in a moment of desperation. Unit 13's icy blue pupils constricted to pinpoints. He leapt backward, his palms coming together with earth-shattering force at his chest. A torrent of violent blue energy surged from his eternal core, coalescing into a massive sphere exceeding 2 meters in diameter, radiating a wave of annihilation. Within the sphere, the tumultuous energy swirled like a furious dragon, distorting the surrounding air into a deathly shade of blue. The horrific gravitational pull emanating from the energy sphere even caused metallic debris on the ground to hover slightly. Die! Unit 13 roared, muscles taut. Propelling this culmination of his strength and fury, a destructive orb, like a falling blue comet, toward Sheru. Faced with such a devastating blow capable of leveling mountains, Sheru exhibited no fear. Instead, his armored visage twisted into a grin brimming with mockery and unwavering confidence. A mere trifle. Allow me to show you what true power is. Without a hint of evasion, he raised his right arm sharply, fingers splayed. A dark green luminescence gathered and compressed wildly within his palm, and in an instant, a concentrated torrent of dark green energy, resembling a corporeal emerald spear, surged forth with a piercing scream that split the void. Boom! The terrifying explosion reverberated throughout the frozen abyss. The blue comet of destruction collided fiercely with the emerald spear of death at the heart of the ruins. There was no stalemate, no mutual annihilation of energy, only a relentless, one-sided devouring. Sheru's highly refined energy stream sliced through the colossal blue sphere as effortlessly as a heated knife through solidified butter. The surface of the massive blue energy orb was instantly riddled with spiderweb-like fractures. In the next moment, under Unit 13's incredulous gaze of despair, his most powerful strike was mercilessly pierced and torn apart from its core by that concentrated green light. Like a balloon that has been punctured, The furious blue energy broke free from its constraints, transforming into a chaotic maelstrom that swept through the surrounding ruins once more. The lethal emerald energy dimmed only for an instant before surging forth with relentless momentum, imbued with the intent to annihilate. It struck fiercely at the exposed 13th unit, which had opened itself up in the process of unleashing its ultimate attack. Alas, the 13th unit could only hastily cross its arms over its chest in defense. The dark green beam of destruction collided violently against its protective limbs. A blinding light erupted. The energy, potent enough to liquefy gold and iron, instantaneously vaporized its specially designed brown gauntlets. The searing energy flowed like a multitude of red-hot needles, ruthlessly piercing into its arms. The terrifying impact sent the unit hurtling as if struck by a full-speed interstellar warship, reducing it to a blurred blue silhouette that crashed into the already distorted and deformed heavy alloy wall behind. Accompanied by the sickening sound of tearing metal and the muffled cracking of bones, a vast humanoid indentation formed instantly, with smoke and sparks from the molten metal shooting skyward. Geros' figure, relentless as a parasite, materialized before the 13th unit, which was embedded deep into the wall, accompanied by a sonic boom that ripped through the air. The foot, encased in a fearsome carapace, descended with the weight of a meteorite. Crack! The chilling sound of bones fracturing was unmistakable. The broad and muscular chest of the 13th unit visibly caved in beneath Geros' foot, infused with terrifying power. Blood mixed with shattered mechanical fragments erupted from its mouth, staining Geros' deep green foot armor. Geros loomed above, his multifaceted eyes glinting with a cold and cruel light, as if gazing upon fish ready for slaughter on a chopping board. You, with your outdated design, dare to defy me? How pathetic and laughable. With a forceful grind of his foot, the 13th unit's body sank deeper into the fractured metal wall, eliciting a muffled groan of agony. Your fate has long been sealed. You shall become the final stepping stone in my quest for perfection, transcending all. This is the sole value of your existence. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the tail, long starved for action and shimmering with a greedy glow at its tip, struck down with the ferocity of a long-awaited serpent king, accompanied by a piercing shriek that rent the fabric of space. The massive suction mouth at the end of the tail opened to its fullest, its writhing inner walls gleaming with lethal purple light, reminiscent of an abyssal maw, ready to engulf the 13th unit. No. Ugh. The 13th unit let out a final roar, filled with resentment and fury. Its remaining left hand grasped futilely at the tail that devoured all, fingertips sparking with a last flicker of weak blue electricity, only to be instantly consumed by the greedy suction mouth. Its severely injured and near-death body, faced with this ultimate force of consumption, was like a candle flickering in the wind, devoid of any possibility of resistance. Chapter 44. The Emergence of the Aberrant Complete Form. The devouring begins in earnest. Yet, just as the robust form of the 13th unit was forcefully drawn into the tail's socket, a thunderous roar erupted. A torrent of willpower, far surpassing any physical assault and so frenzied that words fail to encapsulate its essence, surged forth like stellar fragments ignited in the core of a supernova, engulfing the annihilative intent and violently crashing into the consciousness of Shalu. Subject 13, a failure deemed too volatile and emotionally unstable by Dr. Gallo, had been ultimately discarded. Deep within its core, an ancient, primal ferocity, reminiscent of a world-ending beast emerging from the primordial era, had long been suppressed. In the moment it was wholly consumed, it finally broke free from all constraints and erupted in a cataclysmic outburst. This was devoid of wisdom or reason, fueled solely by the most untainted and primitive yearning for destruction and an extreme aversion to the obliteration of its own existence. It resembled a dying universe, unleashing an ultimate curse that sought to drag all into oblivion in its final moments of collapse. Transforming into countless searing mental needles, it viciously pierced and stirred the sea of Shala's consciousness, attempting to drag his proud and flawless awareness into a frenzied abyss of mutual destruction. Aya! The massive form of Shalu froze instantly. The crimson light in his compound eyes flickered madly, erratic and unstable. He emitted a piercing wail, one so agonizing it twisted the very fabric of his soul. This scream transcended physical barriers, reverberating through the ruins of the base. It was not merely the excruciating pain of the flesh, but an ultimate torment inflicted upon his soul, violently torn asunder by the rampant will. His body convulsed uncontrollably, the chitinous armor covering him producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, as if it might shatter at any moment due to the internal tumult. Following this assault of will was an even more terrifying and lethal force, energy. Within Subject 13 lay a permanent energy core deemed unstable by Dr. Gallo, harboring an essence more primal and frenzied than that of Subjects 14 and 15. This energy surged forth like a cataclysmic tide unshackled from its final restraints, entering Shalu's limbs and sinews with chaotic ferocity. It was no longer a benign sustenance, but the deadly spark that would ignite an entire powder keg. The prior process of consuming Subjects 14 and 15 had appeared seamless, yet this was merely a facade, a temporary suppression of conflict among the three energies that had yet to truly coalesce. Upon the influx of this most primal and unrestrained torrent from Subject 13, Pandora's box was irrevocably opened. The three energies, originating from the same source, yet differing vastly in their inherent natures due to individual designs, 14's weightiness, 15's unpredictability, and 13's raw ferocity, began an unprecedented accumulation and collision within Shala's body. The quantity of energy soared uncontrollably, akin to a tidal wave breaching the banks of a river that had been designed to accommodate its evolutionary ascent to perfection. The totality of this energy surpassed even his initial avaricious expectations, reaching a horrifying pinnacle beyond what even his flawless form could fathom. However, this accumulation of sheer quantity did not yield a purely controllable power, but rather a cataclysmic instability of quality. The three energies clashed like three ferocious elemental dragons forcibly confined within a minuscule forge, each one losing its constraints and rampaging wildly within Shalu's being. Mutual scheming, friction, and tumult. In an instant, Cell's body transformed into an exceedingly unstable energy furnace, poised to erupt at any moment. His cells, under the relentless onslaught of tumultuous energy, underwent frenzied division, reorganization, and mutation. Muscle fibers were forcibly torn and elongated, only to be instantaneously mended and filled by even more ferocious energy, resembling a mountain range. Distorted and cracked, as if shaped by the cataclysmic forces of tectonic upheaval. His bones emitted a cacophony of explosive cracks and snaps, akin to glaciers fracturing under immense pressure. Forcibly stretched, thickened, and deformed, Cell, having evolved into his second form, had already possessed a formidable physique, akin to a grotesque balloon inflated beyond its limits. Now began to swell uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, a colossal being, towering over 5 meters, emerged as if summoned from ancient myth, radiating an overwhelming aura of dread, replacing Cell's former presence, standing amidst the chaotic ruins of molten and frozen matter. His form, now a far cry from perfection, was imbued with grotesque distortions and a sinister allure. The carapace that enveloped him was no longer the sleek, deep green of yore, but had transformed into an exceptionally heavy, coarse armor with sharply defined edges. It seemed as if forged from the hardest obsidian of the infernal depths and shattered cores of celestial bodies, haphazardly cast in the furnace of raging energy. The surface of the shell pulsated with deep purple energy patterns, as hot as the molten core of the earth, spreading wildly as if imbued with life, flickering and throbbing. These patterns were not mere embellishments. They were the manifestations of an internal tempestuous energy, unable to be wholly contained, ripping through the seams of the carapace, leaving behind searing traces of molten discharge. They radiated a terrifying heat capable of vaporizing steel in an instant, distorting the already scorching air around them into a seething, tumultuous haze. Most horrifying was the energy emanating from his form, no longer a controlled flame. It surged forth like boiling, destructive purple magma. These torrents of wild energy had completely broken free from restraint, akin to a ferocious beast that had been imprisoned for eons. Surging forth from every crevice of his being, every fissured purple energy pattern, a distorted, churning, boiling field of purple energy formed around him, radiating waves of destructive energy. The air was ionized by the ferocious energy, producing a cacophony reminiscent of countless shards of glass shattering simultaneously. Beneath him, the already molten alloy floor rapidly transformed into a crimson torrent of iron, spreading like a lake of lava. Within mere seconds, The temperature in the core of the abandoned research facility soared to a level sufficient to melt rock. The sturdy alloy walls began to soften, collapse, and flow as if cast into a steel furnace. The entire space groaned and melted under the onslaught. With a thunderous roar, Cell thrust his now colossal and more menacing head skyward, his mouth agape, unleashing a deafening bellow. A visible shockwave of terrifying purple energy erupted from him, expanding spherically with a cataclysmic force. Boom! The entire sealed facility, along with its heavy ice cap and rugged mountains, resembled a scene thrown into the very heart of a nuclear explosion. The remnants, twisted capsules of cultivation, shattered control panels, heaps of discarded machinery, and robust alloy beams, were all utterly obliterated before the onslaught of a cataclysmic storm composed solely of uncontrollable energy. Like delicate snow under a scorching sun, they were instantaneously torn apart, vaporized, and disintegrated into their primordial particles. Subsequently, they were swept away by a furious shockwave, becoming part of a torrent of destruction that surged wildly in all directions. The thick dome of the base was violently ripped apart, akin to a fragile eggshell. Above, the ancient layer of ice, accumulated over eons, emitted a deafening roar, as if the very crust of the planet were fracturing and groaning. A tremendous noise erupted. Enormous fissures in the ice spread like a spider's web for dozens of kilometers. Countless colossal blocks of ice, resembling mountains, crashed down. White ice dust mingled with swirling currents of purple energy steam, shooting skyward and engulfing the entire polar sky. When the cataclysmic shockwave finally began to subside, the swirling ice dust and energy clouds gradually descended. Amidst the ruins of collapsing glaciers and molten steel, a formidable entity emerged, its form grotesque like a demon from the depths of hell, cloaked in boiling purple energy magma. Exuding an aura of destruction and instability, an abominable transformation of Cell was born. The glaciers lamented, and the world trembled. Chapter 45. Judgment of Number 16. Almost simultaneously with the devastating purple energy shockwave that swept through the heavens and the earth, three figures pierced through the frigid, crystalline winds of the polar region, as if they were the swords of judgment cleaving through the darkness of the universe. Hovering above the massive chasm created by the glacier's collapse, it was the swiftly approaching numbers 17, 18, and 16. Below lay a scene reminiscent of the gates of hell. Black steel remnants, melted and resolidified into grotesque, distorted shapes, intermingled with ice water yet to fully freeze, emanating a bone-chilling cold and rising in hazy, eerie white mist. And at the heart of that roiling mist, this power. The ice-blue pupils of number 17 suddenly contracted. For the first time, a clear astonishment appeared on his typically serene and composed face, as if he held dominion over all things. The energy fluctuations emanating from below, their intensity, chaos, and malevolent essence, completely surpassed any predictions he had made based on Cell's first form and the original narrative. That purple-green demon, standing amidst the steam and dust, pulsated with living purple energy magma, exuding an aura of evil and chaos that crashed against their perceptions like a tangible tsunami. This power far exceeded that of the Cell they had previously encountered. Is this monster still the same Cell we faced before? The exquisite face of number 18 was etched with gravity, her golden hair dancing wildly in the turbulent energy currents. How could this energy possibly? How could it have surged to such an extent in such a short time? The target form has undergone extreme mutation. The energy characteristic chaos level is at 998. The danger level has exceeded the preset maximum threshold of the database. During the reevaluation, no known forms could be matched. A deep voice, belonging to Unit 16, resonated with an unprecedented urgency, accompanied by a barely perceptible electronic static. His crimson electronic eyes flashed with frenzied intensity. As the vast database within the core processor operated at high speed, attempting to decipher the composition of the purple-green monstrosity below, only to collide with an insurmountable wall of despair, failing to find any matching items. The unknown signifies the greatest variables and peril. Unit 17's gaze, akin to the most precise scanner, swiftly swept across the towering purple-green giant, reminiscent of a demon, and the surrounding apocalyptic scene. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a relatively intact corner of rubble at the edge of a breach, where a twisted and deformed half of a derelict pod, largely melted by intense heat, was precariously lodged within a mixture of molten metal and ice. Although the surface of the pod bore the number 13, marred by scorch marks and ice dust, it still defiantly reflected a faint glimmer in the dim light. This number, like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirred a tempest in Unit 17's mind, which housed a vast repository of memories. A fragment of information from the original text was activated in an instant. Damn, I had forgotten this detail. Dr. Gero had also created 3 other androids, 13, 14, and 15, equipped with perpetual energy cores but deemed obsolete due to various defects. Regarding the creation of 13, 14, and 15, the encyclopedia states that in the film, after Dr. Gero's death, his computer inherited the intent to eliminate Goku and completed their construction. However, in the animated series Dragon Ball, there is a detail where Dr. Gero prevented Android 18 from activating Unit 16, and 18 explicitly mentioned having heard that 15 had been disposed of, hence my setting is based on Dr. Gero's creation of Units 13 and their counterparts. Thus, it becomes clear. Unit 17's heart trembled as if the fog had parted to reveal a clear sky, instantly grasping the truth behind the terrifying source of power below. This cunning and treacherous creature, after being brutally defeated and escaping in disarray, it did not hide away to lick its wounds, but instead took a reckless gamble, shifting its focus to these relics buried deep beneath the frozen polar ice. It found and consumed them. By harnessing the identical infinite energy cores within these 3 discarded models, it forcibly enhanced its own power, attempting to induce a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation, striving towards the so-called perfect form. Unit 17 quietly lamented the bizarre trajectory of this world. He had not anticipated that the threads of fate would intertwine so intricately. The threat from the primary timeline had intersected fatally with an additional hidden danger that should have been buried in this timeline. This greedy creature had indeed unearthed fuel from the trash heap of history capable of overturning the battle. Unit 17's keen gaze pierced through the chaos, firmly locking onto the aberrant cell, which loomed like an ancient demon below, as his mind raced to simulate every variable. However, before the cold logic could fully unfold, an unprecedentedly urgent voice abruptly interrupted him. Unit 17. On the 16th, the voice, typically as steady as a mechanical synthesis, unexpectedly bore a hint of electronic distortion. Marked by urgency, the expressionless, stoic visage, akin to a finely crafted mask, was illuminated by the frantic flickering of 2 crimson electronic eyes, radiating a perilous red glow that unmistakably conveyed an overwhelming sense of imminent danger as determined by the core program. The energy intensity of the target surged. The voice of the 16th sounded like the highest level alarm, far exceeding the analytical limits of my core database. Based on the characteristics of energy radiation and a conservative reverse estimation of destructive levels, his head abruptly swiveled towards the 17th. The beams from his electronic eyes converged upon the latter like tangible searchlights, with a peak energy response conservatively estimated to be over 5 times my combat power. This estimation was merely conservative. Through the ethereal cultivation within the Temple of the Gods, to what extent had the 17th's power ascended? The core processor of the 16th operated with unprecedented velocity, forming a cold logical chain that pointed towards a ruthless conclusion. If his power merely surpassed mine by a fraction, even 2 or 3 times, his massive metallic form leaned forward slightly, embodying an undeniable resolve, advocating for the immediate execution of the highest priority tactical directive: retreat. The risk coefficient of the current battlefield had surpassed the safety threshold. The optimal survival strategy was to disengage immediately and seek a secure area, awaiting further cultivation. When the 17th's strength achieved a more significant growth, one could then strategize anew. Previously, in the initial confrontation with Cell, the 17th had indeed made a move, yet did not exert his full strength, leaving the 16th unable to ascertain the current full capacity of the 17th. His logic remained clear and frigid, akin to the most precise of computers. In his initial foundational programming, the power ceiling of the 17th was explicitly defined as being below his own. Although the period prior had introduced significant unknown variables due to the 17th's mysterious ethereal training, facing below them, the entity that resembled a walking cosmic catastrophe. If the 17th's enhancement did not reach a transformative level sufficient to bridge the chasm of magnitude, then a direct confrontation at this moment would be tantamount to self-destruction. Retreating, lurking, biding time for continued development, and awaiting the 17th's further growth to accumulate power sufficient to overwhelm Cell was undoubtedly the most logical path to survival. Retreat? A cold smile, sharp as the polar wind, gradually graced the lips of the 17th, his ice-blue pupils not only devoid of trepidation, but ignited with a fiercer battle intent, as if they could pierce through the illusions. His gaze, akin to two tempered blades, cut through the swirling mist, locking onto the massive yet restless purplish-green form of Cell below. Behold his flawless appearance. He raised his hand, precisely directing towards the surface of Cell, where uncontrollable streams of viscous purple energy erupted like active volcanoes, each eruption leaving scorched traces in the air and emanating a profound sense of energy imbalance from within his colossal form, palpable even from a distance. It was a harbinger of power so immense that the container could scarcely contain it, poised to erupt from within at any moment. An abundance of strength capable of shaking the stars, yet lacking the most fundamental control. On the 17th, the voice carried a chilling mockery, akin to commenting on a poorly crafted failure, reminiscent of a madman clutching a colossal bomb ready to explode. Strength? Huh. The determination of who is stronger has never been dictated by the cold, numerical readings of energy levels. One can only discern true strength through battle. Within the exquisitely sharpened sensory perception honed in the Temple of the Gods, the current torrent of energy emanating from Cell resembled a surging cosmic river, vastly exceeding the depths of his own ocean of power. Yet, does a higher energy guarantee victory? If the outcome of a battle were that simplistic, what need would there be for the painstaking refinement of combat skills? What purpose would the indomitable will forged at the precipice of life and death serve? They might as well reveal their energy readings and determine the victor based on whose detector displays a higher value. However, amidst this tactical divergence, 17 shouted. A roar, imbued with an overwhelming, bone-deep hatred, twisted by ferocious power like the howl of a hellish beast, suddenly tore through the thin, frigid air above the polar expanse. It pierced the eardrums of all present like a myriad of poisoned steel needles. Chapter 46. Fierce battle at the epicenter of the ground's collapse. Cell's massive head, resembling that of a demonic dragon, abruptly lifted. His malicious, serpent-like eyes, glimmering with chaotic purple light, instantly pierced through the swirling dust and fog, locking onto the silhouette suspended in the air with deadly precision. A newly born, chaotic force surged within him, akin to a torrent of molten lava. The figure before him was the very source of his greatest humiliation since his inception, the one that had driven him to flee like a lost dog. New grievances and old hatreds ignited within him, like oil poured into raging flames, instantly igniting the primal desire for destruction at his core. It was an insane impulse to utterly shred, obliterate, and reduce everything before him to cosmic dust. Boom. Without any warning, without any build-up, Cell's colossal arm, entwined with boiling purple energy, shot up and struck fiercely towards the airspace occupied by 17 and his comrades. A deep purple beam, over 10 meters in diameter and composed of pure destructive energy, erupted forth as if forcibly expelled from the very core of hell. Wherever it passed, space itself seemed to warp under the searing heat. This apocalyptic beam, carrying the absolute will to annihilate all matter, ruthlessly surged toward the trio, suspended in the air. Scatter! 17's command rang out like the clarion call of battle, and the three figures instantly transformed into streaks of light, dispersing. 17 surged upward, 18 veered left to evade, while 16 dove downward with his heavy metallic frame. Their trajectories narrowly grazed the deadly edge of the destructive beam. Boom! The annihilation beam did not miss its mark. It skimmed the edge of 17's afterimage and violently pierced into the rear of a towering glacier remnant, as grand as a colossal sword, that had stood for millennia. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no spectacular sight of shattering stones soaring through the air. At the moment of contact with that deep purple beam, the towering peak, soaring hundreds of meters high and composed of eternal glacial ice, vaporized silently and completely, as if a fragile snowflake cast into the core of the sun. It vanished, as though it had never existed in this world, leaving behind a vast, smooth, molten pit exuding sweltering steam. In a heartbeat, almost simultaneously with the annihilating beam vaporizing the glacier, the figure of number 17, soaring upwards, inexplicably vanished into thin air. In the next instant, He appeared as if tearing through space at the side of the massive, menacing head of Cell. "Lie down," commanded number 17, his voice as frigid as millennia-old ice. His body twisted mid-air into a perfect arc brimming with explosive energy, his right leg raised high. A blinding green light spiraled around it like a supernova explosion. This was not mere flame. It was highly concentrated destructive energy. With a resounding crack, the air was violently torn apart, producing a sonic boom sharp enough to shatter eardrums. The terrifying whip-like kick, infused with number 17's explosive strength, struck fiercely against Cell's temple, encased in his formidable armor. The impact resonated with a dull roar, reminiscent of two small planets colliding catastrophically. The palpable shockwave spread like a ring of white death. Cell's enormous head recoiled violently to the side under the force, and the once impenetrable purple-green shell at his temple visibly cracked, resembling a spiderweb, from which purple energy sparks erupted like blood, tracing eerie trails through the frigid air. Cell howled in pain, his massive body swaying from the tremendous force, and the ground beneath him, already molten, collapsed like quicksand, sinking dozens of meters. Yet, his terrifying regenerative ability surpassed all expectations, as the cracks in his shell swiftly began to mend at a visible pace. Deep purple energy veins writhed like living blood vessels, rapidly increasing the hardness of his shell tissue, enveloping it anew. The excruciating pain did not weaken him. Rather, it acted as a catalyst, igniting the most savage destructive instincts deep within this beast's core. "Ants!" Cell roared, abruptly twisting his mountain-like bulk. The violent airflow expelled the surrounding dust and steam in an instant. A colossal fist, swirling with boiling, deep purple energy reminiscent of hellish magma, descended towards number 17, who had just completed his attack and was yet to fully escape the danger zone. The pressure of the impending blow had already compressed the air ahead into a tangible white shockwave. The very fabric of space groaned under the weight of this raw power. This punch carried the terrifying force capable of shattering the earth. However, in the face of this cataclysmic strike, number 17's ice blue eyes betrayed no hint of fear. Instead, he advanced defiantly. He forcibly stabilized his posture midair, lowering his center of gravity. A resounding hum echoed as the blinding green light once more surged wildly, converging, compressing, and spinning in the palm of his right hand. A highly compressed, constantly rotating green energy sphere materialized in an instant. "Come forth." With a low growl, number 17, without hesitation, thrust this meticulously compressed sphere directly into the path of the world-ending giant fist enveloped in purple energy. Boom! The fist and the energy sphere, embodiments of contrasting annihilative forces, collided thunderously above the ruins. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The blinding green light clashed violently with the tumultuous, deep purple demonic glow, intertwining, obliterating, consuming. A destructive energy orb, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, expanded instantaneously. Within this orb surged a storm of energy capable of decomposing matter into fundamental particles. The indescribable shockwave of annihilation erupted like the primordial explosion of the universe, manifesting a perfect ring of death. Boom! Number 17's figure was propelled backward as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, hurtling away at high speed, while the trailing green energy left a long, luminous streak behind, deftly dissipating the terrifying recoil that could shatter mountains. Meanwhile, the cataclysmic giant fist of Cell was forcefully repelled by the explosion of terrifying energy at such close range, the surrounding purple demonic light dissipating significantly, causing his assault to crumble in an instant. The ferocious energy maelstrom, akin to an uncontrollable hurricane, furiously plowed deeper into the molten ruins beneath their feet by several dozen meters. Truly, what a resilient punching bag. Number 17 steadied himself from afar, shaking his wrist slightly, which had gone numb from the immense backlash, yet a fervent smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Such a formidable opponent was worthy of his utmost effort. The limitless perpetual energy furnace within him roared, providing an inexhaustible source of power. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than number 17 vanished once more. He catalyzed his speed and technique to an unparalleled pinnacle, transforming into a whirlwind of green lightning that flickered wildly around Cell's colossal purplish-green form, leaving behind countless solid phantoms. His attacks transcended mere physical impact. With each punch, each kick, Each elbow strike and each knee thrust, he entwined them with highly refined energy, sharp-edged as the blades of dimensions. Like myriad high-frequency oscillating energy blades, they relentlessly sliced through every inch of Cell's armor. The limitless perpetual energy furnace endowed him with the audacity to lavishly expend this destructive energy. Each seemingly casual energy blade cut contained enough destructive force to obliterate a 1,000-meter peak from the map. However, Cell's mutated armor and regenerative capabilities were nothing short of monstrous. Most of the attacks were withstood by the formidable magical armor, exploding into a sky of energy sparks, leaving behind varying degrees of charred gashes, yet failing to inflict any truly lethal wounds. Even when a cleverly executed strike bypassed the magical armor to accurately hit the relatively softer joints or unarmored skin of Cell, inflicting deep, bone-revealing wounds, that terrifying regenerative ability would activate in the blink of an eye. More alarmingly, Cell now boasted an immensely increased reserve of violent energy. Though his massive frame rendered his movements relatively sluggish compared to the elusive speed of number 17, making it challenging to precisely capture the essence of that green lightning. This did not hinder him in delivering a cataclysmic barrage. Die, all of you perish. Cell succumbed to a state of utter fury. His colossal arms swung wildly, launching orbs of energy brimming with destructive purple magma, as if they were mere trifles. Each of these energy spheres possessed the terrifying capability to obliterate a modern metropolis from existence. They erupted forth like a meteor shower of annihilation from the gates of hell, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, indiscriminately saturating every possible angle and expanse where number 17 might evade. Chapter 47, United Efforts, Additional Update. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions of destruction erupted frantically above the polar ruins. Blossoms of death, composed of purple inferno and black smoke, bloomed one after another. The shockwaves generated by the explosions intertwined and tore through the already ravaged Earth, rendering it as devastated as the lunar surface. Faced with such a saturation bombardment, blanketing vast areas indiscriminately, even the formidable number 17 was compelled to frequently raise a solid spherical green energy shield for defense. The shield trembled violently under the onslaught of furious energy. This creature is quite formidable, number 17 mused, her ice-blue pupils glinting with a cold, calculating light. Cell's approach, devoid of any finesse and relying purely on energy reserves for indiscriminate destruction, was remarkably brutal yet astonishingly effective. As long as one possessed a sufficient reservoir of energy, who could resist the devastating allure of such a princely tactic? It was akin to our numerous smoking friends, who fear that foregoing a single puff might result in a future missile strike being one less. At this moment, Cell unleashed his firepower with a mindset of honoring the first shot as he fervently rained down destruction. Amidst the chaotic center, where energy torrents ravaged and explosions reverberated deafeningly, number 18, who had been hovering at the flank, her ice-blue eyes locked onto the battlefield, could no longer contain the boiling intent to kill within her. Stop merely watching. Let us together tear apart this repulsive monster. Her voice pierced through the cacophony of detonations. With arms unfurling like the wings of an elegant swan, she unleashed countless energy orbs, concentrated and gleaming with a blinding golden radiance, as if an enraged swarm of golden bees surged forth from her delicate palms. No longer content with the tentative shots from their previous encounter, she poured forth an all-out assault. The sharp sounds of piercing projectiles melded into a singular chorus. The golden energy deluge formed a tempest of absolute barges that enveloped an area spanning hundreds of meters, each energy orb precisely locked on a Cell's gargantuan form, cascading down like a golden torrent of death, overwhelming that purple-green mountain. Number 18's exquisite visage, illuminated by the golden glow, remained cold as frost, her eyes ablaze with a fervent thirst for vengeance. After the energy wash, within the colossal metallic form of Unit 16, an unprecedented roar of propulsion erupted with unyielding intensity. He eschewed remote bombardment for the most direct and violent path of physical suppression. His massive metallic fist clenched tightly, enveloped in a crimson energy resembling molten lava. Emitting a deep, resonant hum, like a humanoid battering ram, he surged forth with indomitable momentum, tearing through the chaotic currents of energy, and struck fiercely at the relatively vulnerable abdomen of Cell. The force of his punch compressed the air, creating visible white shockwaves. Simultaneously, as this earth-shattering triad of assaults erupted, several formidable auras, akin to arrows piercing through a tempest, finally managed to penetrate the raging currents of chaotic energy in the crystalline metal storm. Reaching the edge of this hellish battlefield, Piccolo, Trunks, Vegeta, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, the strongest warriors of Earth, converged at this moment. Yet, the sight before them left even these seasoned fighters, who had faced countless formidable foes, momentarily stunned, a chill racing from their feet to the crown of their heads, involuntarily drawing in a sharp breath. Piccolo's green pupils narrowed in shock, his voice tinged with undeniable terror. This form of Cell is completely different. This malevolent and chaotic aura is tenfold more terrifying than what we sensed before. What kind of monster is this? Vegeta, who had rushed from Bulma's gravity chamber, felt his golden aura pulsate with alarm, veins bulging at his temples, teeth clenched. This energy is no jest. Krillin's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down his back like a stream, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Even the speed and power of 17 and the devastating bombardment of 18, combined with 16's earth-shattering punch, have proven ineffective. Before their eyes, the purple-green demon, seemingly clawing its way from the depths of hell, engaged in a breathtaking close-quarters battle with 17, who was enveloped in an unprecedentedly fiery green energy. Each collision resonated like the clash of stars. Meanwhile, 18 unleashed an energy deluge capable of leveling mountains upon Cell's fortress-like bulk, leaving only fleeting scorch marks upon the surface of his purple-green armor. Akin to raindrops striking tank armor, those energy blasts, capable of penetrating battleships, could not even cause Cell to flinch. Even 16's full-force punch, akin to a red comet, infused with enough kinetic energy to obliterate a large meteor, struck Cell's relatively weak abdomen with precision. Yet, it merely caused the behemoth's form to sway slightly. As the purple energy ripples emanating from his surface effortlessly dissipated most of the impact, the foe before them had transcended their understanding of strength, resembling an insurmountable wall of despair. There was no time for hesitation. Charge ahead. The furious roar of Piccolo erupted like a thunderclap, enveloped in a surging white blaze that soared into the heavens, instantly rousing the stunned onlookers. His green visage, marked by determination, appeared even more fearsome, as his fingers, sharp as the most lethal of spears, fiercely pointed at his forehead. A highly concentrated golden energy surged at his fingertips, coalescing into a fearsome energy cone capable of piercing through a planet's core, his ultimate technique, the Mekankasapo. At that very moment, Vegeta's iconic golden hair stood on end like flames ablaze. The furious blood of the Scion ignited completely. He thrust his palms upward with great force as golden energy, reminiscent of boiling lava, swiftly gathered and compressed. In the blink of an eye, a colossal energy sphere, over 2 meters in diameter, hovered above his palms. Trunks followed closely, his Super Saiyan golden aura also erupting into the sky. In the timeline of the future, he inherited the combat spirit and techniques of Gohan, his hands intertwined, and golden energy spheres shot forth like a barrage of cannon fire, their trajectories precise and lethal, targeting the relatively fragile joints of Cell. There was no hesitation, only an unwavering resolve to unleash their full power. Krillin and Tien exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their full aura. Krillin clasped his palms at his waist, a brilliant blue light gathering furiously, coalescing into a robust, roaring Kamehameha wave. Tien, with a fierce shout, flexed his muscular arms, pushing his palms forward, as a violent new energy wave gathered in his hands, ready to unleash its might. Boom, 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 boom. Numerous beams of various colors, each imbued with an indomitable will, transformed into brilliant streams of light that tore through the chaos of the battlefield, surging from the ruins every corner at different heights. Defiantly joining the fray, the golden Mekankasapo, slicing through the air at high speed, erupted from Piccolo's fingertips. Vegeta's energy sphere, akin to a storm of golden meteors, covered a vast area with destructive power. Trunks' precise and venomous energy sphere struck at the joints like a golden serpent. Krillin's roaring Kamehameha wave pierced through space with all his might. Tien's new energy wave, radiating a heavy sense of oppression, surged forth. These ultimate attacks, embodying the unyielding spirit of the Earth's warriors, Combined with the relentless barrage of energy blasts from Android 18, the colossal figure of Android 16, charging like a crimson comet to unleash a second strike, and the ghostly presence of Android 17, flickering around Cell, each appearance slicing through energy shields with green energy blades, converged from all directions, hammering mercilessly upon Cell's mountainous, purple-green form. In that instant, the deafening sound of energy explosions resonated as one, drowning out the entire world, leaving only the relentless roar of destruction. Countless beams of annihilation detonated against Cell's viscous purple energy shield, the explosions illuminating the dim polar sky as if it were the zenith of noon. The shockwave generated by the explosion surged forth like a tangible tsunami, radiating outward in destructive rings centered around Sheru, spreading wildly and layering upon itself. The already fragile remnants of the ruins, under this violent onslaught, were reduced to mere confetti, pulverized and vaporized as if cast into a shredder. Even the molten earth below was scraped away layer by layer. Chapter 48, The Sheru Declaration, Additional Update. Roar. Sheru unleashed a soul-shattering roar, a sound infused with the fury of being besieged by mere ants. The dense purple energy shield enveloping his form trembled violently under such overwhelming fire, flickering like the surface of a lake disturbed by a boulder. Countless spiderweb-like energy ripples surged across the surface of the shield, intertwining, fracturing, and reconstituting in a chaotic dance. Puff, puff, puff. Some of the attacks even penetrated the shield's weak points, striking against the thick carapace with tremendous force, shattering large fragments, and exposing the writhing purple energy flesh beneath. There was hope. A spark of light ignited in Klin's eyes. Yet, this hope lasted but a fleeting moment. The hellish demon displayed an utterly despairing resilience. From the wounds left by the shattered carapace, the rich purple energy writhed as if alive, rapidly intertwining and proliferating at a visible rate. The hardened shell emitted a nauseating crackling sound, completing its repair and coverage in mere moments. The excruciating pain did not weaken Sheru. Instead, it awakened his ferocity. Alone, he battled against the masses, drawing upon an unfathomable reservoir of terrifying energy and an almost immortal regenerative ability. Sheru not only withstood the onslaught from all top warriors, including the fully powered number 17, but also unleashed a more savage retaliation. Annoying flies, get out of my way. In the midst of the melee, Sheru roared in a fit of unrestrained rage. The three torrents of boundless energy within him, akin to raging dragons tearing at each other, became even more agitated under the fierce combat, like an apocalyptic flood on the verge of breaching its dam. He desperately needed a moment to breathe, even if just for a few seconds, to forcibly suppress the uncontrollable furnace of energy within him. In his enormous multifaceted eyes, amidst the chaotic violet glow, a fleeting flash of cunning, characteristic of a biological weapon, glimmered momentarily. Roar. With a roar containing a unique frequency, the roiling purple energy on Sheru's surface surged violently. Puff, puff, puff. Several basketball-sized orbs, composed of pure, viscous energy radiating ominous purple light, were forcefully expelled from the terrifying tail that had once devoured number 13, 14, and 15, as if vomited forth. As these energy orbs struck the ground, they rapidly expanded like inflating balloons, twisting and deforming. In the blink of an eye, several smaller figures, resembling Sheru yet covered in deep blue shells and sporting sharp tails and multifaceted eyes, emerged from the battlefield like demons crawling forth from the depths of hell. They lack the essence of the volcanic eruption like boiling purple energy magma, yet are entwined with condensed violet flames, exhibiting astonishing speed and agility. The compound eyes flicker with a chilling, bloodthirsty ferocity akin to that of their original form. What on earth is this? The spectators were left astounded by Cell's movements. Be cautious. These doppelgangers are formidable. Number 17's icy voice resonated with unprecedented gravity, echoing across the battlefield. He understood better than anyone that, in the original narrative, these diminutive cells unleashed by the complete form of Cell possessed terrifying combat prowess. They were capable of effortlessly overwhelming all Super Saiyan warriors save for Gohan. As soon as these smaller cells took shape, they pounced with the precision of the deadliest hounds, targeting all but number 17, number 18, number 16, Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. The dynamics of offense and defense reversed in the blink of an eye. The battlefield was forcibly fragmented by these sudden miniature cells. Number 17 continued his heart-pounding confrontation with Cell's original form, engaging in a close-quarters clash akin to two comets colliding, each impact sending ripples through space. Meanwhile, the others found themselves ensnared by their respective miniature cells, embroiled in their own individual skirmishes. Seizing the moment granted by the smaller cells, Cell unleashed a more ferocious torrent of purple energy from within. This energy surged forth with a reckless, retaliatory force, expanding like the shockwave of an explosion, temporarily driving Number 17, who clung to him like a parasite, back. Amidst the intense chase and battle, the group had unwittingly distanced themselves from the core of the icy hell, the battlefield now situated at the edge of a vast, desolate expanse, where only withered grass and exposed rock layers remained. On the distant horizon, the silhouette of a human city emerged, faintly visible under the dim sky, its lights twinkling like stars, imbued with fragile and diminutive vitality. Cell's massive purple-green form loomed like an apocalyptic demon, suspended in the high air between this desolate land and the city below. He gazed down at the minuscule city, then surveyed the warriors ensnared by the miniature cells, ultimately fixing his gaze firmly upon Number 17, who had just regained his footing. Drawing a deep breath, the tumultuous energy within him surged violently, his voice transcending the medium of air, transforming instead into an unmatched wave of energy that enveloped the entire Earth in an instant. All conscious beings on the planet, regardless of their location, be it in bustling urban offices, tranquil rural fields, deep-sea submarines, or even the depths of underground bunkers, were inundated with a chilling, merciless voice, laden with the metallic sensation of terror. Foolish earthlings and the battle-worn warriors, listen closely. I am Cell, the ultimate being of the universe. In 10 days, at noon, coordinates 36.0 feet 0 inches N, 138.0 feet 0 inches E, the plains at the foot of Mount Fuji. Right here, upon this arena of cells that I have forged with my own hands. The rules of the game are exceedingly simple. Every self-proclaimed warrior, particularly you, Number 17, and that's Sun Wukong. His voice dripped with profound hatred and mockery. All of you must be present. Here, before the entire world, I shall systematically crush you so-called masters, bringing your existence to a definitive end. Listen closely. It is everyone. The psychic wave surged violently, piercing the very depths of each soul like a myriad of icy needles. Should even a single individual dare to be absent or attempt to hide, the menacing glare of Cell's compound eyes shot forth, and his colossal hand rose abruptly, coalescing a massive orb of ominous purple energy that targeted a distant city. Thus, the very first second of the game would render this city utterly doomed. Cell's cataclysmic declaration had barely taken root in the minds of countless beings when a voice, chilling enough to freeze the very essence of the soul, pierced through the despair-laden night like a sword of judgment. It was Number 17. In the instant Cell gathered the energy orb, his form transformed into a green streak, tearing through space. Surpassing the limits of visual perception, he appeared as if teleporting, positioned between the destructive energy orb and the distant city, along the trajectory of imminent doom. No roar, no preparation. Number 17's gaze was keen, his fingers forming a blade-like gesture aimed at the pulsating purple orb of annihilation. He made a swift motion. A finely honed green energy ray, imbued with terrifying cutting power, surged forth like a comet streaking through the night sky. Striking with pinpoint precision at the core of the energy orb Cell had unleashed. Sizzle. The immense purple energy orb erupted like a punctured balloon, its chaotic internal energies spiraling into uncontrollable frenzy. Although the majority of the destructive energy was neutralized and annihilated by Number 17's exquisitely precise cutting ray, the residual, uncontrolled explosive energy surged forth like a rampaging stallion, transforming into a devastating tsunami of purple energy shockwaves that spread aggressively in all directions. Boom! The shockwave struck the buildings at the city's edge like an invisible sledgehammer. Glass shattered in shards, alarms echoed through the night, and panic spread instantaneously. Fortunately, the main structural integrity of the city remained untouched, averting immediate annihilation. Yet, this harrowing scene was indelibly etched into the very souls of every inhabitant of Earth. Number 17 slowly retracted his fingers, gently blowing away the non-existent energy dust, casting a disdainful gaze upon the ashen-faced Cell. Can you still pretend in my presence? You fool. Number 17. The furious roar within Cell almost burst forth from his chest. The three volatile energies within him reacted violently to this sudden disturbance and wrath, causing several purple energy veins on his surface to rupture under the strain, spewing forth searing energy fluid. The intense agony caused his massive form to convulse involuntarily. Awaiting the moment when I shall fully command this power, Cell endured the excruciating backlash of energy and the overwhelming hatred that threatened to consume his sanity. Grinding his teeth, he declared, "Your time of reckoning has arrived." With a chilling malevolence radiating from his global psychic presence, he issued his final proclamation. The rules remain unchanged. In the absence of one, I shall erase an entire city, from the smallest town to the point where this planet is reduced to lifeless cosmic dust. Do you comprehend? Insects? Leaving behind this apocalyptic ultimatum, Cell's colossal form, engulfed in seething purple energy, transformed into a terrifying beam of violet light that tore through the night sky, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. This dreadful declaration, accompanied by the distant chaos of alarms and cries from far-off cities, constricted every living being on Earth like the most frigid and oppressive of shackles. A shroud of despair, as tangible as lead, enveloped the world entirely. The cold countdown resonated with the heartbeat of every individual. 10 days. Cell's game had become the Damocles sword of extinction, poised to sever the very fabric of Earth's civilization. Tomorrow marks the official recommendation. I extend my gratitude to all my esteemed patrons for their unwavering support. All I can do is strive to enhance my efforts. Chapter 49. The plan of Android 17 Cell, engulfed in surging purple energy, vanished beyond the frigid skyline like a calamity tearing through the heavens. The minuscule cells he summoned also dissipated into nothingness with his departure. What he left behind was not the end of battle, but a desolate landscape, crushed and steeped in despair, accompanied by an oppressive urgency. The air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched energy, the mist of evaporating ice water, and deeper still, the lingering chill of Cell's apocalyptic proclamation, intermingled with the echoes of battle's smoke and bloodshed. Android 17 hovered above this wreckage, standing alone like a lighthouse after the storm. He had retracted the energy he wielded during combat, yet his icy blue gaze was sharper and more profound than ever, akin to the most precise quantum scanner, penetrating through the remnants of space and energy, locking onto the void where Cell had vanished, as if the sky still bore the marks of destruction. His brow furrowed. The chaotic yet overwhelming energy waves were seared into his finely tuned perception, honed through the trials of the divine realm, impossible to erase. Had he simply walked away? Android 18 floated gracefully beside 17, her exquisite visage marred by an unprecedented gravity of emotion and unyielding resentment that disrupted her usual allure. Her own ice-blue eyes fixated on that vacant sky, as if attempting to extract Cell's lingering shadow from its depths. With a barely perceptible tremor in her voice, she whispered, "The energy within him is akin to a furnace on the brink of explosion. It's a chaos that repulses. Temporary." On the 17th, a voice resonated deeply and calmly, imbued with an unwavering certainty that penetrated the essence of reality, dissecting it with the precision of a scalpel. He forcibly contained and suppressed the energy conflicts arising from the amalgamation of the 13th, 14th, and 15th entities. This force exceeded the limits of his current form, akin to three frenzied dragons clawing within him. This retreat was not born of cowardice, but rather a strategic maneuver to gain time, to thoroughly assimilate, control, and tame this formidable power. His gaze swept over the ravaged earth beneath him, his tone imbued with an unprecedented gravity. As he paused, each word weighed heavily, declaring that he would emerge stronger, more stable, and deadlier than ever before. He would no longer be an imminent explosion of a furnace, but rather a perfectly balanced entity. The 16th unit silently glided to their side, its massive metallic form appearing especially weighty against the backdrop of ruins. Its crimson electronic eyes flickered with an unprecedented frequency, processing the energy data stream from Cell's final eruption at an astonishing speed through its vast database and sensor array. Ultimately, the complex data converged into a concise conclusion. Resonating through a deep synthetic voice, target energy levels are exponentially rising. Prediction: Secondary encounter. Threat level categorized as galaxy annihilation. The direction in which Cell departed was accompanied by a mournful wind, echoing the remnants of his apocalyptic proclamation that resonated worldwide. 10 days. The Cell Games. After a brief silence, the 17 Teach's gaze sharpened, akin to a legendary blade unsheathed, its decisiveness capable of cleaving through the despairing fog before him. Passive waiting equated to self-destruction. His resolute voice shattered the silence as he scanned the 18th and 16th, commanding with unyielding authority, "Follow me to a specific location." Now, he offered no explanation, no hint of hesitation, turning into a streak of light, his destination pointing towards the divine temple suspended above the sea of clouds, symbolizing the core spirit of Earth. The 18th observed that unwavering silhouette and smirked slightly. Without uttering a word, she transformed into a somewhat flamboyant golden streak of light, following closely behind, merging into the swirling clouds above. The 16th's colossal metallic head inclined slightly, its heavy form emitting a powerful thrust, akin to a loyal battleship, silently and steadfastly trailing the two luminous figures, vanishing into the vast mist. As the three beams of light, 17th, 18th, and 16th, disappeared into the dense cloud cover, only desolation and silence remained over the polar ruins. The cold wind stirred icy dust and charred metallic fragments, producing a mournful sound. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha supported one another, struggling to rise from a collapsed ice formation, each bearing small scars left by Cell, their breaths ragged, faces etched with exhaustion and lingering terror. Piccolo's green visage was shadowed with a gloom that seemed to drip with despair. He clutched a deep, bone-exposing claw mark on his left arm, purple blood trickling onto the snow, rapidly freezing. Vegeta stood upon a highland of solidified molten metal not far away, his golden aura flickering violently, a manifestation of the turmoil within his soul. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, and his gaze was fixated on the direction in which Android 17 and the others had vanished, brimming with resentment. Beside him, Trunks bore a similarly grave expression, his youthful visage marred by concern. "Have they left?" Krillin gasped, his voice hoarse, shattering the suffocating silence. He glanced towards the desolate sky and surveyed the brutal battlefield around them. "Where are they headed? Is there another way? What could possibly be done?" Yamcha forced a bitter smile, wiping the blood from his face. Even Android 17 could only hold off that monster for a brief moment. What miracles could possibly arise from this? Cell has given us but 10 days. 10 days. His voice trembled with a hint of despair. With bloodshot eyes, Tien tightened his fists and spoke solemnly. "They must be seeking a strategy. Regardless of whether a solution exists, we cannot remain idle. We must take action. Complaints serve no purpose." The rationale behind 17's actions is his own. The pressing question now is, what should we do next? Piccolo's deep, authoritative voice resonated as he surveyed the battle-scarred group. "Cell's threat looms over us all, especially over Goku." The mere mention of Son Goku caused a heavy silence to fall. Krillin, in a rush, exclaimed, "Yes, Goku. He has no idea what has transpired here. He is still unwell. We must return immediately to inform him. Cell specifically demands his presence." Piccolo nodded, his thoughts clear. "We must hasten back to the lookout and assess Goku's recovery." He paused, his tone grave. Regardless of his condition, Cell has summoned him, and given his nature, Goku will undoubtedly wish to confront this head-on. "TCH. Vegeta scoffed, though his irritation was tempered by the understanding that Piccolo spoke the truth. He needed to ascertain Kakarot's current state and hoped for a swift restoration of his strength. Furthermore, Vegeta felt an urgent need for a space to organize his thoughts, to contemplate how to bridge that damned, despairing chasm of power within a mere 10 days. His golden aura surged dramatically as he shot into the sky, heading towards the lookout. "Let us go. Back to the lookout," Piccolo commanded, unleashing his energy to follow suit. "Wait for us." Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Trunks, unwilling to lag behind, suppressed their injuries and fears, unleashing their own auras, transforming into streaks of light that raced after Vegeta and Piccolo towards the distant lookout. The frigid winds howled, swirling icy dust that quickly obscured their departure, leaving behind a landscape utterly ravaged, a grim reflection of the apocalypse, along with the ominous ticking of the 10-day countdown that weighed heavily upon each heart. Chapter 50. The Forbidden Realm of Time Through the Thick, Damp, and Cold Clouds. The ancient and solemn contours of the sacred temple emerged, exuding an air of timelessness and mystery, illuminated by the feeble sunlight piercing through the gaps in the clouds. The white stone pavement of the temple square gleamed like a mirror, yet it could not reflect the heavy atmosphere that enveloped the moment. The deity leaned upon a venerable wooden staff, alongside the eternally silent Mr. Bobo, both standing at the edge of the square, anxiously awaiting the unfolding events. They could distinctly sense the malevolent energy surging from the polar regions, a soul-chilling eruption, followed by a declaration of destruction that would blanket the globe. As the figures of numbers 17, 18, and 16 pierced through the clouds and descended, the deity immediately stepped forward, his aged visage marred by worry. 17. What is the situation? His urgent words had scarcely left his lips when he was abruptly silenced by a decisive gesture from 17. With eyes sharp as a hawk's, 17 pierced through the deity's trepidation, reaching the crux of the matter without superfluous words, uttering resolutely, the temporal mental sanctuary. Both the deity and Mr. Bobo were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of dawning comprehension. The temporal mental sanctuary, a mysterious stronghold connecting to alternate dimensions, where the flow of time diverges starkly from that of the outside world. One day in the outside realm equates to an entire year within its confines. Yet, the boon of time comes at a horrifying cost beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. It is an infinite space, characterized by a monotonous, desolate white backdrop, as if even existence itself has been stripped away. The gravitational environment begins at a minimum of 3 times that of Earth, with a gravitational field that is exceedingly chaotic and uneven, akin to an invisible giant hand kneading the fabric of space at will. One moment, one may struggle under 3 times the gravity, only to step into a death trap of 10 times the gravity the next instant. Even more terrifying are the countless unpredictable and rapidly changing extreme climate zones within. 1 second, the frigid abyss may freeze everything in sight, turning breath into ice crystals. The next, one could plunge into a seething inferno of molten lava, where the very air distorts and boils from the intense heat. The air is so thin it approaches a vacuum, the silence so profound it could drive even the most resilient minds to madness, rendering it the ultimate trial ground for both body and spirit. In the original narrative, this is where Sun Wukong, after recovering from a heart ailment, grasped at the last glimmer of hope upon sensing the despairing might of perfect cell. Previously, while number 17 was engaged in elemental training at the deity's temple, Mr. Bobo had indeed casually mentioned the existence of the temporal mental sanctuary while elucidating the temple's mysteries, yet the descriptions of its internal environment were vague at best. Only at this moment, after 17's request, did the deity, with unprecedented gravity, unveil the terrifying truths that could obliterate even the strongest of wills. 17, are you certain? The deity's voice was laced with an unprecedented solemnity, even hinting at a note of counsel against the venture. The conditions within could shatter the resolve of an ordinary person. Even a formidable being like Wukong endured unspeakable torment inside, emerging before long. We are to enter. 18's voice rose sharply, unmistakably filled with astonishment and revulsion. Her ice-blue eyes surveyed the desolate ambience of the heavenly temple, as if she had already envisioned the monotonous, lifeless, and purgatorial white hell within the time chamber. Her exquisite visage was etched with defiance. What a cosmic jest! To confine me in that desolate wasteland, devoid of life, where the only color is white. Like a prisoner for an entire year? Listen, number 17, this is far more excruciating than death itself. I would rather charge down and confront that grotesque creature. The lavender green cell, in a brawl. For her, the loss of freedom, the absence of color, the deprivation of all external stimuli. And enduring a year of tedious training akin to solitary confinement was a torment more unbearable than death. Meanwhile, number 16's massive head slowly shook, its deep voice imbued with pure mechanical rationality. My structural foundation is a perpetual energy core and a solidified combat program. The cultivation system of energy affects the spirit and life force of biological entities, yielding no enhancement to my core logic or physical structure. Entering the time chamber is, for me, merely a futile consumption of energy and a test of environmental endurance, devoid of any combat efficacy. Number 17 was unsurprised by number 18's vehement reaction and no. 16's logical analysis. He thoroughly understood number 18's yearning for freedom and stimulation, as well as number 16's limitations as a purely mechanical life form. His original plan involved stepping alone into that temporal forbidden zone. His gaze returned to the deity, devoid of explanation or sentiment. Only 3 resolute words, akin to tempered steel, declared his unwavering determination. I alone. The deity gazed intently at number 17. Within the depths of the black-haired youth's ice-blue eyes, the usual playfulness and detachment had vanished, leaving only a rock-solid resolve and a desperate brilliance that embraced life through the acceptance of death. That radiance was so pure, so formidable, that it seemed capable of piercing through the despairing clouds shrouding the earth. The deity understood that, at this moment, this youth born in Dr. Geros' frigid laboratory, who had transcended the will of his creator, might very well be the last and most resilient thread tethering the fate of the earth and countless beings. The deity inhaled deeply, as if to draw in the cold air of the temple along with the weighty burden of responsibility, then solemnly nodded. Understood. Though the voice was soft, it embodied the will of the entire heavenly temple. He turned to the silent Mr. Popo, resembling an ancient monolith. Mr. Popo, please open the door to the mental time chamber. Mr. Popo nodded gravely, his dark visage devoid of expression, yet his eyes shimmered with ancient wisdom and a hint of barely perceptible concern. He moved silently towards a seemingly ordinary door crafted from heavy ancient wood, deep within the temple. However, as Mr. Popo stood still and began to chant the ancient, obscure incantation, its syllables resonating with the weight of the earth's pulse, everything transformed. Buzz. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward from the wooden door. As the incantation deepened, the surface of the wooden door, which appeared to possess natural grain, seemed to come alive, pulsating with a faint glow akin to the flow of blood within veins. A chaotic essence, neither light nor dark, began to seep through the crevice of the door, suggesting that what lay beyond was not merely a spatial realm, but the very tumult of time itself. The heavy door, creaking with an ancient groan, slowly opened inward without any external force propelling it. Beyond the threshold, instead of the anticipated room, lay a tumultuous expanse that devoured all light, reminiscent of the primordial whirlpool at the dawn of the universe. The vortex slowly rotated, emanating an unsettling aura of age, weight, and absolute solitude. A mere glance into it sufficient to shatter the mind of an ordinary person. Relax, number 18, came the voice of number 17, suddenly breaking the tension with a tone almost soothing. He turned to glance at his sister, whose face clearly expressed a resolute refusal to enter, the corners of his mouth curving ever so slightly, as if merely stepping next door would suffice, for it was but a day outside, fleeting in nature. With that, he felt no hesitation, taking a deep breath before his figure flickered and transformed into a decisive streak of light, like a stone cast into an endless abyss, instantly consumed by the chaotic vortex, vanishing without a trace. Bang! The heavy wooden door thunderously closed behind him, sealing tightly with a sound reminiscent of ancient bells, completely severing the temporal currents of the two worlds. Meanwhile, far removed from the cacophony of the polar region and the solemnity of the temple, in the cozy yet subtly medicinal abode of Sun Wukong, the atmosphere underwent a stark transformation. A series of light yet relaxed coughs shattered the tranquility within the room. On the bed, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes. Though his complexion still bore a hint of the pallor from recent illness, his iconic eyes, always brimming with vitality and curiosity, had fully regained their clarity and brilliance, as if clouds had parted to reveal a clear sky. Wow! He exclaimed, letting out a joyous and somewhat childlike sound, his body springing from the bed like a tightly wound coil, eagerly stretching his arms and twisting his waist, relishing the long-missed strength coursing through his limbs. The agonizing pain that had once gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent had vanished without a trace, replaced by a vibrant sense of vitality joyfully flowing through his veins. "Daddy, you're awake," exclaimed Gohan, who had been vigilantly waiting by the bedside, his small face etched with worry, now overwhelmed by immense joy, akin to a little cannonball as he dashed to the bed and grasped his father's arm tightly. "Wukong." Chi-Chi rushed over, tears spilling uncontrollably like pearls from a broken string. She enveloped Sun Wukong in a tight embrace, her voice choked with emotion. "That's wonderful. That's wonderful. How do you feel? Does your chest still hurt?" The medicine that boy brought was truly miraculous. Her embrace was warm and firm, as if fearing that the health she had thought lost might slip away. I feel fantastic. Sun Wukong flashed his signature radiant smile, tightening his fist with a forceful grip, the distinct crack of his knuckles resonating, heralding the resurgence of his strength. He leapt twice in place, akin to indulging in an extended, blissful slumber, now brimming with vitality. He felt as though he could circle the earth 100 times. His joy was so pure that it instantly permeated the atmosphere of the small hut. However, this sense of ease did not linger for long. A few familiar yet formidable auras, laden with an anxiety as heavy as lead and a sense of urgency, akin to meteors streaking through the night sky, approached at an astonishing speed, descending upon the small dwelling. The sound of heavy footsteps drew near, the door swung open, revealing the figures of Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha at the threshold. Each bore the marks of battle, their faces shrouded in an indelible gloom, their eyes filled with an unprecedented gravity. Chapter 51. Hope. Additional update. Wukong, you're awake. That is splendid. Krillin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight upon seeing Sun Wukong standing there, rejuvenated. Krillin? Tien? Everyone's Sun Wukong's carefree smile instantly froze. His instinct, sharp as that of a beast, swiftly detected the oppressive weight of their auras, nearly suffocating the air, as well as the unmistakable fear reflected in their eyes. What had transpired? Exchanging glances, Krillin and the others revealed expressions steeped in bitterness. Ultimately, Krillin inhaled deeply, as if summoning all his courage to recount the nightmarish ordeal. He stepped forward, his voice dry and hoarse, detailing how Cell had located and devoured the abandoned androids 13, 14, and 15 deep within the polar regions, resulting in a terrifying transformation, grotesque as a demon, his power surging to an utterly despairing level. Followed by the ensuing brutal conflict in meticulous detail. He particularly emphasized the despairing might of Cell's new form, the grotesque defensive capabilities and regenerative prowess. And most crucially, that abomination was beyond the realm of reason. Even the formidable Android 17, in a state of unprecedented power, could only manage to hold his ground against Cell, unable to suppress him. In fact, amidst that frenzied exchange of energy, they felt that 17 might even be at a disadvantage. He paused, his complexion paling, and finally recounted how that monstrosity issued Cell's doomsday ultimatum. He allowed merely 10 days for compliance, specifically naming you, Wukong, and Android 17, both of whom must attend without fail. Otherwise, he would annihilate the city, turning the earth into scorched ruins. The relaxed expression on Sun Wukong's face vanished entirely, replaced by a weighty gravity akin to a mountain. He listened in silence, his towering figure standing like a statue, each word from Krillin falling heavily upon his heart like leaden weights. Even the formidable Android 17, who could instill a sense of breathlessness in him, was incapable of overcoming the current Cell and might even be at a disadvantage. What of himself? Having just clawed back from the brink of death due to a heart condition, though his body had recovered, what of his strength? How could he confront this aberrant monster? Cell, relying on a body that had only recently emerged from illness to engage in battle? The outcome was all too predictable. A profound sense of helplessness, almost overwhelming, surged within him like a chilling tide. Yet beneath this wave of despair, a deeper, indomitable spirit of the Scion warrior began to stir, akin to the pent-up lava of a volcano, bubbling fiercely and boiling. We cannot afford to lose. The earth must not fall. Our companions must not falter. Chi-Chi, Gohan, and so many innocent lives depend on us. 10 days. Son Goku murmured this fleeting, anxiety-inducing deadline. The countdown of 10 days appeared so trivial and hopeless under the scythe of death. However, just as this heavy sense of despair threatened to engulf everyone, Son Goku abruptly lifted his head. His eyes, usually brimming with optimism, now erupted with a brilliance akin to a supernova. The radiance was so intense, so pure, filled with the wisdom to pierce through the fog and the determination to embrace life amidst death, instantly dispelling all gloom in the small room, as if igniting hope itself. No, we still have a chance. His voice thundered like a clap of lightning, imbued with a powerful confidence, each word resolute and unwavering. Under the astonished, perplexed, and even somewhat bewildered gazes of everyone present, the supernova-like light in Son Goku's eyes blazed fiercely as he clearly and forcefully uttered the term that represented their final hope. The hyperbolic time chamber. The hyperbolic time chamber? These 5 words fell like pebbles cast into a still pond, instantly creating ripples throughout the small room. Krillin, Tien, Yamchu, Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, and even Chi-Chi, who was cradling Son Goku, exclaimed in unison. Each face was etched with incredulous astonishment, as if they had heard a forbidden name that belonged only in the realm of myth and legend. Indeed, Son Goku's voice was unyielding, like a drawn sword, carrying the determination of one who had burned their boats behind them. The hyperbolic time chamber of the heavenly realm. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze piercing, each word weighing heavily as if it bore the weight of the universe. A mysterious space that connected different dimensions. The flow of time within was entirely divergent from that of our world. One day of training inside equated to a year of arduous practice outside. A full 365 days and nights of honing and accumulation. He clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating like the beating of war drums. This is our last hope to confront Cell and create a miracle within 10 days. His gaze swiftly turned to his son beside him. The weighty responsibility and fervent expectation pouring into that young, yet resolute face like a beam of tangible light. Gohan, he called, his voice imbued with undeniable strength, akin to a father's expectation for his son, and more like a warrior's summons to a comrade. Come with me. We must grow stronger. Strong enough to shatter Cell head-on. This was not solely because Gohan was his son. Over the past 3 years of rigorous training, in that secluded place far from the clamor of the world, he and Piccolo had poured their heart and sweat into Gohan's training, like the most exacting of craftsmen. Through relentless trials, Sun Wukong has repeatedly sensed that beneath his son's gentle and tranquil, even somewhat timid exterior, lies a dormant supervolcano's core, harboring an immense and terrifying potential. One that can only be unleashed by an exquisitely pure fury. The magnitude of this power, akin to the thunderclap at the dawn of the universe, is but a mere fragment of an iceberg that has accidentally surfaced, sending shivers down the spine of this battle-hardened Super Saiyan warrior who has faced countless formidable foes. This force, still unchanneled and shackled by kindness, buried deep within the hybrid bloodline of Saiyan and Earthling, is, no, Sun Wukong roars within himself. Denying the uncertainty, it is undoubtedly the crucial trump card against the impending cataclysm, the only glimmer of light visible at the end of darkness. He must seize this last opportunity. Within the warped temporal currents of the room of spirit and time, he must employ every method to guide, ignite, and ultimately enable Gohan to harness this dormant greatness. This is not merely a father's duty. It is the mission of a warrior of Earth. Clarify this for me. Kakarot, what is this room of spirit and time? Vegeta, fists clenched, stepped forward fiercely, his black pupils burning like a furnace, swirling with an insatiable desire for power, an extreme discontent with the present, and a fury at being kept in the dark. The threat of Cell, the terrifying power exhibited by number 17, and Kakarot's infuriatingly prescient instincts all gnawed at his pride like venomous serpents. He needed to know what this final hope Kakarot spoke of was. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong met Vegeta's gaze and swiftly and clearly described the horrific nature of that other dimensional space. The frenzied distortion of time. 1 day outside equates to 1 year inside. An environment of extreme and erratic gravitational fields, starting at a minimum of 3 times normal gravity, reaching up to 10 times or even higher, and changing in an instant. Unpredictable and extreme weather, freezing souls one moment and melting flesh the next. Air so thin it suffocates, so silent it drives the most resilient wills to madness. This was no comfortable shortcut to mastery, but a perilous path strewn with thorns, a hellish crucible leading to the pinnacle of power. Humph. Vegeta's cold snort rang out like ice crystals crashing to the ground, his overwhelming aura blasting forth like a tangible shockwave, nearly solidifying the already tense air within the small room. His eyes, ablaze with the pride of a Saiyan prince, bore down on Sun Wukong as if to penetrate through him. Kakarot, you shall not monopolize this opportunity to grow stronger, he growled, each word erupting like molten lava from between clenched teeth. The desire to grow stronger had transformed into a consuming flame in his eyes, aimed at Cell and that damn number 17. I, Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans, shall surpass them, crushing them into cosmic dust with my own hands. The yearning for power eclipsed all else. The obsession for transcendence surged forth like a flood, instantly drowning all pride, barriers, and reluctance. Even if it meant training alongside his lifelong rival Kakarot, crammed within that so-called cage, he accepted it, as long as he could gain strength. Chapter 52, Gathering at the Temple of the Gods, additional update. I will go too. Trunks declared without hesitation, his youthful visage devoid of doubt, radiating an unwavering resolve as solid as rock. One more person means an additional measure of strength. Cell is our mutual adversary, safeguarding the future, protecting Mother. And defending everyone is my duty. His voice, though not loud, resonated with conviction, and his blue eyes sparkled with the courage inherited from his father and the resilience bestowed by his mother. Goku's gaze swept across Vegeta's tense yet fiery profile before settling on Trunks, whose youthful demeanor belied an extraordinary steadiness and sense of responsibility. He broke into that signature, somewhat goofy yet profoundly sincere sunny smile, and with a firm fist striking into his palm, he declared with a crisp sound, "All right, let's go together." There were no excesses of sentiment, merely the simplest promise and determination to fight side by side among warriors. Without a hint of hesitation, "Let's go?" Goku's commanding shout rang out, akin to the clarion call of a charge. A white aura erupted around him, soaring into the heavens, his figure transforming into a blurred yet remarkably radiant streak of white light, tearing through the stifling air of the small room with an unyielding momentum. Racing towards the distant sanctuary of the Temple of the Gods, suspended among the clouds. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Vegeta's reaction was equally swift, imbued with a ferocity that seemed to burst forth after being stifled for too long. His blue battle attire left a deep blue afterimage as he moved at high speed, the white aura trailing behind him like a roaring beast. "Dad, wait for me." Gohan's youthful yet powerful voice called out, his small frame radiating an energy far beyond his years, transforming into a shooting star in pursuit. "Gohan." Chi-Chi's voice was laced with worry and reluctance, but as she gazed at her son's determined silhouette, it ultimately transformed into a silent prayer. "Let's go?" Piccolo uttered, his green figure enveloped in white aura as he soared into the sky. Trunks, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, all the warriors present, now held nothing back, channeling their fears and anxieties into burning energy. They were like moths drawn to a flame, or valiant warriors swimming against the current, unleashing their most potent auras, transforming into brilliant comets of various colors, resolutely piercing through the vast expanse, relentlessly pursuing the light ahead. Destination, the Temple of the Gods. It is the sanctuary that carries the last hope for the entire Earth, the sole place for them to enhance their strength and grasp the final thread of survival before catastrophe descends. The hyperbolic time chamber is far more than just a training ground. It is a realm where time and space are forcibly twisted and folded. It is a forbidden place where the rules of matter are subverted and the laws of nature are mocked. Its brutality and trials are incomparable to any arduous training in the outside world. It serves as a filter, existing solely for those who truly possess the potential to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, warriors who carry the enlightenment that transcends life and death. Stepping into this realm feels akin to plunging one's very flesh and nerves into the deepest furnace of hell. One must either endure the excruciating pain and solitude, refining impurities to achieve a rebirth of the spirit, forging oneself into a weapon capable of severing despair, or one may succumb entirely to the relentless pressure, chaotic gravity, and extreme torment. They represent the last and most elite forces that Earth could muster before the impending cataclysm. Each of their names has indelibly etched a vibrant stroke upon the epic saga of Earth's survival. Upon their shoulders rests the final breaths of billions of lives on this azure planet, bearing the faint hope of civilization's continuance. This burden is enough to crush mountains, yet it transforms into an even more fervent energy that surges within them. It propels them forward, charging toward the ultimate trial. As they traverse the churning, cold, and damp sea of clouds below, Sun Wukong and his companions finally descended into the vast and solemn plaza of the divine temple, paved with immaculate stones. The familiar tranquility enveloped them, soothing their anxious hearts. However, the sight before them caused Sun Wukong, who charged ahead, to abruptly halt, astonishment etched upon his face. The plaza was not solely occupied by the deities and Mr. Bobo. Number 18 leaned casually against a robust stone pillar, arms crossed, her exquisite chin slightly raised. her stunning visage adorned with unmistakable irritation and impatience. Her icy blue eyes aimlessly scanned the sea of clouds, while her golden locks danced restlessly in the gentle temple breeze, stirred by her unconscious movements. On the opposite side of the plaza, number 16 stood silently like an ancient metal colossus, his immense fluorescent green form unwavering. His red electronic eyes calmly surveyed the newly arrived Sun Wukong and his party. 18? 16? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, his voice resonating clearly in the vast temple. What are you doing here? Where is 17? Upon hearing his voice, number 18 lazily turned her head, casting a fleeting glance at Sun Wukong with her icy blue eyes. Yet, it was soon overshadowed by her habitual indifference and a barely noticeable tinge of boredom. She pursed her lips and remarked, with a hint of complaint and disdain, "Umph." Asked that training fanatic who locked himself in a little black room. He left us in this utterly tedious place while he went off. Her words were pointed, reflecting her dissatisfaction with 17th's unilateral decision-making and her disdain for the temple's chill environment. The deity, with a grave expression, stepped forward, observing the weary but resolute Sun Wukong and the others who were gradually landing behind him. He sighed heavily, as if already foreseeing their intent. "Wukong, and all of you, I see you have come for the hyperbolic time chamber, haven't you?" "Indeed, Divine One." Sun Wukong stepped forward eagerly, his tone laced with urgency. "You must surely sense how dire the situation is. Cell has granted us merely 10 days. We need to enter and secure a year's worth of training to grow stronger." His gaze burned with the fierce resolve of one prepared to stake everything. The celestial being exchanged a helpless glance with Mr. Bobo, both revealing an expression of utter inability to assist. Slowly, the celestial raised a hand, pointing towards the seemingly ordinary yet heavily sealed wooden door deep within the square, which at that moment resembled a gateway to fate. His voice was low and laced with regret. "I am truly sorry, Wukong, you have arrived too late." "What did you say?" Vegeta's brow furrowed instantaneously, his golden aura erupting uncontrolled, emanating a perilous low pressure, akin to a ferocious beast poised to strike. A surge of rage filled his chest, as if hope had been abruptly severed. Trunks' expression shifted, while Gohan anxiously grasped his father's garment. Mr. Bobo stepped forward, his dark visage solemn, his deep voice resonating like an ancient bell, clearly adding, "Not long ago, number 17 entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Once the door is closed from the inside, it becomes isolated from the external flow of time, unless the occupant voluntarily emerges or," he paused, his tone growing heavier, "or cannot endure the environment within, leading to their own exit. No force from the outside can compel it open. You can only wait. Wait for him to emerge." It felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over them. All gazes, filled with incredulity and shock, were fixated upon the heavy door, which seemed to sever the very fabric of time. After a brief silence, number 17, Goku was the first to speak, his voice unexpectedly calm, devoid of complaint, imbued with a trust born of their past encounters. "Since he is already inside, I believe he will become stronger in that year." He lifted his gaze, as if penetrating the thick door, envisioning the solitary figure battling within. "I trust him." He endeavored to soothe the volatile Vegeta, whose anger was akin to a powder keg ready to explode, forcing a sincere smile. "Have faith, Vegeta, just one day. It will pass swiftly. Think of it as a moment of rest." However, this reassurance and notion of swiftness ignited the fuse. "Foolish Kakarot." Vegeta's fury erupted instantaneously, the veins on his forehead throbbing, his finger trembling as he pointed at the door in unrestrained rage. "One day. You speak so lightly of it. How long does he need? Will he emerge in a day? Or will he waste his wretched 2-day allowance inside? How shall we divide that time? The countdown for the Cell Games has less than 9 days remaining. Tell me how we are to wait. How shall we divide?" He stepped forward vehemently, his formidable aura sweeping through like a tempest, his voice a decisive proclamation echoing throughout the temple. "Let it be known. Until that brat number 17 emerges, I, Vegeta, must be the first to enter. Who dares to challenge my claim?" His cold gaze sliced through Goku, Trunks, Gohan, Piccolo, and all present, each word dripping with a palpable threat. "Do not blame me for turning ruthless." The ferocity of murderous intent was unabashed, as if at any moment he would unleash absolute power to rend the tranquility of this divine temple, spilling blood to seize the coveted opportunity for entry. The countdown of the Sharer game was inexorably ticking away, second by second. Their sole recourse was to await atop this sanctuary, amidst the oppressive silence, for the reopening of that door, hoping for the return of the solitary youth who dared to venture into the trials from the other side of time. One could only hope that time was still on their side amidst the chilling countdown. Chapter 53. The Crucible of Time. The name Spirit Time House itself embodies a paradoxical poetry, juxtaposed with an almost cruel reality. It serves as both a prison of time and a crucible for the strong. When the seemingly unremarkable door, crafted from ancient wood, thunderously closed behind him, Number 17 did not experience the anticipated tranquility of escaping the clamor, nor the refreshing essence of a celestial paradise. Instead of stepping directly into an infinite white abyss, he found himself in an exceedingly rudimentary rest area, seemingly forgotten amidst the crevices of time and space. It was termed a zone because there were no substantial walls enclosing it. Rather, an invisible boundary vaguely delineated this space, contrasting starkly with the all-consuming purity of the outside world. The light here, akin to that of the external realm, was soft yet of unknown origin, as if it seeped forth from the void itself. A cold, unyielding, and utterly uncomfortable stone slab served as a bed, while a crudely chiseled wash basin provided only the most rudimentary means of cleanliness. In the corner lay a haphazard pile of sealed, dimly colored tubes containing nutritional paste, barely sufficient to sustain life. These constituted the entirety of the facilities designed to ensure the survival of intruders in this desolate expanse. Monotonous, frigid, and lifeless, devoid of any semblance of vitality or solace, every detail silently underscored the singular purpose of this place: to survive, to grow stronger, or to retreat in disgrace. How remarkably austere, devoid of even the slightest embellishment. Number 17's icy blue gaze swiftly scanned the confined space, shaking his head with a quiet scoff, a tone laced with disbelief at such primitive accommodations. Indeed, even the base of that old man Gallo was more vibrant with life. However, as his gaze transcended the intangible boundary of this meager safe zone to behold the truly vast expanse beyond, an indescribable dual impact, both visual and spiritual, overwhelmed all his senses in an instant. It was an infinite, boundless white, pure to the utmost degree. Yet it was neither the crystalline whiteness of snow reflecting sunlight, nor the soft cotton-like white of cumulus clouds, nor any hue known to matter. It was an absolute, void-like white that consumed all contours, details, and even the sense of space, as if it were the nothingness that existed before the birth of the universe. Undefined by any rules, matter, or energy, it extends infinitely in all directions, up, down, left, and right, devoid of boundaries or points of reference, presenting only a disorienting expanse of pure emptiness. It resembles a world within a mirror devoid of reflection, akin to being enveloped in an endless, thick mist of cream, where even one's shadow is consumed by this pristine whiteness. Yet, beneath this seemingly immaculate facade lurks a primordial chaos capable of obliterating conventional life in an instant. As Subject 17 steps toward the boundary of the resting area, he is met with a wave of air saturated with minute particles accumulated over eons, capable of suffocating the lungs. The acrid scent of ozone, repeatedly torn apart by intense energy, fills the atmosphere, and a murky essence emanates from the very fabric of space, distorted and folded, generating a pressure of time and space. This atmosphere is heavy and viscous, not only compressing the body, but also attempting to seep into the mind, inducing a disconcerting sensation of suffocation for those who dare to enter. However, perhaps due to not yet fully stepping into this realm, Subject 17 has yet to perceive any immediate threat. He has no intention of dawdling in this rudimentary resting area, as there are indeed no extraneous elements worthy of investigation. Taking a deep breath of the oppressive air, his gaze sharpens with focus as he crosses the invisible threshold of the resting area, truly entering this crucible of spirit and time. At that very moment, as his foot touches the ground, he is met with a tremendous force equivalent to 3 times Earth's standard gravity, as if countless invisible giants were seizing his entire being from all sides. Every muscle, every bone, even the flowing blood within him suddenly feels the weight of this unforeseen burden. Intriguing. Subject 17 raises an eyebrow, slightly surprised by this sudden heaviness, but quickly adapts as his body sinks slightly. This degree of gravity, for his form meticulously enhanced by Dr. Gallo, remains comfortably within his capacity to endure. even less than the gravity experienced by Sun Wukong and others when they ventured to the North Star after their demise. Yet, this is merely the gentlest of greetings bestowed upon intruders by this space. The true terror lies in the fact that the gravitational field here is neither uniform nor stable. It is chaotic and distorted, fluctuating violently like a person seized by epilepsy. One moment, Subject 17 merely feels the added weight, as if burdened with extra mass. The next step he takes, with his foot not yet fully grounded, the gravitational coefficient may unexpectedly surge. 5 times, 7 times, even higher. It is as though invisible mountains are crashing down upon him, striving to press him against the equally vacuous ground beneath his feet. In the subsequent moment, gravity may abruptly lighten, as if the source of attraction beneath him has vanished, and he is suddenly engulfed by a tremendous sensation of weightlessness, threatening to cast him like dust into the boundless abyss of white nothingness. His insides churn violently amidst this extreme tugging, inducing a powerful dizziness and nausea. Every cell in the body groans and protests in a frenzy, caught in the terrifying, unpredictable pulls of chaos. This burden transcends mere muscular strain. It is a profound test of the circulatory system, the nervous system, and even the pathways of energy flow within. And this is merely the introductory course in the tempestuous furnace of time and space. The seemingly empty, pure white void is anything but a sanctuary. It is invisibly divided into countless realms of extreme climates, each perpetually shifting, embodying the chaotic and tyrannical will of this space itself. Just a moment ago, Subject 17 struggled to adjust his steps under the overwhelming pressure, seeking a semblance of order. Suddenly, without warning, a bone-chilling wind, as if conjured from the abyss of absolute zero, surged forth, howling with a piercing intensity. Every droplet of moisture in the air instantly froze into sharp ice crystals, and his vision was engulfed by a frenzied blizzard of white. His eyebrows, eyelashes, and hair tips became encrusted with thick frost, while a solid layer of ice rapidly ascended his boots and pant legs, arriving with such ferocity that it could shatter steel and freeze the very soul. Instinctively, he summoned the energy within him, a torrent of heat radiating outward, dispelling some of the bone-chilling cold that had invaded his marrow. Yet the frost surrounding him had not entirely melted. As he took another step, the once solid ground beneath him inexplicably transformed into a searing softness. The scene twisted and warped as if he had stepped into another dimension. The pristine white vanished, replaced by a seething mass of viscous bubbles, exuding a rancid sulfurous stench from the molten lava inferno. The scorching waves of heat, intense enough to ignite the very air, licked at his skin like a venomous serpent, while the rocks below glowed a fiery red, groaning in agony as they teetered on the brink of melting. He could even detect the acrid scent of charred material rising from his soles. It was only through an extraordinary reaction speed that surpassed biological limits, coupled with precise control over every muscle, that Subject 17 could leap back in a thrilling escape, narrowly avoiding being engulfed by the lava. The molten rocks splashed upwards, leaving several charred holes and smoldering marks on his pant legs. Chapter 54. The Inner Star, Revised. Ah, what an exceptional place for cultivation. Subject 17 shook off the remnants of lava from his boots, his ice-blue eyes devoid of fear, ignited instead by a fierce desire for conquest. This extreme, chaotic environment, a razor's edge between life and death, was precisely the crucible he needed to extract every ounce of potential. He ceased his blind movements and keenly discerned a relatively stable area. Stability here merely indicated a smaller gravitational fluctuation, maintaining roughly 5 times normal levels, and temporarily free from extreme climatic disturbances. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and immersed his entire being into the vast ocean of energy within him. The infinite power sourced from the eternal energy furnace surged within him like an inexhaustible sea of stars, flowing through every cell. He is the absolute source of artificial life force, an essence that would evoke envy in any organic being. Yet, in this moment of profound introspection, Number 17 clearly perceives another facet of this power, or rather, its rough edges that have yet to attain perfection. It is magnificent yet unrefined, akin to the chaotic nebulae that spread across the cosmos in its infancy, vast, yet lacking a nucleus. The generation of energy resembles a crude cellular fission explosion, where countless energy particles split, collide, and unleash torrents of energy. This pattern offers an almost limitless quantity, but lacks the ultimate coherence and transformation. Much like an atomic bomb undergoing continuous fission, its might is staggering, yet it is diffuse and explosive rather than highly concentrated and penetrating. It is far from sufficient, whispers number 17 deep within his consciousness. Having witnessed the chaotic energy consumed by Cell and experienced the qualitative transformation of energy through Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan transformations, number 17 understands that mere accumulation of energy will eventually reach an imperceptible limit. Furthermore, relying solely on training to increase energy accumulation pales in comparison to the Scion's emotional surges that trigger explosive transformations, resulting in energy skyrocketing by tenfold, even dozens of times. To truly surpass those monstrous beings, and perhaps even touch upon the fabled higher realms, he requires not just a simple increase in quantity, but a profound metamorphosis that begins at the core. The crux of this transformation lies in extreme refinement and compression. This thought illuminated his consciousness like a bolt of lightning. The goal is exquisitely clear: to take the chaotic sea of fission energy and, with willpower and physique as the crucible, compress and condense it to ignite a stable star within, releasing light and heat. The method of energy release must transition from the relatively primitive explosive fission to a fusion-like release of energy particles. This represents an essential leap in energy hierarchy, a complete qualitative elevation. It is a chasm between fission, nuclear power, and fusion, the sun. However, this path is fraught with peril and difficulty. Fusion demands unimaginably high temperatures and pressures, as well as a robust vessel capable of containing such stellar-like ferocity, the very physique he possesses. Whether it be the energy meridians, cellular structures, or muscle, bone, and skin, all must undergo a transformative forging, attaining inhuman strength. If so, let the forging of this vessel commence. A spark of determination ignited in number 17's eyes, his resolve unyielding, devoid of hesitation. He no longer passively endures the ravages of the chaotic environment of the time chamber. Instead, he actively amplifies his energy output to unprecedented levels. Buzz! A tremendous surge of verdant energy erupted, enveloping him entirely. This profound and concentrated brilliance represents the power he has simulated and stabilized, surpassing the ordinary Super Saiyan form and nearing the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. The terrifying waves of energy radiated outward like a tangible tsunami, momentarily imposing a suppression on the previously tumultuous gravitational field around him. The tumultuous expanse of pure white void seemed unable to fully engulf this blazing green radiance, briefly illuminated, revealing the endless abyss beyond. At this moment, he, relying solely on the energy level emitted, has undeniably become an entity second only to the perfect form of Cell. Yet, this cataclysmic power is forcibly restrained, not unleashed outwardly in aggression, but rather exerted inwardly in an excruciating process of self-forging. He meticulously directs this torrent of energy, akin to embodying countless invisible hammers, each imbued with destructive might, mercilessly forging every inch of his flesh, every fiber of muscle, and every bone. Simultaneously, the innate chaotic gravity of the time chamber, alongside the ever-fluctuating extremes of cold and heat, transforms from a resisting adversary into the most rigorous anvil and quenching agent. It is akin to a simple metaphor, a bucket, his physique, that aspires to safely contain more and wilder water. Fusion energy must incessantly heighten and reinforce its walls, and forge its base to withstand greater internal pressure. Subject 17 is forging his peak energy from within while simultaneously subjected to the external pressures and tempering of the extreme environment, engaging in a comprehensive enhancement and rebirth that commences at the microscopic level. The creaking and groaning of bones under the dual torment of intense internal energy and sudden external gravitational shifts resonate, as if on the verge of shattering completely. Yet, nurtured and repaired by boundless energy, impurities are forcefully crushed, rendering them denser and more resilient, even exhibiting a faint crystalline luster of energy. The tearing and snapping of countless muscle fibers under the onslaught of ferocious energy is accompanied by minute sounds, which are instantaneously mended and reconstituted by powerful life force, weaving together a more resilient, explosive biological alloy spring. The skin, under the alternating assaults of extreme cold and scorching heat, repeatedly fractures, oozing crimson blood. only to rapidly heal again under the relentless restoration of immense energy. Each healing enhances the skin's resilience and tolerance to energy and physical impact, transforming it into a composite biological armor, as if forged through countless cycles of folding and hammering, interwoven with threads of energy. Endless agony washes over every nerve, ending like a tide. It is a torment akin to slow slicing, where each cell screams in anguish. Yet this suffering is firmly suppressed by Subject 17's unwavering will, even transmuted into fuel for the refinement of that very will. This is a frenzied process of tempering oneself from the most microscopic to the most macroscopic, from within to without, treating oneself as a stubborn iron, cast into a furnace constructed of one's own energy and the turbulent fabric of time and space, undergoing relentless forging. Only by shaping his corporeal form to withstand the horrific pressures found within a star can the spark of energy fusion be ignited, allowing it to burn fiercely within this newly forged stellar furnace. Chapter 55, Condensation, an extra for my fathers, outside, in the divine hall, suspended above the sea of clouds. The sanctuary now resembles an iron frame slowly roasting over a gentle flame. In the course of a single day, the hours stretched interminably, as if maliciously distorted by an unseen hand, amid the anxious anticipation of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, Piccolo, Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, and others. Each fleeting moment felt as protracted as a century. The vast platform of the heavenly temple was shrouded in an almost tangible atmosphere of oppression. Silence reigned, broken only by the heavy sound of breaths and the occasional eruption of pent-up frustration, swiftly subdued. Vegeta paced restlessly within the confines of the area, akin to a caged beast, each footfall threatening to shatter the white stone floor beneath him. His black pupils burned with impatience and fury, occasionally shooting murderous glares toward the closed wooden door, as if he could incinerate it with sheer will. Damn it, why is there still no sign of movement? Vegeta growled for what felt like the umpteenth time, his voice hoarse. Is that fool dead in there? Vegeta, calm down. Sun Wukong, seated nearby in a meditative pose, observed the agitated prince with a mixture of sympathy and exasperation. Number 17 is incredibly strong. He must be challenging limits beyond our imagination. We must wait patiently. Patiently. Kakarot, we have less than 9 days left. Vegeta spun around, gesturing vehemently toward the sea of clouds below, as if the monster, Cell, lurked just beneath the surface. That creature's lingering aura is like a poison, gnawing at my nerves. How can you expect me to be patient? If he takes too long, Krillin, seated beside a stone pillar, wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, his voice weary and resigned. Sigh. This feeling is even more excruciating than waiting for you to recover on Namek. At least then, we could sense Frieza's terrifying presence drawing near. Now, it is a weight shrouded in uncertainty, and the pressure from Cell is overwhelming. Tien closed his 3 eyes, attempting to meditate and quell his tumultuous thoughts, though his furrowed brow remained tense. Yamcha leaned against a nearby surface, his gaze vacant as he stared into the clouds, murmuring, a year. Spending a year in that wretched place. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Number 18 maintained her impatience, yet occasionally, her gaze flickered toward the door, revealing a barely perceptible complexity of emotion within her. It seemed she could faintly sense a transformation of some indescribable energy occurring behind that door, stirring a blend of irritation and anticipation within her. Number 16 stood like a true bastion, his electronic eye occasionally flickering to record the passage of time and the emotional fluctuations of the group. The Kai and Mr. Popo stood at a distance, their expressions grave. Their heightened senses allowed them to detect a faint yet disquieting energy emanating from beyond the door, a harbinger of some terrifying existence on the verge of emergence. Time, in this agonizing silence, crawled by second. Yet, beyond that seemingly ordinary wooden door, which severed the fabric of time and space, within the spirit time room, time lost its significance. Here, there were no cycles of day and night, no changing of seasons, only an eternal, maddening expanse of pure white and the most chaotic of physical laws. 1 year. 365 cycles of day and night in the realm of the outside world. In this realm, each day, the 17th dances upon the razor's edge of countless blades, engaged in a deadly ballet between the seething lava and the absolute freeze of an extreme hell, struggling for survival against the chaotic will of this very space. His ambition transcends mere adaptation to the environment or the enhancement of energy intensity. Countless times, he has summoned forth the terrifying energy that resides at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, employing an indomitable will as his blueprint, attempting to construct within himself a theoretical matrix for energy contraction and fusion that exists solely in conjecture. This matrix is not a physical entity, but rather an ethereal force comprised of highly refined and orderly gas, acting upon the deepest core of his energy, simulating the formidable high-pressure, high-temperature environment found within a star. Time and again, that vast and overwhelming energy, inherently inclined towards fission and dispersion, when forcibly compressed to a critical limit, would erupt like a furious dragon provoked by a reverse scale, spiraling out of control. The violent energy would instantly recoil, as if an innumerable array of miniature nuclear detonations were ignited within his energy meridians. During his inaugural attempt, the peril reached its zenith. The explosive force unleashed, lacking any effective guidance or control, inflicted a cataclysmic shockwave directly upon him. An indescribable agony enveloped every nerve ending, as though his very soul were being torn asunder. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from every orifice. His skin cracked extensively, fissures sprawling across his surface, and the once stable green energy body descended into chaos, flickering erratically. Had it not been for the boundless energy bestowing upon him a terrifying regenerative capability, he would have been reduced to nothingness, failure, and devastation. Relying on infinite energy to mend his wounds, he calmly analyzed the reasons for his shortcomings, adjusted the energy structure, and summoned the courage to attempt this excruciating cycle once more, repeating it countless times over the past year. Each harrowing failure elevated his microcontrol over his energy to a more exquisite level. Every painful cycle of bodily destruction and rebirth acted like the cruelest whetstone, purging the impurities from his will, rendering it as unyielding as the core of the hardest stars in the universe. Each brush with the edge of annihilation deepened his understanding of that mysterious critical point of energy fusion. At last, in an instant beyond the measure of time, just as the year within the room of spirit and time approached its conclusion, he once again elevated the torrent of infinite energy within him to the absolute zenith of Super Saiyan 1, his green energy body stable and formidable. Yet this time, he refrained from the reckless compression of previous attempts. Instead, he immersed his entire consciousness into an unprecedented state of absolute focus and tranquility, akin to the profound stillness preceding a tempest. Having endured countless cycles of disintegration, tearing, melting, freezing, and rebirth, his physique had attained an unprecedented and terrifying strength. Each cell brimmed with astonishing energy, each bone shimmered with a crystalline luster surpassing that of diamonds. This body had preliminarily qualified to withstand the ultimate pressure. Now was the moment. He summoned forth all his spirit and will. Within that being resided an infinite energy, vast as a nascent nebula, yet already tamed to a considerable extent. This energy surged towards the fusion matrix core point, meticulously calculated countless times in the depths of his soul, initiating the ultimate extreme compression. Today, I shall continue to enhance my work, adding a word each day, which is the least I can do to repay everyone. Indeed, before each release, I revisit my writing, eliminating parts one initially deemed superfluous, striving to make it more concise while retaining its essence. I also supplement areas where the narrative may lack richness, rendering it more complete. Although this somewhat impacts efficiency, I remain committed to this practice. Gratefulness. Chapter 56. The Path of Advancement. Revised. Further enhancements. Gather for me. A silent yet soul-shattering cry resonated, akin to the first thunderclap that heralded the dawn of creation, echoing through the depths of his inner cosmos. In an instant, to the external observer, the once surging green energy enveloping his form did not dissipate. Rather, it was violently tugged inward by a force emanating from the very essence of his being. Collapsing upon itself, the energy ceased to radiate outward, instead plunging toward every core point of his body and each energy node, undergoing a frenetic compression. The brilliance upon his surface dimmed at a visible rate, as if entirely consumed and sealed by its own gravity. No, it did not vanish completely. In its stead, a layer of profound green luminescence emerged upon his skin, so densely packed it measured less than a hair's breadth. yet it seemed to bear the weight of an entire galaxy. This was no ordinary aura or outline. It was energy compressed to its physical limits, forming a critical region nearly tangible, composed of pure destructive energy. The mere existence of this phenomenon caused the surrounding space to emit a groan under the unbearable strain. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. The chaotic gravitational field within the mental sanctuary seemed briefly subdued and even assimilated by this inward force field. Compress, further compress, surpassed the limits of compression. The once roaring streams of fission energy within him were forcibly squeezed and amalgamated under this unimaginable pressure. The repulsive forces between particles were mercilessly crushed, approaching the very limits of physical law. Then boom! Not a thunderous explosion, but a deeper, grander, silent rumble born from the essence of existence itself, transforming. It resonated as if echoing the moment of the universe's singularity explosion. Deep within the core of being number 17, a miniature star, perfectly adhering to the laws of fusion, was born with a tremendous roar. No longer was it the fire of fission, rather, it was fusion, collapse, and the release of a light surpassing the total energy of the past. The fusion point ignited to fruition. He no longer emitted energy outward. Instead, he transformed into a source of light, a wave of energy, far more refined and pure than the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, had essentially transcended. Awakening like a cosmic storm after eons, sweeping outwards silently yet dominantly from his being. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surrounding gravitational field was instantaneously smoothed, suppressed, and brought under the dominion of this newly birthed fusion force field. In the realm of pure white void, a tumultuous distortion reverberated, yet the time chamber remained steadfast. This internal space truly exemplified stability, observed number 17, who couldn't help but marvel at the surrounding phenomena. However, such stability was to be expected, indeed. As depicted in the original narrative, to genuinely breach the confines of the time chamber from within, one would need to attain a power level equivalent to that of Majin Buu, or even surpass it. Number 17's current breakthrough represented not merely a qualitative leap in energy, but a metamorphosis of its internal structure, having yet to reach the level of forceful spatial rending through sheer strength. Power. An unprecedented force coursed through every cell. As if with a mere gesture, he could reduce stars to dust. The essence of this power had firmly stepped into the domain of Super Saiyan 2, perhaps even exceeding it in energy density. Indeed, in terms of pure energy quality and concentration, it might even surpass expectations. This was the distinct advantage of his unique evolutionary path. He turned his gaze inward. The fundamental nature of his infinite energy core had undergone a revolutionary transformation. It was no longer merely a fission reactor, but had transcended into a miniature stellar core, eternally ablaze, continuously engaging in energy fusion. With every heartbeat, there was a perfect amalgamation of energy and a profound collapse. With each breath, he exhaled power far exceeding that of the fission era by several magnitudes. Perfect form cell. A confident smile graced number 17's lips. Armed with the eternal energy bestowed by Dr. Geros, a flawless biological foundation, and an unwavering will akin to the stars, he carved out a path of evolution solely his own. First form. Primitive core, sea of fission. During this stage, number 17's power ceiling was initially set by Dr. Geros at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1's second phase, inferior to both number 16 and the first form of cell. However, through his training in the Temple of the Gods, he successfully transcended the limitations of the androids, elevating his power to and stabilizing it at the absolute zenith of Super Saiyan 1, comparable to Gohan before his rage in the early stages of the Cell games. With an energy form characterized by infinite fission at a cellular level, vast and diffuse. Now, having achieved the second form, eternal fusion core, genesis of stars, his strength's essence had leaped to an astonishing realm, capable of matching or even surpassing that of a typical Super Saiyan 2. Energy had evolved from fission to eternal fusion, the core akin to a newborn star, with each release embodying a qualitative leap. "This is my path," number 17 murmured, slowly raising his hand to feel the fusion energy flowing naturally through his palm. The first phase of eternal fusion core is complete. He stood up, the incandescent light, intensely compressed and tinged with green, swiftly receded and sank into the fusion core. To the untrained eye, he appeared unchanged from before entering. Yet, the oppressive force, akin to a dormant star, had indelibly imprinted itself upon this pure white void, silently proclaiming the completion of this metamorphosis. He glanced at the nearby hourglass, nearly run dry, realizing he needed to further compress and stabilize the fusion energy, attempting to cultivate an energy singularity deep within the core, which would herald an even deeper transformation. However, this would require further training. A smile crept upon number 17's lips as he directed his gaze towards the wooden door that separated time and space. "It is time for this world to experience pain," he said. "A bag of rice must endure several flights of stairs. Ahem, that was a mistake. Let me try again. Now, it is time to venture forth and allow the world to bask in the radiant glow of this eternal transformation." Today, I mustered the courage to furtively glimpse the comments from my esteemed mentors. One particular remark struck a chord, addressing my use of the Super Saiyan concept to gauge the combat prowess and realms of various characters. In the original work, during the Namek saga, the power scale began to escalate in an almost absurd manner. From Goku's initial arrival on Namek with a power level exceeding 18, to Frieza's staggering 1.2 billion after his third transformation, culminating in Goku's astonishing Super Saiyan transformation, which reached a power level of 1.5 billion. Such a vast leap is indeed formidable. Thereafter, almost every adversary encountered necessitated the strength of a Super Saiyan to confront. Super Saiyan 1 faced Frieza, Super Saiyan 2 confronted Cell, Super Saiyan 3 battled Majin Buu. And even the subsequent Super Saiyan Blue saw power levels multiplying exponentially, often by dozens or even hundreds. Merely calculating these battle power values is a daunting task. Perhaps only a system-oriented approach would delineate numbers and ranks so distinctly, a practice I find quite admirable. In summary, using Super Saiyan as a metric allows for a more relaxed viewing experience, as audiences can effortlessly gauge the strength of the characters by merely noting the Super Saiyan form they embody. Here, I extend my gratitude to Akira Toriyama for leaving us with such profound memories. I eagerly anticipate my mentor's forthcoming insights. I am grateful for the support, the encouragement for updates, the small tokens of appreciation, and the light-hearted jests from everyone. Thank you. Chapter 57. Departure from seclusion. The atmosphere within the heavenly temple flows with an ancient, purifying chill, as if capable of refining one's very soul. The morning mist, thin and damp, has yet to be completely dispelled by the struggling rays of the nascent sun peeking through the gaps in the clouds. It drapes like a living, translucent silk ribbon, ethereal and persistently entwining with the immense stone pillars that have borne witness to endless ages, etched with the mysteries of time. On this expansive white stone platform, the temple appears suspended above the mundane world, destined to maintain its timeless, otherworldly demeanor. Of course, this celestial ambience must first overlook the presence of several scions, akin to nails driven into the ground, exuding an aura that ranges from blazing like the sun, to solid like a mountain, to sharp like a blade, alongside their earthly companions, as well as two androids radiating a cold precision and an inhuman essence. On the platform, a miniature tapestry of beings awaits their encounters, each distinct, with undercurrents of emotion swirling beneath the surface. Goku sits cross-legged upon the cool jade-stone floor, his posture reminiscent of an ancient Buddha in deep meditation, harmoniously blending with the atmosphere of the temple. His eyes are gently closed, long lashes casting serene shadows beneath. His breath flowing as languidly as a meandering stream in an untouched mountain wilderness, stable and devoid of any ripples. Were it not for the evidence of my own eyes, it would be hard to fathom that just a day prior, he had barely escaped the brink of death from a viral heart condition. In stark contrast to his profound tranquility stands Vegeta, like a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. He does not remain still. Instead, he rhythmically taps the tips of his combat boot-clad feet against the cold, smooth ground beneath him, as if harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the stone slabs. His iconic black hair, each strand seemingly electrified by the turbulent energy within, stands defiantly, a testament to his barely contained frustration. His brows are furrowed into a tight frown, and his gaze sharp as a blade, repeatedly grazes the silent wooden door before him. Beside him stands young Gohan, his form already hinting at maturity, though still somewhat slender and tinged with youthful naivety. Within his clear eyes intertwine trust in his father and an intense anticipation of the unknown power ahead. Yet the pallor of his tightly pressed lips and the slight tension in his shoulders reveal an unmistakable nervousness. Not far from Gohan, Piccolo adopts his usual meditative posture, legs crossed, his steady form hovering half a foot above the ground, reminiscent of Indian ascetics. His arms are crossed over his chest, the contrast between his green skin and the white cloak of his demon heritage striking. The hem of his iconic white cloak billows gracefully behind him without a breath of wind, as if it possesses a life of its own, resembling a cloud that cradles him. The shadow cast by his hat obscures part of his face, rendering his hawk-like eyes even more enigmatic in the dim light. Amongst the gathering, he appears the most composed, akin to a steadfast rock at the eye of a storm, his green visage betraying no hint of agitation. Trunks, choosing to remain closer to his father Vegeta, bears the weight of a harsh future, his expressions imbued with an unsettling maturity beyond his years. His gaze shifts cautiously between his father's taut profile and the enigmatic wooden door, silently calculating the passage of time. Android 18 leans against a robust stone pillar, her slender yet formidable arms crossed, adopting a posture that exudes a casual indifference, tinged with a hint of ennui. Her ice-blue eyes casually scan the temple's weathered stone patterns, the swirling mist, and even the distant sea of clouds. However, to the keen observer, it becomes evident that after a seemingly aimless wander, her focus invariably returns to the closed wooden door, drawn back as if by an invisible magnet. Unlike the day prior when Goku and his companions first arrived, a subtle tension now underlies her seemingly relaxed muscles. Krillin has chosen a vantage point that allows him to survey the entire scene, sitting cross-legged on the chilly ground not far from Goku. In this sanctified environment that cleanses the soul, the anxiety and fear he had brought from the polar battlefield have gradually dissipated, washed away like impurities in a clear spring, restoring his usual calm demeanor and keen observational skills, contrasting sharply with his earlier restlessness upon arrival. At this moment, his eyes, having weathered countless storms, meticulously observed every individual on the platform. His gaze swept over the restless Vegeta, the composed Piccolo, and ultimately, as if drawn by an unseen force, settled upon Android 18, who leaned against a stone pillar. He noted her seemingly casual glances, which invariably returned to the wooden door. It appeared that the android was not entirely devoid of emotions. Krillin mused inwardly, as he happened to be the perceptive one who detected the subtle waves of concern beneath her icy exterior. This revelation struck him as peculiar, yet not entirely surprising, for androids 17 and 18 had long since demonstrated that they were not mere machines of slaughter. In the distance, the Supreme Kai and his loyal attendant, Mr. Popo, stood in silence. The aging visage of the Supreme Kai endeavored to maintain a tranquil facade, akin to a still pond. Yet his profound eyes, seemingly reflecting the cosmos, betrayed a hint of scarcely perceptible anxiety as he gazed toward the realm below, as if attempting to discern the faintest shifts in the tumultuous tapestry of fate. Mr. Popo remained as expressionless as ever, his dark skin and garb, archaic enough to appear as though it had emerged from the very dawn of time, allowed him to blend seamlessly into the ancient and enigmatic backdrop of the temple. With only the occasional flutter of his eyelids revealing his presence, the serene weight felt as if it had endured for another century. Suddenly, 17 should be emerging soon, Mr. Popo's deep, emotionless voice resonated, akin to a smooth black stone cast into the seemingly placid, yet tumultuous waters, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. This announcement arrived with such abruptness and certainty that it jolted the spirits of all present on the platform. Almost instantaneously, with the conclusion of his words, a resounding and ancient mechanism was activated, the sound of its engagement piercing through the silence that had enveloped the Supreme Kai's temple for nearly an entire day. The wooden door, which separated two divergent temporal flows, appeared to be gently pushed open from within by an invisible hand, exuding an inexorable weight as it swung outward. The creak of the door hinge resonated sharply in the absolute stillness. All eyes, as if ensnared by an immense magnetic force, converged upon the widening crack of the door. The sound of hearts pounding reverberated in their chests like a drum. A vortex of light and shadow shimmered behind the door. Something was traversing from another dimension. A foot, unhurried and composed, stepped forth from the chaotic, distorted whirlpool of light and shadow, clad in pristine blue and white athletic shoes paired with uniquely styled green socks. It firmly landed on the temple's polished stone floor, which reflected the drifting clouds above, producing a soft, yet distinct thud. Following this was a pair of elongated legs. A tall figure emerged with an air of nonchalance, as if merely taking a leisurely stroll after a meal, completely stepping out from the chaotic light and shadow that symbolized the passage of a year. Chapter 58. The Predestined Node. It was Android 17. However, it was merely the posture of stepping forth that caused the crowd on the platform, especially the keenly perceptive Sun Wukong and Vegeta, to experience a sudden constriction of their pupils. The individual before them, number 17, was no longer the youth who had entered the hyperbolic time chamber a mere day ago, or even a year prior. He had transformed into an entirely different being. The youthful vigor, tinged with naivety and unwitting flamboyance, had been meticulously refined and polished by the hands of a master craftsman, until all sharp edges had been flawlessly subdued, vanishing as if they had never existed. In their place was an unfathomable tranquility, as deep and serene as the abyss of a starlit sky, suggesting the passage of time and trials. He resembled a once radiant and formidable sword, now sheathed in a simple, unadorned black scabbard after countless trials of tempering and forging, its dazzling brilliance now contained, yet radiating a profound weight and latent danger. His gaze, those ice-blue eyes, were as profound as if they concealed an entire galaxy, tranquil yet capable of piercing through all facades. As for power, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and all the warriors present instinctively heightened their senses to the utmost, yet they remained oblivious to any outward manifestation of energy. Number 17's strides were steady and precise, each step seemingly calculated with utmost care, exuding an absolute confidence and sense of control. His simple attire could not obscure the remarkable transformation that emanated from within. After taking a few steps, he came to a halt. The wooden door behind him seemed to possess a life of its own, silently closing with an almost inaudible click, effectively severing the connection to the peculiar world beyond, where time flowed erratically and extreme challenges awaited, as if nothing had transpired. With a breath she hadn't realized she had been holding, number 18 gradually exhaled, her tense body subtly relaxing, her arms lowering slightly, the lines of her shoulders softening instinctively. She stepped forward almost on instinct, her ice-blue eyes scanning number 17 with rapid precision, missing no detail from the tips of his hair to his shoes, maintaining a tone of habitual coolness and indifference, yet betraying a barely perceptible concern. "How are you? Everything all right?" Number 17's gaze, calm as water, swept across the diverse expressions of the crowd on the platform, eventually settling on number 18's face, which was nearly within arm's reach. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke in a tone as casual as discussing the weather. "Yes, it went fairly well. I emerged alive. As for the results," he paused slightly, seemingly contemplating the most fitting adjective, ultimately selecting a word so bland it bordered on dismissive, "It should be acceptable." Despite his nonchalant words, the reality of having spent what felt like an entire year in that warped realm of time was a grueling trial. The experience was monotonous, repetitive, and an ultimate test of endurance, teetering on the edge of life and death every single second. Frankly, I never wish to endure such an immersive ordeal again in my lifetime. It is the epitome of mental torment. Suddenly, the pitch-black pupils of Sun Wukong contracted sharply, bursting forth with unabashed delight. "Ah, number 17. His eyes sparkled with the same wonder as a child discovering treasure. He erupted into hearty laughter, rising effortlessly, brushing off non-existent dust from his trousers, his tone infused with genuine admiration. "It seems the effects of this special training are truly remarkable. I feel entirely transformed, a breath of fresh air." His razor-sharp martial instincts were more precise than any energy detector, keenly sensing an oppressive weight that, while subtle, bore the might of a mountain. This intensity surpassed anything he had previously encountered during his training in the Divine Temple, the depths of which were utterly inscrutable. A characteristic cold snort from Vegeta pierced the air. He crossed his arms tightly over his chest, his dark brows nearly arching into his hairline, scrutinizing number 17 with a gaze as sharp as a scalpel, searching for any sign of pretense. "What nonsense. I hope you Haven-T squandered this invaluable opportunity by sleeping for 24 hours. His tone was laced with the inherent arrogance and provocation of a scion prince. Yet the tension in his tightly pressed lips, the slight narrowing of his pupils, and the fleeting flicker of unacknowledged concern in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. He despised the unsettling feeling of being unable to gauge his opponent's depth. In response to Vegeta's taunts, number 17, well aware of his temperament, barely lifted an eyelid. He simply replied with a tone as flat as stating a fact. Even if the results are mediocre, it is still preferable to some individuals who do nothing but unleash their pent-up frustration on innocent mountains. Indeed, during Vegeta's pre-Super Saiyan breakthrough, he had sought a desolate planet for energy bombardment. A precise strike, hitting the sore spot. His gaze shifted back to Sun Wukong, who wore a beaming smile, tinged with a hint of curiosity. So, how did you all come to be here as a group? Has the Divine Temple recently launched some unique tourism initiative? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong instinctively scratched the back of his head, revealing his signature sunny smile. Haha, well, that guy Cell only gave us 10 days, right? With time tight and the task heavy, I thought the hyperbolic time chamber might still yield some potential, so I brought Gohan along to give it a shot. As for Vegeta, he glanced at the Saiyan Prince, whose expression had darkened instantly, his tone laced with an unmistakable hint of exasperation and subtle mockery. He insisted on tagging along, refusing to be left behind, as if he feared missing out on something. Kakarot. Vegeta, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on, instantly bristled, the veins on his forehead bulging as he furiously shouted, "Cease your nonsensical chatter. How could I possibly allow you and that little brat," referring to Gohan, "to monopolize such a crucial training resource? This is a matter of strategic necessity. Do you comprehend?" Strategy. Number 17 nodded knowingly, merely issuing a nonchalant from his throat to indicate acknowledgement. However, internally, he came to a swift realization. Ah, indeed. I almost overlooked this aspect. According to the narrative's trajectory, during this invaluable time before the commencement of the Cell Games, Goku would indeed take Gohan into the hyperbolic time chamber, aiming to awaken the dormant, formidable potential within Gohan, enabling him to surpass his limits and become the pivotal ace in the battle against Cell. It seems that even though my involvement has significantly altered this timeline, the powerful pull of the original timeline still stubbornly guides them towards this predetermined point. Very well, this is acceptable. If their strength can continue to grow and become even more formidable, it would ultimately benefit the protection of this perpetually troubled planet. After all, I cannot remain on Earth as a caretaker indefinitely. The universe is vast, and I yearn to explore it. Chapter 59. Arrival. For the sake of my fathers, at that moment, the god, who had remained as silent as an ancient statue, slowly lifted his eyelids. His voice, aged and solemn, began to resonate. Number 17. His eyes, weathered by time and seemingly capable of penetrating the very essence of the soul, fixated intently on number 17, striving to pierce through his calm exterior to detect any trace of energy flow within. Yet, his divine perception, which could fathom the very essence of life, returned only a disquieting, unfathomable void. Your energy, your internal essence is now utterly distinct from when you entered the hyperbolic time chamber. He paused, seemingly searching for the right words to articulate this indescribable transformation. It is not merely an increase in power. It resembles the ignition of something more fundamental, a deeper essence. A qualitative leap. Number 17 slightly turned his gaze, his icy blue eyes calmly regarding the deity of Earth, a flicker of subtle astonishment and admiration crossing his mind. Truly, he is the chosen god. Although he pales in comparison to these warriors in strength, his keen intuition regarding the essence of energy transformation is remarkably astute. Is this a unique power bestowed by his divine role? Or is it the culmination of wisdom accrued over countless epochs? Or perhaps it is the latent talent inherited from that genius Namekian, the original Piccolo, manifesting its influence? Quite intriguing. With a casual shrug, he adopted a relaxed demeanor. His tone is tranquil, as if discussing the evening's menu, articulating in an exceedingly simplified and scientific manner. It's nothing of great consequence. Merely a thorough optimization and upgrade of the internal energy circulation and release structure. Inquiring of you practitioners of the ethereal arts, could you elucidate the phase transition process of energy particles from fission to fusion, the concept of critical mass, the constraints of force fields, and the ensuing adaptations of the physical form? Would the denizens of this Dragon Ball realm grasp the intricacies of such energy and physical transformations? Though the deity may entirely fail to comprehend the implications behind the optimization of energy structures, his innate perception of the essence of life energy, derived from his divine vocation, is infallible. He distinctly senses the dormant power within number 17, its essence having metamorphosed into that of a burning stellar core, profoundly unfathomable in tranquility, yet poised to unleash a force capable of incinerating celestial bodies upon eruption. This power, transcending the limits of his understanding, instills within him a reverence born of primal instinct. Number 17, with no further ado, strides forward with an unwavering gait, reaching the precipice of the temple platform. Standing with hands clasped behind him, he gazes down at the billowing clouds below, resembling a vast white ocean. His gaze seems endowed with the ability to pierce through all obstacles, effortlessly traversing the thick cloud cover and spanning countless mountains and rivers, precisely alighting upon a specific coordinate on Earth, the battlefield proclaimed as a game by Cell. In 9 days, he murmurs, his voice calm and unwavering, imbued with an undeniable certainty akin to bedrock. Those tranquil words resonate in the frigid air of the temple, echoing a silent countdown to the impending confrontation. He turns around, casting his eyes once more over the assembled individuals on the platform. In 9 days, number 17's voice rings clear, neither raised nor impassioned, but laden with an unassailable confidence. At that coordinate, Cell's game. He pauses, glancing at Goku. If you cannot resolve him by then, I shall intervene. There are no fervent declarations, no surging battle intent. He merely states a fact soon to unfold. His tone is unperturbed, as if discussing a supermarket sale occurring in 9 days. What an arrogant fellow, Vegeta exclaims, his temples throbbing with ire at number 17's subtly provocative remark, his finger trembling slightly from sheer rage. Once I emerge from that time chamber, I will ensure both you and Cell are dealt with. Goku, however, displays a knowing and trusting smile, habitually scratching the back of his head, seemingly oblivious to Vegeta's palpable animosity. Ah, I see. Then I shall entrust it to you, number 17. We will assess the situation when the time comes. His demeanor is casual, as if merely arranging an ordinary sparring match. Though Goku professes such nonchalance, number 17 is well aware of the intensity simmering within him, certain that he will be the first to challenge Cell, striving to surpass his limits and resolve the crisis through his own strength. The combative nature of the Scion is thus. This trust stems more from an acknowledgement of his companion's prowess rather than a genuine desire to remain a mere spectator. Silently, number 18 approaches number 17, lightly nudging his arm with hers. Her icy blue eyes cast a sideways glance at him as she lowers her voice to a volume meant only for their ears, asking, "Hey, do you have this under control? Don't push yourself too hard." Concise and direct, she exhibited a unique yet awkward concern typical of an older sister. Number 17 gave a slight nod in acknowledgement on the 17th, a silent exchange laden with meaning. "Are you prepared for your box meal, Shalu? It is time for me to conclude your game." The winds of the divine temple seemed to grow colder, as if the very air trembled in anticipation of the impending collision. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being sliced through approached, akin to a blade cutting through silk, brazenly tearing apart the ethereal clouds. Following closely was the deep, powerful roar of an efficient engine, shattering the serene atmosphere of this isolated sacred realm. An advanced aircraft, sleek and emblazoned with the logo of the Universal Capsule Corporation, hurtled through the air with a reckless speed that belied its technological sophistication. It executed a precise and swift stop amidst the clouds, stirring the thin mist at the platform's edge into a swirling tempest before settling smoothly onto the ancient, rugged stone surface of the divine temple, the landing gear emitting a soft hydraulic hiss upon contact. In such a place, where one could pilot an aircraft with utter disregard for any prohibitions, boldly intruding upon the divine temple as if it were home, there was likely no second individual aside from the genius heiress Bulma. Number 17's ice blue gaze flicked toward the unmistakable aircraft, and an understanding dawned within her. Of course, one must exclude the trio of misfits led by King Pilaf. Though they had also ascended here with the aid of robots years ago, they at least adhered to some semblance of decorum, laboriously scaling the Kalen Tower from below, which could be deemed a modicum of sincerity and perseverance, albeit with ulterior motives. With a gentle thud, the aircraft's door slid open smoothly. The first to emerge were Bulma's stylishly booted feet, followed by her agile leap from the craft, cradling the wide-eyed, curious little Trunks, who eagerly surveyed his surroundings. She tousled her wind-tousled blue hair, her face bearing traces of a long journey. Yet her bright eyes sparkled with the trademark vigor and confident smile she was known for. "Hello, everyone. It seems I have arrived just in time," she greeted, surveying the various expressions on the platform, her voice ringing bright as if this were not a celestial temple, but rather a backyard gathering at her home. "Bulma!" exclaimed Goku, the first to voice his surprise, his face instantly lighting up with an unclouded smile as he rushed toward her. "What brings you here?" His joy was pure and straightforward, akin to reuniting with an old friend after a long absence. Gohan also happily followed his father, greeting her sweetly, "Hello, Aunt Bulma." Meanwhile, Vegeta maintained his aloof demeanor, arms crossed, appearing indifferent to everything around him. Yet, his sharp gaze had already been magnetically drawn to Bulma and little Trunks the moment the door opened. In the depths of his gaze, a fleeting moment of relaxation and concern, unnoticed even by himself, had already begun to unveil the nascent traits of a future devoted protector of his wife. Meanwhile, some fathers still had their own agendas that night. Chapter 60, The Trace of Sheru, Additional Update. What else could they be here for? While smiling in response to Sun Wukong's greeting, Bulma carefully placed the small Trunks down on the ground to stand on his own. With deft movements, she retrieved a familiar universal capsule from her seemingly boundless pocket. Her words were direct and unambiguous, imbued with her characteristic sense of efficiency. "Of course, I'm here to deliver the latest battle suits. Am I simply here to enjoy the scenery?" Before her words faded, she skillfully pressed the button on the capsule and tossed it onto the empty ground before her. With a soft pop, accompanied by a quick dispersal of white smoke, a rectangular box gleaming with metallic luster stood firmly on the stone floor, emblazoned with the emblem of the Capsule Corporation. Bulma approached, expertly lifting the lid of the box to reveal the neatly stacked items within. Her tone shifted slightly to a more formal register. Akin to a product introduction, the latest improved version of the Scion battlesuit is crafted from advanced nanocomposite materials and energy weaving technology. Its impact resistance has been enhanced by at least 15 compared to what you are currently wearing, and the energy transmission efficiency has been optimized by the same ratio, effectively reducing unnecessary energy dissipation. Theoretically, this should allow your ki blasts to be more concentrated. Oh, and by the way, both flexibility and comfort have also been subtly adjusted. Inside the box lay the classic blue and white, form-fitting, highly functional battle suits. The design remained true to Vegeta's preference, harking back to the old style from the Frieza Force era, devoid of any superfluous shoulder pads or decorations, maintaining a pure utilitarian aesthetic. Number 17, with a hint of genuine curiosity, stepped closer, his gaze landing on this equipment, which could be deemed one of the iconic symbols of the Dragon Ball universe. Being aware of the original story's plot, he understood well that this battlesuit had almost become a second skin for Vegeta, an indispensable part of his combat persona. He casually picked up a suit. The sensation beneath his fingertips was as expected, an exquisite softness, akin to a second skin, yet infused with remarkable resilience. It was feather-light, almost imperceptible in weight, clearly made of materials not easily replicated by Earth's technology. "What? Do you want one too?" Number 18's voice chimed in from the side, tinged with undisguised disdain. Her brows furrowed as she scrutinized the blue bodysuit in Number 17's hands, clearly unimpressed. Upon hearing this, Number 17 placed the battle suit back into the box, shaking his head and explaining in a flat tone, "It's merely a matter of technical curiosity. I'm just analyzing the material and energy conductivity of extraterrestrial technology, that's all. As for the style," he glanced at Vegeta, "personal preference is a matter I shall not comment on." The ensuing sequence of events unfolded almost as if scripted in the original narrative. Vegeta snorted in acknowledgement of the new gear, being the first to grasp his own set. Trunks stepped forward to retrieve his battle suit. According to the plan, Vegeta would take Trunks into the hyperbolic time chamber for a day of training, which would equate to a year inside, while Goku and Gohan intended to enter after they emerged, on the third day in the outside world. It was time to depart. Number 17 quietly observed this familiar scene, confirming that the narrative was progressing along its predetermined path, rendering any further delay unnecessary. He casually beckoned to Number 18 and the perpetually silent Number 16, then resolutely turned and strode toward the edge of the platform. Somewhere on Earth, in a forgotten valley, lay the deepest recesses of a remote mountain range, far removed from human civilization. Here, the world had been utterly forsaken. The mountains loomed like the grotesque remains of ancient, silent beasts, their jagged stones casting twisted shadows under the dim, murky moonlight, as if performing a silent dance of death. Once mighty ancient trees had long since withered into charred remnants, their blackened branches jutting defiantly toward the leaden sky, as if silently condemning some great and malevolent force for its desecration. The earth had lost all vitality, marred by deep, terrifying fissures resembling a spider's web. From these unfathomable crevices, ominous, viscous streams of dark purple energy seeped forth, eroding the surrounding rocks into honeycomb-like cavities, as if Mother Earth were bleeding her corrupted lifeblood from countless wounds. Silence was the only prevailing theme here. Even the most resilient chirps and calls of insects and birds had long since vanished, as if life itself instinctively fled this cursed land. Only a low, persistent hum, reminiscent of a sound from the depths of hell, stubbornly reverberated between the cold stones and distorted air. This was the groan of an overwhelming energy being forcibly constrained, compressed, and twisted, emitting a sound of unbearable burden. At the heart of the valley, within a circular area entirely transformed into a glass-like wasteland, Cell sat cross-legged. Yet his current state was far from tranquil. His visage contorted slightly from the excruciating pain within and the necessity of intense focus. No longer bearing the arrogance and ferocity of before, but rather revealing a primal struggle. Around him, an uncontrollable tempest of visibly chaotic energy swirled, its colors fluctuating wildly, sometimes flashing a blinding, ominous white, at other times erupting in a furious red, and occasionally revealing a sinister, icy blue. The energies stemming from androids 13, 14, and 15 had not been fully tamed or merged. They were like three feral elemental dragons forcibly crammed into the same narrow furnace. Raging within the depths of his cells, howling, tearing, and colliding, striving to break free from the imposed constraints and return to freedom, even threatening to turn against their master. His eyes were tightly shut, his muscles coiled like steel cables, the surface of his violet-green armor quivering, as if bearing the immense weight of pressure from all directions. With each prolonged and arduous inhalation came a painful hissing sound, his body swelling unnaturally, akin to a vessel forcibly infused with excessive gas. His skin stretched to near transparency, revealing pulsating, dark purple energy veins beneath, writhing like venomous serpents in a frantic struggle, as if on the verge of bursting at any moment. Following this, the exhalation and compression process unfolded, extending painfully. His form resembled a leaky high-pressure container, emitting a muffled, stifled whimper, gradually contracting inward, inch by inch, under an overwhelming resistance of energy. Each contraction was accompanied by subtle cracks from straining bones and the acute friction of diverse energies being forcibly compressed and amalgamated back into the core, sending chills down his spine. Upon reaching a critical point, the energy field surrounding him would momentarily solidify, exuding a pure, unified, deep purple hue, only to be shattered once more by a new wave of violent energy conflict and expansion, becoming marred with chaos. The glass-like rocky ground beneath him had long since succumbed to this relentless force, fracturing into spiderweb-like fissures that extended outward, plunging several meters deep, resembling a shattered giant eggshell. Thick, energy-laden sweat dripped from his brow, sizzling upon contact with the scalding earth, instantly releasing a hissing sound and rising into a noxious green smoke. This cycle repeated endlessly, each iteration akin to traversing a treacherous landscape of knives and flames, with each expansion teetering on the brink of self-destruction. The violent energy shocks tore through his cells and energy meridians, while each contraction brought a soul-deep sensation of tearing and crushing, as if striving to obliterate the three foreign cores, which exhibited fierce rejection, breaking them down and forcibly melding them into his own energy furnace. A low, hoarse cackle, seemingly a blend of multiple voices, suffused with boundless malice and a hint of twisted delight, abruptly shattered the suffocating hum of energy in the valley, laboriously escaping through the clenched teeth of Cell. Though his eyes remained shut, the grotesque curve of his lips twisted upwards, revealing rows of gleaming white fangs. His voice, deep and raspy, echoed with the convergence of numerous tones from the depths of his throat. Number 17, await your fate. Did you truly believe that our previous brief encounter represented the pinnacle of Lord Cell's power? It is imminent. It is near. He seemed to be both persuading the energies within and declaring to the distant adversary, his voice trembling with extreme excitement, repression, and agony. Feel the torrent of this power. These restless, delectable energies will soon become an integral part of my transformation into the perfect cell. The manic laughter escalated, piercing the silence of the valley like the most mournful screech of a dying owl, interwoven with agonizing roars, reverberating eerily, crashing against the stillness, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Accompanied by this hysterical laughter, the three intertwined energies within him seemed to have received a final impetus, erupting into an unprecedented blaze of brilliance. Akin to the sudden birth of a grotesque energy sun, which instantaneously engulfed and submerged his very form. The entire Valley of Oblivion trembled in the presence of this abrupt and terrifying aura, as massive boulders cascaded down the cliffs like a torrential downpour. The chaotic and blinding radiance persisted for a fleeting moment before receding, akin to the ebbing tide, slowly retracting to the valley's heart with a reluctant wail. As the light dissipated, what remained was a silhouette whose energy fluctuations had entirely vanished, yet appeared deeper and more restrained, exuding a lethal aura reminiscent of a poisoned dagger. Alongside the violent tremors in the air, the lingering energy aftershocks refusing to settle. The overture to the finale had already struck the first heavy and distorted note within this uncharted abyss. Chapter 61. Satan. Three figures emerged silently in the bustling vortex of the city center of West Capital, akin to droplets merging into the ocean. The skyscrapers, resembling a cold steel jungle, pierced the clouds, their glass facades reflecting the glaring afternoon sunlight, creating a surreal tapestry of light pollution. Holographic billboards tirelessly flashed enticing product information, while suspended vehicles glided along preordained aerial tracks, emitting a deep hum that mingled with the clamor of throngs on the streets below, the clumsy performances of street artists, and the electronic sounds of various shops vying for attention, forming a chaotic yet vibrant urban symphony. For the individual known as Number 17, who had endured a year of rigorous training in the absolute monotony of the time chamber, a purgatory of white, infinitely repetitive, where every moment relentlessly drained his will and physique, the scene before him, infused with the most vivid, cacophonous, and somewhat mundane essence of human existence, was akin to a traveler on the brink of death in a desert suddenly plunging into a refreshing oasis. Every sense was instantly awakened, saturated with a long-lost authenticity. He paused, slightly tilting his head, closing his eyes, and inhaling deeply. His nostrils filled with a medley of complex scents, the faintly acrid tang of automobile exhaust, the sweet and rich aroma of butter wafting from a nearby bakery, the robust scent of coffee from a street-side CF, the mingled fragrances of various perfumes worn by passers-by, and the indescribable essence of life itself that the city exuded, composed of countless vibrant activities. This experience stood in stark contrast to the murky, oppressive air he had breathed over the past year, confined within a temporal cage of dust and ozone. A genuine and relaxed curve finally graced the corners of his typically aloof mouth. He had returned to the normal flow of time, alive at last. He opened his eyes, and the icy blue of his gaze mirrored the flowing lights of vehicles and neon signs. Now was the time to revel in the very essence of existence. On the 17th, his gaze resembled that of a precision scanner, curiously sweeping across the dazzling shop windows lining the streets, adorned with the latest fashion, brilliant electronic devices, and exquisite artworks. He observed the hurried white-collar workers, the playful students, the affectionate couples, and the vendors calling out their wares. Each vibrant individual was tirelessly pursuing their own objectives, together forming a vast and dynamic ukiyo-e tapestry. The 17th did not intentionally seek out Shalu's whereabouts. After all, according to the original narrative, Shalu's character would quietly await the designated time, even if he were to arrive early. Perhaps it was due to the cells inherited from King Frieza, for instance. When Frieza previously addressed his subordinates as Mr. Sabo and Mr. Dodoria, he would display a polite, gentlemanly demeanor when he felt his strength vastly surpassed that of his adversaries. At that moment, the 17th's attention was captured by an enormous holographic display on the exterior wall of a colossal shopping center. The screen, which had been looping a fashionable advertisement, abruptly switched to a live broadcast signal, seemingly from a vast open square teeming with voices. The screen corner showcased the dramatic text, "Exclusive Global Live," a special program featuring Mr. Satan, the savior of Earth, accompanied by exaggerated lightning and explosion effects. The host's voice boomed through the street's public address system, instantly capturing the attention of all passers-by. Global viewers, hold your breath. Open your eyes wide. Do not miss a single moment. The time has come to witness the true power of Earth. Please welcome our undisputed world champion, the guardian of humanity, the godlike Mr. Satan. The camera zoomed out dramatically, accompanied by an exhilaratingly loud entrance music and the deafening cheers of the crowd, revealing Mr. Satan in the center of the frame. His entrance was nothing short of astonishing to ordinary onlookers. Rather than strolling out, he stood on a specially designed platform, his muscles rippling, his bronze skin glistening under the lights. He sported his signature explosive hairstyle, thick eyebrows, and a small mustache with a rugged facial structure. Dressed in his iconic battle attire, he wore a white cape tied in a bow at the collar, underneath which lay a burgundy karate uniform, cinched at the waist with a metallic studded black belt and a golden wide belt, presenting an ostentatious yet champion-like appearance. Most astonishingly, he bore several thick, seemingly indestructible metal chains draped over his shoulders, the other ends of which were astonishingly connected to 4 heavy public buses parked side by side. With a thunderous roar, Mr. Satan unleashed an earth-shattering cry, veins bulging at his temples, and his entire body erupted with power. The spine-chilling sound of metal grinding echoed through the speakers. Under the incredulous gaze of the global audience, those 4 massive buses, their tires screeching against the ground, were indeed being pulled by him using nothing but sheer physical strength. Although the pace was not swift, the sheer visual intensity exuded a primal force that was nothing short of electrifying. Oh, the audience erupted into a frenzy, their cheers and screams nearly threatening to lift the very roof of the venue. After pulling for several meters, Satan abruptly released the chains with a resounding clang. He appeared unfazed, at least in front of the cameras. Suddenly, he spun towards the lens, raising his hands high, with his index finger pointed skyward, showcasing his iconic, exuberant grin and dazzling teeth. This was Mr. Satan's classic pose of triumph. But the spectacle was far from over. Before the audience's fervor could subside, Satan inexplicably produced 3 astonishingly thick, brick-like, all-paper telephone directories, seemingly handed to him in haste by an assistant. This level of warm-up barely made me break a sweat. He roared at the camera and then seized each end of the directories, declaring, "Let me demonstrate what true grip strength looks like." With a thunderous cry of ultimate destruction, he unleashed a sharp tearing sound that pierced the air. Despite the incredible thickness of the stacked directories, Mr. Satan, using nothing but his bare hands, contorted his facial muscles with exertion to simultaneously rip them apart. The shredded paper flew like white snowflakes, scattering everywhere and creating a visual spectacle of sheer shock. The host was utterly dumbfounded, mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside, and it took him a moment to regain his voice. Exclaiming in a voice tinged with awe, "Heavens! Is this truly possible for a human? Mr. Satan, you are the embodiment of strength. With you safeguarding our planet, what do we have to fear?" The audience's cheers reached a new crescendo, their faces alight with fervor and hope as if they had already envisioned the scene of Sheru being torn apart. Satan reveled in the adoration of the crowd, casually discarding the torn remnants of paper and striding over to a bus he had just pulled. He patted the hard exterior of the vehicle, producing a dull thud, then turned to the camera, his expression suddenly fierce, pointing as if Sheru lurked just behind. "You, the green monster Sheru, hiding in some corner playing in the mud. Listen closely. That ridiculous game of yours has been accepted by this champion. He occasionally forgot to be humble, but you better consider who you are facing. If you dare to show your face, your fate will be no different from that of this wretched bust that foolishly obstructed my path." No sooner had the words left his lips than, in a moment that left everyone, including viewers at home, momentarily stunned, Satan launched a swift, powerful punch. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated through the venue. The side of the bus, its steel exterior, was pierced by his fist, creating a distorted hole that even saw his hand emerge from the other side. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the crowd. Then, a deafening explosion of cheers and applause erupted, nearly shattering the glass with their fervor. "Wow!" The host emitted an exaggerated gasp, the camera zooming in frantically on the punctured automobile and the fist of Satan, which had not even turned red. "Unbelievable. Such power. This is nothing short of a miracle. Did you see that, dear audience? This is the prowess of a world champion. What is Salu compared to Mr. Satan's iron fist that crushes all evil?" Absolutely feeble. Satan maintained his striking posture and erupted into his signature laughter once more towards the camera. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Utterly feeble. I don't even need to exert my full strength. I, Satan, shall protect the peace and joy of Earth. The power of a champion is boundless. At the bottom of the screen, a scrolling message appeared in a timely manner. Mr. Satan declared Salu's threat level a sham, his strength utterly lacking. Earth's savior, Mr. Satan, is always ready for battle. Purchase the energy drink endorsed by Mr. Satan to gain the power of a champion, limited edition. Pedestrians on the street mostly stopped in their tracks, gazing up at the screen, dumbfounded, before bursting into various exclamations and discussions. So powerful. There's hope now. I told you it was a scam. Mr. Satan is the real deal. Hurry and buy the protein powder endorsed by Mr. Satan. Number 17. With his hands in his pockets, watch the entirety of this farcical live broadcast with great interest, the curve of his lips becoming increasingly pronounced, tinged with amusement. Huh. Number 18 scoffed, her ice blue eyes filled with disdain. Is this the world champion who has been elevated to a pedestal? Foolish and ostentatious. In a real fight, I could fix that ridiculous face of his in that foolish expression with just a single finger. She cast a contemptuous glance at number 17. You actually find this lowbrow farce intriguing? It seems that being locked away for a year has dulled your taste. Number 17 shrugged, unperturbed by her sharp tongue. The entertainment value is off the charts, is it not? In the shadow of despair, humanity always craves a blind optimism and a hero to numb their senses. Even if that hero is merely a puffed-up balloon. Look around. In some ways, his purpose has been achieved. Compared to the world of Pirate King Luffy, where Kazuki Odin is incessantly berated, number 17, like everyone else, does not actually harbor any animosity towards Mr. Satan. To quote an online user, Mr. Satan is akin to a level 5 with 1,000 health stepping onto a battlefield where the average level is 100 and the starting health is 10,000. And he genuinely dares to taunt and absorb damage. Upon hearing this, number 18 surveyed the surroundings, noting the pedestrians who seemed genuinely relieved by Satan's grandiose proclamations, and disdainfully curled her lip, yet refrained from further rebuttal. The coldness and murderous intent typically present in her ice-blue gaze had indeed softened, reflecting the vibrant allure of the bustling city, as though she had returned to the stage that suited her best. Having finished the tiresome spectacle, she flicked her golden hair and turned to number 17, eagerly suggesting, "Let us go grab a nice meal first, then a shopping spree. I want to sweep through the latest styles of clothes, bags, and shoes." Number 17 nodded nonchalantly. On the 16th, he silently followed behind, his massive physique seeming somewhat out of place amidst the crowd, yet his electronic eyes remained calm, recording everything. Thus, the trio seamlessly blended into the surging throngs of the West City. Chapter 62. The clamor of the undercurrent. The camera, akin to a falcon freed from its constraints, violently tore through the oppressive clouds, diving towards the Earth's surface with a brutal determination, ultimately locking onto a vast, desolate plain. Here lay the coordinates proclaimed by the global, soul-stirring broadcast of Shalu, 36 feet 0 inches N, 138 feet 0 inches E, at the foothills of Mount Fuji. In the distance, the revered sacred mountain of Fuji stood silently, its snow-capped summit contrasting starkly with the dark, barren land below, a bleak juxtaposition. Unlike the serene tranquility of the Celestial Temple or the intoxicating opulence of West City's center, this selected plain was suffused with an almost suffocating atmosphere of panic and cold, lethal intent. The earth groaned under the relentless treads of heavy vehicles, scarred with ugly, intersecting furrows that exposed the depths of the soil. Dozens of main battle tanks, adorned with mottled digital camouflage, resembled ominous iron tombstones awaiting sacrifice. Their fearsome cannons uniformly aimed at a central area of unsettling emptiness, as if a hidden demon lurked there. Armored personnel carriers and infantry fighting vehicles were dispersed among the tanks, while soldiers, clad in full gear with faces painted in war colors, pressed against the frigid metal shells, their knuckles turning pale from the excessive grip on their rifles. As the feline humanoid king, Fully, had announced to the world via television, "Our Royal Defense Force will spare no effort to safeguard the safety of our fellow citizens against this creature named Shalu." Yet, these forces, deemed elite in conventional warfare, appeared utterly insignificant and absurd in the face of the unknown, incomprehensible monstrosity much like primitive humans wielding wooden spears against interstellar warships. The air was thick with an acrid haze. The noxious fumes from the diesel engines mixed with the metallic scent of weapon maintenance oil and the uncontainable sour sweat of the soldiers, creating a chilling atmosphere. Long Commander. The 3rd and 4th Armored Squadrons are in position. The outer perimeter has been preliminarily established. No signs of activity in the target area. A scout, crouched behind a tank turret, reported via radio, his voice trembling uncontrollably, as if each word bore the weight of an icy dread. Within the makeshift command post, a commander, marked by the insignia of a high-ranking officer, wore a grim expression, taking a deep drag from the cigarette clutched between his fingers, the ember flickering erratically on his slightly trembling fingertips, burning at an unusually rapid pace. Damn it, this is not a military operation at all. It is a spectacle destined for suicide. He nearly spat out the order through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse. Headquarters has ordered to hold the perimeter at all costs. His command echoed across the vast plain through the loudspeaker, yet it sounded hollow and weak, so faint that even he could barely discern any conviction in it. Instantly swallowed by the wilderness's winds. Beside an infantry fighting vehicle, a soldier who appeared strikingly youthful buried nearly his entire face in the frigid, unyielding gaps of the armored plating. His voice, dry and hoarse, quivered with an undertone of despair as he implored, "Commander, can we truly confront that monstrosity? Or will we, upon glimpsing it, be reduced to ashes alongside these iron relics?" Nearby, an old veteran, his face etched with the ravages of time and scars of battle, his gaze murky yet imbued with a semblance of numbed calm, placed a calloused and oil-stained hand heavily upon the young soldier's shoulder. His smile was as bitter as if he were chewing on wax. "Do not dwell on such thoughts, lad. Do your utmost, and let fate take its course. At the very least, history will remember that we fools once stood here, unflinchingly facing the abyss." Subconsciously, the young soldier weighed the heavy, cold anti-tank missile launcher in his hands. The chill of its steel surface offered a meager sense of security. Days prior, the ominous toll of the death knell reverberated throughout the world, dragging all of humanity into a collective abyss of panic. The Royal Defense Forces of Earth had marshaled every resource at their disposal, futilely constructing this final bastion of flesh and steel on the land destined to become a hellscape. Yet, all understood that in this ultimate arena of transcendent martial artists and monsters, the weapons and courage of mere mortals were akin to children brandishing paper swords against a world-ending dragon, heroic yet inevitably futile. However, at the edge of this enveloping tide of despair and the oppressive atmosphere of impending death, an incongruous and raucous current surged forth. In stark contrast to the heavy oppression of the military, a boisterous convoy of vehicles appeared, absurdly clamorous. Several gleaming black luxury sedans, polished to the point of reflection, flanked an exceedingly conspicuous, elongated black limousine that stood out like a sore thumb. The vehicle bore extravagant artistic lettering proclaiming grandiose titles and emblazoned with the overconfident, almost ludicrous visage of Mr. Satan, as if to ensure no one would be unaware of its esteemed occupant. Following closely were several large satellite broadcasting vans, their rooftops brimming with satellite receivers and various antennas, each adorned with the prominent logos of major global television networks. The crew had already aimed their cameras, resembling rifles, at the central limousine. This bizarre procession paid no heed to the astonished, disdainful, and even deranged gazes of the surrounding soldiers. It continued to honk merrily, stirring up clouds of dust as it paraded with flamboyance towards the depths of the plain, as if not heading to a battlefield of death, but rather to a grand Oscar award ceremony, the red carpet ablaze with public attention. Within the elongated limousine, the atmosphere sharply contrasted with the grimness outside. Mr. Satan, the world champion and savior in the eyes of the vast majority of ordinary people on Earth, stood before the gilded mirror beside the luxurious bar in the car, meticulously arranging his signature mustache and his hair, which was heavily coated with gel. A confident smile radiated from his face, as if he were about to participate in a stand-up comedy show. Clad in his self-designed battle attire, the oversized championship emblem at his waist gleamed blindingly. Ladies and gentlemen from around the globe, welcome to the live broadcast of the strongest warrior on Earth, Mr. Satan. We are currently en route to the site of the Shala game. An exuberant reporter nearly thrust the microphone into Satan's mouth, his voice piercing the air. Mr. Satan has arrived at the front lines. Fearless. May I ask, champion, How do you feel at this moment, facing a formidable foe like Gallo, reputed to possess the power to annihilate the world? Do you possess absolute confidence in delivering a single blow to save the world? Satan turned towards the camera, instantly striking his classic victory gesture, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the cabin to vibrate. How do I feel? I am utterly exhilarated, overwhelmingly enthusiastic. My blood is boiling. I can hardly wait to use my iron fists, forged for justice, to teach that audacious green-skinned clown a lesson. Let him know who the true master of Earth is. Confidence in victory? Is that even a question? It is no issue at all. He vigorously pounded his solid chest, producing a dull thud, exclaiming, "Look, what is this? This is the emblem of strength, the golden badge of a world champion, an invincible body forged through relentless trials. What is Gallo? Merely a juggler. Behold my righteous iron fist, sending him back to his origins with a single strike." His two disciples, the swift Coroni and the mighty Paloki, applauded vigorously off camera, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Master Satan is mighty and imposing. Gallo is but a pitiful insect before him. He could be crushed with a single step. The reporter, inspired by this fervor, flushed with excitement, shouted hoarsely into the camera, "Did you hear that? Friends around the world. This is the strongest man on earth. This is the essence of invincible confidence. This is the spirit of a champion. Mr. Satan shall undoubtedly represent all of humanity and effortlessly achieve a glorious victory. He will utterly shatter the evil conspiracy. Please, everyone, be sure to stay tuned to our channel. And do not miss a single moment as we witness this momentous occasion destined to be recorded in history. Justice shall prevail." Thus, the convoy, propelled by blind optimism and the immense clamor manufactured by the media, boldly surged through the fragile gaze of the outer army, constructed from tension, fear, and steel, resolutely racing towards the ominously vacant central plains shrouded in an atmosphere of foreboding silence. Chapter 63. The malevolent star of daylight under the blazing sun. The sky was washed clean, an immaculate blue without a trace of impurity. The fierce sun hung high, generously pouring scorching light and heat upon the earth, as if seeking to evaporate all shadows from existence. Yet, in the next moment, this natural majesty was completely overshadowed by an even more terrifying presence. A dark green comet, without any forewarning, tore through the tranquil azure canvas. It emerged abruptly from a point in the sky at a terrifying speed that surpassed the limits of biological retinas, bearing an oppressive force that could freeze the soul, descending like a sword of judgment towards a coordinate meticulously chosen by itself in the heart of the plains at the foot of Mount Fuji. There was no howling, no sonic boom. All sounds seemed to be left behind by that extreme velocity, or rather, completely consumed by the invisible force field surrounding it. Boom, a dull roar, profoundly resonant as if it erupted from the very depths of the Earth's core. Yet, the anticipated cataclysmic scene of earth-shattering quakes and billowing clouds of dust did not materialize. Instead, the ground at the impact site appeared to be struck sharply by an enormous, formless hand imbued with absolute power, flattening and solidifying it. All the kinetic energy from the impact was contained within an astonishingly precise control, perfectly restrained to an exceedingly small area. In the core of the collision, soil and rock were instantaneously melted and crystallized under unimaginable heat and pressure within a billionth of a second, forming a terrifying depression several dozen meters in diameter. At the edges of the depression, circles of intricately radiating cracks, resembling a spider's web, silently narrated the terrifying force that had been forcibly confined here, one capable of effortlessly shattering mountains. Thus, it was proclaimed that Geros had arrived. At this moment, he had already become utterly distinct from the altered being that had issued a death notice a few days prior. A grotesque entity swollen and unstable from the forced consumption of subjects 13, 14, and 15. The once excessively bloated form, with muscles gnarled like a rocky beast, had vanished, as if undergoing an ultimate refinement, shedding all superfluities and returning to its primal essence. In its place stood a being approximately 2 meters tall, an embodiment of biomechanical perfection and cold aesthetics, distilled to its ultimate form. Every inch of its lines flowed with grace and restraint, as if the universe's finest craftsman had forged it from dark matter and the cores of stars, discarding all excess, leaving only the purest, most explosive core of power. The exoskeleton covering it displayed a profound dark green hue, smooth as the most exquisite aerodynamic design, with mottled patches that flickered with a cold metallic luster, resembling the breath of energy. The once fearsome, insect-like visage, riddled with crevices, had completely receded, revealing a cold, handsome face that appeared inhuman, accentuated by its piercing eyes. The previously serpentine compound eyes had transformed into two unfathomably deep emerald gems, no longer flashing with chaotic brutality, but rather exuding a detached indifference of an absolute sovereign surveying mere ants. The iconic tail, capable of devouring all, had not vanished. Instead, it coiled with an elegance that coexisted with danger, gracefully resting against the perfect curve of its spine, the suction cup at its tip tightly closed, as if in slumber. Yet it was not mere decoration, but akin to a king of venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, ready to spring forth at a mere thought, birthing the terrifying killing machine known as Little Sheru. Cell's physique has diminished, yet his strength seems to have been compressed to an extreme degree. The invisible, suffocating sense of oppression has not diminished. Rather, it spreads like a tangible heavy water, weighing down upon the entire core region, as if even the light has thickened and dulled. Standing at the center of the wasteland, his emerald-hued compound eyes slowly survey the desolate scorched earth, now devoid of anything but the remnants of his power. A subtle curve of coldness and absolute control blossoms at the corners of his impossibly perfect lips, reminiscent of an artist gazing upon a flawless canvas awaiting strokes of creation. He gracefully raises his arms, palms facing downwards, his demeanor as elegant as that of a conductor poised to commence the symphony of creation. With a hum, not filled with destruction but imbued with a chilling intent of creation and renewal, his essence radiates outward, expanding as if in a supernova eruption, enveloping an expanse of several kilometers. Under the vast dominion of his psychic field, the earth beneath him transforms from lifeless matter into a pliable clay. The deep, rhythmic rumble of rock grinding and cracking, like the very heartbeat of ancient giants, becomes the sole melody of this land of death. This sound is not chaotic. It embodies a grand sense of order. Massive boulders are precisely cleaved, stripped, and forcefully lifted from the depths of the earth by absolute power. They break free from the shackles of gravity, manipulated by an invisible cosmic hand, like colossal building blocks suspended in the viscous air, slowly rotating, adjusting to the most perfect angles, before crashing down with tremendous force, fitting together with utmost precision. The collision of rock against rock produces a deep, thunderous sound, reminiscent of the primordial heartbeat, stirring minute crystalline dust that, under the absolute constraint of Cell's formidable energy field, cannot soar freely, but obediently adheres to the newly formed structures like a tamed sandstorm. The entire process is efficient and precise, akin to a colossal 3D printer operating at an unimaginable speed. In mere moments, a colossal arena, smooth as a mirror and presenting a neatly arranged chalk-white surface, rises majestically from the barren scorched earth. As observed by the armies peering through telescopes, the platform's edges are sharply defined, exuding an absolute sense of order. Four robust pillars tower at the corners of the platform, equally smooth and pointing towards the heavens, resembling boundary markers that uphold the universe, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty. This immense creation is a seamless entity, resembling a cold chessboard meticulously designed for an ultimate duel. The stark white stone reflects a blinding and frigid light under the scorching sun, amplifying the endless aura of slaughter and foreboding. Cell's figure, like a specter, vanishes and reappears, now firmly planted in the very center of this monumental chessboard. His dark green form stands out sharply against the pale background, solitary yet powerful. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his head slightly raised, as his enigmatic, emerald gaze seemed to penetrate the layers of space, traversing mountains, rivers, and seas, precisely directed towards the distant western capital. Come forth, number 17, Sun Wukong. I await your arrival. He lifted his chin slightly, the cold curve of his lips deepening. His stage had already been forged through miraculous means. The actors of the finale were about to be compelled to take the stage. A storm of destruction was silently gathering beneath this eerie calm, poised to unleash its fury. Regarding the previous lengthy exposition on number 17's training in the Spirit Time House, I felt it was overly verbose. This thought has been persistent over the past few days, prompting me to condense and reissue it during lunch, though it does not affect the progression of the plot. Following this revised publication, It may result in the disappearance of related comments from the adoptive fathers, and for that, I extend my apologies. Additionally, dear adoptive fathers, there will be more updates tonight. I am grateful for your support. Chapter 64, The Lament of Iron. Happy Friday. Additional update. At the distant periphery of the arena, the last vestiges of human civilization had erected a seemingly formidable, yet pathetically fragile steel defense against Sheru. Dozens of camouflaged main battle tanks lay like restless steel behemoths upon the ground, their heavy turrets emitting a dull mechanical whir, while the long barrels, adjusted by fire control computers, produced faint hissing sounds as they aimed squarely at the dark green figure at the center of the arena. In the higher skies, several squadrons of fighter jets buzzed like vigilant swarms, hovering at altitude, their advanced fire control radars having locked onto the ground target. The pilots hovered their fingers over the firing buttons, cold sweat soaking the lining of their flight suits. The infantry, taking cover behind armored vehicles and hastily constructed makeshift shelters, bore expressions marked by youth or weathered experience, their muscles taut, sweat mingling with the dry dust as it trickled down their cheeks, carving trenches upon their skin. Yet none had the time to wipe it away. Their weapons were gripped tightly, knuckles turning a ghostly white from exertion. At this moment, the targeted Sheru sensed the situation. He slowly ascended, landing on a small hill near the arena, prompting the barrels to adjust in unison, re-aiming at him. Countless pairs of eyes, peering through high-powered binoculars or the rubber eyepieces of cold sniper scopes, or through bloodshot, fear-filled eyes, were fixated on the same point. Hearts raced wildly within chests, beating far beyond their limits, as if they might leap from their throats at any moment. On the eerily silent public radio channel, only the heavy, oppressive sound of labored breathing and the hissing noise of unstable currents could be heard, akin to the suffocating calm before a storm. Suddenly, a voice, transformed by extreme tension and fear, shattered the silence like breaking glass. Target confirmed. Coordinates locked. Repeat. The target has appeared. He has ascended. His speed seems slow, as if he is about to move. Requesting fire orders. Repeat. Requesting fire orders. The master of the voice seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand around his throat, each word quivering on the brink of death. Within the makeshift command center, the air was thick with tension. The Supreme Commander fixated intently on the flashing red warning light on the tactical screen, his jaw clenched tightly. His cheek muscles knotted like rock, and his temples throbbing. After a brief silence that felt as though it spanned a century, he abruptly closed his eyes, only to reopen them moments later. Bloodshot eyes were filled with a wild abandon akin to a desperate last stand. And from the depths of his torn throat emerged a hoarse, resolute command, as if it had drained the very essence of his being. The order was like the final turn of a floodgate, igniting the fuse to hell itself. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the deafening roar of cannon fire, capable of rending the earth asunder, erupted like a multitude of gigantic drums simultaneously resounding, violently tearing apart the once quiet sky. Dozens of large-caliber main guns unleashed torrents of searing flames and thick smoke, the tremendous recoil causing the heavy tank's body to jolt backward. The ground trembled violently, reminiscent of a high-intensity earthquake. Armor-piercing shells, high-explosive rounds, and shrapnel shells formed a destructive deluge of steel and gunpowder, tracing lethal arcs of fire in the air, weaving a death net that enveloped the very space where Shala stood and the small hill beneath him with precision and saturation. Following closely, missile positions deployed in the distant valley unleashed their deathly shrieks. Dozens of surface-to-surface missiles and man-portable air defense missiles, trailing long white tails like vengeful serpents ascending to the heavens, soared upward, howling as they joined this relentless, consequence-defying saturation strike. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Smoke and flames instantly consumed everything. Explosive fireballs melded into one, crafting a fleeting sun upon the earth. The shockwave radiated outward like a tangible wall, lifting surrounding dust, rubble, and even lighter debris to soaring heights of several dozen meters. The pitiful little hill visibly shattered, collapsed, and disintegrated under such concentrated firepower, reduced to mere powder. A veritable baptism of steel and flame. The roar of human civilization expending its utmost effort. This terrifying firepower, potent enough to erase an entire modern armored division from the map in an instant, was indiscriminately unleashed upon a solitary individual. The cacophony of explosions persisted for a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. Thick, acrid smoke rose slowly, resembling a colossal mushroom cloud that obscured a patch of the sky. All who had fired their weapons fixated on the still-burning, roiling area of smoke, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. Prayers? Curses? Perhaps their minds had gone blank. The wind, too, seemed to pause at this moment, awaiting the verdict. As the dense smoke was slightly dispersed by the updraft from the explosions and the natural breeze, and as the blinding flames finally dimmed, the scene gradually came into focus. The small hill has utterly vanished, as if it had never existed. Only a vast pit, filled with molten glass-like substances and emitting wisps of smoke, remains in its place. However, hovering approximately 20 meters above this pit, the dark green figure still floats calmly, one hand casually resting on its waist, unchanged from its stance prior to the cataclysmic explosion. It is as though the terrifying blast, capable of annihilating an army, was merely a trivial breeze that failed to disturb even a non-existent strand of hair. Not a speck of dust has sullied its form. Cheru's eerie green gaze remains frigid, akin to the most powerful sniper scope, scanning the distant tanks arranged with childlike precision, exuding the scent of steel and gunpowder. Alongside the soldiers, who, in his perception, are as insignificant as specks of dust behind their iron shields. A hint of disdain curves his lips, for the struggles of these mortals do not even merit the label of drama in his eyes. They are merely an irritating cacophony, akin to noisy insects. I merely wish to prevent your inferior gunpowder and scrap metal from marring the perfect arena I have painstakingly crafted, he murmurs, his voice calm as if articulating a cosmic truth, devoid of anger or excitement, only an impatience towards the disturbances caused by these diminutive beings. But you foolish humans. He pauses slightly, allowing the cold curve of his smile to widen into a cruel and mocking expression. Since you are so eager, it would be remiss of me not to bestow upon you a fitting punishment. Suspended in the low air, bathed in the searing radiation emanating from the molten pit below and the smoke-filled backdrop, Cheru slowly raises his left hand. The motion is elegant and unhurried, as if he were not about to unleash destruction, but rather a maestro raising a conductor's baton. With his palm facing upwards and fingers slightly curved, a palpable wave of ominous energy instantly coalesces. A deep, foreboding purple radiance manifests in his palm, casting an unpredictable light upon his icy visage, resembling a deity wielding the power of annihilation. In the next moment, Cheru's hand sweeps forward dismissively, as if brushing away dust. Whoosh! In an instant, a piercing sound of tearing air erupts, merging into a collective wail that heralds death's arrival. The purple energy, gathered in his palm, detonates into countless orbs the size of fists, each containing energy far surpassing any human weapon. They swarm like a self-aware horde of destruction, transforming into a precise yet frenzied storm of purple energy, enveloping the sky, obscuring the sunlight, and descending upon the expanse of steel fortifications with indiscriminate ferocity. At a velocity that defies the limits of physics, the tank, akin to a colossal steel beast, melted and distorted like butter under high temperatures the instant it came into contact with the energy projectile, subsequently erupting in a violent explosion that transformed it into expanding fireballs. The heavy reactive armor modules and protective linings crumbled before the deluge of purple energy, fragile as parchment, easily torn and perforated, disintegrating into searing droplets of molten metal. The soldiers had no time to emit even a single cry of terror. At the very moment the violet light touched their bodies, be it the resilient bulletproof vests, the firearms in their hands, or their flesh and blood, it all evaporated like snow under the scorching sun, disintegrating at the molecular level, utterly vaporized. There was no pain, no process, only complete, absolute oblivion. Along with their armored vehicles and hastily piled sandbag barricades, they vanished silently, as if they had never existed upon this land. From the moment Cheru raised his hand to the arrival of destruction, everything concluded in the span of a breath, perhaps even shorter. The once formidable defense line, brimming with steel behemoths, soldiers, trenches, and weaponry, human civilization's proud armed forces, was erased from the map as if by an invisible eraser. Cheru hovered in place, gradually retracting his hand, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. His emerald gaze did not even cast a glance at the desolation, as if it had never warranted his attention. His stage required absolute cleanliness. Now, all was quiet. Chapter 65. Metamorphosis. In the bustling streets of Shidu, throngs of people flowed like a river, and the cacophony of the city resembled an eternal background score. In a corner by the street, number 17 casually leaned against the glass window of an upscale dessert shop, observing number 18 inside, eagerly selecting her dessert, while number 16 stood silently by her side like a guardian, indifferent to the sweet temptations surrounding them. Suddenly, number 17's honed sense of perception, akin to a radar triggered by a signal, sharply heightened his brow. He distinctly sensed a sudden surge of destructive energy waves emanating from the southeast direction, approximately near the foothills of Mount Fuji. The essence of this energy was cold and violent. It was unmistakably Sheru. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but was quickly replaced by an understanding of its origin. There was only his energy being unleashed, no other formidable forces to contend with. It seemed he found the terrain unsatisfactory and took it upon himself to construct a stage. This realization, however, revealed a misjudgment on number 17's part, based on his own perceptions. For in the original narrative, Sheru also utilized his powers to erect that iconic arena, leading number 17's subconscious to assume that this world Sheru would naturally do the same. Number 17 and number 18 both sensed the momentary wave. She emerged holding a freshly acquired strawberry parfait, her icy blue eyes searching his with a hint of inquiry, confirming, "Is that Sheru's energy?" The intensity of that energy wave was extraordinary. "Should we head over immediately?" Despite her efforts to maintain a calm demeanor, the slight furrowing of her elegant brows and the unconscious fidgeting of her fingertips against her arm betrayed the turbulence within her soul. The presence of Cell loomed over all those privy to the truth, akin to the sword of Damocles. There was no rush. Number 17's tone was relaxed, as if casually discussing which CAF to frequent for the afternoon, with ample time remaining before noon. The scheduled game was set for the following day. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if his gaze could penetrate the towering edifices and discern the events unfolding at the foot of Mount Fuji. The main act had yet to commence. How could one take the stage prematurely, dampening the spirits of the supporting cast and audience? That would be quite impolite. Indeed, he possessed an absolute strength formidable enough to confront Cell in this moment, even to emerge victorious. This power was forged through the relentless trials endured in the time chamber over the course of a year. Yet, this was not the essence of his pursuit for strength. His exhaustive training, striving to transcend limits, was not driven by the desire to be anyone's savior, nor merely to vanquish a specific adversary. These were but necessary means and processes toward achieving his ultimate goal. What he sought, from the very beginning, was the autonomy to govern his own fate. In this bizarre, captivating world brimming with infinite possibilities for exploration, he yearned for the freedom to wander, to experience, to witness everything without succumbing to any threats, following his own will. Since Cell's current objective seemed merely to indulge in a self-conceived game, wishing to observe the struggles of human champions as they displayed despair and panic before him, it did not pose an immediate threat to the survival of Earth. More specifically, it did not endanger those he regarded as kin and allies, number 18 and number 16. Thus he was content to remain a detached observer. Fate had serendipitously brought him to this world, number 17 mused. With a sense of eager anticipation akin to collecting rare treasures, it would be dreadfully uninteresting not to witness the classic scenes destined to be etched in history. Those iconic moments from the original tale. After all, the price of admission had been paid with a year of arduous training. His gaze seemed to transcend time, foreseeing the fierce battles about to unfold in the stark arena of the future. Furthermore, the existence of the 7 Dragon Balls, capable of granting nearly any wish, endowed him with substantial strategic depth and margin for error. Recovery post-battle, urban reconstruction, casualties. Merely a matter of making a wish to the eternal dragon. Simple and efficient. He pondered idly, yet a thought flickered through his mind. If number 16 were to tragically fall one day, he would need to be quite clear when making his wish. If they followed the precedent set in the original story, when Krillin and others wished for the resurrection of all those slain by Cell, they might not have realized that number 16, being a robot, would not be revived. At this thought, number 17 cast a peculiar glance at number 16. It would be quite the spectacle if, after their fervent cries, everyone returned to life, yet number 16 remained a mere collection of parts. In the ethereal realm of the divine palace, suspended above the tumultuous sea of the mortal world, Tranquility and the gentle caress of sunlight reigned supreme, seemingly untouched by the chaos and dread below. Yet, behind the wooden door of the spirit time room, which symbolized the shackles of time, moments raced by like a galloping steed, at a pace unimaginable to the outside world. With a creak, the ancient door swung open once more. Emerging from the strange, distorted play of light and shadow was a figure, tall and regal as a pine tree. Golden hair, akin to flames, stood defiantly upright, each strand distinct yet harmoniously embodying a composed rhythm. His eyes, transformed into a deep emerald green, exuded calmness, as if they could pierce through illusions. The contours of his physique were fluid and flawless, embodying a latent, terrifying power rather than explosive strength. It was none other than Sun Wukong. Following closely was his son, Sun Gohan, whose stature barely reached his father's waist. Sporting similarly striking golden hair, his youthful visage bore an unexpected resolve, maturity, and a hint of sharpness forged through trials. What was most astonishing was that both father and son retained the form of Super Saiyan 1, yet the signature aura, once a wild conflagration of golden flames, now appeared subdued and contained. This was not a sign of waning strength or inability to maintain power. Rather, it was replaced by a deeper, more restrained mastery. Their presence was like a finely tempered alloy, highly concentrated and unified, resembling ordinary individuals. This perfect control over the once tumultuous Super Saiyan energy silently proclaimed their remarkable ascent to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1's full power. They had even approached, if not grazed, the threshold of a higher echelon of power. While only a day had passed outside, an entire year unfolded within the confines of the spirit time room. The harsh environment within, akin to a crucible, had forged their strength and will to unprecedented heights. Wukong, Gohan, at last, you have emerged, exclaimed Krillin, who could no longer contain his excitement, stepping forward with eagerness and curiosity etched across his face. He, along with Tien, Yamcha, and other warriors, had arrived at the Divine Palace alongside Sun Wukong the day before. However, due to the nearly stringent rules of the time room, which permitted only 2 entrants at a time, they could do nothing but wait in this sacred space, anxiously adjusting their own states, each moment stretching into an eternity. Piccolo's piercing green eyes, reminiscent of a hawk, had been fixated on the duo since the moment the door opened. Particularly drawn to Gohan's dazzling golden hair and the profoundly restrained, yet formidable aura he emanated. Shock, disbelief, and a complex mix of emotions surged through his tall frame like a tangible current. Chapter 66. Wukong's Actions. Happy Saturday, old son, your state. His voice was low and hoarse, imbued with an unmistakable tremor. And Gohan, you have also successfully transcended, mastering the power of the Super Saiyan to such an extent. He could distinctly sense that Gohan's aura at this moment was so refined that it surpassed that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, reaching a realm beyond his comprehension. Haha, indeed. Piccolo, Sun Wukong replied with a hearty laugh, instinctively raising his hand to scratch the back of his head. The somewhat foolish gesture contrasted and harmonized splendidly with the masterful aura he exuded. The days in the hyperbolic time chamber were truly arduous, yet the results are astonishing. Gohan, this child, is remarkably impressive, even stronger and more diligent than I had imagined. His gaze fell upon his son, brimming with unabashed pride and satisfaction. Feeling the intensity of Piccolo's gaze, Gohan became somewhat bashful, lowering his head shyly. He instinctively mimicked his father's gesture, scratching the back of his head. His tone respectful and sincere. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Without my father's meticulous guidance and your unwavering strict training and protection, I could never have achieved this. In his heart, Gohan held the deepest respect for Piccolo, once a formidable adversary, now a stern teacher and guardian. Piccolo's eyes lingered on the restrained yet overwhelmingly powerful aura of the Wukong father and son, his inner shock difficult to quell. This hyperbolic time chamber, he murmured, as if reassessing the wonders of this world. Does it truly possess such incredible power? As a genius from Namek, Piccolo was not only Sun Wukong's lifelong rival, second only to Prince Vegeta, but also his most significant ally. His pursuit of strength was equally obsessive and pure. Time and again, he had turned the tide in dire situations concerning the fate of Earth, consistently ranking among the pinnacle of warriors. At this moment, feeling the suffocating magnitude of progress from Wukong and his son, a fierce sense of urgency and a competitive spirit surged within him, A primal desire to grow stronger in order to confront impending crises burned wildly in his chest. Then I shall enter as well, everyone, Piccolo declared, no longer hesitating. With succinct resolve, he transformed into a green whirlwind, charging decisively through the recently closed wooden door of the time chamber, without waiting for companions to join him. Hey, Piccolo, wait for me. Krillin, witnessing Piccolo's urgency and decisiveness, quickly called out to Tien, Yamcha, and the others still present, his face alight with eager excitement. I'm going in too, everyone. Prepare to witness our transformation when we emerge. He did not wish to fall behind, and with that, he swiftly followed Piccolo, disappearing into the strange light, as the heavy door closed once more. As he observed the two individuals entering one after another, Sun Wukong turned to his son and gently inquired, Gohan, over the next few days, would you prefer to return home to reassure your mother, or would you rather stay here and continue training with everyone? Without hesitation, Gohan's small face revealed a warm, yet somewhat resigned smile. Well, Dad, I think I will stay here with everyone. He paused, lowering his voice slightly, tinged with youthful awkwardness. If I were to go home now, Mom would undoubtedly be extremely worried, and she would surely devise every possible way to keep me at home, never allowing me to participate in such perilous matters again. In his mind, the vivid image of his mother, Chi-Chi, wielding a book and a spatula, simultaneously anxious and angry, imploring him with heartfelt words, perhaps even with tears in her eyes, to focus on his studies rather than engage in dangerous fights, played out clearly. Haha, that's just how Chi-Chi is. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong burst into hearty laughter, his amusement laced with a palpable awkwardness and a profound respect for his wife's unwavering convictions. As a husband, he was acutely aware of Chi-Chi's persistence. He could vividly foresee that scene. Chi-Chi would not only cling tightly to Gohan, but would also undoubtedly unleash a tempest of scolding upon him. Her husband who only knew how to fight, with an intensity and duration that could rival even Frieza's death beams. Very well, then. You shall remain in the heavenly temple for the next few days, training and honing your newfound power alongside Tien and Yamcha. Sun Wukong patted his son's still slender shoulder, his tone growing serious. His gaze swept over Tien, Yamcha, and the others waiting nearby, as he stated gravely, I intend to set off immediately to gather the Dragon Balls scattered across the world. Their existence may serve as our ultimate safeguard against Cell, a crucial contingency. His voice was steady and imbued with foresight, reflecting the wisdom gained through hardship. With that, Sun Wukong tarried no longer. He raised his left hand, his index and middle fingers converging into a pointed gesture, firmly placing them against his forehead. His unparalleled perception radiated outward like invisible ripples, centered on the heavenly temple, traversing mountains and rivers to precisely capture the familiar energy signature of Bulma back home in West City. With a barely audible sound of air parting, Sun Wukong's figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind a subtle energy ripple in the air as evidence of his existence. Instantaneous movement had become second nature to him. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation estate, the afternoon sun generously bathed the meticulously manicured expanse of the vast lawn, illuminating it with a brilliant sheen. The air was filled with the refreshing scents of grass and earth. Beside the lawn stood a strikingly futuristic silver hemispherical building, an intensive gravity training room, appearing as if it had fallen from the heavens, blending in a remarkable harmony with the surrounding elegant natural landscape. The maintenance hatch on the side of the gravity chamber stood ajar, revealing a labyrinthine array of intricate mechanical structures and flickering energy conduits within. Bulma, clad in a grease-stained whitework suit, had her light blue hair haphazardly tied back, with a few strands cascading down her focused cheeks, together with her father, Dr. Brief, who perpetually clutched an antique pipe and sported a disheveled hairstyle reminiscent of a recent electric shock. His white lab coat doing little to convey seriousness. They were engrossed in a new round of upgrades and adjustments to a core energy regulator of the gravity chamber. If we enhance this conductivity by another 5%, theoretically, we could support a greater intensity of instantaneous gravitational fluctuations, right, Dad? Bulma spoke without lifting her gaze, deftly maneuvering a precision screwdriver over a complex circuit board. Quite right, Dr. Brief replied cheerfully, the smoke from his pipe curling upwards. But the heat dissipation module must keep pace, or else it'll puff smoke like a toaster. As he spoke, his laser welder precisely struck a minuscule contact point, unleashing a small burst of dazzling blue sparks. At that very moment, as if summoned by instant transmission, Son Goku materialized within Bulma's family courtyard, just a few blocks away. In the most upscale shopping center of West City, number 17 was being eagerly dragged by number 18, forced into the role of a human clothes hanger. He maintained a slightly languid demeanor but paused momentarily, his handsome yet perpetually aloof face revealing a fleeting glimmer deep within his icy blue eyes, akin to a pebble disturbing the stillness of a tranquil lake. A powerful and familiar aura abruptly entered his perceptual range. It was unmistakably Son Goku. In that direction lies Capsule Corporation, Bulma's home, number 17 mused, as his gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of buildings toward the east. A knowing smile graced his lips as he whispered to himself, Goku, appearing there at this juncture, is likely retrieving the Dragon Radar, the essential tool for seeking the Dragon Balls. Preparing for the imminent resurrection segment, perhaps? Well, let it be. His heart remained untroubled, even tinged with a hint of boredom. The fate of the world, the hero's tribulations, the preordained destiny, all seemed trivial compared to the exaggeratedly designed shirt that number 18 was now offering him. Resigned, he accepted the shirt, continuing on this drawn-out and extravagant urban shopping spree. Chapter 67. The final day, a special update for the fathers, Bulma. Doctor. Greetings. Son Goku's eternally vibrant voice suddenly shattered the tranquility of the courtyard, interrupting the hum of mechanical operations. Oh, is that you, Goku? Doctor. Brief was the first to react, leisurely turning around, removing his pipe from his mouth, and wearing that ever-optimistic and benevolent smile. As if no problem in the world was worthy of a frown. What a rare guest. What brings you here today? Are you hungry? The kitchen had just produced a fresh cake. Bulma, however, did not immediately cease her meticulous task. Without lifting her gaze, she retorted with a playful familiarity. Indeed, Goku. Quite the rare visitor. Shouldn't you be training with them at the Heavenly Temple? Haha. Unfazed by the jest, Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head in habitual fashion and directly stated his purpose. The training has just concluded. I came to borrow the Dragon Ball radar. It's rather urgent. The Dragon Ball radar? Bulma finally paused her work, straightened up, and wiped the sweat from her brow with the back of her oil-stained hand. A pensive look crossing her face. Let me think. Her eyes roamed the cluttered workbench before settling on a nearby metal table piled high with blueprints and components. Ah, it should be in that most chaotic drawer. Go ahead and rummage through it. My hands are all greasy at the moment. All right, Sun Wukong replied, his movements brisk as he strode over and yanked open the nearly disassembled drawer. Beneath a pile of screws, circuit boards, and small mechanical parts lay the sleek silver Dragon Ball radar, its striking green screen quietly resting there, as if a forgotten treasure by its owner. Found it. Thank you, Bulma, Doctor, he exclaimed, holding up the pivotal device that held the future hope of Earth, his face illuminating with a radiant smile. I have pressing matters, so I must take my leave. Goodbye. Are you leaving already? Won't you stay for a cup of coffee? Dr. Brief's cheerful, yet slightly regretful voice echoed behind him, as he even raised an imaginary coffee cup to the air. Next time for sure, Doctor, Sun Wukong called back, his figure already becoming faint and translucent as he initiated his instant transmission. With a soft whoosh, barely audible, the courtyard was once again left with only Bulma and her daughter. Bulma gazed at the empty yard, shrugged in resignation, and donned her goggles anew, returning her focus to the adjustment of the core component of her gravity chamber. Dr. Brief, with a jovial demeanor, resumed puffing on his pipe, muttering to the air. Such an impatient child. But boundless energy is a good thing indeed. It was as if all that had transpired was merely an inconsequential, yet harmonious interlude in the afternoon of West City. Days passed, like the ceaseless flowing clouds outside the Heavenly Temple, silently, yet resolutely racing by. Each day felt akin to tearing away a heavy page from the final countdown calendar. Within this fleeting span of 6 days, Sun Wukong's figure flashed across the vast expanse of Earth like a tireless bolt of golden lightning, appearing, disappearing, and reappearing. With the unparalleled precision of the Dragon Ball radar crafted by Bulma and the convenience of instant transmission, an almost divine skill, his footprints traversed the most hidden and perilous corners of the planet. He ventured deep into the heart of the tropical rainforest, a realm seldom traversed by human feet, where venomous creatures and ferocious beasts roamed freely, and the dense foliage nearly obscured every ray of sunlight. He plunged into the shadowy depths of the oceanic canyons, where the frigid currents surged silently. He even soared above the polar ice caps, perpetually cloaked in thick layers of ice, seeking that faint and unique energy signal amidst the pure white expanse. Although the entire collection process lacked any breathtaking battles, it was far from a smooth journey. The immense power of nature, the treacherous environment, and some unexpected old acquaintances posed minor obstacles. Most amusingly, Sun Wukong unexpectedly encountered an old friend from his childhood, the world's foremost assassin, Tao Pai Pai. At this moment, Tao Pai Pai, due to some unforeseen circumstances, had undergone partial bodily transformation and now existed in a half-cybernetic form. Time seemed to have left little trace on him. However, his prowess had stagnated, rendering him woefully inadequate for the current era. He stubbornly continued his old profession as an assassin. After a day spent indulging in unlocking puzzle games, Sun Wukong successfully obtained several Dragon Balls from them. For the present-day Sun Wukong, these encounters were merely trivial interludes, laced with a hint of jest, that failed to elicit any serious response from him. The 7 orbs, imbued with the power of the dragon and shimmering with an orange glow, symbolizing infinite possibilities and hope, were retrieved one by one and carefully stored in his pocket. Each orb seemed to add a precious layer of security to the weighty future ahead. During this time, the heavy, ancient wooden door of the Room of Spirit and Time opened several times, resembling a mysterious maw that exhaled the essence of the powerful. First to emerge was Piccolo. His aura had become more profound and reserved. His green skin gleamed with an indomitable hardness under the temple's light, and his gaze was sharp, slicing through the air with an intensity that felt palpable. He spoke little, merely nodding slightly to the waiting Tien and Yamcha before silently moving to the edge of the temple, where he sat cross-legged in midair. Instantly entering a deeper state of meditation and energy integration, his aura resonating faintly with the ancient energy field of the temple itself. Next came Krillin. A confident and composed smile adorned his face. Although still diminutive in stature, his demeanor had transformed remarkably, with glimmers of sharper combat intelligence flashing in his eyes. A year of rigorous training had elevated his microscopic control over ki to a new realm, and his understanding and application of techniques had become increasingly refined. Particularly his signature move, the Qianzhen, which now boasted enhanced speed, sharpness, and stealth, evolving into a truly lethal threat to formidable foes. Subsequently, Tien and Yamcha also emerged from their training. Tien's broad forehead shone with brilliance from his third eye, his muscles rippling, and his energy was as robust and heavy as a mountain, indicating that he had focused his training this past year on the ultimate explosion of strength and an increase in overall ki capacity. A more condensed and ferocious prototype of the new energy cannon seems to be continuously evolving within his formidable consciousness, brewing and yearning to emerge. Yamcha appears more robust and upright, his aura as nimble as the wind, with the frivolity and impulsiveness of his past diminished, replaced by a newfound resolve and decisiveness forged through trials. It seems he has discovered a new breakthrough on his path, pursuing the absolute limits of speed and the subsequent variations of his unique technique, the Wolf Fang Fist, his movements imbued with a wild yet elegant ferocity. A year of grueling, hellish training has bestowed upon these most loyal guardians of Earth a profound transformation, granting them immense power and a spiritual rebirth. In the days following their emergence, the once solemn and tranquil Temple of the Gods has transformed into a vibrant and fervent open-air training ground, filled with energy and vitality. The warriors seized the final moments to familiarize themselves with their surging powers, sparring with newly comprehended techniques and exchanging insights from their training. Shouts, explosive energy bursts, and the resonant hum of colliding forces create a cacophony of sound. When Sun Wukong reappears instantaneously at the Temple of the Gods, bearing the 7 Dragon Balls that hold the hopes of Earth, he is greeted by a scene brimming with vigor and strength. The last rays of the setting sun cascade like molten gold, bathing the temple platform in a warm crimson hue. The silhouettes of his comrades flicker in the interplay of light and shadow, sweat glistening as they unleash their energies. Vibrant auras slicing through the air, mingling with the intense heat generated from their fierce clashes. In each gaze lies an unwavering desire for a stronger realm. Sun Wukong quietly surveys this group, who, under the oppressive shadow of despair, have not only withstood the pressure, but have instead ignited a fervent fighting spirit, continually surpassing their limits. A genuine smile of satisfaction and indomitable fighting spirit spreads across his face. The ominous cloud of the Cell Games still looms heavily in the hearts of everyone. Yet the 10 days of honing and gathering at the Temple of the Gods have solidified a robust and powerful foundation for the impending final battle. This once solemn temple has now become a crucible of hope and strength, awaiting the day of ultimate trial. Chapter 68. The Plight of All Beings. Additional update. The Day of Reckoning, like the sword of Damocles hanging overhead, has finally descended with a heavy weight. Upon the platform of the Temple of the Gods, the early morning light struggles to dispel the gravity that clings to the hearts of all present. Sun Wukong surveys his assembled companions, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Gohan, and Trunks, detecting in their eyes both determination and a hint of undeniable anxiety. His keen gaze scans the area, noting one conspicuous absence. Where's Vegeta? He went ahead alone. Piccolo explains in a deep voice, his green visage as inscrutable as a still pond, revealing no ripples save for the sharpness in his eyes, which betrays an understanding of the Scion Prince's solitary nature. Is that so? Sun Wukong responds with his trademark hearty smile, tinged with a hint of admiration. He hadn't anticipated Vegeta to possess such confidence. It seems his strength must have undergone a remarkable enhancement. After the group took turns using the Spirit Time Room, Vegeta once again entered the temporal confinement alone, embarking on his second, far more arduous training session. The Vegeta of today, undoubtedly, possesses strength that far surpasses his former self. Beneath his arrogance lies an almost obsessive pursuit of power that fuels his confidence. However, his optimistic conjectures failed to resonate with his companions. On the contrary, the somber expressions on the warriors' faces grew increasingly heavy, the atmosphere oppressive like the stillness before a tempest, with an invisible anxiety permeating the air. What is wrong with you all? Goku inquired, his brow furrowed as he observed the tense faces and rigid bodies of his comrades, each appearing utterly deflated. Are you too anxious? Relax. After a brief silence, Krillin inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly as he posed the question everyone had to confront. Goku. There really isn't much time left. This battle, none of us can evade it. But can the Dragon Balls truly bring back to life everyone who was slain by Cell with just one wish? The last few words escaped him in a near whisper, as though speaking louder might disturb something. Absolutely, Goku replied without hesitation, his gaze clear and resolute, embodying an unwavering faith in the dragon's power, undeniable and potent. That is reassuring. Truly reassuring. Just like after the battle on Namek. This is wonderful. Krillin exhaled a long-held breath, as if releasing a burden weighing 1,000 pounds. His face regaining a hint of color. The taut nerves of Tien, Yamcha, and the others behind him seemed to ease slightly in response to this unequivocal affirmation. Though fear lingered, at least there was a final safeguard in place. All right, Goku declared, revitalized by the moment, a golden aura subtly manifesting around him, though not fully unleashed. It dispelled the surrounding gloom. We can't delay. Midnight is approaching. Let us go. The destination was set, the chosen arena at the foot of Mount Fuji. At the foot of Mount Fuji, the sky no longer bore its azure hue. It resembled a solid block of lead, heavy enough to make each breath feel laborious. Deep purple clouds hung like vast, blood-soaked cotton, layered and oppressive, blocking out sunlight and casting a dim, yellow glow upon the desolate earth. At the center of the wasteland stood a colossal, sharply edged gray-white square arena, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the eerie light of the heavens. Reminiscent of an ancient altar awaiting sacrifice, exuding an aura of foreboding and silence. In the center of the arena, Cell stood tall, maintaining his perfectly honed perfect form. His deep green biological exoskeleton refracted a metallic coldness under the dim light. The purple energy patterns on his surface pulsed rhythmically, each throb tightening the thick, oppressive air around him. With arms crossed and a hint of a cold, playful smile at the corner of his mouth, he awaited the arrival of the protagonists, embodying the essence of a master orchestrating the stage. Dear audience, the anticipated commencement of this game, which bears the fate of our planet, is less than 20 minutes away. On a nearby hill, a reporter with meticulously groomed mustaches upon his pale, paper-like lips clutches a microphone with trembling hands, striving to maintain composure as he delivers a live broadcast. Beside him stands a cameraman, equally ashen-faced, his arms quivering under the weight of the camera. It appears that only these two intrepid journalists, devoted to their profession, remain on this battlefield. The other media personnel, who had followed the convoy of Mr. Satan in hopes of capturing a sensational story, vanished the moment Shalu effortlessly obliterated the army, showcasing his godlike power. After all, the job belongs to the employer. The bonuses belong to others, but one's life is solely one's own. A vigilant worker, Shalu stands immobile at the center of the ring, while the heroic Mr. Satan, who had vowed to personally defeat him, has yet to arrive. The reporter's voice quivers with emotion, nearly faltering. Just then, a ferocious roar of an engine approaches, violently shattering the heavy silence and stirring clouds of dust. A black, elongated limousine screeches to a halt beneath the arena, narrowly avoiding a crash. The car door bursts open. Clad in his signature white cape and burgundy karate attire, Mr. Satan leaps from the vehicle with an agility he perceives as impressive. He immediately locks eyes with the operational camera on the hill, raising his arms high, flashing a smile brimming with confidence, as if victory were already assured. His pearly whites gleaming under the dim light. With resolute strides, he approaches the ring. What a mere nuisance. Shalu can hardly be bothered to glance at him, sensing the opponent's presence as insignificant as dust, evoking a profound disdain akin to a dragon hearing the buzz of a mosquito. Mr. Satan, oblivious to the contempt, warmly beckons the two terrified journalists and the cameraman closer for a close-up. He then boldly declares into the camera with a resounding voice, to all the viewers across the globe, "Fear not. Leave this creature named Shalu to me. Witness how I, Mr. Satan, shall vanquish him here with these invincible iron fists. Justice shall prevail. Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan." His valiant proclamation reverberates through the solitary live broadcast signal, reaching countless corners of the world. Countless souls, awaiting before their screens and praying in despair, grasp this last thread of hope, erupting into a fervent chorus of cheers and shouts, as if they have witnessed the arrival of their savior. Far away, Akame House, Master Roshi, clad in a green tank top, watches this absurd yet tragic scene unfold on television. As he beheld the audacious provocations of Mr. Satan on the screen, he could not help but let out a sigh, removing his sunglasses to wipe them clean, and murmured under his breath, "Alas! If this foolish jester were to be slain by Cell shortly, it would spare humanity some embarrassment." However, regardless of Mr. Satan's fervent verbal taunts and exaggerated gestures, Cell stood resolutely at the center of the arena, as immovable as a mountain, the icy smirk at the corner of his mouth unwavering. In West City, the appointed time had arrived. "Number 17, it is time for us to depart," spoke Number 16, his demeanor as steady as a rock. "As the crimson electronic, I precisely announced the hour." "Is that so?" Number 17, languidly sunk into the couch, slowly rose, as if awakening from a midday slumber. Yet, his ice-blue eyes sharpened, an unparalleled perception sweeping across the distant skyline like an invisible radar wave. "Indeed, I sense them. Sun Wukong and the others have set forth and are swiftly approaching the base of Mount Fuji." Number 18, seated beside him, set down her magazine, her ice-blue gaze betraying a rare flicker of concern. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Do you truly possess absolute confidence? The aura of that cell feels even more unfathomable than before." "Do not worry," Number 17 replied, standing and stretching his neck, a serene and unwavering smile gracing his face. The rigorous training in the room of spirit and time was not in vain. "Let us go." With that, the trio's figures shimmered momentarily, akin to phantoms, as they shot forth from the expansive balcony, transforming into three slender beams of light, piercing the heavens at a speed beyond the grasp of the naked eye, leaving the curtains in the living room to sway gently, lonely in the wake of their departure. Chapter 69. The commencement of the arena on the plains at the foothills of Mount Fuji, amidst the desolate earth shrouded in ominous clouds. Mr. Satan and the trembling reporter continued their farcical antics, desperately attempting to fill the desolate atmosphere with their exaggerated bravado. Suddenly, the ever-still Cell, with eyes closed like a stone statue, abruptly opened his emerald gaze. A chilling brilliance erupted forth, as tangible as the energy itself. He sharply raised his head, his piercing gaze slicing through the clouds, locking onto the distant horizon. An aggressive, domineering energy, imbued with the unique essence of the Science, was rapidly approaching. "Vegeta, is it?" Cell's voice resonated deep and magnetic, laced with a hint of amusement and anticipation at finally encountering a worthy opponent. At last, a contender who piques my interest. Let us hope he is not as tedious as those heaps of scrap metal. Suddenly, an unusual host appeared, astonished as he witnessed a figure descending like a meteor, tearing through the sky with an alarming aura, defying gravity as it crashed heavily onto the vacant ground on the opposite side of the arena, stirring up a wave of air. Is he flying down? This phenomenon, entirely beyond the realm of reason, left him momentarily speechless, his mind unable to process the extraordinary sight. Merely a sophisticated illusion and a mere trick of wires. Such petty antics are all too familiar to me. Mr. Satan crossed his arms, maintaining an unwavering, almost blind confidence. Any phenomenon that his barren imagination could not fathom would be swiftly dismissed as mere deception. The host, summoning his courage, trembled as he raised the microphone and approached the ominous figure of Vegeta. Excuse me, sir, are you here to compete? If you are merely here to spectate, I implore you to leave at once. It is truly perilous here. Get lost, you insignificant fool. The haughty Scion Prince, Vegeta, did not even spare a glance. His frigid words cut through the air like an invisible blade, instantly severing the host's courage. Approach me again, and you'll regret it. His entire focus, eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle and pride, was firmly locked onto the dark green figure at the center of the arena, his singular objective. The reporter, terrified, retreated hastily, scrambling back behind Mr. Satan, his voice trembling. Oh dear, it seems we have a rather unhinged and dangerous individual. Overestimating oneself. Such a charlatan will only be a hindrance. Mr. Satan scoffed, attempting to reclaim control of the situation. All right, dear audience. The reporter forcefully redirected attention, addressing the camera, his voice sharp with a mix of exhilaration and fear. We are merely 5 minutes away from the official commencement of the Cell Games. This ultimate showdown that will determine the fate of Earth is about to unfold. Simultaneously, Cell sensed an even more formidable presence approaching rapidly from afar, his smirk widening with intrigue. Finally arrived, Goku, do not disappoint me. He slowly turned toward the sky. Brilliant beams of light, each a different hue, sliced through the oppressive gray sky like swords of hope, charging forward with an indomitable momentum. There it is, the arena. Krillin called out, his voice laced with tension. All right, let us go. Goku commanded, retracting his blazing golden aura, his form plummeting toward the edge of the arena like a precisely guided meteor. With a series of steady thuds, Goku led the way, followed by Trunks, Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha, their figures landing firmly on the cold, solid ground of the arena's edge like unyielding boulders. Goku's golden aura dissipated in an instant, yet his eyes remained calm and sharp, as if harboring a tempest within. The warriors behind him bore solemn expressions, their energy contained, forged through the trials of the hyperbolic time chamber, forming an invisible and resilient barrier. Goku's gaze, steady as a deep pool, swept across the arena before settling on Cell, who radiated an overwhelming aura of malevolence at the center. This was his first encounter with the fully formed Cell. Previously, when Cell had absorbed Android 13, he was tormented by viral cardiomyopathy, confined to his bed, feebly sensing the rise of that despairing aura. Goku, what a pleasure to meet you. Cell's voice carried a hint of amusement. The data input by Dr. Geros had allowed him to instantly recognize this fated adversary. Where are androids 17 and 18? Krillin anxiously scanned the surroundings, his palms clammy with sweat, his heart nearly lodged in his throat. As an essential core strength against Cell, the absence of androids 17, 18, and 16 at this critical moment would severely diminish their chances of victory, relying solely on their current numbers. The collective arrival of the warriors immediately captivated the attention of the lone camera still functioning on the scene. It seems like they all flew here, right? The host mumbled in bewilderment, grappling with the series of phenomena that defied the laws of physics, which shattered his worldview. Perhaps this is just a trendy form of mass misdirection? Mr. Satan, though equally dumbfounded, desperately clung to his crumbling fortress of common sense, his inner turmoil masked by a fade of bravado. Feeling overshadowed, he hastily leaped to the center of the stage, feigning nonchalance as he began to untie the iconic white cloak draped over his shoulders. He assumed a fighting stance, seemingly preparing to launch an attack on the immobile Cell. Just as this absurd yet breathless moment unfolded, a sudden blaring horn echoed from the sky, abruptly interrupting the awkward scene. Buzzing, as the sound of propellers filled the air, Everyone instinctively looked up. A garishly painted, flamboyant pink dual-propeller helicopter clumsily hovered above the arena. The earlier blaring noise had evidently emanated from this very helicopter. Who could that be? What is going on? Krillin scratched his bald head, intrigued by the incongruous aircraft. Unlike the others, Mr. Satan, upon spotting the familiar helicopter, displayed a knowing yet slightly exasperated expression, as if to say, "Finally, they have arrived. What impeccable timing." The vibrant pink helicopter, utterly at odds with the battlefield's grim atmosphere, descended with a thunderous roar, wobbling as it approached the ground. Just a meter above the arena floor, the cabin door was violently swung open, revealing 3 indistinct figures jostling at the entrance. The first to leap down was a man with an ostentatious demeanor. His meticulously styled hair cascaded like a golden waterfall, and he sported a flamboyant red rose clutched between his lips. Dressed in a pure white, form-fitting battle suit adorned with a golden rose embroidery on his chest. His trousers were so sharply creased they seemed capable of inflicting harm. As he landed, he strikingly knelt on one knee, the rose still firmly held in his mouth. Following closely behind was a rotund man, resembling a spherical figure clad in peculiar armor. He donned a dark metallic helmet adorned with sharp protrusions, while his face was partially obscured by a mask reminiscent of a gas mask, revealing only a pair of small eyes. His upper body was encased in dark metallic armor embellished with purple trim, complemented by a form-fitting purple bodysuit that accentuated his ample physique. His legs were robust, and he wore dark combat boots intricately laced with white straps. Upon landing, he produced a resounding thud, causing the arena to tremble slightly. What followed was a spectacle that left onlookers astounded. Once the rotund man steadied himself, he immediately turned towards the hatch, arms outstretched in an embrace. A woman with cascading orange waves of hair, clad in a vibrant pink bodysuit and possessing an alluring figure, giggled as she leaped into his arms, landing perfectly and spinning around before touching down, transforming what should have been a life-and-death arena into a scene reminiscent of a star-studded showcase. Now, before Mr. Satan, 3 mysterious figures appeared. Who could they be? This peculiar entrance, this astonishing appearance. The dedicated host, despite an overwhelming urge to scoff, strained his voice to interpret the absurdity unfolding before him. Upon hearing his words, the blond man and the rotund figure seemed to receive an unspoken cue, swiftly striking an odd pose and declaring in unison, "We are disciples of Mr. Satan." The blond man flourished a rose, winking at the camera. "I am the wind itself, the world's most beautiful man, the Tempest Coroni." Meanwhile, the rotund man struggled to showcase his nearly invisible biceps, bellowing, "I am the embodiment of strength, the world's strongest man, the mighty Paloki." Witnessing this ludicrous self-introduction and appearance, the likes of Krillin and Yamcha at the edge of the ring were left utterly dumbfounded, their faces twitching as if their minds had been forcibly inundated with incomprehensible nonsense. Even the usually composed Piccolo furrowed his brow in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the television in Turtle Hermit's home, Master Roshi exclaimed, "More masters?" If number 17 were here, with his sharp tongue and outsider's perspective, he would surely point at Coroni and Paloki, mocking, "Who says Gohan adopted his masked scion superhero persona due to the aesthetic influence of the Ginyu Force on Namek? Could it not be attributed to these 2 clowns instead?" Alas, number 17 missed this rare opportunity for a scathing critique. At that moment, the orange-haired woman produced a microphone from seemingly nowhere, swaying her hips as she approached Satan, sweetly introducing, "These 2 are the most formidable and handsome warriors, personally trained by the world's strongest fighter, Mr. Satan." She cast a flirtatious glance at Satan, adding, "And I am none other than the number 1 beauty manager, Bisha, who discovers and supports them, embodying both wisdom and beauty." She then blew a kiss to the camera. "Master." The Tempest Coroni elegantly gestured towards the center of the ring, where the ever-unmoved Cell remained, uninterested in their antics. He turned to Mr. Satan, speaking in a tone suggesting he wished to alleviate any burden, stating that dealing with a third-rate character like Cell did not require Mr. Satan's personal involvement. Such an act would tarnish your invincible iron fist. Indeed, the formidable Paloki pounded his robust chest with fervor, producing a resonant thud, echoing his confidence beneath the mask. "Together, we could swiftly dispatch him with just a few strikes." Upon hearing the heartfelt pleas of his 2 disciples, Mr. Satan stroked his chin, genuinely contemplating the matter. To personally deal with such an inconsequential figure would indeed be a waste of my talents, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It would be beneath my dignity. With a grand gesture, he made a sagacious decision. Very well. I shall leave it to you two. Let the world witness the prowess of my satanic martial arts. Show no mercy. With that, Mr. Satan donned an expression of busyness and strength, turning to stride confidently off the stage, leaving the arena to his esteemed pupils. Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear that? The host immediately shouted into the camera, announcing that Mr. Satan, in his magnanimity as a strong man, has granted the opportunity to his disciples, the swift Karoni and the mighty Paloki, for the first round of combat. The camera zoomed in on the confident faces of the two, broadcasting their determination to the world. It was utterly unbearable, a group of fools in the audience. Klins couldn't help but facepalm, muttering under his breath, feeling the pangs of second-hand embarrassment. First up will be the swift contestant, Karoni, under the host's highly provocative words. Paloki and Bisha retreated to the edge of the stage, leaving only the self-proclaimed world's most handsome man, Karoni, and the still statuesque Cell in the ring. Suddenly, Karoni produced an extravagant bouquet of vibrant roses from seemingly nowhere, inhaling their fragrance deeply before tossing them high into the air. Then, like a ballet dancer, he leaped. Spinning gracefully, and with a swift motion of his finger, he sliced the bouquet into countless fragments mid-air. The petals cascaded like red raindrops, enveloping him in a floral shower. Surely, this display must have increased my female fanbase by at least 100,000. Karoni reveled in the glory of his flawless opening, brimming with confidence. He leapt again, performing an overly flamboyant kick aimed at Cell's head, proclaiming the name of his ultimate technique. Behold, satanic-style ultimate flying attack leg. However, Cell in the center of the ring didn't even shift his posture. He merely lifted his eyelids, casting a dismissive glance at the noisy fly before him. Without the need for any movement, a palpable purple aura emanated from Cell's being, rippling like water. In an instant, like a feather caught in a gale, Karoni's seemingly extravagant kick disintegrated. He emitted a short, startled cry as he was sent hurtling backwards with greater speed than he had charged forward, tracing a clumsy arc before crashing down in the area where Mr. Satan and the others were, landing awkwardly on his back, dazed and disoriented. Alas, Mr. Satan gazed at his disciple, who had been effortlessly defeated without so much as a blow exchanged, shaking his head with a grave expression and adopting the demeanor of a stern mentor. His voice was heavy with lament. What a pity. That lad, Karoni, is truly exceptional. At his core, he is a fine specimen. Yet, he is far too prone to arrogance and superficiality. It is precisely this flaw that prevents him from surpassing me. His master. Indeed, Mr. Satan's solemn demeanor, combined with his aura of a world champion, could easily deceive some unsuspecting television viewers. Fear not, master. I shall vanquish Cell and avenge Karoni. At that moment, the formidable Paloki stepped onto the stage once more, his heavy footsteps resonating as his voice, muffled by his mask, exuded an air of inexplicable confidence. He took a deep breath and began to remove his gear. First, he removed his spiked helmet, revealing a gleaming bald head, then struggled to unfasten his dark upper armor, unveiling a purple bodysuit beneath, along with a round, bearded face. In a surprising display of brute strength, he began to crush the discarded helmet and armor, producing a cacophony of grinding sounds as he twisted them into a distorted mass of metal. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, he opened his mouth wide, attempting to stuff the metallic ball into his mouth. However, Cell on the stage paid no heed to his antics, as if he were merely a figment of the air. Instead, Cell slightly turned his head, his icy gaze drifting past the arena to settle on Goku, who had been quietly observing from below. In that moment, Goku sensed the unspoken connection and calmly raised his eyes to meet Cell's gaze. The two locked eyes, and as their gazes intersected, an invisible yet palpable tension surged between them. Though devoid of any tangible energy release, an overwhelming sense of impending confrontation hung in the air, akin to two mountains poised to collide, creating a tumultuous atmosphere. It was a sensation known only to the most formidable of warriors, as if the very air around them had grown heavy. Meanwhile, the fervent Paloki, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was wildly swinging his fists and roaring as he charged at Cell with all his might. Yet, just a few steps into his advance, he felt as though he had collided with an unseen, resilient wall. His strides grew increasingly laborious, each step an arduous struggle, his face reddening with exertion. The oppressive aura emanating from the entwined battle intent of Cell and Goku felt to an ordinary person like an impenetrable wall of air, utterly insurmountable. Drenched in sweat and trembling with effort, Paloki finally grasped the despairing chasm of power that lay between them, terror filling his small eyes. No, this is bad. What is this force? As his words hung in the air, an invisible wall trembled slightly, releasing an irresistible force that propelled the corpulent body of Paloki as if it were a mere rubber ball. He tumbled helplessly to the ground beneath the arena, rolling several times before coming to a halt, looking even more disheveled than the tempestuous Coroni. When the host, in a state of panic, inquired about this unexpected turn of events, Mr. Satan, maintaining an unruffled demeanor, deflected the situation with accusations of cheating directed at Cheru, as if he had seen through the entire charade long before. Witnessing the utter and absurd defeat of his two prominent disciples, Mr. Satan found his pride increasingly difficult to uphold. With cameras from around the world trained on him, he felt compelled to act in order to preserve the dignity of his status as world champion, at least in his own estimation. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm, yet slightly contemptuous expression, and stepped onto the very stage that had brought shame to his disciples with a facade of composure that belied his inner turmoil. First, he dramatically tugged at the iconic white cape behind him, casting it aside with flair to reveal a crimson karate gi beneath. Then, with an exaggerated sense of gravity, he slowly unfastened the championship belt, a symbol of the highest honor in the world, and carefully placed it at the corner of the arena. Just as the audience held their breath, anticipating that this formidable man was finally about to unleash his earth-shattering prowess, he mysteriously produced an all-purpose capsule from his pocket. With a soft pop and a puff of white smoke, a large athletic bag materialized on the ground. Under the curious gazes of the global audience and the warriors at the edge of the arena, Mr. Satan crouched down, unzipped the bag, and retrieved a thick stack of performance tiles. He solemnly placed this stack in the center of the arena, adjusting its position to ensure all cameras could capture the moment. Then, he assumed a hoarse stance, gathering his energy, and let out a resounding shout. Hiya! With a swift motion, his palm struck down. Crack! The stack of tiles shattered into two halves. Standing tall with his hands at his sides, Mr. Satan wore a triumphant and confident smile. As if he had just accomplished a monumental feat, he eagerly looked toward Cheru, anticipating to witness shock, fear, or even outright surrender etched across his opponent's face. However, all Cheru offered in return was a cold, disdainful gaze, as if he were looking at a fool. Ah, Mr. Satan erupted into exaggerated laughter to mask his inner turmoil and embarrassment, pointing at the broken tiles on the ground, forcing a dramatic flare upon himself. Cheru, did you see that? This is the might of a world champion. In less than a minute, you shall be utterly defeated, just like this stack of tiles. By my invincible iron fist. With a rallying cry of self-motivation, Mr. Satan finally commenced what he termed his fierce attack. He unleashed every ounce of his karate prowess, striking with the ferocity of a storm upon Cheru's head, neck, and torso, targeting the so-called vital points with rapid blows that, to the untrained eye, appeared impressively swift, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Yet, in the face of absolute power, the strength of mere mortals is as insignificant as an ant attempting to shake a tree. Cell, displaying an utter lack of concern, stood idly as Satan's feeble fists rained down upon him like a futile storm, producing only hollow thuds. His form remained unyielding, seemingly vexed by this buzzing humanoid fly, when Satan, mustering all his might, launched a punch he deemed formidable towards Cell's face. Cell finally moved. With a casual flick of his hand, he dismissed the attack as one would brush off a speck of dust from his shoulder. A chilling scream erupted, resembling the wail of a slaughtered pig. Satan felt an overwhelming, irresistible force suddenly bear down upon him. In an instant, he was sent flying like a baseball struck by a bat, his form a blurred shadow as he soared through the air, tracing a chaotic parabolic arc before crashing into the rocky face of a distant hill. With a resounding thud, the rock face was dented by his impact, debris cascading down and raising a massive cloud of dust. After a brief silence, Vegeta, observing from below the arena, glanced at the struggling Satan, who was painfully rising from the rubble, cradling his head. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, realizing that Cell had no interest in obliterating such insignificant vermin. Just as this tumultuous episode seemed to reach a lull, a voice rang out from above, tinged with a hint of mockery. "Oh, it appears we have arrived just in time, not having missed the most thrilling segment." The clear tone of Android 17 resonated through the air as he, alongside androids 18 and 16, descended gracefully from the sky, perfectly timed to witness Mr. Satan's comically dramatic exit. "At last, you have arrived." Goku greeted them with a cheerful wave, as if the preceding events were merely a trivial warm-up. Android 17 nodded slightly, his gaze as precise as a laser beam, piercing through the crowd to fixate on the imposing green figure of Cell at the center of the arena. At that moment, Cell's previously inscrutable demeanor shifted, his eyes, glimmering with a blend of excitement and cruelty, locked onto 17. "So, you have finally come, 17. Cell's voice resonated, imbued with a long-suppressed battle fervor, commanding all trivialities and distractions to vanish. The true game was about to commence. His voice soared, exuding undeniable authority. "Who among you shall step forward to meet their demise first? Very well, let me initiate this battle." Meanwhile, Goku stood below, arms crossed over his chest, casually stretching his shoulders, and spoke in a calm tone. "Oh, Mr. Goku." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Trunks immediately interjected, his face a canvas of confusion. "There is no need for you to personally take the stage right away. We should adhere to the pragmatic approach that the harsh realities of the future have instilled in us, namely, a rotation strategy. By exhausting a significant portion of Cell's energy through successive engagements, we can ultimately allow Sun Wukong to make a decisive appearance, thereby securing victory. This is the most efficient and least costly tactic." Upon hearing Trunks' unfinished thoughts, Number 17 raised an eyebrow and cast him a sidelong glance. It did not surprise him in the slightest that Trunks harbored such a realistic, albeit somewhat unscrupulous, notion. After all, the warriors of the desolate future in which Trunks was raised had long since perished, with only his mentor and brother, son Gohan, left to bear the burden alone. Each battle carried with it immense risk and sacrifice. Any waste of power could lead to utter annihilation. The spirit and valor that characterized the era of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo, marked by confidence, nobility, and a willingness to challenge formidable foes and even relish in the thrill of combat, were concepts Trunks could scarcely grasp in that dark time. Chapter 72. The battle commences. Is that acceptable, Number 17? Vegeta? Indeed, just as Number 17 had anticipated, Sun Wukong did not heed Trunks' admonition. He merely paused his warm-up, turning to cast a calm gaze upon Number 17 and Vegeta, who stood with arms crossed, as if seeking their consent, or perhaps notifying them that they were the only two present with a legitimate claim to the first strike. "Humph, it matters not," Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms with a slight elevation of his chin, his gaze brimming with absolute confidence and pride. "Regardless of who takes the initial strike, the one destined to eliminate Cell will undoubtedly be I, Vegeta." Number 17 regarded Sun Wukong with an unwavering expression, speaking with a serene detachment. "I can grant you an opportunity for real combat. However, if it proves futile," he paused, his tone imbued with an air of calm inevitability, "I shall take over and eliminate Cell completely." Arrogance. Cell's fury ignited upon hearing Number 17's seemingly dismissive declaration of his fate. A terrifying purple aura erupted uncontrollably from his form, warping the very air around him. "Once I dispatch Sun Wukong like a mere insect, you shall be next, Number 17. You will pay dearly for your hubris." "Very well, I shall await your attempt," Number 17 replied nonchalantly, even waving his hand dismissively, as if Cell's anger were merely the flailing of a powerless adversary. Yet, he advised, "First, you should deal with Sun Wukong." As the eyes of the onlookers filled with anticipation, concern, and excitement, Sun Wukong wore his familiar smile as he stepped forward, confidently ascending the colossal arena. The first round of the ultimate battle was about to commence under his aegis. On the chalk-white expanse of the massive stage, the air felt as solid as iron, as if time itself had slowed in the face of the confrontation between these two unparalleled titans. The leaden sky hung low, as if an invisible force had parted the clouds to form a colossal vortex, its center aligned with the arena below, resembling a cold, indifferent eye of the heavens. Fixated on the impending clash of titans, Cell and Sun Wukong stood several dozen meters apart, both slightly bent forward, their centers of gravity lowered, striking their respective battle stances honed through countless trials. Cell's posture exuded a chilling efficiency and elegance akin to a meticulously crafted killing machine. His dark green exoskeleton shimmering with a frigid luminescence under the dim light, while the meandering purple energy patterns on his surface pulsed rhythmically, each flicker distorting the surrounding air. Sun Wukong's stance, in contrast, radiated a natural harmony, as if he were one with the very fabric of the universe. His aura, though deeply restrained, bore an overwhelming sense of latent power that instilled awe in all who sensed it. His gaze was clear and focused, reminiscent of a hawk locking onto its prey, yet imbued with a genuine respect and fighting spirit towards his formidable opponent. Without superfluous words or any forewarning, the battle erupted in a sudden explosion, marked by the final silent clash of their gazes. Bang! Bang! Two nearly simultaneous sonic booms shattered the stillness. The spots where they once stood were now mere remnants of sonic clouds, gradually dispersing from the instantaneous breach of the sound barrier. Their true forms had already transformed into phantoms beyond the limits of human perception, soaring into the skies. In the next moment, the heavens reverberated with a series of thunderous impacts, as if a high-speed pile driver were mercilessly hammering steel. Boom, boom, boom. The golden and purple hues dominated the sky, like sentient meteors intersecting at a bewildering velocity, crashing violently into one another before instantaneously separating. Each unadorned exchange of blows was not merely an auditory explosion, but unleashed visible shockwaves of terrifying energy. These waves, imbued with destructive potential, swept across the earth like the scythe of death, effortlessly shattering the towering stone columns surrounding the arena. The solid ground was cleaved by an invisible force, carving out unfathomable chasms, akin to the grotesque scars on a planetary surface. The hosts present had long since lost their ability to articulate, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. They and the cameraman beside them futilely attempted to capture the battle on film, but their vision could not even keep pace with the afterimages. All they could discern were vague, distorted flashes of light and the blinding energy bursts erupting from the sky and ground, accompanied by an unending cacophony of roars. The sensation of fear and insignificance washed over them like icy water, rendering their bodies rigid. However, for number 17, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others, every detail of this battle was vividly presented in their heightened perception. High above, Cell unleashed a right punch, sharp and venomous like a long-concealed serpent, aimed with deadly precision at the vulnerable heart of Sun Wukong. In a moment of peril, Sun Wukong's body exhibited an astonishing flexibility and nerve response, moving with such fluidity that it seemed devoid of bones. With a nearly contorted sidestep, he narrowly evaded the lethal punch that grazed his chest. Simultaneously, his right knee, akin to a siege hammer charged with power, collided forcefully with Cell's abdomen, delivering a resounding thud. The sound echoed like a dull roar as Cell's body was propelled as if struck by the main cannon of an interstellar battleship, instantly transforming him into a human projectile that shot downwards towards the arena with breathtaking speed. The impact was cataclysmic. The unyielding white stone surface of the arena could not withstand such force, yielding to create a colossal crater over 10 meters in diameter, its edges fracturing in a radial pattern, dense clouds of dust billowing upward like a mushroom cloud. In awe, Krillin exclaimed, "Incredible, Wukong," as he witnessed this spectacular counterattack, feeling the dawn of victory approaching. However, Vegeta's voice cut through the excitement with a cold admonition. Do not be overly optimistic, fool. His heightened senses detected no sign of Cell's energy waning. In fact, it seemed to intensify, revealing a more exhilarating demeanor. As if to validate Vegeta's concerns, Cell emerged unscathed from the swirling dust, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his abdominal armor. The playful grin on his face not only remained, but deepened, brimming with the delight of discovering a new and intriguing toy. Indeed, you are far more entertaining than I anticipated, Wukong. It appears I shall enjoy this thoroughly. Before his words could fully settle, he spread his arms wide, two orbs of energy coalescing in his palms, spinning rapidly into the formidable Kienzan. Taste this, Cell declared as he thrust his arms forward. With a swift whoosh, two violet energy discs, whirring ominously, sliced through the air like the harbingers of death, sealing off all avenues of escape for Sun Wukong in perfect unison. Wukong's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating from this lethal strike, he chose to surge forward once more. His body transformed in midair into the most agile of fish, navigating perilously through the fleeting gap between the two Kienzans just in time. The two energy discs, undeterred, hurtled towards the distant edges of the arena, targeting two low hills. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only the faint sound of slicing as the upper halves of the hills slid away smoothly, collapsing into dust. As he evaded, Sun Wukong had already gathered his palms at his waist, a brilliant azure energy coalescing at a frenzied pace, compressing with relentless intensity. Kamehameha, he bellowed, unleashing a colossal blue energy beam, a cataclysmic dragon of destruction that surged forth towards Cell, who had just released his Kienzan. Bring it on, Cell cackled, standing resolute, his palms thrusting forward in defiance. A fierce and equally formidable purple energy wave surged forward. The clash of two world-destroying forces resonated with a thunderous roar as they collided violently in midair, engaging in a fierce struggle. At the epicenter of this impact, an enormous sphere of energy, a chaotic fusion of blue and purple, intertwined and roared, instantaneously took form. It resembled an unstable miniature sun, radiating a cataclysmic light that illuminated the dim battlefield as if it were daylight. The earth trembled violently under the unimaginable force, with colossal fissures radiating from the arena like a spider's web. The storm of dissipating energy further crushed the remnants of distant hills, reducing them to mere dust and flattening the landscape. Chapter 73, Goku vs. Cell, for the sake of my fathers, oh, this power is simply monstrous. At the edge of the arena, the energy storm raged like a tangible tsunami. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and others gritted their teeth, their facial muscles contorted from exertion. Even as they unleashed their full power in an instant, they could merely hold their ground like rocks amidst a torrential current. The ground beneath them groaned under the relentless pressure of the terrifying energy, cracking painfully and sending stones soaring into the air, only to be pulverized by the more ferocious flow of energy. Android 17's short black hair was whipped into a frenzy by the energy hurricane, dancing like black flames before his forehead. Yet, his tall and upright figure stood steadfast as if rooted to the ground, unyielding in the face of a storm capable of tearing apart colossal steel ships. The turbulent energy crashed against the invisible yet indestructible energy barrier before him, parting like giant waves meeting a breakwater, failing to budge him even slightly, leaving the ground beneath him intact. His eyes, deep as the starry sea, narrowed slightly as he pierced through the blinding light and swirling dust, focusing intently on the storm's epicenter where two figures, one golden and one purple, were locked in a frenzied collision. Their expressions calm and concentrated, akin to a brilliant scientist observing an intense particle collision experiment. Is the Scion bloodline truly so unreasonable? Android 18 stood behind 17, shielded by the barrier in front, thus spared from the full brunt of the pressure. Nevertheless, the raging winds still whipped her radiant golden locks, making them shimmer like flowing light. Her exquisite face was etched with disbelief, her voice cutting through the storm's deafening roar. Just moments ago, when fighting alongside us, Goku's power was nowhere near this exaggerated. The rate of his ascent is utterly absurd. A naturally combative race. The universe's favored children. 17's voice was calm, yet imbued with a chilling objectivity that grasped the essence of life. More terrifying was their near-cheating characteristic of resurrection. Each time they teetered on the brink of death, their bodies seemed to shatter some limitation, enabling their strength to surge in an illogical geometric progression. If it were not for our fortuitous grasp of the mysteries of Qi and the subsequent elevation of our energy levels and mastery through diligent practice. He slightly tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at number 18 behind him. His tone was unremarkable yet cutting, given your current state. I fear you lack even the qualifications to serve as their warm-up opponent. Beside him, the imposing metallic form of number 16 loomed like a silent mountain. Yet his crimson electronic eyes flickered at an unprecedented frequency, his internal processors straining under overload, cold data streams cascading like a waterfall. Number 17 spoke truthfully. His deep, mechanical voice, devoid of emotional fluctuation, resonated. The energy levels currently unleashed by Cell and Son Goku have entirely surpassed the historical maximum output recorded for number 18 in the database. According to the existing combat data models, the current intensity of battle energy has exceeded my utmost limits of response. In direct confrontation, I am no longer their match. His words fell like a frigid verdict, rationally condemning his own obsolescence, devoid of any ripple of emotion, yet laden with a chilling reality. Upon hearing this, Number 18 furrowed her delicate brows, biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth. Number 16's brutally calm assessment struck her like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing her burgeoning sense of superiority as an artificial being. Indeed, since mastering the power of Qi and subsequently enhancing her abilities, her training had become somewhat lackadaisical. The battle before her, far exceeding her imagination, acted as a merciless mirror, reflecting her complacency and shattering it to pieces. In the air, the two forces representing different extremes of destructive energy clashed fiercely, locked in a stalemate for several seconds. As the blue and purple lights roared like two colossal dragons gnashing at each other. Ultimately, the balance of energy was disrupted, triggering an explosion of unprecedented magnitude. Boom. It was as if a miniature sun was born and instantaneously collapsed into annihilation. An indescribable, terrifying explosion erupted with a thunderous roar. Blinding white light consumed all vision in an instant, while the cataclysmic shockwave of energy expanded outward in a perfect sphere. The terrifying recoil of this energy hurled Cell and Son Goku through the air, like stones flung from a catapult, tracing two glaring and tumultuous trajectories. Mid-flight, a glint of cunning and extreme impatience flashed in Cell's eyes. He acutely sensed that the dilapidated arena beneath him, symbolizing the invisible rule that dictated defeat upon leaving the stage, was akin to a troublesome shackle, restraining him and Son Goku from unleashing their full and unrestrained ferocity. With a fierce grin curling at the corner of his mouth, he seized the moment of inertia from being repelled, coalescing a highly compressed purple energy sphere in his palm, one capable of erasing mountains from the map. Without a glance, he ruthlessly hurled it towards the already ravaged core of the arena. He aimed to utterly obliterate this obstructive stage. Everyone, be careful. His target is the arena. Son Goku's battle instincts were remarkably sharp. The moment Cell released his energy projectile, he had already fully discerned the opponent's intent. His warning resounded like thunder, instantly reaching the ears of every companion. Hurry! Without the need for further words, those gathered beside the arena reacted with remarkable swiftness, unleashing their energies to the utmost, transforming into dazzling streaks of light as they swiftly departed from the anticipated explosion radius of Cell's energy blast. Amidst the chaos, the massive and heavy form of number 16 displayed astonishing speed and precision that belied its size. Like a moving steel fortress, its mechanical arm extended with millimeter accuracy, swiftly grasping the utterly stunned Mr. Satan, along with the two terrified hosts and the cameraman, who were so paralyzed by fear that they had forgotten to flee, securing their precious equipment as well. In an instant, they transformed into a green streak of light, rapidly distancing themselves from the impending inferno at the heart of the explosion. Do not panic. The scene was a cacophony of chaos, yet number 17's voice remained calm and unperturbed, as if the energy blast hurtling towards them were merely a slightly stronger breeze. He did not even shift his stance. Hearing his seemingly enchanted words, number 18 felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Her body, which had instinctively prepared to evade, halted immediately, standing trustingly behind him, her golden hair flowing straight back in the gale produced by the energy blast. Just as the deathly purple energy sphere was about to engulf them, a hum sounded. A translucent shield, its surface resembling liquid emerald and radiating a profound green energy aura, sprang into existence before number 17, manifesting like the most steadfast cosmic barrier. The shield shimmered with brilliant light, its structure astonishingly stable. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion erupted as expected. Blinding light and destructive flames instantly engulfed the arena, with heat waves scorching enough to vaporize steel and shockwaves containing terrifying kinetic energy crashing against the verdant shield, creating ripples of violent energy. However, behind the shield, it was as if two worlds existed. Number 17 and number 18 remained untouched, not even their garments disturbed by the imminent destruction. Their expressions serene as they stood at the eye of the storm, coldly observing the apocalyptic scene surrounding them. The aftershocks of the explosion roared past them, stirring clouds of dust and debris, further ravaging their surroundings into a distorted visage. In that fleeting moment, as the blinding light and deafening roar of the explosion had yet to completely dissipate, the momentary veil of visual and auditory obscurity became the perfect cover. Sun Wukong, propelled through the air, defied the laws of physics, twisting his body to regain control. In the next instant, he vanished into thin air. Teleportation. In the blink of an eye, like a specter emerging from the void, he materialized with impeccable precision behind Cell, who had just launched the energy blast and was reveling in his moment of deceitful triumph, blissfully unaware of the impending threat, still recovering from his previous exertion. Timing, angle, power. The three elements fused perfectly. Sun Wukong's core abdominal muscles tensed like a dragon, unleashing a terrifying force that could shake the stars. Twisting his body for a roundhouse kick, gathering all his strength, his right leg, enshrouded in a raging golden aura, descended like the colossal axe of Pangu, tearing through the tumultuous currents of energy that had yet to subside, accompanied by a piercing shriek that assaulted the eardrums, and ruthlessly swept toward the unguarded back of Cell's head. This strike encapsulated the battle wisdom and might honed through countless trials by Sun Wukong. Should this kick land, even the ancient stars would shatter into oblivion. Dear Guardians, there will be another update this afternoon around 4 o'clock. The fervor is palpable. Chapter 74, The Prince's Shock, additional update. In a critical moment, the pride on Cell's face froze instantly, akin to a lake ensnared in ice, replaced by a primal sense of horror. This was not a warning perceived through sight or sound, but a deathly premonition screamed by every cell in his being. He had no time to turn, yet his body instinctively sank downward. Whoosh! The lethal boot, entwined with a surging golden flame and crackling arcs of electricity, grazed his green-speckled scalp. The sharp gust it generated, akin to a tangible blade of energy, stung his cheek, leaving a faint white mark in its wake. The attack missed. Yet the terrifying kinetic energy inherent in Sun Wukong's full-force strike did not dissipate. Instead, it surged forward, violently compressing the air within a radius of several hundred meters, producing a series of explosive sounds. And in that fleeting moment, the tide of offense and defense shifted. Cell's robust tail, glimmering ominously at its tip, struck with the swiftness of a venomous serpent, utilizing the inertia from its descent to slice through the unsettled air, leaving behind a blurred afterimage, sweeping upwards toward Sun Wukong's precariously balanced lower body. This sweeping strike was silent, yet contained the fearsome power capable of rending through the finest gold. The angle was cunning, the timing ruthless, a testament to mastery in the art of lethal combat. Sun Wukong's azure pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. The extraordinary battle instinct granted by his Super Saiyan 1 state was realized to its fullest. Without a moment's hesitation, without the luxury of thought, his body reacted with perfect precision. The golden aura erupted once more, facilitating an instantaneous movement. Crack! Cell's deadly tail struck only a rapidly dissipating afterimage. The crack of air it whipped creating a sharp, ear-piercing sound. In the next heartbeat, Sun Wukong reappeared at Cell's left flank, an area theoretically devoid of visual and defensive coverage. The energy throughout his body was utilized with utmost efficiency to execute a spatial leap and reconsolidate his power. With a forceful shout that erupted from his throat like thunder, Sun Wukong's waist coiled like a taut bowstring, channeling the entirety of his strength. His left elbow, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, bore down with the intensity of golden energy, so concentrated it seemed capable of melting all in its path, accompanied by the tempestuous might of shattering mountains. As it struck mercilessly toward Cell's temple, where his elbow passed, the air compressed to its utmost was instantly detonated, unleashing a series of heart-stopping explosions. However, the formidable artificial being, Cell, a perfect amalgamation of countless powerful cells, possesses a fighting instinct that transcends the boundaries of humanity. Without a backward glance, he made no attempt to capture the fleeting silhouette of Sun Wukong. His left arm, as sinuous and swift as a boneless serpent, rose with an eerie elegance towards the heavens. The elbow struck first, as precise as the most sophisticated missile interception system, unerringly meeting Sun Wukong's earth-shattering elbow strike. A thunderous impact reverberated through the air, akin to the collision of two meteors at breakneck speed. A wave of terrifying shock, coalescing into a tangible form, mingled with hues of gold and purple, radiated outward from the point of impact like ripples on a still pond. In its wake, all floating dust, debris, and even the slightest remnants of energy were instantly obliterated. The two combatants disengaged, propelled backward for several dozen meters, hovering midair once more. Their gazes clashed in the void, igniting invisible sparks of intensity. Their arms trembled slightly. The previous clash, devoid of embellishment, laid bare the unfathomable terror of their respective powers. Without uttering a word or pausing, the transcendent confrontation escalated into a breathtaking realm of super-speed offense and defense. Boom, 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 boom. The two streaks of gold and purple transformed into specters of the void, breaking free from the shackles of speed. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows high in the air, each punch landing with visceral impact, while the golden-purple energy erupted like a meteor shower. In the next instant, they fiercely kicked on the ground, their legs ablur, each collision causing the already fractured earth to sink and crack further. The very fabric of space seemed to tear apart under the onslaught of their ferocious velocity and strength. The battlefield was filled with their afterimages and the relentless explosions of light and dust resulting from their clashes. The entire arena had devolved into a tempest of boiling gold and purple energy. Their speed was so astonishing that it transcended human capability. Yamcha, transfixed by the spectacle, felt as though his eyes would burst from their sockets, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His voice trembling with disbelief and a hint of barely perceptible despair. I can scarcely keep up. Even the afterimages are becoming blurred. To struggle to keep pace with such relentless speed is an exceedingly perilous, if not fatal, signal for a seasoned warrior with acute perception. Their battle fundamentally relied on the perception of energy to anticipate their opponent's movements and the flow of power, thus allowing for appropriate counteractions. Yet now, the absolute velocity displayed by Cell and Sun Wukong had reached a point where even the energy they emitted became indistinct and elusive. An inability to keep up visually signifies a significant delay or even failure in the input of visual information. A blurred sense of energy means the most crucial early warning system has faltered. Consequently, the body's reactions would lag behind by perilous fractions of a second, echoing the moment when Sasuke first faced Lee in Naruto, even though he could barely perceive the trajectory of Shao Li's movements through the Sharingan. His physical reflexes and muscular responses were utterly incapable of keeping pace with the information his eyes received. He could merely watch helplessly as attacks landed upon him, unable to mount any effective defense or evasion. The predicament faced by the warriors at this moment was similarly dire, if not worse. They could hardly even discern the battle unfolding before them. Not only was speed a factor, Tianjin Fan's three eyes strained to focus, beads of perspiration glistening on his smooth forehead, while the third eye, overexerted, was bloodshot. Each collision of their powers unleashed shockwaves that sent shivers down my spine, as though a mere graze could lead to instant annihilation. His tightly clenched fists turned pale from the exertion. Klin struggled to swallow, overwhelmed by a profound sense of impotence, reminiscent of the despair he felt facing Frieza on Namek, now creeping back upon him. Piccolo, arms crossed, his green visage taut as iron, remained silent. Yet, within him, a tempest raged. He perceived the situation more clearly than Klin and the others. And it was precisely this clarity that made him acutely aware of the terrifying and distant realm that the two combatants had reached, a chasm of despairing disparity. Not far off, Vegeta stood with arms crossed over his chest, maintaining the inherent pride of a Scion prince. However, his rigid, stone-like posture and the bulging veins on the back of his hands betrayed the tumultuous waves roiling within him. His teeth were clenched tightly, his jawline taut as a drawn bow, as if resisting an unseen, yet immense pressure. His sharp, hawk-like eyes were fiercely locked onto the frenetic clash of golden and green forms in the air, particularly the blazing golden Kakarot. How could this be? How could this be? Vegeta's heart roared silently, every word laden with searing indignation and disbelief. In the house of spirit and time, I had evidently surpassed the limits of the Super Saiyan. My strength, my speed had reached unprecedented heights. I should have left him far behind. Yet the brutal reality before him pierced through his pride like a searing dagger, mercilessly stirring the depths of his being. Kakarot not only caught up, but had once again surged ahead of him. That speed, that power, that seemingly boundless combat potential. The energy released with each collision sent a prickling threat across his skin. All of this coldly proclaimed one undeniable truth. The gap had not only failed to close, but had expanded to a suffocating degree. An almost humiliating burn coursed through his veins. He, Vegeta, the Scion prodigy, the noble prince, found himself once more relegated to the role of a mere spectator, helplessly watching as that lower-class warrior radiated a brilliance too blinding for him to behold. And that creature named Cell, the one who had siphoned the power of the Psiots, possessed an unfathomable strength, akin to an abyss without bottom. "Curse you, Kakarot." The words emerged from Cell's lips like a barely audible whisper, laced with a tremor he himself did not realize. It was not merely rage. It was intertwined with a profound sense of powerlessness, mocked by fate, and a shock that, though he would not admit it, he could not completely suppress. His entire back was taut with tension. There was still more to come. Chapter 75. Instant Transmission Kamehameha. The time to determine the victor had arrived. The usually silent and watchful Android 17, after a prolonged silence, suddenly spoke with a deep voice. His eyes, filled with an intense gleam, sharply detected the chaotic and tumultuous energies clashing in the arena, suddenly plunging into a moment of silence akin to the stillness before a volcanic eruption. Then came an uncontrollable surge of energy, rising almost frantically, as if two stars were about to collide head-on. In a moment that perfectly validated Android 17's terrifyingly accurate judgment, at the very center of the battlefield, Son Goku unleashed a roar powerful enough to tear the heavens asunder. His golden aura, already as radiant as the sun, surged forth like it had been drenched in boiling oil. A highly concentrated golden beam of energy shot skyward, piercing through the clouds and stirring the atmosphere. He abandoned all fanciful evasions and tactics, pouring all his energy, will, and belief into his physical form. His fists transformed into two blazing meteors, propelled by primal and unrestrained strength, launching a relentless assault upon Cell. The ease that once graced Cell's expression vanished entirely, replaced by an acute sharpness and a furious rage. He flawlessly blocked each of Goku's blows, channeling the immense force contained within each punch into the very ground beneath him, causing the earth to fracture continuously. Simultaneously, he retaliated with the most ferocious and ruthless strikes, each blow aimed directly at the vital points, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Boom, 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 boom. Each clash of their fists echoed like hundreds of tons of explosives detonating simultaneously in a confined space, sending a profound shockwave that stirred the onlookers from afar. Visible rings of terrifying shockwaves radiated from their point of conflict, expanding wildly and reducing everything around them to dust. At the battlefield center, only the purest clash of power remained. The collision of wills. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, splattering amidst the fiery aura and the high-speed flickers of their movements. Their fighting spirit soared to an unprecedented pinnacle, fueled by the agony of their limits and the exhilaration of unleashing their strength. After a collision so forceful it distorted the very fabric of space, the resulting backlash hurled them both backward. They skidded through the void for several hundred meters, leaving behind long trails of energy before barely stabilizing themselves, suspended in midair. Their chests heaved, breaths ragged from the unadorned collision of pure power, as hot exhales created wisps of white mist in the extreme heat surrounding them. Yet the combat spirit in their eyes burned like flames fueled by pure oxygen, not only undiminished but intensified. Without uttering a word, Sun Wukong took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the turbulent energy within him, mobilizing every ounce of strength in his body. He resumed the stance engraved in his genes, symbolizing the final strike, his palms positioned in a tiger shape, slowly drawn to his waist. Buzz. For a fleeting moment, the very light of the world seemed to dim, and all energy appeared to converge towards his palms. Between his hands erupted an unprecedented brilliance of azure light, pure and profound, as if it contained the very essence of the ocean's energy. At the core of this blue radiance was a point of blinding white energy, so intensely compressed that it roared with a frenzy, emitting a high-frequency hum that sent shivers through the very soul. The surrounding space began to warp, delicate arcs of electricity splattering outward like a swarm of uncontrollable serpents. Fool, did you think this antiquated technique, requiring prolonged accumulation of energy, could possibly strike me now? Salu, observing the all-too-familiar movements of Sun Wukong, first registered a flicker of surprise, which quickly morphed into unabashed mockery and disdain. Within him flowed the same cells as Sun Wukong's, containing all the combat memories and data of the Kamehameha technique. He understood better than anyone the might and shortcomings of this move. Indeed, its power was formidable, Yet the apparent build-up was, to a true master of speed, merely an easily avoidable assault. It seems your intellect, like your technique, has reached its limits. This is the end. Salu sneered, his muscles taut, energy converging beneath his feet. He had calculated countless trajectories for effortless evasion, even envisioning how he would deliver the most ruthless counterstrike the moment his opponent was exhausted. Wukong. Below, Krillin, Tien, and the others turned pale, urgently shouting, their voices cracking with fear. They had fought many battles and understood all too well the tremendous toll of the Kamehameha. After such a prolonged and evenly matched struggle, a desperate use of this technique could lead to ruin if it failed, leaving him utterly defenseless. Even the usually composed android 17 briefly displayed a hint of doubt in his eyes. He furrowed his brow, observing Sun Wukong's seemingly all-or-nothing posture, rationally analyzing, at this stage of the battle, expending all his energy for a single strike, if he did not possess a perpetual energy source like us, would likely leave him unable to continue fighting after unleashing this Kamehameha. What is he truly contemplating? Kamehameha. Sun Wukong's roar resonated across the land, as if he had wagered all his faith and strength on this singular blow. The energy sphere, compressed to its utmost within his palms, radiated a wave of destruction that made those far below feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. The mocking smile at the corner of Salu's mouth reached its zenith, and he even relaxed some of his defenses, ready to savor the despair on his opponent's face. However, just as the devastating azure orb was on the verge of reaching its peak energy, and everyone anticipated its imminent release, Sun Wukong's roar came to an abrupt halt. It was not merely the cessation of sound. Rather, his entire presence, the fluctuations of his energy, and even his very essence vanished without a trace, as if erased from existence itself. What? The mocking expression on Cell's face froze, morphing into sheer astonishment and horror. In his perception, Sun Wukong, along with that terrifying energy source capable of obliterating planets, seemed to have been entirely wiped from this world. There were no remnants, no signs. As though the incredible buildup had been nothing more than a collective illusion. No, it was not an illusion. Whoosh. A barely perceptible, yet piercing sound of air being sliced open erupted directly in his ear, not from afar, but shockingly, almost at point-blank range. Cell's pupils constricted in sheer terror, and an icy chill coursed through his entire armored form. Sun Wukong's figure appeared as if he had torn through the barriers of reality from another dimension, materializing abruptly and forcefully within less than 2 meters of Cell's gaze. So close it was suffocating. He could distinctly see the flames burning in the pale blue of Wukong's eyes, flames that seemed capable of incinerating all. Along with the cold curve of his lips, a blend of madness, resolve, and ultimate combat wisdom. The Kamehameha wave, compressed to its utmost limit, had never intended to be launched at a distance. Its range had been set to 0 from the very beginning. Boom! Accompanied by Sun Wukong's thunderous roar, which infused all his strength and will, the Kamehameha wave, this cataclysmic torrent, long since condensed and maximally compressed, originally designed for long-range strikes, was unleashed in the most violent, direct, and irresistible manner, fully injected into Cell's chest at point-blank range. No, Cell could only manage to squeeze out a hoarse scream from the depths of his twisted throat, a sound mingled with utter shock, despair, and unwillingness. His vision was utterly consumed, swallowed, and obliterated by an endless cascade of blue and white light. Boom! An unprecedentedly colossal explosion occurred, 10 times more ferocious than any prior collision. The formidable blue-white energy beam erupted from the center of the explosion with a terrifying force, piercing the heavens. The atmosphere was effortlessly breached, the clouds instantly vaporized, and the sky of the entire planet was rendered a ghastly white in that moment. Following this was a shockwave of destructive energy, akin to the birth of a star, radiating outward in a perfect sphere, sweeping madly in all directions with absolute annihilation. Even the warriors stationed in safe zones, despite being on high alert, were blown back like leaves in a tempest, struggling to maintain their footing. Every face was marked with unparalleled shock and terror. Fathers, there will be another update around 9 p.m. Chapter 76. The Discovery of Number 17. The 6th update is presented, Goku. Truly formidable. Has he defeated him? Mr. Goku. In the safety zone, Krillin, Trunks, and others were nearly leaping off the ground, their ecstatic cries tearing through the brief silence after the explosion, echoing in waves. On their faces, excitement and a fervent desire for victory were vividly inscribed, a testament to their narrow escape from peril. This ultimate combination of instantaneous movement and point-blank Kamehameha transcended mere technique. It was nothing short of divine inspiration, a perfect amalgamation of wisdom and courage. Even the usually aloof Vegeta felt his pupils constrict abruptly. His arms, once crossed, fell instinctively to his sides, his expression betraying disbelief. "Kakarot, you rascal," he murmured, his voice laced with profound shock and a hint of admiration for the sheer brilliance of combat intellect that he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. Number 17. The child of this realm was also taken aback by this breathtaking strike, the calm depths of his eyes rippling for the first time. A subtle trace of astonishment flitted across his composed features as he quietly marveled. Goku's combat instinct and adaptability are simply unfathomable. However, this genuine admiration was fleeting. Number 17's gaze, sharp as the most precise radar, remained fixed on the still-churning energy maelstrom at the explosion's epicenter. He shook his head slightly, his tone returning to its customary coolness. But it is too early for celebration. The energy contained in this strike is insufficient to completely obliterate Cell. What? Number 17? The beautiful number 18 suddenly turned to him, her exquisite face etched with confusion and doubt. What do you mean? Wasn't Cell struck directly, his entire upper body utterly obliterated? That is not all. Her words trailed off. For number 17 merely lifted his chin slightly, pointing toward the core area where the destructive energy had yet to fully dissipate. Can you not sense it? His voice was low and clear, piercing the eardrums of all present like an icicle. Cell's aura has not vanished. In fact, it has scarcely diminished. How is that possible? Like a bucket of ice water poured over them, the warriors' ecstatic expressions froze instantly. A chilling dread surged up their spines, nearly solidifying their blood. They all turned sharply, their gazes filled with disbelief, fixated on the explosion's center as the smoke slowly cleared. Something is amiss. As he descended near Cell's remains, Goku's brows knitted tightly, sweat mingling with dust on his forehead. Why is Cell's energy still so immense? It has hardly diminished at all. The fatigue evident on his face from exerting himself to the limit, along with the joy of landing a successful blow, was swiftly replaced by overwhelming astonishment. He discerned with unparalleled clarity the familiar and terrifying aura emanating from the remnants of the charred lower half of Cell, lying at the bottom of the massive pit carved by the Kamehameha. It was akin to a dormant volcano, not diminishing but rather surging with increased ferocity. This is bad. Upon realizing the situation, Piccolo's green visage contorted with anxiety as he exerted all his strength to bellow a deafening warning towards Goku at the edge of the pit. "Old son, be cautious. He possesses the cells of a Namekian, just like me, and can regenerate from severed limbs. Do not underestimate him. Strike now." As if to validate Piccolo's belated yet critical warning, a chilling sound erupted from the charred remains. In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of many, a multitude of dark violet flesh buds and tissue fibers visibly writhed, proliferating and intertwining from the scorched wound. It was as though countless invisible threads were maniacally stitching flesh and blood together in a grotesque and malevolent fashion. Flesh grew at an unnatural speed, defying biological norms, as bones audibly extended like swiftly growing crystals, while muscle fibers intertwined and enveloped one another as if animated. New, glistening skin rapidly formed, covering the grotesque mass. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, a fully intact Cell, exuding a more ferocious and violent aura than before, rose once again from the inferno of flesh and blood. Wearing a grim and twisted smile, his robust upper body stood proudly amidst the dissipating energy shards and lingering smoke, muscles bulging. Encased in a purple aura that resembled tangible flames, he emerged like a demon from an unfathomable abyss, harboring primal malice towards the world. What a spectacular strike, Goku! Cell twisted his newly formed neck, producing a disconcerting sound of bones grinding together. He gazed at Goku, whose expression had drastically altered, his eyes ablaze with madness and savagery. "You nearly succeeded in eliminating me. What a thrilling experience that was. Damn it." Goku spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his golden aura flickering slightly from the recent explosion of energy, yet his gaze remained as sharp as that of a hawk, fixating intently on the reborn monstrosity below. "I forgot that you, troublesome creature, have perfectly inherited Piccolo's regenerative abilities. Indeed, you speak the truth, Goku. Cell gradually levitated, meeting Goku's gaze with unprecedented arrogance and flamboyance. He deliberately moved his newly formed arms, reveling in the sensation of his sinewy muscles, relishing the admiration mingled with helplessness in his opponent's eyes. This marvelous regenerative ability is the irrefutable proof of my perfect life form. I am indestructible. Vile creature. At the edge of the battlefield, Piccolo heard Cell's taunting retort, and veins bulged on his forehead as his tightly clenched fists trembled with overwhelming rage, molten fury surging beneath his green skin. To be exploited by such a monstrous entity, flaunting the unique gifts of one's race, evokes a sense of humiliation far more profound than mere failure. Number 17 cast a calm glance at the agitated Piccolo, whose breath was unstable from rage, silently mocking him. Do not be excessively enraged, Piccolo. Upon rational analysis, the regenerative mechanism exhibited by Cell is likely far more bizarre and perverse than the inherent physique of Unimikians. From the knowledge he gleaned from the original narrative, the essence of Cell's regeneration lies within a peculiar core of flesh within him, which could be termed the regeneration nucleus. As long as it remains intact, theoretically, he can regenerate infinitely, bordering on immortality. However, a significant contradiction arises here. Number 17's thoughts raced like an overclocked processor, swiftly retracing and dissecting every detail. After his self-detonation, Cell was left with only the core of flesh, and upon his rebirth, he explicitly claimed that this core resided solely in his brain. Yet, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in Number 17's eyes. The recent close-range Kamehameha unleashed by Sun Wukong had completely vaporized his entire upper body, including his head and brain, obliterating them entirely. If the core truly existed only within the brain, Cell should be unequivocally dead by now. Thus, has there been a lapse in the original narrative's logic? Or is the truth even more terrifying? Has Cell been lying from the very beginning? Is that crucial core of flesh not fixed in the head, but instead capable of being transferred at will to any part of his body by his formidable willpower? Did he deliberately assert that the core exists only in the most conspicuous and vulnerable area to mislead all potential adversaries, prompting them to strike at the wrong target, thereby perfectly concealing his true weakness? It is highly probable. Number 17's gaze deepened, alarm bells ringing in his mind. How could this cunning, exceedingly cautious perfect monster so easily and brazenly expose his true vulnerability? This critical doubt, like a poisoned thorn, was firmly embedded in the depths of his consciousness. He understood that this might be the sole key to defeating Cell, necessitating constant vigilance and the waiting for a moment to validate this hypothesis. Dear fathers, this weekend has truly been exhausting. 12 chapters. My back aches terribly. Yesterday, the usual technician number 66 was unavailable, and the substitute was rather mediocre in his skills. Chapter 77. Wukong's mission. For a moment, I thought that blow might end the battle. Sun Wukong raised his hand, using the trembling back of it to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his breath heavy and rapid, his chest rising and falling violently. There was a hint of genuine regret in his tone, as if an artisan were lamenting the near completion of a masterpiece that fell just short. Yet, upon his weary face, drenched in sweat and dust, there was little trace of despondency. However, after that recent encounter, your energy has undeniably diminished significantly. He keenly sensed the fluctuations of his opponent's aura, swiftly shifting his tone with a sharpness akin to a finely tempered blade. It seems that such a degree of regeneration comes at a significant cost for you. Ha! A chilling and triumphant laughter erupted from Cell, rising in pitch and intensity, his purple aura surging once more in an attempt to mask the toll taken upon him. This trivial expenditure of energy is of no consequence to my flawless physique. It is but a drop in the ocean. Yet you, Son Goku. His malevolent gaze fixated on the slightly swaying golden figure, his tone laced with a mocking and merciless derision, akin to a viper striking precisely at its prey's vulnerable spot. That desperate Kamehameha, for which you risked your remaining strength, has surely drained you of your last vestiges of power, has it not? You are now merely a spent force, clinging to life through sheer will. Your wavering aura serves as the most laughable testament to your condition. He ruthlessly peeled away the layers of Goku's forced composure, intent on shattering the last remnants of his opponent's mental defenses. Do you wish to continue this struggle, already fated to meet its end? How pitiable! A cruel and sinister smile curved upon Cell's lips, his eyes glimmering with the malice and delight of a cat toying with its prey. I would kindly warn you. The same attack will be of no further efficacy against me. Furthermore, look at your wretched state. You are nearly devoid of the energy required to mount a proper counterattack. Are you not? In your current condition, what more can you accomplish? What can you wield to oppose me? Humph. In response to Cell's taunts, Goku let out a defiant roar. Amidst the astonished, worried, and bewildered gazes of onlookers, the seemingly waning golden aura ignited once more, fiercely blazing. Although its brilliance was no longer as resplendent as in its prime, and its momentum appeared precarious, on the verge of collapse, the resolute fighting spirit and indomitable will contained within remained palpable. With a mighty shout, Goku's form transformed into a slightly sluggish, yet still rapid golden light. Charging unhesitatingly towards Cell once again, the winds of his punches howled, and his legs lashed out like whips. The two engaged in close combat once more. Goku summoned the last remnants of his strength and honed combat skills to their utmost, each strike imbued with a ferocity born of desperation. He was burning the final flicker of his energy. Yet, the vast chasm of power and the severe depletion of his stamina inevitably led to a slight flaw in his movements, a fleeting rupture in rhythm. I've got you. The glint of malice ignited in Cell's eyes as he grinned wickedly, a massive hand enveloped in purple energy lunging forth with deadly precision, piercing through Goku's feeble defense and seizing his throat with a vice-like grip. Goh! A sudden sensation of suffocation and overwhelming strength enveloped him. Goku's pale blue eyes constricted sharply in pain and oxygen deprivation. Begone! Cell cackled madly, his arm unleashing a terrifying force, akin to hurling a heavy lead ball, sending Goku crashing against a towering hill in the distance. Boom! The deafening sound of a collision reverberated. The entire hill emitted a mournful cry under the furious strike of Cell, quaking violently. The surface of the mountain was instantly covered with immense and grotesque spiderweb-like cracks, as countless boulders crumbled like they had been detonated, cascading down and stirring up a cloud of thick dust that obscured the sky, completely engulfing and burying the figure of Sun Wukong. Wukong! Krillin and the others exclaimed in shock, their hearts racing to their throats. Cell hovered in the air, a cruel and triumphant smile adorning his face, relishing the overwhelming sensation of victory, preparing to deliver his victory proclamation. Boom! An even more violent explosion resonated from the collapsed rubble. A blinding golden light pierced through the swirling dust like a sword. Countless fragments of stone were violently scattered. A golden figure, exuding an indomitable spirit, broke through the cloud of debris and defiantly ascended once more. It was none other than Sun Wukong. Blood continuously dripped from the corners of his mouth, his breath rapid and erratic, the golden aura flickering like a candle in the wind. Yet, the flames in his eyes burned with unparalleled intensity. Sun Wukong let out a near-exhausted roar, his arms thrusting forward with great force. He had drained the last vestiges of energy from within, forsaking precision and power, instead seeking sheer volume and coverage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, hundreds, if not thousands, of energy blasts, varying in size but embodying Wukong's final will, surged forth like a torrential downpour, overwhelming Cell with their sheer numbers. This was the last roar and outpouring of a warrior's indomitable spirit. Cell's brow furrowed tightly, faced with this seemingly chaotic yet overwhelmingly saturated assault. He could no longer afford to be as reckless as before. Swiftly crossing his arms to shield his vital areas, he summoned a swirling purple aura around him, forming a dense layer of energy defense to withstand the relentless barrage of energy blasts. The continuous explosions enveloped his position in a tempest of fire and dust. After a brief moment of passive defense, a flicker of impatience and anger flashed in Cell's eyes. Damn it! With a cold snort, Cell abruptly spread his arms wide. Buzz! A solid, perfect spherical purple energy shield expanded rapidly around him. The surface of the shield pulsed with energy, emitting a low hum. The incoming energy blast struck the shield like raindrops against steel, bursting into nothingness, unable to even scratch its surface. As the dust settled, Cell remained unscathed at the center of the shield, his icy gaze fixated on the faltering figure of Sun Wukong in the air, his tone imbued with indignation at being affronted by an insignificant insect. To think you could force me to use an energy shield to defend against your dying attack, Wukong. For this alone, you shall leave your name in the annals of history, dying with pride. As he gazed upon the energy barrage he had expended with utmost fervor, it seemed to vanish into the abyss, effortlessly neutralized by the impenetrable purple shield. The golden flames that burned fiercely in Sun Wukong's eyes gradually began to dim. The last vestige of breath that had sustained him in battle seemed to dissipate along with it. No longer able to endure, he allowed his body to descend slowly from the air, his feet landing upon the ravaged ground. He gasped violently, each breath sending waves of excruciating pain throughout his body, sweat mingling with blood, dripping from his chin and staining the dust beneath his feet with darkened traces. His body swayed slightly, as if even the act of standing required immense effort. Yet, on his weary face, etched with fatigue, there was no trace of the anticipated despair or utter dejection. Instead, a flicker of subtle relief seemed to pass through his gaze, as if he were a messenger who, after enduring countless trials, had successfully delivered a vital message, completing a crucial mission understood only by himself. Chapter 78. The one who can defeat you indeed, he remained steadfastly committed to the original plan. Number 17. Observing the descending Sun Wukong, instantly perceived the entirety of his intentions behind that gaze. He was willing to exhaust every ounce of strength, even at the cost of his last breath, to push himself to the very limits, drawing forth the full extent of Cell's power, techniques, and combat style. All of this was for the sake of that boy, Sun Gohan, to awaken within him the realization of the enemy's might, to ignite the dormant scion fire and warrior's resolve within his heart. As a spectator privy to the unfolding narrative, Number 17 understood all too well Sun Wukong's seemingly reckless yet meticulously strategized approach. However, Number 17's calm gaze drifted toward the nearby youth, who stood with clenched fists, pallid complexion, and trembling form, stirring a ripple of concern within him. He had accurately gauged Cell's strength, yet perhaps underestimated Gohan's inherently gentle and kind nature. The level of provocation required to fully awaken his potential, which directly contributed to the ensuing prolonged and harrowing struggle at a great cost. His thoughts seemed to traverse time in an instant, recalling the heart-wrenching scenes from the original narrative. Powerful warriors besieged by a horde of diminutive cells, facing dire peril, blood spilling, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Had it not been for Number 16, whose sacrifice embodied a stark contrast to the pure android identity, demonstrating profound humanity with his pivotal intervention, it was likely that, apart from Gohan's eventual ascendance to Super Saiyan 2, others would have met their demise. Number 17 sighed resignedly in his heart, coolly critiquing the merciless script. How infuriating. Meanwhile, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. Sensing the rapid descent of Sun Wukong's energy, akin to a precipice nearing exhaustion, he gritted his teeth and forced out a reluctant whisper through clenched jaws. That fool, Kakarot, had indeed achieved an astounding enhancement in power, yet he was still far from being a match for that monster. All the warriors held their breath, the atmosphere laden with an oppressive weight akin to lead. Their hearts were gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, as if on the verge of bursting at any moment. Krillin, Tan, Yamcha, and Piccolo each furrowed their brows tightly, their palms slick with cold sweat, so tense that breathing seemed nearly impossible. Every gaze was fixated on the precarious figure at the center of the battlefield, awaiting his next move, anticipating the words that would determine their fates. In this almost suffocating silence, permeated by despair, Sun Wukong slowly lifted his head. His face bore the extreme fatigue and pallor of a hard-fought battle. Yet his gaze was remarkably serene, reminiscent of clarity following a storm. He inhaled deeply, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder, as if shedding a heavy burden long borne upon his shoulders. Then, he faced the green figure suspended in the air like a demon and spoke in a voice that, though hoarse, was clear enough. Cell, you are indeed powerful, I concede. What? Wukong, have you lost your mind? Krillin screamed, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, his jaw dropping in shock. He could hardly comprehend why his friend, who was always capable of miracles, would utter such absurd words at this critical juncture. Piccolo's tightly knitted brows twisted in disbelief as he stared at Sun Wukong, searching his face for even a hint of jest. Nearby, Tien and Yamcha stood frozen, their muscles rigid from sheer astonishment. Vegeta snorted derisively, his expression betraying his incredulity. Even Cell, who had been so self-satisfied in the air, displayed an unmistakable look of shock. "Do you know what you were saying, Sun Wukong?" Cell exclaimed, his surprise swiftly morphing into derision and mockery as he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, what a laugh. Who would have thought that the so-called warrior race, the Scions, would choose to surrender before the battle even began? Sun Wukong, you have utterly disappointed me. I concede." Sun Wukong repeated calmly, yet beneath this calmness lay an undercurrent of intensity. He paused momentarily, lifting his head as his gaze pierced the air towards Cell, his tone shifting abruptly. "But that does not mean we surrender, Cell." This unexpected twist set everyone's hearts racing once more. Sun Wukong slowly turned around, devoid of any signs of defeat or despair. Instead, he wore a serene smile, filled with conviction. His gaze swept across his companions, ultimately settling on a specific point. "Because here, we have another who possesses the power to completely vanquish you." "Humph," Cell scoffed coldly, his pupils instinctively darting towards the distant number 17, who had remained composed and seemingly indifferent throughout. With absolute confidence, he declared, "After I deal with you, he will be next. None of you can escape." "Do you truly believe that relying on him will turn the tide? How naive. Even the indomitable Goku has met his match. Must we truly rely solely on Android 17? It is infuriating to ponder whether the fate of our planet must rest upon the shoulders of an artificial being." Krillin, Yamcha, and the others instinctively followed Cell's gaze, turning towards the solitary neat area amidst the ruins. In their despair, a flicker of faint hope emerged in their eyes. Sensing the collective gaze upon him, 17 merely turned his head slightly, his expression remaining nonchalant, as if the unfolding events bore no relevance to him. Yet, Goku shook his head, shattering the brief silence with a voice that was both clear and resolute, drawing everyone's attention back to him. "At this moment, I truly do not comprehend the full extent of Android 17's strength." He shifted his focus, raising a hand to indicate a direction that left everyone momentarily speechless. "I speak of the one who possesses the power to triumph over you, Gohan." The reaction was akin to a colossal stone plunging into a still pond. Apart from the previously prepared and slightly stirred 17, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Shock, skepticism, absurdity, and worry intermingled across every face present. "Old man." Piccolo was the first to shout, his green visage contorted with disbelief and confusion, his voice trembling with incredulity. "Are you jesting on a cosmic scale? Even if Gohan has made remarkable progress this past year, Cell is a monster that you yourself could not defeat. How can he possibly?" His words faltered in his throat. As Gohan's mentor and de facto guardian, Piccolo instinctively viewed him as a child still in need of protection, unable to fathom the notion of sending him to confront a creature that even Goku could not vanquish. However, Goku's tone remained surprisingly calm, infused with an undeniable strength as he met Piccolo's wide, alarmed eyes. "Trust me, you underestimate Gohan far too much. He has been evolving. He is no longer the child who required your constant vigilance. The power that lies dormant within him far exceeds our imagination. It is a potential that, once awakened, will astound us all." His words bore no trace of exaggeration, only a certainty born from having witnessed the truth. He understood Piccolo's concern, but Goku, Krillin interjected, his voice laden with worry and unease as he rubbed his hands together, attempting to soften the atmosphere. "Even if Gohan has transformed into a Super Saiyan now, the pace of his advancement is astonishingly rapid. How can he possibly surpass you, who have trained for so many years, in such a brief period? This completely overturns my understanding of training." "No, Krillin, you do not grasp the situation," Goku replied, his gaze deepening and becoming distant, as if transcending time itself, returning to that isolated realm where sweat and potential surged simultaneously within the hyperbolic time chamber. During those final moments of training, I had already sensed it within Gohan. The door sealing his true power was beginning to loosen. The long-dormant strength has commenced its awakening. It is not merely an increase in strength. It is the awakening of a slumbering dragon. His tone was imbued with an ineffable sense of awe and pride. Under the incredulous, anxious, and disbelieving gazes of all present, Sun Wukong slowly approached his son. With a serene demeanor, Sun Wukong gently raised his right hand, its broad palm roughened by years of rigorous training. Having summoned ki countless times to repel formidable foes, it now exuded a calm and warm weight, devoid of any ostentation. He softly placed this hand upon Gohan's slender yet resilient shoulder, which had been forged through arduous practice. The muscles beneath his palm tensed instantly, as the young shoulder trembled slightly, not from fear, but akin to a bowstring drawn taut, bearing the immense responsibility of the world's fate and the unwavering trust of his father. This weight was almost suffocating for the youth, yet it curiously birthed a surge of courage within him. Sun Wukong's voice was deep and soothing, carrying a paternal reassurance capable of penetrating panic. Did you find the battle between me and Cell tense? Gohan lifted his gaze, his clear yet somewhat youthful eyes reflecting the visage of his father, dust-streaked, yet gentle and resolute. The father's tranquility served as a steadfast anchor amidst the turbulence of Gohan's emotions. He bit his lip, attempting to suppress the tumult within. His voice tinged with a barely perceptible dryness and tension. Yes, a little, Dad. Don't worry, Gohan, Sun Wukong replied, his lips curving into a smile that radiated warmth and strength, akin to sunlight piercing through dark clouds, aiming to dispel the last remnants of unease and shadow in his son's eyes. Relax, he then inquired, his tone shifting subtly from reassurance to earnest examination. Now, tell me, did you clearly observe the battle? Cell's movements, his speed, his fighting style? Under the penetrating gaze of his father, which brimmed with expectation and absolute trust, Gohan took a deep breath, as if to expel all doubt and distraction from his mind. He nodded emphatically, his eyes sharpening with focus and clarity, as if golden lightning flickered in the depths of his pupils. Yes, Dad, I saw everything clearly. Every single move. He paused momentarily, as uncertainty flickered within him. Yet he mustered all his courage to articulate his conclusions. I believe it was because neither you nor Cell were fighting at full strength, right? Upon hearing his son's tentative yet astute observation that pierced to the heart of the matter, Sun Wukong's lips finally lifted into a proud and gratified smile. That radiance illuminated the battlefield, shrouded in despair and oppression, as he mused. As for Cell, I cannot say. However, Father, I truly exerted all my strength just now. He gently patted his son's shoulder once more, his movements steady, as if he wished to transfer every ounce of his remaining energy and unwavering belief through that touch. So, Gohan, when you ascend shortly, you will personally experience it. You shall feel no pressure, correct? Father believes in you. What? The nearby Piccolo was struck as if by lightning, his green visage etched with disbelief. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Son Gohan, his pupils constricting dramatically in sheer astonishment, his voice wavering with shock. Gohan, what did you just say? You saw everything clearly. Every action at a speed that even we could only perceive as fleeting shadows. Is this true? He could scarcely believe his ears. The child he had nurtured from infancy, meticulously instructing in every technique, had achieved an insight and power that had ascended to a terrifying realm beyond his comprehension. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, I saw it clearly. Son Gohan met Piccolo's astonished gaze with unwavering resolve, his voice still imbued with youthful clarity, yet resonating with an unprecedented strength and determination. Beside them, Vegeta, whose face had been taut with incredulity, revealed the first cracks of emotion. He did not roar like Piccolo, but his tightly pressed lips involuntarily parted slightly, as if tumultuous waves surged within the depths of his pupils. It was a profound shock, a complete upheaval of his inherent understanding. Kakarot's son could actually perceive it. That terrifying speed, which even he found daunting, that collision of power which transcended the bounds of common knowledge. How could this be possible? Even after a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, what kind of monster lay hidden within him? The Scion Prince's pride and worldview were shaken to their very core in that moment. For the first time, he was compelled to reassess Kakarot's son with an equal, albeit slightly fearful, perspective. Just as everyone's minds were ensnared by Gohan's words, Krillin suddenly regained his senses, as if recalling something of utmost importance. He hurriedly reached into the pocket of his orange GI, and after a moment of rummaging, cautiously produced a brown pouch, extracting a vibrant green senzu bean. Goku, quickly, eat this to regain your strength. Krillin's face bore urgency and concern as he stepped forward, eager to place the senzu bean into the hands of the still weak Son Goku. In that moment, the bean was akin to a lifeline, brimming with the hope of restoring his comrade to peak condition. However, the next scene plunged everyone's thoughts into a state of bewilderment once more. Son Goku accepted the senzu bean, yet his actions displayed no hesitation. He did not even spare a glance at the precious restorative item. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, including the nearby Krillin. He abruptly raised his arm and, without a moment's hesitation, flung that crucial Senzu bean as if it were an ordinary stone, directly towards the distant Cell. "Hey, Cell, catch!" Son Goku's voice was chillingly calm. The mystical bean traced a faint green arc as Cell instinctively reached out to catch it. Gazing at the alluringly radiant bean nestled in his palm, a flicker of astonishment and confusion passed through his compound eyes. "Mr. Goku, what are you doing?" Trunks was the first to exclaim, his lavender hair seeming to defy gravity in its shock. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Why would one gift the only means of rapid recovery to the greatest adversary? It was tantamount to digging one's own grave. Before Trunks could await Goku's response, Krillin, equally astonished yet subtly disapproving, seemed to grasp his dear friend's intentions instantly. He reached out to restrain Trunks, who was on the verge of rushing forward, and spoke with a complex tone imbued with profound understanding. "This is Goku's choice, or rather, the choice of a true warrior." Casting a glance at the serene-faced Son Goku, he continued addressing Trunks, as if speaking to all who harbored doubt. "Perhaps this seems foolish, ill-timed even. But for a true warrior, some things transcend victory. To vanquish an opponent, we must confront them at their strongest, decisively defeating them in a fair contest. To seize victory by exploiting another's weakness may secure a win, yet it tarnishes the honor and integrity of a warrior. Such actions are beneath us." This resolute declaration, echoing the pure conviction of a warrior, reached the ears of Android 18, who had been observing with her arms crossed, her expression detached. Yet, at this moment, she couldn't help but raise an elegantly groomed eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering in her icy blue gaze. Turning her head, she regarded Krillin, the short, bald figure whose head glinted in the sunlight, with newfound scrutiny. "Oh." The corners of Android 18's rosy lips curled into the faintest of smiles. Her voice a whisper meant only for her ears, imbued with a sense of reevaluation. It was unexpected that this seemingly unremarkable little bald man could articulate such sentiments. She had long regarded these so-called warriors as mere brash fools, yet Krillin's words, laden with a certain conviction and principle, compelled her to regard him with newfound respect. This foolish tenacity, so discordant with the operational rules of her world, exuded a peculiar and undeniable sense of strength. Nearby, Android 17 astutely perceived the subtle shift in his sister's demeanor and the soft murmur of her thoughts, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Though he chose to remain silent, continuing to observe the unfolding scene. In the center of the battlefield, Cell stared down at the bean in his hand, then lifted his gaze to the composed Son Goku and the explaining Krillin. His initial bewilderment gradually morphed into an exceedingly intricate expression, ultimately transforming into a more intense, almost insulted mockery tinged with rage. "Humph. Ha ha ha. How amusing. Truly, this is delightful. Son Goku." Sheru erupted into a thunderous, maniacal laughter, his mirth imbued with an absurdity and a simmering anger born of disdain. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the celestial bean. A resounding hum echoed as a tremendous surge of life energy unfurled within him, akin to the long-awaited rain after a parched drought. In an instant, the energy expended in his regeneration was completely replenished, even surpassing his previous state. A violet aura exploded around him, ascending like tangible flames, creating a pressure so intense that it left the warriors observing from afar momentarily breathless. Foolish, utterly foolish. Sun Wukong, now restored to his peak condition, and even more formidable. Sheru reveled in the torrent of power coursing through him. He pointed at Sun Wukong, his tone dripping with mockery. "For the sake of your pathetic warrior dignity, you have willingly sealed the last shred of your chance to defeat me. By gifting me this celestial being, you have effectively signed the death warrant for all of you. You shall never have the opportunity to vanquish me again. Never." His maniacal laughter, accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy, swept across the entire battlefield. "Go forth, Gohan." Ignoring Sheru's arrogance, Sun Wukong's voice resonated once more, filled with encouragement and unwavering trust, serving as the most steadfast support, propelling his son forward. Gohan nodded firmly, all hesitation and tension dissipating in the face of his father's absolute faith. Under the collective gaze of astonishment, anticipation, doubt, worry, and shock, he took a deep breath and resolutely grasped the white cloak of the demon clan, reminiscent of Piccolo, pulling it fiercely. With a flourish, The white cloak soared like an eagle declaring its independence, akin to a warrior shedding the naivety of youth, fluttering in the chaotic currents before gently settling upon the scarred earth beneath him. Beneath the cloak lay a sharp and spirited purple training uniform, tightly enveloping his seemingly slender yet upright figure, akin to a pine tree. In that moment, the youth's body seemed to harbor an overwhelming force capable of altering the course of the battle. Without a shred of hesitation, his feet lightly detached from the ground, his body gracefully levitating. A nascent yet resplendent golden aura enveloped him, his petite form radiating an indomitable resolve, transforming into a steadfast stream of golden light. Hovering resolutely before the perfect android Cheru, who exuded an oppressive aura of annihilation. On his youthful visage, pale blue irises ignited with an unprecedented fervor for battle, locking eyes with the embodiment of destruction. At the foot of Mount Fuji, in the heart of the plains, after the cataclysmic clash between Sun Wukong and Cheru, the surrounding area had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. All vegetation had been uprooted, reduced to mere powder, leaving behind a grotesque landscape scarred by the relentless onslaught of terrifying energy, interspersed with charred boulders. The air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched earth and a rich dust-laden atmosphere. In the center of this desolation, Gohan and Cheru faced each other across the scorching ground, suspended above the searing terrain. Countless gazes, filled with shock, doubt, concern, and anticipation, converged upon the slender yet resolute figure of the young man. Gohan took a deep breath, inhaling the scorching and thin air, his chest rising and falling slightly with tension. In the next instant, boom! A pure and blazing golden aura erupted from within him like a long-suppressed volcano, soaring into the sky and enveloping him completely. This radiance was unlike the sinister purple flames intertwined with Cell's energy. It was purer, more dazzling, exuding an unworldly sharpness unique to youth. It clashed fiercely with Cell's cold, brutal purple aura, tearing apart the stifling atmosphere around them, confronting it defiantly. "Oh, at last, you've arrived, little brat," Cell observed with interest, his crimson eyes scanning Gohan up and down, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Come now, delight me. Let me see just how laughable the power is that your foolish father claimed could defeat me." Before the last syllable of his taunt faded, Cell's figure abruptly blurred and vanished. Gohan's light blue eyes narrowed in shock. In his Super Saiyan form, his extraordinary dynamic vision and key perception peaked at that moment, capturing a fleeting green distortion that nearly blended into the air. With a sudden burst of strength from his waist, he forcefully twisted his body mid-air, his right fist already enveloped in the surging golden aura, striking fiercely toward the perceived endpoint of the trajectory. Bang! The fists collided mid-air, entwined with two distinctly terrifying energies. A violent shockwave erupted from their center. Ugh! Gohan stifled a groan in his throat, feeling an irresistible force surge along his arm, causing him to uncontrollably slide backward for several meters before barely regaining his footing, his arm pulsing with soreness. In stark contrast, Cell merely swayed slightly from the ferocious backlash, standing firm like a rock, his mocking grin growing even more pronounced. "Your speed and reaction are barely passable. As for your strength, pathetic," Cell scoffed, not granting Gohan a moment to catch his breath. His figure vanished once more. The next instant, a relentless assault akin to a tsunami from the abyss descended upon Gohan. Green fists, legs, and even that deadly tail transformed into countless serpentine shadows, tearing through space from every conceivable angle, overwhelming Gohan with an onslaught that threatened to fill the very space he occupied. Cell's speed surpassed the limits of visual capture, and his power was unstoppable. Each strike contained the terrifying force capable of shattering mountains and splitting seas. "Huh!" Gohan gritted his teeth, the flames of golden determination igniting in his clear eyes, unleashing the culmination of his arduous training over the past year in the room of spirit and time without reservation. His diminutive golden figure transformed into a swift flicker in the air, twisting and turning like a flowing stream of light. His arms danced like the wind, forming the most resilient golden shield, executing precise blocks and parries with minimal movement and utmost efficiency. Bang! 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 Each clash of limbs erupted with the thunderous roar of high-speed metal collisions, dazzling sparks of energy scattering like fireworks. The heavy, heart-stopping sound of impacts reverberated endlessly, akin to a multitude of war drums pounding simultaneously. Two figures intertwined in the sky with a terrifying speed beyond the naked eye, fiercely colliding, separating, and re-engaging. The dissipating golden and purple energy surged like a chaotic tempest, wildly spilling in all directions, carving deep grooves into the already ravaged ground. Astonishingly, Sun Wukong did not falter under this tempestuous assault. Instead, he exhibited an extraordinary combat talent far surpassing his years, coupled with an impressively solid martial foundation. His movements were as swift as lightning and as fluid as water, his defense impeccable, even managing to seize fleeting opportunities amid impenetrable blocks to unleash a ferocious counterattack. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden and purple light. As the two engaged in a fierce exchange, difficult to distinguish who held the upper hand. The unimaginable speed and force of their clashes left the distant onlookers in awe, overwhelming them with an indescribable shock. Chapter 81. The Shackles of Benevolence in the Scene. Golden and purple energies continued to clash violently, the explosive sounds ringing incessantly, creating an impression of an evenly matched fierce battle. Swoosh! A concentrated golden energy beam streaked past Cell's cheek like a precise scalpel. Though deflected by his protective aura, it still left a fleeting burn mark on his pale purple-white skin. Gohan, he is truly formidable, Krillin murmured in disbelief. His mouth agape and his eyes filled with incredulous astonishment. He can truly contend with Cell to this extent. Tien's third eye on his forehead flickered intensely, striving to capture every detail, his tone imbued with shock. Piccolo's tightly clenched fists relaxed slightly, yet his brow remained furrowed, showing no signs of relief. His emerald green eyes fixated on the rapidly shifting battlefield, vividly reflecting the defiant and radiant golden figure. Nearby, Android 18, previously observing with crossed arms, finally broke her indifferent demeanor. She clicked her tongue lightly, a flicker of undeniable surprise flashing in her icy blue eyes as she closely followed the agile golden figure in the air. This little brat unexpectedly possesses some skill in a fight. His speed and strength are simply outrageous. Beside her, Android 17 remained as calm as still water. He squinted slightly. Analyzing coolly, his strength and speed have indeed met the standard, even exceeding expectations. However, 18, have you not noticed? His gaze resembled a precise scanner, meticulously observing every movement of Son Gohan. His attacks lacked intent, with the trajectory of his energy exhibiting subtle deviations at the critical moment, indicating his hesitation. This mindset was a fatal weakness when confronting an adversary like Cell. He was merely responding passively rather than actively seeking to destroy. At that moment, the previously silent Mohican giant, Android 16, flickered his crimson electronic eyes at a high frequency, his internal processor emitting an almost inaudible low-frequency hum. His deep, steady mechanical voice gradually resonated, supplementing Android 17's observations. 17's analysis is correct. Target Son Gohan's energy readings fluctuate significantly, peaking at 927, which matches Cell's current performance. Yet the output efficiency oscillates between 54 and 78, indicating severe internal discord. His combat style leans towards a high-level defensive self-regulatory program rather than aggressive directives. He is suppressing himself. As the battle progressed, however, beads of cold sweat began to form on Piccolo's forehead, an intense sense of unease coiling around his heart like a chilling serpent. Something was amiss, disturbingly amiss. Just as Android 17 had stated, Piccolo, who had witnessed Son Gohan's growth firsthand, keenly sensed the lethal flaw beneath the veneer of perfection. Gohan's power was immense, his speed as swift as lightning, and his on-the-spot reactions impeccable. Even in his Super Saiyan state, his aura remained stable and potent. From a purely combat perspective, he indeed possessed the capability to contend with Cell. Yet, there was a crucial element missing from his fighting style, an essential aspect in the throes of life-and-death combat, a ruthless, cold intent to annihilate the opponent. Every seemingly ferocious attack exhibited subtle deviations in energy trajectory and impact point at the last moment, as if an invisible hand guided him to intentionally evade Cell's true, lethal vulnerabilities. Each opportunity to deliver a potentially devastating counterattack was marred by a barely perceptible pause and hesitation in his energy, not due to a lack of skill, but stemming from a deeply rooted reluctance within, as if he feared that his power could inflict irreparable harm upon his foe. His eyes, sharp from intense focus and ablaze with pure combat spirit in their pale blue depths, lacked the resoluteness and righteous fury required when facing a fiend like Cell, who reveled in slaughter and destruction. That innate, profoundly ingrained kindness, which resided deep within his essence, transformed into an indomitable invisible shackle at this moment, binding his terrifying potential, capable of cataclysmic devastation, tightly, preventing its release. Not only did Piccolo, who understood him best, recognize this, but Cell, as his opponent, also perceived it with utmost clarity. The mocking smile on his face, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse, grew increasingly pronounced, nearly overflowing. "What's wrong, kid? Is that all you've got for your playful attacks?" Cell effortlessly evaded Gohan's powerful sidekick, countering with a straightforward yet devastating punch that struck Gohan's crossed arms with the force of a cannonball. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, causing Gohan to grunt in pain as he was sent hurtling backward, akin to a train colliding with him, crashing into a towering stone pillar and raising a cloud of dust. "Your foolish father was so certain you could defeat me. Show me your true prowess. Let me witness the so-called incredible power you possess." Cell hovered in the air, his mocking voice piercing through the dust like a cold needle. Amidst the flying debris, Gohan coughed violently, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, with unwavering determination, he propelled himself upward from the rubble, his golden aura flickering. Dim, but not extinguished. "Oh." Cell finally lowered his arms, his purple energy swirling around him like a sentient liquid, observing from a position of superiority. A hint of surprise crossed his otherwise perfect visage, a fusion of many formidable genes, as if he had stumbled upon a somewhat entertaining toy, though his predominant expression remained one of disdain. "I didn't expect you, boy, to possess such unexpectedly resilient bones. You can still stand after all this. Intriguing." Gohan raised his hand, trembling slightly as he wiped the blood from his mouth. His youthful voice, hoarse from internal turmoil and fatigue, pierced through the lingering dust. Clear yet strained. "Stop. This battle is utterly meaningless." He lifted his gaze, his light blue eyes locking onto Cell's crimson ones, devoid of fear or hatred, filled instead with profound confusion, pity, and a hint of exhaustion from within. The last trace of surprise on Cell's face froze, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the universe. In the next instant, a cacophonous laugh erupted, filled with piercing mockery, reverberating like thunder across the heavens, shaking the remaining rubble around them. "Ha ha!" He laughed uncontrollably, nearly brought to tears by the absurdity of it all. "How delightful! I expected you to struggle to your feet, and at least attempt to salvage your dignity with some fierce words. Instead, you seem terrified to the point of delirium, begging for mercy. Are you suggesting that my meticulously crafted Cell games, a supreme indulgence for my own amusement, are without purpose? You wish to call it off?" "Yes." Gohan's voice was quiet yet imbued with an extraordinary conviction. He nodded firmly, his golden hair dancing in the turbulent air. "Senseless slaughter, wanton destruction. Battles fought merely for amusement. All of it is devoid of meaning." "Meaning?" Sheru abruptly ceased his maniacal laughter, his visage instantly cloaked in a chilling, merciless demeanor. He extended his crimson tongue to moisten his lips, his eyes glinting with the essence of annihilation. "The very meaning lay in observing you, self-proclaimed titans, as you writhe in despair beneath my feet, wailing, only to be shattered by my own hands, one by one. I shall vanquish you, rend asunder your laughable progenitor, and ultimately obliterate that bothersome android, number 17. Finally, I shall witness this fragile, insignificant planet disintegrate into cosmic dust at my command. This constitutes the greatest delight of my existence, the very purpose of my being." "Sheru." Son Gohan's voice rose slightly, tinged with urgency and even a hint of pleading. "I truly wish to cease this senseless battle. I do not desire to take any life, not even yours, a being who was fabricated, one that should not exist in this world." He hesitated, seemingly in search of a fitting term, ultimately expressing with an air of naivete, "I do not wish to arbitrarily strip you of your existence." Chapter 82. Gohan's inner thoughts. What on earth is Gohan saying? In the distance, Krillin anxiously rose on his toes, attempting to catch the indistinct words carried by the wind. However, the intense energy fluctuations and the vast distance rendered him only capable of perceiving the silhouettes of their confrontation and Sheru's exaggerated laughter. Why does he not strike? It appears he is conversing with Sheru, his expression seemingly trying to persuade him. Tien, Yamcha, and all the warriors felt a knot of unease tightening in their throats. Their attention fixated on the heart of the battlefield, an ominous premonition growing ever stronger. Son Gohan paid no heed to the commotion and the anxiety that was beginning to permeate the air, continuing to address Shuru, as if striving to elucidate his thoughts or to persuade some part of himself. I detest meaningless combat. Fighting should be to safeguard those dear to us, to protect this world, rather than for mere destruction and slaughter. I can certainly see that you harbor no love for conflict. Boy, Sheriff scoffed, his tone laden with derision, almost tangible in its scorn. You exude that nauseating aura of pacifism. However, his tone suddenly turned icy, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. What did you just say? You do not wish to slay me? Ha ha ha. You truly overestimate yourself, little one, with your paltry skills and your misguided compassion. Even if you were to train for 100 years, you could not even harm a single hair on the great Sheru. To kill me? Such delusions are laughable. You are utterly blind to your own insignificance. No. At that moment, Son Gohan abruptly raised his head, his pale blue eyes suddenly igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. This radiance was not the flame of anger, but rather an unparalleled clarity and enlightenment, as if he had just grasped an ultimate truth. I finally begin to comprehend why Father said that only I can defeat you. What? Sheru's previously mocking expression froze in disbelief, replaced by an absurd shock. He could scarcely believe his ears. Before me stood this impudent child, who had been mercilessly pummeled like a punching bag, now audaciously claiming he would bring me down. A profound sense of offense, intertwined with absurdity, surged within me. How outrageous! Was my earlier display all for naught? Since my tender years, I had often heard the voice of Gohan, now inexplicably tranquil, as if ensnared in distant memories. On his youthful face, an expression of profound gravitas and wisdom belied his age. Whenever I find myself engulfed in overwhelming rage, an uncontrollable force wells up from the depths of my being, often leading to terrifying consequences. Gohan's gaze seemed to penetrate through the figure of Cell, transcending time and space, revisiting the blood-soaked battlefields that had irrevocably altered the course of his life. The first confrontation was with the scion named Raditz, who had come to Earth and harmed my father. In that moment, an indescribable fury clouded my mind. I could think of nothing but freeing my father from Raditz's grasp. The second instance occurred during the fight against Vegeta and Nappa, when Uncle Piccolo shielded me with his own body from Nappa's attack. The terror of near death and my concern for Uncle Piccolo erupted like a volcano, igniting a force I could scarcely comprehend. Additionally, there was the battle on Namek against the Ginyu Force, where I witnessed my companions fall one by one, and faced the tyrant Frieza, who took Uncle Krillin's life. Gohan's voice, deep and serene, bore no hint of arrogance or self-satisfaction. It was merely a recounting of the harrowing battles, the dire consequences wrought by his uncontrollable power, shared with Cell in an attempt to invoke understanding. Thus, Gohan's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, tinged with a near-pleading warning, his pale blue eyes locking onto Cell's crimson gaze. When true fury consumes me, he declared, that power spirals beyond my control, unleashing a chaotic force that annihilates all in its path. He paused slightly, the gentle golden aura surrounding him subtly intensifying, as if a colossal entity stirred beneath its surface. During that year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber alongside my father, this power had not been tamed. Rather, it had burgeoned into something more formidable than ever before. I believe my father foresaw this, which is why he entrusted me with facing you. Gohan gradually lifted his clenched fist, small yet enveloped in a golden radiance, as if harboring the power to obliterate worlds. He gazed intently at Cell, each word pronounced with clarity and a sense of finality, bearing the weight of an ultimatum. Therefore, if you insist on continuing down this path, if you truly push me to the brink of losing my last shred of sanity, I may very well kill you. This is not a threat, it is a final warning. I implore you to cease this at once. A brief silence enveloped the atmosphere before a deep, suppressed chuckle erupted from Cell's throat. Then came the cacophonous laughter, hysterical, more frenzied and piercing than before, overflowing with endless derision and excitement, akin to a tsunami crashing forth from his lips. He laughed with such fervor that his entire body quaked, the violet aura swirling violently around him, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke since the dawn of the universe. Magnificent. Truly an extraordinary tale. As he roared with laughter, Sheru wiped away non-existent tears with the back of his hand. Leaning slightly forward, his visage, a blend of Frieza's coldness and the Scion's arrogance, drew near to Sun Gohan. His crimson gaze piercing like an abyss, looking down upon the boy who barely reached his waist. Contempt dripped from him, palpable and thick. How naive, little brat. Did you think that reciting a few ghost stories to frighten children would instill fear in me, Sheru, compelling me to cower and beg for mercy? No. Sheru abruptly straightened. The smile on his face swiftly replaced by an exquisite cruelty and insatiable greed. He extended his tongue, slowly licking his lips like a serpent eyeing its prey. Quite the contrary. Hearing your words fills me with an exhilarating thrill. His eyes burned with a morbid desire. What I, Sheru, seek is the ultimate power. The ecstasy of transcending limits. I am increasingly eager to witness the so-called uncontrollable power that emerges when you are thoroughly provoked. Let us see if it lives up to my expectations, if it can rekindle the joy I have longed for. Come, little brat. Show me the power you boast of. Sheru spread his arms wide, letting out a bloodthirsty roar. Use your anger. Delight me. No sooner had he spoken than his figure left a distinct green afterimage at the spot, his true form appearing before Sun Gohan, as if teleported. There were no flamboyant techniques, only the simplest, most direct punch, a manifestation of absolute power and pure malice, capable of shattering mountains. It tore through the air with a deafening sonic boom, crashing forcefully toward the boy's youthful face. Bang! In a sound so thunderous it seemed to halt hearts, Sun Gohan's figure was sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, under the horrified gazes of all present. Struck violently by that ferocious blow, however, just as the golden figure was about to collide brutally with a jagged area of rocks, a hum resonated. The golden aura surrounding Sun Gohan trembled violently, then suddenly coalesced. Gritting his teeth, he emitted a suppressed grunt from his throat, twisting midair with sheer force. His feet unleashing powerful energy to stabilize the uncontrollable momentum. Debris and dust swirled chaotically behind him due to the abrupt halt. Yet, Sheru's pursuit was relentless. Swift as a phantom. Thank you to my benefactors for your continued support and little gifts. More updates this afternoon. Chapter 83, a reminder from No. 17, for my benefactors' additional support. Too slow. A chilling scoff slithered into Sun Gohan's ears like a venomous snake. The green afterimage had anticipated his landing, appearing instantaneously less than a meter behind him. Sun Gohan barely had time to turn around before a lethal gust surged toward his back. Thud! The hard elbow, infused with destructive energy, struck like a falling meteor, precisely and mercilessly, against the unguarded spine of Sun Gohan. Ugh! Sun Gohan was brutally slammed face down onto the unyielding ground. Cell, with his cold, armored foot enveloped in a malevolent purple aura, descended with the weight of 1,000 mountains, trampling upon the back of Gohan's head with merciless cruelty, akin to crushing an ant. Ugh! Gohan's cheek was forcefully pressed against the coarse rock, one side of his face instantly lacerated by the jagged stones, blood mingling with the dust as it flowed. Cell's foot pressed down like a hydraulic press, inexorably grinding Gohan's skull into the shattered earth, inch by inch. The hard rock groaned under the unbearable burden, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Get angry, you worthless fool. Cell's voice brimmed with a morbid excitement and sadistic urgency as he continued to mercilessly crush Gohan's head. Feeling the bones beneath his foot groan under the pressure, while he taunted like a demon, fury, just like in your stories. Unleash your uncontrollable power for me to behold. Hurry, hurry, Gohan. In the distance, Trunks gasped at the sight. Goku. Krillin, consumed by dread, felt his eyes redden. Blood vessels bursting as he abruptly turned towards the still weak Goku. Unleashing a near-demonic roar, his voice quaking with extreme anger and worry. It can't go on like this. Gohan will die. That monster will truly kill him. At that moment, amidst Krillin's cries, all eyes were fixated on Goku. Piccolo's clenched fists bulged with tension, and Tien's 3 eyes widened in anticipation as they awaited the father's reaction to rescue his son from this brutal torment. Even Android 17 was not exempt. Despite his knowledge of the original story, standing amidst this fierce battle, he too was curious if Goku's choice would alter. However, Goku remained motionless. His pale blue pupils were locked onto the horrific scene, where Cell's foot, cloaked in biological armor, callously trampled Gohan's skull, forcing the boy's bloodied face deeper into the rubble. Yet, Goku's expression bore none of the anticipated fury, anxiety, or loss of control. Instead, it was replaced by an almost profound serenity. Beneath that calm, however, lay the simmering force of a suppressed volcano, harboring an indomitable resolve that no one could perceive. Goku, Krillin, witnessing his friend's unresponsive demeanor, was on the brink of madness. He cried out again, "What are you waiting for?" That's Gohan. This time, Goku finally turned his head slowly. His gaze swept over Krillin's distorted face, twisted by concern, over Launch's pale lips, over Tien's furrowed brow, and over Piccolo's eyes burning with silent fury. Ultimately, his gaze transcended the anxious, bewildered, and even reproachful expressions of his companions, returning to rest upon his son, bloodied and trampled beneath Cell's foot. A hint of resolute composure gradually surfaced upon his face. In this moment, amidst the hellish scene, composure appeared strikingly out of place, imbued with an uncanny power. Rest assured, Krillin, Son Goku's voice resonated with an unusual calmness, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present, as if infused with a magical ability to soothe chaos. Gohan will surely prevail. This declaration struck the hearts of the crowd like a thunderclap. How could victory be possible in such dire circumstances? Their bodies were being ravaged, dignity trampled upon, breath waning. This was evidently a one-way street leading to death. Have you lost your mind, Goku? Krillin roared in despair, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Just look at what Cell is doing to Gohan. He will die? He is truly going to be killed. Even the usually composed Piccolo growled, his voice hoarse. Old son, this is not the time for blind faith. That fiend is reveling in his torment. Nevertheless, Son Goku's gaze remained unwavering. It was as if he penetrated the bloody violence before him, glimpsing a distant future, a vision only he could perceive. His lips moved slightly, his voice low and almost introspective, yet filled with a father's near-obsessive trust and hope. It is precisely because it is Gohan, because he is my son, that I understand better than anyone the astonishing power that lies dormant beneath his gentle exterior. His eyes sharpened, as if gazing into the vast ocean of potential within his son, recognizing that what Gohan lacked was not strength, but the resolve to unleash that strength. Gohan, let your anger rise. Awaken the true power that lies deep within you, the power that even terrifies you. The time has come. Number 17's gaze was profound, quietly observing Son Goku persist as he did in the original tale. He was indeed aware of the underlying reasons for Goku's actions. However, he suddenly spoke. His voice not loud, but piercingly clear amid the clamor, reaching Goku's ears. I fully concur with your assessment of the latent power within your son. His tone bore an eerie calmness, devoid of emotional fluctuations, only pure rational analysis. It is indeed a terrifying energy capable of toppling Cell. Yet, he tilted his head slightly, a playful glint in his eye as he regarded Goku, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if presenting a perilous riddle. The full eruption of this power requires a key, a sufficiently intense trigger. What do you think? Number 17 paused, continuing. Under what circumstances, what kind of hatred could ignite this power, long restrained by benevolence? At these words, Goku's body jolted. He abruptly turned to number 17, his pale blue pupils contracting sharply, filled with shock and a foreboding sense of dread. He had always believed in his son's strength, but had subconsciously evaded the potentially harrowing cost required to fully unleash that power. Number 17's words sliced through the semblance of certainty surrounding his seemingly perfect plan, exposing its cruel core. What kind of devastating fuel would the anticipated fury require? As if to validate the prophetic words spoken on the 17th, too slow, too weak, Cell let out a thunderous roar, his claw, enveloped in a violet aura, resembling a venomous dragon tearing through space, seized the throat of Gohan, who had just managed to rise from the rubble. A wave of suffocation struck him instantaneously, causing the already unstable golden aura surrounding him to flicker violently. Cell, with a sinister grin, his muscular arm bulging with terrifying strength, mercilessly hurled Gohan towards the ground as if he were a mere chick. Boom! The deafening sound of impact erupted, shaking the earth violently, with dust soaring into the air like the shockwave of an explosion. In an instant, a colossal pit, over 10 meters in diameter, resembling a spider's web, was formed. Gohan's relatively diminutive form was deeply embedded at the pit's center, partially buried beneath countless shattered stones, crimson blood seeping from his split lips, brow, and various wounds, staining the rocks beneath him a shocking dark red. He gasped for breath, each inhalation sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through his body. Chapter 84. The Approaching Blue Nightmare. Additional update. Gohan. Piccolo's eyes widened in fury, his green visage contorted in anguish and rage. An overwhelming energy erupting uncontrollably around him, nearly breaking the last vestiges of his rationality as he lunged forward recklessly. Yet Cell descended like an elegant demon, slowly landing at the edge of the pit, gazing down upon the struggling figure attempting to rise once more, his eyes gleaming with cruel excitement. "Get up, boy! Didn't your surrendering father say you could defeat me?" He spread his arms wide, his voice dripping with mockery and insult. "Show me. Unleash the power you boast of." As he laughed maniacally, he gathered a sphere of purple energy, mercilessly hurling it towards Gohan like a sandbag. Boom, boom, boom. Each explosion caused the earth to tremble violently, smoke and debris mingling with fiery energy, engulfing Gohan's form. The pit grew deeper and wider with each blast. Gohan could only curl up at the bottom, crossing his arms to shield his head, desperately clinging to the last line of defense with his flickering golden aura. Each explosion inflicted further injuries upon him, his muffled groans of pain drowned out by the cacophony of continuous detonations. "What's the matter? Is this all your power? Can you not even summon your anger? Pathetic. Just like your surrendering father, you are worthless." Cell's words dripped with the utmost contempt, incessantly pricking at Gohan's nerves, attempting to ignite his fury with the most venomous of taunts. Yet Gohan, biting his lip, his pale blue eyes filled with anguish, found his raging fire perpetually shrouded by a mist of compassion and a reluctance to harm life, unable to ignite fully. His small soul struggled intensely. He could not comprehend why he was required to rely on anger and hatred to attain strength. Why must battle be aimed at the complete annihilation of the opponent? It appears that merely assaulting you, this little imp, is insufficient to truly provoke your wrath. The twisted grin on Cell's face grew even more grotesque as his crimson gaze slowly shifted from the struggling Gohan at the bottom of the pit to the distant warriors, their anxious expressions betraying their tension. A more malicious and precisely targeted plan began to form in his mind, one that would strike at Gohan's vulnerabilities. If you cannot ignite that pitiful fury within yourself, then let your companion's screams and despair stoke the flames for you. With a sinister chuckle, Cell abruptly tilted his head back and emitted a piercing, shrill shriek. The sound seemed capable of penetrating the very soul, sending a shiver through the hearts of the distant warriors. The tail, once coiled tightly against his spine, suddenly extended high, resembling the venomous stinger of a scorpion, exuding a lethal threat. The tip of the tail unfurled like a malevolent blossom, revealing an unfathomable abyss within. In the next instant, a series of explosive sounds resonated. Multiple azure beams of light, akin to a horde of locusts from the depths of hell, surged forth from the tail's opening, radiating an unsettling energy as they scattered throughout the surrounding space. The blue light rapidly expanded, contorted, and morphed, accompanied by the agonizing sounds of bones growing and shells scraping. In the blink of an eye, 7 smaller figures emerged on the battlefield, resembling Cell in their full form but distinctly smaller, their bodies shining with an ethereal blue hue. Their eyes gleamed with the same crimson light, emitting a cacophony of sharp, discordant shrieks, a sound laced with pure murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. "Go forth, my children," Cell proclaimed, arms outstretched like a doomsday sovereign, his cruel laughter echoing across the shattered earth. "Treat these bothersome spectators to a proper display. Let them experience firsthand the essence of true despair. Shatter their bones inch by inch, extinguish their hopes bit by bit." With a deafening roar, Cell's malicious command unleashed the chains binding the most savage of beasts. The 7 smaller cells raised their heads in unison, emitting a bloodthirsty howl that reverberated through the air. Their crimson eyes ignited with a terrifying brilliance, precisely locking onto their respective targets: Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha. In an instant, they transformed into 7 bolts of frenzied blue lightning, tearing through the air with a terrifying speed that exceeded all expectations, driven by their primal instinct for slaughter. Like missiles homing in on death, they charged towards their adversaries from various directions. The battle instantly devolved into 7 brutal one-on-one skirmishes. Each warrior found themselves ensnared in a life-and-death struggle against a smaller cell. The sounds of fists and feet colliding, alongside the thunderous roars of energy explosions, echoed in a relentless rhythm. At the onset of this fierce confrontation, the warriors, drawing upon their years of experience honed at the brink of death and the remaining strength they possessed, managed to maintain a semblance of defense. Though the attacks of these diminutive cell variants were swift and fierce, striking with calculated precision aimed directly at vital points, they appeared to hold back, indulging in a cruel mockery reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. It was as if they were assessing, manipulating, and relishing the final moments of fear and helplessness as their prey writhed in agony. This fleeting and humiliating equilibrium afforded the warriors a brief respite, allowing them to momentarily stabilize their footing and engage in a battle of wits against their formidable adversaries. However, beneath this fragile balance lay a fatal flaw that everyone was acutely aware of: Sun Wukong. His earlier confrontation with the true Cell had already drained the last vestiges of strength from his being, leaving him utterly exhausted and on the brink of collapse. At that moment, the once resplendent golden aura that enveloped him flickered like a candle in the wind, wavering uncertainly. And maintaining his Super Saiyan form had become a daunting challenge, as if he were on the brink of reverting to his ordinary state. His movements were unprecedentedly sluggish and stiff. Every block and dodge was fraught with difficulty and struggle, a mere shadow of his former speed and power. Against the relentless and merciless onslaught of the diminutive Cell, he could only endure, teetering on the edge of despair, each collision sending violent tremors through his frail body, as if it could shatter at any moment. The diminutive Cell, engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with Wukong, exhibited not merely a thirst for slaughter in its crimson multifaceted eyes, but a blend of cunning and cruelty. It keenly detected the disarray in Wukong's breath, the lethargy in his movements, and the overwhelming fatigue barely concealed beneath the golden aura. With a sharp, mocking screech, it became a blur. This was no simple linear assault. Instead, it executed several elusive microchanges in direction over a short distance, darting like a specter, effortlessly bypassing the precariously constructed defense that Wukong had managed to erect through sheer instinct. In the next heartbeat, its diminutive fist, encased in a sinister azure exoskeleton, coalesced with a highly compressed malevolent energy, striking without hesitation directly into Wukong's unprotected abdomen. A muffled and agonizing sound erupted from deep within Wukong's throat. He instinctively arched his back, his eyes bloodshot with pain, bulging outward. All motion, all strength seemed to disintegrate under the force of that singular blow. A torrent of scalding blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth, tracing a dazzling crimson arc through the air. The terrifying power contained within that fist wasted not a single ounce, surging into his body and wreaking havoc. His form could no longer maintain balance. As though struck by an invisible sledgehammer, his feet left the ground, and he was uncontrollably hurled backward. Chapter 85. The Barrier of Friendship. Roar. Sun Wukong's body plummeted like a meteor, crashing into a distant expanse of crumbled ruins, which had already succumbed to half-destruction. The tremendous impact triggered a terrifying collapse anew, as countless fragments of stone and shattered beams rained down upon him, burying much of his form and stirring a cloud of dust into the air. Wukong, in that instant, both Piccolo and Krillin, positioned somewhat closer, beheld this horrifying scene simultaneously, their hearts jolting in shock, and they cried out in alarm. Their gazes and thoughts were irresistibly drawn to their friend, whose fate hung precariously amidst the swirling dust. However, on this battlefield dominated by 7 bloodthirsty blue demons, a fleeting moment of distraction brought forth a fatal flaw. Krillin, struggling to employ the techniques of the Turtle School, found himself desperately evading a barrage of relentless attacks from his adversary. His intense worry for Sun Wukong caused a brief delay in his perception. His normally fluid evasive maneuvers faltered for a fleeting heartbeat, slowing him down at a critical moment. In that instant, the small creature, Cell Jr., locked onto this fleeting opportunity with a glint of viciousness in its eyes. It executed a swift, low-side kick, as precise as a striking serpent, catching Krillin's unguarded ribs with devastating accuracy. Ack! Krillin felt a jarring pain shoot through his ribs, as though his bones might shatter. He gasped, losing his balance and staggering backward, the defensive posture he had struggled to maintain collapsing entirely in that moment. An opening had been created. On the other side, Piccolo experienced a similar moment of distraction, as his concern for Wukong led to a fleeting lapse in his focus. His formidable perception wavered slightly. His opponent, the small cell junior with whom he had been engaged in fierce combat, would not let such a golden opportunity slip by. It let out a piercing shriek of triumph, its diminutive body sinking low before springing up like a coiled spring, delivering a heavy uppercut that tore through the air, striking mercilessly at Piccolo's chin from below. Bang! The sound echoed with a painful thud. Piccolo absorbed the full force of the blow, his green head snapping back violently. Yet, instead of retreating from the excruciating pain, it ignited the ferocity innate to this Namekian warrior. Seeking vengeance, a fierce glint erupted from Piccolo's dark eyes, as if made of pure intensity. Rather than utilizing the momentum of the strike to retreat, he embraced it with a wild, almost frenzied defiance, twisting his body with force, channeling all his might into his right arm, like rivers rushing to the sea. With a fierce exhalation, his hardened elbow, enveloped in seething white energy, transformed into a devastating projectile, propelled by unbridled fury, and with a speed beyond visual capture, it struck with pinpoint accuracy against the cheek of the small cell junior, who had just executed a sneak attack and was poised to pursue. Screech! The small cell junior was taken completely by surprise, letting out a distorted scream of anguish. Its diminutive form spiraled uncontrollably through the air, akin to a baseball struck by a home run, tracing an unsightly arc before crashing heavily to the ground several dozen meters away, rolling over a dozen times before finally coming to a halt, kicking up a cloud of dust that rendered it motionless for a moment. Without a moment's pause, Piccolo pressed on, scarcely taking time to assess his success. His gaze, sharp as the keenest hawk, swept across the chaotic battlefield in an instant. Tianjin Fan was entangled in a perilous duel, employing the four demon fists and the Dodon wave against his opponent. Yamcha, besieged by a relentless assault, found himself unable to retaliate, his defeat all too apparent. Yet, the gravest threat remained with Sun Wukong. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha. Piccolo's voice thundered across the tumultuous scene, imbued with undeniable resolve. The fierce battle Wukong had waged against Cell had already drained his strength, and he was on the brink of collapse. They needed to assist him. He swiftly discerned that Wukong's battlefield represented the greatest peril. Before his words could fully escape, the small cell he had just downed staggered back to life through the haze, shrieking as it charged toward Piccolo. However, Piccolo seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Without even a glance, he executed a precise maneuver, seizing its short yet formidable arm with a vice-like grip. His muscles tensed instantly, and in a display of sheer strength, he hurled the creature like a sandbag towards another small cell that was locked in a fierce standoff with Tianjin Fan. The two small cells collided with a jarring impact, emitting a pained shriek as they tumbled to the ground, momentarily entangled. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Piccolo's gaze zeroed in on Yamcha's adversary, the small cell that was relentlessly pressing him to the brink of despair. Yamcha, Piccolo bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, as he unleashed a brilliant white aura that erupted with explosive force. His body surged forward like a green electromagnetic cannon, propelled by a sharp, slicing wind, racing at breakneck speed, with every ounce of his strength concentrated into a powerful flying kick. He aimed directly at the small cell that was currently assaulting Yamcha with all its might. At the sound of Piccolo's familiar and reassuring roar, the ever-synchronized Yamcha understood instinctively. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively bent low, clearing the space before him. The small cell was entirely focused on its prey, Yamcha, and due to its diminutive stature, its line of sight was wholly obstructed by Yamcha's movement. It failed to perceive the lethal strike that approached from its flank like the Grim Reaper. By the time it sensed the suffocating pressure of the impending assault, it was far too late. In its sudden contraction and incredulous crimson gaze, Piccolo's enormous foot, enveloped in a seething white aura, loomed in its entirety, expanding before its very eyes like a mountain. Boom! The overwhelming sound erupted with a resounding force, akin to the beating of a colossal war drum. The small cell's anguished cry was abruptly silenced by the sheer might of the impact. It was as though it had been struck head-on by a speeding heavy-duty truck. The diminutive body was propelled like a cannonball by Piccolo's furious kick, tracing a long parabolic arc before crashing into a heap of sharp debris, splattering mud and dust, momentarily incapacitated. Piccolo's precise command and powerful intervention in that fleeting moment garnered the team an invaluable opportunity, ephemeral yet critical in the heat of battle. Without the need for superfluous words, Tien and Yamcha unleashed their energies, transforming into two swift shadows, pushing their speeds to the utmost limits as they raced towards the rubble that concealed Sun Wukong. However, the sight before them ignited their fury. The cunning and ruthless little cell had already lunged at the weakened Sun Wukong. One foot planted firmly on his chest while the other, encased in a biological exoskeleton, pinned Wukong's struggling arm. It raised a fist, pulsating with a sinister and ominous purple-black glow, a cruel and exhilarated grin adorning its face as it prepared to bring the fist crashing down upon Wukong's unprotected head. The consequences of such a blow would be unimaginable. Beast, cease this at once. Tien's eyes blazed with fury, his third eye nearly bursting with intensity. He surged forth with a speed that surpassed his usual limits, even exceeding the threshold of visual perception. His palm, broad as a fan and enveloped in a fierce aura, arrived just in time, seizing the descending malevolent fist with a terrifying sonic boom that tore through the air. The immense force transmitted from the fist caused Tien's robust arm muscles to tremble violently. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to yield an inch. Simultaneously, Yamcha, akin to a lithe cheetah, darted in from the side. His right hand, fingers like iron claws, summoned all his strength, veins bulging as he clutched the other arm of the little cell, which was poised to attack Tien. Hiya! They both roared in unison, their voices resonating like thunder, unleashing every ounce of their power in that singular moment. Their muscles swelled, their aura erupting like a volcano. Through sheer brute force, they hoisted the fiercely struggling, shrieking little cell off the ground and away from Sun Wukong. In the next instant, the synergy forged through countless life and death battles came into play. Tien and Yamcha's forms melded as one, their centers of gravity sinking, the supporting leg firmly anchored like a steel spike in the earth. Their other leg, taut like two drawn bows, infused with all their fury and strength, became two indomitable hammers, striking fiercely against the defenseless abdomen of the little cell. Yua! The little cell emitted a piercing shriek, contorted in agony, as the shell on its chest and abdomen cracked under the immense strain. The colossal impact surged through its tiny body, as if it had been struck by a high-speed train, folding in half before being violently propelled away, tracing a chaotic parabolic arc through the air. In the end, a heavy thud resonated as it fell beside the two small cell juniors, who had just been hurled away by Piccolo and were now struggling to rise. The impact kicked up a considerable cloud of dust, causing the three small cells to tumble into a chaotic heap. Chapter 86. The Crisis of Krillin. Cough, cough, cough. Thank you. Tien, Yamcha, Goku, with trembling arms, laboriously propped up his upper body, ejecting another mouthful of stale blood. His face was as pale as parchment as he gazed at his steadfast friends, who stood resolutely before him, equally breathless yet unwavering. His eyes were filled with a profound sense of gratitude for surviving this harrowing ordeal. At this point, why should we still be polite? Tien chuckled in response before turning back to assume a solid battle stance, his three eyes sharply focused on the swirling dust ahead. Though his voice remained steady, it could not conceal the subtle tremor of fatigue and exhaustion that lay beneath the surface. The continuous bursts of energy had taken a significant toll on him as well. Yamcha, gasping heavily with his chest rising and falling violently, attempted to offer Goku a reassuring smile, but the effort only exacerbated the pain from his numerous injuries, twisting his expression into something pained. Nonetheless, his gaze was remarkably clear and resolute. Enough chatter, Goku, conserve your strength. It's not over yet. However, their spirits soon sank. Within the haze of dust ahead, the three small cells, including the one that had just been struck hard by Tien and Yamcha, began to wobble and, as if unscathed, rose one by one. They shook their heads and brushed off the dust from their bodies, their crimson compound eyes not only devoid of any sign of weariness, but ablaze with a more furious and bloodthirsty desire. The previous attack had not only failed to severely wound them, it had seemingly enraged them, awakening an even deeper ferocity within. The three blue fiends resumed their advance, forming a compact yet lethally menacing semi-encirclement, exuding an oppressive aura as they closed in on the weary Goku, Tien, and Yamcha, who were now at their limits. Tien and Yamcha exchanged a glance, both recognizing an unprecedented gravity and resolve in one another's eyes. They inhaled the dust-laden air deeply, drawing on their dwindling strength. As the already dim white aura surrounding them reignited fiercely, though not as intense as before, it burned with a more poignant and indomitable spirit. They stood as two unyielding barriers, steadfastly guarding the weakened Goku against the encroaching threats. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta and Trunks, the Saiyan father and son duo, were embroiled in a fierce battle with their respective small cells. The golden auras clashed violently, each exchange of blows erupting with thunderous roars and astonishing shockwaves that carved new ravines into the earth around them. Vegeta's face was as cold as ice, his attacks ruthless and precise, each strike aimed directly at vital points, exuding the pride and cruelty of a prince. Trunks, brimming with youthful exuberance, executed broad, powerful movements. Imbued with strength, yet his inexperience occasionally revealed itself in slight recklessness. The two found themselves locked in a stalemate with their opponents, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Yet, this intense and unadorned confrontation is swiftly depleting their stamina. The golden aura flickers subtly with each violent clash. However, Krillin finds himself in the direst straits. His fundamental strength, already inferior to that of Vegeta and Trunks, has been further compromised by a rib injury sustained while distractedly rescuing Goku, causing excruciating pain that severely hampers his agility and energy flow. The small cell he faces behaves like the most cunning and ruthless of hounds, keenly sensing his prey's weakness and suffering, offering him no respite whatsoever. A relentless onslaught of attacks follows. Claw strikes, kicks, and persistent energy blasts keep raining down upon him. Krillin can only rely on years of honed combat experience and the agile techniques of the Turtle School to perform desperate evasions and blocks, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Entirely trapped in a defensive position, like a frail boat amidst tumultuous waves, on the brink of capsizing. Sweat mingled with blood seeping from his rib wound has thoroughly soaked his orange GI, clinging to him, and each narrow escape leaves him gasping for breath, his complexion paling. After momentarily repelling his own adversary and rescuing Tien and Yamcha, the perceptive Piccolo immediately discerns the impending crisis surrounding Krillin. Krillin, Piccolo bellows, his body erupting like a green lightning bolt that tears through space. Instantly surging with maximum speed to interpose himself within the narrow death gap between Krillin and the frenziedly attacking small cell. Get away from him. Piccolo's roar echoes like thunder. His right arm transforms into an indomitable blade, cutting through the air with a fierce intent and a piercing shriek, striking ruthlessly towards the neck of the small cell that was poised to deliver a fatal blow to Krillin. The small cell, sensing the overwhelming murderous intent and colossal threat from the side, reluctantly abandons its imminent prey, releasing an enraged screech as it crosses its arms to block Piccolo's furious strike. Boom! The energy bursts forth. Piccolo's powerful intervention acts as a colossal stake driven into the ground before a flood about to burst its banks, temporarily alleviating the nearly fatal pressure on the precarious Krillin. However, just as Piccolo fully engages with the small cell before him, and Krillin, still shaken and struggling to catch his breath, a new calamity arises. The small cell, originally sent flying by Piccolo into a pile of rubble, now surges forth from the debris, fueled by a towering rage and even greater savagery, like a demon returned from the depths of hell. Its eyes, crimson and nearly dripping with blood, pierce through the chaotic battlefield, locking onto Krillin, who has just gained a fleeting moment of respite thanks to Piccolo's support. Hatred has led it to the most opportune target for revenge. Quickly, swift as a blue lightning bolt that tears through the retina, it surpasses Krillin's neural response limits. Krillin feels a malevolent wind surge from behind, akin to a tsunami, the chilling intent to kill piercing through his training uniform in an instant. He barely had time to turn around completely, managing only an extremely strained pose as he attempted to raise his arm in defense. But it was too late. Bang! A heavy, muffled sound accompanied by the sickening crack of bones reverberated in the air. Ugh! Krillin emitted a short, heart-wrenching groan of agony. The small Cyberman, channeling all its fury and strength into a whip-like kick, seemed no longer a mere flesh-and-blood creature, but rather a ruthlessly unyielding steel whip, striking mercilessly against Krillin's half-hearted defense on his back. The overwhelming force crashed upon him like a flood breaching its dam, instantly obliterating his bodily balance and protective energy. He was flung as if struck head-on by a speeding freight truck. Blood, scalding and mixed with gastric fluids, erupted from his mouth, creating a ghastly mist of crimson. His body twisted at an unnatural angle, completely losing all control, plummeting from several meters in the air. Boom! Another heart-stopping sound of collision echoed. His minuscule form smashed into the ground, littered with debris, kicking up a tumult of murky dust. The tremendous impact even caused the ground to tremble slightly. An indescribable agony surged through Krillin, engulfing all his consciousness like a tidal wave. His vision darkened, filled with endless blackness and flickering golden stars, as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness upon landing. However, the calamity was far from over. Before he could catch his breath from this devastating blow, the treacherous Cyberman, wearing a cruel and exhilarated grin, showed no signs of pausing. Like a vulture locking onto its prey, it plummeted from the sky like a meteor. Its heavy foot, shrouded in a cold, biological exoskeleton and purple flames, bore down with the weight of 1,000 tons, mercilessly crushing the already battered center of Krillin's back. Splurt! A chilling, muffled sound resonated. Krillin's body was forcefully pressed into the ground by this immense power, and another mouthful of blood, mixed with tiny fragments of internal organs, was violently expelled from his lips, staining the earth below and his orange martial arts uniform. He could not muster even a proper scream. His throat emitted only gasping sounds, akin to a deflating bellows. His body thrashed uncontrollably, convulsing a few times before collapsing like a marionette stripped of its strings, breath fading to a mere flicker, akin to a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. He had become the first warrior on this brutal battlefield to lose all fighting spirit. Unbeknownst to his comrades, an intriguing fact might have escaped their notice. Krillin had no nose. Chapter 87. A sudden turn in battle. Stop it. In the distant foreground, witnessing the horrific scene of his dear friend Krillin suffering such a cruel fate, his life hanging in the balance. Son Gohan's light blue eyes trembled with intense rage and anguish, nearly weeping blood. His voice, hoarse and distorted, was filled with a desperate cry. Haha. Yes. That's the expression. Do take a good look, you naive little fool. The grotesque laughter of Shalu reverberated ominously, infused with an insatiable sadistic delight and a morbid satisfaction, akin to a haunting melody that ruthlessly assaulted the fraying nerves of Sun Wukong. Behold your father. Witness your companions. Observe how they are toyed with, torn apart, and ground to dust by my progeny. This is the price of your indecision and your pitiful kindness. Rage to your heart's content. Yet, it will alter nothing. Ha. Despair. A bone-chilling despair, like a frigid tide from the abyss, swept across the battlefield, freezing the hearts of every warrior. In Sun Wukong's tear-streaked vision, blurred by his own blood, scenes unfolded like the sharpest blades, incessantly slicing through his nerves. Krillin lay like a forsaken rag, silently trampled beneath the blue demon's foot, the blood pooling beneath him. A glaring testament to life and death unknown. On the other side, Vegeta and Trunks continued their fierce struggle, their roars mingling with the explosive sounds of energy. Yet their adversaries, seemingly invigorated by the success of their kind, grew ever more savage and ferocious. The golden aura of the father and son, though still radiant, appeared increasingly isolated and beleaguered amidst the relentless onslaught of the violet flames, as if they were on the brink of being engulfed. Piccolo, despite his fierce and untamed fighting style, occasionally forcing back the assaulting Shalu with a powerful energy beam, bore numerous grievous wounds upon his towering green form. With dark purple blood seeping and dripping, each block and dodge revealing an unprecedented weight and struggle. Yet the situation was even more dire for Tien and Yamcha. The tide had turned in an instant. 3 smaller Shalus had completely encircled the trio, including the weakened Goku, forming a lethal trap. Tien attempted to summon his strength, unleashing a concentrated energy blast in a desperate bid to create an opening for Yamcha and Goku. The energy projectile shot forth. However, the foremost Shalu, grinning malevolently, did not flinch, crossing its arms defiantly, withstanding the ferocious strike with a highly condensed energy shield. The violent backlash surged through the energy conduit, causing Tien to gasp in pain, blood erupting from his mouth as he staggered backward, exposing a glaring vulnerability. Witnessing his comrade's injury, Yamcha's eyes burned with fury. Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by the Shalu distracted by Tien, He roared and poured every remaining ounce of strength into his right fist. A punch, imbued with all his will, struck towards the Shalu's ribs like a cannonball. Yet, that Shalu merely emitted a derisive grunt, dismissing his attack entirely. It did not evade. Instead, it braced itself against Yamcha's desperate punch with its hard, dark blue biological shell. The impact resonated with a dull thud. Little Cell's body only swayed slightly, and a more cruel and mocking grin immediately emerged on his face. In the next moment, before Yamcha could retract his fist due to shock and the recoil, Little Cell's counterattack struck with the swiftness of lightning. With a movement akin to a cold, iron claw, it seized Yamcha's wrist, which he had yet to withdraw. At an almost imperceptible speed. Oh no! A sharp pain and terrifying grip radiated from his wrist, causing Yamcha's pupils to shrink to the size of pinpricks, enveloping him in an instant chill of death. Crack! A sound that sent shivers down the spine, a horrifying crack of bones, abruptly echoed. Ah! Yamcha let out a heart-wrenching scream, twisted and tormented. The excruciating agony consumed him in an instant. His entire right arm was twisted backward at a brutally unnatural angle, breaking as if defying all anatomical structure. The white bone shards pierced through skin and fabric, exposed to the air, as blood gushed forth like a fountain. That arm was utterly ruined. The intense pain nearly caused Yamcha to lose consciousness, his body collapsing uncontrollably to the ground, trembling violently. What left Gohan's soul quaking was the sight of his frail father, Goku, being mercilessly pinned to the cold, shattered ground by that cunning and vicious Little Cell. Unable to move, the monster, reveling in a sense of vindictive pleasure and the cruelty of playing with its prey, wielded its claws glinting with a cold light like the most incompetent butcher inflicting slow death. With Goku already battered and bloodied, it carved new, raw wounds into his flesh. One cut at a time, blood flowed from those horrific gashes like a stream of tears, rapidly pooling beneath him into an ever-expanding, glaringly bright crimson puddle. Goku gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his pale blue eyes filled with a fierce bloodshot glare due to the unbearable pain. Within them resided an indomitable will and fury. But his body's extreme weakness and blood loss left him on the verge of losing the strength to raise even a finger in any meaningful resistance. Each cold, brutal strike of the claw felt like a pull towards the abyss of death. In this hellscape, where energy surged, blood splattered, and screams intermingled with maniacal laughter, Number 17 remained like an ancient rock, standing on the edge of the storm, calmly observing the unfolding chaos. Smoke and dust dared not approach him even an inch, as if an invisible barrier quietly separated him from the turmoil. His usually indifferent eyes reflected the cruel tapestry of the battlefield, the relentless figures of warriors fighting desperately. Cell's twisted and deranged grin, and at the center, the young Gohan, witnessing his beloved friends being ruthlessly trampled, his heart tearing apart, yet still bound by the unyielding shackles of his profound compassion, struggling in despair. 17. A voice tinged with barely perceptible compassion emerged softly from beside him, belonging to number 18. She slightly furrowed her golden brows, her gaze traversing the chaotic battlefield, precisely landing upon the distant figure of the bald warrior. Mercilessly trampled under the heel of the ruthless Little Cell, his breath faint as a wisp, his orange martial arts uniform thoroughly soaked in blood. Shall we not intervene? That little bald one seems to be on the brink of collapse. She was not one of tender heart. The construct of the androids endowed them with a rationality that transcended the ordinary. Yet, the sheer one-sided torment and abuse before her stirred a deeply buried empathy module, a remnant of humanity that had not been entirely stripped away, gently awakening within her core programming. The gaze of number 17 remained unwavering, her voice calm and devoid of emotion, yet imbued with a chilling philosophical insight. A warrior possesses an inviolable dignity. Their battles are woven into the very fabric of their blood and fate. To intervene rashly would disrupt this life-or-death struggle, a reckless act that could be seen, in a sense, not as assistance, but as a desecration of their will, a form of trampling upon the last dignity they fiercely defended with blood and agony. It was akin to Trunks' suggestion in the original tale, proposing that Goku consume a Senzu bean to recover and continue his fight against Cell. This would be tantamount to employing a near-cheating tactic to exhaust and ultimately wear down a formidable foe. While such a strategy might yield results For true warriors who regard combat as an art and pride as vital as life itself, especially for individuals like Goku and Vegeta, this would be a humiliation far more unacceptable than defeat. It was a compromise that their proud souls could never endure. Number 17's seemingly indifferent gaze swept rapidly over each struggling figure on the battlefield. The increasingly arduous golden auras of Vegeta and Trunks, the mounting wounds on Piccolo, the crumbling defenses of Tien and Yamcha, and at the very core, Gohan, whose heart was torn yet remained shackled by his inner turmoil. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon Cell, who was reveling in the cruel spectacle of slaughter. Indeed, whether due to the inertia of history or the frailties of human nature, they had inevitably arrived at this juncture. Number 17 murmured almost inaudibly to herself, a complex ripple finally crossing her usually placid features. Within that expression lay a premonition of the inevitable, a resignation to the predetermined path. Yet more prominently, there was a burgeoning, pent-up annoyance that had finally reached its zenith. Anger requires time to ferment. Hatred demands tragedy to accumulate, as I have come to understand from the unfolding of the original script. Her thoughts whirred at lightning speed within a fraction of a second. At this moment, a more direct and impactful sacrifice was needed, a final catalyst to ignite the explosive tension. Perhaps it would be number 16, a being of pure machinery, yet possessing a heart that cherished nature and yearned for peace, brutally crushed by Cell before Gohan's eyes. This tragic sacrifice would serve as the final straw that broke the back of the young boy's innate goodness. On the 17th, a fleeting glance was cast toward the silent, imposing figure of the Mohican giant standing nearby. His powerful, mechanical form remained steadfast, the crimson electronic eyes flickering incessantly as they coolly assessed the battlefield data. Yet, 17 could distinctly sense that this companion, who cherished peace and held nature and life in high regard, was emitting a silent yet furious hum from the intricate condensation tubes, energy circuits, and pressure sensors within, all provoked by the ongoing atrocities before them. The conviction of protection within his heart, composed of machinery and silicon chips, and his threshold for enduring violence were being rapidly pushed to their limits by the harshness of reality. 16 was also nearing his breaking point. After all, in their original timeline, 16 had never flinched in the face of the perfect Cell, even willing to activate his self-destruction mechanism in a desperate attempt to perish alongside his foe to avert a greater catastrophe. His courage stemmed from a noble definition of the value of life, rather than mere programming. 17, grappling with the inability to determine the explosive threshold of Gohan, felt a twinge of faint helplessness. Gohan's terrifying power, enshrouded in layers of goodwill and suppressed to its utmost limits, had become an unpredictable variable in a narrative drastically altered by their presence. Its awakening point veiled in uncertainty. Perhaps it would manifest in the next moment. Or perhaps never at all. The battlefield transformed into a true meat grinder. The bloodied silhouettes of warriors struggled to endure amidst the tempestuous blue tide, as if they might extinguish completely at any moment. The deathly silence surrounding Krillin, Yamcha's anguished cries from his severed arm, Tien's bloodied resilience, Piccolo's myriad wounds, and the increasingly labored breaths of Vegeta and his son. All these harrowing scenes struck 17's composed exterior like an invisible hammer, time and again. Initially, 17 had merely wished to witness these iconic moments, maintaining the mindset of an observer watching a live broadcast. However, standing amidst this chaos, the warrior's fervent spirit of battle inevitably swayed his emotions. Subtle fissures began to spread quietly beneath the surface of his calm demeanor. It was nearly time. 17 assessed the state of the battle. The glory of combat had already been proven in blood, and their indomitable dignity was displayed until the very last moment. To intervene now was not to trample upon, but to halt an act of senseless slaughter. His gaze finally settled upon Cell's face, contorted into an almost grotesque expression of sadistic pleasure. The pure malice and madness contained within utterly drained the last vestiges of patience from 17's heart. 18, he suddenly spoke, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable sense of command that clearly reached his companion's ears. You and 16, go assist them in eliminating those bothersome pests. His tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. Without hesitation, 18's typically languid expression was instantly replaced by a sharp intent to kill. The golden pupils gleamed like tempered gemstones, radiating a perilous yet exhilarating light. A chilling smile graced her lips, capable of freezing one's very soul. Oh, it was high time to stretch these rusty joints. With a soft hum, an invisible energy field expanded from her center, momentarily causing the air to thicken. Behind her, number 16's crimson electronic eye flickered rapidly, its internal processor emitting a nearly inaudible buzz, akin to the most precise instrument of death, instantaneously locking onto the thermal signals and energy sources of all the small cell juniors on the battlefield. The massive metallic head inclined slightly, producing a deep and resonant mechanical voice, acknowledged. His colossal, mountain-like form sank slightly, and beneath his specialized alloy feet, the hard ground silently buckled and cracked. Spiderweb-like fissures spread wildly, reminiscent of an ancient war fortress on the verge of activation, harboring destructive power. Meanwhile, number 17's gaze transformed from that of a mere observer into two beams of light from the depths of space, effortlessly traversing the chaotic battlefield to fixate with pinpoint accuracy on the eye of the storm, the self-proclaimed perfect green monster. Within the depths of those tranquil eyes, it seemed as if cold stars were igniting, in a swift motion devoid of thunderous sound or energy waves that tore through space. Number 17 ascended with an almost defiant disregard for the laws of physics. Then, like a feather of no weight, he descended gently and precisely between Cell and the nearly overwhelmed Gohan, who was drowning in agony. This action was so serene, so casual and leisurely, akin to a stroll in one's garden after a rain, forming a stark and absurd contrast to the surrounding environment of devastation. Yet, it was this extraordinary calmness, following the recent tumult of an energy tsunami on the battlefield, that created an even more suffocating sense of terror. Cell's face, twisted in sadistic glee, froze as if the pause button had been pressed. His crimson pupils contracted to a perilous pinprick, triggered by an unprecedented instinctual warning of danger. An immense, invisible pressure descended upon him, akin to the weight of an entire galaxy, enveloping every cell of his body and rendering him nearly breathless. Number 17 stood tall, though not imposing, with his back turned to the blood-soaked and battered Gohan. In that moment, he resembled a wall of size connecting heaven and earth, completely isolating Cell's massive form and his frenzied aura of destruction. He merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze not resting on the struggling Gohan behind him, but directed toward the tumultuous battlefield ahead. His voice, calm and unruffled, carried a peculiar penetrating quality, clearly reaching Gohan's buzzing ears. This is no longer your affair. Gohan struggled to lift his head, his pale blue eyes reddened with pain and humiliation, reflecting the sight of number 17's figure, which, though not particularly broad, appeared immensely tall at that moment. There was no fluctuation of energy emanating from that silhouette, yet it exuded a sense of profound strength that brought comfort. The demeanor of number 17 was as unremarkable as the declaration of an established fact. Go assist your father in dealing with those lesser cell creatures. He hesitated slightly, seemingly in search of the most fitting adjective, before uttering with unabashed disdain, eyesore. It's mine now. There was no inquiry, no negotiation. This was the absolute will of the strong, as well as their protection. Son Gohan was momentarily stunned. The immense pressure that had been weighing upon him vanished in an instant. He gazed upon the figure before him, one that seemed capable of shielding him from all storms. And an indescribable emotion surged within him, an unwillingness born of being underestimated, the frustration of not being able to avenge his father himself, but more profoundly, a sense of instinctual relief, as if having survived a catastrophe, being unconditionally sheltered by a stronger force. Number 17. Son Gohan's voice was hoarse, akin to that of a broken wind instrument. Stop the chatter and hurry. Number 17's tone remained flat, yet it bore an undeniable urgency. All right. All hesitation and distractions were instantly quelled. Son Gohan erupted with golden energy, akin to a long-dormant volcano, bursting forth with a thunderous roar. He transformed his pent-up frustration and rekindled fury into a vengeful, golden meteor, slicing through the air with unparalleled speed. He charged fiercely towards the nearest small cell, who was grinning maliciously, poised to strike his injured father with deadly claws. With a swift stroke, I composed 2 chapters together, believing that releasing them simultaneously would delight the readers, offering them a more seamless experience. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your gentle feedback. Chapter 89, Fierce Battle, additional chapter for Tianmu, Chen's adoptive father. Cell watched helplessly as his toy, the flickering light of hope about to be utterly destroyed. was effortlessly released by number 17 with a mere statement. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of his opponent, who had completely disregarded his existence from the beginning, as if merely addressing an insignificant matter, an overwhelming fury surged within Cell, akin to countless volcanoes erupting simultaneously in his chest. Number 17. Cell's thunderous roar threatened to tear the very sky apart, his purple aura erupting like a supernova in a frenzied display. Pale purple arcs of electricity surged violently within the core of his aura, exploding forth, rendering him akin to a demon of destruction clawing its way from the depths of hell. How dare you? How dare you so brazenly dismiss me? Only then did number 17 slowly turn his head, his movements elegant and composed, as if this was not a life-and-death struggle, but merely an unpleasant encounter. A mocking smile adorned his handsome face, filled with derision. Dismiss? Number 17 raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with exaggerated incredulity. No, Cell, you misunderstand. I merely... He surveyed Cell's body, a grotesque amalgamation of various biological traits, with eyes that resembled those of one evaluating a pile of refuse. You are simply too bothersome. He gestured towards Cell's armored body. And this coloration, tut-tut, the late-stage aesthetic of that old man, truly a catastrophic decline. Having absorbed the failures of entities 13, 14, and 15, do you now inflate your ego to believe yourself the center of the universe? A mere inferior construct pieced together from discarded parts, deluding yourself with self-importance? Silence. Cease your utterances. Cell's fury ignited every muscle within him, causing his form to tremble violently, the purple aura around him roiling like a boiling cauldron. The ground beneath his feet unable to withstand the surge of his unleashed energy, fracturing under the strain. I am perfect. I am the ultimate life form, having absorbed the cells of numerous powerful beings, transcending all existence. You are nothing but an outdated, obsolete model. Perfect? Ultimate? The words seemed to provoke the 17th entity, who let out a laugh devoid of restraint, stepping forward leisurely. It appears that the inferior data remnants in the minds of 13 and his cohort have inflicted irreversible damage upon your core processor, severely diminishing your average intelligence. He shook his head, his tone laced with pity. How lamentable. Witness as I rend you to shreds. Cell's reason was thoroughly ignited by this biting sarcasm. His fists clenched tightly, his energy coalescing to an apex, unleashing a roar that seemed to tear the very heavens asunder. Boom! His form transformed into a pure, rage-driven purple comet, hurtling toward the 17th entity with the force to annihilate all. As he passed, the space around him appeared to be forcibly plowed open, creating a scorching vacuum trench, the tangible shockwave accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom that could shatter eardrums. The magnitude of his assault seemed poised to reduce everything in its path, including this very planet, to cosmic dust. In the face of this cataclysmic collision, which could shatter stars and alter the fabric of reality, the mocking curve of the 17th entity's lips remained unwavering. He did not retreat a single step, nor did he gather energy. He merely stood firm, like a solitary rock in the eye of a raging storm. Within his profound gaze reflected the approaching, blinding purplish annihilation, a calmness that was unsettling, just as Cell's fist, imbued with world-ending force, was but a hair's breadth from the 17th entity's chest. The chaotic energy gusts had already sent the stray hairs on his forehead dancing wildly. In that moment, the 17th entity moved. There was no cataclysmic explosion of power, no ear-splitting roar of energy. What transpired was merely a speed and precision that transcended the limits of any biological neural response. The 17th entity's form seemed to lose its mass, transforming into an intangible specter, utilizing the tip of his left toe as a flawless axis of mechanics. His entire being shifted imperceptibly, gliding half a step with an elegance that seemed to be merely the flutter of a garment in the breeze. However, this seemingly insignificant evasion was precisely what allowed Cell's inevitable destructive punch to whiz past the exterior of the 17th entity's chest, crashing into nothingness with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. The violent energy storm ripped apart the ground behind the 17th entity, creating an unfathomably deep chasm. Debris and dust soaring skyward. What? Impossible. Cell's pupils contracted in shock. With all his might concentrated, the devastating strike, reaching the zenith of speed and energy, astonishingly missed its target. Such nonchalance. How could this speed be possible? He was merely an outdated model of an android. Yet, the counterattack of Android 17, as if preordained by an intricate algorithm, was initiated simultaneously with his evasive maneuver. His right foot, gliding in midair, traced an uncanny, non-Newtonian trajectory, resembling a bizarre zigzag pattern. The knee of his right leg, akin to an alloy hammer propelled from a super-electromagnetic cannon, was entwined with an arc of green energy, emanating high-frequency vibrations and a lethal cutting sensation. At a velocity transcending thought, it precisely targeted the exposed left side of Cell's ribcage, which had opened wide from his own forceful punch. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, so profound that it could halt the hearts of all living beings within miles. It resonated as if a colossal hammer had struck resilient alloy. Ugh! Taken by surprise, Cell emitted a muffled grunt, a blend of agony and astonishment. An unimaginable shockwave pierced through his hardened biological shell, surging violently within him. He felt as if his right ribs were on the verge of shattering from the impact. The excruciating pain abruptly halted his aggressive advance, causing his body to tilt uncontrollably to the left, losing balance. Seizing the opportunity, Android 17 launched a relentless barrage, akin to mercury spilling forth, refusing Cell any respite or chance to regroup. As soon as the lethal knee strike was retracted, 17's left fist shot forth like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, silent yet swift as lightning. The muscle fibers of his arm instantaneously gathered and released energy, tearing through the air with a banshee-like wail, aimed directly at Cell's slightly lowered jaw, a consequence of his pain and shock. Cell, infused with the combat instincts of countless formidable beings, instinctively took control of his body at the critical moment. In a state of imbalance, he hastily raised his left arm, barely managing to block the incoming blow before his chin. Bang! Another sound reverberated like the clash of iron and steel. Cell felt his entire left arm go numb in an instant, as if it were not his own, while searing pain surged through his bones, assaulting his mind. Humph! In the moment his left fist was intercepted, a glint of cold light flashed in 17's azure eyes. His right hand, fingers aligned, transformed into a blade, as the concentrated emerald energy at his fingertips gleamed with an almost blinding intensity. Swish! The energy blade sliced through the air, akin to the sharpest particle-light knife in the cosmos, aiming precisely at the exposed throat of Cell, rendered vulnerable after his arm was deflected. A chilling aura enveloped his neck. Every cell in Cell's body sounded the highest alarm. In a panic, he unleashed his survival instinct, twisting his torso with a remarkable angle, desperately arching his neck backward. Swoosh! The green energy blade grazed his resilient, purplish-white skin. The razor-sharp edge effortlessly left a deep gash, revealing bone beneath. The edges scorched and blackened from the searing heat, a horrific mark of blood. The violet blood surged forth from the wound, erupting like a bizarre fountain. Yet, at the very instant the blade missed its mark, the right hand of Entity 17 transitioned its attack mode in a heartbeat, transforming precise cuts into a frenzied grapple. Its fingers resembled 5 rigid alloy claws, tearing through the air and striking with lightning speed at Cell's right shoulder joint, which was left wide open due to his extreme backward lean. In a moment of dire crisis, Cell's robust tail, poised for action, lashed out with a piercing shriek, akin to a vicious steel whip, targeting Entity 17's right temple from a remarkably acute angle. To counter the impending threat, Entity 17, seemingly endowed with eyes at the back of his head, maintained his grip on Cell's shoulder without faltering, while his left hand swiftly coalesced an energy sphere, detonating the incoming tail tip. Simultaneously, with a surge of power, he squeezed Cell's shoulder with the force of a hydraulic press. The chilling sound of bones fracturing filled the air as Cell's right shoulder succumbed to the overwhelming force, groaning under the burden before shattering and deforming. A terrible roar, a cacophony of agony and rage, erupted from Cell, mingled with the purple blood that gushed through the gaps between Entity 17's fingers. Get away! Cell gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, his remaining left hand frantically compressing energy at close range, forming a violet energy sphere pulsating with destructive waves, which he detonated at point-blank range towards Entity 17's face, willing to risk mutual annihilation. Ah, a significant gift on this occasion. Let us commemorate it. Of course, I have also noticed the smaller gifts previously sent by my adoptive fathers, and I will ensure to deliver further updates. The prince's strategy is heartfelt. and I kindly ask my adoptive fathers not to hoard the book, as data may be lost. I am diligently updating it. Chapter 90, Rescuing. Boom. The violent explosion of energy finally forced apart the two entwined figures, albeit temporarily. Dust and smoke engulfed the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, Cell staggered backward, the purple aura raging fiercely as his regenerative capabilities activated. The crushed right shoulder rapidly reconstituted and healed, as if time itself were reversing. Unforgivable. You wretched fool. Cell was consumed by fury, his reason nearly incinerated, the purple aura swelling like a volcanic eruption. Kamehameha. He ceased his attempts at close combat, swiftly gathering both hands to his waist, forming a blinding purple energy sphere in an instant. The cataclysmic energy fluctuations sent tremors throughout the battlefield. He aimed to obliterate this artificial being, who had subjected him to endless humiliation, along with the very fabric of this space, reducing it all to the most fundamental particles. With a roar, Cell unleashed the Kamehameha wave, imbued with ultimate destructive power, propelling it toward Entity 17, who was still shrouded in smoke and dust. As the devastating torrent of energy surged forth, Entity 17, emerging slowly from the haze, calmly raised his right hand. Virum, a profound and pristine emerald green energy shield, seemingly composed of countless perfectly interlocking hexagonal energy structures, unfurled instantaneously before him. The surface of the shield shimmered with vibrant hues, as the highly refined energy flowed with the swiftness of a living entity, circulating and emanating an indomitable essence, akin to a colossal green barrier that separated life from death. Standing resolutely in its path. Boom. The cataclysmic strike of Sheru, fueled by fury and murderous intent, collided squarely with this seemingly delicate green shield. The purple torrent of destruction clashed violently with the profound emerald radiance, unleashing a terrifying energy capable of moving mountains and filling seas. The frenzied shockwaves erupted in a circular frenzy, mercilessly plowing through the surrounding ground, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the sky. Yet, at the very epicenter of this cataclysmic explosion, Number 17 remained utterly unperturbed, his clothing not even fluttering. The emerald energy shield, reminiscent of the fabled wall of lamentation that separates the realm of the dead, absorbed all of Sheru's rampant force, stirring ripples upon its surface, yet remaining ever resilient. Boom. Following the collision between Number 17 and Sheru on the battlefield, the violent energy shockwave surged forth like a tangible hurricane tsunami, sweeping up debris and searing air as it engulfed the entire wasteland. Even at a considerable distance, the warriors engaged in a fierce struggle against the vicious little Geros, as well as the bloodthirsty blue monstrosities, appeared diminutive in the face of such earth-shattering upheaval. Amidst the cacophony of gasps and eerie shrieks, every figure, whether as stalwart as Vegeta, Piccolo, or the already gravely injured Tien, Yamcha, or even the barely breathing Krillin, including the frenzied little Geros, was simultaneously shaken violently by the overwhelming aftershocks, stumbling beneath their feet. All offensive and defensive maneuvers faltered involuntarily. Every gaze, filled with boundless astonishment and trepidation, was irresistibly drawn to the distant epicenter of the cataclysmic energy clash. A ferocious little Sheru, poised to pounce with its sharp claws upon the weakened Krillin, was also momentarily stunned by the sudden terrifying tremor and overwhelming pressure, its crimson eyes flashing with instinctive fear. An opportunity. Amidst the intense dizziness, ringing in his ears, and the excruciating pain that ravaged his body, Krillin's mind fought valiantly to reclaim the last vestige of clarity. Bathed in blood, with ribs likely fractured, each breath felt like swallowing searing blades, pulling at every nerve with anguished cries. Sweat mingled with blood, and dust obscured his vision almost entirely. Yet, in that moment, an overwhelming instinct for survival and the indomitable spirit of a warrior of Earth miraculously triumphed over all his pain. He gritted his teeth, his gums almost bleeding, as he fervently squeezed every last ounce of strength from within, channeling it into the only hand that could still move with any semblance of freedom, his right palm. A faint yet concentrated aura spun laboriously within his palm, compressing as it relentlessly targeted the exposed throat of the small cell, his expression tinged with astonishment. This was his final gambit. However, just as Krillin's muscles coiled, ready to unleash their pent-up energy in a fraction of a second, a golden flash, swifter than the thoughts racing through his mind, surged into the minuscule death space between him and the small cell. It was Android 18. Her advancing stance, set against the backdrop of impending destruction, exuded a breathtaking beauty. Her golden hair, styled to shoulder length, danced like flames amidst the tumultuous winds, the occasional glimmers of her cold metallic earrings reflecting in contrast to her alabaster skin, which appeared almost ethereal. In her rapid advance, her body executed a subtle yet swift pirouette, embodying the grace of a ballet dancer while concealing explosive power. Harnessing the perfect momentum from her rotation, her seemingly delicate arm, deceptive in its fragility, wielded a terrifying strength capable of shaking mountains, traced a simple yet lethally precise arc as she swung her fist. Where her punch traversed, the air compressed violently, emitting a mournful wail as it tore apart. A thunderous crash resounded. Following this, a cacophony erupted, akin to the sound of countless dry timbers splintering under the weight of an unseen might. The ferocious small cell barely had time to register astonishment on its grotesque visage. Its entire head, along with a portion of its shoulder, crumbled before the might of Android 18's punch, fragile as inferior porcelain struck by a hydraulic press at full power. In an instant, it deformed and collapsed. The terrifying kinetic energy surged through, transforming it into a blue afterimage, entwined with shattered exoskeleton and violet viscera. Spiraling through the air while emitting a piercing sound, tracing a brief parabola. It resembled a baseball struck with all the force of a professional player, hurtling towards a cluster of jagged rocks several dozen meters away with astonishing initial velocity. A resounding boom followed, akin to the detonation of a high-caliber artillery shell upon impact. As the pile of rugged stones erupted inward violently, countless fragments, both large and small, mingled with swirling smoke and purple slime, erupted skyward, forming a miniature mushroom cloud. Android 18 did not even cast a glance at the explosion's aftermath, as if she merely brushed away an inconsequential speck of dust from her attire. "Hey, bald head," she remarked, observing Krillin, who lay prone on the ground, gradually extinguishing the micro-energy sphere he had conjured. "You should still have some senza beans. Hurry and eat one." Indeed, during her training at the sacred world of the Kais, she had come to grasp the remarkable properties of the senza beans. As her words fell, her icy golden eyes, sharp as the most precise radar, instantly locked onto the other side of the battlefield, where another small cell, having exhausted its energy with Tien's technique, attempted to ambush him from behind. Before her, her elongated fingers spread wide, and within her palm, an energy sphere, highly compressed and emanating destructive waves, almost instantaneously solidified upon locking onto its target. The core of this energy glowed with an unstable, blazing white, surrounded by menacing arcs of bright orange electricity. Wretched insect. Her crimson lips parted, uttering words that were succinct yet frigid. With a subtle movement of her fingertips, the energy sphere shot forth like a laser cannon, trailing a dazzling light as it precisely aimed at the blue figure still mid-attack in the air. Boom. Another thunderous explosion erupted. A fierce blaze and shockwave instantly engulfed the small Salu, obliterating it completely. Severed limbs, mingled with the purple goo vaporized by the intense heat, splattered wildly in a radial pattern. The force of the explosion even caused Tianjin Fan nearby to stumble back in shock. He turned, astonished, only to behold the indifferent profile of number 18 and her slowly descending palm, along with, well, a starry-eyed Krillin. Ahem, let us disregard the heavily injured Krillin. Chapter 91, Thunderous Strike of number 16. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the colossal mechanical figure of number 16 moved steadily toward its target. Its crimson electronic eye scanned the battlefield with cold precision, swiftly locking onto a small Salu that was launching a frenzied assault on the already severely injured Yamcha. At this moment, Yamcha was in dire straits, his body marred by wounds of varying severity. His severely injured left arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken beyond recovery. Intense pain and significant blood loss left him gasping for breath, his complexion pale as parchment, and his movements noticeably sluggish and feeble. Struggling to employ his remaining agility, Yamcha narrowly evaded a claw strike capable of rending steel, yet his balance was utterly compromised, rendering him defenseless against the subsequent, ruthless kick. The small Salu's armored foot struck heavily against his side. Ack! Yamcha let out a pained grunt, his vision darkening as he completely lost his balance and fell forward. His exposed back was laid bare before the enemy. The small Salu, locked onto by number 16, gleamed with ferocity, seizing the opportunity as its leg muscles tensed, unleashing all its strength to propel itself off the ground, transforming into a lethal blue flash. Its claws, glimmering with a chilling light, converged like blades, aimed directly at Yamcha's unprotected vital points. Should this strike connect, it would surely pierce through him in an instant. However, just before death descended upon Yamcha, there was no roar, no growl, not even the slightest hint of excess movement or energy fluctuation. Number 16's massive form, with its internal superconductive motors and hydraulic systems, elevated its power output to the maximum in 1,000th of a second, unleashing a terrifying burst of acceleration that belied its cumbersome size. In an instant, it appeared beside the small Salu, extending its mechanical hand with a unique precision and efficiency. A formidable hand, imbued with unparalleled strength and impeccable swiftness, struck forth with precision, akin to a frog's tongue snaring a fly. In a fleeting moment, it grasped the slender neck of the diminutive cell with uncanny accuracy. As a purely mechanical life form, the 16th unit could not have sensed this approach without conscious vigilance. In the original narrative, even the complete form of Cell would have struggled to detect its presence. Without deliberate caution, it would have been unable to perceive the 16th unit's advance, leading to its successful restraint from behind. "Call it over, and I shall summon the main body," commanded the 16th unit. Suddenly, the lethal assault of the small cell came to an abrupt halt. As though it were a venomous serpent seized by the neck, its body rigid in midair. The icy, unyielding grip of that colossal metallic hand constricted its throat, overwhelming it with a suffocating sense of dread that elicited a piercing scream of terror. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, it unleashed a frenzied struggle, claws raking with an intent to rend steel, frantically clawing and slicing at the 16th unit's arm, forged from an unknown alloy. The cacophony of harsh, grating sounds pierced the air, accompanied by a flurry of dazzling sparks, as the claws struck against the seemingly indomitable metal of the 16th unit's arm. Yet, despite the small cell's desperate exertions, its talons could only leave faint white scratches upon the surface meticulously crafted by Dr. Geros' pinnacle technology. Even the most superficial protective coating remained unscathed. The 16th unit's mechanical arm stood resolute, unmoved by the chaos. As it turned its head slightly, its crimson electronic eye gazed down with indifference at the thrashing creature in its grasp, akin to a human observing an insect pinned to a specimen board. Inside its arm, intricate hydraulic mechanisms began to hum to life, resonating with a deep, powerful growl, reminiscent of a slumbering beast awakening. Power coursed through the reinforced joints and servomotors, accumulating before erupting in an instant. "Huh!" boomed the 16th unit, a sound as thunderous as a storm. The sinewy muscles of its mechanical arm tightened to the utmost degree, and with a posture embodying the principles of mechanics, it swung downwards like a colossal war hammer, mercilessly driving the still screaming cell towards an unyielding boulder below. The deafening crash reverberated, mingled with the chilling sound of bones and flesh shattering. The boulder splintered into fragments upon impact. Yet, the assault did not cease there. With arms crossed, the 16th unit emitted two crisp, cold clicks as its left and right hands swiftly detached at the wrist, nestling beneath its armpits. Revealed at the wrist joints were two abyssal cannon muzzles, seemingly connected to a source of otherworldly energy. Within the cannon's interior, a heart-pounding, terrifying surge of high-energy reactions began to converge at an exponential rate, compressing the surrounding air, which became ionized due to the immense energy extraction, emitting a low, buzzing hum. The Hell Flash Cannon, the most formidable energy attack of number 16. In the next moment, two extraordinarily thick torrents of blinding light, infused with ultimate destructive energy, erupted from the muzzle, instantly engulfing the ravaged area below and all active and inactive matter within it. When the brilliance faded, all that remained was a gaping pit, its edges smooth and unfathomable, as if carved by a laser and then melted by extreme heat. The previously existing small cell, along with any trace of its existence, had been completely reduced to the most fundamental particles, dissipating into the void. In light of number 16's overwhelming display, one might ponder how Vegeta and Trunks, who had undoubtedly trained in the hyperbolic time chamber and reached an astonishing level of power nearly equivalent to that of a high-tier Super Saiyan, could still appear so challenged. Even embroiled in fierce combat against these small cells, how could a mere number 16 so decisively vanquish one of these small cells? It is essential to recognize that upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta and Trunks possessed the strength to overpower the second form of cell. Meanwhile, the power threshold of number 16 is ostensibly only comparable to that of Cell's first form at full power. Logically, he should not have been a match for these small cells. However, there exists a crucial detail often overlooked. The individual strength of these small cells, produced from Cell's tail, is not entirely equal, but rather exhibits significant variance. This resembles a process of energy allocation. When Cell created them, it was perhaps based on a certain combat distribution logic, or perhaps due to limitations in his manufacturing capability, resulting in a clear gradient of strength among these small cells. The two small cells that battled against Vegeta and his son were undoubtedly set at the highest tier of strength, capable of engaging in fierce combat with the two after their training. Conversely, the one that faced the experienced and steadily improving Piccolo was somewhat lesser in strength. As for the small cells assigned to confront Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha, their strength allocation was naturally even lower. This concept can be likened to the Sage of Six Paths from the Naruto world, who divided the vast chakra of the Ten Tails into nine-tailed beasts of varying strengths, with a clear hierarchy in the distribution. Kurama, you all can come at me together. Thus, from the moment number 16 entered the battlefield, his powerful sensors and combat computer rapidly analyzed and computed the situation. He precisely targeted the small cell attacking Yamcha, which was the weakest among the seven. It was precisely this accurate judgment and target selection that allowed number 16 to summon all his strength and deliver a devastating blow with thunderous force, achieving a one-hit kill. Chapter 92. A turn of events. Thanks to the gifts from my foster fathers, in addition to the overwhelming presence of Android 18 and 16, who entered the battlefield with absolute dominance, methodically eliminating the lesser foes like an unparalleled force, another, more ferocious and explosively potent golden storm was rising in the fray. That was the wrath of Gohan, surging to unprecedented heights. Ever since Android 17, standing like an insurmountable mountain, claimed the once mighty villain as his prey. The long-simmering frustration within Gohan, coupled with the anguish of witnessing his loved ones and comrades suffer brutal harm while feeling utterly powerless, found its final release. Erupting like a volcano, with a thunderous roar that seemed capable of tearing his throat apart. His Super Saiyan golden aura transformed from its previous flickering state into a blazing inferno, akin to being doused in tons of fuel, exploding in intensity. His speed, strength, and reflexes all ascended at an exponential rate, far surpassing anything he had previously displayed. He became a streak of golden lightning, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, tearing through the air with ferocity. Gone was the hesitance and defensive stance. He charged into the chaotic melee with purpose. His first target was unhesitatingly locked onto the small cell, which continued its relentless assault on his weakened father. The diminutive creature raised its sharp claws, aiming to inflict another wound upon the fatigued Goku. Stay away from my father. Gohan's roar thundered like a storm in the small cell's ears. It scarcely had time to turn before a golden blur approached at a speed that surpassed its neural responses. No elaborate techniques, no flamboyant displays, just the purest, most direct expression of unyielding fury and protective resolve, a single, devastating punch. Gohan's right fist, enveloped in a highly compressed golden aura, struck the small cell's side with the force of a comet trailing a fiery tail. The sound of the impact resonated heavily, sending chills down the spine. The small cell's head twisted at an unnatural angle, the biological shell covering its face cracking audibly and painfully. Its tiny body was uncontrollably propelled backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. But this was merely the beginning. With one successful strike, Gohan afforded it no chance to escape or regain composure. His form blurred once more, closing in on the airborne small cell with even greater speed. A left hook slammed into its abdomen, folding its body in half. As purple blood and gastric fluids erupted from its mouth, a right punch descended like a hammer upon its crown, the sound of splintering bone ringing clear. Each blow was infused with his rage towards Cell and the anguish of his comrade's suffering. Die! Gohan roared in his final outburst, intertwining his fingers tightly, raising his hands above his head. The golden aura enveloping him surged like rivers converging into the sea, flooding into his clenched fists. causing them to radiate a blinding brilliance akin to a miniature sun. Then, bearing the weight of his entire being and all his fury, like the judgment of a celestial deity, he struck down with a thunderous crash. The earth trembled violently. That diminutive cell was unable to emit even a final wail. As his body shattered into pieces like a crushed watermelon under the force of this ultimate blow, infused with the boy's pent-up rage and sorrow. An instantaneous obliteration. A thorough, overwhelming annihilation. Having dispensed with the threat posed by his father, Gohan did not pause for even half a second, his eyes, ablaze with golden flames, swiftly locked onto another battlefield where the smaller cell was locked in a fierce struggle with Piccolo. Piccolo bore several new wounds, his purple blood incessantly dripping. His breath heavy and labored, evidently exhausted. "Uncle Piccolo, leave this to me." Before his voice could fade, a bolt of golden lightning had already plunged between the two. The smaller cell, fully focused on attacking Piccolo, was utterly unprepared for this sudden onslaught. Gohan's sidekick, infused with ferocious power, struck the creature's ribcage like a golden battle axe. Crack! The distinct sound of bone fracturing echoed. The smaller cell screeched as it was kicked away. Gohan pursued relentlessly, granting it no respite whatsoever. With both hands in motion, he unleashed a barrage of golden energy blasts, each one akin to a rapid-fire cannon, striking the creature with pinpoint accuracy. Boom, 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 boom. Explosive flames erupted in a continuous display. The smaller cell was battered in midair, reduced to a helpless puppet in a tempest, devoid of any capacity to counterattack. Ultimately, Gohan clasped his hands at his forehead, and a colossal energy sphere, far larger than any preceding attack, formed instantly. Masenko. Whoosh. Boom. A robust beam of energy completely engulfed the smaller cell, annihilating its very essence. Under the overwhelming might of androids 18 and 16, coupled with Gohan's wild eruption of wrath, Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks, and the others, who had been clinging to the brink of despair, found their spirits rejuvenated upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements. In a mere heartbeat, the chaotic battlefield underwent a dramatic reversal. Those once fearsome and arrogant smaller cells, who had driven the warriors to the precipice of death, were now battered and bruised, their biological shells fractured and peeling, oozing forth foul-smelling purple blood. Within their crimson compound eyes, for the first time, a clear expression of primal fear and panic emerged. They emitted futile, shrill cries, attempting to organize a semblance of defense or counterattack. Yet in the face of absolute power and the fury of vengeance, they appeared pitifully powerless. The roles of hunter and prey had shifted. They had become the ones mercilessly hunted. The battlefield of smaller cells was now dominated by a one-sided onslaught. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield where Android 17 and Cell clashed, it had transformed into a realm symbolizing the collision of ultimate power. The remnants of a cataclysmic energy collision have yet to settle, with the scorching air still twisting and rising, refracting light into grotesque ripples. Thick clouds of smoke intertwine with energy particles, resembling vast, murky drapes that billow and surge across this desolate expanse, ravaged repeatedly by ferocious energy. It seems as though even the heavens tremble and weep at the sheer force of the recent blow. At the heart of this chaos stands a figure, unscathed even after enduring an energy storm capable of tearing apart stars. It is number 17. The emerald green energy shield enveloping him now appears almost sentient, gradually absorbing the last remnants of radiant light. His silhouette, partially obscured by the settling dust, exudes a sense of dread more potent than any clear image. He remains composed, as if the cataclysmic strike he just repelled was merely a trivial breeze rather than a blow potent enough to annihilate continents. He even tilts his head slightly, a few strands of black hair untouched by disorder, his piercing blue eyes calmly penetrating the thin veil of dust, resting steadily upon his opponent. What? This is impossible. Cell's eyes, a peculiar blend of scion ferocity and the cold cruelty of the frozen demon race, suddenly constrict in utter disbelief and shock. He fixates on his full-powered Kamehameha wave, which failed to budge the slightest fraction of the green shield, nor did it disturb the icy, mocking gaze behind it. How could this be? The Kamehameha wave, unleashed with all his might, possessed the power to completely reshape a planet's surface. He witnessed the roaring purple energy beam, akin to an enraged cosmic serpent, tearing through space with an absolute will to annihilate, striking firmly against the seemingly thin and gentle green barrier. In that moment, Cell had envisioned the green shield shattering like fragile glass, with number 17 being severely injured by the residual energy, destined to be reduced to cosmic dust. Yet, as the blinding light of destruction reluctantly dissipated, and the swirling smoke was forced to settle under the energy aftershocks, number 17 remained standing. His posture unchanged from when he initially projected the shield. His right hand, extended gracefully, now retracts with exquisite elegance, fingers relaxing as if he had merely brushed away a leaf that had fallen upon his shoulder, rather than withstanding a world-ending impact. Centered around his upright figure, a perfect circular area, several meters in diameter, appears to be safeguarded by an invisible force. The ground within remains as pristine as ever, not a speck of dust displaced, starkly contrasting with the apocalyptic scene surrounding it. This juxtaposition to the battered landscape, ravaged like the surface of the moon, marred by lava scars and radial craters, creates an astonishing and jarring disparity. It is as if a divine entity has inscribed an inviolable circle in this place. Chapter 93. The game has only just begun. Breathless and uncontrolled, Cell gasped heavily, his chest heaving like a battered old bellows. Each inhalation was searing, and every exhalation expelled a chaotic energy. Even the once resplendent purple aura that signified his formidable power now flickered erratically, intermittently sparking with pale violet arcs that signified his energy spiraling out of control. His gaze was fixed intently on the center of the absolute domain, where number 17 stood unscathed, not having moved an inch. For the first time, disbelief and horror flickered in his eyes, which bore the traits of numerous cosmic powerhouses. Is this all you are capable of? Number 17 brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulder, disappointment evident in his tone. Having absorbed the evolution of number 13 and others into his complete form, you can't even make me budge an inch? Cell, you have utterly disappointed me. As the words fell, number 17 lifted his foot. That step was silent and inconspicuous. There was no shattering of the earth, no stirring of dust. Number 17 merely stepped forward, his movement as casual as a leisurely stroll. Yet, the moment his foot made contact with the ground, an intangible yet overwhelmingly heavy pressure descended, as if a colossal invisible hammer had struck at Cell's spiritual core. Cell shuddered violently, as if every cell in his body had simultaneously sounded an alarm. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by a frigid hand, suddenly constricting to the point of near cessation. The blood within him seemed to stagnate at that moment. This was not merely a physical impact. It was an absolute crushing force stemming from a staggering disparity in energy levels. The tiresome warm-up exercise has come to an end. Number 17's voice rang out, cold and flat, akin to the pronouncement of death. Now, allow me to reveal to you what true power is. Buzz. At the instant the words left his lips, number 17 moved. There was no cataclysmic energy explosion typical of a scion transformation, no booming resonance or vibrations from rapidly accelerating energy. What existed was a pure, unfathomable speed that transcended the limits of biological neural reflexes. In an instant, number 17 surged forward. Cell's brain barely registered the signal of disappearance before number 17's figure, like a wraith, precisely pierced through his momentarily stiffened defenses. The distance shrank to nearly zero, so close that Cell could see his own incredulous and alarmed face reflected in number 17's pale blue eyes. Number 17's right fist swung within that extreme proximity, quick as a green lightning bolt cleaving through the void. From below upwards, simple and efficient, with no extraneous trajectory, it struck heavily against Cell's jaw, protected only by his hardened biological shell. Boom! The moment his knuckles made contact with the target's shell, the terrifying force contained within erupted, potent enough to shatter mountains. That was not mere brute force. It was an immensely concentrated energy, unleashed in an instant with devastating potential. Ag! Cell let out a sorrowful, distorted wail of agony. His jaw felt as though it would shatter completely, and his mind went blank from the violent shock. The very ground beneath him was forcibly upheaved by this irresistible force, his body losing all control and entering a brief state of suspended rigidity. The protective energy enveloping him dissipated in an instant, and the meticulously crafted defensive stance crumbled and deformed. Yet, this was merely the commencement of a relentless onslaught. Almost simultaneously as Cell was lifted from the ground, the assault from Android 17 unfolded like a preordained script of annihilation, seamlessly and lethally transitioning into its next phase. Utilizing the subtle recoil of his punch, his body spun gracefully and swiftly like a high-velocity top. His left leg, akin to a coiled steel whip, lashed out with a piercing shriek that tore through the air, striking at a speed beyond biological comprehension, delivering a brutal impact to Cell's defenseless abdomen. Caught off guard in his moment of suspended rigidity. Bam! The thunderous sound of the collision resonated, causing even distant observers to feel their hearts momentarily halt. It was as if a colossal hammer had struck mercilessly upon remarkably resilient, soaked leather. Gush! Cell's eyes bulged horrifically from unimaginable pain and the immense internal pressure. Bursting from their sockets, bloodshot, a foul mixture of corrosive gastric fluid, bitter bile, and strange purple froth erupted uncontrollably from his gaping mouth, like a long-suppressed fountain. His body curled in excruciating agony, resembling a thoroughly cooked shrimp. There was not even a billionth of a second granted for Cell to catch his breath. The artistry of destruction from Android 17 continued unabated, harnessing the rotational momentum from the spinning kick. His body defied the laws of physics as it spun once more in midair. His right elbow was raised high, where a vortex of compressed emerald energy coalesced in an instant, illuminating the surroundings. It radiated a heart-pounding wave of annihilation, reminiscent of Thor's hammer from Norse mythology, descending with the might to rend the heavens upon Cell's exposed cervical spine. Go down. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, far more intense than all previous collisions combined, akin to the lament of stars shattering. Cell barely had time to scream, as his perfect form, an amalgamation of powerful genes, was mercilessly hurled into the ground like discarded refuse by this earth-shattering elbow. At the point of his impact, a colossal crater exceeding 50 meters in diameter formed instantaneously, as though struck by a celestial meteor. Sinister, spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread outward at an astonishing velocity, extending to the very limits of vision. The entire battlefield trembled violently under the force of this strike. A dense cloud of dust billowed upward like a mushroom cloud after a nuclear explosion, obscuring the sky. The silhouette of number 17 slowly hovered above the edge of the vast chasm, resembling a detached deity, calmly surveying the struggling green figure amidst the swirling dust below. A profound emerald energy aura silently enveloped him, radiating a cold and majestic light, akin to the judgmental glow bestowed by a divine being. His tranquil voice cut through the haze with clarity, resonating across the battlefield. Stand up, Cell. Each word pierced through Cell's resolve like icy steel needles. Do not allow me to find this too tedious. This game, tailored for you. A subtle smirk, imbued with absolute control and indifferent mockery, curved the corner of number 17's lips. Has only just begun. In the distance, Vegeta slowly withdrew his gaze, turning towards the heart of the battlefield, which roiled like the entrance to hell. His eyes, drawn like iron filings to a magnet, fixated on the figure of number 17, suspended above the clouds of destruction, surrounded by a breathtaking deep green halo. That image, etched into his retina with unparalleled power and a chilling essence, deeply ingrained itself within his pride. His expression was a tumult of emotions, an amalgamation of shock at number 17's might and humiliation at his own impotence. Humph! A sound, born from clenched teeth, escaped him, a cold snort laced with suppressed fury, as if he were attempting to forcefully suppress the tumultuous emotions within his chest. He abruptly turned his head, unleashing the flames of humiliation and the more ferocious blood of the Scion, ignited by the provocation of absolute power, upon the hesitant Cell nearby, who was also affected by the upheaval of the main battlefield. It seems your days as inferior replicas are numbered. His voice, low and hoarse, brimmed with an unprecedented sense of oppression and murderous intent, as if heralding the arrival of a reckoning, each word steeped in a sanguinary aura. It is the end. As if to validate his claim, a roar erupted from the depths of the chasm where Cell was ensconced, a sound infused with agony and boundless rage, akin to the final lament of a wounded ancient beast. Number 17. That cry was heart-wrenching, as if it sought to rend the very sky asunder. Fathers, the chapter of Cell's game is approaching its conclusion. Chapter 94. Aberrant Fury Number 17. A gut-wrenching, ferocious roar burst forth from the deepest abyss of the crater, instantly overpowering all sounds on the battlefield. What followed was not a rational reprisal, but an unprecedented, chaotic, and violent aura. Like an uncontrollable volcano, It erupted violently. Boom! No longer was it a mere burn. It was an explosion, a release, the purest impulse of annihilation. The dense, nearly blackish-purple flames no longer merely enveloped Cell's form. Instead, they surged forth like viscous, boiling plasma, mingling with the tangible scent of blood and an insatiable will to destroy, erupting violently from his recently battered body. A torrent of malevolent energy instantaneously filled the vast crater, its immense pressure violently clearing away all the dust and debris that lingered within. From the epicenter of the pit, it transformed into a circular tsunami of chaotic energy, interwoven with flashes of violet lightning and dark crimson malice, sweeping wildly across the desolate plains in all directions. Wherever it passed, even light appeared to be distorted by this palpable wickedness. What is this force? Is this some sort of jest? In the distance, Piccolo, who was collaborating with Trunks and pinning a small Cell to the ground with his special beam cannon, suddenly lifted his head. His acute senses, besieged by this raging aura, sounded the highest alarm. His expression shifted dramatically, even his green skin seeming to pale slightly from shock. This was a far cry from the previous intensity. Now it was chaotic, disordered, and infused with unadulterated destruction. With a voice laden with incredulity, Piccolo's trembling fist was not born of fear, but rather a visceral rejection of this sheer embodiment of evil. Humph! Has it begun to thrash about like a dying beast? Vegeta had just sent the battered, slow-moving small Cell crashing into a distant rock wall with a powerful punch. He swiftly turned, gazing toward the depths of the pit, his haughty eyes filled with deep apprehension, not directed at Cell, but at the formidable number 17, who could easily force Cell into such a state. Cell's newfound strength served as a mirror, reflecting the overwhelming terror that number 17 embodied with startling clarity. What a frightful aura! Recovering from the use of a senzu bean, Krillin's voice quivered slightly as he leaned against Tien, striving to calm his racing heart that was pounding wildly under the onslaught of this malevolence. It felt akin to a beast, thoroughly enraged, bent on tearing everything asunder. Tien's third eye remained fixated on the direction of the deep pit, cold sweat uncontrollably trickling down his forehead. At the center of the pit, all dust and debris had been entirely expelled by the ferocious energy erupting from Cell himself. As he came into clearer view, the transformation of Cell was horrifyingly grotesque. Having absorbed and digested androids 13, 14, and 15, his once perfectly streamlined form was now grotesquely distorted, as if forcibly infused with an excess of rampant energy. Muscle fibers, twisted and glistening with a sickly dark green sheen, writhed and expanded like living entities. His stature was visibly increasing at an alarming rate, soaring to nearly 3 meters in height, with shoulders broad and back thick as a small giant, his disproportionately robust arms bulging, nearly reaching below his knees. Muscles stacked like solid rock, yet due to excessive inflation, they exhibited a bizarre quality of imminent rupture. Some of the biological armor encasing him had even ruptured, revealing beneath it a horrific musculature emanating scalding steam and pulsating with violet energy. Thick streams of dark purple energy surged uncontrollably through his excessively swollen muscles. Like a runaway high-voltage current, crashing, colliding, and exploding with a continuous series of piercing, crackling sounds. It seemed as if his very being would explode from within at any moment. His head appeared oddly diminutive and grotesque due to the exaggerated swelling of the muscles in his shoulders and neck. Those eyes were completely consumed by crimson veins and a ravenous desire for destruction, with a viscous mixture of blood and saliva trickling from the corners of his mouth, while low, guttural growls emanated from his throat. Balance, the perfection of life forms. These concepts, once uttered by Cell, had long been cast aside by this sheer, unadulterated frenzy. At this moment, Cell's mind, saturated with rage, harbored but a singular, primal thought: extraction. To squeeze. To plunder. To extract every ounce of energy stored within the depths of his cells. To seize every fragment of potential hidden within the genetic sequences of the formidable beings he had collected, without regard for the consequences. Just to acquire the power necessary to utterly shred and obliterate the figure of number 17, who had brought him endless humiliation. A primal roar erupted from Cell, a sound devoid of humanity, as his massive, armored foot stomped forward, crushing the already fractured rocks at the pit's bottom. His grotesquely enormous form exuded an oppressive, suffocating aura. akin to a frenzied war elephant charging violently toward the suspended figure of number 17 above the pit's edge. With every step, the walls of the pit trembled violently, as more debris cascaded down, as if the entire chasm could not withstand his weight and madness. Number 17 floated serenely in the air, a deep emerald green energy aura swirling silently around him, accentuating his perfect yet indifferent visage. He lowered his gaze slightly, surveying the grotesque creature barreling toward him like an uncontrolled mass of flesh. Yet, in his pale blue eyes, there flickered only a hint of disinterest. Had he completely lost his sanity? Number 17 tilted his head slightly, a few strands of black hair swaying gently across his forehead. His cool voice, though not loud, effortlessly pierced through Cell's raging roars and the explosive sounds of energy, resonating clearly above the battlefield. This exaggerated, muscle-bound form, achieved at the cost of balance, appeared indeed formidable. The power metrics had indeed been stacked to a considerable degree. However, he paused, the corners of his mouth seemingly curling into a faint, mocking arc. What was the cost? A drastic decline in energy efficiency, a complete abandonment of bodily agility. Your bloated muscles serve no purpose other than to make you resemble a mere sack of strength devoid of substance. Having said this, he nonchalantly adjusted his impeccably arranged collar. His body remained effortlessly suspended in the air, the profound emerald green energy aura flowing steadily around him, entirely insulating him from the chaotic energy field below. His voice resonated once more, imbued with an unwavering certainty. In the remaining moments of this battle, should your ludicrous assault graze the hem of my garment even once. He slightly spread his hands, adopting a posture that invited attempts, yet his gaze remained as frigid as eternal ice. Consider me defeated. Chapter 95, Absolute Evasion. The Beast Struggle. Boom. The grotesquely swollen fist of Cell, infused with a terrifying brute force capable of reducing towering mountains to mere dust, surged forth with a piercing sonic boom. It descended upon the suspended form of number 17 with the most direct trajectory. The force of the punch compressed the air, creating visible white shockwaves. However, in the fleeting moment before that devastating fist could make contact, in a span so brief it could be likened to an instant, no. 17's figure dissipated like a holographic illusion scattered by an invisible wind. It vanished silently, as though he had never existed at that coordinate. Bang! Cell could not retract this colossal strike, helplessly witnessing it carry its overwhelming kinetic energy to crash against the exceptionally hard rock wall behind the intended target. The wall, struck as if by cannon fire, erupted into countless fragments, reduced to powder. Cell's crimson eyes, filled with rage and chaos, abruptly turned to the side, finally managing to capture the elusive figure of number 17, who had quietly appeared less than 10 meters to his left in midair, maintaining that suspended posture. Not a single corner of his garment fluttered. Roar! Cell's massive, unwieldy body twisted violently, his extraordinarily thick tail lashing out like an enraged dragon, tearing through the air with a piercing, desperate shriek, sweeping forth with an overwhelming force. This strike encompassed a vast area, its terrifying radius nearly engulfing a large expanse of the upper side, leaving no avenue for escape. Yet, number 17's response was merely a subtle motion, akin to a thought. He casually drifted backward, as though buoyed by the air itself, gliding several meters with effortless grace. Whoosh! That tail, imbued with formidable power, swept past him with a razor-thin margin, the tumultuous wind it generated stinging his skin, yet it ultimately struck only the void of air, producing a dull, echoing burst. Not even the outermost edge of number 17's emerald energy aura was grazed. Too slow. Number 17's voice remained relaxed, yet the slightly bored tone was more insulting than any sharp derision. In the ensuing seconds, the encounter devolved into a hopeless game of cat and mouse. Cell was ensnared in a frenzied cycle of assault, a rampaging charge reminiscent of a wild bull, relentless punches that rent the earth, heavy stomps that triggered minor tremors, and a lethal sweep that swept the surroundings like a tempest. Each attack was executed without reservation, harboring the cataclysmic power to erase modern cities from the map entirely. However, in the face of this tempestuous onslaught, the figure of number 17 transformed into the most elusive specter upon the battlefield. No longer did he engage in grandiose maneuvers. Instead, he executed minute yet precise displacements, an imperceptible sidestep, a perfectly timed lean back, a deft lateral shift, and a defiance of gravity with instantaneous ascents or descents. Each movement flowed seamlessly, evading Cell's attacks with remarkable precision, achieving maximum evasion with minimal effort. How infuriating! Cell's roar was filled with wild rage and frustration. He resembled a child wielding a colossal hammer, desperately attempting to strike a nimble dragonfly, yet all in vain. Instead, he stumbled, disrupted by the very winds generated by his own clumsy swings. The force he forcibly summoned appeared grotesque and laughable in the face of such unparalleled speed and technique. At that moment, the enraged Cell bore a striking resemblance to the iconic scene from the original work, when he had just evolved into his perfect form, decisively defeating Vegeta. Trunks, filled with grief and indignation, unleashed a newfound transformation achieved through arduous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. At that time, Trunks, too, was a mass of muscles expanding in defiance of reason, his physique swelling dramatically. He had forcibly elevated his raw power level to that of the third stage of Super Saiyan, unleashing an absolute force that once even surpassed his father, Vegeta. Yet, what was the outcome? Faced with the perfect form of Cell, whose speed, technique, and energy efficiency were unparalleled, Trunks' terrifyingly powerful punches could not even graze the hem of his opponent's attire. All his attacks were effortlessly evaded by Cell with mere fractions of an inch to spare. His clumsy movements were riddled with flaws against such extreme velocity. Possessing strength capable of shaking mountains, he was reduced to futilely striking at the air, becoming the subject of a one-sided, despairing mockery. Now, history astonishingly repeats itself, albeit with the roles reversed. Before us, Cell perfectly mirrored Trunks' past mistakes. He sacrificed other vital attributes for this grotesque bulk, left with nothing but brute force. This painful lesson undoubtedly reveals a fundamental truth of combat. Pure strength does not equate to true comprehensive combat ability. Combat prowess is a sophisticated and intricate multidimensional function. It encompasses strength, speed, agility, defense, energy control, combat intelligence, and even psychological resilience, all harmoniously intertwined at a higher dimension. The grotesque inflation of one attribute often comes at the expense of sacrificing other critical qualities. Without the support of speed and the mastery of technique, even the mightiest force becomes a mere farce, incapable of hitting its mark. Ultimately, it will succumb to a truly perfect warrior with ease. That monster's strength is undeniably terrifying, yet he can't even land a single blow on number 17. Yamcha knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, his chest rising and falling like a bellows. The power of Cell has undoubtedly intensified, his malevolent aura instilling a palpable tremor of fear. Yet, he now resembles a brutish bull, consumed by impotent rage. Despite possessing immense strength, it serves no purpose. As he struggles to calm the chaotic energy within him, his gaze is fixed intently on the battlefield ahead. Akin to an adult toying with a child, his eyes are filled with indescribable astonishment and a flicker of relief, as if he has narrowly escaped a calamity. However, matters are far from simple. Piccolo stands with his arms crossed over his chest, brows furrowed, his dark eyes shimmering with wisdom. Do not be deceived by appearances. Within Cell lies the fusion of Frieza's cells. Let us not forget that the fearsome cosmic tyrant is not terrifying solely due to his power. It is also his insidious cunning, cruelty, and precise timing in battle that evoke dread. Such an innate battle instinct would never permit him to squander energy on futile displays of brute force for an extended duration. Behind his seemingly frenzied assaults lies a calculated strategy, seemingly aimed at validating Piccolo's composed analysis. As Cell, who appears to be flailing aimlessly, suddenly halts his senseless physical onslaught. His grotesquely muscular form heaves violently, emitting an unsettling rasp from deep within his throat. Yet, within his multifaceted eyes, suffused with crimson veins and mad desire, there emerges a glimmer of icy, sharp, and coldly calculating focus, akin to a serpent poised to strike its prey. Chapter 96. The Frenzied Thief of Techniques, a special chapter for my fathers. If I cannot strike you, then I shall obliterate you along with this very space. Cell's hoarse growl reverberates through the cosmos. In the next instant, his disproportionately large hands suddenly spread wide, crossing at his forehead. Within the palms, it seems as though two gates to the core of energy have been opened, aimed at the serene, floating figure of Android 17, resembling a green specter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. No longer is there the crisp hum of energy. Rather, it is a thunderous roar, akin to the simultaneous buzzing of a million giant bees. The suffocatingly intense purple energy violently converges and compresses between his palms. The density of this energy is so extraordinary that the light at its core bends in peculiar ways, distorting the very fabric of vision. He no longer seeks precision. Instead, he strives for an unparalleled, indiscriminate, and all-encompassing annihilation. He intends to erase this cold android, Android 17, and the entirety of the perceivable space around him from existence. Behold, witness the power of you insignificant insects. Cell's maniacal laughter echoes, his voice raspy yet brimming with twisted delight, a morbid flaunting of his intricate genetic lineage. It is as if he proclaims to the world that he not only possesses these techniques, but can elevate their power to unimaginable heights, surpassing even that of their original master. His enormous head tilts back, neck muscles taut, mimicking the posture of a boy in a fit of rage from his memories. His chest swelling in an inhuman manner. Demon flash. He opened his gaping maw, lined with sharp teeth, unleashing a torrent of violet energy, the diameter of which was nearly exaggerated, cascading down like a cataclysmic waterfall from the celestial river of the universe, imbued with the explosive aura characteristic of Sun Gohan. Yet even more ferocious, chaotic, and unrestrained. Wherever the torrent flowed, the space emitted anguished groans under the unbearable strain. The air was thoroughly ionized, crackling with explosive sounds, surging towards number 17 with the momentum of annihilation. The scope was vast, light permeating every corner of the visual field. The blazing purple hue seemed to dominate the very essence of existence, nearly sealing off all avenues of evasion. However, number 17 moved. Yet, contrary to the expectations of the onlookers, he did not execute a desperate evasion. Instead, he took a gentle step forward into the very energy torrent capable of vaporizing an entire continental plate. It was as if he faced not a tide of destruction, but merely a cool cascade of water. The total energy was formidable, yet its control was lamentably crude. In the face of the oncoming maelstrom of annihilation, he calmly raised his right hand, fingers naturally splayed, palm directed at the roaring violet deluge. There were no elaborate gestures, no energy orbs coalescing. Instead, a profound emerald light abruptly illuminated from his palm. This glow was not blinding, yet it instilled an undeniable sense of order. Disperse, he commanded, as if issuing a royal decree. Upon contact with the verdant luminescence from number 17's palm, the surging violet energy torrent seemed to encounter an invisible repulsive force, as if a formless hand had forcibly divided it. The violent flow of energy was indeed torn asunder at its very center. The tumultuous energy was redirected by an irresistible force, forming two still raging torrents that had no choice but to deviate from their intended path. With reluctant roars, they futilely surged past several meters on either side of number 17, akin to a gentle stream circumventing an indomitable rock, ultimately crashing violently into a desolate mountain range dozens of kilometers away. Boom, boom. Two belated, earth-shattering explosions echoed. On the distant horizon, two colossal mushroom clouds ascended, narrating the terrifying power contained within the diverging energy capable of reshaping the terrain. And there was number 17 himself, floating serenely within the central channel of the forcibly parted energy torrent, the edges of his garments gently billowing in the energy whirlwind. The soft green glow swirling around him created a striking visual contrast against the roaring violet energies on either side. How is this possible? Sun Gohan exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He could even feel the searing aftershocks of the diverging energies as they swept past, scorching his skin. That was his ultimate technique. Without hesitation, Cell continued his relentless assault. Hell's own grenade. He brought his left index and middle fingers together, a concentrated point of exquisite violet light forming at an astonishing speed, compressing. This light was pure and perilous, emanating an exceptionally focused piercing intent. The ultimate technique derived from King Piccolo, capable of piercing through dimensions, renowned as the most formidable in the warrior hierarchy. Whoosh! A spear of energy, as tangible as matter, whirled at high velocity. Its violet beam accompanied by a piercing shriek that seemed capable of rupturing eardrums and a terrifying penetrating force potent enough to pierce celestial bodies, swiftly traversed the space between them, accurately aimed at the heart of Subject 17. This strike concentrated all its destructive potential into a singular point, its energy pressure unfathomably high. Subject 17 hovered in place, facing this energy beam with extraordinary piercing capability, and nonchalantly extended his left hand. The move executed by Cell exhibited considerable penetrative strength. With his palm facing forward, a gossamer shield of emerald energy, adorned with intricate patterns of complex energy, instantaneously unfurled. The shield, modest in size, perfectly aligned to cover the narrow path of the energy beam emitted by the magic light-killing cannon. Timing, angle, position, each calculated with the precision of a trillion computations. Boom! The violet spiral energy beam collided violently with the verdant shield. A dazzling brilliance erupted, and the two contrasting, yet equally formidable energies clashed with the utmost ferocity, producing a chilling high-frequency sound of energy friction. Yet, the seemingly fragile green shield stood firm as a mountain. The terrifying, spiraling, penetrative power of the magic light-killing cannon, upon contact with the shield, appeared to be forcibly neutralized and redirected by an even higher power. The fiery energy surged like waves crashing against a reef, futilely battering against the shield, ultimately splattering into scattered points of light, failing to budge the shield in the slightest. What? It was completely deflected. Even the usually calm and abyss-like Cell could not suppress his astonishment, his green visage etched with disbelief. His invincible and all-penetrating technique was utterly thwarted by Subject 17 in such an unassuming manner, even under the amplification of energy granted by Cell. Yet, Cell's assault was far from over. As if driven by the instinct fused from countless warrior genes, he unleashed the stolen techniques with reckless abandon. Akin to a child exuberantly showcasing a toy, albeit one with the capacity to obliterate worlds. The Big Bang attack. Cell clasped his left wrist with his right hand, energy roaring and surging like a boiling ocean. This was Vegeta's signature move, designed for maximum destructive power and catastrophic effect. Now wielded by Cell, whose energy surpassed that of Vegeta, its might was exponentially magnified. A massive sphere of unstable purple energy, colossal enough to obscure the sun, coalesced with despair-inducing power, resembling a Death Star yanked into low Earth orbit. With the fury to annihilate all and reshape the very surface of the planet, it plummeted towards the suspended Subject 17. This was a pure deluge of energy, enveloping an expanse that nearly shrouded the entire battlefield in ruin, as if it truly aimed to erase the entire Earth along with that vexatious android from the cosmos. My Big Bang attack. No. The scale and might of this energy far exceed my own. As the originator and most adept practitioner of this skill, Vegeta's eyes widened with fury. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. How infuriating. Can that brat, number 17, withstand this? Chapter 97. Is there more? Here is the fourth update. Similarly gazing upward, with unwavering focus on the battle, number 18's ice blue eyes suddenly constricted. Reflected within them was a purple star, exuding an aura of destruction that occupied her entire field of vision. Even from a distance, the oppressive sensation emanating from the core of that energy sphere, capable of tearing one's very soul, sent a shiver through her. Instinctively, she slightly bent her knees, adopting a defensive posture as a gust of violent energy swept past her, brushing against her somewhat pallid cheek. Her gaze was fixated on the figure in the sky, and for the first time, an indescribable tension stirred within her heart for her brother, who was always excessively composed. Despite her firm belief in number 17's abilities, she understood that any misstep against an assault of this magnitude would lead to irreparable consequences. Number 16, on the other hand, broke his prior silence. His crimson electronic eye flickering at an alarming frequency, the subtle hum of his internal processor suddenly elevating to a higher pitch. Those electronic eyes remained locked onto number 17, seemingly calculating how that seemingly slender figure would confront this tidal wave of destruction. In the face of this truly apocalyptic and unavoidable energy blast, number 17's suspended form appeared diminutive, akin to a solitary boat before a tempest. In the battlefield above, number 17 faced Cell directly. For the first time, a flicker of seriousness crossed his deep green eyes. Yet, he neither chose to evade nor relied on that miraculous shield for defense. Slowly, he raised both hands, palms facing each other at his chest. An unusual energy field rapidly formed between his palms. A profound, almost tangible emerald light surged from his arms, wildly converging and compressing between his hands. No longer a shield, nor a beam, but coalescing into a baseball-sized sphere, its internal energy swirling violently, emanating a pulse of heart-stopping emerald energy. The sphere's radiance was remarkably subdued, its hue as deep as the oldest jade, its surface smooth as a mirror, as if he held within his grasp a soon-to-erupt green nebula. The energy contained within was evidently starkly different from Cell's ferocious outward energy. Let us see if it truly falters to the left of the wave. Number 17's voice carried a chilling battle intent. Just as the cataclysmic purple energy blast surged to engulf him, Number 17 thrust his palms forward. The emerald energy sphere, akin to the core of an ignited green supernova, silently shot into the oncoming torrent of purple energy. There was no anticipated explosive cataclysm, only the most complete annihilation. As the emerald energy sphere passed through, the frenzied purple energy torrent dissolved as if it had encountered its nemesis, disintegrating and vanishing into silence like melting snow. The emerald energy sphere advanced steadily within, carving out a vacuum passage devoid of even the faintest energy particles amidst the purple tide of destruction, akin to Moses parting the sea. In mere seconds, the explosive torrent of energy, powerful enough to pierce through the earth, was utterly traversed and dismantled by that diminutive emerald sphere from its origin to its terminus. As the sphere silently penetrated the end of the torrent, shooting towards the distant horizon and vanishing from sight, the terrifying energy column unleashed by Cell, one that had instilled despair in the hearts of the warriors, collapsed entirely, as if stripped of its fundamental support, dissipating into the void of the air. Only scattered fragments of energy and the slightly scorching gust that ruffled the hem of Number 17's attire remained, serving as proof of its former existence. A brief silence enveloped the battlefield. The warriors, stunned into speechlessness, were repeatedly confronted by the limits of their understanding of power and combat. In this stillness, as everyone anticipated that Cell, in his reckless expenditure of energy, would inevitably succumb to a momentary weakness or even suffer a backlash, a hidden tail, deliberately concealed, subtly twisted at an angle behind his enormous, grotesque form that trembled slightly from the overexertion of energy. The tip of the tail, resembling a lasso, manifested a series of rapidly rotating, razor-sharp, purple energy chainsaws, silently coalescing into form. The speed at which these energy chainsaws whirled surpassed that of the energy disc technique employed by Krillin. Their edges radiated an energy wave imbued with an extreme sharpness, as if capable of severing the very fabric of space itself. This was the embodiment of Cell's amalgamation of Frieza's combat intellect and cunning treachery, feigning weakness while harboring lethal intent. With a flicker of cunning and cruelty in his eyes, Cell unleashed a barrage of energy discs, not from a single direction, but through several intricate trajectories calculated to nearly eliminate all conventional evasion angles. Like phantoms, they silently spiraled towards the neck, abdomen, and legs of Number 17. The velocity of their approach far exceeded that of previous energy blasts. "Watch your back. It's the energy disc, not just one," Krillin shouted in a panic, his face drained of color, instinctively crying out in alarm. As the hallmark user of this technique, he was acutely aware of its terrifying potential. Number 17's dynamic vision and aura perception clearly locked onto the trajectories of each energy-cutting disc. A trivial skill, he mused. In the incredulous gaze of Cell, Number 17 executed a bizarre evasion, just as the purple discs were about to make contact. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was filled with a chilling, space-cutting hum as the rapidly spinning purple discs narrowly grazed past his neck, ribcage, and legs with mere millimeters to spare. The closest one nearly brushed against the strands of hair lifted on his forehead. They failed to touch even the hem of Number 17's clothing. Instead, with a lethal whistle, they plunged into the distant, colossal granite blocks that loomed like small mountains behind him. Sizzle. There was no explosion, only a series of faint sounds, almost imperceptible, akin to a blade slicing through tofu. The massive rocks paused momentarily. Then, along the mirror-like surfaces capable of reflecting human figures, they slowly slid and collapsed, fragmented into several flawless geometric shapes. Each cut surface was so smooth it took one's breath away, showcasing the terrifying cutting power of the purple wheel. Cell's enormous and grotesque form trembled violently, the result of overexertion and the crushing blow of a failed strategy. His crimson compound eyes filled with disbelief and a deeper, more deranged madness. All his pride and power, once flaunted, now became a complete farce before this cold android. Cell's massive, misshapen body shook violently from overexertion. His scarlet eyes brimmed with incredible despair and a profound madness. Hovering in the air, number 17 remained enveloped in a stable, deep green aura, cold as the immutable laws of nature. He gazed down at the cornered beast below, his voice resonating like a chilling wind across a frozen expanse. Is there anything left? Chapter 98. The outcome is certain. What other means do you possess? Number 17's voice pierced through the heated air and energy dust lingering above the pit. A stark contrast to Cell's prior chaotic outburst. He floated above the edge of the abyss, his deep green energy aura silently swirling, serene and stable. His gaze, calm and unwavering, locked onto the green figure of Cell, who was gasping for breath, his body writhing in agony from the strain of exertion. That look was akin to a deity observing the struggles of mortals with indifference. Cell's heavy breaths echoed like a damaged metal bellows, each inhalation seemingly tearing at his chest, each exhalation releasing scalding, blood-scented mist. His once mighty purple aura had waned to a flickering flame, a stark contrast to the previous volcanic fury. The hard biological shell covering his grotesque form cracked under the strain, oozing purple blood mixed with viscous sweat, dripping onto the searing rocks below, producing a hissing sound as it evaporated into a noxious white mist. His features, a blend of scion wildness and Frieza's chilling demeanor, were now contorted into a near-monstrous visage due to utter exhaustion and disbelief. His crimson eyes, laced with the blood vessels of energy backlash, remained fixed on the immaculate figure above. Within those eyes simmered rage, defeat, and a burgeoning fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. How could this be possible? This desperate thought gnawed at the neural pathways crafted from countless superior genes, a cruel curse that consumed him. He had given everything, squeezing and even igniting every ounce of energy stored within the cells. He unleashed without reservation the ultimate technique, refined through the theft, imitation, an enhancement of his proud genetic repository. Vegeta's pursuit of annihilation through his explosive attack, Piccolo's piercing Makenka Sappo that penetrates all, Gohan's wrath-fueled, overwhelming Masenko, and even Krillin's cunning and precise Kienzan. Each strike surpassed its original form, wielding enough power to effortlessly obliterate colossal metropolises and even shift tectonic plates. Yet, that accursed android. Number 17. What did he do? He merely raised a hand. With a nonchalant sweep, as if parting an inconsequential curtain, he forcibly cleaved through the tumultuous tide of destructive energy. With a shield as delicate as gossamer, he neutralized a spiral impact potent enough to pierce the very stars in an incomprehensible manner. Ultimately, that annihilating energy sphere served as the ultimate judgment, utterly dismantling his pride at the very essence of existence. All attacks, in the face of such absolute calmness, precision, and overwhelming strength, transformed into futile, resplendent fireworks. The outcome was already determined. A deep, calm voice emerged from the edge of the pit, shattering the suffocating silence. Piccolo, arms crossed, his dark eyes akin to the most precise energy detectors, calmly penetrated the still lingers of dust and energy waves, keenly capturing and analyzing every signal of energy rapidly dwindling from Cell. The recent barrage of horrifying energy had thoroughly drained him. Piccolo's voice carried the weight of a settled judgment, clearly resonating in the ears of every battle-weary warrior surrounding him. His energy was plummeting at a steep rate. The grotesque form that had emerged from his swollen muscles was consuming energy at an even faster pace. The stability of his energy had collapsed. He now resembled a punctured balloon, losing power at an irreversible speed. Beside Piccolo stood Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Android 18, and Android 16, all warriors forged by the crucible of battle, standing solemnly. The vicious mini-cells, alongside the rapid decline of their progenitor's energy, had lost their backbone, their strength swiftly diminishing. They had long since been eradicated by the combined might of the warriors. At this moment, they all stood at the edge of the pit, as if witnessing a Colosseum battle that determined the fate of their planet, their gazes complexly focused on the disparate battlefield. Vegeta's expression was ashen, his clenched fists turning white, the golden aura flickering erratically due to the tumult within his heart. He fixed his gaze upon number 17, whose effortless dominance over Cell pierced through his pride as a scion prince like a cold dagger. humiliation, resentment, and perhaps a sliver of awe he dared not confront. He clenched his teeth, his gums nearly oozing blood. Klin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha leaned on each other for support, their faces bearing the marks of exhaustion and wounds left by their battle with the diminutive cell. Yet more prominent was an ethereal daze of surviving a calamity, accompanied by profound astonishment at the dimensional disparity of power exhibited by number 17, standing beside the towering, silent, and steadfast figure of number 16. Number 18's icy blue eyes reflected the silhouette of number 17 with clarity. Her previously tense and frigid visage showed a barely perceptible relaxation, revealing a palpable expression of relief. Since you have exhausted all your means, number 17's calm voice broke the brief silence, casting its gaze upon the wretched cell below, whose aura flickered like a candle in the wind, a visage marred by fear and madness, yet unable to muster any effective energy from his withered form. This tiresome game must come to an end. His tone was as unyielding as a statement of fact. Shut up. Like a cornered beast driven to despair by the final straw, Cell abruptly lifted his head, unleashing a hysterical roar of defiance and despair from the depths of his throat. Defiantly, he forced himself to resist the backlash of energy, squeezing out the last remnants of power from his faltering body. The feeble, dimming purple aura surged momentarily, akin to a poignant and sorrowful flash of light. I am the perfect organism, the greatest and most flawless creation of Dr. Gero, the ultimate entity, infused with the finest genes of the strongest warriors across the universe. Cell's voice was hoarse and distorted, filled with the utmost madness born of desperation and the collapse of faith, as if he sought to dispel the consuming fear within his soul through this roar. I will not allow myself to be defeated by you, a mere stepping stone on my path to perfect evolution. I will never concede. I shall never fail. Chapter 99, Countdown number 17. Act quickly. The voice of Sun Wukong thundered across the battlefield like a tear in fabric, imbued with an unprecedented urgency. His golden hair swayed slightly with the intensity of his emotions, his eyes fixated on Cell's violently convulsing form, as if perceiving some ominous transformation occurring within. Do not give him any more time. Do not force him any further. His warning bore the weight of a seasoned warrior's sharpest instincts. Yet, the warning came a moment too late. Before Sun Wukong's anxious words could fully dissipate in the sweltering air, a roar erupted from the depths of Cell's chest, a sound as though it had emerged from the very depths of hell. It was a cry of defiance, of malevolence, the final shriek after the complete abandonment of reason. Accompanied by this soul-piercing wail, Cell's already grotesquely large form began to undergo an even more horrifying distortion. The chilling sound of muscle fibers proliferating echoed like a relentless drumbeat, sending shivers down the spine. His dark green muscle bundles had completely spiraled out of control, expanding, swelling, and stacking like an organism infused with an inexhaustible proliferation of cancer cells. The rigid biological exoskeleton emitted a disconcerting creak as it was stretched by the grotesquely growing mass beneath, shattering and peeling away like debris falling from a crumbling edifice. This revealed pulsating muscle tissue underneath, exuding scalding steam and a violet luminescence. His physique grotesquely multiplied in size within a mere breath, transforming from a corpulent giant into a towering, nearly 10-meter-high living mound of flesh, exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction. His colossal head seemed to sink deep into the shapeless, bloated neck. His crimson eyes, embedded within this writhing mass, sparkled with a chilling light, radiating malice and despair like two blood diamonds. Uncontrollable jets of scalding air and corrosive purple saliva erupted from his mouth and nostrils. Most terrifying of all was the chaotic energy surging through his massive, mound-like body, flowing erratically like countless uncontrollable, venomous serpents of lightning. They darted wildly between the muscle fibers, exploding with manic ferocity, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Each eruption of uncontrolled energy sent forth a plume of charred flesh and a foul stench of smoke. A twisted, frenzied laughter, devoid of any reason and saturated with primal delight in destruction, erupted from the depths of this horrific flesh mountain. The sound waves hit like a tangible force, shaking the eardrums and nerves of all who heard it, instilling a profound terror. There was less than a minute remaining. Number 17. Foolish warriors. And this damned planet that birthed you. Cell's voice became akin to the grinding of countless coarse sandpapers against one another. imbued with a madness and delight reminiscent of a harbinger of doom. You shall all become mere dust in the cosmos under my ultimate power. Relish the apocalyptic overture of self-destruction that this perfect organism plays for you. The words self-destruction struck like two cold nails, driven mercilessly into the hearts of each warrior, echoing like the death knell of final judgment deep within their souls. What? Self-destruction? Krillin screamed in horror, his face paling to a ghastly white. He knew all too well what the self-destruction of such a creature entailed. It was not a mere explosion. It was the ultimate annihilation capable of erasing the entire Earth from the cosmos. Run. Get away fast. Yamcha's voice quivered with sheer terror as he instinctively turned to flee, but his legs felt as if they were weighed down by tons of lead, too heavy to lift. In the face of such an all-consuming, inescapable destruction, fleeing became a desperate farce. Dad! Everyone! Gohan's golden aura flickered violently, its brilliance wavering in response to the turmoil within his heart. His eyes were filled with profound concern for his father and all his companions, alongside a fierce unwillingness to accept this sudden and despairing conclusion. Vegeta clenched his jaw tightly, his golden aura surging violently into the sky, fueled by extreme anger and indignation. Yet, for the first time, a flicker of helplessness in the face of absolute annihilation glimmered deep within his defiant gaze. How outrageous! Must he drag all life on this planet down with him into the abyss at the moment of his demise? Piccolo's expression darkened, heavy with foreboding. He rapidly contemplated every possible strategy, yet reason warned him that Cell's current state resembled that of an exceedingly unstable black hole singularity. Any external energy stimulus, no matter how minuscule, could serve as the final straw, hastening the arrival of destruction. Number 17. Number 18's voice, for the first time, lost its usual chill and composure, tinged with unmistakable fear and urgency. Her golden pupils fixed upon the figure suspended motionless in the air, infused with an urgency bordering on command. Strike now, while his core energy has yet to spiral out of control. Eliminate him. Hurry. She could not comprehend why number 17 lingered. Could he not sense the terrifying energy poised to obliterate everything? Do something. For heaven's sake, act. Cell's grotesque, mountain-like form emitted a thunderous, twisted laughter, reverberating like echoes from the abyss, brimming with malicious delight. Futile, you fools. I am akin to the most unstable core of a supernova. Any external energy impact, even the slightest touch, will ignite the fuse and accelerate my detonation process. The only thing you can do is wait here in despair for the end to arrive. Join me in hell. His words pierced the hearts of everyone present like poisoned ice picks, utterly shattering their last glimmer of hope. Despair washed over them like a chilling tide, engulfing all in attendance. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each passing second torturously lengthy, as if a century had elapsed. The shadow of death loomed more palpably than ever above each individual, heavy enough to suffocate. Vegeta growled in frustration, Piccolo furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, and Krillin and Yamcha's faces turned ashen. How infuriating! Is there truly no way out? Tien's forehead throbbed with veins, and he smashed his right fist violently into the charred ground beside him, sending shards of rock flying. In the face of such a hopeless, mutually destructive predicament, even the most resilient warriors felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and rage. Yet, amidst the cacophony of despair and the countdown to death, Son Goku, strangely, found a profound calm. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the writhing mass exuding a nauseating aura and destructive energy. Gone was the sunny mirth of his usual demeanor, replaced by a tranquil clarity akin to a serene lake, embodying the relief and resolve that followed a significant decision. In the depths of his azure eyes, it seemed as though stars were swirling, a resolute radiance coalescing within. He inhaled gently, his body relaxing into an optimal state for unleashing power, every breath flawlessly contained, devoid of any escape. The surrounding warriors were entirely captivated by the imminent threat of mutual destruction that Sheru posed, their minds ensnared by the pervasive aura of fear. Not a single soul noticed, in that crucial moment, that this warrior, who consistently brought forth miracles, was quietly nurturing an astonishing decision beneath his remarkably tranquil facade. Yesterday was the Qixi festival. I wonder how the esteemed fathers fared. Chapter 100. Rejection of Sacrifice. The intervention of number 17. A special update for the esteemed fathers. Is this all there is? The voice of number 17 resonated once more, akin to a stone cast into a placid pond, shattering the suffocating atmosphere of despair. His tone remained eerily calm, devoid of the terror or panic one might expect from Sheru's imminent self-destruction. There was not the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Rather, it bore an air of detached understanding. Sheru's last desperate gambit, his attempt at mutual annihilation, was not an unforeseen outcome in the mind of number 17. After all, the original narrative had already laid bare the extreme behavioral patterns this perfect being would likely adopt when its pride faced annihilation, total, all-encompassing negation, including its very existence. This creation, forcefully instilled with the unwavering belief of being the strongest entity in the universe since its embryonic stage by Dr. Geros, was built not on self-awareness but on a delusion of superiority derived from external power comparisons. Thus, upon witnessing its ultimate power, so proudly held, ruthlessly crushed by number 17's absolute stance, the very moment when the game of evolution, celebrating its achievement of the designed perfect form, came crashing down, the pillars supporting its existence crumbled. What followed was a cataclysmic, all-denying madness. Just as Sheru, a monstrous mass, writhed violently, on the verge of unleashing destructive energy to trigger a final chain reaction, whoosh. A golden streak of light, surpassing the speed of thought, appeared instantaneously beside Sheru's immense, bloated form, exuding a terrifying heat. It was Son Goku. A peculiar tranquility graced his face, starkly contrasting the apocalyptic atmosphere surrounding him. Moreover, a familiar smile, pure as sunlight piercing through gloom, graced his lips, despite the weight and resolution it carried at that moment. Goku, Kakarot, what are you planning? Goku, come back. Don't do anything foolish. Old son, the warriors finally realized, exclaiming in alarm. Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan all focused their attention on that golden figure. They clearly witnessed Goku's actions as he unhesitatingly extended his right hand, firmly pressing it against Sheru's body, which was as scalding as bubbling lava, covered in viscous biological fluids and ruptured muscle tissue. Simultaneously, his left hand was raised, with the index and middle fingers aligned precisely against his resolute forehead. That posture, that initiating stance, instantaneous movement. Every comrade who had fought alongside him could never mistake it. A poignant thought swiftly traversed the minds of all who were familiar with Sun Wukong. Piccolo's pupils abruptly contracted, his throat parched, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent sound. Father, no. Son Gohan instantaneously comprehended his father's intentions, an overwhelming wave of terror and sorrow engulfing him. The golden aura surrounding him erupted uncontrollably, mirroring his tumultuous emotions, as he roared, ready to charge recklessly forward. Yet he was firmly restrained by Trunks, who bore an equally horrified expression. Kakarot, you fool. Vegeta's furious roar echoed through the air, filled with anger, confusion, and a flicker of astonishment at the foolish sacrificial spirit. A sentiment even he had yet to recognize within himself. He fully grasped it. This Na'vi and absurdly lowly warrior intended to use that damned instantaneous movement to transport the impending explosive away from Earth, and the cost would be his own life. A single sacrifice to ensure the safety of the entire planet, of all those he knew and even those he did not. Krillin and Yamcha were instantly moved to tears, mouths agape yet voiceless, their throats choked by immense grief and admiration. Sun Wukong's gaze was akin to the gentlest farewell, slowly and profoundly sweeping across the familiar faces etched with shock, sorrow, and disbelief. Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, Vegeta, Tien, Yamcha, Trunks. In the end, his eyes seemed to transcend distance, catching a glimpse of the bustling Chi-Chi at home and his father-in-law, the Ox King, of every blade of grass on the sacred land of Korin, and of the deities in the temple observing from above, including Mr. Popo. His voice, though soft, resonated with a remarkable clarity that penetrated the hearts of everyone present, carrying an extraordinary, soothing power that quelled their souls' tremors. Farewell. Although he spoke words of parting, his countenance bore an even more vivid and pure smile, reminiscent of sunlight piercing through the darkest clouds, warm and resolute. There was no fear of death, no yearning for life, only a profound willingness to sacrifice everything for the protection of those he cherished and the land he loved, accepting his fate with tranquility and fulfillment. That smile was the quintessence of Sun Wukong, benevolent, pure, courageous in sacrifice, radiating the most exquisite brilliance of humanity. What? Sun Wukong, what do you intend to do? Like a small mountain swelling continuously, Cell, filled with destructive energy, roared in tumult, on the verge of breaching the final threshold. Though he had lost all mobility due to overcharging, rendering him incapable of perceiving Sun Wukong's exact intentions at that moment. The instinct of a being fused with the genes of countless combat geniuses, particularly the insidious cunning imparted by Frieza's cells, allowed him to instinctively sense a dangerous deviation from control, a potential twist that could render his ultimate revenge and destruction null and void. He emitted a frenzied roar, reminiscent of an ancient beast driven to desperation, attempting to intimidate Sun Wukong with this sound wave imbued with destructive energy, striving to disrupt the unknown progression. Cease this foolishness. Instantly vacate my vicinity. Otherwise, any external energy disturbance will serve as a catalyst for detonation. We shall perish even swifter. His voice was hoarse and sharp, laden with a hysterical threat, yet subtly tinged with an incomprehensible fear of the other's actions. Since I am here, a voice, calm to the point of being jarring, akin to a cold spring, instantly extinguished the chaos of Sheru and the tragic atmosphere of Sun Wukong's resolute sacrifice. Buzz. In the realm of absolute speed, the space seemed to ripple ever so slightly. At an indeterminate moment, the figure of number 17 appeared, ghost-like, without warning. Positioned perfectly between Sun Wukong and the corpulent mass of Sheru, the distance was but a breath away. He could even sense the intense heat emanating from Sheru's surface, capable of melting gold and iron, alongside the determined aura radiating from Sun Wukong's hand. There is no need for your sacrifice, Sun Wukong. Number 17, South's voice remained remarkably flat, devoid of any inflection, yet conveyed an undeniable sense of certainty. As he spoke, his left hand seemed to rise casually, even appearing somewhat slow, as it reached precisely towards Sun Wukong's right hand, which was firmly pressed against Sheru's searing body. The motion was languid, as though he were merely brushing aside an irritating wisp of smoke. Sun Wukong's pupils abruptly constricted to pinpricks. His battle instincts and dynamic vision utterly failed to capture how number 17 had appeared. It was as if a frame had been inexplicably extracted from a film reel. Yet, it did not resemble his own instantaneous teleportation, which involved spatial jumping. Was it merely speed? What left him even more shaken was the seemingly slow, yet vividly detailed movement of number 17's hand. In his perception and sight, it presented an extraordinarily bizarre contradiction. He could clearly see every subtle motion, yet his body was entirely incapable of reacting in time. It was as though time had been forcibly elongated before his actions, while simultaneously accelerating in the presence of the other. Under his astonished gaze, that hand, with distinctly articulated joints, seemingly ordinary, rested with utmost precision and lightness upon the hand he had pressed against Sheru's form. What? Sun Wukong's thoughts barely had the time to form a complete question. He merely felt a gentle, yet utterly unyielding force at the point of contact. It was not a physical tug or shove, but rather as if the very space he was touching produced an irresistible repulsive reaction. Gently yet absolutely. It separated his palm from Sheru's body. The pure mental energy he had concentrated at his fingertips, poised to activate the coordinates for instantaneous movement, collided against an invisible yet palpably existent wall of size, instantly severing and isolating him. Number 17's fingers, merely by virtue of that contact, lightly brushed aside, akin to sweeping away a speck of dust. However, it was this seemingly trivial gesture that caused Sun Wukong's right hand, infused with unwavering determination, to be inexplicably redirected away from the body of Cell, which resembled an impending volcanic eruption. The movement was fluid and natural, as if it were destined to unfold in such a manner. Number 17, you, Sun Wukong, retreated a step, steadying your form, while your pale blue eyes brimmed with a profound and indescribable astonishment and confusion. Instinctively, he glanced at his empty palm, unable to comprehend why it had strayed from its original position. He then lifted his gaze to number 17's com profile, which seemed to suggest that the previous encounter had been merely an inconsequential triviality. That fleeting contact, so brief it could have been overlooked, nevertheless allowed him to acutely sense the dimensional disparity that lay between them. And in the electric moments that transpired, the cataclysmic energy accumulating within Cell reached its final countdown. Arriving at its terminus, The final second of the countdown dissolved into nothingness. Chapter 101. The game concludes. The victors remain silent. At that moment, the grotesque mass of flesh was trembling with unprecedented intensity, as if it were a biological furnace under extreme pressure. Countless piercing beams of deep violet light erupted from the fissures on its surface, casting an ominous aura of death upon everything nearby. The destructive energy waves surged like a tangible tsunami, poised to ravage the surrounding space, emitting a high-pitched, grating hum. The air contorted under the extreme heat, crackling with explosive sounds. There was no time left. Piccolo shouted in desperation. Even he, typically composed, was overwhelmed by an unprecedented despair reflected in his crimson gaze. Cell's energy had reached its critical point, and annihilation was imminent. Dad! Gohan's eyes widened in rage, and the culmination of his fury shattered the final barriers. His golden aura flared, igniting like a blazing star, erupting with an unprecedented scale and brilliance, his hair standing on end, arcs of electricity dancing wildly. Under such stimulation, he finally transcended his limits, achieving the legendary second stage of Super Saiyan 2. He roared, disregarding everything, as his formidable energy broke free from Trunks' restraint, transforming into a golden meteor, racing toward the battlefield with reckless abandon. Damn it! This wretched creature! Vegeta's golden hair stood on end, fueled by an overwhelming fury as he clenched his fists, summoning all the power within him. The golden energy wave flickered in his palms. Yet despair engulfed him as he realized he had no idea where to direct this final strike. Krillin and Yamcha turned ashen, surrendering entirely, instinctively closing their eyes, with Yamcha even despairingly clutching his head as they awaited the inevitable moment of reckoning. Number 18's icy blue pupils constricted to their utmost, shattering her cold facade, revealing for the first time an unmistakable emotion, fear. She gazed at the impending explosion of light, as if witnessing the terminus of her eternal existence. In that critical moment, as everything seemed poised to succumb to the silence of annihilation, a resonant hum reverberated, starkly contrasting with the surrounding chaotic energies. Number 17 raised his hands, his movements steady and devoid of haste or panic. Within his palms, a profound and pure emerald radiance ignited suddenly. It was not merely a convergence of energy. It resembled the grasping of a vibrant green nebula within his hands. The luminescence swirled, embodying a heart-stirring power. He refrained from attacking Cell, nor did he attempt to suppress the impending explosion of energy. Instead, he executed an action that took all by surprise, with fingers splayed, palms directed toward Cell, who resembled a furnace on the verge of eruption. Seal. A single syllable, akin to the initiation of a final command, escaped from Number 17's lips. As this word resonated, the deep emerald light in his palms erupted outward. No longer a condensed sphere of energy, nor a sturdy shield. It transformed into a gossamer membrane, as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet shimmering with a stable and formidable energy pathway. This membrane, seemingly animated, instantaneously expanded and took shape. With astonishing efficiency, it precisely enveloped Cell's grotesque, twisted form, radiating a light of annihilation. Roar. From the depths of Cell's mountainous physique erupted a final, unrestrained roar filled with inexorable malice and unfathomable madness. In the fleeting moment before his consciousness was obliterated, he distinctly felt that the ultimate power he had wagered everything for, the power capable of rending the very stars, was being forcibly restrained by this seemingly fragile emerald membrane. His ultimate counterattack, this flawless self-detonation, was effortlessly confined within an absolute cage constructed of green energy, like a hazardous substance deemed unworthy. No, this is impossible. This was Cell's last, silent, frantic scream of the soul before descending into eternal darkness. A deafening explosion, beyond description, finally erupted within the confines of the emerald energy membrane. At that instant, everyone present felt as though their hearts had ceased to beat. The cataclysmic orb of destruction they had envisioned, capable of vaporizing the entire Earth and reducing everything to cosmic dust, did not manifest. Instead, there emerged a colossal cocoon of energy, approximately 50 meters in diameter, completely ensconced in the emerald membrane, writhing, distorting, and swelling under the relentless assault of the internal cataclysmic energies. Inside the membrane, destructive violet light flashed, collided, and erupted with fervor. The stable energy pathways of the membrane blazed to their zenith, frantically operating to counteract the internal waves of annihilation. Blinding light streamed through the translucent membrane, casting a ghastly green hue across the desolate expanse. Although the majority of the shock waves and energy radiation were firmly imprisoned within the membrane's interior, a minuscule fraction of energy still escaped, manifesting as vibrations and sound waves. The seemingly insignificant dispersion still rendered the warriors, who were valiantly defending from afar, as if they stood at the epicenter of an energy tempest. Apart from Sun Gohan, who, in his Super Saiyan 2 state, could effortlessly manage the chaos, the others were tossed about by the tangible shockwaves. Each had to muster every ounce of their strength to maintain their footing, their faces contorted in agony. Krillin and Yamcha were brought to their knees, their insides violently jolted, blood seeping uncontrollably from the corners of their mouths. "Hold steady," Tien shouted, his forehead veins bulging as he fiercely resisted the onslaught, with his third eye wide open. Piccolo's expression was grave, his body enveloped in a white aura, his dark eyes unwaveringly fixed on the frantically swirling energy pathways within the membrane. Trunks crossed his arms in front of him, his golden aura pressed tightly against his form. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his feet sinking into the ground as his golden flames soared skyward, his gaze fixed intently on the distorted green cocoon, his eyes filled with astonishment. Android 18 instinctively took a half-step back, raising a hand to shield her eyes, her brilliant golden hair whipped about by the energy hurricane, her icy countenance betraying disbelief, her pale blue irises wholly consumed by the blinding, ghastly green light. Android 16's massive mechanical frame leaned slightly forward, adopting a standard defensive posture. His crimson electronic eye flickered at an unprecedented frequency, its internal processor straining to analyze the energy confinement phenomenon that transcended its database's comprehension. Is it holding? It truly is holding. Krillin managed to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice trembling violently from the internal upheaval. A blend of euphoric relief and shock etched upon his face. The ultimate energy unleashed by Cell's self-destruction, potent enough to obliterate planets, was now perfectly contained within this emerald cocoon, like a beast trapped in a high-pressure furnace, futilely battering against an unyielding barrier before fading into nothingness. The warriors stood as if petrified, staring blankly at the colossal energy cocoon and the figure before it, hands raised to sustain the energy output. Illuminated by the radiance like a deity, Son Goku stood not far behind Android 17, observing the scene before him, the spectacle of absolute power digesting the self-destruction capable of annihilating Earth. He slowly relaxed his clenched fists, the resolute sorrow on his face giving way to a profound astonishment and contemplation regarding the nature of strength. He murmured softly, barely audible, "So, 17 has become this formidable." Within the verdant energy cocoon, the light of destruction gradually dimmed, with the vanishing emerald taking absolute dominance. Cell's resentful, venomous roars had long since dissipated, along with his grotesque, monstrous form, consumed by the extinguishing green light. Android 17 slowly withdrew his hands, the deep energy aura surrounding him receding like a tide, ultimately retracting and vanishing. He stood quietly, the edges of his clothing gently fluttering in the breeze created by the dissipating energy. He cast his gaze downward, surveying the charred earth, ravaged by the preceding battle and final impact. Yet, the sky appeared as though it had been purified by a verdant light that annihilated all, the dust scattered. It showcased a serene and crystalline azure, reminiscent of a rebirth after calamity. The beast of demise ultimately failed to rend this expanse of blue. The game has concluded. The victor remains unspoken. Chapter 102. Victory amidst wounds at the foothills of Mount Fuji, the plains lay scorched and barren. Once, this land thrived with lush greenery. But now it is left in ruins, as if thoroughly baptized by the wrath of the divine. Enormous craters mar the earth like grotesque scars that refuse to heal. Unfathomably deep, exuding a foreboding aura. The vast terrain appears as though it has been relentlessly turned by an invisible plow, ravaged and subjected to unimaginable searing temperatures. Certain areas have even become entirely vitrified, reflecting a strange and blinding glare under the dim sunlight that gradually pierces the thin clouds. The air is thick with an acrid scent of charred remains, the pungent aroma of ozone, and countless particles of mineral dust that have been stirred up, each breath accompanied by a gritty rasp that burns the nasal passages and throat. The remnants of smoke and the embers of energy linger in a low mist that wraps around this utterly transformed land, akin to a lament of souls unwilling to depart. At the heart of this desolation, a few figures stand or slump sporadically. Garbed in tattered attire, their battle-worn uniforms reveal skin marred by dried blood and stains, their chests heaving as they gulp down air. Despite their injuries and exhaustion, a profound sense of relief, akin to surviving a cataclysm, has supplanted the previously suffocating tension of battle. Son Gohan kneels on the ground, one hand propping up his almost spent body, breathing heavily. His once luminous golden hair, ignited by fury, has reverted to its dark hue, the fierce aura of a Super Saiyan long since faded, leaving behind a wounded youth. His gaze is somewhat vacant and unfocused, as if he has yet to fully recover from the terror of witnessing Cell's self-detonation and the overwhelming shock of his father's near sacrifice before his eyes. His father, Son Goku, stands not far off, his signature orange gi severely torn, exposing his bronze skin, interlaced with scars and bruises. He too has relinquished his Super Saiyan form. An unmistakable weariness etched upon his face, yet his blue eyes remain bright as ever, slowly surveying the surroundings. Each glance at the harrowing traces of destruction brings a fleeting shadow of gravity and compassion to his expression. Piccolo stands silently at a distance upon fractured rocks, arms crossed. His green skin is marred with numerous abrasions and energy burns, the once white cloak of the Namekian now lost amidst the chaos of battle. Though his aura is evidently diminished, he maintains an upright posture, embodying the dignity of a warrior. Krillin and Yamcha lean against one another for support, sharing a moment of fatigue mixed with relief. Tien, with his three eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed, exerts his full concentration to sense the lingering energy around them. In this desolate silence, a meticulous scan was conducted repeatedly, confirming and striving to capture any lingering trace of the malevolent essence belonging to that terrifying entity. With a soft thud, number 17 descended gracefully from the sky, landing lightly beside numbers 18 and 16. The trio stood together, a stark contrast to the disheveled warriors surrounding them. Their attire remained largely intact, merely dusted with a hint of scattered earth, their expressions serene as if they had just returned from a leisurely stroll. "Well done," number 18 remarked, gently brushing the dust off her coat while glancing at the returning number 17. Her radiant golden locks fluttered in the gentle breeze, her tone laced with a barely perceptible note of approval. "Predictable, I assent to it," number 17 replied, hands tucked casually into his pockets, shrugging nonchalantly as if averting a planetary catastrophe had been a trivial task. Number 16 stood silently like a towering beacon of fluorescent green, his electronic eyes not directed towards the cheering or conversing crowd, but rather cast upon the utterly devastated, lifeless natural surroundings. For him, a heart that cherished nature, the sight before him was undoubtedly a profound sorrow. At that moment, Tien Shinhan abruptly opened his three eyes, releasing a deep breath filled with incredulous tremors, and, upon final confirmation, a euphoric sense of relief. Everyone, Cell's essence has completely vanished. It is utterly gone. This proclamation surged through the hearts of all present like the most potent stimulant, invigorating their spirits. Wonderful. Krillin nearly leaped with exhaustion, his face blossoming into an uncontrollable, radiant smile of survival, tears welling up simultaneously. "It's over. It's truly over. We won. We have indeed triumphed." Yamcha also grinned widely, though the movement tugged painfully at the wounds on his face, causing him to gasp. "Damn, I almost thought we were finished this time. That guy and those little monsters he conjured were straight out of hell. Are you all right, Gohan?" Unbeknownst to him, Goku had approached and gently placed his right hand on his son's head, his voice tender. Gohan was jolted from his stupor, turning to face his father. His voice was still raspy from exhaustion, yet his eyes sparkled with the light of survival. "Dad, we won. We defeated him. We defeated Cell." Goku met his son's gaze, a complex smile of relief and depth gracing his features. He nodded, his voice steady. "Yes, we did win." His eyes involuntarily drifted back to the utterly ravaged horizon, his tone becoming somber, laden with weight. Yet, in observing this destruction, he could not help but recall the innocent lives lost at the hands of Cell. Their city, their homeland, their lives, all momentarily shrouded in a somber atmosphere, as the elation of victory was slightly overshadowed by the stark and brutal cost laid bare before them. The destruction wrought by this triumph was so stark and immense that it unfolded before every eye. Yet, Sun Wukong quickly inhaled deeply, as if to temporarily suppress the weight of sorrow and mourning. He raised his head anew, his gaze resolute and clear, and proposed the most urgent course of action. Let us proceed to the heavenly temple. We shall summon Shenron with the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who fell to Cell. This way, everyone can return. He paused, scratching his head with a habitual gesture, a smile breaking forth to reveal his signature Na'vi expression. Moreover, we could also visit Master Karen to gather some more sins of beans to heal everyone's wounds. Honestly, I feel as if I'm falling apart. The pain is excruciating. This pragmatic yet hopeful suggestion was immediately met with unanimous agreement from all. Reviving the deceased, healing the injured, and soothing the scars of war. These were the most pressing and beautiful endeavors in the aftermath of battle. At this moment, Sun Wukong's gaze shifted to the trio of androids 17, 18, and 16, who maintained a subtle distance from the warriors. He approached them, his face alight with genuine gratitude and invitation. 17, 18, 16, I truly thank you this time. Without you, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Will you join us? Together to the heavenly temple. Upon hearing this, Android 17 raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest flickering across his face. Shenron, is that the legendary being capable of granting any wish? His tone carried a pure curiosity, as if discussing an intriguing urban legend. This was something he had yet to witness firsthand. Wow, the fabled official cheat? The key artifact to initiate the Dragon Ball saga? It would be a pity not to see it with my own eyes. Android 18 cast a glance at 17, her expression one of indifferent acceptance, as if to say, "It's your call." Android 16 remained silent, embodying his usual stance of following his companions wherever they ventured. After concluding matters with the trio, Sun Wukong's gaze began to search the ruins for that eternally solitary and proud figure. Vegeta stood alone atop a large slab of rubble, his back turned to the others. His blue battle suit bore multiple tiers, yet he stood tall, emanating a chilling aura that kept others at bay. Vegeta, Sun Wukong called out, come join us. To the heavenly temple. Humph. Spare me your navet, Kakarot. Vegeta abruptly turned around, his face betraying unabashed disdain and arrogance. Do you think I would pity those earth insects who perished? Their lives mean nothing to me. He did not allow Sun Wukong another opportunity to speak. As the remnants of his energy erupted violently, forming a dazzling golden aura, which obliterated the rubble beneath his feet into dust. This is utterly tedious. As his words lingered in the air, he transformed into a resolute golden streak, soaring skyward, unhesitatingly racing towards the direction of the West City. Vanishing in an instant from the horizon, Trunks gazed towards the point where his father had disappeared, a deep sense of helplessness etched upon his handsome face. Father, he murmured. Krillin stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, It's all right, Trunks. Your father's nature is just like that. Let him have his solitude. Allow him to go. At that moment, a cacophony incongruous with the desolate battlefield erupted from the distance. The roar of engines, the clamor of a crowd, and even the sound of loudspeakers filled the air. A convoy consisting of several off-road vehicles and broadcasting trucks stirred up the still settling dust as it majestically entered the ruins. Before the vehicles had come to a complete stop, the doors were hastily flung open. A throng of reporters, clad in bulletproof vests, microphones in hand, followed by cameramen shouldering large cameras, poured out with excitement and tension, as if they had discovered a new world. Number 17 crossed his arms, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gestured to the soldiers beside him. Look, the professional cleanup crew has arrived. Almost instinctively, the others took to the air, evading the prying lenses of the cameras. They wished to keep their daily lives undisturbed by the invasive media. As a breeze swept through, the dust that lingered in the wasteland seemed to be momentarily cleansed. A rustling sound emerged from a pile of rubble, followed by the clatter of falling stones. There appeared Mr. Satan, clad in a striking maroon karate gi, his signature wild hairstyle covered in dust, and a look of bewilderment on his face. Struggling to emerge from the debris. Who are they? He muttered to himself, clearly having witnessed the astonishing battle between Number 17 and Cell while trapped beneath the rubble. The sheer cataclysmic power he had observed was beyond his comprehension. Yet, before he could fully recover from his stupor and shock, the familiar uproar jolted him back to reality. Mr. Satan. Look, it's Mr. Satan. He's over there. He's still alive. Wonderful. The reporters, as if they had finally unearthed the singular newsworthy focus and lifeline, swiftly turned their cameras towards the disoriented Mr. Satan, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water. After all, in the entirety of the cleared wasteland, his appearance and hairstyle were strikingly unique. Mr. Satan rapidly regained his composure, his spirits soaring. He swiftly wiped the confusion from his face, inhaled deeply, and struck the familiar victorious pose, arms raised high. To the multitude of cameras, he declared loudly, his voice resonant and brimming with confidence, "Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Earth, do you see? In the face of my invincible presence, that monster known as Cell has indeed been vanquished by me, Mr. Satan. Peace has returned to Earth. The world has been saved by me, Mr. Satan." His voice echoed across the desolate ruins, sounding both absurd and comical amidst the stillness. The reporters seemed to have finally unearthed a sensational scoop. The flashbulbs erupted in a dazzling display, nearly blinding onlookers. Countless microphones were thrust forward, almost poking him in the face. "Mr. Satan, how did you vanquish that terrifying creature? Mr. Satan, could you elaborate on the thrilling battle? You are truly the savior of Earth, a hero of humanity." Behind the clouds, the android's number 17 observed the absurd spectacle below with bemusement. Krillin's lips twitched in irritation. This guy always loves to be the center of attention. Yamcha sighed. Is it dedication or just showboating? Meanwhile, Piccolo merely scoffed, turning his head away, unable to bear the sight. Number 17 crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips. Only Mr. Satan could pull off such a performance. If he is not at the next Oscars, I want to be watching. Goku watched as the media swarmed around Satan, boasting about how he used the invincible Satan punch to repel Cell. He scratched his head and chuckled. Well, this works out. Let him deal with the reporters. It saves us a lot of trouble. We should be on our way. We have important matters to attend to. Everyone nodded in agreement, shifting their focus away from the cacophony of cheers for the hero below. With mutual understanding, they swiftly transformed into streams of colorful light, silently gliding past the charred earth that still echoed with Mr. Satan's grandiose declarations, heading towards the distant Kalen Tower, which connected heaven and earth. A new journey, or rather, the solace and hope that should follow a battle, was only just beginning. As for their father figures, Mr. Satan had emerged as the hero who saved the world, marking the conclusion of the Cell saga. Yet, there remained a final thread to tie up. One that was not merely a superfluous transition, but rather a source that would influence the unfolding of the subsequent tale. Gratitude was extended to their father figures for their unwavering support. Anticipation was encouraged for what was to come. Chapter 104. Back to the heavenly palace. Streams of varied colors pierced the increasingly clear sky, reminiscent of weary yet resolute birds returning home. Flying towards the ancient pillar of miracles, the Kalen Tower, which connected heaven and earth. Their pace was noticeably slower than usual. The aftermath of the battle left them weakened and wounded, and their energy flow was sluggish. Yet, the air was no longer laden with the suffocating pressure that had constricted their hearts. Instead, a lightness, albeit tinged with fatigue, enveloped them. The ground below rapidly receded. The scorched earth and scars of battle gradually left behind. In their place emerged undulating green forests and meandering rivers shimmering like silver ribbons under the sun. The vibrant hues of life reclaimed their vision, gently soothing the remnants of destruction, lifting the spirits of all who beheld it. Leading the way, Goku suddenly turned back, his face still bearing traces of exhaustion, yet his signature radiant smile broke forth, revealing a gleaming set of teeth. "Hey, everyone, let us pick up the pace. We'll reach Kalen Tower soon, and there are plenty of Senzu beans." As Yamcha, trailing behind, heard this, his flight path wavered momentarily, and he lamented weakly, "Goku, it's easy for you to say. I feel as though the energy within me is nearly depleted. Merely being able to fly is a miracle." His flight was erratic, as if he might tumble at any moment. Observing this, Tien Shinhan immediately reached out to steady him. Despite the exhaustion evident in his 3 eyes, his gaze remained unwavering and resolute. "Focus, Yamcha. Regulate your breathing. We are almost there." Meanwhile, androids 17, 18, and 16 flew slightly behind, standing in stark contrast to the struggling warriors ahead, exuding an air of composure and ease. Android 18 even took a moment to elegantly adjust her magnificent golden hair, tousled by the high-altitude winds, as if they were merely enjoying a breezy outing rather than battling for the survival of their planet. Android 17 observed the unsteady warriors ahead with a hint of amusement in his tone. The explosive power of this energy system is indeed remarkable. Yet excessive consumption can be quite troublesome. In comparison, our eternal energy core remains far more stable and reliable. Android 16 flew silently, his massive metallic form slicing through the air with a deep, steady whistle. His crimson electronic eyes continuously scanned the rejuvenating landscape below, recording detailed data on the recovery of the geography and natural environment. For him, who cherished nature, this was of far greater significance than the commotion ahead. Before long, the ancient tower, towering into the clouds and seemingly endless, appeared on the horizon. It was a familiar sanctuary for them. The group ascended along the rugged and ancient structure of the Kalen Tower, eventually landing gracefully on the expansive platform at its summit. As if anticipating their arrival, Master Kalen, the Cat Master, and Yajirobe awaited at the edge of the platform. Yajirobe, with his rotund and comical demeanor, still sported the dagger at his waist, seemingly more suited for butchering meat. Upon seeing the group land, especially the warriors in their disheveled state, he immediately placed his hands on his hips, puffed out his belly, and struck an exaggerated pose of a Grand Master arriving late, boasting loudly, "Goku, let me tell you, had it not been for my newly purchased luxury hover car breaking down mid-journey, I would have been here long ago. You wouldn't have even needed to lift a finger. Just watch as I, Yajirobe, would have cleaved that fellow named Cell in two with a single stroke." His words flowed with animated embellishment, as if he had truly endured a thrilling journey. Standing nearby with a wooden staff reminiscent of a deity, Master Kalen habitually stroked his beard and mercilessly punctured Yajirobe's bravado. "Enough of that, Yajirobe. You clearly sensed that malevolent presence since yesterday and have been too frightened to leave my side." The recently recovered stash of celestial beans was nearly devoured, and yet, there it sat, trembling with fear, clutching a pillar and muttering about the terrifying atmosphere below, convinced that descending would surely lead to its demise. After a brief pause, it delivered a fatal blow to its own pride, boasting without a hint of embarrassment. Suddenly, Krillin was unable to contain himself, bursting into laughter. Following suit, Yamcha and Gohan succumbed to fits of suppressed giggles, while even the usually stoic Piccolo couldn't restrain a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Goku, unabashed, erupted into hearty laughter, sparing no dignity for the boastful creature. Akairobe's face flushed crimson, resembling a cooked crab, as he floundered to defend himself, exclaiming, "Ah, Master Karen, how can you speak such nonsense? I was merely conserving my strength." A strategic observation. Yes, observation. The cat sage, disinterested in his ramblings, turned towards Goku and his companions, his white beard fluttering gently in the breeze, his wise gaze sweeping over them. "Thank you for your efforts, everyone. I felt the intensity of this battle even from the tower." His gaze lingered momentarily on Android 17 and Gohan, a flicker of astonishment and approval evident in his eyes. With the flourish of a magician, he produced a seemingly heavy little bag from behind him and handed it to Goku. "Here you go, prepared well in advance. There's enough for everyone. Thank you so much. Master Karen, you are truly a savior." Goku exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the bag, opening it to reveal an abundance of vibrant green beans, exuding a faint life-giving glow. He immediately poured several out, first offering them to the most injured, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien, before distributing one each to Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks, and himself. They all tossed the beans into their mouths, chewing a few times before swallowing. Almost instantly, miraculous events unfolded. The myriad wounds upon their bodies healed at a visibly rapid pace, scabbing over and shedding without leaving scars. The once depleted energy surged back like a parched river rejoicing in a sudden downpour, flooding their limbs with vitality. Weariness evaporated, their pallor transformed back to a rosy hue, and the spark of life returned to their eyes. "Wow, I'm back to life," Krillin exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, shaking his fist, feeling a surge of power even greater than before the battle. Yamcha stretched his limbs, relishing the satisfying cracks of his joints, exclaiming, "What a relief. Just moments ago, I felt like I might fall apart at any second. Now I could easily take on Cell again." Of course, such bravado came only after the restoration of their strength. Goku clenched his fist, savoring the renewed vigor coursing through him, nodding in satisfaction. He turned to the trio of androids, shaking the bag of remaining beans in his hand. "Hey, do you want one? Though you appear to be unscathed." 17 casually waved his hand, declining with a calm tone, "No need. Our damage repair mechanisms differ from yours." Although androids 17 and 18 retained human appearances and certain biological traits, such as the necessity for hydration, their physical structures had undergone a profound transformation. This hybrid configuration bestowed upon them both biological adaptability and the ability to maintain an infinite endurance through an energy furnace, fundamentally distinguishing them from warriors who relied on the magical beans for recovery. The perpetual energy furnace provided ceaseless power and nanoscopic self-repair. While it lacked the dramatic effects of the magical beans that could instantly reverse conditions, it excelled in durability and stability. As for Android 16, his entirely mechanical composition rendered him even further removed from the realm of biological restorative artifacts such as the magical beans. Well, Son Goku was not one to be overly sentimental. Noticing that they did not require the beans, he carefully stowed the pouch away. Let us not delay any further and proceed directly to the Temple of the Gods. Kalen, Akairobe, we shall ascend first. Everyone follow me, Goku declared, promptly soaring into the sky. But instead of heading towards the higher reaches of the Kalen Tower, he ascended towards the vast expanse of the heavens beyond. Without hesitation, the others transformed into vibrant streaks of light and followed closely behind. Having regained their peak conditions, and even slightly improved, they no longer needed to fly at a leisurely pace. Their formidable energies flowed seamlessly within them, rendering their forms exceedingly light, their speed incomparable to their previous journey. They pierced through layers upon layers, akin to a sea of fluffy, white cotton candy clouds, as the air around them grew rarefied and crystalline. The golden sunlight cascaded down unobstructed, adorning the cloud sea with gilded edges. Above this vast and boundless expanse of clouds, a majestic and solemn temple complex, radiating an ancient and sacred aura, gradually came into focus before them. They descended gently onto the immaculate plaza before the main structure of the temple. Two familiar figures had long awaited their arrival. Mr. Popo, with skin as dark as ink and an expression as serene as still water, and the deity, aged yet brimming with boundless wisdom, clutching a wooden staff. Unlike his usual tranquil demeanor, Mr. Popo approached with unexpected eagerness, a rare display of excitement illuminating his typically expressionless face. Goku, everyone, you have finally returned. We sense the terrifying aura of Cell has completely dissipated. How wonderful. Earth is safe once more. Son Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Huh? Indeed. This time, it was thanks to everyone's collective effort that we managed to pull through. He paused, adopting a serious and earnest tone. Deity, Mr. Popo. The foremost purpose of our visit is to utilize the Dragon Balls we previously collected and stored here to summon the Eternal Dragon, so that all the innocents slain by Cell may be resurrected. The deity nodded slowly, his eyes filled with gratitude and approval. Yes. This is indeed the most crucial and appropriate course of action at this moment. Mr. Popo and I had anticipated your intentions. The Dragon Balls are already prepared. As he spoke, he extended his hand, pointing towards the center of the temple plaza. Following the direction indicated by the deity, everyone beheld 7 shimmering orbs, each the size of a baseball, radiating a vibrant orange hue, meticulously arranged in a specially crafted wooden recess. Within each bead, a varying number of scarlet stars emit a gentle and mysterious radiance, as if they are breathing, harboring an ineffable and monumental power. The miraculous object capable of granting wishes. The Dragon Balls is now prepared. Chapter 105. The wish of the dragon upon the plaza of the celestial temple. Billowing clouds swirl beneath. The sunlight cascades unreservedly upon the pristine stone slabs, reflecting a soft halo. The 7 Dragon Balls are meticulously arranged in designated grooves, resembling slumbering celestial bodies, awaiting the incantation to awaken them. All eyes converge upon those 7 orange-red orbs, the atmosphere thick with solemnity and anticipation. For the warriors, this is a miracle they have witnessed multiple times, yet each occasion still evokes a profound sense of awe and reverence. For androids 17, 18, and 16, however, this is an unprecedented sight, existing solely in the realm of legend. Sun Wukong steps forward, his demeanor at this moment strikingly grave. Taking a deep breath, he advances. His usually playful figure now exudes a profound steadiness and seriousness. He lifts his gaze, his eyes blazing with intensity, directed towards the almost sanctified azure sky, and with a clear and resonant voice, he articulates the incantation, "Arise, dragon." This invocation serves as a key imbued with extraordinary power, instantly invoking supernatural forces. In the heavens above, a sudden transformation occurs. The originally clear and bright sky darkens at an observable pace. Dense, inky clouds materialize from all directions, swirling and roiling, swiftly engulfing the sun's radiance. It is as though a colossal hand has drawn the world from daylight into the profound depths of midnight. Striking bolts of blue lightning dance wildly within the clouds, akin to frenzied silver serpents, producing a deafening roar. The entire celestial temple is enveloped in a grand, ancient, and majestic aura of intangible energy. A fierce gale begins to howl, causing the garments of the onlookers to flutter violently, their hair whipping about. No matter how many times one witnesses such a phenomenon, it remains utterly astounding. Krillin gazes upward, instinctively murmuring to himself. Even after experiencing such earth-shattering displays of nature's terrifying power multiple times, he still feels his heart race, struggling to maintain composure. Trunks and Gohan hold their breath, watching the sky's transformation with a mix of tension and excitement. Android 17 raises an eyebrow, his usual nonchalance giving way to a deep curiosity. His sensors and instinctive awareness are fully engaged, analyzing the surrounding energy field changes and atmospheric anomalies with utmost diligence. This massive energy convergence triggers a phenomenon of climatic upheaval. This is not merely an energy impact. It resembles an invocation of rules at a fundamental level. Android 18's golden locks flutter in the wind as she tucks a strand behind her ear, her icy blue eyes reflecting the stormy sky, softly remarking, "The spectacle is indeed grand." On the 16th day, it stood in silent vigil, its electronic eyes flickering at an astonishing frequency. The internal processor evidently operating at a rapid pace, documenting everything that transcended its database comprehension. System logged, high-dimensional energy response detected, unable to decipher the energy source. Commencing phenomenon sequence recording. At that moment, a colossal golden beam of light erupted from the Dragon Balls, soaring skyward and piercing the heart of the tumultuous clouds. A thunderous roar of dragons might reverberated through the heavens, echoing as if from the primordial chaos of ancient times. A magnificent dragon, radiating an emerald-like luminescence, spiraled upwards along the beam. Its sheer size was breathtaking. Even a portion of its body emerging from the clouds occupied nearly half the sky. Its majestic crimson eyes shone like twin colossal searchlights, sweeping over the crowd in the temple square, exuding an aura of divine authority and overwhelming presence. The Earth's divine dragon had descended. "Speak your wish." The dragon's deep, resounding voice resonated like 1,000 thunders, rolling across the horizon, proclaiming, "Any wish I shall fulfill for you. But remember, only one." Indeed, during this period, the deity had not undergone reassimilation with Piccolo. Moreover, the new generation of Namekian dragons, Dandy, had yet to arrive on Earth to upgrade the divine dragon. Thus, the Earth's dragon could grant but a single wish. All gazes, filled with trust and anticipation, converged upon Son Goku. Stepping forward without a trace of fear, he gazed up at the colossal mythical being, his voice clear and resolute, imbued with respect and hope for lost lives, as he boldly declared his long-prepared wish, "Dragon, please resurrect all those who perished at the hands of Cell." The dragon's crimson eyes suddenly blazed forth, akin to two burning stars, its unfathomable power instantaneously ignited. This wish was simple. The dragon's voice appeared to announce a transformation of the laws governing the universe and the rewriting of existence. Concurrently, in every corner of the earth, cities once terrorized under Cell's reign, soldiers who lost their lives defending their homes during the Cell Games, and even the innocents whose lives were extinguished either directly or indirectly by Cell's malevolent aura, all their bodies, regardless of their prior state, were enveloped in a gentle and vibrant white light at that moment. On the streets, within homes, amidst ruins, the light flashed. The once cold bodies regained warmth. Halted hearts resumed a powerful rhythm, and vacant gazes reawakened with luster. Bewildered individuals rose unsteadily, incredulously staring at their own hands, looking around, their memories frozen at the moment of unconsciousness, as if awakening from a long and dreadful nightmare. Silence was shattered. Homes shrouded in sorrow erupted with cries of surprise and jubilation. Miracles unfolded synchronously and precisely across the globe. Upon the temple, Sensing the faint yet growing energies emerging on Earth, the warriors bore genuine smiles. Piccolo crossed his arms, a slight smile gracing his lips. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged celebratory high-fives. Tien's three eyes radiated relief. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan exchanged a knowing smile, their hearts brimming with profound joy and a sense of fulfillment born from their shared responsibilities. Trunks exhaled deeply, as if the deep scars left by his despairing future were being gently soothed by the warm miracles of this world. Number 17 gazed upward, captivated by the majestic form of the dragon, his face illuminated by pure astonishment and an insatiable curiosity. Across the globe, disregarding distances, the dragon exhibited the uncanny ability to precisely locate specific targets under particular conditions while simultaneously reversing the life forms. This transcended mere energy levels. It was a manipulation of reality itself. The dragon god, Salam, truly stood apart from both angels and destroyers, an entity predating the existing cosmic order, embodying a divine level of creation. Such a mere extension of his capabilities was already sufficient to alter the very rules governing life. The might of a dragon emperor was indeed formidable. Ahem, the official enhancement was indeed unbridled. It seemed that the members of the dragon clan from Namek had indeed inherited fragments of the dragon god Salam's powers. Number 17 pondered quietly. Perhaps the dragon god Salam created the super Dragon Balls to maintain the macro stability of the universe, whereas the dragon clan members from Namek, utilizing the technological remnants from Salam, produced Dragon Balls that objectively upheld the life cycles and balance at a planetary scale. The actions of both parties were fundamentally aligned in their intent. The latter could perhaps be seen as the micro-executioners of Salam's grand will. The wishes had been granted. The colossal form of the dragon began to fade into the ethereal, its deep voice resonating once more as a conclusion. Thus, your wishes are fulfilled. The vast green body transformed into countless golden orbs of light, akin to a celestial rain of stars flowing backward, dissipating into the increasingly bright sky. The 7 Dragon Balls, which bore the essence of miracles, ascended, bursting into 7 shooting stars that scattered in different directions across the earth, awaiting the next summons. The heavy clouds that draped the heavens swiftly dispersed like the closing of a stage curtain, and sunlight once again poured over the temple square, as if the earth-shattering events were merely a fleeting dream. Yet each individual in the square distinctly understood that a miracle had indeed transpired. The departed had returned, and the wounds were beginning to heal. Earth had once more been salvaged from the brink of annihilation. Indeed, my adoptive fathers, I have looked it up. The incantation to summon the Earth Dragon is, Arise, Divine Dragon. Chapter 106, Farewell and the Journey Home. A special edition for my adoptive fathers, the unparalleled might of the dragon, capable of reshaping the world, had dissipated, leaving the sky as clear as the finest sapphire, untainted by any blemish. The warm sunlight cascaded onto the polished stone floor of the divine temple, as if it had cleansed all traces of previous shadows and sorrows. With the fulfillment of wishes, an indescribable and profoundly relaxing atmosphere, tinged with a hint of languor, naturally enveloped the gathering. The immense weight that had pressed upon their shoulders had been lifted, and the taut nerves were finally able to relax. This moment was one of savoring peace, as well as a time for each to contemplate the paths that lay ahead. In a brief moment of silence, the tall figure of Tianjin Fan emerged first. He surveyed the gathered crowd, his third eye on his forehead reflecting the tranquility and acceptance that had settled within him after enduring life and death battles. He nodded at his longtime comrades, Sun Wukong and Krillin, his voice as steady and crisp as ever, embodying the decisiveness of a warrior. My friends, now that the matter has been satisfactorily resolved and the dust has settled, I shall take my leave. His gaze then shifted to the 3 androids, 17, 18, and 16, who stood quietly to the side. He offered them a polite nod, his eyes devoid of prejudice. In his memory, this man with 3 eyes was known for his unwavering principles. He had previously declined to don the convenient Scion battle attire due to old grievances stemming from the Scion invasion. Seemingly taken aback, 17 raised an eyebrow slightly, recalling the image of himself and his companions as malevolent figures in the eyes of the resolute warrior. Yet, he quickly returned a casual nod, accepting this unexpected farewell. Dumpling must be quite worried about me, having been out of contact for so long, Tianjin Fan explained simply, a hint of deep concern for his inseparable companion evident in his tone. Having said that, he offered no further words. His aura subtly surged as he transformed into a swift streak of light, racing towards the direction of home, soon vanishing beyond the horizon. Yamcha, observing this, stretched his now perfectly healed shoulder and revealed a genuine smile of relaxation. Indeed, with the biggest trouble behind us, there's little left for us to concern ourselves with. After such a fierce battle, I feel as if my bones have been completely rearranged. I just want to fly back to my apartment in West City, indulge in a hot bath, and sleep for 3 days straight. Farewell, everyone. He waved his hand and took off into the sky, heading in a direction distinct from that of Tianjin Fan. Krillin watched as his companions departed, yet his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the golden-haired figure of Android 18. He hesitated for a moment, feeling a slight flush on his face, his fingers fidgeting involuntarily, but ultimately summoned the courage to approach her. 18, he stammered, scratching the back of his shiny head, his eyes darting nervously. Android 18 turned her head, her icy blue eyes calm and serene, resembling a clear lake, subtly hinting at curiosity. What are your plans moving forward? Krillin took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound natural, infused with genuine concern. 18 did not respond immediately. Instead, she instinctively glanced at 17, seemingly deferring the decision to him. With his hands leisurely tucked into his pockets, 17 appeared relaxed. Yet he easily discerned Krillin's tentative demeanor. With a playful tone, he answered for his sister, rest at home. What? You've just finished a battle. And already you can't bear to part ways? Would you like to join us, little bald head? Krillin was instantly flustered by the candid jest, his ears turning crimson as he fervently waved his hands, his speech quickening. No, that is not what I meant. I meant if you need any assistance, you can come to Kame House to find me, or you could go to West City to seek Bulma's help. She would surely be delighted to assist. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, primarily directed towards Android 18. Observing Krillin's anxious yet earnest demeanor, Android 18's lips seemed to curve ever so slightly upwards, akin to a delicate ripple crossing the surface of a frozen lake. She spoke in her usual cool tone, devoid of any rejection. Understood. Thank you. Though her words were simple and sparse, they imbued Krillin with an overwhelming sense of encouragement and a hint of promise, causing a somewhat silly yet radiant smile to blossom upon his face as he nodded eagerly. Great. That is wonderful. It's settled then. He recognized that some relationships require time. Having such a beginning was already quite remarkable. At that moment, Trunks also spoke, drawing everyone's attention back to him. The young man from the future spoke with unwavering conviction, a sense of relief washing over him after fulfilling a daunting mission, and a deep yearning for his mother. Mr. Goku, everything here has been completely resolved. I plan to return home for a night's rest, and tomorrow morning, I will activate the time machine to go back to my future. His gaze seemed to transcend time and space, looking towards a world scarred by hardship. I must swiftly bring this good news back to my mother, to ease her worries, and I must personally put an end to all the despair in that world. A glint of sharp determination flashed in his eyes, forged from countless struggles between life and death, carrying the hopes of an entire era. Are you really leaving so soon, Trunks? Goku's expression bore a hint of regret, yet he fully understood Trunks' longing to return home. Yes, Trunks nodded. I have been away for quite a while, and my mother must be extremely worried. Furthermore, the future world awaits this news. Thus, the deities in the heavenly realm began their final farewells. Goku patted Gohan's sturdy shoulder with vigor, his face radiating joy at the thought of returning to normalcy. Let us go, Gohan, back to Pai's city. Your mother must be anxiously waiting. I bet she has prepared enough food to feast us for a month. The thought of Chi-Chi's potential ire, stemming from her extreme concern, followed by an abundance of sumptuous dishes, elicited a complex expression of both anticipation and mild trepidation on Goku's face. In an unusual turn, Piccolo did not join Goku and Gohan in their return to Pai's city. As for the reason, well, he would never admit that he was somewhat apprehensive of Chi-Chi once again cornering him, compelling him alongside Goku to undertake the nonsensical endeavor of obtaining a modern driver's license, a certificate he deemed utterly meaningless. Krillin shared a final smile with Android 18 before turning to soar towards Kame House. At the edge of the temple, the deity and Mr. Popo gazed upon the valiant warriors who fought for Earth. Now, all those heading towards West City, let us depart together. With a hearty laugh, Sun Wukong soared into the sky, exuding a sense of grandeur. Following closely were Sun Gohan and Trunks. Androids 17, 18, and 16 activated simultaneously, their forms ascending with remarkable fluidity and efficiency, silently joining the procession ahead. Several figures streaked through the clouds, heading towards the bustling metropolis of West City. The brief alliance concluded here, as former adversaries embarked on their separate journeys. Yet, an invisible bond seemed to have quietly formed amidst the battles and shared aspirations. The path ahead would unfold in different places and manners. Chapter 107. Return to the Future, Part 4. In West City, a capsule corporation, Bulma's expansive residence, imbued with futuristic technology, lay serenely amidst meticulously manicured greenery, basking in the warmth of the morning sun. A stark contrast to the recent tumultuous battlefield at the foot of Mount Fuji, where energy roared and the heavens shifted. In a cozy, tranquil guest room, Trunks awoke naturally from a profound, dreamless slumber. This marked the first time since embarking on his uncertain temporal journey that he had shed all burdens and truly relaxed. There was no anxiety over tasks, no dread of the future, only the complete physiological exhaustion from the battle and the profound peace within his soul after realizing his aspirations. As he awakened, the morning light filled the room, and he inhaled deeply, feeling every cell in his body brimming with vitality and an unprecedented clarity of mind. After freshening up, he descended the staircase and entered the spacious, well-lit living room. Bulma was seated on the sofa, a holographic screen before her displaying a rapid stream of intricate energy flow data, accompanied by a steaming cup of coffee. Upon seeing Trunks, she swiftly gestured to turn off the screen, her face illuminating with a warm, teasing smile. Awake at last? You certainly had a deep sleep. How do you feel, my temporal hero? With a laugh, she patted the empty space beside her. Trunks approached and sat down, a gentle expression of complete relaxation upon his face. I have never felt this good, Mom. Thank you. Within that gratitude lay an abundance of meaning. Hurry, tell me everything. Bulma leaned in eagerly, her ice-blue eyes sparkling with insatiable curiosity, resembling a little girl awaiting a story. What happened in the end? Was that vile monster cell truly annihilated? How did you manage it? Trunks nodded, gathering his thoughts. He meticulously recounted the events surrounding Cell's game, emphasizing the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Cell. The subsequent decision of Sun Wukong to sacrifice himself to avert Earth's destruction, and the astonishing strength exhibited by Android 17 in the climactic moment. In summary, Trunks concluded, his face radiating hope, that Cell was no more, and all those he had slain had been resurrected by Shenron. This era had truly embraced peace. Bulma felt a surge of emotions. At times, she clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms, while at other moments, she exhaled in relief. Her body gradually reclining against the back of the sofa. She reached out to tousle Trunks' hair, exclaiming, "Well done. You all did wonderfully. Especially you, Trunks, coming from such a grim future to change everything." Her gaze grew distant, as if through Trunks, she envisioned the solitary battles fought by Vegeta in another timeline, ultimately leading to his demise, as well as the unwavering hope and resilience of herself, who had raised Trunks alone with wisdom and strength. If future Mom knew, she would be exceedingly thrilled. Trunks murmured, his eyes filled with longing for his mother. She would, Bulma affirmed, her tone gentle yet resolute. After lunch, Trunks, accompanied by Bulma, ventured to the expansive garden behind the estate. There, the uniquely designed time machine stood quietly, resembling a beetle from another realm. Bulma had personally ensured it was equipped with sufficient energy for time travel, its various interfaces glowing with a soft azure light, and all self-diagnostic readings indicated perfect condition. Indeed, thanks to the invaluable research notes left by future Bulma and her brilliant intellect, the Bulma of this era had successfully replicated the special fuel synthesis technology from the future. Trunks meticulously examined each interface and reading, confirming everything was in order. As he touched the cool exterior of the time machine, his heart was no longer burdened with the weight of determination he had arrived with, but rather filled with eager joy and hope. Goku, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, and even Vegeta had gathered in the garden to bid Trunks farewell. To Trunks' slight surprise, androids 16, 17, and 18 also appeared, seemingly there to observe. Reflecting on past visits, Trunks recalled that 17 had never been present during his previous arrivals and departures due to various reasons. Thus he was curious about this time travel that differed from his own rebirth. It was inappropriate to reminisce about the times he had bested them, and then eagerly asked Trunks, "Hey kid, show me how that time machine works." That would truly be absurd. "Ah, Trunks, you're heading back," Goku exclaimed with a bright smile, clapping him on the shoulder, his infectious grin as warm as ever. "Go back and tell your mom that everything is well here. The villain has been defeated, and everyone is safe. She can rest assured." "Certainly, I will, Mr. Goku." Trunks nodded vigorously. "Be careful on your journey, Trunks." Gohan stepped forward, offering sincere wishes, his eyes filled with kindness. Finally, Bulma approached, enveloping him in a tight embrace. "Take care, my child. Please send my regards to the me from that world." Her voice trembled slightly. "I will, mother. Thank you for everything." Trunks embraced her tightly, savoring the warmth emanating from his mother of the past. He turned his gaze toward Vegeta, who stood alone beneath a distant tree, arms crossed over his chest. His father was watching him as well, and their eyes met across the air. Vegeta remained silent, his expression still bearing that habitual haughtiness. Yet he casually gestured with his left hand, forming a distinctive sword-like sign, offering a unique farewell. Trunks felt a warmth in his heart and responded earnestly with that unspoken gesture shared between father and son. He cast a final glance at the others, his gaze briefly lingering on number 17, nodding in farewell. Number 17 merely lifted his chin slightly, while number 18 maintained her impassive demeanor. And number 16 stood like a silent guardian. Without further hesitation, Trunks climbed into the cockpit of the time machine, deftly closing the hatch and inputting the temporal coordinates for the future world. "Activate." A low, resonant hum emanated from the time machine, its exterior ablaze with brilliant light. As the surrounding air began to distort, space seemingly folding under an invisible force, under the watchful eyes of all. The time machine jolted violently before transforming into a dazzling stream of light. It did not ascend into the sky but appeared to meld into the very folds of time and space it had created, abruptly contracting into a singular point before vanishing completely. The garden fell silent once more, leaving only faint impressions on the lawn and a past that had been irrevocably altered. In the future world, the oppressive, gray sky remained the dominant hue, with leaden clouds pressing heavily upon the earth as if it were an endless burden. Trunks's time machine materialized abruptly above the ruins of dilapidated buildings. Below, the outlines of what was once the Grand Capsule Corporation estate could still be discerned, now reduced to crumbling walls and overgrown weeds, telling tales of endless desolation. Trunks expertly piloted the time machine to a relatively flat clearing and disembarked as the hatch opened. The suffocating despair of his homeland washed over him once again, yet this time, a flame of unprecedented hope ignited within his heart. He almost instantly sensed a faint yet profoundly familiar presence deep underground, one that he had long yearned for. He hastened toward a cleverly disguised entrance, entering a lengthy sequence of codes. The heavy metal door slid open, revealing a staircase leading downwards. He descended into a small, albeit cluttered emergency laboratory filled with an array of instruments and tools. The air was tinged with the faint scent of machine oil and circuit boards. A figure stood with her back to him, bent over an old monitor flickering with static, absorbed in her adjustments. Beside her lay a partially disassembled energy conduction device. Her light blue hair was simply tied back, with a few strands falling across her forehead. Clad in a khaki work uniform stained with grease, her shoulders appeared somewhat frail, yet exuded a remarkable resilience forged through adversity, unyielding in spirit. Chapter 108, Trunks' Determination, 5th Update. "Mother," Trunks' voice trembled ever so slightly. That figure abruptly froze, the tool in her hand clattering to the table. In disbelief, she slowly turned around. It was Bulma, the future Bulma. Her face bore the marks of time and the weariness of prolonged worry, yet her blue eyes remained bright, brimming with wisdom. At that moment, those eyes widened in sheer joy. "Trunks." Her voice quivered, nearly escaping her throat in a sob. She rushed forward, trembling hands cupping Trunks' face, examining him closely as if to confirm that this was not another cruel illusion. "It really is you. You've returned. You're safe." "Yes, mother, I have returned," Trunks declared, firmly grasping his mother's oil-stained yet infinitely warm hands, a radiant smile illuminating his face, tears glistening in his eyes. "And I bring the best news. We succeeded. Mother, we succeeded." "Succeeded?" Bulma asked eagerly, her gaze fixated on her son, holding her breath. "You mean it's over? The crisis of the androids has been completely eradicated." Trunks' voice was resolute and powerful, akin to the tolling of a bell heralding a new era. In the past, with the help of Mr. Goku, Father, Mr. Piccolo, and all the warriors, along with some unexpected allies, we worked together and finally obliterated them. The crisis is no more. He took a deep breath, continuing to share this immense joy. Moreover, with the power of the Dragon Balls, Mr. Goku and the others have revived all those who were slain. He quickened his pace, excitedly divulging the most crucial part. And, Mother, concerning androids 17 and 18. Much transpired in the past. They did not behave as they did in our timeline. He endeavored to explain the complexities of that past timeline, affirming that the crisis had been entirely resolved. That era has ushered in true peace. As Bulma listened to her son's narrative, her expression transitioned from shock to disbelief, and then to a euphoric joy so profound it nearly overwhelmed her. Her eyes brimmed with tears, which flowed uncontrollably, yet she smiled, a smile of unbridled relief and elation, akin to shedding the heavy shackles of years. This is wonderful, wonderful. She suddenly embraced Trunks, her arms trembling with intensity, her voice choked with emotion. I knew it. I knew you could do it. I knew there would be hope. This is splendid, she repeated, joyous tears thoroughly soaking Trunks' shoulder. It was a release long suppressed. Trunks held his mother's frail body tightly, feeling her slight tremors of excitement, fully aware of the heavy toll behind this joy. For years, she had endured the pain of losing her husband and friends, raising him alone in this desolate world while supporting him in his relentless quest across time for hope. In this moment of liberation and joy, she deserves to possess it all. The mother and son embraced each other in their cramped underground sanctuary, savoring this hard-won moment of happiness and hope. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. A deep, yet piercing explosion resounded from the distant direction of the West City. Even the ground beneath them trembled slightly, and dust fell from the ceiling. Following this, a cacophony of explosions intensified, accompanied by faint cries. The joy on Bulma's face instantly froze, replaced by confusion and a rapidly escalating fear. Was this disturbance caused by them? Trunks' gaze sharpened to an extraordinary degree as he gently released his mother and listened intently. It was them. As the thunderous sounds outside reached his ears, Trunks' voice turned cold, the previous warmth vanishing, supplanted by the chill of a warrior. It was androids 17 and 18 of this era. They were wreaking havoc on the city once more. What followed hope was the unyielding, brutal reality. The nightmare of this future world, which belonged to him, did not simply conclude because of a successful alteration in another timeline. Trunks and Bulma's faces turned pale, her hand instinctively gripping Trunks' arm as if it were her only anchor. Trunks took a deep breath, patting the back of his mother's hand, offering her an unwavering gaze. Mom, do not worry. I have returned to put an end to all of this. His eyes began to blaze with a tangible golden flame, and a powerful aura surged around him, far surpassing his previous strength. The battles of the past and the training with Mr. Goku have made me stronger. Now, I possess enough power to safeguard our future. He no longer hesitated, resolutely turning and striding towards the exit. Trunks, do be careful, Bulma called after him, her voice filled with an indelible worry, yet more so, with trust and pride. Wait for me to return, Mom. Soon. Trunks' voice echoed from the entrance, imbued with absolute confidence and undeniable resolve. Bursting forth from the underground refuge, Trunks instantly levitated into the air, his sharp gaze piercing towards the direction of West City. There, black plumes of smoke ascended into the sky, the flames from the explosions glaring against the dim sky. His expression turned frigid. Although he could not directly sense the ghostly presence of those two androids, the explosive waves generated by their wanton destruction shone like a beacon in the darkness, allowing him to pinpoint their exact location. 17 and 18, he murmured, his energy erupting within him like a volcano. A dazzling golden aura surged upwards, enveloping him completely. His hair transformed into a radiant gold, standing on end, while his emerald eyes burned with icy fury and determination. Super Saiyan at full power. It was an absolute eruption. After the conclusion of the previous battle in the Sheru Games, perhaps due to the accumulation of experiences in the hyperbolic time chamber, or perhaps a significant elevation in his post-war mentality, his strength had effortlessly transcended to the critical point of Super Saiyan level 1 upon his return. This time, his aura was as vast as the ocean, as solid as steel, both stable and monumental, brimming with an overwhelming sense of power that far surpassed what he had possessed when he left this era of despair. This time, the game was destined to come to an end. He transformed into a golden thunderbolt that tore through the gray sky, racing towards the source of disaster and suffering with terrifying speed, armed with an unstoppable momentum and an unwavering resolve to bring everything to a conclusion. As he became a resplendent golden meteor, Trunks pierced through the desolate sky of the future world at a speed that exceeded the sound barrier. The searing shockwave trailing behind him stirred up dust and debris from the ground, leaving a lengthy trail of smoke in his wake. The approaching thunderous explosions from the city of West City, coupled with the desperate screams of humanity, pricked his already taut nerves like icy needles, igniting the cold fury that had accumulated within him. Within mere breaths, he had boldly descended upon the epicenter of calamity. Before him lay a nightmarish scene all too familiar. Two figures, future androids 17 and 18, leisurely darting through the ruined streets, akin to cats playing with mice. They casually launched energy blasts, effortlessly reducing the scarcely standing remnants of buildings to mere rubble, akin to sandcastles swept away by the tide. Their faces bore cruel smiles, reveling in the delight of destruction, viewing the terrified survivors fleeing in panic as nothing more than pitiful ants that added amusement to their game. How dreadfully mundane. Future Android 17 yawned nonchalantly, casually pointing a finger towards a staggering figure in the distance, unleashing a deadly energy beam. One must find some amusement to pass the time. After all, Future Android 18 chuckled lightly, delivering a casual kick that sent a half-collapsed wall crashing down, just as the energy beam was about to engulf the despairing survivor. A golden figure appeared as if by teleportation, intercepting the beam's trajectory. With a resounding thud, the energy beam, potent enough to melt through high-density alloys, was effortlessly swatted away by the newcomer's outstretched hand, dispersing into countless harmless motes of light that vanished into the air. What? The mocking and cruel smiles on the faces of future androids 17 and 18 froze instantly, their actions coming to an abrupt halt as they turned to regard this unexpected visitor, their eyes filled with astonishment. The dazzling golden light surrounding him gradually receded, revealing Trunks' frosty visage and his pale blue eyes burning with fiery intensity. His aura, as solid as substance, burned steadily and powerfully, emanating a suffocating pressure that was terrifying. A stark contrast to the mere shadow of himself he had been when he was forced to flee this era. "Is it you, kid?" Future Android 17 was the first to recognize him, though his face was etched with incredulity and disbelief. "How is it possible that your power has surged so dramatically in such a short time? Come back to die, have you? This time, there shall be no opportunity for your escape." The gaze of future number 18 transformed into one of ferocious intensity. Yet beneath it lay an involuntary flicker of instinctive wariness and trepidation. The energy radiating from the opponent was astonishingly formidable. Trunks paid no heed to their taunts. His icy eyes swept across the ravaged streets and the distant survivors trembling in abject fear. Ultimately, like a sword of final judgment, his focus locked onto the two principal culprits, number 17 and number 18. His voice, eerily calm, resonated with an authority reminiscent of ultimate retribution. "I have returned from the past bearing power and hope, yet you remain the detritus unneeded in this shattered future. Arrogant wretches." Future No. 17 was utterly incensed by his demeanor, unleashing a tremendous surge of green energy, taking the initiative to strike. His figure vanished in an instant, hurtling toward Trunks at supersonic speed. His fist, imbued with devastating energy, surged forward, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. However, just as his fist was about to connect, Trunks moved. His speed transcended the limits of future number 17's dynamic vision. He merely tilted his body slightly, narrowly evading the ferocious blow, and with uncanny precision, his right hand shot forth, grasping future number 17's wrist like an iron clamp. "What?" Future No. 17 gasped in shock, attempting to break free, only to discover the astonishing strength of his opponent, his wrist seemingly welded in place by celestial forces. A glint of coldness ignited in Trunks' eyes as he seized future number 17's arm, channeling power from his core to hurl him backwards as if he were a weightless puppet. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Future No. 17 barely had time to react, feeling the world spin violently as he was forcefully smashed into the ruins of a half-collapsed skyscraper. The violent impact triggered a chain reaction of collapses, as countless tons of steel and concrete cascaded down, burying him completely beneath the rubble. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Future number 18, still unprepared to assist, witnessed her companion being overwhelmed in such a decisive manner. For the first time, a look of horror and disbelief manifested on her face. Number 17. Before she could utter her threatening words, Trunks's frigid gaze shifted towards her like an icy spear. That chilling stare sent a shiver down the spine of even the merciless number 18. Instinctively, she unleashed all her energy, her hands rapidly firing dozens of lethal crimson energy blasts. They rained down like a tempest, aiming to obliterate both him and the surrounding area. In the face of this assault capable of leveling a small mountain, Trunks merely raised his left hand with calm composure. Buzz! A solid golden energy enveloped his hand. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless barrage of energy projectiles struck his left hand, erupting with a deafening roar and blinding radiance. As smoke and dust swiftly enveloped Trunks' figure, the future android 18 gasped softly, her gaze fixed intently on the epicenter of the explosion. Her voice trembling with an unrecognized fear. Is it over? As the smoke gradually dissipated, Trunks remained suspended in place, the energy in his palm unwavering. Not even a ripple to be seen. He brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulder, his eyes seemingly questioning. Is this all you've got? Suddenly, Android 18's pupils constricted, terror fully seizing her. She turned to flee, but it was too late. Trunks' cold voice, akin to the whisper of death, echoed clearly in her ears, alarmingly close. He had, without her notice, materialized above her like a phantom. It ends now. Trunks extended his arms before him, palms facing each other as a sphere of destructive energy, pulsating with annihilation, rapidly formed between them. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled this orb, imbued with boundless fury and resolve, towards the fleeing Android 18. No. She could only emit a desperate scream. The explosion roared. The fiery blast struck its target with precision, unleashing a brilliance akin to the sun and a shockwave capable of devouring all. As the light faded, all that remained of Android 18 was a colossal crater and curling wisps of smoke, not a trace left behind. Almost simultaneously, the debris that had entombed future Android 17 erupted violently. Disheveled and damaged, he emerged just in time to witness the complete obliteration of 18. Future Android 17 howled in fury, charging recklessly towards Trunks. I will kill you. Trunks slowly turned to face the advancing 17, merely aligning himself forward, gripping his right wrist with his left hand and opening his palm. The cataclysm began. A blinding blue light surged chaotically in his palm, the energy levels far surpassing that of his previous attack against 18. Attack! A torrent of azure energy, capable of transcending realms, surged forth, instantaneously engulfing the oncoming future Android 17. His form barely withstood the purifying force of the explosive assault for a fleeting moment before it melted away like snow under the sun, vaporizing into oblivion. As the light dimmed, the battlefield fell into a profound silence. Only the whisper of the wind through the ruins and the incredulous gasps of distant survivors could be heard. Trunks floated in the air, the golden aura gradually subsiding, his hair returning to a gentle lavender hue. He descended slowly to the ground, gazing at the spot where his two adversaries had completely vanished, remaining silent for a long while. There was no euphoric triumph in his heart, only a profound, weighty sense of release, as if a colossal mountain that had oppressed him for over a decade had finally been lifted. The prolonged nightmare, which had spanned years, sacrificed countless lives, and nearly obliterated the very foundations of human civilization, had at last been brought to a definitive conclusion by his hands. He lifted his gaze towards the still overcast sky, yet at this moment, it seemed as though he could distinctly perceive a single ray of vibrant sunlight, resolutely piercing through the dense shroud of clouds, endeavoring to bestow its brilliance and warmth upon the ravaged earth below. His guardians had indeed been quite occupied these past few days, in addition to the added workload. He was concurrently preparing for tests regarding the title and cover design following the debut of his work. He needed to contemplate 4 additional titles and create corresponding covers, which proved to be quite a daunting task. Chapter 110. The conclusion in the capital city, at the original site of the Universal Capsule Company. The heavy metallic door of the underground shelter slid open once more. The ever-anxious Bulma immediately rushed forward, and upon seeing Trunks enter unscathed, She let out a long sigh of relief, though her eyes still brimmed with unvoiced questions. Trunks gazed at his mother, his face breaking into a warm smile imbued with newfound hope. "Mother," his voice was calm and assured, "it's all over. Number 17 and 18 have completely vanished from this world. Forever." Bulma gasped and covered her mouth, her body trembling as tears surged forth in torrents. Yet this time, they were tears of complete liberation. She stepped forward and embraced her son tightly, repeatedly choking out, it's wonderful, finally." In the confined space, the mother and son held each other, sharing in this long-awaited and profound victory. After a considerable time, Bulma managed to compose herself, wiping her tears as the cool rationality of the brilliant scientist within her gradually returned. "What are your plans next?" she inquired, surveying their surroundings, her tone shifting to a pragmatic note, for there were countless places in this world that required reconstruction. Trunks nodded resolutely. "Yes, together, mother. We will assist all those who have survived in rebuilding their homes and restoring order. Let the flame of civilization reignite upon this land." His gaze drifted to the corner of the shelter, where the time machine rested quietly, akin to a vessel of hope, its energy indicators steadily blinking, signifying a gradual recharge. However, he smiled and added, "Once the time machine is fully charged, I wish to return for another visit." "Return for another visit?" Bulma queried, somewhat taken aback. "Yes," Trunks affirmed with a nod, his eyes alight with anticipation, eager to share the joyous news with friends. "To personally inform everyone of this good news. To let them know that the hope for the future is firmly in our grasp. I wish to share this ultimate joy of victory with them." Bulma instantly comprehended her son's sentiments, nodding with a smile, her eyes filled with support. "Indeed, they must be waiting for your good news." Trunks turned his gaze towards the small hatch that connected to the surface. Although the scene beyond remained one of devastation, in his mind's eye, he could clearly envision verdant fields, a cerulean sky, smoke curling from village chimneys, and a future brimming with laughter and joy, no longer overshadowed by fear. A future world. 8 months have elapsed quietly amidst the rebuilding of hope and diligent labor. Under the formidable protection of Trunks and the technological support of Bulma, the survivors commenced their arduous yet hopeful reconstruction efforts centered around the remnants of the Capsule Corporation. Simple yet sturdy shelters were erected one by one, ensuring the availability of clean water and a stable food supply. Miraculously, a small patch of verdant life began to sprout and stretch forth in this desolate wasteland, symbolizing rebirth. Despite the pervasive devastation surrounding them, the indomitable spirit of life had undeniably returned to this land. During this time, Trunks diligently assisted his mother in protecting and accommodating the survivors while maintaining the highest level of vigilance. He was acutely aware of a lurking, insidious threat, akin to a venomous serpent, that was none other than Cell. He understood that this creature, belonging solely to this despairing timeline, and yet to consume androids 17 and 18, remained in its initial phase, hiding in some obscure corner, biding its time to mature. On this day, the critical energy indicator on the time machine's control panel finally emitted a stable and gentle green glow. "Mother, the energy is fully charged," Trunks remarked, having meticulously checked all readings, a hint of anticipation in his tone. "I shall return once more to personally deliver this momentous news to everyone, to let them know that the hope for the future is firmly in our grasp." A gentle smile graced Bulma's face, her eyes filled with pride and reassurance. "Indeed, they must be longing for your good news," she began, but her words were abruptly cut short as Trunks' expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly silenced his mother with a piercing gaze, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, muscles tense as he slowly turned towards the alley behind the shelter. A faint yet chilling presence, imbued with greed and malevolence, akin to a lurking serpent, had just brushed against his perception. "Mother, get inside and lock the door," Trunks commanded in a low voice, laden with undeniable seriousness. Bulma instantly comprehended the perilous situation, her face paling in an instant. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, she retreated into the shelter. A heavy thud echoed as the robust, specialized alloy blast doors swiftly descended, sealing shut with precision. Trunks took a deep breath and stepped into the open space. His gaze swept across the distorted rebar and fractured concrete of the shadowy alleyway before him. "Come out," Trunks' voice resonated chillingly, reverberating through the stillness, each word imbued with an irresistible authority. "I know you are hiding in there, Cell." An oppressive silence enveloped the scene for several seconds, the only sound being the mournful whisper of the wind through the alley. Then, an excruciating rustle emanated from the shadows. A creature, towering at approximately 2 meters, its entire form enshrouded in a verdant exoskeleton, with a lengthy tail and a head grotesquely reminiscent of an insect, slowly emerged from the shadows. Its compound eyes glimmered with a cold and inquisitive light, fixating upon Trunks, as its mandibles opened and closed, emitting a harsh, discordant sound. How astonishing. You are aware of my existence. You even know my name? The voice of Cell was laced with confusion and profound curiosity. I should have never appeared before you. In this era, aside from Dr. Geros' computer, theoretically no creature should possess knowledge of my existence or my name. Trunks regarded it coldly, as though observing a lifeless object. I have witnessed your evolution into your hideous perfect form in the past, and I have watched you be utterly obliterated. Past. Cell's compound eyes flickered with increased intensity, clearly overwhelmed by this information. A time machine? You traveled to the past? No wonder. Suddenly, Cell seemed to grasp something, its voice tinged with unmistakable astonishment. Wait. You returned from the past, and the androids 17 and 18 of this era have vanished. Could it be you? It appears you are not entirely foolish, Trunks replied with a hint of derision. You have been covertly searching for them, haven't you? Alas, you will never find them. They have turned to cosmic dust. You dare. Cell's body trembled slightly with rage. The culmination of countless years of perfecting its evolutionary plan shattered by this scion before it. After the initial shock came an overwhelming fury and murderous intent. Ha! Cell suddenly erupted into a piercing, maniacal laugh. Very well. Since the prey of this era is no more, I shall kill you. Then I will utilize the time machine you brought to return to the past. The 17 and 18 there are still awaiting me. By absorbing them, I can still attain my perfect form. A terrifying aura of malice erupted from Cell's wicked form. Trunks' gaze hardened. He could not allow Cell's plans to succeed, nor could he permit the aftermath of this battle to jeopardize the hard-won hope of his mother and the survivors who had painstakingly rebuilt their haven. You have no chance. Trunks admonished sharply, denying Cell any opportunity to strike first. He thrust his right hand forward, unleashing not a formidable energy wave, but a highly compressed, exquisitely refined air cannon. Boom! A visible, transparent shockwave erupted instantaneously, akin to an invisible fist, precisely striking Cell. Cell was utterly unprepared for such a decisive and rapid attack, unable even to unleash an energy burst, as its massive form was struck as if collided with a high-speed train. Ugh! It emitted a brief, pained cry as it was enveloped by this irresistible force, propelled like a cannonball, soaring through the air. It traversed a considerable distance, flying far above the desolate plains at the outskirts of West City. Trunks unleashed an overwhelming aura, transforming once more into a golden flash of lightning, relentlessly pursuing his target. He was determined to confine the battlefield to an utterly desolate expanse. In the skies above the wasteland, Cell erupted with power, barely stabilizing his form. A mixture of shock and rage coursing through him. Trunks had closed in, his icy intent locking onto his foe with unyielding precision. Damn Scion! Cell roared, unleashing all his energy, his body seemingly swelling, darting towards Trunks at an astonishing speed, his tail's sharp, venomous stinger aimed directly at him. Yet to Trunks, who had endured the brutal trials of the Cell games, this display appeared laughably slow and futile. He simply pivoted in midair, effortlessly evading the lethal thrust of the stinger, his right hand shooting forth like lightning to grasp Cell's deadly tail. What? Cell gasped in astonishment, attempting to break free. With a sudden surge of strength, Trunks swung Cell around like a colossal meteor hammer, tracing a powerful arc before crashing him down with thunderous might onto the barren ground below. The earth trembled violently. A gaping crater formed, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. Before Cell could regain his senses from the impact, Trunks had already materialized beside him, channeling golden energy into his right leg. He delivered a crushing kick to Cell's jaw, sending him soaring into the air. It is over, monster. May you vanish alongside this despairing past. With a burning attack that dwarfed the destruction of androids 17 8 months prior, a monumental torrent of azure energy surged forth, embodying Trunks' unwavering resolve over the past months. Like divine retribution, it cascaded down, instantly engulfing the uncontrollable form of Cell. No, Dr. Geros' dream is perfect. Cell's desperate and defiant scream was utterly consumed and torn apart by the overwhelming roar of destruction that followed. When the brilliance finally dissipated, Cell's repugnant essence, along with every cell that might have harbored the potential for resurrection, had been irrevocably erased from existence by this absolute power. The true, primordial evil was vanquished. Once Trunks confirmed that no threats remained, he exhaled deeply. A true and definitive end had been achieved. He returned to the sanctuary, where Bulma had anxiously awaited his return. Seeing him emerge unscathed, not a speck of dust upon him, her anxious heart finally settled. "It is all over, Mom. This time, it is the conclusion of everything." Trunks smiled, offering the final affirmation. Chapter 111. Temporal ripples in the future world. Trunks stood beside a sleek time machine, a marvel of technology that transcended the ages. A gentle breeze swept across the rejuvenating land, softly tousling the light purple strands of hair that fell across his forehead. Dressed in a simple yet practical deep blue combat suit, he stood tall, his gaze resolute and bright, akin to a gem refined through trials. Gone was the despair and heaviness he carried 8 months prior. Now, his eyes brimmed with a light anticipation of sharing the ultimate victory with friends. Beside him stood the future Bulma, her face still bearing the marks of tireless labor and the harshness of a post-apocalyptic life. Yet her ice-blue eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. It was a reflection of relief and comfort, as if the burdens of 1,000 weights had been lifted, allowing hope to take root. In this moment, she transcended her role as the technological leader of the survivors tasked with rebuilding their home. She was simply a caring mother, gently adjusting the already pristine collar of Trunks' shirt, her movements tender and focused. She stepped forward and embraced her son, who towered above her, as if to impart all her strength and blessings. Then, gently pushing him away, she instinctively wiped the corners of her slightly damp eyes, striving to keep her voice steady. "Go. It is time to bring this complete victory and ultimate joy to those in the past." "I will, Mother," Trunks replied, gazing deeply at her before solemnly nodding. Without further hesitation, he swiftly entered the narrow yet familiar cockpit of the time machine. The hatch closed slowly with a faint hydraulic sound, isolating him from the outside world. The interior's soft blue dashboard and control lights flickered to life, casting a gentle glow upon his determined visage. He inhaled deeply, his fingers dancing swiftly and accurately across the control panel, inputting the time-space coordinates that he had memorized. Symbols of hope and camaraderie. "I have returned to an era of true peace," he murmured to himself, before decisively pressing the button that signified the commencement of his journey. With a low, powerful rumble, the time machine's engine roared to life. The immense energy released from its core caused the surrounding air to distort violently, light refracting in strange ways, while the structure of space emitted a subtle yet disquieting hum. In the next instant, there was a jolt, transforming into an incredibly radiant stream of light. Rather than ascending to the heavens, it seemed to merge directly into the void, transcending dimensional layers. In a flash, it contracted into a black singularity, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only a ripple of air that gradually settled into stillness. Within the resplendent and boundless time-space tunnel, colors defied ordinary description, as the laws of time and space flowed and intertwined in a visible dance. Trunks piloted the time machine with steady hands, racing through this extraordinary corridor at unfathomable speeds. Though this was not his first experience, each journey through the fabric of time, transcending all physical laws, filled him with awe. 30 seconds until arrival at the target time-space, the onboard intelligent voice announced calmly. Trunks focused his mind, preparing himself for what lay ahead. As is customary, the moment the countdown on the time machine reached its final zero, the entire apparatus was enveloped by a suddenly materializing temporal node, radiating a gentle white light. Instantly, it vanished into the swirling vortex of the time tunnel. However, just as the remnants of the time machine completely disappeared within this temporal conduit, having successfully completed its leap, an exceedingly subtle ripple in the fabric of space-time, nearly imperceptible to any conventional instruments of known civilizations, began to quietly emanate outward from the coordinates of its last disappearance. This ripple was not a violent surge of energy. Its nature resembled a delicate, yet remarkably sharp scratch upon the very fibers of space-time itself. It spread silently, advancing in an enigmatic manner that transcended the speed of light within the three-dimensional universe, swiftly coursing through the ancient solar system, traversing the vastness of the Milky Way, and even extending into the more distant, uncharted depths of the cosmos. This phenomenon did not inherently possess destructive power. Akin to a minuscule stone cast into the surface of an utterly tranquil lake, the ripples would eventually dissipate across the infinite scale of the universe. Nevertheless, this unique ripple, honed to a remarkable sharpness through the frequent traversals and repeated anchoring of the time coordinates, fortuitously intersected with a little-known, desolate region at the edge of the universe. Long forgotten in eternal darkness, there, suspended in silence, lay a small planet, long dead, devoid of any signs of life. Upon its barren surface stood four colossal black ceiling stones, reminiscent of mountains. Arranged according to some arcane orientation, their surfaces were inscribed with ancient, obscure glyphs that emitted a faint energy. If the king of the northern realm were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly recognize these black monoliths. They belonged to the four great kings of the east, west, south, and north, collectively forming a formidable joint ceiling array. Like an invisible yet indestructible cosmic prison, it had confined a dread entity for countless ages. The seal itself was unyielding, but after an unfathomably long passage of time, the flawless structure at the junction with the surrounding space-time had inevitably developed some exceedingly minute vulnerabilities, easily overlooked in the realm of common understanding. Yet, at that very instant, the delicate yet piercing ripple from the distant temporal traverse fortuitously grazed one of the massive ceiling stones belonging to the king of the northern realm, precisely at a nearly non-existent structural weak point. A faint yet excruciatingly sharp, tearing sound, audible only to those attuned to higher dimensions, suddenly resonated, a lament seemingly arising from the void itself. This serendipitous occurrence tore open a minuscule fissure, so slight that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, upon the once perfectly functioning joint seal, which had endured for innumerable ages. Although merely a trivial crack in the vast expanse of the universe, it seemed almost non-existent. Yet for that terrifying entity, imprisoned for countless millennia in absolute darkness and silence, the emergence of this slight fissure was akin to a blinding ray of freedom piercing through an eternal abyss of despair. Within the confines of the seal lay a bizarre, dimensionally warped prison, not merely a realm of pure darkness, but a tumultuous maelstrom of frenzied energy and an oppressive silence that could shatter one's sanity. These two contradictory states existed in a peculiar coexistence, tearing at any being ensnared within. At the heart of this chaotic vortex of energy, a towering figure, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, materialized from the void. His skin bore a profound and rich dark green hue, as if infused and tempered by the most primal essence of malevolence. Under the reflection of the surrounding shadowy energies, it glinted with a cold, metallic sheen reminiscent of jade. A black leather hood tightly encircled his head, tied neatly at the back, adding an air of wildness and defiance. Beneath the hood, a mane of vibrant orange-yellow hair erupted like a lion's mane, flowing with an intensity that suggested an everlasting flame coursing through it, distorting the air at the tips and radiating waves of searing heat. Draped around his form was an exquisitely luxurious deep blue robe, every inch of its fabric seemingly transcending mortal creation, adorned with obscure energy patterns that, upon mere inspection, conveyed the very embodiment of power. The robe was left loosely open, revealing a robust green torso beneath, its musculature sculpted as if by a divine artisan, with flawless lines brimming with the latent tension of explosive strength. His lower half was clad in loose-fitting pure white trousers that, while not cumbersome, elegantly conformed to the powerful contours of his legs, suggesting an underlying force capable of effortlessly shattering mountains and stars. A black wide belt cinched at his waist, resembling a gaping abyss, with trailing ribbons that fluttered without wind. Whispering ancient secrets, the leader of the Hera race, Bojack. Fathers, a new chapter begins. Thank you for your support and companionship. Chapter 112, The Catastrophe of the Broken Seal, third update. Inside the dimensional prison, Bojack suddenly opened his eyes. What terrifying orbs they were. His anomalous purple pupils seemed to swirl with shattered galaxies, brimming with fury, madness, and the pent-up resentment of countless ages. This sensation, the seal, is loosening. His voice rasped like millions of grains of sand grinding together, yet it was infused with an uncontrollable rage and ecstasy. Behind him, 3 men and 1 woman. for figures of varied forms, yet equally exuding an aura of malevolence, instantly awakened from their dormant state, acutely sensing this long-awaited change. Lord Bojack, there is an exit. A fissure has appeared. The green-skinned, petite yet voluptuous Zanjia was the first to scream, a sickly, bloodthirsty excitement blooming on her face. My lord, what a splendid opportunity. Let us break free. The team's most robust member, resembling a bodybuilder, emitted a deep, thunderous roar, brimming with anticipation. At long last, the day had arrived. That wretched prison. The diminutive and unseemly Buchan adjusted his monocle, his small eyes glinting with cunning and malice. Freedom. On the other side stood the swordsman Gohan, adorned similarly yet wielding an unusual long sword, his demeanor exuding an icy resolve as he succinctly growled, his hand resting on the hilt. Without the need for superfluous exhortations. 5 cosmic villains, imprisoned for countless millennia, their grievances having reached a boiling point, pooled their collective strength, all of their resentment and insatiable desires for destruction into a singular, tempestuous torrent of chaotic energy, violently assailing the seemingly insignificant fissure in their confinement. From an external cosmic perspective, the 4 colossal sealing stones trembled like never before. The ancient and potent inscriptions upon their surfaces appeared to be activated to their utmost potential, flickering with unprecedented fervor, striving to mobilize the entirety of the sealing array's power to mend the sudden rift. Yet the combined onslaught from the 5 malevolent entities within surged forth like a deluge, identifying the sole weakness in a dam, relentless and hysterical. The chilling sound of cracking echoed, resonating through the vacuum of space, as if piercing the very soul. Under the tremendous strain of the internal and external forces, the crack, though laboriously, inexorably widened. Finally, a resounding boom erupted, reverberating throughout the star domain, akin to the very foundation of the cosmos fracturing, exploding violently at the desolate fringes of the universe. The radiance from the 4 sealing stones extinguished abruptly, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, plunging into utter darkness. The indomitable joint seal was forcibly torn asunder, creating an irregular, gaping opening. The 5 suppressed malevolent figures surged forth like demons breaking free from the deepest pits of hell, roaring with overwhelming wickedness and elation as they rushed through the breach. They greedily inhaled the frigid, liberating vacuum of space, reveling in the sublime ecstasy of their long-repressed powers re-establishing a connection with the vast cosmos. Ha 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 ha. Freedom. True freedom. We are finally free. The leader, Bojack, spread his arms wide as if to embrace the universe, unleashing a deafening, maniacal laughter. The immense dark green malevolence radiated from him like a supernova, sweeping outward, its formidable presence causing distant stars to dim in fear. Bojack, where shall we go now? I can hardly wait to seek some amusement. Zanjia licked her crimson lips, her eyes ablaze with an insatiable thirst for destruction and bloodshed. Bojack closed his terrifying purple eyes, his formidable evil perception acting as an invisible, superluminal radar. Swiftly scanning the vast expanse of the cosmos, he immediately captured the general direction of the temporal ripple that had awakened him from his seal, the northern galaxy. Subsequently, his perception expanded like invisible tendrils, growing increasingly precise. Soon, he pinpointed a vibrant blue planet teeming with life within an inconspicuous stellar system in the northern galaxy. What elicited a cruel smile from him was the unmistakable presence of several formidable energy signatures emanating from that planet. Among them, 1 or 2 were substantial enough to warrant his earnest attention. Humph! Bojack's lips curled into a sinister and playful grin. To stumble upon such promising prey right upon his emergence was fortuitous enough to serve as an exhilarating warm-up. Let us venture there. Let us commemorate this hard-won freedom with a grand spectacle of destruction and revelry. He abruptly raised his hand, his finger poised like a spear of judgment, precisely indicating the distant blue planet, Earth. Indeed, we, the loyal followers, shall faithfully accompany Lord Bojack. The other 4 exhibited expressions of malevolence and anticipation, echoing his sentiments in unison, their wicked fervor intertwining, heralding the impending storm. In the year 767 of the Aiki calendar, several months after the smoke of the Cell Games had cleared, Earth finally drew a breath. The scars of devastation had been mended, skyscrapers once again reached for the heavens, and the news reverberated with a singular name, Mr. Satan. It was he who, with his invincible Satan punch, had vanquished the monstrous terror cell, saving the world. At least, that was the belief held by all. The populace reveled in the joy of survival and the comforting illusion of a heroic narrative, basking in a rare tranquility. Amidst this atmosphere, a grand celebration was born. The world's second richest man, Mr. Qian Duo, in a bid to celebrate his beloved son's 10th birthday, while simultaneously maximizing the publicity for himself and his company, lavishly funded the spectacular New World First Martial Arts Tournament. Those who progressed through the ranks would have the opportunity to challenge our Earth's guardian deity, the undefeated champion, Mr. Satan. The host's fervent roars echoed through the arena, where a sea of enthusiastic spectators surged below. The ultimate victor would be rewarded with a staggering prize of 100 million yuan, along with a luxury world tour package generously sponsored by Mr. Qian Duo. The atmosphere was ignited by the host's words and the bountiful rewards of the competition. Wrapped in his signature champion's cloak, Mr. Satan made frequent appearances, surrounded by bodyguards and flashing cameras, striking exaggerated victorious poses for countless lenses and relishing the waves of adoration that rolled over him. What a grand reality show it was. In the audience section, number 17 reclined comfortably in his seat, observing the raucous scene below, unable to suppress a quiet remark. This promotional tactic would be considered top-tier marketing in any world. Truly, the second richest in this realm, Mr. Qian Duo's name is refreshingly straightforward. As for the richest, well, you might as well inquire with Vegeta. What world? Number 18, sitting beside him, elegantly crossed her legs and glanced at the commotion below. Since we have nothing better to do, it might be entertaining to watch the spectacle. At least it's preferable to training in the sacred world. As she spoke, she casually retrieved a piece of popcorn from a nearby snack bag. Number 16 sat quietly on the opposite side, her gaze sweeping over the entire scene like a tranquil scanner, silently recording and analyzing the sociological data of human collective behavior. Trunks had also returned from the future. Number 17 noticed the figure of Big T, contemplating the timeline. It appeared that the impending crisis of the future had been resolved by him. Not far away, the registration area was enveloped in a different kind of excitement. 1 billion. Clint's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his hands together in exhilaration, pondering how many rare games and collectibles this could buy. Perhaps he could even treat himself to a lavish lifestyle. He swiftly swallowed the name that nearly escaped his lips. A fleeting glimmer of a bachelor's yearning for a better life crossing his face. Yamcha was equally tempted. The prize was indeed alluring. If it could enhance my visibility, it would serve as excellent promotion for my newly opened martial arts gym. Tianjin Fan wore a serious expression. Although the opponents might not be formidable, it was still an opportunity to test the results of his training. Piccolo stood with his arms crossed, observing coldly, a tedious farce. Yet he did not leave, for his instincts told him that Sun Wukong and Son Gohan would arrive. Haha, this sounds like a lot of fun. Gohan, let us join in. Sun Wukong appeared, indeed, with his son Gohan, his face brimming with eagerness. However, Dad, Mom wants me to come home early after school for extra lessons, the young Gohan expressed. A hint of youthful hesitation evident on his face. No worries. A match won't take long. Wukong waved dismissively, and look, Chi-Chi and Bulma are already seated in the audience area. Chapter 113, The Tumultuous Martial Arts Tournament, Part 4. Chi-Chi, you actually agreed to let Gohan participate in the tournament? Bulma inquired curiously, as this was not typical of Chi-Chi. One cannot study all the time. It is essential to engage in physical activity occasionally. A balance of work and leisure aids in growth. Chi-Chi responded with a smile, though her thoughts were already fixated on the tempting prize of 1 billion. It was unlikely anything other than the staggering champion's prize could persuade Chi-Chi to allow Gohan to put down his books. After all, maintaining 2 scion appetites at home makes one acutely aware of the value of resources. Has Trunks returned from the future again? Chi-Chi suddenly noticed the figure at the registration point and asked. Yes, Bulma replied, gently restraining the little Trunks in her arms, who was fidgeting at the sound of his name. He has come back to tell us that he has completely resolved the android crisis in his time. It's just in time for this grand tournament. Such an event has never occurred in his era, so let him experience it. Only Vegeta was absent from this grand gathering. He stood at home in West City, gazing out from the observation window of the gravity chamber, seemingly sensing the distant commotion and restlessness of the venue, a penetrating sneer appearing on his face. Humph! A bunch of fools. That idiot Kakarot is wasting time playing house with these ants. He abruptly turned, precisely adjusting the gravity control to a terrifying value. Instead of wasting time here, he should be pursuing greater strength. To him, only absolute power is worthy of complete devotion. This ostentatious spectacle serves as a tarnish to the valor of warriors. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle ripple originating from the future has inadvertently set the wheels of fate in motion. A genuine tempest, far swifter than his imagination could fathom, is tearing through the cosmos, fiercely barreling towards this azure and unsuspecting planet. The ripples of hope have long since unveiled the prologue to calamity amidst the silence. The grand opening ceremony of the New World's first martial arts tournament reached its zenith amidst deafening cheers and a cascade of colorful confetti. Mr. Satan stood in the spotlight, basking in the adoration of the crowd, as if he were indeed the center of the universe. The host, vociferously amplifying the atmosphere, introduced the 4 disciples of Satan, clad in exaggerated extraterrestrial garb and wearing poorly crafted headpieces, glorifying them as formidable warriors from across the cosmos. The shabby special effects were laughable. Did they borrow costumes from the neighboring Ultraman film crew? And the hostess lines were so cringeworthy that one could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment with their toes. Seated nearby, number 17 stifled a yawn, while number 18 was thoroughly entertained, relishing the vibrant atmosphere and complimentary snacks. The ambience was pleasant, albeit the performers were rather amateurish, she remarked, delicately picking up a piece of cake. The preliminary rounds commenced shortly thereafter. For the warriors, this level of competition was akin to professional athletes stumbling into a children's category. Sun Wukong faced off against a rotund sumo wrestler named Daskoi, who charged forward with boisterous cries. Sun Wukong, with a grin, effortlessly dodged, even taking a moment to mimic the opponent's movements before gently flicking a finger, sending Daskoi tumbling off the stage in a daze. The audience erupted in laughter, perceiving it as a delightful comedic performance. Haha, I concede. Sun Wukong called out to his unconscious adversary, feigning innocence. Gohan's opponent wielded nunchaku, and he diligently adhered to his father's teachings, restraining his strength and evading attacks with inhuman speed and reflexes. Eventually, he seized an opening, skillfully entangling his opponent's nunchaku before giving a gentle push, causing the opponent to lose balance and fall. The entire exchange was executed with remarkable politeness. My apologies, Gohan said, bowing slightly to his fallen rival. Piccolo's combat was even more efficient. As his opponent assumed a stance, Piccolo merely shot him a cold glare. The overwhelming aura of menace rendered the opponent paralyzed with fear, and within moments, he forfeited, jumping off the stage. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. What is going on? How did this happen? Is this a fixed match? The spectators were incensed by the quick surrender, hurling insults and tossing their drink bottles and snack shells as if they were worthless. Krillin and Yamcha also dispatched their opponents with ease. Krillin even performed a flourish, momentarily dazzling his opponent with the solar flare technique, and while they were dazed, he circled behind and gently pushed them to conclude the battle. Yamcha, adhering to conventional methods, achieved victory using a simplified version of the Wolf Fang Fist. In contrast, Tien's battle exuded a palpable sense of power, as he effortlessly dispatched his opponent with a few decisive strikes, demonstrating his solid martial arts foundation. What? Mr. Satan, who was leisurely watching the live broadcast of the match, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of red wine. Aren't those the same individuals who once faced off against Cell? Mr. Satan, in a state of panic, began to pace anxiously. What should I do? How could I possibly contend with this group of monsters? Perhaps I should make a hasty retreat? Without hesitation, he darted towards the exit, only to be confronted by the event's organizer. Mr. Satan, where are you headed? The organizer observed his flustered demeanor with a look of confusion. Well, the restroom. Where's the restroom? Mr. Satan, thinking quickly, clutched his stomach, feigning sudden discomfort. The organizer, showing no suspicion, promptly bowed and led the way, inquiring about Mr. Satan's health with genuine concern. Unlike Mr. Satan's trepidation, the audience was utterly captivated by the spectacle. Though most could not fully grasp the intricacies, they found the performances of the contenders, except for that one green-skinned creature who had knocked out his opponent, fast-paced and visually appealing, far surpassing the theatrics of the alien adversaries. Ugh, this is just a one-sided slaughter, utterly dull, number 17 remarked, shaking his head yet unable to divert his gaze from the arena, engrossed in the action. Bored yet so engrossed? You truly are something. Number 18 shot him a disapproving glance. While the warriors engaged in their exhibition matches, several ominous and formidable presences quietly descended, lurking in the shadows surrounding the venue. Bojack and his cohort hovered midair, concealed behind a special barrier, coldly surveying the bustling arena below. So these are the ones. Their energy signatures are mediocre at best. Their fighting resembles child's play, Zanya scoffed, her fingers cracking as she eagerly anticipated joining the fray. That green-skinned fellow has some potential, but the others? Pathetic. Gokwaya crossed his arms, his tone nonchalant, yet a glimmer of bloodlust flickered in his eyes. Silence. Bojack's deep voice resonated, his crimson gaze sweeping across the venue. Quickly grasping the nature of the so-called alien challenge, mere trivialities orchestrated by four imposters, his attention shifted to the backstage area, where four individuals clad in ludicrous alien attire awaited their turn. Clearly apprehensive, they were none other than Mr. Satan's four disciples. A cruel smile curved Bojack's lips. Buchin. Understood. Lord Bojack, the diminutive Buchin adjusted his glasses, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. He raised his hands, and an intangible psychic force silently spread, precisely targeting the four true disciples backstage. Their eyes instantly became vacant, their bodies slackening as they collapsed silently to the ground. Swiftly ensnared by Bojack's energy and dragged into the deeper shadows for concealment. Chapter 114, The Undercurrents Surge. Zangya, Baido, Buchin, Gokwaya. Bojack's voice was low and frigid, echoing like the metallic scrape of an abyss. He stood aloft, gazing down upon the raucous and foolish gathering below, his violet pupils brimming with malevolence. The corners of his mouth twisted into a cruel, almost grotesque arc. You four, don those jester costumes, he commanded slowly, raising a hand to indicate the vibrant, exaggerated attire of alien warriors piled in the wings. Since they relish role-playing, let us indulge them until they can no longer afford the game. Yes, Master Bojack. The four responded in unison, their faces contorting into a twisted and exhilarated grin, a manifestation of a morbid yearning for destruction and slaughter after enduring prolonged imprisonment. Their figures blurred like erased ink, and in the next instant, they silently slipped into the backstage like phantoms. For these cosmic villains, the art of deceit, manipulating the visual and perceptual faculties of these earthlings, was as effortless as drawing breath. Moments later, four figures emerged from the shadows of the preparation area, clad in the same ludicrous, colorful garb. Though the costumes remained unchanged, their essence had undergone a terrifying transformation, infused with an oppressive chill and ferocity. From the eyeholes of their hoods, there emanated not the nervousness of performers, but the glint of predatory eyes, flashing with a dangerous red light as they locked onto their prey. Merely standing there, the air around them felt as though it had solidified, suffused with an invisible, malevolent pressure. Several backstage staff involuntarily shuddered, instinctively distancing themselves, attributing it to an overzealous air conditioning. Bojack himself had completely concealed his presence, melting into the shadows beneath the sun, silently ascending to a steel beam high above the main venue, like a lurking, deadly serpent poised to deliver a fatal strike to the unsuspecting ants below at the most opportune moment. He crossed his arms, his face adorned with a blend of exquisite amusement and cruel curiosity. He was intrigued to see the delightful expressions of terror that would bloom upon the faces of the audience, blissfully ensconced in their false sense of peace, when this seemingly joyous spectacle morphed into something real and lethal. Within the arena, the preliminary rounds had concluded. Based on the somewhat frivolous draw for groupings prior to the initial match, the list for the main event had been automatically generated, displayed on the colossal electronic screen. The audience's enthusiasm was reignited, their cheers resounding like thunder. First to take the stage were Sun Gohan and an exceedingly burly man with long golden hair, resembling an American wrestler. Go, Gohan! In the stands, Chi-Chi stood up, disregarding her appearance, cupping her hands around her mouth to shout loudly, her face a canvas of maternal concern and encouragement. What? You little brat dare to compete? The golden-haired giant looked down at Sun Gohan, who was significantly smaller in stature, his face a mask of exaggerated surprise and disdain. He deliberately rolled his thick neck, producing a cracking sound, then pointed to the excited Chi-Chi in the audience. Is that your mother down there yelling? TCH, just one kick from me and I could send you flying into her arms to suckle like a good little child. Spare us the embarrassment here. The young Gohan let out a faint sigh, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. He was not angered by his opponent's words. Rather, he calmly assumed his stance. With the referee's command, the match commenced. The burly man roared, charging at Gohan like a raging bull, his massive fists slicing through the air. However, to Gohan, the man's movements appeared as though they were frozen in time. Gohan did not even tap into his ki, he merely sidestepped, lifting his leg to deliver a swift front kick, striking precisely at the man's enormous abdomen. Ugh! The sneer on the man's face instantly froze, morphing into sheer agony and disbelief. His colossal frame, weighing over 200 kilograms, was propelled backward as if struck by a speeding train, his feet leaving the ground as he flew through the air in a chaotic arc, crashing heavily onto the soft mat outside the ring, rendering him unconscious. A decisive victory. The arena fell silent for a brief moment, only to erupt into fervent cheers and gasps of astonishment. Most of the spectators believed Gohan's success was due to luck or remarkable skill, unaware of the immense power concealed within his slender physique. That fellow is fortunate. He merely encountered Gohan. In a corner of the stands, number 17 raised an eyebrow. Had Gohan not possessed such a gentle disposition, those few insulting words about his mother would have resulted in far more than just a light kick. Though he would not perish, the pain inflicted would likely be far greater. First match, victory for contestant Gohan. The referee stood dazed for several seconds before hastily raising his hand to announce the outcome. Hooray! Gohan exhaled in relief, offering a shy smile towards his mother in the audience as he gracefully leapt down from the ring. Next up was Krillin versus Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, Krillin, you both must do your best. The freshly victorious Gohan earnestly cheered for them from the sidelines. Krillin, gazing at the stern-faced Piccolo, who stood with his arms crossed, emanating an aura that screamed, "Keep your distance," felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Gohan, your encouragement is about as helpful as not cheering at all. Do you want me to lose even faster? He thought, swallowing hard and mentally lamenting. Piccolo managed to muster a smile that was more grim than cheerful and cautiously asked, "You won't go all out against me, will you? After all, we have some history." Piccolo, barely lifting his eyelids, cast a sidelong glance at the anxious Krillin, then surveyed the raucous crowd, utterly oblivious to the essence of combat, before a flicker of impatience crossed his face. Boring. He coldly uttered those 3 words, and with a swift motion of his green cloak, he turned and, to the astonishment of the referee and the entire audience, leapt down from the ring. Here we go again. That green guy is back. What on earth is going on? Not even a single match. This must be a conspiracy. Absolutely a scandal. Refund. Refund. Previously, during the preliminary rounds, the opposing fighters had forfeited against Piccolo due to his overwhelming presence. Now, in the finals, Piccolo had exited without a contest, causing the audience to erupt in discontent, with boos and complaints echoing throughout the arena. As he gazed at Piccolo's indifferent demeanor while striding towards the resting area, Klin exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Although the method was somewhat unorthodox, he had indeed advanced. "Thank you, Piccolo." At the table, number 18 elegantly crossed her legs, popping a piece of popcorn into her mouth. Observing Klin's expression of palpable relief, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Ah, the little bald one is extraordinarily fortunate. Please, luck is a form of strength, you know," remarked number 17 with a playful smirk, suggesting that Klin's advancement reflected his amiable disposition. "What do you think, number 16? If the battle were conducted strictly according to the rules, Piccolo's probability of victory would stand at 100%. The silent number 16 shifted his gaze from Klin, analyzing with a steady electronic tone. This outcome is likely predicated on the friendship factors inherent in human social structures. It is a non-logical but common behavioral pattern. Chapter 115. The prey enters the fray. Next to appear were Tien Shinhan and Trunks. Although Trunks was younger than Tien, he inherited the pride and formidable talents of Scion Prince Vegeta, having undergone rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, placing him among the strongest warriors. His striking purple hair stood out, and he wore a friendly smile. Tien Shinhan, a seasoned martial artist, possessed a steady gleam in his 3 eyes. He was acutely aware of Trunks' formidable strength and dared not underestimate him. "I look forward to learning from you, Tien Shinhan," Trunks said politely, bowing slightly. "Come on, Trunks. Let me see how far you've come." Tien Shinhan responded with a smile, assuming the crane school stance. With the referee's signal, the battle commenced. Trunks launched the first attack, his seemingly unassuming frame erupting with astonishing speed as he closed the distance to Tien Shinhan, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks like a tempest. His power far exceeded his appearance, each strike accompanied by a resounding whoosh. Tien Shinhan, taken aback, steadied himself with his vast combat experience. His three eyes provided him with an all-encompassing field of vision, allowing him to anticipate Trunks' attack trajectories, either deftly blocking or swiftly evading. Occasionally seizing the minuscule openings between Trunks' onslaughts, he would deliver a powerful punch or a sharp knife-hand strike, forcing Trunks to defend. For a time, the arena was a whirlwind of movement, the sounds of colliding fists and feet echoing throughout. It appeared as though the battle was evenly matched, with Tien Shinhan occasionally gaining the upper hand thanks to his seasoned experience. Wow, Uncle Tien Shinhan is amazing, Gohan exclaimed from the sidelines, his eyes glued to the action. Tien Shinhan's experience is indeed extensive, but that kid Trunks hasn't even begun to fight seriously, Piccolo commented, arms crossed, his tone nonchalant. Indeed, amidst the relentless high-intensity exchanges, Trunks gradually acclimated to Tien Shinhan's fighting rhythm. The warrior blood of the scion within him began to simmer with anticipation. Tien, be careful. Trunks let out a low growl, his speed and strength surging to an unprecedented level. Tianjin Fan's pupils contracted, feeling an overwhelming pressure multiply. The rhythm he had barely managed to keep up with was instantly disrupted. Trunks executed a feint, deceiving Tianjin Fan's defenses, his body spinning like a whirlwind as he delivered a crisp and decisive spinning kick, his foot crashing heavily into Tianjin Fan's side. A dull thud echoed. Tianjin Fan felt an irresistible force surge through him, his body uncontrollably propelled backward, hurtling toward the edge of the arena, on the verge of plunging into the pool below. At that moment, a flash of purple appeared. Trunks dashed to the edge of the platform with remarkable speed, precisely grasping Tianjin Fan's wrist, halting his descent. Are you all right, Tianjin Fan? Trunks inquired with genuine concern, exerting a slight pull to bring him back to safety on the platform. Tianjin Fan steadied himself, rubbing his still-pained side. A bittersweet smile gracing his face as he expressed his gratitude. I'm fine, thank you. Truly, you are formidable, Trunks. I concede. He spoke candidly, acknowledging the stark disparity in their absolute strengths illuminated by that last strike. The second match goes to Trunks, the referee declared. Excellent. This is how a match should be fought. Now this is competition. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers for this remarkable and amicable confrontation, markedly contrasting the atmosphere of the previous event. Yamcha, come on up. It's our turn. Son Goku eagerly leaped onto the stage, energetically waving at Yamcha below. Yamcha, however, appeared rather disheartened, scratching his head in confusion. What is going on? I thought this celebration-themed competition would keep these monsters away. I didn't expect all of you to show up, except for that guy Vegeta. He had hoped to use the prize money and newfound fame from this competition to launch his newly opened gym. But now, it seemed hopeless. My startup funds, how frustrating. Under Son Goku's persistent urging, Yamcha sighed and reluctantly climbed onto the stage. Hey, Yamcha, let us have a good match, Son Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he took his stance. All right, I know you're itching for a fight, Yamcha replied, also assuming a combat position. But remember, Goku, let us keep it light. I don't want to be humiliated in front of the entire world. They exchanged knowing smiles, their camaraderie evident. In the next instant, they moved simultaneously, employing the purest fundamentals of the Turtle School martial arts. Fists flew and feet struck, their techniques simple yet precise and fluid. The transitions between offense and defense brimming with memories of their early days training together. Below, Master Roshi silently observed the scene, his eyes misty behind his sunglasses. Yet a smile of pride and nostalgia crept onto his lips. He seemed to see again, many years ago, that wild boy from the top of the Baozi Mountain and that bandit lad from the desert, diligently training under his tutelage. Not only Master Roshi, but also Android 17 in the audience was deeply moved. After all, in the world he traversed from, he had watched Son Goku and his companions train under Master Roshi since childhood on television. Flooded with memories, he momentarily lost himself in thought. Sitting beside him, Android 18 observed his demeanor, her head almost bursting with large question marks. After a nostalgic exchange, Yamcha gracefully jumped back, raising his hand in a gesture of surrender. All right, no more fighting, he chuckled lightly. If we continue, I'll surely lose. Your movements are as swift as a monkey. Yes. I concede. In the third round, the referee announced, Son Goku is the victor. Although Goku was left wanting more, he respected his friend's decision and patted Yamcha on the shoulder with a smile. Yamcha, let us spar again later. With that, the main event concluded. The host leaped into the center of the arena, his voice nearly cracking with excitement as he shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, next, we shall witness the most exhilarating segment of this new World Martial Arts Tournament. The 4 champions who have emerged victorious, Gohan, Krillin, Trunks, and Son Goku. They will each face off against 4 formidable warriors, hired at great expense by Mr. Chien Duo from a distant galaxy." The spotlight dramatically illuminated the entrance to the preparation area as the 4 figures clad in absurd extraterrestrial attire, exuding an ominous aura, slowly entered the main arena. Under the intense lights, their shadows elongated and twisted, resembling clawed demons. The battles would unfold within our newly developed holographic environment simulation system. With a sweeping gesture, the host pointed toward the 8 massive launchers that had suddenly risen around the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, you can experience every thrilling confrontation through the enormous screens suspended in every direction. Immerse yourself in the ultimate audiovisual feast." The colossal circular screens abruptly illuminated, swiftly cycling through a variety of distinctly different virtual environments. A seething volcanic landscape with billowing black smoke, an endless desert scorched by the blazing sun, a tranquil valley abundant with blooming flowers and babbling brooks, an eccentric city filled with oversized colorful toys and candy structures, and an eerie, shadowy ancient castle swarming with bats. The system would randomly assign combat pairings and environments. Infinite possibilities, ultimate experiences. Let us anticipate the splendid performances of our warriors against the alien adversaries. The crowd gazed upward at the incredibly lifelike holographic projections, filled with curiosity and intrigue. "Oh, this looks incredibly fun," Goku exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with excitement. His eyes sparkling, he wondered which arena they would be assigned to. Would it be the desert, or perhaps the whimsical Toyland? Both seemed enticing. Krillin and Gohan also looked up, their faces brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Trunks maintained a more composed demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of interest. Unbeknownst to them, their opponents had been surreptitiously replaced by terrifying killers from the depths of the cosmos. What appeared to be a novel game had transformed into a genuine hunting ground, with them as the unsuspecting prey. Chapter 116. A formidable foe approaches. Third update. The simulated system began to flicker with intense brilliance as the cold, mechanical electronic voice devoid of emotion announced the random results. Random pairing generation in progress. First group, Klein, contestant, alien female warrior, environment, volcanic lava zone. Second group, Trunks, contestant, alien warrior, environment, dreamlike flower valley. The additional pairings swiftly rolled across the screen before coming to a halt. The summoned warriors, with a buoyant and even somewhat jubilant demeanor, followed the staff's guidance and boarded the shuttles leading to their respective simulated arenas. Klein waved cheerfully at Son Gohan, who responded with a smile, while Son Goku excitedly examined the novel design of the compartment. Unbeknownst to them, this was not a journey towards mere entertainment, but rather a direct course to a meticulously arranged battlefield. Their adversaries, for figures clad in ludicrous alien attire, silently entered their own compartments. As the doors closed, the shadows concealed faces shrouded in headgear, where cruel and impatient smiles spread like poisonous vines. The feast of slaughter was poised to unfold according to their sinister script. The cheers in the main venue reached a crescendo, with all spectators straining their necks, fixated on the colossal screen segmented into multiple sections, eagerly anticipating the unprecedented audiovisual spectacle promised by the organizers. The roar of the crowd surged, nearly overwhelming the entire assembly. However, at the venue, contestant number 17, who had been languidly reclining in a comfortable seat, subtly straightened his posture. The customary mockery and indifference in his ice-blue eyes faded instantly, replaced by a hawk-like sharpness. His gaze locked onto the recently closed shuttle compartments, his brow tightening almost imperceptibly. A flicker of doubt arose within contestant number 17. At the very moment the compartment sealed, he believed he detected an exceedingly subtle, yet chillingly potent energy fluctuation. This was no mere effect that could be simulated by performance attire, nor did it resemble any sensation encountered on Earth. The feeling was fleeting, akin to a viper's flicking tongue, so swift that it almost seemed illusory. Yet, The sheer malice and danger embedded within its essence sent sharp alarms through 17 senses. Was it an illusion? Or was it that for the first time, the usually nonchalant blue eyes of contestant number 17 revealed a genuine seriousness? He ceased relying on sight alone and silently expanded his aura perception, casting an invisible radar net that meticulously enveloped the shuttles now speeding toward their designated simulated environments. Beneath the guise of merriment, a hidden current surged tumultuously. Beneath the facade of false revelry, true fangs glimmered ominously, locking onto unsuspecting prey. The shuttles hummed as they traversed the tracks, projecting the participants into their randomly assigned holographic battlefield simulations. The colossal screen in the main venue was divided into several frames, broadcasting real-time scenes from the various environments, evoking gasps of astonishment from the audience. In the scene, the track vehicle launched Klin with astonishing speed, and the surroundings shifted instantaneously. A scorching wave of heat rushed towards him, the air thick with a suffocating stench of sulfur that filled his nostrils in an instant. Beneath his feet lay the uneven, fissured black volcanic rock, radiating an alarming warmth. Some fragile spots even emitted faint cracking sounds, revealing a dim red glow beneath. Not far away, viscous, gold-red lava writhed like the blood of a colossal beast, bubbling and occasionally bursting forth massive gas bubbles that splashed dangerous, scalding waves, illuminating the jagged rocks around him as if they were remnants of a hellish graveyard. Klin was taken aback by the striking realism of this environment, suddenly feeling a wave of heat as beads of sweat formed on his shining forehead. Wow, this simulation is astonishingly lifelike. It's just like a real volcano. He wiped his brow, fanned himself with his hand, and glanced around, wondering where his opponent was. That alien woman? Are you looking for me? A woman's voice unexpectedly rang out, imbued with a peculiar magnetism yet chillingly devoid of warmth, as if emanating from the depths of the lava. The sulphurous smoke before him parted like a curtain under an unseen force. The warrior clad in absurd alien attire, her face obscured by a mask, had vanished. She revealed herself to be Zanjia, a member of the notorious cosmic villain team, having shed her clumsy disguise. Her skin was a profound emerald green, reminiscent of jade, and her thick, curly, orange-red hair cascaded like flames, lavish and voluminous yet oddly imbued with an enchanting delicacy. Her pointed ears resembled those of legendary elves, while her facial features were exquisitely cold. Her violet eyes glimmered with a chilling and dangerous light, fixating on Klin with an expression akin to that of one observing lifeless objects. Her attire was bold and peculiar. She wore a form-fitting blue garment underneath a sleeveless light gray vest, exposing her toned waist and arms. Her arms were adorned with black sleeves extending to her elbows. A wide purple sash cinched her waist, cascading gracefully at her side, adding an ethereal touch. Her lower half was clad in loose, light gray trousers that fluttered gently in the heat. On her feet were yellow boots embellished with sharp black accents, imparting a sense of poised dynamism. The fantastical elements blended seamlessly with her battle attire, creating a unique and imposing silhouette. To his surprise, beneath that exaggerated disguise was such a beautiful and extraordinary girl. Klin momentarily lost his composure, a flush creeping to his cheeks. Despite his instincts warning him that her aura was fundamentally different from the one he sensed in the preparation area, an indescribable sense of danger lingered in his mind. That woman in the audience, number 17, her pupils constricted slightly at the moment Zanjia revealed her true self. Wasn't she a character from that so-called galactic warrior? How could she possibly be here? In number 17's memory, this was a derivative storyline from the original work. This group of cosmic criminals, known as the Bojack Team, is intricately linked to the conclusion of the Cell Games and the breaking of their seal. In the original timeline, Son Goku's instant transmission with the self-destructing cell to King Kai's planet resulted in the demise of King Kai, thereby causing the seal array, established by the four Kaioshin from the east, west, south, and north, to weaken and ultimately collapse. However, in this alternate timeline, number 17 is deep in thought. His brow furrowing with increasing intensity, he has intervened in the Cell Games. Goku did not perish. Cell was completely eradicated on Earth, and King Kai is very much alive. Theoretically, the seal should remain intact. Could it be a force of self-correction within the timeline, or is there another unknown variable at play? Nevertheless, now that she has appeared, number 17's gaze shifted, his sharp eyes scanning the other split screens in an attempt to detect any anomalies among the extraterrestrial beings. The remaining three, including the one named Bojack, must be here, concealed beneath these absurd costumes. What initially seemed to be a tiresome farce suddenly transformed into a perilous situation. A faint smile creased the corner of number 17's mouth. Now things have become intriguing. Chapter 117. The intruder appears, fourth update. In the live broadcast, a volcanic environment unfolds. Krillin, momentarily awestruck, regains his composure and strives to adopt a martial artist's demeanor, attempting to greet his opponent. After all, she is a strikingly beautiful woman, and his innate politeness, coupled with a hint of shyness, compels him to speak first. Hello? I am Krillin, pleased to meet you. However, the response he receives is not one of the customary pleasantries that herald the commencement of a match. Zanya crosses her arms before her, her fiery orange-red hair seemingly alive, swaying without the slightest breeze. A glimmer of bloodthirsty delight flashes within her violet eyes, and without any forewarning, she moves. Her figure blurs, appearing almost instantaneously before Krillin. The explosive speed far exceeds that of any opponent Krillin faced in the preliminaries, causing his pupils to constrict and his body to bristle with alarm. What? Before he can finish his thought, bang! A heavy, vicious sidekick, imbued with a strange purple energy, crashes into Krillin's hastily raised arms like a cannonball. An unimaginable force surges forth, overwhelming him. Krillin feels a searing pain in his arms, as if his bones might shatter. He is unable to resist as he is propelled backward, akin to a stone hurled from a catapult, crashing heavily against the hard, searing volcanic rock wall behind him. Boom! The wall is dented, debris cascading down. Coughing, Krillin tastes blood in his throat, his arms numb and devoid of sensation, his internal organs shaken violently, and his vision blurs. Hey, wait a minute. The referee hasn't called the start. Zanya emits a brief, cold laugh, completely disregarding the Earthling's rules of the match. Her enchanting yet chilling visage, illuminated by the golden-red glow of the molten rock, resembles a demoness rising from the depths of hell. The cruel smile at the corner of her mouth widened as she propelled herself forward, causing the rock beneath her to crack instantaneously. She lunged again. The subsequent onslaught resembled a tempest, elusive and almost spectral in nature. Each strike, be it a fist, a kick, or a knee, was aimed directly at Klin's vital points, his throat, heart, and temples. Ruthless, precise, lethal. This was not merely a contest. It was a brutal display of lethal skill. Klin was utterly bewildered, his mind struggling to process the sudden, deadly assault. Was this woman deranged? Did she truly wish to extinguish his life? He desperately dodged left and right, the scorching ground beneath him making it difficult to maintain his footing. Several times, he slipped perilously close to the bubbling, crimson-hued lava pool, the searing heat sending shivers down his spine. Zanjia's attacks were not only astonishingly powerful, but also defied the laws of speed. The wind pressure generated by her strikes cut across Klin's cheek like a blade, and the purple energy coursing through the air emitted a bothersome hiss. Damn it! Who on earth is this woman? Klin was engulfed in a mix of fury and astonishment as he fought to unleash the phantom fist technique to create illusions and confuse her. Yet, Zanjia's combat experience was terrifyingly extensive. Her eyes were sharp, and she accurately tracked Klin's true energy flow the moment the illusions manifested. With a lightning-quick precision, she sliced through the most realistic of phantoms, forcing Klin into an even more precarious situation. Is this a joke? This speed, this strength, this murderous intent is far beyond what a mere apprentice of Satan could possess. Klin's heart sank in shock, fully trapped in a passive state of being battered, left with only the ability to defend himself without the means to retaliate. Each block sent tremors through his arms, causing his blood to boil. What kind of monster is this woman? In the vicinity, the spectator in Area 18, who had been leisurely enjoying popcorn, suddenly found herself completely still. She leaned forward slightly, her azure eyes fixated on the main screen where the bald-headed fighter was being utterly overwhelmed by the green-skinned woman, teetering on the brink of disaster. Particularly, upon witnessing Klin's initial distraction due to his opponent's beauty, which led him to squander his advantage, she frowned delicately, emitting a soft, disdainful snort. This fool dares to be mesmerized by a woman in the midst of battle? Her tone was laced with contempt, tinged with a hint of exasperation at his foolishness. Yet, the intensity of her gaze and the way she unconsciously gripped the snack bag revealed a contrasting emotion. The revelry within the arena continued unabated, with the majority of the audience still believing this was a part of a realistic performance, cheering for the alien warriors' ferocity and the spectacle unfolding before them. However, an eye of the storm had silently and violently gathered above the first arena. In stark contrast to the fiery hell in which Klin found himself, Trunks arrived at a tranquil valley, reminiscent of a paradise, delivered by the hovercraft. Sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, gently illuminating the verdant grass with a golden glow. The crystal-clear stream meanders gently, cascading over smooth pebbles and producing a melodious natural symphony. Surrounding it is a riot of blooming flowers, their fragrant essence permeating the air, while vibrant butterflies dance gracefully among the blossoms. The ethereal and melodious calls of birds fill the atmosphere, rendering the scene as exquisite as a meticulously crafted painting. Trunks curiously surveyed his surroundings, feeling the tension in his body involuntarily ease. This pristine beauty of nature, a rare indulgence for one who has long been immersed in rigorous training and an ever-present sense of impending crisis in a future era, was indeed a luxurious delight. Engaging in what could be considered a playful contest for warriors, he was momentarily transported back to a childlike state of ease and contentment. He inhaled deeply, savoring the floral aroma in the air, a smile gracing his features. However, this tranquility was destined to be fleeting. Just as he allowed himself a moment of relaxation, whoosh! A piercing and malevolent violet energy blast shot forth from the shadows of the dense forest behind him, striking with astonishing speed, slicing through the air with a shrill cry. Aimed directly at Trunks' back. Although he was relaxing, the instincts of a scion warrior, honed through years of rigorous training, were deeply ingrained within him. The instant he sensed the energy fluctuation, every hair on his body stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, his body reacted quicker than his mind. Darting swiftly to the side, zing! The energy blast narrowly grazed him, barely missing its target. Though he evaded a fatal blow, the violent edge of the energy left a charred tear in the shoulder of his coat, and he felt a searing pain on his skin. Who dares? Trunks instantly shifted into a battle-ready stance, spinning around with piercing eyes that shot towards the source of the attack. All traces of relaxation vanished, replaced by intense vigilance. What met his gaze was not the anticipated cowardly assailant, but rather a figure lazily leaning against the stout branch of a nearby ancient tree. Reclining against the trunk with one leg casually dangling and swaying. His skin bore an unusual blue-green hue, and his fiery orange hair stood defiantly upright like flames. A purple headband encircled his forehead, tied neatly above his right ear, adding an air of enigmatic nonchalance. He donned a simple yet roomy black top that enveloped his muscular arms, paired with loose-fitting white trousers that flowed gracefully. His feet were clad in yellow boots adorned with sharp black embellishments, akin to those worn by Zanjia. Most striking, however, was the long sword sheathed at his waist, its scabbard ancient, yet emanating a subtle chill. He exuded an exotic quality that, against the backdrop of such exquisite natural beauty, imparted a peculiar blend of leisure and mystery. That is, if one overlooked the absurdly exaggerated and comical alien disguises carelessly discarded at the base of the tree beside him. Gokaya maintained the posture of the hand that had just unleashed the energy blast, a playful smirk dancing on his lips as if he were a cat toying with a mouse. With keen interest, he scrutinized Trunks, who had instantly assumed a defensive posture, as if relishing the frantic terror of prey facing imminent demise. Indeed, this so-called band of galactic warriors had managed to break their seal and invade Earth. Galactic warriors? Number 18 raised an eyebrow, inquiring about their identity. Consider them a band of malevolent cosmic marauders, Number 17 replied, rising to his feet. Watching the broadcast is no match for experiencing the event firsthand. We should be on our way. You truly are incorrigible, Number 18 chuckled. Yet she gracefully stood and followed suit with the typically silent Number 16. Is this merely a game? Must they resort to such underhanded tactics? Trunks furrowed his brow, a surge of indignation rising within him as he reprimanded them vehemently. The previous strike had clearly aimed for his life. Yet, Gogeta appeared utterly indifferent to his inquiries, perhaps too disdainful to respond. The smirk on his lips widened as he suddenly vanished from the branch. In the next instant, he materialized before Trunks like a wraith. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed, its icy glint slicing through the sunlight, aimed directly at Trunks' face. The strikes were deviously fierce, devoid of any semblance of sport. Each sword stroke was meticulously targeted at vital points. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Is this not a game? There is no need for such lethal force. Trunks, both astonished and enraged, evaded and parried the deadly blows with his superior prowess and agility, while unable to suppress another outburst. Aside from the initial ambush that had grazed his shoulder, he had managed to thwart Gogeta's subsequent relentless onslaught with remarkable ease, which sparked a flicker of surprise in Gogeta's eyes. Gratitude to my adoptive fathers for their unwavering support and companionship. The data is simply dismal. I am truly out of options. Chapter 118. The Game of Death, a game? Gogeta finally spoke, his voice deep and gravelly, imbued with a chilling indifference to life. This is a game of death. His frosty declaration defined the nature of the conflict. Suddenly, his swordplay transformed, becoming swifter and more powerful, with a faint violet aura beginning to coil around the blade, the resulting wind pressure shredding the surrounding flora. Realizing that this seemingly youthful adversary possessed such formidable strength, Gogeta, having been unable to gain the upper hand, was evidently incensed. He leaped backward, suspending himself in midair, emitting a suppressed roar of fury. A powerful, malevolent energy erupted from within him, far surpassing anything prior. His upper body bulged, muscles expanding rapidly as if inflated, tearing his black shirt to shreds. His skin shifted from a bluish-green to a lighter, eerily lustrous shade of green. The violet aura enveloping him became visibly tangible, akin to flames of a vengeful spirit. With his strength surging, Gogeta let out a roar, gripping his sword, and charged once more at Trunks with the force to cleave mountains and split oceans. Speed, power, and murderous intent surged to unprecedented heights. Trunks felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. He exerted all his strength to block, yet the ferocious force of his opponent sent him staggering backward. In the midst of a fierce clash, Gogeta seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful side kick that struck Trunks squarely in the abdomen. A grunt escaped Trunks' lips as he was propelled uncontrollably by the overwhelming force, soaring beyond the confines of the valley and crashing into an adjacent simulated realm, a quaint, vintage street scene imbued with European charm. Gogeta, sensing his advantage, showed no mercy. His eyes gleamed with lethal intent, offering Trunks no respite. He pursued relentlessly, his form resembling a shadow, raising his longsword high. The violet aura surrounding the blade surged ominously as he aimed to bring it down upon Trunks, who had just managed to brace himself. His back turned to the impending danger. The power contained within that strike was terrifying, and should it connect, the consequences would be dire. In the main arena, the massive split-screen broadcast presented this scene vividly to the audience. Those who had previously cheered for the stunning special effects now stared in horror, mouths agape. The unabashed murderous intent, the merciless assault, and the sight of the youth being hurled away. This was no mere performance. This was not a contest. It was an act of murder. Someone stop him. Where's the referee? Help. Panic spread like a plague among the spectators, replaced by screams, cries, and unrest, plunging the venue into chaos. Bulma, pale with fright, clutched tightly to Chi-Chi's arm. In that moment of impending doom, Trunks, with his back turned to the lethal sword, finally grasped the reality. This was no ordinary opponent. This was a foe intent on their destruction. No longer hesitating, no longer holding back, Trunks unleashed a thunderous roar. A brilliant golden aura erupted like a miniature sun, soaring skyward. The powerful energy shockwave instantly warped the virtual projections of the surrounding European architecture. His once violet hair stood on end, transforming into a dazzling golden hue, while his azure eyes turned an icy green. He had become a Super Saiyan, almost simultaneously. As he completed his transformation, Gogeta's deadly strike, charged with all his might, descended upon him. Trunks did not fully turn. Instead, he shot his left arm up in a flash, blocking the attack with his elbow. The clash resonated like the tolling of a mighty bell, a tremendous sound erupting as the visible shockwave radiated outward. Gogeta's determined sword strike was effortlessly absorbed by Trunks' elbow, enveloped in golden aura, without so much as a scratch. The blade could not penetrate the fiery barrier. What? The sinister grin on Gogeta's face froze, morphing into pure shock. He felt as though his sword had struck an impenetrable mountain of adamantine. The two individuals engaged in a brief yet intense struggle. Gogeta, filled with a mix of rage and astonishment, shifted from wielding his sword with one hand to using both. his upper body muscles swelling dramatically as he exerted every ounce of strength to forcefully press down, the violet flames blazing to their zenith, causing the ground beneath him to crack and splinter. However, the ferocious might of the Super Saiyan surged through Trunks like an overwhelming ocean. His arm, which was blocking the sword's edge, remained unyielding as his emerald eyes coldly fixated on his astonished opponent. Then, in a moment that Gogeta could scarcely believe, Trunks abruptly thrust his arm upwards against the sword's blade. An irresistible force surged forth, sending Gogeta's sword flying, leaving him wide open. In the next heartbeat, Trunks unleashed a powerful punch that struck Gogeta's abdomen with the velocity of an untraceable golden projectile, akin to thunder incarnate. Gogeta gasped, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as blood and visceral fragments erupted from his mouth, his strength dissipating in an instant. Trunks, with a stoic demeanor, withdrew his arm, and Gogeta crumpled to the ground, collapsing forward, silent and lifeless. Yet, in that fleeting moment when Trunks allowed himself a brief respite after vanquishing a formidable foe, an unimaginable, soul-chilling aura of malevolence erupted without warning from a proximity that was alarmingly close. Bojack had appeared silently, a cruel and mocking smile etched across his face, offering Trunks no time to react. A swift and direct spinning kick, imbued with devastating power, was aimed squarely at the unsuspecting back of Trunks' neck. However, in the nick of time, a hand firmly grasped Bojack's ankle. "You may strike, but ambush me in my presence, and that shall not be tolerated," came a voice laced with sarcasm. Trunks, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly darted to stand beside Android 17. "Thank you," he murmured, before turning his sharp gaze towards Bojack, his entire being poised for action. "Who dares?" Bojack spun around, confronting the uninvited guest who had interrupted his attack. The figure, distinguished by short black hair and a conspicuous red scarf around his neck, bore a young face marked by indifference. As Bojack attempted to break free, he discovered that the grip of his opponent was as unyielding as iron. Humph. Sensing the newcomer's hostility, Bojack let out a low growl, channeling all his energy to escape. Android 17, observing this, released his hold, allowing Bojack to retreat rapidly, eyeing him with caution. For Android 17, Bojack's intrusion into the battle was inconsequential. However, his underhanded tactics of launching a sneak attack were utterly contemptible. He pondered whether Goku and Vegeta could contend with such a foe. 17 stroked his chin, deep in thought. The reason he did not mention Gohan was simple. While Bojack possessed considerable strength, qualifying as a minor threat in the North Galaxy, according to the original storyline, his power barely surpassed that of a Super Saiyan 1. Were he to face Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, it was likely he would not withstand even a single blow. Meanwhile, in the volcanic environment, Krillin's battle was drawing to a close. Due to his initial arrogance and instinctual hesitation against a female opponent, he completely lost all advantages. Zanjia's combat skills and ruthless nature surpassed his imagination, with each attack leaving him in a state of frantic defense, his energy rapidly depleting. Finally, Zanjia discovered an exquisite opening. In a bid to evade a searing splash from the magma pool, Klin's foot slipped on the already treacherous volcanic rock, causing him to momentarily lose his balance. "Die, you little bald head." The bloodthirsty glint in Zanjia's eyes intensified as she seized this fleeting chance, her right palm coalescing a highly compressed purple energy sphere. Like a viper striking from its lair, it surged forth with a velocity that surpassed Klin's reflexes, aiming to land a devastating blow squarely on his chest, just as he attempted to block it, albeit a beat too late. At that moment, a red energy projectile suddenly shot down from above, crashing into Zanjia and forcing her away from Klin with a thunderous explosion. The shockwave sent both combatants hurtling through the air. Klin was caught mid-fall by a burly man sporting a mohawk, preventing him from plunging into the seething magma. Meanwhile, Zanjia rolled through the air, managing to stabilize herself with great effort. "Who dares to strike you?" A cold voice echoed from the sky. The two arenas were brought to a standstill almost simultaneously due to the interventions of the 17th and 18th fighters. Chapter 119, Confrontation. As the simulated battlefield unfolded, the main venue descended into chaos. The air was filled with terrified screams, cries, and the host's incoherent attempts at reassurance. The images displayed on the large screen had transformed from entertainment to a stark reality of brutal combat, far exceeding the capacity of ordinary viewers. Children were crying in fear. Women trembled with their faces covered, and men turned pale. Security personnel attempted to maintain order, yet they were like pebbles thrown into a furious sea, swiftly swept away by the tide of chaos. What on earth is happening? Explain this to me. In the highest level lounge, Mr. Qian Duo, the second richest man in the world, lost all composure. He seized the collar of the event's chief organizer, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, spitting with rage. His beloved son curled up on the luxurious sofa, covering his eyes, trembling in fear, unwilling to glance at the screen again. I do not know. The besooted organizer's face turned ashen, cold sweat soaking his back as he futilely pointed toward the tumultuous crowd outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, his voice cracking. Those so-called alien warriors are actually disciples of Mr. Satan in disguise. The costumes and props were all personally prepared by us. I have no idea when they were replaced by these monsters. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Qian Duo shoved him away, shaking with rage. His painstakingly planned, lavishly funded global spectacle had devolved into a stage for a bloody tragedy, a blow to his company's and personal reputation that would be catastrophic. What do we do now? Are we to simply watch them destroy everything I have worked for? The person in charge staggered a few steps, barely managing to support himself against the glass wall, his mind a tumultuous chaos. Ultimately, only one absurd yet seemingly singular hope remained. It appeared that he must seek the assistance of Mr. Satan. He was the hero destined to save the world. Surely he would possess a solution. Why are you just standing there like a wooden dummy? Hurry and fetch him. Qian Duo bellowed, his voice infused with desperation. Every second of disorder translated into greater losses and dire consequences. The person in charge scrambled out in a flurry. Qian Duo slumped despondently onto the sofa, gazing at the utterly uncontrollable venue below, his hands painfully entangled in his hair. A once flawless marketing endeavor had devolved into a catastrophic collective incident. He could already envision a future of plummeting stocks, terminated collaborations, and tarnished reputations. The competition persisted. Dust billowed through the air, and the scorching wind whipped up the sand, stinging his face. Sun Wukong and Baidu, disguised as an extraterrestrial warrior, were engaged in a primal clash of strength. Initially, Baidu lurked like the most treacherous scorpion in the desert, concealed beneath the quicksand, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, but Sun Wukong, with his beast-like instincts, narrowly evaded the attack. At that moment, Baidu's ludicrous disguise had been shredded in the heat of battle by his own bulging muscles and Sun Wukong's fierce onslaught, revealing his true form. Bang, bang, bang. The fists and feet collided at a velocity almost impossible to perceive, the muffled sounds resonating like heavy war drums across the desolate desert. Each impact sent ripples of sand flying. The familiar grin on Sun Wukong's face had vanished, replaced by a burgeoning fervor for battle. The sheer power of this massive opponent was astonishing, far exceeding anything he had anticipated from prior matches. Hey, big guy, you've got some skills. Sun Wukong dodged a punch that could shatter mountains and retaliated with an elbow strike to Baidu's solid abs, only to feel as though he had struck an alloy, the recoil leaving his arm numb. Baidu let out a deep growl, akin to an enraged beast, his fists raining down like hammers, each blow stirring up clouds of dust. It seemed time to take this seriously. A glint of gold flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. He relinquished all restraint and bellowed. Ha! Boom! A golden aura erupted like the blazing sun, soaring skyward. The surrounding heat waves were instantaneously dispelled, and a powerful energy field pressed the sand beneath him into a perfect circular crater. His black hair stood on end, transforming into a brilliant gold, while his azure eyes gleamed coldly like icy stars. Now this was more like it. Encased in golden flames, Sun Wukong's speed and strength surged geometrically, and with a mighty roar, he charged forward once more, colliding fiercely with the furious Baidu. The aftermath of the battle was even more terrifying. Amidst the flurry of fists and feet, sand dunes were effortlessly flattened, the swirling sands obscuring the sky. Meanwhile, Sun Gohan found himself ensnared in a different predicament. His opponent was Bukin, disguised as an alien warrior. This diminutive adversary was exceptionally cunning, refusing to engage Gohan in close combat. Instead, he remained concealed behind the colossal toy structures, wielding his extraordinary powers to manipulate gigantic toy soldiers, a roaring toy train, and even an entire carousel, all hurling towards Gohan. How infuriating! Where could he be hiding? Gohan moved at incredible speeds, evading the tempestuous onslaught of attacks. The immense toys crashed to the ground, shattered parts and plastic debris scattering like shrapnel, producing a deafening cacophony. Realizing that something was amiss, Gohan began to take the situation more seriously. He attempted to sense his opponent's presence, yet Boo's mental prowess seemed to interfere with his perception to some degree. Useless little brat. Boo's sinister voice echoed from all directions, and another enormous inflatable hammer descended from the sky. He could not remain passive any longer. Gohan furrowed his brow, recognizing that in this environment, he would only be endlessly depleted by his foe. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy, generating a violent shockwave that repelled the incoming debris and energy beams. Immediately, he focused on a direction where the interference felt somewhat weaker, gathering energy beneath his feet and launching himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, attempting to escape this bizarre toy realm. The simulated environment's boundary expanded rapidly before his eyes, flickering. He accelerated fiercely, breaking through as though piercing a membrane of water. The surrounding scenery shifted instantaneously. The cold, damp air, tinged with a musty odor, replaced the sugary sweetness of Toy Town. In the dim light, he found himself on a street amidst a dilapidated and eerie Gothic castle complex, with crumbling statues, crooked fences, and a pervasive mist creating an unsettling atmosphere. Before he could thoroughly examine his surroundings, his attention was abruptly drawn to a confrontation occurring not far ahead in the street's center. It was number 17, and Trunks. Opposite them loomed a tall, imposing man, dressed in attire reminiscent of the previous enemies, merely hovering there, exuding an aura of malevolence and oppression that nearly left Gohan gasping for breath. They were part of the same faction. Gohan's heart sank, instantly making a judgment. Without hesitation, a fierce sense of danger and the instinct to protect his comrades ignited within him, propelling him forward in a streak of energy. He landed firmly before number 17 and Trunks, adopting the strongest defensive stance, his gaze fixed warily on the terrifying man. Number 17. Trunks, what is happening? Bojack observed the newly arrived Gohan, a flicker of seriousness passing through his purple eyes. Another intriguing little fellow has arrived. Just then, the great doors and windows of the castle creaked ominously. It was Tien and Yamcha. They had sensed something was amiss when Krillin and Trunks came under attack, rushing directly from the audience to this location. Utilizing their energy sensing, they forcefully breached the simulated environment's isolation, finally making their way here. Moments later, with a thunderous crash, a large hole was smashed through the wall, revealing a dust-covered Goku and the relentless Bidoof, who had fought their way through to this very spot. After a fierce exchange of blows, a wave of energy surged, and Bidoof, harnessing the recoil, executed several backflips, landing gracefully behind Bojack, resembling the most loyal of hounds. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong soared through the air, lightly alighting beside his son, Gohan, his golden aura still ablaze, as his grave gaze swept over the unfathomable Bojack before him. Almost simultaneously, a rustling sound emanated from another wall as Bujin maneuvered several colossal remnants of toys, drifting in leisurely like a flying carpet, a cunning smile adorning his face as he reunited with his accomplices. In the final passage, another wall was shattered with a resounding blast. Number 16 strode in, cradling the unconscious Krillin, whose mouth was stained with blood, his demeanor calm and composed. Beside him was the frosty number 18, her golden locks gently swaying, her azure eyes radiating a chilling intensity. Following closely behind was Zanya, her expression dark as she flicked her slightly swollen wrist. Evidently having failed to gain any advantage against number 18 in their brief encounter, suffering a minor setback instead. At this moment, the dilapidated hall of the ancient castle was rife with tension. On one side stood the Guardians of Earth, Sun Wukong, Gohan, Trunks, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and the temporarily allied androids, numbers 16, 17, and 18, alongside the protected, unconscious Krillin. Opposite them loomed the nefarious team from the cosmos, Bojack and his three wicked associates, Bidoof, Bujin, and Zanya. The atmosphere crackled with palpable tension, the potent energies and icy malice colliding violently in the air, igniting invisible sparks. The oppressive ambience seemed to freeze the very air, as if on the brink of detonating the ancient castle entirely. Who are you really? Sun Wukong demanded vehemently. acutely aware of the unfathomable aura emanating from the leader before him, nearly rivaling that of the perfect cell. Bujin adjusted his glasses and stepped forward, a mocking and proud expression on his face, kneeling before Bojack. Ignorant fools, allow me to enlighten you. This esteemed individual is none other than Lord Bojack, the notorious tyrant who once roamed the cosmos, instilling terror across countless galaxies. And we are the mightiest warriors in his service. As Bujin spoke, Zanya and Baidu also knelt behind Bojack, paying their homage of loyalty. Baidu then rose, surveying the astonished warriors, continuing, "We were once sealed away by the 4 despicable kings of the North and South. Now that we have escaped, it is only fitting that we celebrate Lord Bojack's return with your defeat and the destruction of this planet." Cosmic Tyrant? King Seal? The implications of these terms sent shockwaves through the warriors. Wukong, this is bad. Just then, Sun Wukong froze, hearing the frantic voice of the North Kai echo in his mind. I just discovered that the seal at the edge of the North Galaxy has been breached. Bojack and his minions have escaped. Are you encountering them on Earth right now? Be exceedingly cautious. The prowess of that individual surpasses your imagination. Even I, back in the day, could only manage to seal him away with the combined strength of the other 3 kings of the realm. To think that even Lord King is so alarmed? Sun Wukong's expression turned wholly solemn. Yet, his combative spirit surged with fervor. He stepped forward, golden flames igniting around him, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Bojack. The king of the realm himself acknowledges your strength. Perfect. I shall be your adversary. He turned to the side and addressed number 17, saying, Number 17, leave this one to me. Do not interfere. Suit yourself, number 17 replied indifferently, shrugging his shoulders and slipping his hands back into his pockets. Fine by me, save some energy. He indeed retreated a few steps alongside number 18 and number 16, assuming a posture of spectatorship. Foolhardy, Zanya sneered, flexing her wrist. Bojack grinned malevolently, showing no opposition, seemingly eager to see what these earthlings could conjure. Moreover, it would be better if that black-haired youth, whose aura was indiscernible, did not intervene. Once these nuisances were dealt with, they could confront him together. Bojack observed the poised Sun Wukong, slowly advancing forward, a terrifying malevolence pressing down upon him like a tangible weight. The prelude to the battle had concluded. Now, it was time for the main course. The clash erupted instantaneously. Sun Wukong let out a low growl, unleashing his energy as he charged straight at Bojack. The two collided in an explosive confrontation, the sound of their fists and feet meeting reverberating through the ancient castle, shaking its very foundations. Gohan, without hesitation, targeted Bujin, recognizing the troublesome abilities of this psychic and deeming it imperative to eliminate him first. Trunks faced the muscular giant, Bio Broly. Tien and Yamcha exchanged glances, both erupting with energy simultaneously, charging towards Zanya without a moment's hesitation, seeking to take the initiative. However, Zanya moved, her figure flashing like a specter. Bang! Bang! 2 thunderous impacts resonated almost simultaneously. Tien and Yamcha were sent hurtling back at a speed surpassing their initial charge, blood spurting from their mouths, tracing brilliant crimson arcs through the air. Like stones hurled from a catapult, they crashed into the fortress's unyielding walls, the immense force embedding them deeply within, fissures radiating outward from their bodies. Debris cascaded down as their heads hung low, consciousness completely lost, their fates unknown. Uncle Tien, Uncle Yamcha, Gohan screamed, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. He understood that his adversaries were formidable, yet he had never anticipated their strength to be so overwhelming. These 2 seasoned warriors had not even been granted the opportunity to make the opponent serious. They were utterly crushed in a single exchange. The battle within the ancient castle escalated to a fever pitch, yet the tide turned overwhelmingly in favor of the foe. Damn it! Sun Wukong roared, his golden aura burning with unprecedented intensity. He held nothing back, pushing the power of the Super Saiyan to its utmost limit, veins bulging upon his forehead from the exertion. He transformed into a streak of golden lightning, instantly materializing before Bojack. Each strike, his fists, feet, knees, and elbows, was accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, cascading upon Bojack like a tempest. Bojack, with a cruel smirk adorning his lips, made no significant movements. He merely utilized one hand or his forearm, skillfully blocking, deflecting, and neutralizing Goku's devastating assaults, which were potent enough to obliterate a city. The clash between the two echoed with relentless, thunderous booms, the shock waves expanding outward as if tangible, further ravaging the castle's interior, shattering statues and fracturing the ground. It appeared that the Scion's resurgence from the brink of death had indeed augmented his power. Yet there were limitations. Number 17 observed Goku unleashing his full battle aura, quietly analyzing the situation. Only a few months had elapsed since the Cell Games, and the enhancement in strength was minimal. It was likely that the potential accumulated prior, during a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, had been thoroughly exhausted. Indeed, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, the power gained from near-death experiences no longer exhibited significant enhancement. For instance, in the original narrative, Goku sustained grievous injuries during the Cell and Buu sagas, yet his power did not demonstrate a breakthrough upon recovery. This was due to the Super Saiyan form having already surpassed the physiological limits of a Saiyan, rendering further accumulation from near-death recoveries impossible. Moreover, as the saga progressed, the Scion's growth increasingly relied on systematic training and form breakthroughs, embodying the theme of striving to surpass innate talent. The fierce battle between Goku and Bojack raged on, seemingly intense. However, any astute observer could discern that Bojack's aura remained as steady as a mountain, even tinged with a playful demeanor akin to a cat toying with a mouse. In stark contrast, Goku was expending every ounce of his strength, each breath resembling a laborious bellows, the golden aura around him beginning to exhibit subtle fluctuations from the intense consumption of energy. What has happened? Is this the extent of the so-called Super Saiyan? Bojack sneered, abruptly altering his approach. In the instant he deflected Goku's powerful kick, he unleashed a seemingly simple, yet direct straight punch. The speed of this blow exceeded the limits of Goku's dynamic vision. Just as Goku perceived a slight movement in Bojack's shoulder, the fist imbued with devastating power had already struck his chest. Boom! A sound so profoundly heavy resonated. Goku's golden aura flickered violently like a candle in the wind, on the verge of being completely shattered by this blow. He was propelled backward as if struck by a high-speed train, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed through several colossal stone pillars before finally coming to a halt, embedded within the ruins, momentarily incapacitated. Yet, at that moment, Kakarot, can't you even defeat such an opponent? A voice, filled with furious disappointment, thundered down from above like a storm. A beam of golden light pierced through the castle's shattered dome, entering the battlefield with unparalleled dominance. Vegeta, having sensed Bojack's formidable aura, had finally arrived. He scarcely had time to assess the situation. His gaze was solely fixated on the dangerously powerful Bojack. The proud Scion Prince uttered not a word, concentrating all his fighting spirit into the tip of his fist, surging towards Bojack like a golden comet. Another fool seeking death. Bojack cackled, facing Vegeta's fierce assault without flinching, choosing instead to meet the attack head-on. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of their violent clash. Vegeta's onslaught was furious and relentless, yet Bojack appeared unfazed, expertly maneuvering through the chaos. The shockwaves generated by their collisions were more terrifying than before, causing large sections of the castle walls to collapse. Soon, Goku emerged from the ruins, struggling yet resolute, rejoining the fray. In another section of the debris, Goku burst forth, covered in dust, blood trickling from his mouth. But his gaze burned with fierce determination. Vegeta, he wiped the blood from his lips, erupting with renewed energy, unhesitatingly diving back into battle. Though their coordination was far from exquisite, their combined Super Saiyan speed and power allowed them to barely withstand Bojack's relentless onslaught, transforming the battle from one-sided oppression to a fierce contest. Each collision sent tremors through their bodies, forcing them to endure the overwhelming pressure. Bojack's strength seemed boundless, and his speed was astonishingly swift, often evading their combined strikes with ease and delivering heavy counterattacks. Chapter 121, Surprise Attack. Piccolo's support. Haha. Now this is exhilarating. Bojack's excitement grew with each strike, his laughter echoing as he savored a long-lost thrill. Suddenly, he leaped back, momentarily escaping the melee. Under the watchful and tense gazes of Goku and Vegeta, Bojack's body began to undergo a horrifying transformation. Aya! He roared like a wild beast. His muscles swelled grotesquely, bursting forth from his regal deep blue robe in a flurry of tattered fragments. His stature increased visibly, his physique becoming more formidable. The color of his skin shifted from a dark green to a disconcerting light green, reminiscent of aged bronze. The black headband around his forehead had long since fallen away, revealing a mane of vibrant orange hair, now stained a sinister blood red, reminiscent of a raging inferno. Most terrifying of all was the aura that enveloped him. It morphed from a dark purple to a more profound and chaotic shade, as if it could consume all in its path, flickering with ominous blood-red lightning. Enough games. It is time to conclude this tedious warm-up. With his transformation complete, Bojack's voice became a harsh metallic rasp, infused with a chilling murderous intent that seemed to freeze the very air. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished like a specter. In the next instant, he appeared between Goku and Vegeta, his speed surpassing the limits of their neural reactions. What? Goku and Vegeta's pupils dilated simultaneously, alarm bells ringing wildly in their minds. Yet their bodies were unable to enact any effective defense or evasive maneuvers in time. Bojack unleashed a devastating onslaught, his arms swollen to an alarming degree, muscles rippling with a menacing black and crimson aura. His fists, akin to two cannonballs of destruction, struck with a desperate force and velocity, landing mercilessly upon the unguarded abdomens of Goku and Vegeta. The indescribable agony instantly engulfed their consciousness, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, bloodshot and wide with shock, as their bodies crumpled under the weight of an irresistible force, contorting into a painful shrimp-like shape. Like two projectiles, they were violently propelled, crashing through the thick walls of the ancient castle, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. Meanwhile, on the other side of the castle, the battlefield was no less intense than the main arena. Gohan faced off against Bu, a clash reminiscent of a nimble leopard engaging with a cunning serpent. Gohan unleashed the full measure of a Super Saiyan's speed and strength, transforming into a golden whirlwind, his assaults as fierce as a torrential downpour. He cornered Bu, forcing him into a desperate retreat, utterly devoid of the means to retaliate. Bu's once ridiculous attire was now tattered and torn, leaving him to rely on the remnants of the castle for cover. Simultaneously, he frantically wielded his psychic abilities, manipulating the debris and fractured metal to rain down upon Gohan in a desperate attempt to slow his relentless advance. Although these distractions could not inflict real harm upon Gohan, they effectively disrupted his rhythm of attack. On the other front, the battle between Trunks and Bido painted a contrasting picture, a primal clash of raw power and sheer ferocity. Trunks' Super Saiyan strength was evidently superior in terms of quality, his golden aura blazing fiercely as every punch and kick bore the might to shatter mountains. Yet Bido, a muscular behemoth, was a fortress forged for combat, his skin thick and resilient to an extraordinary degree. Like a war machine devoid of pain, he relied on his beastly combat instincts and terrifying endurance to trade blows with Trunks, the fight devolving into a stalemate of sheer force. However, this fragile equilibrium was shattered with the instantaneous collapse of Tien and Yamcha. Zhangya, who had been lurking at the periphery, searching for an opportunity, suddenly gleamed with a cruel glint in her violet eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she darted into the fray like a specter, joining Gohan to form a lethal 2-on-1 scenario against Bu. Zhangya's speed was remarkable, her presence adding a crushing weight to Gohan's already intense pressure. On one hand, he was compelled to divide his focus, vigilant against Bu's elusive and unpredictable psychic attacks, whether it was the sharp, spear-like shards of rock that silently shot from the shadows while he dodged Zhangya's strikes, or the almost translucent energy threads that appeared beneath his feet, attempting to ensnare him. On the other hand, he had to contend with Zhangya's relentless and brutal close-range assaults aimed directly at his vitals. Zhangya's martial prowess was unparalleled, her fists, feet, claws, and knees danced with an ethereal speed, entwined with a swirling purple energy, weaving an intricate web of death. Son Gohan soon found himself in dire straits, struggling to fend off relentless attacks. The golden aura surrounding him flickered violently as he moved swiftly and blocked repeatedly, his purple martial arts attire tearing under the onslaught, each shred adding fresh wounds to his battered form. Sweat mixed with blood trickled down his brow, and his breaths grew increasingly labored. In a moment of frustration, Son Gohan let out a furious roar, unleashing a surge of energy that temporarily pushed Zhangya back, granting him a fleeting respite. However, in that brief instant, Bukin lay in wait for this very opportunity. "Huh, you're finished, kid," Bukin sneered, adjusting his shattered glasses. a gleam of malice flashing in his eyes as he thrust his hands forward. Buzz. Dozens of nearly invisible threads composed of pure psychic energy, like a preset trap, materialized from the void around Son Gohan at an unfathomable speed, ensnaring his limbs, waist, and neck with unyielding force. The moment he felt his body sink as if submerged in viscous glue, panic surged through him. These energy strands were not only remarkably resilient, but also voraciously siphoned his ki and stamina. The golden flames of energy surrounding him dimmed visibly, contracting slightly. I got it. Zanjia. Buchan cackled triumphantly. Die? Zanjia exclaimed, her voice laced with deadly intent. Without hesitation, she conjured a foreboding orb of energy pulsating with ominous purple-black light between her poised hands. The orb was set to launch towards Gohan, who was momentarily immobilized by the energy strands. At that critical juncture, a tightly coiled spiral beam of energy, akin to a deathly light from the underworld, shot forth from a seemingly impossible angle, striking Zanjia's energy orb with unerring precision, sending it spiraling away. Boom! The orb was violently deflected, erupting midair and unleashing a fierce shockwave that cleared nearby debris. This sudden disruption left both Zanjia and Buchan momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a dark green figure, like a stealthy cheetah, sprang forth from the shadows behind a broken stone pillar, moving with a swiftness and precision that was devoid of superfluous motion. It was none other than Piccolo, who had been lurking in the shadows. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, he unleashed a powerful sidekick, infused with all his strength, striking Buchan squarely in the face like a green battle axe, cleaving through the air. Ugh! Buchan yelped in agony as his glasses shattered, his body spinning like a top before being forcefully hurled into a pile of rubble, kicking up a cloud of dust. His siphoning of Son Gohan's energy was abruptly interrupted by the impact. Uncle Piccolo, as Gohan seizes the moment to unleash his full potential. He breaks free from the remnants of energy threads, his expression radiating the joy of survival upon the timely arrival of Piccolo. Do not lose focus. The battle is far from over. Piccolo admonishes calmly, landing steadily beside Gohan. His piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, locks onto the enraged Zanjia, who is furious from the surprise attack, as well as the bloodied Buchi, who emerges from the ruins, trembling with rage. Almost simultaneously, on the other side, Trunks lets out a mighty roar, taking advantage of the moment when Bido is momentarily distracted by the unfolding events, landing a heavy punch that sends him staggering back several paces. At this instant, the battlefield shifts once more. Trunks, Gohan, and Piccolo quickly converge, forming a sturdy triangular formation. Back to back, facing the reconvened Zanjia, Buchi, and the growling Bido, who are now engulfed in a state of furious rage due to Piccolo's unexpected intervention and Buchi's injuries. The brief respite is over, and a more brutal melee is on the verge of erupting. Chapter 122. Defeat above the castle. Gohan, Trunks, and Piccolo stand united in their triangular formation, confronting the predatory Zanjia, Buchi, and Bido. 6 formidable auras clash violently in the air, stirring the dust that permeates the castle. The numbers are equal, and their overall strength is evenly matched, resulting in an intense stalemate. However, this fragile balance cannot withstand even a fleeting moment in the face of overwhelming power. A chilling voice, as cold as that from the depths of an abyss, suddenly resonates ominously close behind Piccolo, as if summoned by a specter. Piccolo's black pupils constrict to pinpoints. His heightened senses scream in alarm, as the shadow of death envelopes him like icy water. It is too late to react. It is Bojack. He has somehow dispatched Goku and Vegeta in such a brief span of time, and has silently appeared behind Piccolo with terrifying speed. Bojack nonchalantly raises his arm, his palm almost pressing against Piccolo's unprotected lower back. A highly condensed sphere of dark energy, swirling with destructive force, materializes instantaneously. At point-blank range, the cataclysm erupts. Boom! A massive explosion engulfs Piccolo, the horrifying shockwave propelling him forward like a kite severed from its string. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan screams in anguish, helplessly witnessing as Piccolo's waist is scorched and disintegrated, blood splattering through the air like a gory painting. The essence of life flickers and fades rapidly, akin to a candle struggling against the wind, as consciousness slips away, sending him plummeting towards the cold, unyielding ground. Without a second thought, Gohan transforms into a streak of light, dashing downward just in time to catch Piccolo's gravely injured body before it crashes. Yet, Bojack's slaughter is far from over. He doesn't even bother to observe the outcome, carelessly swiping his finger. A crescent-shaped, dark purple energy blade materialized out of thin air, slicing through the atmosphere with an eerie silence, hurtling towards Gohan, who was entirely engrossed in his confrontation with Bick. "No way you will succeed." Trunks' roar resonated like thunder. In a flash, his golden figure moved at an extraordinary speed, resolutely placing himself between Gohan and the deadly energy blade. He concentrated his energy into his right foot and executed a precise and ferocious side kick, shattering the menacing blade. "Your opponent is me." Trunks glared fiercely at Bojack. With swift movements, he conjured dozens of brilliant energy blasts before his chest, like a dense meteor shower streaking across the night sky. They rained down upon the suspended Bojack from every conceivable angle. Humph, naive. Bojack extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and instantly manifested a perfectly smooth, dark purple spherical energy shield around him. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions engulfed Bojack's figure, a cacophony of fire and smoke swirling. Yet, as the dust settled, Bojack remained suspended in place, utterly unscathed. The classic scenario of being unharmed amidst the chaos. The dark purple shield gleamed as flawlessly as before, not even a ripple disturbing its surface. Foolish struggles. Bojack snorted contemptuously, his tone dripping with disdain and indifference. In that fleeting moment of shock as Trunks realized his attack had been utterly futile, a glimmer of hope flickered for Bujin, who had just risen. Enduring the pain etched across his face. His eyes sparkled with venomous malice as he unleashed his sinister, toxic energy threads once more. Countless, almost transparent energy strands, as if animated like a swarm of serpents, surged from peculiar angles, rapidly ensnaring Trunks' limbs, torso, and even his neck. What? This is bad. Trunks, in terror, discovered he was tightly bound in an instant. Even more horrifying was the realization that these cursed threads began their frenzied energy siphoning anew. His energy surged out of him like a floodgate had been breached, the golden flames consuming him, dimming and retracting rapidly. His hair visibly fading from brilliant gold to a pale purple. The Super Saiyan state was forcibly undone. Ugh! The jarring drop in power left Trunks feeling weak, further entrapped by the tenacious energy bindings. "It's over, you ignorant child." Bido emitted a thunderous roar, akin to a tank charging at full speed, as he lunged toward Trunks, who was now completely restrained. His fist, imbued with terrifying brute force, struck Trunks' chest with the ferocity of a pile driver. Crack! The resounding sound of bones fracturing pierced the air. Splutter! Trunks' eyes instantly lost all luster as a torrent of blood mixed with internal fragments erupted from his mouth. His body plummeted like a bird with broken wings, crashing heavily onto the stony ground below, raising a cloud of dust, and fell into an eternal unconsciousness. Trunks, having cautiously placed the gravely injured Bick in a relatively safe corner, Son Gohan lifted his gaze to behold a scene that nearly caused his heart to cease its rhythm. He abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes turning a vivid crimson, akin to a wounded cub. Fixating intensely on the four figures in the sky that loomed like demonic deities, his teeth grinding audibly. Yet, the adversaries would not grant him a moment to mourn. Bojack's three malevolent minions lunged towards the isolated Son Gohan simultaneously. Bukin, with a sinister grin, mercilessly unleashed that vexatious yet lethal thread of energy once more, ensnaring Gohan like a net. Struggling to evade, Gohan found himself in dire straits, having just endured a fierce battle, his stamina and energy significantly depleted. Furthermore, under the onslaught of Bido and Zanjia, he was once again ensnared by the intangible threads. His golden aura, akin to being extinguished by water, dimmed rapidly and vanished, his hair reverting to its inky black hue. The Super Saiyan transformation was undone. Alone, he floated in midair, his limbs tightly bound by the invisible energy threads, utterly immobilized. Bojack, Zanjia, Bukin, and Bido surrounded him from all directions, their faces adorned with a cruel, mocking smile reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. An absolute, suffocating predicament. Just then, two voices, though feeble, yet brimming with fighting spirit, echoed from afar. The battered forms of Son Goku and Vegeta, dragging their broken bodies, fought their way back with great difficulty. They staggered to a halt beside Son Gohan, standing shoulder to shoulder, shielding him from a portion of the onslaught. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, three battle-worn scions, their breaths labored, hovered back to back in the air, like a fragile vessel poised to capsize in a tempest. Opposite them stood the four formidable foes, exuding a cruel and mocking aura. Kakarot, these are the worthy opponents you have chosen, Vegeta gasped, blood trickling from the wound at his brow and the corner of his mouth, yet the pride of the Scion Prince still flickered in his eyes, filled with overwhelming resentment and fury. Haha, Vegeta, don't speak of despair. The show isn't over yet. Goku strained to hold himself upright, attempting to gather his energy anew. But the excruciating pain and exhaustion rendered each breath a monumental challenge. Bojack hovered ahead, evidently having lost the last vestige of patience for the spectacle. The stubborn vitality of these insects irked him. Eliminate them, he commanded coldly, as if issuing an order of trifling significance. Zanjia, Bukin, and Baido immediately launched their final lethal assault. Zanjia transformed into a streak of purple light, charging straight ahead. Baido barreled in like a war chariot from the flank, while Bukin circled the perimeter, poised to strike again with his supernatural abilities. Goku and Vegeta roared, expending their last reserves of strength to confront the onslaught, striving to afford Gohan a moment to breathe and recover. Bang! Boom! Yet, the disparity in their conditions was insurmountable. With but a fleeting glance, the already weary duo was once again violently hurled away by Zanjia and Bidu, blood splattering the sky like spilled ink as they fell heavily to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Now, only the black-haired son Gohan remained, standing alone against four formidable adversaries. Chapter 123. Resolve, little brat. It's truly your turn now. Zanjia sneered, charging forward in a flash of light. The energy strands from Bukin tightened once more, rendering Gohan's final struggles utterly futile. Bidu's colossal fist followed closely behind, carrying a terrifying gale capable of crushing everything in its path, hurtling towards the helpless Gohan. Meanwhile, Bojack, adorned with a cruel, indifferent smile, casually raised his hand, summoning a dark purple energy sphere that swirled with destructive power, aimed directly at the motionless Gohan like a target. It's over. A flicker of despair crossed Son Gohan's eyes. Just as the situation reached its critical point, a tall, silent figure, resembling an unyielding wall of steel, suddenly surged into the battlefield with astonishing speed. Acting as the most formidable shield, it resolutely positioned itself between Gohan and Bojack's annihilating energy sphere. It was Android 16, the warrior who had remained like a silent mountain, calmly observing the unfolding battle. In that moment made the most decisive choice driven by emotions surpassing its original programming. Its massive mechanical form erupted with incredible propulsion, akin to a silver meteor, precisely and resolutely inserting itself into the minuscule gap between death and survival. Boom! The dark purple energy sphere, laden with destructive power, collided forcefully against Android 16's right arm, which had intervened just in time. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, and a blinding light instantaneously engulfed the right half of 16's body. In the midst of the violent explosion, countless precisely crafted mechanical parts and sparking severed wires scattered like fireworks. The tremendous impact staggered Android 16, causing its robust form to stumble backward, leaving deep ruts in the ground beneath its metallic feet. Ultimately, accompanied by a heavy thud, it knelt on one knee, its left arm quivering as it supported its body. Its right arm had completely vanished below the shoulder, leaving only flickering blue arcs of electricity and exposed, twisted metal structures. 16. Son Gohan gasped in shock, his heart gripped by the sight of the figure that had become a mere remnant in its quest to protect him. Android 16 lifted its head. Its usually tranquil electronic eyes now seemed to shimmer with a resolute light. It glanced at Gohan, and then, as if seeing through him, turned its gaze toward the approaching androids 17 and 18. A deep voice resonated, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness and power, in the face of such malevolence. Those who revel in slaughter and destruction harbor no illusions and adhere to no feudal principles. Awaken your hearts of fury. Only total annihilation can serve as the singular response to them. These words struck Son Gohan's heart like a thunderclap. In an instant, the image of Android 16 sacrificing himself, the sight of his father and comrades gravely wounded, and the ruthless arrogance of Bojack and his crew coalesced into the perfect embodiment of Android 16's furious declaration. A certain primal force, long suppressed within the depths of his Scion bloodline, was abruptly unleashed. Ah! Son Gohan let out a primal scream towards the heavens. An overwhelming fury, profound sorrow, and the purest will to protect surged forth like a torrent, shattering all the shackles constructed by his kind nature. Boom! An unimaginable golden aura erupted from within him once more. This time, it transcended mere energy, resembling a veritable tsunami of power. A searing brilliance illuminated the dilapidated castle, distorting even the edges of the simulated environment. The cameras surrounding the scene shattered in response. His hair stood erect, transforming into a more frigid hue of gold. Crackling silver lightning danced around him like wild serpents, bursting forth. He slowly lowered his head, his azure eyes replaced by a chilling emerald green. Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form re-emerged, following the Cell Games, born anew from the depths of his fury. Almost simultaneously, Android 16's grave words reached the ears of Androids 17 and 18, causing 18's previously apathetic expression to falter momentarily. Meanwhile, 17's pupils dilated, his demeanor reflecting a rare tremor of emotion. He had not anticipated that the usually silent Android 16, seemingly only interested in nature, would step forward in this critical moment, even sacrificing his mechanical form to shield Son Gohan from a lethal blow. Furthermore, 16's resounding words unsettled 17's heart. Until now, 17 had regarded himself as an observer, detached from the conflicts of good and evil, life and death. Yet at this moment, he clearly perceived the sparks erupting from 16's damaged shoulder and heard the almost emotive clangor emanating from his mechanical body. The habitual laziness and indifference that adorned his face vanished in an instant. An icy aura, akin to a storm at absolute zero, erupted from his being. The air seemed to crystallize, and the temperature plummeted sharply. His gaze sharpened like a blade, revealing an anger that even he had not realized was simmering within. How ironic that in the end, he was schooled by a robot. 17 let out a faint yet piercingly cold chuckle. Before Son Gohan, now transformed and exuding an earth-shattering presence, could make a move, and before Bojack could recover from the astonishment of 16's sudden intervention and Gohan's renewed surge of power, 17 vanished. This was not merely an afterimage of high-speed movement, but an almost spatial leap, an absolute velocity beyond capture. Without any forewarning, he materialized directly in the blind spot behind Bojack. The pride Bojack took in his combat instincts and perception utterly failed him in this moment, as he sensed not even the slightest hint of danger. He could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a distorted shadow from the corner of his eye. An unprecedented sense of lethal peril pierced through him like an icy spear. He attempted to turn, to summon energy for defense, yet it was all far too late. The attack from number 17 was devoid of any superfluous movement, simple, fierce, and chillingly efficient. A seemingly ordinary kick, yet imbued with terrifying force and unparalleled speed, tore through the air like the scythe of death severing fate itself. Crack! A crisp, bone-chilling sound of fracture sharply sliced through the stagnant battlefield. Bojack felt not an ounce of pain. He merely sensed a sudden loss of weight, his vision beginning to whirl chaotically. In the last remnants of his blurred sight, he beheld an image he would never comprehend until his dying breath. His headless body, neck spewing forth an eerie purple blood like a fountain, stood upright solely due to inertia. His head had been cleanly severed from his neck by number 17's astonishingly swift kick. The expression frozen on his grotesque face was one of utter astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of bewilderment. Number 17's assault showed no signs of hesitation. He didn't even spare a glance at the soaring head. With a casual lift of his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, he unleashed two meticulously compressed green energy blasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! One blast accurately pursued the flying head in midair, vaporizing it instantly, leaving not a trace of ash. The other struck the headless body almost simultaneously, obliterating it entirely into nothingness. This was the once dreaded Bojack, who had roamed the cosmos, forcing the four Supreme Kings to unite for his sealing. In the blink of an eye, number 17 eradicated him with absolute power, speed, and coldness, thoroughly, cleanly, and decisively. He was unable to mount any semblance of resistance. Not even a single cry of anguish escaped his lips. The entire sequence unfolded with such rapidity it bordered on the absurd. It wasn't until Bojack had completely vanished from this universe that his three subordinates, Zanjia, Buqin, and Baidu, who were still reeling from Gohan's transformation, finally grasped what had transpired. An overwhelming terror consumed their expressions in that instant. Chapter 124. The Seeds Beneath the Setting Sun, third update. Meanwhile, Gohan, unleashed in his Super Saiyan 2 form, felt an eruption of fury, akin to a volcano, desperately seeking an outlet. His eyes, ablaze with emerald flames yet devoid of warmth, locked onto the remaining three accomplices, trembling violently in fear, their resolve nearly shattered by Bojack's sudden demise. Monsters! Two monsters! Buqin was the first to scream, his voice sharp and distorted by sheer terror. The instinct for survival eclipsed all else, compelling him to instinctively unleash the most potent strands of his energy once more. Countless translucent energy filaments, more densely woven than before, surged forth like frenzied, venomous vines, attempting to entwine and ensnare Son Gohan, even if it meant merely buying him a fraction of a second to flee. However, this time, those once invincible and resilient strands disintegrated upon contact with Gohan's aura, ablaze with a tumultuous golden flame and crackling with destructive silver lightning, as if they were ice threads cast into a steel furnace. They shattered into countless fragments without even the semblance of struggle, vaporizing instantaneously, unable to delay him even for a mere hundredth of a second. The overwhelming disparity in power rendered all attempts utterly futile. How could this be? My abilities are failing me. Buchan's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Gohan's icy gaze swept over him, and in an instant, his form vanished like a specter. In the next millisecond, Gohan appeared before the paralyzed Buchan, frozen in sheer terror, as if he had teleported. With a resounding thud, there was no flourish of techniques, merely a straightforward yet lightning-fast punch that struck Buchan's abdomen, rendering his nervous system incapable of transmitting the sensation of pain. Like a high-pressure water jet, the blow penetrated Buchan's defenseless midsection without obstruction. Guhua. Buchan's eyes bulged horrifically, nearly bursting from their sockets, his body arching violently, as if bereft of bones. No longer was he spewing saliva, but rather a thick torrent of blood mixed with shattered internal organs. The energy within him plummeted as if severed from its source, and his life force ebbed away like the receding tide. He plummeted to the ground like a discarded, empty sack, falling silent. Instant annihilation, without a hint of doubt. Roar. Witnessing the despairing demise of his companions, Baidu unleashed a primal scream infused with sheer terror and madness, reminiscent of a cornered beast. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength, his muscles grotesquely swelling, dark veins crawling across his body like earthworms. His massive fist, fueled by the desperation of mutual destruction, tore through the air as it descended upon Gohan's nape with catastrophic intent. In the face of this dying counterattack capable of leveling mountains, Gohan did not even turn around. As though he possessed eyes in the back of his head, he merely raised a hand casually. Crack! With a light sound, Baidu's colossal fist, imbued with all his might, was effortlessly caught by Gohan's single hand, remaining utterly immobile. The immense kinetic energy dissipated like a cow sinking into the sea, consumed by the sheer gulf of power. A look of incredulity and absurdity washed over Baidu's face, his pupils trembling as if witnessing the most unfathomable spectacle in existence. Gohan tightened his grip around Baidu's fist. Crack! A resounding snap of bone echoed sharply. Baidu's robust wrist was crushed under Gohan's relentless hold. Baidu emitted a shriek that twisted into a haunting wail. With a casual wave of his other hand, Sun Wukong unleashed a golden energy blade, as delicate as a cicada's wing yet remarkably sharp, slicing through the air to create a perfect golden line. The heart-wrenching scream of Biduna came to an abrupt halt, as if his throat had been severed by the sharpest of knives. His massive head shot upwards, frozen in an expression of utter agony and unrelenting terror, while his decapitated body stood rigid for a moment before crashing to the ground like a felled giant tree, producing a thunderous sound. Another instant kill, an annihilation of epic proportions. In the blink of an eye, two notorious villains of the cosmos met their gruesome demise, reduced to mere fodder. The brutality of it all unfolded too swiftly, too mercilessly. The final survivor, Zanjia, was paralyzed by sheer horror, witnessing a massacre that resembled the effortless slaughter of vegetables. obliterating her last vestiges of combat spirit, leaving only the primal instinct to flee. She emitted a desperate, piercing scream, too frightened to cast another glance at Sun Wukong. Turning, she propelled herself at an unparalleled speed, transforming into a sorrowful purple streak, intent on escaping into the distant sky without a care in the world. Sun Wukong's gaze remained icy, unwavering and devoid of compassion. For these malefactors who had wrought havoc and harmed his loved ones, annihilation was the only fitting resolution. A fist-sized energy orb rapidly formed in his palm, then was launched with a speed several times that of Zhangjia's flight, slicing through the sky. In her eyes, filled with ultimate despair and terror, and amid her wretched screams, the golden orb of death accurately pursued her, engulfing her in an instant and resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The resplendent golden light erupted like a supernova, annihilating every cell within her being. When the brilliance faded, nothing remained in the air, as if she had never existed. The battle concluded in a manner that was almost overwhelmingly brutal. The holographic castle environment gradually began to dissipate, like receding tides, revealing the ravaged remnants of the competition venue below. Number 17 slowly descended from the sky. The chilling aura around him dissipated, yet his handsome visage remained shrouded in a layer of cold frost. He did not glance at Sun Wukong, who had just avenged himself and was gradually regaining his composure, as though the earth-shattering transformation and slaughter were of no concern to him. His steps were resolute and unhesitant as he approached the ruins, where number 16 remained in a single knee position. The fracture in number 16's right shoulder still flickered with dangerous sparks, emitting a faint crackling sound. The intricate internal machinery and severed energy conduits were exposed, the metallic edges twisted and grotesque, clearly showing severe damage. Interfering, number 17 halted before number 16, looking down at his half-shoulder, his tone seemingly as usual, tinged with habitual annoyance and disdain, yet a subtle tremor lurked deep within his gaze. On the 16th, a voice was heard, and it slowly lifted its head, the electronic eye flickering momentarily, as if conducting a self-diagnostic check. It subsequently responded in its characteristic deep and steady electronic tone. This is the optimal choice. After a brief pause, just when the 17th thought the conversation had concluded, a surprisingly human smile graced the typically stoic and resolute visage of the 16th. The 18th approached with long strides, glancing at the 16th's grievous injuries, her finely shaped brows knitting together as she crossed her arms and let out a soft click of disapproval. That's quite a severe injury. The repairs will be a monumental task. What a hassle. Her tone retained the inherent detachment of an artificial being, yet her gaze lingered on the horrifying wound for several seconds longer. The 17th fell silent, his ice-blue eyes flickering slightly, diverting his gaze from the 16th's wound to slowly survey the chaotic battlefield around them, collapsed structures, and further still, the motionless bodies of fallen warriors. For the first time, he found himself grappling with a profound doubt regarding his previous stance as a mere observer, one tinged with amusement and curiosity. If only he had acted sooner. Perhaps the 16th would not have endured such grievous injuries, nor would those individuals have. It became evident that a purely observational position is not always applicable in a world rife with unforeseen variables and intense emotional currents. The blood-red hues of the setting sun cast an impartial glow upon the ravaged ruins, gently enveloping those battered heroes who had protected the earth in their own ways. Peace had once again descended, while subtle yet potentially far-reaching changes quietly took root within the hearts of some. Chapter 125, The Declaration of Satan's Victory, Part 4. At this moment, the venue for the world's greatest martial arts tournament resembled a wasteland recently ravaged by natural disaster. Rather than a competition arena, the simulated environment system had long been deactivated, revealing the grim reality beneath its once glamorous facade. The fantastical competition area had transformed into a vast depression, its edges marked by twisted, torn metal frameworks and crackling severed cables. The ground was blanketed with thick dust and debris, bearing the charred scars and vitrified crystalline surfaces left by energy impacts. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone, a faint metallic tang of blood, and the burnt odor of construction materials, a nauseating amalgamation of odors. Staff members and emergency medical personnel hastily summoned from nearby cities scurried through the enormous wreckage like ants in a disaster film, their figures diminutive yet industrious amidst the chaos. They called out each other's names, illuminating the shadowy corners with flashlights, carefully using stretchers to carry away injured spectators and workers, each face reflecting a mixture of terror and fatigue. The low sounds of weeping, pained groans, urgent commands, and the rumbling of rescue equipment interwove into a heavy and chaotic symphony of survival after calamity. Rescue airships circled overhead, casting beams of light that added to the desolation of the disaster scene. A crucial detail is that all the cameras originally intended to document the entirety of the conference, especially the climactic and earth-shattering battle, have now been reduced to scattered heaps of charred scrap metal, emitting wisps of black smoke. The frenzied and malevolent energy from Bojack's crew, coupled with the cataclysmic power unleashed by Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, generated energy shockwaves and electromagnetic pulses that far exceeded the limits of these delicate instruments. They left no visual evidence for analysis. The truth has been physically obliterated. Amidst this chaos, several figures, starkly out of place in their surroundings, momentarily converged. Goku clutched his still-throbbing chest, grimacing as he moved his shoulders, yet his face bore a miraculous, unwaveringly optimistic smile. Ah, that was a close call. I almost met my end. Thanks to you, Gohan. And, thank you, number 17. He scratched his head, looking over at number 17, who remained composed, offering his genuine gratitude. Ultimately, it was number 17 who had annihilated the most troublesome Bojack with a swift, thunderous strike. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, standing a short distance away with his arms crossed, deliberately maintaining a buffer. He too bore significant injuries, his battlesuit tattered in multiple places, yet he stood tall, embodying the pride and obstinacy of a Saiyan prince. A fleeting glimpse of relaxation crossed his features as he glanced at Trunks, who, despite his own grievous wounds, had awakened. Kakarot, stop your rambling. Hurry back and get treated. Do you wish to humiliate yourself further by lingering here? His words were unyielding, as if even a moment longer was an affront to his dignity. Gohan had reverted from his Super Saiyan state, weariness etched on his face. Yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. Having experienced intense fury in battle, he seemed to have matured a notch. He first nodded solemnly to number 17 in gratitude, then turned his concerned gaze toward Krillin, supported by Piccolo, and to Yamcha and Tien, who had just regained consciousness, wincing in pain as they helped each other. Everyone bore severe injuries and required the healing properties of the Senzu beans post-haste. Gohan's voice was laden with apprehension. Piccolo, arms crossed, his green skin marked with several deep gashes, spoke in a low tone. This place is not safe for prolonged stay. His calm gaze swept over the increasingly dense crowd of rescue personnel and the emerging media, making it clear that their unconventional existence and the events that had just transpired were not suited for public scrutiny. Number 17 nodded, responding to Goku's gratitude with an expression devoid of emotion. Then, he abruptly turned to the disgruntled Vegeta and stated in a tone as casual as if discussing the pleasant weather, "Hey, let's go to your house." Without waiting for Vegeta to respond, he hoisted the severely damaged number 16 and succinctly added, "We need to ask your wife Bulma to fix him up." His tone was self-evident, as if merely borrowing a tool from a neighbor. "Goku." Just then, a rugged yet familiar voice called out from a distance. A figure adorned with a katana and possessing a rotund belly, Akalobe, was hastily approaching while wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, he was present amidst this grand celebration. However, let there be no misunderstanding. He harbored no interest in the martial contests taking place. What drew him here was evidently the vibrant food street at the opposite end of the festivities. Although Akalobe's combat prowess had long fallen behind the mainstream, his sensitivity to the atmosphere remained intact. The moment a confrontation erupted between Sun Wukong and Bojack's crew, he astutely sought refuge in a prime vantage point to observe the unfolding events. Now, as the dust of battle settled, he hurriedly emerged to assess the situation. "You all seem to be in quite a state," he remarked, catching his breath. As he squinted at the gathered warriors, he skillfully retrieved an aged yet sturdy little cloth pouch from what appeared to be an unassuming outfit. "Fortunately, I have a habit of carrying some insurance," he mumbled, shaking the pouch, which emitted the gentle clinking of several beans. Indeed, they were the mystical Senzu beans. "Wow, Akalobe, your timing is impeccable," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up like a child who had stumbled upon treasure. He swiftly seized the pouch, exclaiming, "You've saved us." He promptly distributed the Senzu beans to his battered comrades. After a brief exchange of glances and confirmations, the warriors transformed into vibrant streaks of colored energy, piercing through the lingering dust of the ruins and swiftly vanished into the horizon. Shortly thereafter, number 17 lifted the silent number 16, exchanging a glance with number 18, who seemed merely to be enjoying a leisurely stroll. In unison, the three ascended into the air, their trajectory aimed at the West City Capsule Corporation, departing with equal swiftness, as if they had never graced the ruins with their presence. True heroes arrive unexpectedly and depart silently, leaving behind a chaotic mess and an unacknowledged truth. Just as this turmoil persisted for nearly half an hour, an incongruous, yet somewhat comical roar of an engine grew closer. A vehicle, adorned with the insignia of the Satan News Channel and appearing to be a makeshift track inspection car, cautiously navigated the relatively even outskirts of the ruins before finally coming to a halt at a considerable distance from the core devastation. The doors swung open abruptly, and a throng of journalists, who had been eagerly awaiting like sharks sensing blood, spilled forth, armed with spare cameras and work lights. They anxiously sought the figures of the heroes, their lenses greedily scanning the desolate landscape. At that moment, as if orchestrated by fate, a pile of inconspicuous rubble suddenly collapsed with a clatter. A figure sprang forth, vigorously brushing off the dust, none other than our Mr. Satan. It turned out that he had been forcibly ushered by the organizers into a rail car bound for the ultimate battleground. Unfortunately, the terrifying energy unleashed during the clash between Bojack's crew and the warriors caused a rupture in the tracks. Resulting in the car, he occupied derailing and tumbling into the relatively soft pile of debris. The violent impact rendered him unconscious, fortuitously burying him beneath a relatively secure shelter, allowing him to survive the cataclysmic battle unscathed. It was not until everything concluded and the number 17 departed that he was roused by the cacophony outside. Shaking his dazed head, he immediately became aware of countless cameras and spotlights directed at him. His professional demeanor surged forth in an instant. He straightened his posture, cleared his throat with vigor, and adjusted the champion's cloak, which, though dust-covered, remained striking. "Dear esteemed audience, behold," he declared, pointing at the desolate ruins before him. As his voice, amplified through the microphone hastily handed to him by his apprentice, resonated throughout the vicinity and transmitted globally via satellite. "This is the aftermath of my recent confrontation with those nefarious terrorists who emerged from the darkest corners of the universe." As he spoke, he carefully navigated around the jagged debris and exposed wires, striking a series of poses he deemed powerful and emblematic of a victor. The battle, it was nothing short of intense, utterly brutal. Their strength was beyond imagination. The evil was profound. Even the cameras on site could not withstand the formidable aura of justice that emanated from me when I, Mr. Satan, became earnest. They all shattered. He gestured animatedly, enhancing his persuasiveness. The journalists, witnessing the extraordinary devastation that seemed apocalyptic, glanced at Mr. Satan's serious demeanor, his expression particularly stern and pale, betraying a hint of the trauma he had just survived. They recalled his past glories, notably his triumph over Cell, and their doubts swiftly transformed into awe and rational acceptance. Though the enemy was unprecedentedly powerful, Mr. Satan continued, becoming increasingly engrossed in his narrative, as if he had truly experienced the harrowing battle. He even wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. However, under my indomitable courage and the secret techniques honed to protect Earth, those villains were ultimately vanquished. Yes, everyone is safe. Peace has once again returned to our planet. His words echoed through the live broadcast, reaching countless anxious citizens sheltering at home. Upon hearing Mr. Satan's familiar voice and victorious declaration, they erupted in jubilant celebration, grateful for their narrow escape. They once more showered him with admiration and reverence, praising the hero who had repeatedly saved the world. Flowers, applause, and accolades enveloped Mr. Satan, and he reveled in the familiar glory, exhaling a quiet sigh of relief, buoyed by the notion that he had once again evaded scrutiny. Meanwhile, high above the bustling city, number 17 glanced back toward the venue, a faint, imperceptible smile gracing his lips. He shook his head, dismissing the absurd spectacle below, and accelerated toward the capsule company. The golden sunset elongated their shadows, as the true heroes silently departed, while the false heroes basked in the glow of the setting sun and the spotlight, reveling in the accolades and applause that rightfully belonged to another. Once again, the peace of the earth was preserved in this peculiar manner. the saga of the Galactic Warriors draws to a close. In this narrative, I primarily wish to highlight the transformation of Number 17's mindset and the revelations regarding Number 16's strength. After all, it is implausible for any member of the trio of protagonists to lag behind in power. Let us anticipate the growth that awaits in the next installment. Thank you for your support. Chapter 126. Reflections in the Laboratory in the official timeline of Dragon Ball. The awakening of the God of Destruction follows the saga of Majin Buu. However, in the alternate timeline, it marks the genesis of the universe. To ensure the progression of the official timeline and the necessary narrative developments, certain cosmic events have been integrated to fill in the gaps of those years. In West City, at Capsule Corporation, a stark contrast prevailed against the chaotic and tumultuous atmosphere outside, rife with bizarre reports and the jubilant celebrations of survivors. This expansive private research domain maintained the characteristic tranquility and efficiency of high-tech fields, as if an invisible barrier kept all noise at bay. Passing through several alloy gates that required advanced clearance to access, one would find a top-tier laboratory, a culmination of the Brief family's lifelong dedication. The interior of the laboratory exuded a rigorous sense of futuristic technology, perhaps due to Dr. Brief's eccentric yet vibrant personality. The overall arrangement of the lab felt anything but cold. Soft blue lighting illuminated every corner, dispelling shadows without being harsh on the eyes. Countless transparent displays of varying sizes and slender thickness floated in midair or were embedded in the surrounding walls, showcasing torrents of dizzyingly complex data streams and constantly rotating, disassembling, and reassembling three-dimensional mechanical schematics. Several precision, silver mechanical arms descended silently from concealed compartments in the ceiling, currently in standby mode, with tiny laser calibrators intermittently emitting crimson points of light for micron-level self-adjustments. The air was infused with a faint scent of ozone mixed with the aroma of high-efficiency coolant, a signature essence of high-precision instruments in continuous operation. Various unnamed advanced devices emitted a low, steady hum, forming a constant background white noise that accentuated an ultimate sense of serenity. At the center of the laboratory stood a specially designed multifunction maintenance platform, interconnected with numerous cables and energy conduits. At this moment, the Mohawk Warrior Number 16 lay serenely upon the platform. His large and robust physique nearly occupied the entire surface, and the once silent and reliable figure now appeared somewhat fragile. At this moment, the exterior shell above his chest and the armor on his right shoulder have been completely opened, revealing an internal structure that is a dazzling amalgamation of artistry and violence. Countless energy conduits of varying thickness, emanating a faint phosphorescence, intertwine like the most intricate neural network. The miniature energy core situated in the central region pulsates steadily with a profound azure glow, even in low power mode, harboring an immense power. Beneath layers of superalloy framework lie tens of thousands of minute components, sensors, and processing chips, composing his extraordinarily complex internal world. His head tilts slightly to one side, and the electronic eyes, which often observe the world with tranquility, are now dim, indicating that the main power source has evidently been temporarily severed, entering the deepest maintenance mode. Bulma and her father, Dr. Brief, are intensely focused, working around the platform. Bulma has shed her usual fashionable attire, donning a pristine white anti-static lab coat. Her blue hair neatly tied back, and her face adorned with high-magnification electronic goggles, the lenses reflecting streams of rapidly flowing data light. In her hand, she holds an exquisitely precise energy flow calibration pen, its tip emitting a delicate guiding beam as she carefully adjusts several energy circuits near the number 16 core processor, which are thinner than a strand of hair. Beads of sweat form on her forehead due to her extreme concentration, her expression serious, each movement gentle yet precise, as if she were conducting the most delicate of surgical procedures. Beside her, Dr. Brief appears considerably more casual. He sports a head of light purple hair, complemented by a distinctive white goatee, and classic black-rimmed glasses perch upon his nose. Clad in an aged white lab coat, beneath which he wears a light-colored shirt, his dark gray trousers bear the marks of some unknown oil stains. Most strikingly, a small black kitten, with only its eyes a milky white, rests comfortably on one shoulder. The little cat seems to have long adapted to the laboratory's environment, peacefully napping and adding an odd vivacity to this serious scene. At this moment, The doctor deftly manipulates a multifunctional molecular welder and a handheld spectrometer, meticulously repairing the armor interface and main energy conduit at the right shoulder of Unit 16, occasionally emitting soft sounds of admiration or mumbled confusion when faced with perplexities. Unbelievably, as Dr. Brief directs a fine stream of particles from the welder, calibrating a recently reattached coarse energy conduit, he cannot help but murmur in awe, his voice resonating clearly in the quiet laboratory. The topological design of this energy circuit and its actual conduction efficiency challenged the very foundations of contemporary physics, far surpassing the theoretical limits of our most advanced superconducting materials. That old madman, Dr. Gallo, though obstinate, how did he resolve the issues of quantum tunneling and energy dissipation under high-energy states? It defies scientific rationale. Bulma remained engrossed in her meticulous task, her head bowed and her focus unwavering. With a tone imbued with the complex emotions of a leading scientist grappling with the pinnacle of technology, both admiration and trepidation, she remarked, "It's not just the energy circuit. Father, observe the biochemical fusion interface of the mechanical unit, as well as this unprecedented nanoscale self-repair matrix that seems to possess active characteristics. This transcends mere mechanics. It is an exquisite masterpiece that epitomizes the harmonious fusion of biology, materials science, and energy." She paused for a moment, inhaling deeply, but the thought that this was the technology Dr. Geros employed to fabricate instruments of destruction sent a chill down her spine. What a terrifying and twisted genius he was. At that instant, the laboratory's automatic doors glided open silently, and Subjects 17 and 18 entered sequentially. Subject 18, with her golden locks cascading casually over her shoulders, immediately fixed her gaze upon the immobile Subject 16 on the platform. A flicker of mild concern passed through her icy blue eyes, but she quickly averted her gaze. Leaning habitually against the control console with her arms crossed, feigning indifference, Subject 17, his hands buried in his pockets and his expression inscrutable, approached the maintenance platform, silently scrutinizing the exposed internal structure of Subject 16, which resembled a slumbering colossal beast. Observing the components that should have radiated power but were now eerily silent, especially the shocking fracture on the right shoulder, he instinctively furrowed his brow. Just a single Broly had inflicted such severe damage upon Subject 16. An unforeseen complication that disrupted his role as an observer and instilled an indescribable sense of stagnation. Today it was Broly. Who could assure him that a more formidable and troublesome adversary would not emerge in the future? At least, known threats like Majin Buu existed. The power of Subject 16 needed enhancement. Once this thought took root, it spread like ripples across the surface of a tranquil lake, growing increasingly urgent. He raised his head to gaze at Bulma, who had just completed a critical repair phase and was gently removing the microscope, massaging her slightly throbbing temples. "Bulma," Subject 17 spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unusual seriousness. "After the repair of his injuries, is there a possibility for some upgrades?" Both Bulma and Dr. Brief paused their tasks, looking at him with surprise. "Upgrades?" Bulma echoed, her brow furrowed in confusion as she wiped her hands with a towel. "What kind of upgrades are you referring to? For instance, could we remove or relax the output limiter on the energy core?" Subject 17 suggested, gesturing towards the stable, pulsating reactor within Subject 16's chest. "Or perhaps replace it with a stronger armor material." Bulma exchanged a glance with her father, both wearing expressions of resignation. With a sigh, Bulma approached a nearby main control console, swiftly tapping a few keys to bring up a holographic projection of Subject 16's internal structure. She rotated the image, pointing to several critical nodes marked in red. "Subject 17, I comprehend your intentions. However, it is exceedingly difficult. One might even assert that, given Earth's current technological capabilities, it is virtually impossible." Her tone grew serious. Dr. Gallo's technological framework is a self-contained, entirely closed-loop system that is remarkably advanced. Many of its design concepts and underlying logic are beyond our full comprehension, let alone safe modification. Take the energy core, for instance. Its output limiter is not merely a physical switch or a software lock. On a deeper level, it is intricately tied to the entire energy management system, thermal circulation, and possibly even the foundational combat logic. To forcibly remove or alter this limitation would likely not enhance power output, but rather lead to catastrophic failure of the entire energy system, resulting in overload, circuit destruction, and potentially the most dire consequence, core meltdown. That would be tantamount to a direct death sentence for him. Dr. Breve took over the conversation, his tone resembling that of one lamenting an irreplicable masterpiece. Indeed, my dear. It is akin to discovering an exquisite sword forged by a medieval master, imbued with a lifetime of dedication. Its structure, balance, and sharpness have achieved a flawless perfection under the constraints of its materials and craftsmanship. However, you wish to install a laser sight and an electromagnetic acceleration rail onto it. Setting aside whether such technology can be seamlessly integrated, even if we were to forcibly modify it, the most likely outcome would be the destruction of the sword's intrinsic balance and beauty, possibly causing it to shatter under the strain of the newly added systems. Our current technology is far from capable of safely upgrading it. Our only recourse is to act as the most patient conservators, striving to restore it to the most stable state envisioned by Dr. Gallo at its inception. The small black cat perched on his shoulder seemed to awaken from the serious atmosphere, lazily shifting its position. Chapter 127, Objective 2, Planet. Dr. Breve's analogy, though somewhat peculiar, conveyed a clear message. The technological tree of Earth and the dark technological tree, inclined towards biomechanical and high-energy weaponry that Dr. Gallo had unlocked, exhibit a glaring generational disparity. This is not a gap that mere effort or intelligence can easily bridge. It is more akin to products of civilizations that have evolved along divergent dimensions. Restoration is feasible, and even reverse engineering certain technologies may be possible. Given the genius of Bulma and Dr. Breve, with time, some degree of understanding might be achieved. However, the aspiration to safely and reliably surpass the nearly obsessive perfection of Dr. Gallo's original design appears bleak at present. Any forceful attempt is likely to result in destruction rather than enhancement. Number 17 listened in silence, neither contradicting nor displaying any overt signs of disappointment. A flicker of light glimmered in his ice-blue eyes, akin to a high-speed processing chip, as his gaze returned to the slumbering giant, number 16, on the maintenance platform. The extraordinarily intricate internal structure before him stood as both a testament to Dr. Gallo's mad brilliance and a cold, unyielding technological barrier, clearly delineating the limits of Earth's current science. His gaze shifted away from the glimmering precision components within the confines of Room 16. His hands casually tucked into his pockets as he meandered aimlessly through the laboratory. His eyes swept across the surrounding floating screens, intricate robotic arms, and energy sensors, symbols of Earth's pinnacle technology. Yet his expression betrayed a certain distraction, indicating that his thoughts had long since departed from this chamber brimming with human ingenuity. If it cannot be done, then so be it. Clearly, Earth's technological advancements have yet to evolve towards the realm of high-energy mechanical life forms. He assessed this calmly in his mind, realizing that if he were to wait for them to break through this technological barrier, he might as well be waiting for the next millennium. He held no doubt regarding Bulma and her father's capabilities. They were undoubtedly geniuses. However, the chasm of technology and the bottleneck of theory cannot simply be bridged in a short time by sheer brilliance alone. It necessitates the cumulative and iterative foundation of an entire civilization. The phrases Dr. Geros' android modifications flickered through his mind, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a grander notion. No, the old man's technology is by no means the pinnacle of the cosmos. It may merely represent the tip of a far grander technological iceberg. The universe is vast, civilizations countless, and the galaxies expansive. Civilizations that evolved millions of years before Earth, races that embarked on divergent evolutionary paths, must possess alternative methodologies and technologies for enhancement. Perhaps there exist systems that could complement Dr. Geros' technology or even surpass it. His eyes glimmered with a burgeoning clarity of thought, quickly solidifying into a resolute conviction. Perhaps the answers truly lie beyond the confines of Earth. He halted his steps and turned towards Bulma, who was frowning at a complex schematic displayed on the main console, and inquired with a steady voice imbued with clear intent. Bulma, do you have any databases concerning other civilizations in the universe, particularly those focused on mechanical life forms, high-performance alloy technology, or specialized energy conversion technologies? Any relevant information would suffice. Bulma, momentarily taken aback by his query amid her frustration over the technological impasse, quickly grasped his intent. She swiftly composed herself and tapped rapidly on the console, bringing forth a complex search interface adorned with star maps. There are some, but they are few and quite scattered. Primarily, they consist of star map coordinates parsed from the Namekian navigational logs, along with data fragments recovered from damaged flight recorders during the earlier cataloging of Frisia's Legion's residual materials. The completeness is quite poor, with many entries marked as unknown or unreliable. What are you looking for? Though she described the information as sparse, the vast scale of Frisia's former dominion over the cosmos ensured that even fragmented data contained oceanic quantities of information, akin to countless shells scattered upon a beach, requiring immense patience and luck to discover the valuable ones. I seek a location that may possess technology akin to that of Dr. Geros, or whose technological trajectory could complement the Geros system. On the 17th, he approached the control console, his gaze sharpening like the most precise scanner, swiftly filtering through the incessantly scrolling interstellar coordinates, civilizational summaries, and technical feature tags. Countless planetary names, peculiar racial descriptions, and vague technical keywords cascaded before his eyes like an expansive waterfall of data. Time elapsed in silence, marked only by the faint hum of the instruments, the occasional tapping of Bulma's keyboard, and the succinct commands issued by the 17th, narrowing the search parameters. The 18th had quietly approached at some point, standing silently beside him, watching the celestial currents on the screen, her ice-blue eyes revealing no discernible emotion. Suddenly, the finger of the 17th halted its scrolling, his gaze fixed upon an exceedingly brief entry, marked with dubious reliability. The source was a fragment of a damaged log from a destroyed Frisia Force low-level reconnaissance ship, chronicling a brief observational record caused by a malfunction. The log, using terse military jargon, referenced a peculiar planet designated as 2, describing it as highly metallic, with surface monitoring detecting large-scale unnatural geometric structures, suspected signs of a highly developed non-organic intelligent civilization, along with indications of an exceptionally powerful and stable energy response, and traces of large mechanical constructs in activity. Accompanying this was an extremely blurry, noise-ridden long-distance photograph, depicting the planet under the light of its sun, exhibiting an unnatural, cold metallic sheen, resembling a colossal mechanical artifact. The 217th subconsciously whispered this code. In that moment, his mind began to operate at an unprecedented speed, not merely calculating, but engaging in a profound retrieval and correlation of information. As a traveler, his greatest advantage lay not solely in the strength of this body, but also in the fragmented, hazy insights he possessed regarding the future of this world and its settings. These fragments, typically dormant in the depths of memory, were instantaneously activated by the keyword 2, the highly metallic mechanical constructs of Planet 2. Yes, this was it. A flash of inspiration coursed through the ocean of his consciousness, and he abruptly recalled fragments of memories from the original universe. Dr. Mew possessed an extraordinary aptitude for genetic modification and mechanical enhancement. Although his technological trajectory differed from Gallo's, there might be a certain resonance or a potential for complementarity. Risks? The unknown planet, the unknown civilization, and the inevitable technical risks were certainly present, and they would not be negligible. Yet, opportunity accompanies risk. Remaining stagnant in a secure position had never been his style. His gaze refocused, becoming remarkably clear and resolute, as if he had pierced the boundless sea of stars and glimpsed the silhouette of that metallic planet. He turned to face Bulma at the main console, the curious Dr. Brief, and the 18th, who cast inquiring glances. Since Earth's technology could not currently achieve what the 17th had calmly but decisively asserted, it was time to step beyond this circle and venture into the cosmos in search of solutions. He paused momentarily and unequivocally declared his decision. The objective was Planet 2. Are you certain that place harbors what we require? Number 18 raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by this sudden resolution, yet she refrained from voicing any objections, merely crossing her arms and asking with a hint of indifference. It doesn't sound like a congenial tourist destination. Uncertain, came the succinct and straightforward reply from number 17, devoid of any embellishments or explanations of the fragmented memories swirling in his mind from the original text. However, the possibility was sufficient. It was certainly preferable to languishing in idle anticipation here. He paused again, casting a glance at the slumbering number 16 on the platform, a faint smirk seemingly gracing his lips. Perhaps fortune would favor them, and they might uncover components on that metallic orb capable of rendering this individual more intriguing and resilient. Bulma and Dr. Brief exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. They had not anticipated number 17's thought process to leap so dramatically from analyzing Earth's technological constraints to the realm of interstellar exploration. Chapter 128. The Commission of Number 17, Third Update. The atmosphere within the laboratory shifted quietly with the establishment of a definitive goal. Although the path ahead was fraught with uncertainties and risks, a clear direction served as a beacon in the darkness, far preferable to squandering time in confusion and hesitation. The restoration work on number 16 continued unabated, with Dr. Brief and Bulma wholly engrossed in their meticulous operations. While number 17's thoughts had already transcended the laboratory's metallic dome, soaring into the vastness of the cosmos. He approached the window, gazing at the bustling streets of West City and the azure sky in the distance. Traversing the stars was no trivial feat, especially considering their target, Planet 2, which, according to fragmented data, likely resided at the fringes of the northern galaxy, a realm almost mythical in its remoteness from Earth. They required a reliable vessel, one capable of sustaining them throughout this arduous journey. With this in mind, number 17 turned around. The most suitable individual for discussing this matter in the laboratory was undoubtedly its proprietor, who was also arguably the most brilliant mind on this planet. And perhaps in this sector of the galaxy, Bulma. Bulma, number 17 began, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable seriousness, drawing her attention away from the energy circuit data of number 16. What is it? Have you thought of another crucial issue? Bulma lifted her head, adjusting the protective goggles perched on her nose. Help us construct a spacecraft. Number 17 bypassed any pleasantries or preambles, delving directly into the crux of the matter with a crisp and decisive tone. A vessel capable of long-distance interstellar travel, sufficiently reliable to support their journey to and exploration of Planet 2. Bulma blinked in surprise, then set down her tools, her expression one of incredulity. Hey, number 17, do you think I'm a wish-granting dragon? Constructing a spacecraft isn't as simple as that, especially one that could reach such desolate edges of the universe. Do you have any idea how advanced the technology needs to be, how many rare materials are required, and how immense the energy support must be? I do, he replied. On the 17th, he nodded, his expression unchanged, which is precisely why I sought you out. If neither you nor Dr. Brief could accomplish this, then it seems unlikely that anyone else on Earth could either. His words, delivered with a calm demeanor, were a straightforward acknowledgement of Bulma's formidable capabilities. Bulma, taken aback by his candid compliment, pouted slightly, yet her lips betrayed a faint smile, clearly appreciative of such unwavering faith in her abilities. After a moment of contemplation, her fingers absent-mindedly tapped on the console. Technically, it is entirely feasible. The Capsule Corporation possesses the requisite technological resources, and my father previously researched the Scion spacecraft and the Namekian ships. However, the distance to Planet 2 is exceedingly vast, posing unprecedented challenges to the ship's engine's maximum velocity. The long-term durability of the hull structure and the stability of the internal closed-loop ecological life support system. The word speed caught the attention of number 17. Memories flashed through his mind. In the pitch-black cosmos, those iconic, disc-shaped ships once symbolized terror and destruction, representing the pinnacle of interstellar travel technology of that era. He instinctively compared his hopes with that of the ships and inquired, if this spacecraft were constructed, how would its maximum cruising speed compare to that of Frieza's disc-shaped ships? He recalled that those ships were incredibly fast. During Frieza's invasion of Earth, Goku's single-pod spacecraft could not keep pace with them. If Bulma's creation could match such standards, the journey to Planet 2 would be significantly expedited. However, the response did not come from Bulma. That is, of course, impossible. A proud and icy voice resonated from the laboratory entrance, laced with undeniable finality. The group turned towards the sound. Vegeta stood at the doorway, clad in his signature blue and white battle attire, evidently having just concluded his training, with the residual warmth and moisture from the gravity chamber still clinging to him. He crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe, wearing his customary expression of sardonic arrogance. As he strode into the room, his boots echoed sharply against the polished floor. He cast a cursory glance at number 16 on the platform, showing little interest, before focusing on number 17 and Bulma, as if they were elementary students proposing a ludicrous idea. In a tone that was dispassionate yet authoritative, Vegeta declared that the spacecraft Bulma could currently manufacture would, at its utmost, only marginally surpassed the speed of the standard single-pod spacecraft utilized by fighters. He turned to number 17, as if regarding someone utterly ignorant of cosmic military technology. Frieza's disk mothership? That is a strategic mobile fortress of imperial caliber, designed for large-scale interstellar conquests, rapid troop mobilization, and to demonstrate absolute military might. It is a colossal entity. Both its engine technology and its defensive and offensive systems represent the apex of the technological legacy of the Zenithians. Do you think such an advanced cosmic technology could be mimicked by the outdated methods of a mere planet? Vegeta's words descended like icy water, imbued with a brutal sense of reality born from his extensive experiences. Once a core combatant of Frieza's army, he had not only boarded countless spaceships, but had also launched numerous assaults from them. Thus, his judgments carried an undeniable authority. After listening, number 17 raised an eyebrow, surprisingly unperturbed by Vegeta's tone. Instead, he mentally acknowledged that he had overlooked the fact that Vegeta had once been a subordinate of Frieza, likely possessing a deeper understanding of such matters than anyone on Earth. Since becoming the son-in-law of Bulma, he had undoubtedly been the first to test and critique various spaceships and gravity chambers produced by her family. Indeed, without practical experience, one loses the right to voice opinions. He realized that his previous analogy had been rather presumptuous. Although Earth's technological advancements had accelerated dramatically under the extraordinary talents of Bulma and her father, the foundation remained relatively fragile, particularly in the realm of interstellar travel, which required profound accumulation of knowledge. It was unrealistic to expect to rival the imperial-level technology that had dominated the universe for years in a short period. However, Bulma was not pleased. She shot Vegeta a substantial glare, nearly rolling her eyes to the heavens, her hands placed firmly on her hips, her indignation reaching its zenith. Hey, Vegeta, who do you think you're looking down on? Don't even think about having me adjust the pressure parameters of the gravity chamber for you next time. You do it yourself. If you're so capable, why don't you build a better spaceship? All you do is throw out cold remarks. Vegeta let out a cold snort, turning his head away in a rather proud manner, refraining from further provoking her. He was aware of Bulma's pride and potential in technology. Yet his comments were merely reflections of the current reality. An intense defiance flickered across Bulma's face as she glared at the back of Vegeta's head, as if firing laser beams with her gaze. Humph! What is so great about Frieza spaceships? They merely rely on plundering and inheriting others' technology. Just wait. I will definitely create a spaceship that is better and faster than that in the future. At that moment, Dr. Brief, who had been quietly listening and occasionally adjusting his instruments, spoke up. He adjusted his glasses, his tone as amiable as ever, imbued with the objective and serene demeanor of a scholar. Indeed, Vegeta's statements hold truth. The technological level of Frieza's army, particularly concerning large spaceships, still presents a significant gap compared to our capabilities. Stroking the stubble on his chin, he continued, considering our current technology, the materials we can procure, and the output power of energy cores, I roughly estimate that the best interstellar ship we could construct now would be approximately 20 to 30% faster than the one Goku used when he traveled to Namek. This is likely the upper limit. Any further enhancement is currently unattainable. The old Dr. S. gentle words solidified the ceiling of technological advancement. An increase of 20 to 30% seemed minuscule against the vastness of the universe, measured in light years. The journey to Planet 2 was destined to be anything but brief. Upon hearing this, number 17 stroked his chin, a look of regret and a distinctly sarcastic expression emerging on his face. He fell silent for 2 seconds, then, unable to contain himself, let out a soft click of his tongue, feeling an unavoidable sense of helplessness. What a loss, a grave loss. Had I known it would come to this, I should have intervened when Trunks dispatched Frieza and his father, King Cold. That seemingly sophisticated disc-shaped mothership was right there, wasn't it? If I had acted then, seized the ship first, I wouldn't be troubled by the need to construct one from scratch now. I could have simply piloted the ready-made Imperial vessel, enjoying hot pot, and singing my way to the stars. How convenient and splendid that would have been. A miscalculation. Truly a monumental miscalculation. He could almost envision a top-tier spaceship disintegrating into cosmic debris before his eyes, causing a pang of regret deep within. This feeling of missing out on convenience was particularly distressing for someone like him, who detested complications and valued efficiency. He even murmured in mild frustration, "What a waste of a fine resource." The laboratory fell into a brief silence. Bulma, still fuming from being underestimated in her technical capabilities, wore a disgruntled expression, while Vegeta maintained his indifferent demeanor as if he had always known. Dr. Brief, on the other hand, continued to cheerfully tinker with his tools, as if they had merely been discussing the weather. Number 17 sighed, casting aside his moment of regret. The past is immutable, and dwelling on it serves no purpose. Well, if the pace must be slow, so be it. It merely means spending a bit more time on the journey. He accepted this reality and turned his attention back to Bulma, articulating a more pragmatic request. Safety and reliability must take precedence. We require it to navigate steadily for extended durations. Seeing that number 17 did not doubt her capabilities, but instead emphasized more practical concerns, Bulma's expression softened considerably. As a scientist, she respected objective laws, yet she was also filled with a spirit of challenge. Do you even need to say that? Bulma lifted her chin defiantly. Leave the creation of a sturdy spaceship to me. While it may not match Frieza's speed, I guarantee I will fashion it into a mobile fortress. It will absolutely not fall apart along the way. Number 17 nodded, accepting this outcome. Then I shall entrust it to you. Chapter 129. The completion of the spaceship, Part 4. Once the goal was set, the passage of time seemed to acquire a different significance and measure. For artificial beings with near-infinite lifespans, a few months felt like the blink of an eye. Yet, for those awaiting the completion of a vessel to traverse the starry seas, each day brimmed with anticipation and subtle transformations. On the outskirts of West City, within the vast warehouse and launch site exclusive to Capsule Corporation, the once tranquil environment had transformed into a bustling scene that persisted for months. High-strength alloy frameworks were meticulously assembled by precision robotic arms. Superconducting energy lines were laid out with the care of intricate neural pathways, and heat-resistant specialized ceramic armor was systematically affixed to the streamlined hull. The sparks from welding flew like festive fireworks, and the crisp sounds of tools striking metal intermingled with the engineers' hushed conversations, creating a unique industrial symphony. Bulma devoted herself wholeheartedly to this project, making the laboratory and launch site her home. Her beautiful face occasionally bore the faint dark circles of sleepless nights. Yet her azure eyes remained as bright as stars, radiating focus and an incisive brilliance in overcoming challenges. She resembled a strategic general, efficiently navigating between the central design terminal and the ever-expanding physical spacecraft, verifying the torrents of data cascading before her, resolving an array of unforeseen technical dilemmas, and orchestrating the elite research team to operate in precise harmony. Dr. Brief, in contrast, embodied the spirit of a jovial technical director, clad in his iconic white lab coat, with a calm black cat perched upon his shoulder. Wherever critical technological nodes or intriguing engineering challenges arose, there he appeared, exuding good cheer. Frequently cradling his beloved coffee cup, he would propose seemingly whimsical, yet often piercingly insightful improvement suggestions, injecting unexpected vitality into the project. This was a montage of technology, with time racing past amidst blueprints strewn across the table, streams of code cascading across screens, and the majestic contours of metallic creations gradually materializing. Notably, even before the construction of the spacecraft's main body commenced, Bulma and her father had astonishingly restored number 16 with remarkable efficiency. The results exceeded expectations, rendering it virtually indistinguishable from a brand new model. Over the months, number 17 would periodically ascend to the observation platform high above the warehouse, accompanied by number 18 and number 16, silently gazing down at the burgeoning vessel below, resembling a slumbering behemoth in its embryonic stage, revealing elegant outlines. Number 18 exhibited the most proactive demeanor. She would even descend from the observation platform, venturing into the still active construction of the spacecraft, undeterred by the awestruck and curious gazes of surrounding engineers. Like a discerning interior designer, she would point out the unfinished internal structures of the hull, suggesting that the spatial layout could be optimized to accommodate a comfortable single sofa. Her tone was calm, but carried an undeniable assertiveness, asserting that on long interstellar journeys, it was unnecessary for all to remain cramped in the cold confines of the cockpit's hard seats. Alternatively, she would touch the material samples of the inner walls, proposing a change in the interior decor of the living quarters to warmer synthetic materials or wood-like textures. The cold metallic hues, if stared at for too long, could breed a sense of psychological aversion. Furthermore, she would directly approach the engineer responsible for the life support system, insisting that the water pressure system and the stability of hot water supply be elevated to the highest standards. I refuse to endure a journey through the vast cosmos without the luxury of a comfortable hot shower, she declared. Her demands centered entirely around comfort and quality of life. As if this were not a perilous adventure, but rather a meticulously planned interstellar luxury voyage. Number 17 typically refrained from contesting number 18's interventions, and at times would even nod slightly in tacit agreement, as he shared her sentiments. Indeed, the comfort of the environment was paramount on such a lengthy journey. His primary concerns appeared to be focused on the overall construction progress, the fundamental output data of the engine, and the reliability testing reports of the hull structure. However, when it came to the internal decoration and layout, he completely left it to number 18 to decide and experiment. A few personal preferences are understandable. After all, this journey is not merely a short trip. A comfortable environment might at least minimize number 18's complaints along the way, granting some peace and quiet. As for me, a tranquil spot to gaze at the starry expanse outside would suffice. Finally, on a day several months later, a brand new spaceship quietly rested within the expansive warehouse and launch site designated for Capsule Corporation. Its hull elegantly merged the iconic white and blue livery of Capsule Corporation, appearing far more compact and efficient compared to the colossal, fortress-like mothership of Frieza that lingered in my memories. Yet, it was still infinitely grander than the solitary Scion flight pod, striking a perfect balance between interior space and the flexibility required for interstellar travel. The sides of the vessel gleamed under an efficient lighting system, reflecting a soft yet confident sheen. It's complete. Bulma, despite her more pronounced dark circles, spoke with a tone brimming with immense pride and relief. With her hands on her hips, she stood before the arrival of number 17, number 18, and number 16, as if presenting her most cherished creation. It's finished. What do you think? Not too shabby, right? The Capsule number 1 interstellar exploration ship, embarking on its maiden long-distance voyage to challenge Planet 2. Truly a commendable task for it. See, what do you think? Not too shabby, right? It is officially named the Capsule number 1 interstellar exploration ship. Its inaugural long-distance journey will venture into the unknown realms of Planet 2, proving its capabilities. She proudly lifted her chin before swiftly transitioning into a rigorous technical introduction. As for speed, as I previously admitted, the maximum velocity is approximately 30 faster than the ship that Goku piloted to Namek, which was modified by my father. This represents the theoretical limits achievable with current materials and engine technology. Any faster, and the structural integrity of the hull may not withstand the strain. It is equipped with the latest generation of intelligent star map navigation and avoidance systems, capable of automatically correcting its course to evade known large interstellar dust clouds and gravitational trap zones. The life support system features a triple redundancy design, ensuring that the three of you can rely on it for decades without concern for resupply. Air, water, and essential nutrients can be recycled with over 99% efficiency. She paused, her tone shifting to a more pragmatic note. As for defense, while the energy shield's power may not match that of Frieza's forces, it is more than sufficient to withstand typical small meteorite impacts and moderate cosmic radiation fallout. After a moment, she candidly glanced at number 17 and the others. If you were to encounter a formidable enemy requiring the ship's firepower to withstand an assault, I suspect you would charge out and dismantle them and their mothership into cosmic debris. Her words were strikingly candid, incisively pinpointing the core designation of this capsule, a remarkably reliable and comfortable interstellar transport vessel and a long-term living base, rather than a dedicated combat ship. Its safety relied more on the formidable prowess of its occupants, akin to humanoid weapons, than on the thickness of its armaments. Subject 17 meticulously scrutinized every detail of the spacecraft, his keen gaze traversing the design of the engine nozzles, the treatment of the armor seams, and the arrangement of the sensor arrays, ultimately nodding in approval of Bulma's introduction. He was indeed indifferent to the combat capabilities of the ship, as Bulma had stated. The true threat lay in their own prowess as the best weapons. At that moment, Dr. Brief approached with a tablet in hand, a grin illuminating his face, the lenses of his glasses reflecting excitement and pride. Oh, by the way, I nearly forgot the most crucial part. He animatedly swiped through the tablet, bringing up a three-dimensional holographic projection of the ship's internal structure, highlighting several living areas. For my dear daughter Bulma, I've made a perfect design. He winked at Bulma. Adding a touch of enhanced service. I've installed my latest luxurious audio-visual entertainment system. The cockpit's main seat and the common areas are equipped with top-notch surround sound, delivering absolutely stunning audio that immerses you completely. The ultra-high-definition flexible screens nearly cover an entire wall. Most importantly, I've integrated a vast offline library of games and movies, featuring everything from classic black and white films to the latest immersive virtual reality games. I assure you, during those long voyages that stretch into months, you will never feel boredom. The elderly doctor spoke with exuberance, his mustache bristling in delight, utterly absorbed in his genius creation, embodying the traits of a whimsical tech enthusiast. To him, addressing the issue of tedium during travel seemed as vital as the engine's power output. Bulma, standing nearby, rested her forehead in a gesture of amused resignation, as if to say she had anticipated such antics from her father. However, upon hearing the doctor's words, Subject 18's icy blue eyes brightened slightly. For the first time, she exhibited a degree of satisfaction with the spacecraft, nodding gently and succinctly commenting, This addition is quite practical and considerate. Subject 17 withdrew his gaze from the ship's exterior, absorbing Dr. Brief's introduction of the entertainment system, though his expression remained unembellished. A minuscule upward twitch at the corner of his mouth was discernible upon closer inspection. Dr. Brief had indeed won my admiration. It seems this journey will at least spare us the monotony of counting stars. The spacecraft stood completed, quietly awaiting its passengers as they prepared to embark on a voyage into the boundless, uncharted depths of space. Chapter 130. Farewell and Departure on the day of the launch. The weather was almost extravagantly splendid. The azure sky was as clear as crystal, resembling an infinitely extending, immaculate canvas, patiently awaiting the first stroke of a leap across the horizon. However, the atmosphere surrounding the launch site of the Universal Capsule Company was starkly different from its usual tranquility. Upon hearing the news of the impending interstellar journey of individuals such as Number 17, a multitude of warriors gathered to bid farewell. This rare assembly infused the air with a complex blend of anticipation, anxiety, and well-wishes. At the center of the gathering stood the spacecraft, aptly named Capsule, its streamlined blue and white form shimmering under the bright sunlight. The cold metal and specialized ceramic armor reflected a powerful gleam, having completed all final inspections. Akin to a giant holding its breath, fully prepared to embark on a voyage through the stars. Surrounding it were the most formidable guardians of this planet. Undoubtedly, Sun Wukong was the most exhilarated among them. He circled the spacecraft several times, curiously touching the smooth hull in one instance, and then tapping the thick armor with his knuckles in another, his eyes sparkling with pure, fervent curiosity, resembling a child who had just acquired a new toy. Wow, how impressive. So cool. Interstellar travel. I am truly envious. He smacked his lips, swallowed hard, and approached Number 17 with a look of longing, his thoughts leaping into different realms. Hey, Number 17, remember to check for some good food over there. Bring back some extraterrestrial delicacies for me. I wonder what the food on Planet 2 tastes like. Number 17 shot him a bemused glance, his tone laced with his habitual indifference. You have instantaneous movement. There is no corner of the universe you cannot reach. If you truly wish to savor something, you can simply follow the scent yourself. Why wait for me to bring it back? Besides, you've spent an entire year on another planet. In contrast to his father's innocent curiosity, Son Gohan appeared more attentive and pragmatic, pondering more practical concerns. Number 17, have you determined who will pilot this spacecraft? A hint of worry creased his brow as he posed a critical technical question. True interstellar navigation was vastly different from flying on Earth, fraught with unpredictable cosmic conditions that necessitated profound expertise and experience. His concerns were entirely reasonable, for those present did not seem to possess extensive deep space travel experience. Strength alone did not equate to the ability to operate such sophisticated technological creations. Nearby, Bulma, hands on her hips and wearing a look of anticipated inquiry, interjected, Indeed, Gohan. I raised this question when we began constructing the ship. I was even worried about whether to provide them with a crash course in theoretical knowledge, or to arrange for some simulator training. A spacecraft pilot's license is not akin to a driver's license on Earth. It is exceedingly complex, and merely deciphering the star maps can be overwhelming. In response to her words, Number 17 nodded solemnly, addressing their concerns. Such fundamental issues have long been resolved. His seemingly untroubled demeanor towards what others perceived as a matter of grave concern only served to heighten curiosity. Just as Sun Wukong's inquiries seemed yet to find a conclusive resolution, a steady voice emerged, clarifying the collective uncertainties. The imposing figure of number 16 cast a dependable shadow under the sunlight as he calmly addressed the gathering, his synthesized voice resonating with an unwavering rhythm of absolute rationality. Concerning the matters of piloting and navigational maintenance, there is no need for concern. He turned towards Sun Wukong and the others, further elucidating. During the construction and debugging of the spacecraft, I meticulously downloaded and integrated all operational manuals provided by Miss Bulma, interstellar navigation charts, various emergency protocols, and comprehensive maintenance documentation into my database via the data interface. Following simulation testing, I am fully equipped to undertake the dual responsibilities of pilot and maintenance technician for this voyage. His words were articulated with clarity and imbued with undeniable credibility. A robot endowed with formidable computational prowess and an unflappable demeanor is indeed the most suitable candidate for executing such a lengthy and intricate task. Number 17 appeared to be fully aware of this, nodding in satisfaction and succinctly bestowing his utmost trust. Well then, it's entrusted to you, number 16. At this juncture, Krillin wore an unmistakable expression of concern, his gaze primarily fixed on the composed number 18 standing nearby. He rubbed his hands together, betraying a hint of anxiety and unease. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, the universe is, after all, not like Earth. Anything could happen in the unpredictable environments of unknown planets. And those peculiar beings, who knows what strange abilities the extraterrestrials might possess. Number 18, are you truly resolved to embark on this journey? You must exercise extreme caution. His tone was laced with genuine concern, revealing a subconscious tension, an emotion that surfaced inadvertently from the depths of his heart. Number 18 turned her head, bestowing upon Krillin a faintly teasing smile, her golden locks gently swaying in the breeze. What's this, little Baldy? Are you worried about me? She intentionally employed the playful nickname from their past, her tone lighthearted, adding, you should be more concerned about your own safety here on Earth. We're leaving, and there may be no one around to save you in a critical moment. Though her words were jesting, she did not seem to genuinely resent Krillin's concern. In fact, her smile concealed a subtle hint of softening. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, among others, offered their customary well wishes. Yamcha waved cheerfully, bon voyage, wishing you all the best. Tien nodded solemnly, his three eyes reflecting sincerity. Take care, and we look forward to your safe return. Meanwhile, at a distance, on the rooftop of a building at the edge of the launch site, Vegeta stood alone, arms crossed, coldly observing the bustling scene below. He scoffed softly, his voice barely audible. Humph, a tedious journey. All farewells and questions thus found resolution. Numbers 17, 18, and 16 exchanged glances, no longer lingering. The trio turned and confidently strode towards the gangway extending from the belly of the spacecraft. On the 17th, he led the way, the black hem of his attire swaying gently, his stride steady and resolute, devoid of hesitation. Following closely behind was the 18th, her golden hair dancing softly with each step. She did not glance back at the crowd bidding farewell, maintaining an air of aloof grace. The 16th, steadfastly bringing up the rear, moved with a powerful and deliberate gait befitting his substantial frame. The silver-white alloy hatch behind them slowly sealed shut, fitting together perfectly with a heavy sound of pressurization, effectively isolating the familiar atmosphere of Earth and the various gazes of the onlookers. A low, resonant hum began to resonate from the efficient ion engines at the bottom and rear of the spacecraft, as azure particles flowed steadily from the exhaust, growing brighter and exuding a palpable sense of impending power. The crowd at the launch site instinctively stepped back, their eyes drawn upward to witness this magnificent spectacle. Klin clenched his fists in nervous anticipation, his gaze firmly fixed on the vessel carrying the 18th. Under the collective scrutiny of the crowd, the colossal capsule-class exploration ship ascended smoothly into the sky, buoyed by its formidable anti-gravity system, the massive body appearing unexpectedly light and stable. As it soared higher, it gradually shrank into a gleaming point in the azure expanse. Suddenly, the main engines roared to life. The azure particle stream flared brilliantly, resembling a miniature sun. With a thunderous boom, a resplendent blue arc sliced through the sky, akin to a comet in reverse, hurtling through the clouds at astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of expanding vapor. In the blink of an eye, that luminous streak vanished into the boundless horizon, seamlessly merging with the backdrop of stars and sea. They had departed, journeying toward the unknown and distant second planet, ready to unveil a new chapter of adventure. Chapter 131. The enthusiastic inhabitants of Amika, the vast cosmos, with its profound darkness serving as an eternal backdrop, is speckled with countless distant and frigid points of light. Within this expanse, capable of inducing a sense of insignificance, a sleek blue and white spacecraft glided silently, trailing a stream of azure ions as it navigated steadily through the void. It resembled a meticulously calculated stone cast into the unknown, resolutely charting a course for the distant horizon. Inside the vessel, the environment starkly contrasted with the external desolation of vacuum. The temperature control system maintained a comfortable ambience, while the air circulation mechanism emitted an almost inaudible hum. Soft lighting illuminated the sleek, technologically advanced cabin. In the pilot's seat, the 16th exuded an air of mountain-like stability. His eyes scanned the complex control interface with calm precision, his large fingers occasionally gliding across the virtual display to make minor navigational adjustments. His movements were precise and efficient, devoid of any superfluous gestures, as if he were a perfect machine engineered for meticulous operation. The flight log automatically updated beside him, documenting data that was remarkably smooth to the point of monotony. The 17th leaned casually against the wall of the co-pilot's seat, arms crossed over his chest, eyes closed in contemplation. It appeared he had grown weary of the once fresh spectacle of the uniform starry sky outside. The long fringe obscured part of his eyelids, leaving only the sound of calm breaths, making it impossible to discern whether he was truly asleep or lost in contemplation. It appeared that much of the time spent in cosmic travel was indeed rather tedious. Number 17 mused silently, his consciousness still sharp. Apart from the stars of varying sizes in the distance, there was nothing but utter darkness, and even the rare sighting of intriguing space debris was a scarce occurrence. The luxurious audio-visual entertainment system pre-installed by Dr. Bliff now seemed remarkably prescient, at least serving to alleviate a considerable amount of monotony. In stark contrast, Number 18 was visibly struggling to endure the tranquility, feeling restless and irritable. She had paced back and forth between the cramped living quarters and the cockpit no less than a dozen times, her delicate fingers unconsciously gliding over the cold metallic walls. Finally, she could no longer contain herself and let out a small vent of accumulated boredom into the air. Stretching her body, her perfect curves were fully revealed, accompanied by a prolonged sigh laced with evident fatigue and discontent. Oh, what a drag! She turned around, her golden hair swaying gently with her movement, almost feeling musty aboard the ship. The only options were to gaze at the stars or at the screen, and even watching movies had grown tiresome. She strode a few steps to number 16's side, casually resting a hand on the tall backrest of the pilot's seat, leaning in to observe the vast navigation screen, which displayed an expansive star map of the surrounding emptiness. Number 16, do tell me honestly, how much longer until we reach that metallic planet, 2-star? Surely there's somewhere nearby we can stop for a breather and find some amusement? Even a desolate planet of mere rocks and sand would suffice. At least it would be tangible ground beneath our feet. Number 16 slightly tilted his head, his electronic eye flickering as it seemed to process her request swiftly. His robust fingers danced over the control panel, rapidly magnifying and detailing the star map on the main screen, while dense scanning beams were dispatched. According to the established course, it would take considerable time to reach the designated orbit of 2-star. He first provided a disheartening answer, but then added, however, the star field ahead has detected a potentially habitable planet, with only a slight deviation from our current trajectory. The code is currently unavailable, and it has not been marked on the Federation's Universal Star Chart for deep scanning. The massive main screen swiftly displayed an enlarged image of the star field ahead, locking onto a unique planet. Its most striking feature was its encasement in a turquoise atmosphere, standing out vividly against the dark, cold backdrop of space. The scanning was complete. Based on the atmospheric composition and gravitational parameters, the database preliminarily identified this planet as Amiga. The atmospheric constituents were suitable for carbon-based life forms, and multiple artificial energy signal sources were detected on the surface, indicating the presence of civilization. Number 18's eyes instantly sparkled, reminiscent of a child discovering a new toy. She nearly pressed her entire exquisite face against the cool screen. A turquoise atmosphere? Wow, this looks far more intriguing than the pitch-black space. It resembles a glowing gemstone. This is the place. Whatever it's called, let us go down and explore for some fresh air. Anything is better than sitting here and growing stale. She swiftly made a decision, then turned to glance at the seemingly meditative figure of number 17, urging him with her eyes. Number 17 slowly opened his eyes, his ice-blue pupils casting a fleeting glance at the turquoise planet displayed on the screen, his expression remaining unremarkable. Imega? That name did not ring a bell. However, it certainly appeared more intriguing than the void of space. After all, the second star would not sprout legs and run away. A few days' delay was inconsequential. He shrugged nonchalantly, articulating his decision with a casual tone. It doesn't matter. We are not in a hurry. Number 16, change course. Destination Imega. Prepare for landing. Course correction initiated. Destination set for Imega. The atmospheric entry protocol commenced. Number 16 responded smoothly, fingers dancing across the console, inputting a series of commands. The capsule gracefully altered its trajectory, elegantly tracing an arc as it sailed toward the vibrant, cloaked planet. As it traversed the dense, colorful atmosphere, the spacecraft trembled slightly, with the exterior revealing flowing bands of blue and green light, akin to traversing a dreamlike tunnel. Soon, the vessel broke through the cloud cover, and the scenery below gradually came into focus. What lay before them was not the anticipated natural landscapes, but rather a spaceport that appeared somewhat antiquated, bearing the marks of neglect. The facilities exhibited a general sense of age, with the metallic deck adorned with various wear, scratches, and signs of hasty repairs, as if it had endured countless hurried usages. Some indicator lights flickered erratically, suggesting poor electrical connections. In the distance, several aging gantry cranes operated with a dull, rhythmic creaking, as though they might collapse at any moment. Yet, curiously contrasting with the dilapidated infrastructure, the port's personnel were surprisingly abundant and notably enthusiastic, to the point of seeming overly eager. No sooner had their ships settled, with the buffer still not fully deployed and the hatch yet to open, than a swarm of 7 or 8 uniformed staff members, all sporting identical, standardized smiles as if cast from the same mold, rushed forward like bees drawn to nectar, encircling the spacecraft in an instant. Their movements were astonishingly swift. They promptly connected the ground power interface, despite the capsule's ample energy reserves, skillfully unfurled a welcoming mat adorned with a cheerful pattern, and even 2 of them collaborated to swiftly bring over a seemingly unnecessary small luggage cart, despite number 17 and his companions appearing to carry little in terms of baggage. As the hatch creaked open with a soft hiss from the hydraulic mechanism, number 17 was the first to descend the gangway, his steps steady and his gaze calmly surveying the surroundings. Numbers 18 and 16 followed closely behind. As they set foot upon the enchanting terrain of Imega's star, barely able to grasp their surroundings, a cadre of attendants, poised and ready, swiftly approached them, their movements reminiscent of a well-drilled strike team. "Welcome to the beautiful Imega star, esteemed extraterrestrial guests," exclaimed the foremost attendant, his beaming smile so radiant that one could nearly discern the gleam of his 8 teeth. Almost simultaneously, a perfectly chilled beverage, its glass adorned with glistening droplets, was placed into the hands of guests 17 and 18. A small dish, exuding an exotic aroma and appearing delightfully crisp, was presented before guest 18, and even a server, bearing a clean, fragrant damp towel, approached with an almost excessive eagerness to wipe the evidently unsoiled metallic arm of guest 16. The attentiveness was suffocating, the service so overwhelming that there was scarcely any room for refusal. Guest 18, evidently taken aback by this sudden onslaught of fervent hospitality, instinctively accepted the enticing drink, tentatively sipping a small mouthful. A wondrous flavor, previously unknown to her, danced upon her palate, a delightful blend of sweetness with a subtle tang. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she seized a golden morsel and took a bite. The outer layer was exceedingly crisp, while the interior was soft and delectably warm, its flavor profile astonishingly rich. "Wow!" she exclaimed involuntarily, as the icy drink and snacks swept away the tedium of her journey, marveling at the exceptional service of this planet. How utterly enthusiastic! A look of surprised delight graced her face, and she found herself unexpectedly charmed by the shabby port. Is there truly such a quaint and hospitable place in the universe? This locale is simply splendid. However, just as the echoes of Guest 18's admiration faded, with a hint of enticing oil and food remnants at the corners of her mouth, and her spirits buoyed, the most radiant smiling chief attendant gracefully produced from behind him a palm-sized portable ticket printer, reminiscent of Earth's gaming handhelds.